She is a ruthless female emperor who can compete with Lu Ruyan, while I am just a low-ranking guard with a knife. But the two of us, who should have had no connection, are now bound together by the red thread of fate. It's all because the aloof female emperor can eavesdrop on my thoughts. At this moment, in the Empress's bedroom, I fell asleep directly hugging the Empress's stunningly beautiful long legs. Not only did I fall asleep, but I also drooled on her leg. Seeing this, the Empress even had the thought of killing me. Bold disciple, are you not afraid that I will exterminate your 9 generations? However, before the words fell, the Empress woke up directly from her dream. It turned out to be a dream, but the next moment, she heard a lewd man's voice. I have seen the Empress Long Ruwashi. She is indeed very beautiful. If this marriage can happen, it would be nice. Those long legs and slender waist are truly amazing. It's a pity that there are no white socks in this era. If only I could wear white socks. At the same time, in the Empress's bedroom, Long Ruwashi was startled by the sudden voice of a man next to her ear. Who is speaking? The palace maid looked puzzled. No one is speaking. No one? The Empress was surprised. After a while, she finally realized that the person bound by the matchmaker was such a worthless person, and that unheard of white socks, and the mentioned willow waist. It's really shameless. Long Ruwashi felt both embarrassed and angry in her heart. She was very annoyed. How could such a person be worthy of being her match? Call Su Hong, can't do without cutting you. Long Ruwashi is very dissatisfied with this marriage, so she will cut off this person until she finds a marriage that satisfies her. Ding! The matchmaker's affinity with Long Ruwashi is -3. And the current affinity is -3. I was surprised that I hadn't done anything yet, and the favorability rating could still decrease on its own. In the end, according to the original plot, the Empress's wife will be successfully overthrown by the trusted Prime Minister Wang Tai within a year. Losing the throne, she will not only become a prisoner, but may also be forcibly taken and enslaved by Wang Tai. Bold! Wang Tai uses this old man at what level, and still dares to occupy my Empress wife, even if Wang Tai is powerful in the court. Young master, am not afraid of you, a native minister. This old man dares to offend my wife even a single hair. I will definitely kill him. This is impossible. Long Ruwashi was greatly shocked when she heard my thoughts. Wang Taiyong is the chief minister left by the late emperor. He has been diligent and conscientious for so many years, working hard for the great Zhou dynasty, yet he would actually do such a thing. Long Ruwashi gritted her teeth. This old man is quite old, yet he still dares to have his own ideas. He deserves to die. And what is this Su Hong saying? How am I his wife? Shameless. Long Ruwashi heard my last words, and a rare blush appeared on her beautiful face. Long Ruwashi was originally very dissatisfied with this heaven-sent marriage. But now, hearing my heartfelt words, those embarrassing words, for some reason, she felt a strange feeling in her heart again. Ding! You Lao's marriage fate person Long Ruwashi's favorability +5. Current favorability 2. Rewarding the divine martial arts heavenly evil divine art. If practiced to 100 levels, one can dominate the continent. What? I was a little surprised that I didn't do anything, but suddenly my favorability increased. Although I don't know the reason, I still started thinking about how to help the Empress solve this big trouble with the king's platform. Wang Taiyong is the prime minister, who has been in power for many years in the court, with great power. I'm afraid that the actual power of my Empress wife is almost less than his. To deal with him, one way is to solve it by force, and the other way is to solve it by strategy. If resolved by force, Wang Tai wields immense power and naturally maintains a bodyguard team composed of top-notch experts. It is said that he himself is also a top-notch expert, making it very difficult. But I have the heavenly evil god technique, trained to 100 levels, killing him as easily as slaughtering a chicken. What? Heavenly evil god technique has 100 levels? The Empress was shocked. Originally, when she heard that I was going to help her get rid of Wang Taiyong, she sneered at it. Wang Taiyong has such power. What makes you, an unknown person, able to do it? When she heard that I could perform the heavenly evil god technique, she was completely stunned. Hundreds of years ago, there was a super powerful figure named Emperor Huangtian who appeared on the continent, suppressing the entire continent, and countless dynasties had to bow down before him. The cultivation technique practiced by the Emperor of the Desolate Heaven is said to be the peerless divine skill, heavenly evil divine skill. This technique once caused countless bloodsheds and deaths on the continent, but so far no one has succeeded. And now, one's own marriage partner, surprisingly, has been found. Underestimated my Empress. Now for the first time took a closer look at myself. This cheap marriage partner, did he look away? Own this in-law. Su Hong. Is it actually a Jedi? Chapter 2 Meeting the Empress. Long Ruwashi felt that she had been reckless. It turned out that his system had bound such a powerful character to himself. Not only did he inform himself in advance of Wang Taiyu's wolfishness, Or a supreme master who has mastered the divine skill, heavenly evil divine skill? Long Ruoshi's mindset had completely changed now. From the beginning of disgusted displeasure, it turned into a desire to find her in-law, Su Hong, as soon as possible. In-laws are not as the next best thing. The main thing is that such a powerful and high-ranking person is around. It's only when you're sitting on your own throne that you'll be able to sit tight. Long Ruoshi, as an empress, had many weekday hardships that were unimaginable to ordinary people. This continent, where dynasties fight for supremacy, was originally able to stand firm when the late emperor was around, but after she came to power, because of her young age and the impact of internal and external problems, the Great Zhou dynasty is not said to be shaky, but it's also not as good as it used to be. She wants to revitalize the Great Zhou. Naturally, you need strong helpers around, and isn't he, the man of God's marriage, the perfect match? This guy is just a little bit immodest, but if he can help me and give him a little bit of sweetness, it's not much. Long Ruoshi couldn't help but have such thoughts, but she was over 20 and had never had intercourse, and the harem side had been deserted for I don't know how many years. There was still something about men that made her as curious as an untouched little girl. Ding! Host-in-law Dragon Daryl's favorability +5. Currently favorability 7. Reward the host with 100 years worth of merit pills. Add another favor? Su Hong was a bit confused. How the hell does that favor count? He was a little uncertain. Haven't even met yet. The favorability goes up and down? But now it's adding favor. That's nothing but good. Just be afraid that it will lower abruptly. That's what's bad. As a precaution, Su Hong must strike early and do away with Wang Taiyu. It just so happens that the 100 years of Kung Fu Dan that was just rewarded, combined with the heavenly evil divine skill, it gave him a great deal of certainty. Of course this can't be rushed. It has to be planned. Wang Taijung is not a small karami. If it is not cautious enough, the possibility of overturning the car cannot be small. Xiao Yu, go, bring me the list of people who are working in the palace. On Long Ruoshi's side, she was eager to meet Su Hong. According to Su Hong's understanding of the situation in the palace, and met himself, it suggests that it is a frequent visitor to the palace. First rule out those ministers. She knows all the ministers who can enter the palace to attend the court, and there is no one named Su Hong. Then most likely, it's the palace guards. Long Ruoshi still had some ability to become an empress, can get through so little information, already guessed Su Hong's identity to the nth degree. The maid quickly beckoned the roster and presented it to Long Ruoshi. Long Ruoshi flipped through several pages and her eyes lit up. Really? Su Hong, age 25, ordinary imperial guard. Long Ruoshi didn't understand why such a high-ranking person would work as a guard in the palace. But, as far as she was concerned, a man of high stature like that was never on the move. It's hard to guess what they're really thinking. With a few moments of urgency, he said to Jade, "Go, summon Imperial Guard Su Hong to meet me." Yes, Xiao Yu was a bit strange though. It was a bit unusual for the Empress to summon an ordinary guard, but she, a maid of honor, did not dare to speculate on His Majesty's mind. Retreat quickly and summon Su Hong to come and meet the Emperor. The 100 years merit pill is really powerful. Su Hong had eaten the 100 years of merit dan, and the heavenly evil divine skill that she had just practiced came directly to the 5th layer. Reconsolidate the roots of consolidation. Beat a top-notch expert. No problem. Boom. Su Hong casually blasted out a palm, leaving a super large palm print directly on the wall. Su Hong laughed out loud in triumph. This is in the palace, and it's not going sideways? Imperial Guard Su Hong. His Majesty is summoned by secret decree. Outside, the courtesan's voice came. The Empress summoned me? Su Hong was a bit strange. It's not like you've done anything wrong, and you're not an important person. Why the sudden summons? But that's fine. Brush up on the good feelings. Brush up on the good feelings. It's definitely easier to brush up on your goodwill once you've met. Su Hong is well prepared, changed into clean clothes, straightened his hair, and wore his sword. Follow Jade and head to the Imperial study. Your Majesty, Imperial Guard Su Hong is here. Let him in. Long Ruoshi's cool and majestic female voice came from inside the curtain. Wow. My wife has a great voice. Put. The Empress barely managed to hold it together, and a mouthful of water nearly spewed out. This is now assured. One didn't get the wrong person. It's this Su Hong who can hear the heart. But this guy is so immodest. Is it certain that it is a supreme master who has mastered the heavenly evil divine power? Su Hong walked in. Imperial Guard Su Hong. Greetings to your Majesty. Su Hong kneeled down on one knee and made a big salute. As soon as he lowered his head, he happened to see Empress Long Ruoshi's small feet. Fragrant. Tiny. My wife's feet are so cute. So much to cuddle and lick. This asshole. The Empress is really going to clam up and live. Why is it that this guy's mirth can be heard all the time by himself? Even with Long Ruoshi's moral heart, She was about to be crushed by Su-hong's shamelessness. Long Ruoshi took several deep breaths before she could barely calm herself. Lowering his head, he carefully surveyed Su-hong for a moment. Well, at least it's okay looking and not one of those oddly ugly people. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su-hong stood up and glanced at Long Ruoshi again. Absolutely beautiful face. Absolutely killing those so-called movie actresses of the previous generation. The more and more Su-hong's determination to take down Long Ruoshi was strengthened. Su-hong, do you know what I have summoned you for? Long Ruoshi asked indifferently. There was a towering majesty in his voice. Although he knew that Su-hong was a worldly man. But Long Ruoshi is the great Zhou Empress. The racks and pies still need to be put up. I don't know. Su-hong honestly shook her head. Come out. Long Ruoshi suddenly said. What's out? Su-hong froze for a moment. In a flash, a dark shadow suddenly killed itself from the shadows of the study. The speed was so fast that it startled Su-hong. It wasn't until the black shadow closed in that Su-hong reacted. It was actually a petite woman. But at this moment, she held a sword in her hand and stabbed straight at Su-hong. Try me? Su-hong let out a laugh. Just kidding. How can you take this? We've just taken the 100-year internal strength elixir. Tannen stood his ground, waiting for the lady killer to kill. And Long Ruoshi was sitting on the dragon seat, watching the scene without saying a word. Su-hong guessed right. Long Ruoshi just wants to try him first. Let's see if he's really a man of the world or not. Those things, after all, were all guesses by the Empress. Is this person competent and can they help themselves? Or you have to see it with your own eyes. Ruoyu is a first-class expert. If this Su-hong can defeat her, it means he is a true expert. If it doesn't work, it means I've looked away. To deal with Wang Taiyu, I still have to do it myself. Long Ruoshi looked at the duo who made the move, and there was a constant flicker in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 3, To a New Marriage? But you don't say. This lady killer is good. It's a petite body, but it needs boobs and an ass. The asses of such martial arts practitioners are said to be very flexible. I wonder how it feels. In the face of female killers, Su-hong didn't panic at all. There was even free time to ogle why this female assassin. Ding. Because in-laws Su-hong thought of you and bound the in-law heartbeat system. The host can hear the in-laws' hearts. What? Su Ruoyu, who had originally stabbed Su-hong with her sword, suddenly heard a man's voice in her ear. First, he froze, then knew that he had awakened the in-law system. The bindings even happened to still be the man in front of you? Gasped on the spot. This rascal, to actually say that about me. I want your life. The sharp green blade in Su Ruoyu's hand danced with sword blossoms and stabbed fiercely towards Su-hong. This sword went straight to the vitals, more or less as if it had a bit of a personal grudge in it. This chick is so mean? Looking at the angle of Su Ruoyu's sword, Su-hong was also startled. Did you offend her? Ding. The host binds the new in-laws to the female emperor's personal guard. Su Ruoyu. Su Ruoyu's favorability -5. Current favorability -5. Ha? Is this chick still my new in-law? Su-hong was in trouble. Originally, he wanted to act like a big bee and storm this chick. Show our empress wife what we're really made of. Who would have thought? This female assassin who had come to test herself had become her new in-laws, and had to brush up on her favor. So how is this even a fight? Brush! Su-hong's internal energy surged, and the heavenly evil divine power in his body violently operated. A faint voice echoed in Su Ruoyu's ears. Swords? That's not how they work. Su-hong easily avoided Su Ruoyu's sword. At the same time a palm, gently slapped on her wrist. Su Ruoyu was directly shaken back several steps, just as Su Ruoyu was in disbelief, not expecting Su-hong to so easily dissolve her own killing sword. Su-hong continued. Your sword. It's too straight, so that the power, though great, is, but it will also reveal its own brokenness. Humph. I need you to teach me? Su Ruoyu was clearly unconvinced, but the next second, Su-hong was as fast as a ghost. In an instant, he snatched Su Ruoyu's sword. Backhandedly, he executed the sword technique that Su Ruoyu had just used. Brush up. A set of flowing clouds and water, rigid and soft sword techniques poured out from Su-hong's hands. It wasn't just Su Ruoyu. Even Empress Long Ruoshi was dumbfounded. Su Ruoyu was completely shocked. How does he know my swordsmanship? Su Ruoyu's swordsmanship, under the tutelage of her own master, has been practiced painstakingly for more than 10 years. It is only now that he has attainments that are comparable to those of a first-rate expert. She didn't expect it. This Su-hong, whom he had never seen before, was able to fully grasp his sword technique just by looking at it once. Even when he used it, it was a little less rigid and a little more agile than himself. With Su Ruoyu's attainment, he could tell at a glance. What Su-hong had cast was much stronger than himself. Could it be that His Majesty is not wrong? He really is a Jedi Master? Originally, when Long Ruoshi spoke to her, Su Ruoyu was still unconvinced about this so-called absolute master. But right now, she was completely convinced. See? Su Hong finished a set of swordplay and stood there in a dignified manner. With an inscrutable look, he said to Su Ruoyu, "That's how you should use your swordsmanship. If I'm guessing correctly, your master taught you your swordsmanship, but your master is a man. This set of swordsmanship is also aimed at men, and it's actually not very suitable for you. I've improved it by removing the masculinity and adding variations, and you use it too. It's what makes it stronger." After saying that, Su Hong threw the sword to Su Ruoyu. Su Ruoyu subconsciously caught the sword. Her entire being was thoroughly impressed with Su Hong. This in-laws, she would have been very unimpressed. But now, Su Ruoyu's thoughts were immediately different. She herself was a woman obsessed with swords. With men, she would have had no feelings. But right now, for the first time she was shaken by a man. Suddenly, it felt like this in-law that his system had bound him to seemed to be doing okay. Ding! Host-in-law Su Ruoyu favorability plus 10. Currently favorability 5. Reward for the divine sword technique 10,000 heavy rains. The 10,000 heavy rain sword technique is a flawless and improved version of the 1,000 layers of range sword technique. There are 50 layers, practiced to perfection. The power far exceeds the original 100 times. This 10,000 heavy rain is an improved version of 1,000 layers of rain? It's rather suitable for Su Ruoyu. If only I gave it to Su Ruoyu, she could give me a pinch of her firm Q-bouncing arse. This rascal. Su Ruoyu's face rubbed red. She didn't understand why this Su Hong was so obsessed with her ass. But then again, do you really have a nice ass? Indeed, it's a tall man. And Long Ruoshi didn't know that Su Ruoyu had also tied up a system just like hers. But the scene before us. Su Hong easily grabbed Su Ruoyu's sword and even taught a wave of live teaching. It showed that Su Hong's martial arts attainments had reached a point beyond imagination. If we get this kind of super high-level person in our hands, don't say a Wang Tai used. It was to bring back the Great Week. Perhaps no longer even a luxury. Snap. Darrow Long applauded. After that, he looked at Su Ruoyu and opened his mouth. Ruoyu, stand down. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Ruoyu bowed and retreated. Before leaving, he also looked at Su Hong with a nostalgic look. Soon, all of a sudden, only Su Hong and Empress Long Ruoshi were left in the Imperial study room. Su Hong raised his head, looked straight at Empress Long Ruoshi, and slowly said, Your Majesty, is this a test for me? That's right, it's a test. Long Ruoshi nodded. In that case, I will open the door. I am now beside myself and in dire need of a helper. Secretary Su has such skills. I wonder if he is willing to work for me in the future. I mean to listen to me alone. Long Ruoshi's meaning was obvious. It's to take Su Hong in as one of their own. Su Hong heard it too. Without saying a word, with a look of loyalty, he instantly knelt down on one knee. Thank you for your Majesty's graciousness. I am willing to do my utmost for your Majesty's dispatch, and to die before I die. Hearing Su Hong's words of faith, Long Ruoshi was still moved up in her heart. This man, he's pretty good to himself. In-laws in the end. But the next second, in Long Ruoshi's ear, that shameless man's voice sounded again. I don't help my wife. Did it help someone else? Baby dragon. Wait and watch. Hubby will help you fight off the bad guys. Help you achieve the unprecedented first female emperor. Chapter 4: The Emperor's Mission to Root Out the Traitor. A baby dragon? Su Hong's name-calling directly shook Long Ruoshi's entire body to the ground. And she didn't come back to her senses for half a day? Since she was a child, even the late emperor only called her by her nickname at most. It was the first time anyone had ever called her by such a sweet, off-putting name. But Long Ruoshi had nothing but goosebumps and physical discomfort. Inside, however, there was still a feeling of docility. I've heard that ordinary people fall in love and have endearments for each other. Does this count as a term of endearment between her and Su Hong? But Long Ruoshi just had such a thought for a split second and immediately cursed herself. What's gotten into you, Darrow? What a term of endearment. Are you really going to take this rascal as your man-in-law? This intense activity in Long Ruoshi's heart. Of course Su Hong didn't know. Just look at His Majesty for half a day. Was it touched by me, Your Majesty? Su Hong opened her mouth to remind her. Not bad. Don't worry. If you work for me, I will never treat you badly. Jade. Long Ruoshi summoned the personal palace maid. Soon, Xiaoyu walked in with an incredibly sharp sword. The sword was just lying on the pallet, and it was emitting an amazing ethereal coldness. Su Hong was now also a first-class expert, so he could naturally tell that this was a supreme sword. Long Ruoshi took in the fondness in Su Hong's eyes and said after coughing lightly, Minister Su, this sword is the Emperor's sword of my founding dynasty, and it is now rewarded to you for holding it in the future. You will be able to pass through the palace unhindered, and wherever you go, it will be as if I were there in person, and I will also promote you to Chief of the Imperial Guards. in charge of the Imperial Guard. I hope you'll do your best for me and don't let me down. Xiao Yu bestowed the Emperor's sword on Su Hong. Su Hong carefully received it and then bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. I will do my best and never let Your Majesty down. It took no time at all to subdue a super reclusive master like Su Hong. Long Ruoshi was still happy. So next, she gave Su Hong her first task. Good. In that case, I'm going to give you one thing, and you must do it well. Your Majesty, please. Wang Taiyu, this man is preparing to rebel. He has placed a large number of traitors around me, and needs you to get rid of them. Long Ruoshi was not an unusual person either. After realizing the wolfishness of Wang Taiyu, the first thing to do, naturally, was to get rid of Wang Taiyu's surveillance. She wanted to pull out all the spies that Wang Taiyun had planted around her. This will make it easier for the future, for her to make a big move and plot her plans. Got it. Su Hong nodded. Your Majesty, don't worry and leave it to me. I will do my best to get it done. Yes. Then Su Qing, you can retire today. Seize the time. I want to see the result as fast as possible. Long Ruoshi stared at Su Hong. The previous martial arts test had established Su Hong's powerful force. As for the strategy, it depends on this mission. How well did Su Hong do? What Long Ruoshi wanted was a literary and martial arts wizard. If you have only brute strength and no strategy, you can hardly be of great use. Yes, sir. Su Hong bowed 3 times. Then he exited the royal study. Before leaving, of course, another look at Long Ruoshi's long, slender legs. Do well. Fight to take down Long Ruoshi. Sooner or later, I'll make her willingly wear black silk for us. Su Hong was inwardly panting and motivated. And when this passage fell on Long Ruoshi's ears, Long Ruoshi almost fell off the dragon chair. She couldn't help but look at her legs. Do your own legs really look good? Why is this kid so nostalgic? Just as well, if he can really help me solve this big trouble of Wang Taiyun. So what black silk? It's not a no-no. Actually, Long Ruoshi was thinking this way because she didn't know what black silk was. If she had seen those erotic black silks, I'm only afraid that I'm going to push Su Hong out and chop him up on the spot. Su Hong left the imperial study. Heartfelt. Show 2 small hands. Then he became the Empress's confidant and was promoted to captain of the Imperial Guards. Also got the Emperor's sword. In the future in this palace, you can basically walk sideways. But Su Hong didn't get carried away. He understood that the Empress didn't have too much favor with herself right now. Only 7 points. If you accidentally play it off, it will fall again. So one had to keep working for the Empress and pile on the goodwill. But what does this good feeling get you if you can get it to 100? Su Hong couldn't help but think. Nothing else. One night of springtime should be the least you can do. That high and mighty look of the Empress. I wonder what she's like in bed. I've heard that a lot of women are contrarians. High-strung on the outside and fiery and sultry on the inside. I can't say that Long Ruoshi is like that. She might be tie in bed when the time comes. Su Hong began to YY. Hosts-in-law. Dragon Daryl's favorability -3. Currently favorability 4. Ha! Su Hong was startled. How did the favorability level drop again for no reason? You didn't do anything yourself. Su Hong couldn't understand why when she thought about it. It was quickly chalked up to the elusiveness of being an empress. The saying that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger is true. All that good feeling before was for nothing. Su Hong gritted her teeth. Looks like we'll have to hurry up and catch those traitors and brush back the favor. After thinking about it, he turned his head around and headed straight in the other direction. Zhongren's house. In a corner of the palace, where various criminals from the palace are held, there was also a group of expert dead soldiers who were absolutely loyal to the emperor, belonging to the place where they did the dirty, tiring work for the empress. Su Hong knew that the female assassin sent by the empress to test her martial arts today was someone from the Zhongren house. This time, Long Ruoshi asked him to catch the mole. Su Hong on the big situation in the palace probably understand, but the palace up and down, walking around the staff, what suspicious people there were, he wasn't so sure. Then, coming over and asking Su Ruoyu was clearly the best option. Su Hong walked into the Zhongren mansion. A few guards in front of the door were just about to stop him, when he flashed the sign of the captain of the guards. The few guards immediately turned pale and retreated immediately. I wonder what errand your lordship came on today. An escort respectfully. I've come to see Lord Su Ruoyu Su. Su Hong said with her hands behind her back, towering over her. And please introduce yourself. So it's to see Lord Su. I'll inform you for your lordship. The guard nodded, immediately ran in. It didn't take long to run out again. My lord, Lord Su agrees to see you. Inside please. The guards were very respectful and brought Su Hong inside. Soon after, Su Hong met Su Ruoyu inside one of the Zhongren mansion's Lianwu halls. Su Ruoyu was wearing a rather tight practicing uniform, holding a wooden sword as she drilled. She was practicing her sword technique that she had practiced since she was a child. Thousand layers of rain. It was only after being nudged by Su Hong in the Imperial study room that Su Ruoyu could change her stance. It's a little better than before. In some places, though, it's still a little raw. Practicing. As the lightly dancing sword floats through the air, Su Ruoyu's proud and full of curved figure was also displayed to the fullest because of those movements. TSK, TSK, in this outfit, that perky ass is outlined even better. I wish I could bury my face in it. At this time, a familiar man's voice rang in his head. Su Ruoyu was startled, rushing a turn of the head, only to see Su Hong standing outside the practice room, with two eyes, looking straight at her ass. Chapter 5 Give you a touch. Hearing Su Hong's heartfelt words, Su Ruoyu's pretty face rubbed red. At the same time, he gritted his teeth fiercely. This stinking hooligan. Why do you see yourself and think about ass? I should have known I wouldn't be wearing this tight outfit. Lord Su. Su Hong did not know that her heart was heard, and she made the other girls shy. He arched his hand and greeted Su Ruoyu with a smile on his face. Lord Su is here. Have a seat. Su Ruoyu hurriedly put on an overcoat to cover her body. Su Hong looked at it with a straight face, crying out in pity. Lord Su came over to see me just after finishing from His Majesty's side. I wonder what the matter is. Su Ruoyu couldn't help but ask after asking Su Hong to sit down. Ever since seeing Su Hong's marvelous swordsmanship and superb martial arts, she was then curious about the man. It was the first time she had ever seen that there was someone in this world who, just by looking at her swordsmanship once, one that can be learned immediately and even improved upon, to be able to do this, this person's martial arts had definitely reached the state of perfection. You're a top-notch guy, aren't you? Even above that? Su Ruoyu actually wanted Su Hong to instruct her in swordplay, but she was forced to save face in the fact that she had rarely interacted with men in her life. It made her really unsure how to start this. Su Hong opened the door. Lord Su, His Majesty has asked me to root out the traitors planted by Wang Taiyun within the palace. I definitely don't know as much about the whereabouts of those below me as Lord Su does thoroughly, so I'd also like to ask you to do me this favor. Eradicate the mole? Su Ruoyu froze. The matter of the traitor was something she hadn't really paid much attention to on a regular basis. After all, she grew up practicing martial arts and was a martial arts nerd, and using her brain was not her strong suit. Su Ruoyu shook her head. Lord Su, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this matter. I've been running errands for His Majesty, and I do have a very good grasp of the corners of the palace, but if it's a mole, I can't really say who it is. Not a single suspect? Su Hong was a bit shocked. No. Su Ruoyu shook her head truthfully. Okay then. Su Hong sighed. It seems that this woman is really all body and no brain. Su Hong suddenly remembered. The Zongren family is meticulous about everyone in the palace. Inside and out. Down to the daily trips. There are records of who you've met, what you've done, and everything. If you can see that thing, you can tell who's traveling weirdly yourself. Su Hong immediately opened her mouth. Lord Su himself doesn't know, but I've heard that there's a record book at the Zongren residence, specializing in keeping track of where people walking around the palace have been and what they've done. If it's convenient, I wonder if Lord Su could take this record book for me to observe. What? When Su Ruoyu heard this, she frowned. The record book of the Zongren palace is a top secret within the palace. No one else has the right to view it except herself, and His Majesty the Emperor, or it is a capital offense. And now Su Hong is going to watch. Su Ruoyu subconsciously had to refuse. Lord Su, I'm afraid this matter is inappropriate. This book of records is to be viewed by no one but the Emperor and me. Even a sneak peek is a great offense to execute 9 clans. Oh, yeah? Su Hong knew it wasn't that easy. This record book is almost the equivalent of tuning the palace's surveillance. Everything that happens in the palace, those things that are not known, except for Su Ruoyu who is responsible for recording and even the Emperor himself. Others must indeed never look away. Su Hong thought about it. Then I have His Majesty's imperial sword. His Majesty has said that seeing this man is like seeing His Majesty himself. I wonder if I can observe. And no. Su Ruoyu shook her head without hesitation. Ha! Su Hong froze. He was under the impression that Su Ruoyu was very loyal to Empress Longruoshi, even to the point of being foolishly loyal. Thought it would work if I moved out Longruoshi. Who knew that Su Ruoyu's head, which doesn't turn, suddenly knew how to turn? Su Hong was a bit clueless. The Emperor's sword was all out of ideas. How else can we talk her down? Okay then. Su Hong sighed. Stand up and get ready to leave. If we can't get out of here, then we'll have to find another way. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing Su Hong about to leave, Su Ruoyu suddenly called out to Su Hong. Su Hong stood still and looked back over. Lord Su, what else? Su Ruoyu hesitated. Su Hong, if, for example, You could teach me your sword technique that improves on my 1,000 layers of rain. I'll think about it and let you look at it. Ha! Su Hong was shocked. He remembered. Yeah, the system had rewarded himself with 10,000 heavy rains before. This is a super upgraded version of 1,000 layers of rain. Definitely something Su Ruoyu was very thirsty for. But the reason why he didn't take it out as a bargaining chip just now, it was because in Su Han's opinion, even the Emperor's sword didn't make sense. A swordsmanship, it should be more difficult. But unexpectedly, he was ready to give up. But Su Ruoyu actually took the initiative to bring it up. Looking at Su Ruoyu's eager expression, Su Hong counted on seeing it. This chick, she must desire the sword technique more than I can imagine. Perhaps one could tease her a little, to extract more favors? Su Hong thought for a moment and then spoke in a whirlwind. Lord Su, the improved sword technique you want. I do have it. But if that sword technique were to be placed in the martial arts world, it would be a god-level sword technique that could shake the continent. It also took me a lot of effort. How can I give it to you so easily? I really don't think it's worth it if it's just in exchange for viewing the record books for a bit. Su Ruoyu's heart tightened when she heard this. She didn't expect Su Hong to refuse. But in her opinion, it was no wonder that Su Hong would refuse. The 1,000 layers of rain was originally a top-notch sword technique. And on top of that the improved swordsmanship, 10,000 heavy rains, without having to think about it. It must also be a super sword technique that can shake the entire continent. If you take it out and trade it, it's definitely worth a lot of money. He himself wants to change over with only a right of access to the record books within the palace. It's really a bit delusional. But, one is besides that, there's nothing of value that can be traded for it, either. This chick froze. What's on her mind? She wouldn't want money for it, would she? Forget it. I could grudgingly give it to her if her ass gave me a feel. Suddenly, Su Hong's heartbeat entered the heart again. Su Ruoyu was stunned. Yes, this guy is great at martial arts, but is a super hooligan, come on. A covetous ass. If you give him your ass, is it for yourself? Su Ruoyu blushed when she thought of this. In all her life, she had never touched a man. Now to ask her to voluntarily display such a humiliating part of her body, in front of a man, and to give him an overhand touch, that's too shy. But on second thought, Su Hong was the one bound by her own marriage system. What does in-laws mean? That could very well be his future husband. It didn't seem like a big deal to give your husband a touch then. Thinking of this, Su Ruoyu made up her mind and suddenly stood up violently from her chair. Su Hong was startled and looked up at Su Ruoyu, a little confused. What's going on? If not, is this chick going to make a move? Didn't she know she couldn't beat herself? And what happened next? Su Hong almost didn't have a nosebleed spurt out, only to see Su Ruoyu take off the coat that was used to cover her figure and come in front of Su Hong. Turning around and bending over, he put those firm and delicate buttocks on display, directly in front of Su Hong. At the same time, she turned back slightly and said in a petulant voice as small as a mosquito hum, "You can touch here for a moment, but after you're done touching, you have to give me the sword technique before you can do that." Su Hong? Chapter 6 List of Traitors. Su Hong assured. It was definitely a dreamlike scene from a previous life. A top-notch beauty with a super exquisite and beautiful face. A superb body. A goddess. Just standing there in front of you, lifting her delicate buttocks to you, and letting you touch them. This scene, Su Hong is dreaming. Do not dare to do so, fragrant. But right now, it's the truth. A moment of doubt flashed through Su Hong's mind. How did Su Ruoyu know that her favorite part of her ass, but soon it wasn't on my mind. Eyes, long ago, were drawn to the beauty before them. Su Hong swallowed her saliva and suppressed the desire to reach out. Looking at Su Ruoyu. Su-sama. That's not good. What's not good? Isn't that what you always wanted? Su Ruoyu's pretty face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. This pose is too shy. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Su Hong was confused. What do you mean you always wanted this? I thought about it, but I didn't think it could come true. It was agreed that if I gave you a touch and showed you the record book, you'd pass on the sword technique to me. Su Ruoyu gritted her teeth. Deal. Su Hong didn't hesitate for a second and directly nodded her head in agreement, and then reached out his demonic hand to the goddess's arse in front of him. Cool. Soft. Tender. Su Hong was psychologically satisfied like never before, but it's still almost fun through your pants. Next time it would be nice to wear nothing and just go for it. Or wear a black silk. Rascal. Su Ruoyu gritted her teeth, really wanting to kick Su Hong over. But for swordplay, she endured. But honestly, it's a feeling that I don't seem to hate myself. When Su Hong touched herself, she even felt a strange pleasure in her heart. Ding. Your in-law, Su Ruoyu, is +5 favorable, currently 10 favorable. Su Honggang withdrew his hand. Suddenly it's cute to add favor in the ear. His whole body was greatly shaken. He couldn't help but look at Su Ruoyu, who had already turned away, her face full of blush, not even daring to look at herself. Mind you, this chick, there's no special fetish, is there? Then you've lost money. I should have touched it more often if I'd known. Alright, touch and feel. Teach me the sword technique. Su Ruoyu calmed down for a while before looking at Su Hong again. Su Hong pulled out the 10,000 heavy rain and handed it to Su Ruoyu. It's all up there. And where's the promised record book? Lend it to me. Yes. Su Ruoyu also walked over and opened an anagram on the bookcase at the edge of the wall. Taking out a thick volume from inside, he handed it to Su Hong. This will only be shown to you for one night, and in the morning, you must return it to me, Su Ruoyu admonished. After all, there are so many things recorded in this record book. If it was lost, or something else went wrong, she wouldn't be able to answer to His Majesty. That's natural. One night was certainly enough for Su Hong. Then you can practice the sword technique first. I'll leave first. I'll give you a ride. Su Ruoyu stood up. No need. Lord Su probably can't wait to see that sword technique now. Then I'll leave you alone. Farewell. Su Hong waved her hand and turned her head out the door, until Su Hong disappeared outside the Zhongren mansion. Only then did Su Ruoyu open the volume of 10,000 heavy rain. After just a few pages, she was shocked. This is more than a first-class sword technique. This is simply an overwhelmingly divine sword technique. Su Ruoyu was incredulous. The sword technique Su Hong had given her was indeed modified from 1,000 layers of rain, but it was more than tens of times stronger than 1,000 layers of rain. If he practiced, Su Ruoyu was confident that he would be able to become a first-class top expert. This Su Hong, just where is this god? To think that he could improve his already first-rate swordsmanship to this extent. The more powerful 10,000 heavy rains became, the more Su Ruoyu grew to admire Su Hong. Originally, she felt disgruntled with the in-laws assigned by the system. But now, more and more, this Su Hong became more and more inscrutable. On Su Hong's side, she took the record book and returned to her residence. Except for finding the mole. He had wanted to peek into the hidden secrets within the palace. But although Su Ruoyu was a bit naturally dull, she wasn't that stupid. This record book that was given should not be complete. It's just that from the palace maids, to the eunuchs, to the imperial guards, these underlings, the records of those officers should be in another book. This chick, giving me the slip. Still too gentle today. Next time, have to ravage her little dainty ass. Su Hong recalled the feel of her hand. Then he began to peruse that record book. Take the ones with strange movements, or those suspected of having close ties with Wang Taiyuan. Transcribe them all. In the end, less than 50 people were identified. There are palace maids, eunuchs and guards inside. Although some of the evidence is not so conclusive to prove that it must be an inside job, but this was inside the palace, and the lives of these people were meant to be cheap. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Just have to send them on their way. Soon, came the next day. Su Hong directly summoned his men, a dozen or so imperial guards, and gave them the list of transcriptions of the. Then holding the royal token in his hand, he said, "Go, arrest everyone on that list." Ha! Those imperial guards looked at the list and were all dumbfounded. Although I don't know how Su Hong got lucky. From a lowly retainer, all of a sudden he's become the head retainer. They could only listen to Su Hong as well. But that one name on the list, quite a few of them are big shots in the palace. One and all are eunuchs, palace maids, and guards walking around His Majesty. The status is not high, but all of them are very energetic. And behind this one is this sheriff. Behind that one is that king. Who dares to move this? But Su Hong just took office and he's going to arrest them? The madness is simply out of control. Even if you gain power once, you don't offend people this much. What are you all waiting for? How dare you disobey my lord? Do you want to be beaten? Su Hong glared. The subordinate knows. Several guards looked at each other, stiffen up and spread out to make arrests. Su Hong, on the other hand, found a recliner and lay down on it, looking for a henchman to fan herself on the side. Soon, one after another, people were recaptured. A bunch of palace maids, eunuchs, and guards were pushed to kneel down in front of Su Hong. Su Hong looked up. Just a quick glance reveals that the heads are not right. Why are there just a few? Are they too short? A good count of 51. Only 49 were captured. Even if they were captured, many of them had a defiant face, full of resentment as they glared at Su Hong in death. If you stare again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Su Hong got up and smoothly slapped an old eunuch who was glaring at him from his hand on the head. The old eunuch squealed in pain, paralyzed on the ground half a day without getting up. Who's missing? Su Hong looked to the guard Sonwu. My lord, the two who are poor. One is eunuch Xiao, the eunuch who serves by the side of Sheriff Lord Changning. Another one is the former captain of the guards, Lord Sun Yunlong's son. Oh, two relations huh? Su Hong grinned. No wonder it's so hard to catch. My lord. Song Wu persuaded. Both of these two have big people behind them to protect them, so they really can't be moved. Whether it's Sheriff Changning, or Lord Sun Yunlong's son, neither is something we can afford to mess with. Why don't you look at? Song Wu means. Either these two are even. But Su Hong is now holding the Emperor's sword in her hand and her martial arts skills are the best in the palace, so how could she possibly be subjected to this kind of aggravation? No. Su Hong waved her hand. If you can't catch them, then I'll do it myself. Find this Lord Sun Yunlong's son first. This official took office. He didn't come to congratulate even if it's not enough, but still dare to be so offensive. Give him face? Go! Su Hong drew out his imperial sword and, without saying a word, headed straight for the supervisory temple. Chapter 7, Public and Private Vengeance. Supervisor's Temple. It's where the great Zhou Palace guards supervise. Su Hong was also an errand boy here before and right under the Sun Yunlong. Before he awakened the system, he hadn't been bullied by this old boy much. Providence. This guy's movements are erratic. He's suspected of being a mole. Su Hong can finally take this opportunity to get back at him with a vengeance. Soon, Su Hong led his men and arrived at the supervisory temple. He saw Sun Yunlong and a bunch of his men inside the supervisory temple, drinking and eating meat around a table. All of them were big and thick, and their aura was quite appalling. Seeing Su Hong coming over, Sun Yunlong just slanted a glance and didn't take it seriously at all, then proceeded to gulp down the altar. Su Hong sneered and didn't care. Leader stepped forward quickly with a big hand. Come on people, take the suspect Sun Yunlong away from me. With Su Hong backing them up, Song Wu and the others counted on it. Step forward, ready to take down Sun Yunlong. I'll see who dares. Sun Yunlong bellowed and kicked one of the guards who rushed up, then exclaimed, each and every one of those little brats are ing crazy. How dare they grab old me? Su Hong looked at Sun Yunlong with an indifferent expression. Lord Sun, His Majesty commanded me to catch the traitor. This officer has checked. You are suspected of being a traitor. If you don't want to suffer flesh and blood, you'd better fold your hands and obediently go back with this official. Who did I think it was? So it was Su Hong, you punk. Sun Yunlong waited for Su Hong with a disdainful face. What? Somehow you got lucky and climbed up the ladder to become the head of the Imperial Guards. Just don't know your last name? You're saying I'm the mole is? Who the are you? Su Hong knew that this prick wouldn't give in so simply, and he flung out Empress Long Ruwashi's imperial token. The tone was cold. You are right. This official says you're a mole. So you are. And if you don't accept that, you can talk to His Majesty. Good boy. Don't think you can bluff me with a token. Sun Yunlong did not care at all. Sitting on the chair, picking up the wine and taking a fierce sip, then a hand slapped on the table, followed by a contemptuous wave to Su Hong. Don't you want to catch me? I'm sitting here today. If you're capable, come and arrest me. I still don't know you, punk. With your three-legged kung fu, can you move a finger of my old man? As Sun Yunlong's words fell, those followers behind him laughed out loud. Sneeringly, he looked at Su Hong. They all know Su Hong. Her martial arts skills are poor. She got into the palace before by going through connections. The strength of this Imperial Guard of Dang was only not even a third-rate expert. And Sun Yunlong is a serious second-rate expert top. Is taken out and put in the jungle. It's also a rare masterpiece. That's why, even when Su Hong became the head of the Imperial Guards, Sun Yunlong also didn't look at him in the slightest. It looks like you guys are toast. Then don't blame me for not warning you. Su Hong's gaze flashed coldly. He's gone from being a fringe character, little Karami, to suddenly being the head of the Imperial Guard. It does need a big opportunity to make a statement. Otherwise a prick like Sun Yunlong would not serve himself in the future. Then take this opportunity for yourself today. Kill the chicken to make an example of it. Brush. In that instant, Su Hong directly moved. The speed was as fast as a phantom, directly swept towards Sun Yunlong by the wine table. What? Sun Yunlong's face was shocked. How could he not have expected the wasteful little character that he had never laid eyes on before? All of a sudden you have this kind of kung fu? Sun Yunlong reacted and tried to move his stance against the enemy, but apparently it was too late. All he felt was a heavy hammering on his body, and then his perspective flew right out. Just one punch. Su Hong instantly smashed Sun Yunlong, who was a first-rate expert, fiercely away. It slammed heavily against the gate of the Temple of Supervision. Click. Even the solid wood gate was viciously broken, and Sun Yunlong sprayed blood from his mouth. Heavy fall to the ground. Everyone present was stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief. No one expected that Su Hong actually had this kind of strength. One punch, and Sun Yunlong, a second-rate top expert, is wasted? Then wouldn't this Su Hong have the strength of a first-class expert? Sun Yunlong was beaten to a pulp, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. He just felt like his organs were falling apart in his body. And at this time, Su Hong walked over and looked at Sun Yunlong condescendingly. A cruel smile appeared on his face. How about it, Lord Sun? Convinced? Uing. Sun Yunlong just cursed out. Su Hong directly kicked him, heavily kicking him in the face. It was accompanied by a heart-rending scream. Sun Yunlong directly fainted on the spot. Su Hong was, after all, at the peak of first-class strength. This kick could never be blocked by Sun Yunlong. The entire room was silent, and the gazes that looked at Su Hong were already filled with awe. Those minions that Sun Yunlong assembled. It was all panic now, too, with sweat starting to drip from his forehead and his heart full of regret. It's over. I didn't expect Su Hong to be such a powerful and great expert with a deep hide. He just sided with Sun Yunlong. Su Hong must have remembered that. I don't know how we're going to fix them in the future. Some of those who reacted quickly, without saying a word, immediately ran over and knelt down on the spot in front of Su Hong. Kowtowed again and again. Lord Su, it was us who had the eyes to recognize Tai before, so please don't forget it. My lord, consider us a fart and let go. Yeah, we're also all being forced by Sun Yunlong's lechery to be his little brother. I also ask that Lord Su never mind. We are all willing to submit to your excellency and look up to Lord Su in the future. That's how it is inside the palace. Rats from a sinking ship. In order to stay alive, all people can betray those they followed before without hesitation. After all, the palace looked prosperous, but there were dangers everywhere. One wrong choice, and it can be the end of the world. Got it. Su Hong was also too lazy to bother with these little caramels. Looking toward Songwoo, he exclaimed, "What the are you waiting for? Why don't you escort Sun Yunlong away?" Yes. It took Songwoo half a day to come back to his senses as well. I didn't expect Su Hong to be such a great expert. With a strong feeling of admiration in his eyes, and without saying a word, he hastened to take his men and go up and handcuff Sun Yunlong, along with the people he captured earlier, and bring them together to the Zhongren mansion. As for the Zhongren mansion, Su Ruoyu, who had originally wasted her sleep and food, hungrily cultivating the 10,000 heavy rain, seeing Su Hong escorting a large group of people and sending them in, one by one. They are all eunuchs, palace maids, and guards who have a lot of connections and power in the palace. Her whole being was rather surprised. When she saw Su Hong, she couldn't help but ask, Lord Su, could these all be traitors? This chick's ass is a little perkier today. I'd love to squeeze it. Su Hong withdrew her gaze from Su Ruoyu's ass before she said, "No, it's just a matter of extrapolating from that record book to the people who are suspected. I'll leave it to Lord Su for interrogation." Leave it to me? Su Ruoyu's pretty face blushed slightly when she heard Su Hong's heartfelt words, but the next second, it froze again. His Majesty asked you to catch the traitor. Why did this kid dump the burden on himself without saying a word? But then, Su Hong was heard to add, "Yeah, I've got one more to catch." Who? It seems to be the eunuch in charge of the Changning County Lord's residence. This person is highly suspected. Never let go. Chapter 8 Hook shortens 10 centimeters. Su Hong's words stunned Su Ruoyu. It's not enough that this guy has captured so many people with backers and backgrounds. How dare you go and bring in the eunuch in charge of the Changning Sheriff's mansion? Let's not talk about whether this eunuch is suspected or not. This Sheriff Changning is His Majesty's own sister. She's His Majesty's favorite. And being bossy. How dare Su Hong touch her people? I'm afraid I really don't know how to write the word death. Su Ruoyu knew that Su Hong had high martial arts skills and was a reclusive master. But having pissed off County Lord Changning, she ran to Long Ruoshi's side and complained as soon as she was pampered. "I'm gonna write a big book about you. Can you still fight against the entire imperial city?" Su Ruoyu just wanted to dissuade Su Hong. However, he saw Su Hong's body swaying, and his person had already run out of the Zhongren mansion. "Just leave a sentence. You interrogate the prisoners here first. I'll be right back." Su Ruoyu couldn't even chase after him. "Hey, I hope this guy doesn't mess with the sheriff without a light heart." Su Ruoyu shook her head. But still, they listened to Su Hong and honestly helped to interrogate those suspects Su Hong had captured. Su Hong holds the token and the Emperor's sword. It was completely unobstructed inside the palace. Soon after, they arrived within the palace, at the Changning County Lord's residence. Only just approaching, Su Hong heard heartbreaking wails coming from inside. "Ow, ouch, ouch, Sheriff, please, let the slave go." He froze. The heart says what is this for? Jumped right up on the wall and looked in. It was then seen, within the garden in the sheriff's residence, a quirky, stunningly beautiful young woman is having her own eunuchs. Standing in a row in the garden. Each eunuch had a piece of paper taped to him with a number from 1 to 9. They all had their backs to the stunningly beautiful young woman. their eyes closed, their faces terrified. The cold sweat was wetting the eunuch's uniform, and the stunningly beautiful girl, all smiles, blindfolded, with bow and arrow in her hand, opened his bow and arrow at those eunuchs and fired directly. Su-hong just watched the kung fu. The young girl shot another arrow. Right in the center was a eunuch with an 8 written on his body. That eunuch screamed miserably, fell directly into a pool of blood, and then was silent and immobile. I don't know if it's dead or not. Ha ha, I shot an 8. Counting this arrow, I must have broken the record for scoring today. This young girl was clearly the Changning sheriff. At this moment, with a joyful face, he looked at an old eunuch beside him with a rather shadowy face. That eunuch manipulated his Cockney voice and said smilingly to County Eunuch Changning, "Back to the sheriff. Counting this arrow, you'll have 83 points today, one of the highest indeed. Ha ha, good." Sheriff Changning clapped her hands happily. "Nima, is this the Changning sheriff? This is a little devil, with such a pretty face and big boobs. How come she has such a vicious heart? When I get a chance surely, I'm sure I'll strip her naked and hang her with a whip. A bear like this one needs to be dealt with harshly." Changning County Lord Long Shao Kite was having fun. A man's voice popped into her head, startling her directly. "What man? Who was just talking?" Long Shao Kite jumped straight up. "Sheriff, no one is talking." A palace maid at her side, a few moments of timidity, replied, "After all, this princess is really temperamental and a complete urchin." The palace maidens were all afraid of her, afraid of when they would become the object of their pleasure and then be tortured to death alive. "No one's talking? No way." Long Shao Kite didn't believe it. "Ding! Your in-law, Su-hong, has thought of you. The divine in-law heartbeat system has been bound. Your in-laws think of you when you can hear the in-laws' hearts." "What? The system?" Long Shao Kite froze for a moment, but soon, she was angry. "Who is this Su-hong? What right does he have to be this sheriff master's in-law? Is he worthy?" Long Shao Kite was disgruntled, especially just now in the heartbeat. Is this Su-hong even going to strip her naked? Hang her up and whip her? What a big dog's guts. Little Li Zi, go find me someone named Su-hong and bring her to me. This sheriff is going to torture him to death alive. "Yes, master." That shadowy old eunuch. His eyes flashed a cold aura. "Although I don't know who this Su-hong is, but the sheriff has ordered it. One has to get this one on one's own." The other side. Su-hong was more or less upset after watching how Long Shao Kite tortured his subordinates. Although I had heard before that the Empress's own sister, county head of Changning, had a spiteful and domineering character, but when I saw it today, it was more exaggerated than even the rumors. This is not treating the subordinates as human beings at all. It's like taking the life of a human being for your own amusement. Though very pretty and seemed to have the same appearance genes as her sister, Long Ruashi, but this kind of toxic woman, even if she was good looking, Su-hong didn't catch on. He just wanted to hurry up and get that eunuchly inside and finish the job. Ding! The host triggers a new marriage partner. Long Shao Kite, the lord of Changning County, the object of marriage. Long Shao Kite currently has a favoritism of -10. What? The system prompt that suddenly rang in her ears caused Su-hong to be dumbfounded in place on the spot. He burst into some tears. "I was just thinking that I would quickly finish my errands and stay away from this psychotic sheriff. Who knew that the system had directly bound her as an in-law? And coming up with a good feeling is -10. Su-hong really didn't want to curry favor with such an in-law object and brush up on her goodwill. Su-hong asked to the system, "Can I give up certain in-laws and not brush up on their favor?" In Su-hong's anticipation, that electronic voice of the system rang out coldly. It directly broke Su-hong's fluke. "No way. For every marriage partner bound by the system, the host must fight with all his might to improve his favor. If there is no increase in goodwill for a long period of time, the system will inflict punishment on the host. For example, the JJ will be shortened by 10 centimeters. What? That's a nasty punishment. A man's head can be broken, but his blood can flow. But JJ length is a major life event. How can you shorten it? Then it seems there's no choice but to tough it out yourself." Su-hong took a deep breath and walked towards the Changning County Lord's mansion. Report! A little eunuch ran over. Long Shao Kite was in a bad mood and scolded that little eunuch. "What dares disturb this sheriff? Can't you see that this sheriff is upset?" That little eunuch's heart thumped. Afraid of being treated as Long Shao Kite's plaything, he hurriedly knelt down and hastened to say, "Your Highness, the head of the Imperial Guards, Su-hong, is outside seeking an audience." "Su-hong?" Long Shao Kite froze for a moment, then immediately reacted. "Speak of the devil. This Su-hong must be that system-in-law just now." A small fox-like cruel smile surfaced on Long Shao Kite's face. "Humph, this county princess hasn't even gone to look for you yet, and you still dare to take the initiative to come to the door. It seems this kid really doesn't know how to write the word death. Go on, let him in." "Yes, The eunuch who informed him breathed a huge sigh of relief, then immediately ran out. It didn't take long to walk in with Su Hong. Seeing Long Xiao-kite, Su Hong showed respect and knelt down on one knee. Head of the Imperial Guards, Su Hong. See you. Sheriff. Chapter 9, Making a Scene at the Sheriff's Mansion. This is Su Hong? Long Xiao-kite took a closer look at the person in front of him. After all, they were system-bound in-laws, so there was always more to see. But these few glances, there was nothing about Su Hong that he liked. Not good-looking, and a stinking hooligan to boot. Long Xiao-kite revealed a cruel smile. Originally, she had come to find this Su Hong, and there might have been a bit of trouble. Now Su Hong took the initiative to deliver it. One must let the boy know that one knows. Why are the flowers so red? Long Xiao-kite waved his hand. Level off. Thank you, Sheriff. Su Hong stood up. I wonder what Lord Su's purpose is in coming to my county lord's residence today. Long Xiao-kite asked as he stared into Su Hong's eyes. Su Hong didn't hide anything and opened the door. Back to the sheriff. My humble servant has come today to arrest the suspect. Arresting a suspect? Ha ha. Long Xiao-kite was directly exasperated and laughed by Su Hong, and immediately chided. How dare you? This is my Chining sheriff's residence, and you've come here to arrest a suspect. Do you mean hardly that this sheriff is a suspect? When the sheriff becomes angry, the maids of honor, eunuchs, except eunuchly, around her, all instantly blanched with fear. Between their shivering bodies, they stole a glance at Su Hong in front of them, and they all couldn't help but shake their heads. This kid is quite a rash. In the palace, who dares to offend Sheriff Chongning? They were already guessing what would happen to Su Hong. It will surely be tortured alive to death by the sheriff. Su Hong, however, did not care at all, because in his opinion, Long Xiao-kite was originally a bare child with no one to discipline him. What is there to fear? The person remained standing there, arching his hand and saying, Sheriff, don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way. The suspected mole that my humble servant wants to catch today is eunuchly. Who is beside the county princess? Su Hong finished his sentence smoothly, then his gaze fell on eunuchly. What did you say? Long Xiao-kite's face suddenly changed and she shrieked out in shock. That eunuchly, on the other hand, had his eyes flashing a piece of gloom, and quickly hid it again. Bold. Long Xiao-kite pointed at Su Hong and cursed. You dog slave. Do you know that Shaoli-zi has served this sheriff for 10 years? It's my sheriff's favorite eunuch. How dare you run into the sheriff's residence so blatantly and try to take him away? I think you really don't care about the sheriff. Men, take this dog slave down. Long Xiao-kite slapped the chair in anger. Brush up. As her voice fell, two palace maids rushed out directly from behind her. The speed was as fast as a ghost, arriving in front of Su Hong in almost an instant. Eunuchly watched this scene, half lowering his head the entire time without saying a word, but the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Take me? Think about it, Sheriff. Brush. Su Hong directly drew out his emperor's sword, and in an instant, a ghostly cold sword light directly poured out. This is the emperor's sword. Seeing the emperor's sword is like seeing his majesty himself. Sheriff, even if you're his majesty's own sister, you don't have the right to disobey an order. This can't be. Seeing Su Hong pull out the emperor's sword, Long Xiao-kite stared incredulously, including the two female courtesans who had rushed towards Su Hong. They were also fixed in their original position, looking at that imperial sword that, the face is hard to see. Long Xiao-kite exclaimed in exasperation. Impossible. How could my imperial sister give such an important imperial sword to a dog slave like you? Su Hong watched Long Xiao-kite yell and didn't bother to talk to her much. His purpose today was this highly suspected eunuchly. Brush. Su Hong turned his sword around, pointed at eunuchly, and chided. Eunuchly. This is the emperor's sword. Seeing the emperor's sword is like seeing his majesty himself. How dare you not kneel? You've got some nerve. That eunuchly was obviously not an ordinary person. An ordinary person facing the emperor's sword, coupled with this kind of intimidation from Su Hong, would only be afraid that their legs would go soft. But eunuchly was calm. Looking at Su Hong, he smiled faintly and waved his hand. Lord Su, we have served the royal family all our lives, and we only kneel to the royal family. And you, a mere head of the Imperial Guard, are at best a traitor. We, in our family, have never knelt for a dog, eunuchly said, looking at Su Hong with a sneer. The first time he saw Su Hong so young, he became the head of the Imperial Guards. Just conclude that the other person must be a rash. That's why he deliberately said this in order to provoke Su Hong. If Su Hong gets angry and dares to make a move in the sheriff's residence, that would be a great offense of executing 9 clans. When the time comes, the one who dies will definitely be Su Hong. But, Su Hong wasn't a coward and saw through eunuchly's mind at a glance. You want to provoke me and force me to do it in the sheriff's residence? Well, then, I'll go along with it. Su Hong snorted. Humph. So, Eunuch Lee is resisting arrest? Hey, don't pull your hat out of your hat. Lord Su. Eunuch Lee waved his hand. We are the eunuch in charge of the county princess's residence, and according to the laws of my great Zhou, we are ranked at the 5th rank, and you, the head of the imperial guards, are only an official of the 6th rank. You're going over the top to arrest me. It's going to take a zhengshi approved by His Majesty himself. Otherwise, you have no right to arrest anyone. What? We're standing here now. Do you still want to make a move to forcefully arrest someone? That's right. Long Xiaokite also slapped his chair and chided. Dog slave. Eunuch Lee is a member of my county's government. If you're capable, show this sheriff your hands. Long Xiaokite glared at Su Hong. So what if this guy has the emperor's sword? He's a royal guard. A traitor. If he dares to make a move here, the emperor's sword won't be able to protect him. Eunuch Lee looked at Su Hong with a smug expression. This kid is out of his depth now, isn't he? He didn't believe that this person could force his hand to arrest himself with the great offense of executing 9 clans. However, Eunuch Lee still underestimated Su Hong. He is now a world-class martial artist, and he is backed up by Empress Long Ruoshi. Can you be intimidated by a eunuch like you? Just kidding. Well, since the sheriff has ordered it, let the subordinate do it if he can. Then I have no choice but to be at sheriff's disposal. Su Hong doesn't go out of her way at all. The entire person carried the emperor's sword, and with a flash of his body, he directly swept towards Eunuch Lee. The speed of the moment was so fast that even Long Xiaokite's 2 hitman palace maids didn't react. What? Eunuch Lee was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Su Hong to really dare to arrest himself in the county lord's residence. It's a proper ing rash, isn't it? Long Xiaokite also froze for a moment. Spin exclaimed in exasperation. Damn it! Stop this son of a for me. Don't worry about Emperor's sword. Afterward, on my royal sister's side, this county princess will personally go and talk. In the end, being the Empress's favored blood sister, talking still worked. The 2 palace maids were no longer afraid of that Emperor's sword, so they jumped up and swept directly towards Su Hong to stop him. But how could 2 second-rate experts keep up with Su Hong's speed? Almost a blink of an eye. Eunuch Lee was then instantly held by Su Hong. Asshole! How dare you? How dare you arrest our family? Do you know who I am? Eunuch Lee yelled in anger as he was grabbed by Su Hong's neck. However, Su Hong completely ignored it, grabbing Eunuch Lee's neck in a death grip and smiling contemptuously. Of course I know. Aren't you the mole that Wang Tai used that to plant in the palace? Chapter 10, The 3 Arrows Pact. What? Eunuch Lee was instantly a bit flustered when Su Hong uttered these words. That's impossible. It was the biggest secret in his heart. How does this kid know? Could it be that the Empress has begun to suspect Lord Wang? Eunuch Lee had many thoughts in his head for a moment. Long Xiaokite's first reaction was to directly scold. No way. Eunuch Lee has been with this sheriff for so many years. How could he be the mole that Wang Taiyun has planted in the palace? You dog slaves don't spit blood here. Su Hong shook her head. Sheriff, knowing people's faces is not enough. This Eunuch Lee has been by your side so long that perhaps from the beginning. He's the one Wang Taiyun planted in order to control you, so that he can use you to threaten His Majesty when the time comes. Lord Su is really imaginative. Eunuch Lee snorted. Our family has been in the palace for so many years, and we are loyal to the emperor. We serve the emperor with all our heart. You say I'm a mole planted by Wang Taiyun. Do you have proof? Su Hong shook her head. Not for a while. No? Ha ha. Eunuch Lee sniffed and directly laughed indulgently, his smile sharp and piercing to the extreme. Wouldn't you just be arresting people indiscriminately? We will definitely report to His Majesty at that time, and punish you for committing the following offense and offending the county princess. Doesn't matter. You could have sued me. Su Hong, however, didn't care. But today, Eunuch Lee, this official must take away. Unbridled. Long Xiaokite gritted her teeth and angrily pointed at Su Hong. Dog slave. This sheriff is still standing here. It seems like you don't put this sheriff in your eyes at all. Do you believe that this sheriff will shoot you to death with an arrow right now? Long Xiaokite was really angry. No one had ever been able to ignore her like that. As soon as she grabbed the bow at her side and drew a sharpened arrow, she opened her bow and, pointing directly at Su Hong, a cold smile surfaced on Long Xiaokite's pretty face. If you dare to be the sheriff today and take little Lee out of this door, you will not blame the bow and arrow for being blind. Su Hong's gaze narrowed as she stared at Long Xiaokite. The sheriff is strongly favoring this suspect. My humble servant has nothing to say. But isn't it true that the subordinate can take the people away as long as he carries the sheriff's arrows? Humph. You don't have much skill, but your breath is wild. Long Xiaokite nodded. Good. If you can withstand 3 arrows from this sheriff's lord and not die, people, you just take them. Yes. Su Hong didn't even think about it and directly nodded her head in agreement. This sheriff Chining is really too much of a nuisance, but she is, After all, the Empress's own sister, Su Hong could beat others into submission, but he couldn't make a move against the Sheriff Lord. Then, if he wanted to take the person away in an honorable manner, he would only have to satisfy the sheriff's wishes. This unruly county princess liked to play, so she herself would just accompany her to have a good time. After Su Hong agreed, she didn't stay any longer. With one hand holding the Emperor's sword and one hand jammed around Eunuch Li's neck, as if lifting a chicken, he turned his head and walked out the door. Eunuch Li was already full of panic at this moment. He didn't think he'd meet such a crazy person. With all his strength, he let out a hoarse hiss. "Sheriff, save the minion, damn you." Long Shao Kite was also surprised. How could I not expect Su Hong to be so arrogant and actually agree to it? Good. I'll let you disregard this sheriff's lord. I'll shoot you to death. You dog slave. Long Shao Kite aimed the arrow at Su Hong, and with all her strength, she shot it out fiercely. Long Shao Kite sneered. She thought that Su Hong dared to agree to her condition. "I'm only afraid that I thought I was a weak woman, and that I must not be good at horseback riding and archery. Give her 3 arrows and she may not be able to shoot accurately, but she practiced archery every day using her subordinates as targets. The accuracy. It's just that some of the generals in the barracks can't even compare. 3 more arrows? 1 arrow will kill you. Brush." The gold-encrusted arrow, its arrowhead flashing with a ghostly cold light, went straight for Su Hong's back. Just when everyone thought that the next second Su Hong would be hit by an arrow and fall into a pool of blood, a shocking scene took place. That arrow actually rushed to the point where it was still a few inches away from Su Hong's back when it actually stopped in mid-air. It was as if it was hindered by something unseen, hard and unable to advance an inch further. Click. A moment later, it was accompanied by a crisp ringing sound. That arrow unexpectedly snapped hard and broke into 2, falling directly at Su Hong's feet. What? Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Those palace maids, eunuchs, all stared wide-eyed. In particular, Eunuch Li, who was cupped in Su Hong's hand, was like seeing a living ghost. How can it be? Sheriff Long Shao Kite also froze. This is what's going on. His own was a 50-stone hard bow, though not the top of the line, but it's also non-trivial. When this sword was shot out, it was only hard armor that could be pierced through, but shooting at Su Hong actually froze and couldn't hurt him? Su Hong was all smiles. Just kidding. One's own heavenly evil divine power is a first-class top divine power in the continent. Even if he had just cultivated less than 10 layers, his inner strength was as deep as the ocean. Internal force externalization, blocking an arrow. That was simply like playing. Su Hong turned his head to look at the Sheriff Lord and spat out a few words under his breath. The sheriff has already shot an arrow. 2 more arrows. You. Long Shao Kite was exasperated, but she's naturally bratty and bossy, except for her royal sister, Long Ruashi. Never bowed down to a second person yet. Humph. You were lucky with that arrow just now. Next arrow. I'll be sure to shoot you through. You son of a. Men. Bring me the bow that my royal sister gave me. Yes. Long Shao Kite felt that it was because the bow tension was too light, and beckoned. Have the courtesan fetch his bow with the greatest draw. Soon several eunuchs, unitedly carrying a bow, came forward with difficulty. Su Hong looked away. Nice guy. It actually took several people to carry this bow. At the very least it must be a few hundred kilograms, but when it fell into Long Shao Kite's hands, it was just one hand that could easily lift it up. Oh, no wonder they're all afraid of this chick. Besides being bratty and willful, she's also a natural god? Su Hong heard that the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, the late emperor, it's just a great master of horizontal external martial arts. He had 2 daughters, and Long Ruashi looked like an average martial artist. Then the late emperor's martial arts talent should have all been passed on to Long Shao Kite. Long Shao Kite carried the heavy Shen iron divine bow and stared at Su Hong with a sneer. This bow pulls 300 stones. I don't believe I can't kill you. Su Hong looked a few more times, but still didn't care. Carrying Eunuch Li, he continued to walk out with a casual look on his face. Humph. Scared? Want to run? This sheriff said that you won't be able to walk out of this gate today. Long Shao Kite snorted coldly, and without saying a word, she drew a second arrow, hitched it to her bow, and aimed it at Su Hong. Just shoot it hard. Whoosh. Chapter 11. How does it feel to be a human target? Brush. This arrow, drawn by a hard bow of 300 stones, the penetration, the speed, none of it was comparable to that arrow just now. The arrow swept through midair, emitting a whistling sound of air being torn apart. Eunuch Li's face was ecstatic. The sheriff is getting real. This arrow, not to mention the people, it's an elephant that can be shot alive. There's no way this kid will be able to block it. However, Eunuch Li's smile completely froze before it could bloom. The arrow, which was strong enough to penetrate hard armor, was swift and, in one swoop, he swept to Su Hong's back. but Su Hong still didn't even return her head. The power within his body shook out violently. Boom! A boom like muffled thunder rumbled through the air. This arrow was once again blocked in midair as it was just now. With Su Hong's force, the arrow was once again shaken out. The force on the arrow was quickly expended, and whirling for a moment, finally, it completely ran out of power and fell to the ground with a klaxon. How is this possible? Long Xiao Kite was confused. This arrow was shot with a hard bow of 300 stones, and she had used her full strength. Who would have thought that it would actually still be shaken away by Su Hong? And from beginning to end? Su Hong didn't even turn around or make a move to resist. Shocked away with inner strength alone. Could it be that he was not just a first-class expert, but an earthy mortal? On Long Xiao Kite's pretty face, sweat began to flow. The most powerful DNI master she had ever seen had not even had the strength of Su Hong. She couldn't help but be shocked. Where the hell did this Su Hong come out of nowhere? She clearly hadn't even heard of such a character before. Sheriff, the second arrow. You have one last arrow. Su Hong looked at Long Xiao Kite. If the last arrow can't help my humble servant again, then uniquely, my humble servant will have to take it away. Sheriff, uniquely was completely flustered. How could he not expect that Su Hong was such a pervert? It's amazing that this can't even take him. He must not be taken by Su Hong, though he was trained to withstand some severe torture. But what kind of place is the Jianyan Mansion? If he gets in, the claimed hard-mouthed bones can be gnawed down for him. Eunuch Li didn't think it was possible for him to carry it off. Long Xiao Kite gritted her teeth. It was of no interest to her now whether Eunuch Li took it or not. She is, right now, all about her face. She's a princess, the emperor's own sister. If she can't do anything about a slave, how will he or she be able to get along in the future? Little green, little red, come here you guys. Long Xiao Kite couldn't find a heavier bow. Directly summoning his two personal female guards, the three stood in a line and shared a bow. Although Long Xiao Kite hadn't practiced much martial arts, he was born with divine strength. And those two guards were second-rate masters at the very top. The three of them combined. I don't believe Su Hong can still come next. Harder together. Get this dog slave for me. Yes, Sheriff. The two palace maids nodded, their inner strength stirring, their milk strength all coming out, including Long Xiao Kite who also used his full strength. That hard bow of 300 stones was directly drawn into the shape of a full moon. The sharp arrows were in front, aimed directly at Su Hong's back. Su Hong glanced at it, her expression still relaxed and uninterrupted. It was as if the arrow was not aimed at him. Sheriff, this is the last arrow. Humph. No need for this dog slave to remind me. Long Xiao Kite cursed. You'll be able to smile more just now. Wait until you go down to the Yellow Springs before you regret messing with this county princess. 1, 2, 3, release. Long Xiao Kite shouted in unison, then with the two female guards masters, ruthlessly loosened the bowstring. Brush pull. The arrow shot this time was extraordinary. The sound of the whistling was as loud as if 100 horses were neighing. A thick vibration could be felt in the air around them. An arrow ran straight towards Su Hong's head. Long Xiao Kite thought, shooting at your back can stop it. What about to the head? I don't believe I can't shoot you assholes. Sheriff, bravo. Eunuch Li was also thrilled. He was an average martial artist, but he knew that this arrow was not trivial. Must have killed the kid. He struggled to incline his head, deliberately staying away to prevent being caught by this arrow. Boom boom. The arrows were getting closer. Everyone thinks, this arrow, Su Hong's life is basically finished, unless he uses his stance to dodge, but that would be a violation of the law, and it was previously agreed that he would have to take 3 hard arrows from Long Xiao Kite before he could take the person away. If you duck, it doesn't count. Su Hong certainly couldn't hide. Instead, one step at a time, he continued toward the door, not walking fast, just a dozen feet away from Long Xiao Kite. This distance, not to mention Long Xiao Kite who practiced every day, or even a person who has no foundation, both could easily shoot him. Seeing that this arrow was about to shoot into the back of his head, piercing through his entire head, suddenly, Su Hong's body moved violently. The whole man turned swiftly. It was so fast that no one in the room reacted. He turned back, his palms thundering out, straight and empty. Stiffly, he grabbed that life-threatening arrow that the three of them had combined their efforts to shoot. Then looking in the direction of Long Xiao Kite, he let out a cold smile and snapped. I've heard that you, Sheriff, often don't take the lives of your subordinates for granted, preferring that living person as a human target? Then today, let the sheriff get a taste of what it's like to be a human target as well. The voice fell. Before the surrounding people could react, Su Hong pinched that arrow towards Long Xiao Kite and threw it directly with vigor. Rumble. This arrow was flung out, and the whistling sound that came from the moment of, surprisingly, it was several times more booming than what the three of them, Long Xiao Kite, had just shot out together. The speed was as fast as a terrifying thunderbolt, and it directly passed towards County Lord Long Xiaokite. Daring? Are you crazy? Asshole. You seek death. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. No one expected Su Hong to be bold enough to actually dare to make a move on the county princess, and uniquely laughed coldly when he saw this. Good. Thought this kid was a tricky one, but didn't realize he was a complete idiot. Dare to take a shot at a member of the royal family. You're really not afraid to die. Facing this whistling this arrow, Long Xiaokite had completely panicked. He hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Su Hong catching an arrow with his empty hand just now. This arrow was already coming towards her. It's over. Dying? In a flash, Long Xiaokite's heart tightened and she subconsciously closed her eyes tightly. Rumble. However, this arrow did not reach Long Xiaokite. Instead, it almost grazed the side of her ear and swiped hard. An arrow, surprisingly hard, pierced through a large tree behind Long Xiaokite that was embraced by several people. It could be seen how powerful this arrow really was. Long Xiaokite had a long time before he opened his eyes. That's what I realized. Su Hong didn't even shoot himself with this arrow, but Long Xiaokite had just panicked too much, and his back was already thoroughly wet with cold sweat. Sheriff! Countless underlings shrieked and swooped over for a shush. Sheriff! Are you okay? Those two expert courtesans were furious, and the one of them, Xiao Cheng, pointed at Su Hong. Dog slave! You're crazy! How dare you make a move against the sheriff lord? Come on people, take this rebel down for me. Chapter 12 A Tribute Explosion? Su Hong's hand was too bold. How dare you strike at the sheriff? It's just that 10 lives aren't enough to die. Uniquely also froze for a moment. Spinning around, he laughed cruelly and coldly. Kid, you're finished. Take a shot at the sheriff. Wait to be split into 5 horses and have your 9 clans exterminated. Su Hong stood still, looking at being an arrow of her own, as if she was stunned and confused. Long Xiaokite, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, half speechless, had a flickering gaze. Although Long Xiaokite was one of his system-bound in-laws, he should have found a way to brush up his favor. But this woman is so unruly and capricious that she can't even be described as capricious. It's almost as if they haven't even learned to be human. Su Hong really couldn't help it in the end, and that's why she wanted to step in and teach a lesson. Of course this arrow was intentionally thrown off by him, and he certainly couldn't really want Long Xiaokite's life. That's not going to end well. He just wanted the brute of a woman to know other people's lives, too. You can't take your own pleasure and base it on the lives of others for fun. So he really couldn't like this dragon Xiaokite. Don't bother with this marriage. Shorten the JJ by 10 centimeters and pull it in. We were born huge anyway. Shorten it by 10 centimeters and you can still coil it around your waist as a belt. Su Hong gritted her teeth. Prepare to wait for the system's punishment. Ding. In-law object Long Xiaokite favorability plus 30. Current favorability plus 10. What? Hearing this prompt from the system, he thought he had misheard. What the hell? Plus good sense? He confirmed several times that he hadn't heard him correctly. The object of the marriage that the system said was indeed Long Xiaokite, not someone else. This puzzled Su Hong. Long Xiaokite just had that stance. It was as if they hated to eat themselves. How did it turn out that she took the initiative to take a shot at her herself? And add good sense? And that adds up to a lot of thievery. 1 plus is 30? Straight away, he became the most favorable of his 3 in-laws. What does this feel like? As for Long Xiaokite, after being stunned by Su Hong's arrow, she had been sitting paralyzed on the ground, her entire body frozen. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was reasonable to be so offended by a dog slave whom she could not look at. She was supposed to be angry and furious, but for some reason, some switch was flipped in the heart. There was a weird feeling in my heart. All her life, she's bullied and abused people. Never been abused by anyone yet. And for the first time, Su Hong did this to her. It even almost killed her. That moment, that feeling of being weak, helpless, and having your life in someone else's hands. She doesn't seem to hate, even kind of like it, even addicted to it. Well, what's wrong with me? It's like I'm being treated like this again by this guy who's trampling on me like this. Long Xiaokite loved it in her heart. The idea of being whipped, bullied, and even abused by Su Hong suddenly came to her. Quickly, take this rebel down. Drag it out and chop it up. Little Green and Little Red were furious beyond measure. Gather all the experts of the county lord's residence and prepare to take down Su Hong. Dozens of second-rate experts, to say the least, instantly surrounded Su Hong, just as the entire group was ready to swarm. Long Xiaokite suddenly spoke. Stop it all. Sheriff? Green and Red were confused, unbelievably looking at Long Xiaokite. They all wondered if they had heard it wrong. Long Xiaokite glared viciously at Xiao Chang and Xiao Hong. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear the sheriff say stop? Well, Little Green and Little Red had absolutely no idea what was going on with the sheriff's mistress. By the sheriff's nature, the guy who so offended the sheriff and even almost sheriff killed, it should definitely be hacked to death. But the sheriff said to stop, and eunuch Lee, who Su Hong was pinching in his hand, it also froze. He had all thought that Su Hong was dead, as if he had seen the scene of Su Hong being hacked to death. But who knows? The sheriff actually popped up and told people not to do anything? What the hell? Has the sheriff taken the wrong medicine? Eunuch Lee had a ferocious face and shouted in a hurry. Sheriff, what are you doing? This kind of rebel should be hacked to death. Don't all freeze. Kill him yet. Eunuch Lee's back teeth were all clenched. This kid knew about his relationship with Wang Taiyu. He must die. You shut up. Long Xiaokite directly rebuked Eunuch Lee. You dog lackey. You also dare to kill Su Hong? Ha? Eunuch Lee was dumbfounded. Is the sheriff really crazy? Nima, I'm the one on your side, right? What the hell? The surrounding experts were puzzled though, but no one would naturally dare to move on the sheriff's orders. Long Xiaokite's gaze flickered, and with a look of excitement as if she had discovered a new toy. It had been staring closely at Su Hong, and then opened its mouth. Stand down, all of you. No one is allowed to hurt Su Hong. The surrounding experts glanced at each other and all stayed in place. Didn't get it? Stand down. Long Xiaokite fiercely chided again before those experts slowly dispersed. Sheriff, you are. Even Su Hong herself was confused. What the hell was that for? Long Xiaokite's attitude towards herself suddenly took a 180-degree turn, and Long Xiaokite walked up quickly, and that pair of big watery eyes that, as if it had grown on Su Hong, the dislike, resentment, hatred, and all disappeared at once. In its place was a strong liking. Your name is Su Hong, right? It was this sheriff's lord who was abrupt before. If you want to run a case, this sheriff's lord is willing to cooperate. You can take the little plum with you. If there's anything you want to ask afterward, you can all come back to me again. Su Hong nodded dumbfounded. Long Xiaokite suddenly warmed up to him as if he was a different person. He was definitely a bit out of sorts. Eunuch Lee screamed in fear. Sheriff, you can't be like this. The slave is with you for life. How can you? Snap. Before Eunuch Lee could finish, Long Xiaokite came up with a mouthful, directly knocked out two of this old eunuch's incisors. Long Xiaokite viciously glared at Eunuch Lee and cursed. What's your dog slave's name? Didn't you hear what this county princess said? This county princess is going to listen to Lord Su. What are you? Still yakking here? Eunuch Lee was on the verge of crying from the pain, and a slap gave him a mouth full of blood. Never dare to say a word of no again. He just couldn't figure it out. What the hell happened? The sheriff, whom you have served since childhood, doesn't turn to yourself, but suddenly turns to an outsider? Then, thank you, sheriff. Don't understand why though, but the sheriff doesn't want to pursue it, so that must be a good thing. Su Hong arched his hand. Sheriff, I'll take the people. I am excused. Yes. Long Xiaokite looked at Su Hong and nodded obediently, but just as Su Hong was about to leave, Long Xiaokite called out to Su Hong again, and came to his ear, and, in a voice that only two people could hear, the petulant voice said, Su Hong, people are cooperating with you this time. Then next time, you'll have to come back. People are still waiting for you to bully them. Chapter 13, Mission Accomplished. Meeting Baby Dragon. Long Xiaokite's sudden words. Su Hong almost didn't fall on the spot. He looked at Long Xiaokite incredulously, and couldn't help but doubt that. Was this woman really the same person as the one who had moved to kill him before? That petulant voice. It was like the most perverted deadbolt I'd ever encountered in my previous life. The clamp. Hearing Su Hong's goosebumps. Su Hong, okay? Seeing that Su Hong didn't react, Long Xiaokite thought that Su Hong didn't want to agree. He was afraid that Su Hong would never come back later, and directly went up to him, pulling Su Hong's arm, like a little girl, constantly pampering him. Fine. I promise just that. Su Hong should be the type that eats hard but not soft. That condescending type is still better to hold. But like Long Xiaokite, he was really clueless. But you have to promise me that you won't play those games with people's lives again. Yeah. Yes. Long Xiaokite agreed almost without hesitation. In the past, she took the lives of eunuchs and courtesans for fun because she was so bored. It was the only way she could find a little excitement. But now she's found something even more fun, and that's being bullied by Su Hong. So naturally, she couldn't play with the things she had gotten tired of before. Then, my humble servant will take his leave. Su Hong sucked in her breath and grabbed Eunuch Lee. Long Xiaokite followed until the entrance of the county lord's mansion, until Su Hong walked away still shouting behind her. Brother Su Hong, remember to come back to play with me next time. Su Hong left the sheriff's mansion and escorted Eunuch Lee right to the Zomran mansion. Ding! Because the host is bound to the third-in-law, Long Xiaokite. and the first time you get more than 20 goodwill, triggering a premium reward. The host obtains the divine level body technique, Thunderous Thunder 3000. The host has gained a god level skill, Master level nudging. The host receives a number of high level items, including a 912 pin black silk and a box of erotic candles, 1 gag ball, 1 erotic bondage rope, and 1 whip. Ha! Hearing a stream of prompts popping up from the system, Su-hong directly froze. The divine grade body technique Thunderous 1000 at the beginning was still quite normal. How did it get so far back that it suddenly started to paint the wrong picture? Black silk, candles, gag balls, whips, this. Su-hong was stunned. What does this system mean? Giving these on purpose? Trying to get yourself to do bad things? This system is too immodest. However, seeing what was rewarded by binding the new in-law dragon Xiaokite, Su-hong suddenly came to a realization. He seemed to know why Long Xiaokite suddenly had a 180-degree change in attitude towards himself. Could it be that it was my arrow that unlocked some attribute of hers? Su-hong thought about it. Suddenly felt, could it be that this Long Xiaokite is the legendary jitterbug? She naturally likes to be bullied and trampled on, and in the main that way, she gets pleasure? When you think about it, it does look a bit like that. If it's really that makes sense. Looks like the next time we go, these things the system rewards us with will come in handy. Candles, whips, ha. Satisfy this chick when the time comes. Su-hong smiled sorrowfully. And hearing this heartfelt statement from Su-hong, in the bedchamber, lying on the bed full of Su-hong, Long Xiaokite's pretty face was directly red. Brother Su-hong is really a big bad guy. Actually want to treat me like that. I don't know why, but it feels so exciting and like it. Long Xiaokite was lying on a silk soft bed. In his mind, he thought about Su-hong's divine martial appearance and throwing that arrow today. And in his mind, he recalled Su-hong's heartfelt words. Unconsciously, Long Xiaokite came to feel it. Without being able to hold back, she slid her scallion white, delicate hands down her body. Soon, inside the sheriff's bedchamber, there were bursts of evocative and moving murmurs. Zhongren's house. Su-hong brought uniquely all the way back, and the guards, eunuchs, that she saw along the way, all shocked. Nima, what kind of bull is this? It actually really captured the eunuch that Sheriff Chongning most favored. And from start to finish, not even a scratch on your body? Who didn't know that county head of Chongning was a notorious devil within the palace? In a way, I'm only afraid that it's even more terrifying than Empress Dragon Daryl. Everyone looked up to this great god with awe. Su-hong carried uniquely and threw him directly into the jail. At this point, Su-hong found out the suspected 51 people, all arrested and returned to the case, and then it's interrogation day and night. Su-hong has high martial arts skills and lots of ideas, but when it comes to interrogation, she's rather average. It's better to leave it to the Zhongren house professionals. About 3 days of work, Su Ruoyu then sent a message to Su-hong. It says that the 51 people all checked out. It was as Su-hong suspected. More than 40 of them, all of whom could not withstand the Zhongrenfu's punishment, eventually confessed. Most of them were indeed traitors planted by Wang Taiyun. 1 or 2 of them aren't yet, though. They are spies from other countries, planted to steal information from Great Zhou. This surprised Su-hong a bit. I didn't realize there was a windfall, but it also reminded Su-hong. The Great Zhou is now, indeed, in a stormy moment. The internal and external problems are compounded by the fact that if they are not solved before it is too late, they will be on the verge of collapse at any time. It seems that we have to speed up and solve this big trouble of Wang Taiyu. Then we can free up our hands and, addressing threats from neighboring countries around the Great Zhou, Su-hong organized the confessions spit out by those traitors. Without saying a word, he went straight to the Imperial study to meet Long Ruoshi. He had to make a detailed report. Inside the Imperial Library, Empress Long Ruoshi was sitting on the dragon case and was listening to the reports from her maid Xiaoyu and personal guard Su Ruoyu. The content of the report is, without a doubt, exactly what Su-hong has been doing these past few days. How he caught the mole, what tactics he used, everything, all of it. Even the matter of exchanging the record book at the Zhongren mansion, Su Ruoyu also told all about it. Of course, Su Ruoyu did not say that it was she who took the initiative to use her own ass to exchange the sword with Su-hong. It just means that Su-hong just used the sword technique and swapped the record book with her. After listening to everything, Long Ruoshi's mouth surfaced with a few if any smiles. Oh, this guy does have a bit of a knack for doing things out of the box. To actually think of exchanging divine power for a record book, and to even capture someone beside that bratty ninny Xiaokite. Surely not a reckless man who only knows how to use force. Although some of Su-hong's behavior, a lot of it was out of line. But extraordinary times call for extraordinary means. If you follow the rules, and are bound by the rules and regulations of the palace, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find these traitors in my lifetime. Especially the likes of Uniquely, the red man by the sheriff's side, a different person, even with the Emperor's sword. I'm only afraid that I wouldn't dare to catch it. After Su Ruoyu finished her report, she immediately knelt down and confessed, Your Majesty, for the sake of my own selfish desires, I privately gave the top-secret record book to Su Hong for viewing. Truly the crime deserves death. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Level off. Long Ruoshi obviously didn't take this matter seriously and shook her head. Ruoyu, although what you did in this matter was wrong, but after all, you helped Su Hong find these traitors, even if the merits and demerits are not rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Ruoyu kowtowed gratefully. Report. Outside an old eunuch walked in. Your Majesty, the head of the Imperial Guards, Su Hong, seeks an audience. Counting the time. It's about time for him to come over and take credit. Long Ruoshi smiled faintly and nodded her head gently. Let him in. Greetings. Soon after, Su Hong walked in, led by the eunuch, to meet Long Ruoshi. Immediately, he knelt and bowed. I, Su Hong, see Your Majesty. Long Ruoshi just wanted Su Hong to get even. Suddenly, the man's heartbeat rang in her head. Today, underneath the baby dragon's dragon robe, it seems like he's not wearing pants. Half of his calves are exposed, so white and moist. I know. Baby Dragon must have known I was coming. That's why it was specially dressed like that for me. It's to reward me, isn't it? Hey, that must be it. Chapter 14, Your Majesty, I will undress you. Daryl Long heard the man's heart. He almost didn't tense up and fell off the dragon case with a heel. She looked down at her dragon robe, and found that it really did reveal a small section of bare calf. This is clearly the reason the weather messed with it. Does it have anything to do with you boys? Long Ruoshi's teeth itched with anger. She wondered what the man's head was made of. How is it that all day long, all that goes through your head is these things? Daryl Long told himself to calm down. Calm down. As much as he hated the color batch character of Su Hong, the man did work well and he couldn't kick him out yet. Your Majesty, I've found the traitors within the palace, one by one. Here's the list of the traitors and the confessions they recited. Su Hong presented it respectfully on the surface and placed it on Long Ruoshi's bookcase. Long Ruoshi, though the confession, had already seen one from Su Ruoyu's side, but she pretended to be looking at it for the first time, and picked it up and pored over it for a while, before putting it down and, looking towards Su Hong, he praised, Secretary Su, this matter is well done. I am very satisfied. Thank you for Your Majesty's appreciation. This is all what I should do. Su Hong waved her hand, revealing a look of loyalty. Long Ruoshi asked, I told you, work for me and I won't treat you badly. What do you want? Just ask. I will reward you. Open your mouth though? Then I want you to wear black silk and then lick it all day long. Wife. I wonder if that's okay. Unbridled. Long Ruoshi was instantly petulant and slammed the dragon case. Su Hong was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, I, for one, have not yet spoken. Oh. Long Ruoshi was immediately embarrassed. That's when she responded. That was Su Hong's heart just now. To ease the embarrassment, she hurriedly rubbed her head, a bit of fatigue on her face. It's nothing. I've been overworked lately. That's why I'm babbling. Although it was an excuse made, Long Ruoshi was indeed being truthful. She's been really tired lately. Just because after knowing that Wang Taiyun had a mortal heart, she was almost cautious at every step in the imperial court, walking on thin ice, full of thoughts about how to solve this big problem. Oh, Su Hong looked at the exhaustion on Long Ruoshi's face and felt some heartache in her heart. It seems that Baby Dragon has really been too tired lately. She's grown bags under her eyes, and she's not even as beautiful as she used to be. If only we could get her more rest. Count on this guy having some conscience. It's the first time Long Ruoshi has heard Su Hong do anything other than play hooligan and heartfelt voices beyond hazard warnings. Feeling Su Hong's heart, that real concern and care, Long Ruoshi's heart felt warm. Not to mention, the system was quite useful, allowing her to hear the heart of her in-law, Su Hong. It's because of listening to those heartfelt words of Su Hong that she can be so assured of her, also willing to delegate authority to him. The other guy is not a decent guy though, always yaying himself, but at least from those heartfelt words, I can tell that Su Hong is wholeheartedly trying to do what's best for herself. Will be thinking of myself as well. No, why am I still missing this asshole guy? Long Ruoshi suddenly reacted, although she now felt that Su Hong was indeed very good, the naturally arrogant Empress, Long Ruoshi, and of course it's not that simple to admit. Ding! Your in-law Long Ruoshi's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 14. Adding favor? Su Hong was delighted. It seems that this time he did his errand well, and Long Ruoshi is really satisfied with it. Otherwise you wouldn't add so much at once. Su-hong then decided to strike while the iron was hot. It just so happens that he has just acquired the divine nudge. Just in time to come in handy. Su-hong arched his hand. Your Majesty, I don't want any rewards or anything else. As a minister of the people, it's only right to relieve your Majesty's worries. It just pains me to see your Majesty so fatigued. I just happen to know a set of long-lost massage techniques that can help relieve your Majesty's fatigue. I wonder if I might be allowed to serve your Majesty. Hearing this sudden request from Su-hong, Long Ruwashi was stunned. What does this kid want? You wouldn't be using the excuse of a massage to purposely put your hands on yourself, would you? Long Ruwashi did not immediately agree. Instead, he kept his eyes on Su-hong, waiting to hear what Su-hong really thinks. But unbeknownst to her, Su-hong is now so full of thoughts about continuing to step up her efforts to brush up her favor that she really doesn't have a why her. So Long Ruwashi froze and heard nothing. Looking at Su-hong's face full of sincerity, Long Ruwashi also felt surprised. Oddly enough, this guy has changed his tune? Seeing him like this, it's really for my own good? Long Ruwashi doesn't know why, but instead is a little disappointed. But in a whirlwind, Long Ruwashi nodded. Then, well, since Su Qing has volunteered, I will give you a chance. I'd like to see you, a supreme master in the art of healing and nudge. Isn't that as good as you are? Su-hong patted her chest and assured her, please rest assured, Your Majesty, there is absolutely no problem with my craftsmanship. At the very least, it can't be worse than the maids in His Majesty's close service. Yes, Long Ruwashi nodded and immediately called for Xiaoyu. Rise and return to your chambers. I'm going to rest for a while. Yes, Xiaoyu nodded and immediately declared. Rise, return to the palace. Long Ruwashi stood up and walked in front of her, with Su-hong and Xiaoyu following close behind. Clustered behind them was a group of palace maids and eunuchs, and together they headed for the female emperor's chambers. After arriving at the bedchamber, Long Ruwashi left Xiaoyu alone and whisked away the other eunuchs and palace maids. After all, she was a daughter, and having a man massage her body was a bit of a reverie that, naturally, it is impossible to leave too many outsiders present. And as for whether Su-hong is an outsider, although Long Ruwashi didn't admit it in her own heart, the system told her that Su-hong was her in-laws. After all, one becomes kind of self-referential. Subconsciously, it took Su-hong as a different man. This was also why Long Ruwashi had actually agreed to let Su-hong step into her chambers in an unprecedented manner. Xiaoyu, you wait outside. You're not allowed to come in until I call you, Your Majesty. But, Xiaoyu looked at Su-hong beside her, a little uneasy. She didn't know about Su-hong's relationship with the Empress. It's just that Your Majesty is a daughter and Su-hong is a big man. How can you be alone in a room with the Empress when you can't even trust the newly appointed head of the Imperial Guard? But the Empress shook her head and said, don't worry, it's fine. Su Qing is just helping me to heal and relieve my fatigue. You can wait outside. Well, then, Xiaoyu is a lackey. The master has given the word, so she can only nod her head and stay outside. Su-hong, on the other hand, made a deliberate face at Xiaoyu before following the Empress into her chambers. After entering the bedchamber, Su-hong was shocked by the luxurious scene in front of her for a long time before she reacted to it. One is here to do the right thing. He took the first step and pulled the curtain back, then smiled and said to Long Ruwashi, Your Majesty, I will undress you. Chapter 15, Massage for the Empress. The Empress sniffed, her heart infinitely delicate. This scene always felt strange to her. Although she was an empress, Long Ruwashi had never really been intimate with any man in her age. Long Ruwashi told herself in her heart, just a regular massage. It was like the usual, the maid giving herself a back massage. But the question is, Su-hong is a serious big man, and the system all but binds him to his in-laws. What does in-law mean? Long Ruwashi couldn't be clearer in her heart. But look at Su-hong's serious face. Long Ruwashi felt that she was a grand empress. How could she shy away from the stage? So he treated Su-hong like an ordinary courtesan. And in front of him, little by little, the wide dragon robe faded. Upon seeing Long Ruwashi's snow-white skin and proud figure, a mouthful of nosebleed almost spewed out of Su-hong. Although it had long been known that Long Ruwashi had a great body and long legs. But before, how could Su-hong have had the opportunity to see it this close up? So close today, so clear to observe. It almost made Su-hong's blood boil. No way no how. And it has to be my long bottom. That's a great body, with boobs and an ass, and a pair of long legs that look like they've been carved out of the ground. It's simply perfect. A work of art. This is a work of art. Su-hong fell into a brief obsession as she watched. And when Long Ruwashi heard Su-hong's heartfelt words, her heart was shy and kind of joyful. Humph. This pervert. He's so unseasoned. I'm a good figure, right? seeing that you did a good job before, I'll open your eyes today. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong, who was facing her own figure and was rather uncomfortable, and felt a little amused. Rising to some teasing, he spoke up at that moment. Su Qing, what are you waiting for? What's next? What's next? Oh, sire, you get down on the couch first. Only then did Su Hong react and hurry back to her senses. Can't afford to drop the ball at this critical moment. In case the Empress knew she was taking advantage of her. The goodwill that was so easy to brush off before maybe falling off again. Su Hong quickly ran over to spread out the bed and couch, making it easy for the Empress to lie on it. The Empress sat on the edge of the bed, then gently plopped down. Long Ruoshi's movements were slow. It was as if she had deliberately displayed her figure in front of Su Hong. The curvature, the roundness of, all the time brings Su Hong a strong visual impact. Long Ruoshi's arse, exposed to the air after she got down on her back, was stiff and bouncy and slippery, as if tempting Su Hong to reach out and play with it fiercely. Su Hong, don't mess around. This is the Empress. Hold back. Hold it. Su Hong's heart was incomparably tormented, frantically hinting to herself in her heart. Unexpectedly, however, all these voices of his heart were heard clearly by the Empress. Long Ruoshi only felt funny. This roguish fellow, who is usually bold in his heart's thoughts, but when it came time to get real, it wimped out. Long Ruoshi had the feeling that she had always been bullied in her heart by Su Hong in the past, and now it was all coming back with a vengeance. She knew that Su Hong didn't dare to really make a move, so deliberately in front of Su Hong, she twisted her delicate and upright tender buttocks. Secretary Su, I've gotten down. When will you start? Nima. When Su Hong saw this action of Long Ruoshi, the inside of her nose was violently hot. The nosebleed one didn't hold back and it really almost spewed out. Long Ruoshi, as a female emperor, of course, was completely ignorant of how to seduce men, but now she subconsciously wanted to tease Su Hong, and the more this unconscious teasing, that sense of childishness, but even more so, gave Su Hong an incomparably strong impact. Su Hong wanted to animalistically explode and charge straight up, but for the sake of the Empress's favor, for the sake of his own little life, that's never going to work. Su Hong, you have to hold back. Not today. Absolutely not. Let's wait for the favor to be brushed up, then we'll ravage this chick. Su Hong slapped her face violently to wake herself up, then take a deep breath and try to sound normal. Your Majesty, I'm starting. With that said, Su Hong focused her attention on the massage. The internal power surged, and his hands became warm under the vibration of the internal power. It then slowly pressed on the Empress's back. The moment Su Hong's hand touched the Empress's back, a different kind of pleasure and alienation that, it spread all over Long Ruoshi's body, and Long Ruoshi only felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her mouth didn't hold back and, directly there was a charming, infinitely murmuring gasp. Ah! Su Hong was shocked and even asked, Your Majesty, did the minister use too much force? No. No. Long Ruoshi hurriedly shook her head, only feeling incredibly embarrassed. She was totally surprised that she had just managed to make that noise. It's just too nasty. He's the emperor of the Great Zhou, and he's making such noises, and those ordinary women in heat. What difference does it make? Long Ruoshi, in order to alleviate the embarrassment, flopped down on the bed couch and wasn't talking anymore, allowing Su Hong's hot palms to roam over her bare back. Hiss. So good. Long Ruoshi was a bit shy at first, but after being petulant, he suddenly realized that this guy Su Hong really didn't lie. His massage technique is a masterpiece. His palms were hot and soft, as if they had some kind of magic, wandering around in the back to wherever and wherever fatigue builds up, it'll be gone in an instant, bringing Long Ruoshi an incomparable feeling of comfort and refreshment. As an empress, Long Ruoshi was not short of palace maids massaging and pounding her legs on weekdays. Those courtesans are also trained in the most professional manner, but compared to Su Hong's technique, it really wasn't even a crumb. Su Hong's massage made her feel an unprecedented release, from her body to her mind. The intense comfort swam through her body and simply made her want to be there. Didn't realize. This guy knew quite a bit. Long Ruoshi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Su Hong is not only strong in martial arts and has excellent strategies, but even massage has this kind of attainment. Aside from being a bit unorthodox, it's perfect. Long Ruoshi really felt it in her heart. Himself, this time, picked up a treasure. Ding! Your in-law Long Ruoshi's favorability +8. Current favorability 22. Hesitation. Your main marriage partner Long Ruoshi's favorability reaches 20. Unlocking the lottery function. Adding favor again? It seems like Long Ruoshi should be feeling very comfortable. Su Hong was happy. It seems that his effort to massage Long Ruoshi for a round was not in vain. Su Hong's master massage is not just a few random needs. That was quite energy consuming and even required a lot of internal energy, which ordinary people couldn't really do. Otherwise it wouldn't have worked so well. After spending half an hour, Su-hong finished massaging her back and leaned over to whisper in Long Ruoshi's ear. Well, Your Majesty, the back massage is done. Please turn over. Chapter 16, The Struggle Begins. Turn over. Long Ruoshi's heart tightened as she sniffed. When she was lying on her back, her key parts were being pressed, and Long Ruoshi didn't feel anything yet. If you turn over now, won't you be exposed to Su-hong's eyes? In particular, Long Ruoshi's dragon robe had already been removed, and she was wearing just a muslin silk nightgown all over her body. Those key parts are simply hidden. Although Long Ruoshi's heart unconsciously began to accept close contact with Su-hong, but it was directly exposed to Su-hong in full view. There must still be some instinctive resistance in her heart. That's all for today. Long Ruoshi thought about it, but she still hadn't gotten over that hurdle. Instantly, he rolled over and sat up, draping himself in a shirt. Well then, Su-hong sniffed and couldn't help but feel some pity. But the Empress had spoken up and said she didn't want it, so he couldn't force it, could he? Too bad. Almost got to see the big white rabbit, and the little forest. Asshole. It's a good thing I didn't promise him. This really planned to take advantage. With the man's heartbeat ringing in her ears, Long Ruoshi couldn't help but curse angrily. Ding. Your in-law Long Ruoshi favorability -2. Current favorability 20. Ha! Su-hong was dumbfounded. What did you do? Wasn't it a nice atmosphere just now? How did you lose your favorability somehow? It's not the first time it's happened though. Su-hong attributes it to the fact that Long Ruoshi is the emperor, and it's said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. It was not unusual for the Empress to be in a cloudy mood. Su-hong opened her mouth to make up for it twice. Your Majesty, the massage wasn't done today. The effect so it wasn't as good as it could have been. But I believe Your Majesty should still feel the fatigue lessen considerably. Your Majesty should pay attention to resting more in the future and not staying up late. Staying up late hurts your body. Su-hong offered a couple of words of concern, trying to pull back a bit of goodwill. But Long Ruoshi now concludes that Su-hong is here to take advantage of the situation by making such a move today. The heart didn't fluctuate a bit, just returned indifferently. I understand. It's getting late, so get out. Yes. Su-hong nodded, looking at the Empress as if she was suddenly in a bad mood. Nor did they dare to linger too long. After arching his hand, he exited the Empress's chambers. Shortly after Su-hong left, in Long Ruoshi's mind, she was still mainly thinking about Wang Taiyun having a backlash, and the matter of the mole. She summoned Xiaoyu and said with an icy voice, "Command down. These traitors captured by Su-hong this time, once confirmed, they will all be executed in secret. Not a single one." Here, Jade walked out quickly. Long Ruoshi's eyes flashed coldly. Originally, Wang Tai used to have the opposite intention. She just heard it in Su-hong's heartfelt words. It doesn't sit as evidence of anything. In fact, to put it mildly, it's only speculation. But now, Su-hong has caught so many traitors in the palace. Many of the traitors have confessed under the torture of the Zhangrenfu, situating the counter-intentions of Wang Taiyun. In that case, naturally, Long Ruoshi won't be polite with you. Wang Taiyun. From this time, execute all the traitors planted by Wang Taiyun. That's what she was going to tell Wang Taiyu. The struggle begins. It's a fight to the death. And she, Long Ruoshi, must be the ultimate victor. Outside the palace, the royal residence, in the study, a man about 50 years of age, in a magnificent, a man who looked to be extremely powerful was ambling along writing a letter. After a while, he finished the letter and carefully sealed it into an envelope. Then it's wedged in a book somewhere. This person can appear in the most luxurious and atmospheric royal residence in the imperial city, other than the palace. Undoubtedly, this man is the most powerful minister of the Zhou dynasty, the chief minister of the dynasty, Wang Tai. Though Wang Taiyuan was over 50, he looked younger than his actual age, and his hands were wide and the appearance is majestic. It doesn't look like a powerful minister, but rather like a general who has been in the field for a long time. At that moment, outside the study, a servant hurried in and, as soon as he came in, he fell to his knees in front of the man. "Master, something's happened in the palace." "Oh, something happened?" Hearing this, Wang Taiyu's expression didn't half change, looking up at his subordinate with a smooth tone. "Say, what happened?" The servant's tone was tinged with panic. "Master, a secret message has come from the scouts in the palace. His Majesty found out all the secret agents that you, my lord, had planted in the palace, captured all of them in the Zhongren mansion, and, last night, executed all of them in secret." "What?" With these words, only then did a slight change appear on Wang Taiyu's face, which was as if it was an ancient well. Wang Taiyu's face, which was covered with grooves, was suddenly furrowed with frowns. "How can that be? The spies I have planted are obviously hidden very secretly, and for so many years, never exposed. How come this time? Actually all exposed at once. Was a pot of end? Wang Taijung felt that this matter was strange. Ever since the death of the late emperor of Great Zhou, who chose Long Ruoxi, who was a mere daughter, to succeed the throne. At that time, he had already begun to plan a rebellion to take away the throne. After all these years, carefully laid out, step by step, increasing their power little by little, it also kept sending spies to the palace. And with Long Ruoxi's mind, she has never found out. On the contrary, he also trusted himself very much. Even if a few scouts were stupid and accidentally exposed, that should be a minority. This time, all of them were exposed at once and were taken out in one pot, which really made Wang Taiyun find it unbelievable. Could it be that this Long Ruoxi has gotten smarter overnight? In Wang Taiyu's eyes, Long Ruoxi is just a vase. Nothing at all but looks. She wouldn't have that ability to wipe out all the traitors she'd laid in one fell swoop. Wang Taiyu pondered for a while, and a few chills emerged from his deep eye sockets, and said to the servant again, "So what's the latest addition to Long Ruoxi's side?" "Well, no." The servant thought carefully and shook his head, but after a moment's hesitation, he added, "If I may insist, there have been some changes in the Imperial Guards around Long Ruoxi. Sun Yunlong, the head of the Imperial Guards, who was originally loyal to his lordship, was suddenly replaced a few days ago, and the new appointee is a man named Su Hong. Previously this person has been unknown in the palace and basically has no connections, but ever since Long Ruoxi promoted him to chief of the Imperial Guards, he seems to have summoned this Su Hong many times. And the last news from the palace scouts was that this man personally arrested all our scouts, even Eunuch Li and Sun Yunlong, all caught by this man." Oh, upon hearing this news, Wang Taiyun came to a sudden realization. That can't be wrong. It's this Su Hong. It's definitely this Su Hong who's helping Long Ruoxi around her. It took Long Ruoxi to wipe out my scouts. This one called Su Hong. I'm sure he's by no means a good master to deal with. What then? A few chills flashed in that servant's eyes. If this person is so powerful, do we need to send someone from my little one to take him? The servant said, making a neck-wiping motion. Not yet. Wang Taiyu shook his head. I told you, anyone in this world has a use. This Su Hong, he cut down all my scouts in a few days. He must be quite capable. This kind of person. If Long Ruoxi can use them, can't I use them? Wang Taiyu pondered for a while and finally said to that servant, arrange for a few people to meet this Lord Su Hong Su. Tell them that Chief Counselor Wang Taiyuan wants to see him. Look at his attitude. If his attitude is ambiguous and his stance is not firm, we can naturally pull him in, but if he doesn't give face, then it's not too late to do away with it. Chapter 17. Since helping the Empress find all the traitors, for a few days in a row, the Empress didn't give Su Hong any more new tasks. Su Hong is considered idle, but Su Hong didn't waste her time. He continued to cultivate the heavenly evil divine skill, as well as the newly arrived body technique, Thundering 3000. This Thunderous 30,000 is a divine skill in a metaphysical novel. This continent, as of now, is a low martial world. There is the heavenly evil divine power for hitting and the Thunderous 1000 for running. Wouldn't one be invincible? After practicing, Su Hong also took the time to study the system's lottery function. That was a new function that the system had turned on the last time I gave the Empress a massage. Su Hong's mind moved, and the system interface appeared before his eyes. Host, Su Hong. Realm, first-rate expert top. Martial arts, heavenly evil divine power. Thundering 3000. In-laws, 3. Heart points, 0. Number of draws, 0. 10 heart points can be exchanged for 1 draw. Su Hong realized that after the system turned on the lottery function, his panel gained an additional heart point. System description. Heart points have to be passed, and the object of the marriage is moved to one's heart, in order to gain a variable number of points. This gave Su Hong a headache. It's fairly easy to brush up on good feelings and still get it done, but this one makes the in-laws move on to themselves, which is a bit hard. After all, the in-laws bound by the system are not ordinary women, either empresses or county lords, and the swordswoman. Getting them to turn on themselves is really harder than getting to heaven, but with good sense, it should be sooner rather than later as well. It's just going to be a long wait. It looks like Su Hong still has a long way to go on her journey to raid her harem. Su Hong practiced all morning, getting ready to go out and fix some food. Su Hong was promoted to chief of the Imperial Guards, and helped the Empress find out all the traitors planted by Wang Taiyu. Although she didn't ask for a reward, Long Ruoxi still rewarded some gold and silver treasures, still in the capital city outside the palace. The reward Su Hong with a mansion. The mansion was large, with wigwams, gardens, and servants, and all the equipment was available, but I don't know if it was Long Ruoxi's intention or unintentional. The mansion was given away, but it was not equipped with any of the maids. Hey, looks like it's my baby dragon that's watching me so closely. Wouldn't want me to have too much contact with another woman. Gee, that must be it. Su-hong couldn't help but think somewhat narcissistically. With a mansion, Su-hong naturally doesn't live in her old group home. Instead, they moved here. If you have something to do, you can just report to the palace again. It's not very far anyway, but the bad thing is also there. Is equipped with a cook, the strength is too weak. Su-hong, a modern man. I'm not used to eating the craftsmanship here, so from time to time I have to go out and fix my own food and cook it myself. Su-hong closed the mansion and was just about to go out. A wagon stopped right in front of the house. Su-hong froze in place, watching the gold-rimmed carriage come over. He's still sighing inwardly. The mansion that Baby Long rewarded himself with is really located in the most luxurious part of the imperial capital. All the people living on this street are big families with big names, and any carriage is trimmed with gold. Su-hong turned around and was just about to leave. Who knew that a tall man dressed in black would come down from the carriage and a low voice sounded behind Su-hong. You are Lord Su-hong Su, right? Call me? Su-hong froze and turned to look at the black-robed man in front of her. Just looking at it, he instantly sensed that the strength of the man in black in front of him was extraordinary. At the very least, they all have the strength of a first-rate expert. Su-hong's gaze slightly stared at the other party. It's me? What can I do for you, Your Excellency? The man in black looked at Su-hong without the slightest emotion in his eyes and slowly said, I'm a man of Lord Wang Taiyuan, the head minister of the dynasty, my lord, and I'd like to invite you to the carriage. Come with us to meet him. Wang Taiyu's? Hearing this name, Su-hong's heart trembled. This is Long Ruoshi's beloved enemy, and at the same time, the great Zhou dynasty, a truly powerful person. With just a single word, the lives of countless people in Great Zhou could be decided dead or alive. And Su-hong's ultimate goal was to help Long Ruoshi solve this big trouble. Put this rebel down. Just what Su-hong didn't expect was that his side had only just begun to lay out. The other side, however, sat down first. I can't believe that he came straight to my door and asked for a face-to-face meeting. Then I guess it must be that matter of getting rid of the traitor that alarmed that old thing and made him sit up and take notice. Su-hong looked at the man in black in front of him. The other guy didn't do it directly. That would mean that Wang Taiyun was not yet planning to directly take his own life. Guess they wanted to see if they could use themselves, worthy of being able to become the chief minister. His mind is really deep enough. Although Su-hong could just tear his face off and finish off this black-clothed man in front of him on the street. Give that old thing a head start. But once he did, there were still quite a few passers-by around that. At that time, Wang Tai will use the reason that he killed his servant as an excuse to report himself in the court, and then unite with the ministers to put pressure on him, forcing Long Ruoshi to abolish himself. That would be too much for both himself and Long Ruoshi. Think about it. Su-hong still didn't plan to do it in the downtown area. A smile appeared on his face as he said to the man in black, since it was ordered by the chief minister, I naturally have no reason to disobey. Then please lead the way. Brother. The black-clothed men were a bit surprised to see Su-hong being so good at talking. He had thought that it would take some words to persuade the other party. It's even possible that the other party, if they're rigid, might even have to make a move. He was all ready to strike. But the fact that Su-hong could agree to it saved him a lot of things. The man in black sidestepped and made a gesture of invitation. Then please, my lord, get into the carriage. Yes. Su-hong was not skeptical and took a step onto the carriage. The man in black pulled the curtain of the carriage up, then jumped onto the carriage with a ride. The carriage moved and, straight to the royal residence used by Wang Tai. About 20 minutes, Su-hong arrived at Wang Tai's residence. Looking at this luxurious mansion, the mansion was decorated. And it wasn't even worse than the one in the palace anymore. Su-hong sighed in her heart. He himself was complacent about Long Ruoshi rewarding him with a mansion before. However, compared to this big mansion of others, his own mansion is no different from a pigsty. However, the more luxurious it was, the more it showed the ambition of this Wang Taiyu. I am only afraid that he is not willing to live in such a luxurious mansion at all. What he was thinking about was only to move into the palace and enter the Great Zhou. My lord, please come inside. My master has been waiting for a long time. The man in black sidled up respectfully. Yes. Su-hong stepped forward, not the least bit timid and nervous, and strutted into the royal residence. Soon, inside the luxurious hall of the royal residence, Su-hong meets the legendary chief minister of the dynasty, the one-handed Wang Taiyu. Wang Taiyu first narrowed his eyes and sized up Su-hong. Then he actually took the initiative to stand up to greet him. Your Excellency is Lord Su, right? What a rare guest. Rare guest. Lord Su, this way please. Come on man, watch the tea. Let me have a good chat with Lord Su. Chapter 18, Wang Taiyu's pulling together. Wang Taiyu's enthusiasm was a surprise to Su Hong. After all, he didn't believe that Wang Tai used this identity, this intelligence capability. Could he not know that the eyes he had planted in the palace that? Was it all because of him that Su Hong was plucked? He's a prime minister. To raise such a large number of people to specifically invite himself, a small chief of imperial guards, to his door, doesn't that just mean that he already knows about it? After all, Wang Taijun is a human being. Su Hong's age is there. Still cannot guess what Wang Tai with the heart, can only be unchanged, sitting here quietly drinking tea, to see what Wang Tai with in the end want to do? After a brief courtesy, the conversation would naturally turn to business. The people in the hall, all of them were dispatched away, leaving only the black-robed man who had invited Su Hong to come. Wang Taiyu looked into Su Hong's eyes and slowly spoke. Lord Su, I heard that you've been doing well in the palace lately. Just a short time after taking office, all of the old man's people in the palace were eliminated in one fell swoop. I must say, Lord Su is really good at this. Wang Taiyun said this without a trace of anger. On the contrary, there was even a hint of a smile on his furrowed face. It was as if those people Su Hong had killed had nothing to do with him in the slightest. Still, the air chilled as those words fell. All at once it became somewhat frozen. Su Hong froze for a moment, then looked down at the man in black, and then did not change color in the slightest. Also said with a smile on his face, Lord Wang is joking about that. Joking? Yes? Wang Taiyu laughed. Could it be that the dozens of traitors that the palace recently executed? Doesn't it have anything to do with Lord Su at all? That's naturally not true. Su Hong took a sip of tea and then said, those people, indeed, were prosecuted by me and interrogated by the Zhongrenfu. After finally confirming that it was a scout, His Majesty then ordered the execution. What I meant when I said Your Honor was joking was that Your Honor was planting spies in the palace. This is a major offense that will kill all 9 clans, even if you're the head counselor. If you're found out, you'll be executed by firing squad. And Your Honor can talk about it with my humble servant without moving a muscle. Are you not afraid that my humble servant will prosecute and punish Your Honor? Now that we're talking about it, it's naturally impossible to make peace. Su Hong was also sharp, pointing her spear directly at Wang Taiyu. When Wang Taiyu heard this, he first frowned slightly, but then quickly melted away. He suddenly laughed out loud, then looked at Su Hong and said, You're right, planting spies in the palace is indeed a capital offense. But since I can say this in front of Lord Su, voluntarily admitting that, naturally, there's the certainty that Lord Su won't spread the word. Oh, Su Hong frowned. Lord Wang, what is the meaning of this? Someone, serve it up. Wang Taiyu shouted towards the door. Soon, boxes of gold and silver treasures, jewels and paintings, damasks and silks were carried in by the underlings. There were a dozen large boxes. Even behind these treasures, there came in 10 top-class beauties of national color and beauty. One by one, daintily, they lined up in front of Su Hong and sweetly shouted in unison. Hello, Lord Seo. Hello guys. Hello guys. Hey. Despite the different positions, beautiful women should be appreciated. After Su Hong had given all 10 beauties a hard look, only then did she turn her head to look at Wang Taiyun, pretending to be surprised. He said, Lord Wang, what are you? Wang Tai saw all of Su Hong's performance, especially when he saw the beauty's eyes glowing. Wang Taiyun instantly pinpointed Su Hong's weakness. It's a womanizer. Given these worldly weaknesses, that's a good point. With the power of Wang Taiyu, it is not a matter of minutes to take him down with money and beauty. Wang Taiyu laughed. Lord Su, these gold, silver, treasures, and beauties are my old man's welcome gift to you. I know that those scouts before were all removed by Lord Su's hands for Emperor Longruoshi, but if we can get a talent like Lord Su to work for Lao Fu, those useless people in the palace, folded and folded, how about it? Lord Su, think about it? I promise that what Longruoshi can give you, I can also give you. What Longruoshi can't give you, Lao Fu can still give you. Wang Taiyu is very confident. He has always been very accurate in reading people. In his opinion, Su Hong was nothing but an imperial guard, even if he had Longruoshi's trust, nor was he loyal to Longruoshi to any extent. The only thing such people look at is the word profit. As long as the benefits were in place, he could work for Longruoshi, then naturally he could also work for himself. Although Su Hong seems to be a womanizer, but after all, he is the closest chief of imperial guards beside Longruoshi, and he has certainly gained a lot of Longruoshi's trust by getting rid of that internal traitor. The value of such a man, if he could be brought under his command, it could be said that it was even more than the dozens of scouts that had been lost before combined. And Su Hong wasn't surprised by what Wang Taiyun said. He got rid of the traitor Wang Taiyu, and the other party didn't kill him and invited him over. The odds are that it's just going to be pulled together. However, if it was an ordinary person, they might really be persuaded by Wang Taiyu. Wang Taiyuan is so powerful that he's already overshadowed Long Ruoxi. Follow Wang Taiyuan. It seems to be really promising than with Long Ruoxi. But Su Hong was no ordinary person. He's got a system. The system has bound Long Ruoxi to be his primary in-law. To put it bluntly, isn't that the future wife? One does not help one's future wife. Help this old man? Especially when looking at Long Ruoxi's most recent calamity. After this, Wang Taiyu seized the imperial throne. Even trashed Long Ruoxi. This kind of living, dare to have thoughts about his own woman. Su Hong kill him even too late. How can you be on his side? Su Hong was full of thoughts. He himself was now only a few feet away from Wang Taiyu, and if he forced his hand, is it possible to just kill it and just get it over with? But after a moment of hesitation, Su Hong still didn't make a move. Not to mention that the man in black beside Wang Taiyuan was not weak. In this hall, it looks like it's just the three of them. In fact, Su Hong has long detected a lot of breath hidden in the dark. If it is a strike, I'm afraid that no less than 10 first-class experts can be drilled out in an instant. And putting that aside, Su Hong, because he was so close to Wang Taiyuan, he actually noticed that Wang Taiyu's that seemingly old body inside, but also faintly exudes a kind of breath that makes him very scornful. Most likely, this Wang Taiyuan himself was also a super expert. In this way, the success rate of striking is too low, and you yourself will be in danger. Su Hong could only give up for the time being. He could only wait until later, when he had cultivated a few more layers of his heavenly evil divine skill, and then find another opportunity. After thinking for a while, Su Hong raised her head and looked at Wang Taiyuan, who had a few moments of anticipation in her eyes. Still shaking his head, he smiled. I'm sorry, Lord Wang. Your request. I refuse. Chapter 19. You can't keep me. Originally, this was something that Su Hong didn't have to think about. How could he possibly do anything for Wang Taiyuan? Open your mouth and just refuse to be done with it. Su Hong's expression was always very calm. Even turned his head and looked at the 10 beautiful women again, mentally sighing. It's just a shame that each of these 10 pretty ladies is a national treasure. What? Wang Taiyuan sniffed and frowned. He thought he'd heard wrong. Wang Taiyu stared at Su Hong and asked again, Lord Su, did I hear you correctly? You're going to refuse? Yes, I refuse. Su Hong said this old thing. Old age? This all to repeat? Wang Taiyuan's face was completely ugly now, but there was no immediate outburst. Instead, he sneered and looked at Su Hong. Lord Su, can you know that no one in the Great Zhou has yet been able to refuse Lao Fu? I don't know. Since no one has refused Lord Wang before, then I will be the first today. Su Hong smiled faintly. Give face. The black-clothed man next to him, who hadn't said anything, couldn't sit still. He had looked down on Su Hong from the start and didn't think there was anything in Su Hong that was worth the Lord's trouble. Now seeing that Su Hong was so unforgiving, she immediately stepped forward and seemed to make a move. However, Wang Taiyu still stopped him and then asked Su Hong, Lord Su, do you really not think about it anymore? Your allegiance to Long Ruoxi, until your death, is nothing more than a chief of the Imperial Guards. The official position is only a mere 6th rank. That's all there is in this life. But if you follow old husband, that's a completely different story. When old husband seizes the imperial throne, you will be the number one merit of the old man. When the time comes, money and status, beautiful women, you still have what you want, but anyone who is a discerning person, between the old man and Long Ruoxi, understands who to choose, right? Wang Taiyuan is obviously not yet dead in the water. Wanted to persuade Su Hong one last time. Wait. Su Hong looked towards Wang Taiyuan, her face pretending to be surprised. Lord Wang, did my humble servant hear correctly? In addition to planting traitors within the palace, did you not just say that you were going to plot a rebellion? To take His Majesty's throne? Wang Taiyuan froze and then sneered. Right. The old man did say that. The old man has been laying out his plans for many years, and in today's situation, there's no need to hide this matter. Before Lord Su came. If not, he didn't know about it yet? It was just a suspicion before. It's still not the same as Your Honor saying it himself. Su Hong grinned. Since your lordship has admitted it with his own mouth, I have reason to go back and enlighten His Majesty. Please ask her to issue a warrant for the arrest of your lordship. What did you say? Catch me in the act? Ha ha. Listening to what Su Hong said, Wang Taiyu was first stunned, and then both were amused by Su Hong. He looked at Su Hong as if he was looking at a little cutie. General eyes. Kid, I thought you were somewhat capable of getting rid of all the traitors arranged by Lao Fu, but when I see you today, it really makes me wonder if you're a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead mouse. Let's not talk about whether or not you alone can make Long Ruoxi order the arrest of Lao Fu with your straight talk. Even if you can, then you think that after hearing so much from the old man, you won't say yes today. Can you walk out of this chancellor's mansion of mine? Wang Tai used the moment his voice fell. Within the originally empty parlor hall, a dozen black shadows suddenly sprang out from the corners at once. Each one of them had an unassuming breath and a strong aura. Sweeping his eyes over, it was actually a clean sweep of first-class experts, including the black-robed man beside Wang Taiyun, who also walked up at this moment. Together with the dozen or so first-class experts, they instantly surrounded Su Hong, forming a siege. The black-robed man in the lead stared at Su Hong, a cruel smile on his face. Lord Su, my master gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, then I'll just have to send you to the Yellow Springs. Su Hong's gaze flickered slightly. The situation at hand, after all, was a dozen first-rate experts surrounding they. Su Hong still felt some pressure. His current strength is, at most, a first-rate supreme expert. Even if one utilized the heavenly evil divine skill, one could at most deal with 3 first-rate experts at the same time, and that would already be the limit. Letting him deal with a dozen of them at once was only a slim chance of winning, coupled with the fact that Wang Taiyu was still watching from behind. Su Hong had just sensed that the chief chancellor that. It's also quite unusual. The chances of a hard fight today are really slim. However, Su Hong was not flustered, and his gaze swept over those experts with a grin. Lord Wang has really gone to great lengths to deal with me. A small chief of the Imperial Guards. Get a great number of people involved. Surprisingly, even the team of first-rate experts that they have cultivated have been deployed. That's natural. Wang Taiyu smiled faintly. If Lord Su doesn't make a move, with a single strike, he plucked out all the spies that Lao Fu had planted for so many years. Against someone like you, Lao Fu certainly wouldn't dare to be careless. What? If Lord Su still wants to live this life, do you want to sit down and reconsider? Wang Taiyun said, picked up his teacup and calmly took a sip of tea. Su Hong, however, was not the least bit flustered. Although a frontal fight may not be possible, but running? Surely you can run. After all, Su Hong had been practicing the newly arrived 3000 Thunders diligently for the past 2 days. The stance in this metaphysical novel, when taken to this low martial arts world, is it not a descending blow? Su Hong laughed. Lord Wang, I'm just afraid that if you want to kill me today, it won't be that easy. Joke. That black-robed man in the heart of Wang Taiyun's men smiled contemptuously. He knew Su Hong was a first-class expert, but with this formation of theirs, even if a first-class supreme expert came, he would have to be accounted for here. Do it. Take the man down. Yes. The man in black led the way and swept towards Su Hong. The remaining dozen or so first-rate masters are all armed with battle axes, knives and forks. All of them killed Su Hong from a most tricky dead end. Generally speaking, at this point it is already bound to be certain death. But this time, the thunder was loud. Rumble. Strong thunder suddenly reverberated violently throughout the halls of the royal residence. A terrifying electric current visible to the naked eye jumped continuously on the soles of Su Hong's feet. Seeing a dozen or so first-class expert-level killers, they came towards him in a siege. Su Hong's body suddenly swept out a terrifying residual shadow, along with the powerful roar of thunder. Su Hong almost instantly transformed into an electric light and swept straight out. The speed of the moment was so fast that the first-rate experts who had rushed over to the, it looks almost as if it's standing still. Brush. Su Hong effortlessly escaped the encirclement in an instant by utilizing Thunderbolt 3000. The people had come outside the hall. What? All the killers all pounced, their faces in disbelief. Together with Wang Taiyu, he also looked beyond the hall. Nothing like Su Hong, and in his deep gaze, a strong amazement surfaced. What kind of light skill is this? How is the speed so fast? The man in black was also stunned. After all, they were all first-rate experts, and their lightweight skills were all not weak. But to be able to be so much slower than Su Hong and let the other party escape the encirclement so easily, it is really overwhelming. Wang Taiyu frowned. No wonder this person dared to come to my royal residence alone. So he has such a card. Su Hong was standing outside the hall at the moment, looking at the gang of killers with wide eyes and smiling contemptuously. Used the word to Wang Tai. Lord Wang, I told you, your people can't keep me. What Lord Wang said to me today, I'll go back and inform His Majesty of all of it. As is. And please, Lord Wang, get ready. After saying these words, Su Hong didn't care what reaction Wang Tai used. Her feet flicked and she leapt forward. The person then transformed into a ray of lightning and swept directly outside the royal residence, leaving only the original spot, Wang Taiyun and the man in black and other assassins, looking at Su Hong, who had left in style. Their faces were all hard to see. Chapter 20 Long Ruoshi's questioning. Su Hong ran out of Wang Taiyu's prime minister's residence. Looking back, this Wang Taiyun is obviously not dead in the water, and sent a couple of tailgetters to follow. However, after practicing Thundering 3000 himself, his lightweight skills are placed in today's world. I'm afraid no one can beat it. It's a wonder these little karamis can keep up. Su Hong's eyes flickered. With a flash of his body, he went straight to his place, the imperial study. Long Ruwashi was sitting in front of her bookcase, dealing with the political affairs of the court, and to one side of her, a ray of sunlight hit the side of her face, illuminating it as both holy and noble. Your Majesty, Su Ruoyu walked in and reported to Long Ruwashi after respectfully seeing her. Just now my scouts have received new information that the chief minister, Lord Wang, sent someone to Lord Su Hongsu's residence to invite Lord Su to Lord Wang's residence. Oh, hearing this news, the quill in the hand of Long Ruwashi, who was in the middle of writing in approval, trembled slightly. Then he put down the brush and looked at Su Ruoyu. He went, go for it. Su Ruoyu nodded. No resistance at all? No resistance. The scouts even made it clear that Lord Su went in high spirits. Snap. Once Long Ruwashi heard this, she slapped her quill on the bookcase in dissatisfaction. What does Su Hong mean by this? Can it be that he wants to be a wallflower and fall on both sides? Long Ruwashi did panic a bit when she heard this news. Wang Taiyu found Su Hong and even invited him to his residence. The intention to draw in is obvious. What if Su Hong agreed to the conditions set by Wang Taiyun? After all, in Wang Taiyun's case, what she, Long Ruwashi, could give, Wang Taiyun could give just as well. What you can't give yourself, Wang Taiyus can also give. Long Ruwashi really doesn't dare to guarantee it. Su Hong can resist temptation. Su Hong's strength, ability, is obvious to all. Such a talent, if it falls to Wang Taiyuan's side, definitely a huge loss for Long Daryl. She might even lose to Wang Taiyu in this power struggle because of it. In that case, that outcome was something she didn't even dare to think about. Su Ruoyu hesitated and couldn't help but open her mouth to defend Su Hong. I don't have much contact with Lord Su though, but from what I know of Lord Su, he should not abandon your majesty. Stand over Wang Taiyan. Hearing Su Ruoyu's words, Long Ruwashi was a bit surprised. She remembers this valet of hers, but I've never opened my mouth to say a word about anyone else's business before. But today, why is it so uncharacteristic to actually help Su Hong? Long Ruwashi looked at Su Ruoyu as if she was mindlessly saying, Ruoyu, it seems that your relationship with Su Hong is quite good. Su Ruoyu couldn't help but tremble slightly when she heard the Empress say this, then hurriedly shook his head. Your Majesty is joking. The slave girl was born to be loyal to your Majesty alone. His Majesty is the one that the slave girl is close to, and anyone else besides that has nothing to do with the slave girl. Oh, that's good. Long Ruwashi nodded. Of course she was just asking. She didn't feel that with Su Ruoyu's cool nature. What kind of intimate relationship could Su Hong have with her? Apparently also, Long Ruwashi was too confident. If she knew that her most trusted valet, having once been in the closest contact with Su Hong, even on Su Ruoyu's own initiative, I don't know how I would feel. Long Ruwashi thought about it. It was decided to summon Su Hong in for questioning. After all, he could listen to Su Hong's heart, though most of Su Hong's heartfelt voice was that of a rogue intent. But somehow, it also meant that Su Hong would actually have no more secrets to keep when she was on her own. Go, summon Su Hong to meet me in the imperial study. Here, Su Ruoyu nodded, and immediately retired. When Su Ruoyu walked out of the imperial study, only then did Long Ruwashi slap heavily on the bookcase, her beautiful eyes flashing with thick unhappiness. The tone was hateful. Su Hong, if you dare to promise Wang Taiyu, I will kill you by 1,000 cuts. Achoo! Having just come out of Wang Taiyu's royal residence and returned to her own place, Su Hong sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered about who was cursing him behind his back, while getting ready to pack and move quickly. Since he had now completely offended Wang Taiyun, then this dwelling is uninhabitable. It's too dangerous. Wang Taiyuan, that old boy, didn't do himself in this time. The odds are that a hit man will definitely be sent to assassinate himself. Although Su Hong is not so afraid of Wang Taizhong, our strength is here, but it's tiring to be on guard all day. Solely prepared to find a new place to stay in the imperial capital. Just about to pack up though, a message from the palace arrived. Summon yourself urgently to an audience with His Majesty. Su Hong froze. He said to himself that he had only been massaging the Empress for 2 days. Long Ruwashi is calling herself again? Could it be that the last massage was so good that she got a little horny? If the Empress summoned her, Su Hong could only put down the matter in hand. Let's face the Empress first. Su Hong changed into her official uniform. Take your saber and head straight for the palace. Your Majesty, Lord Su, head of the Imperial Guards, seeks an audience. He's here? Long Ruwashi's expression did not change. Let him in. Yes, soon. Su Hong entered with a quick step. My humble servant, kowtow to your Majesty. Level off. Thank you, your Majesty. Su Hong stood up and looked at Long Ruwashi. I wonder what your Majesty's sudden summoning of the minister is all about. Long Ruoshi stared at Su Hong with an indifferent expression. I heard that Lord Su is quite busy today. The chief minister, Lord Wang Taiyun, invited you to go over and have a talk. I wonder, how is the talk? Upon hearing this, Su Hong's face changed. I'll go. Haven't had a chance to report it myself yet. And this Long Ruoshi already knows? In the end, it was the emperor. Even if he was gradually hollowed out by Wang Tai, the sources are really good. Su Hong's face did not change, and her voice was not condescending as she said, Your Majesty, I was about to report this to you. Early this morning, that fellow Wang Taiyu sent someone to my residence to invite me over. I thought to myself that Wang Taiju after all, the first minister, I naturally not good to refuse, and thinking that I could also help His Majesty to spy on the other side's reality, I went along. When I arrived at Wang Taiyu's residence, as expected, Wang Taiyun first solicited me with gold, silver, treasures and beautiful women, and later blackmailed me with force. Only both were rejected by me. Oh, you refused? Long Ruoshi narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Hong. With Wang Taijun's skill, the amount of money given must be enormous, and the beauties must be of the first class. The reward must be better than me, and this you refuse? That's a definite no. As beautiful as the beauties are, and as many as they are, that doesn't compare to one of you, baby dragon. I'm so brain dead that I agreed to use Wang Tai. Su Hong's heartfelt voice entered Long Ruoshi's ears. Long Ruoshi's pretty face suddenly blushed. This asshole, actually comparing me to those rouges. But the moment Su Hong's heartfelt words popped up, Long Ruoshi was also relieved. It showed that Su Hong had not submitted to Wang Taiyun as he had feared. Chapter 21 How the dirty work is all mine. Su Hong put on a loyal face and shook her head at Long Ruoshi. His Majesty has promoted me. How could I possibly betray His Majesty? I swore in my heart to serve His Majesty to the death from the day I became the head of the Imperial Guard. Bow down and die. Su Hong didn't know that Long Ruoshi could listen to her heart, so with a flurry of righteous speeches, to show their loyalty, I'll trust you. Long Ruoshi nodded. Level off. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Hong stood up, thought for a moment, and added, Your Majesty, this time I went to Wang Taiyu's residence, discovered that Wang Taiyun raised no less than 10 first-rate experts around him, all of whom were not bad. Very dangerous. In addition to this, my close friend also found that Wang Taiyu himself is not simple. Though he tried his best to suppress his aura, the minister still noticed that his aura was not bad. I'm only afraid that his own strength will never be lower than that of a first-class expert, and has been hidden for many years. Oh, there's such a thing? Long Ruoshi's face changed slightly. The fact that Wang Taiyun had bodyguards around him was something that Long Ruoshi had known about long ago, but Wang Taiyun himself was also an expert with outstanding strength. And it was really the first time that Long Ruoshi knew about it. If Su Hong hadn't discovered such important information, Long Ruoshi probability to arrange killers to go to assassinate Wang Tai with, when the result need not think, certainly as a basket of water is empty, will also fold in a few experts. Long Ruoshi stood up, her face chilling. This Wang Taiyu, how dare he, being in possession of martial arts, actually kept it from me all this time. It can be seen that its wolfishness is not a day or two old. He's extremely strong in his own right, and protected by a dozen or so first-rate experts, sent to assassinate. It's already hard to kill. Long Ruoshi frowned and asked Su Hong, Su Qing, what do you have in mind? Wei, Su Hong thought about it. Assassination is definitely not realistic, unless he could practice the heavenly evil divine skill to more than 20 layers, but this is only unlikely for a short time. Then it's all about tactics. Let Wang Taiyu lose his power. Su Hong slowly said, Your Majesty, Wang Taiyun is a cautious man. Sending an assassin to kill him will have little chance of success. We can only weaken Wang Taiyun's power little by little, so that he slowly loses his strength in the dynasty. When the time is ripe, then remove him from office in one fell swoop. It will be much easier to resolve this person then. Wang Taiyu has such a big say in the dynasty. The main thing is that he has embraced too many bases in the dynasty, and with a single word, he can gain the support of many important ministers. Then naturally, he could call the shots in the Great Zhou dynasty and say whatever he wanted. If he wanted to confront Wang Taiyu, then he could only seek the support of other important ministers. Find someone with more words than Wang Tai used, or a similar difference, to come out and stand on Long Ruoshi's side. So is there such a person in the Great Zhou dynasty? It's still true. Although Su Hong had crossed over, he had the memories of the original owner. He knows just one person. Your Majesty, if we can get the support of the veteran of the 3 dynasties, Sung Sharan, Sun Senior, invite him to come out and support the court. Then won't he be able to suppress Wang Taiyu's popularity? Song Sharan? When she heard this name, Long Ruoshi was shocked for a moment. The name Song Sharan could be said to be unknown in Great Zhou. This man has been around since the founding of the Great Zhou. This great man, and through 3 dynasties, every generation of emperors trusted him and entrusted him with important tasks, and he was the absolute pillar of the dynasty. It's just that by the time Long Ruoshi succeeded to the throne, the bigot was really too old for that, so he resigned from his important post, took a dummy post, and went home to enjoy his old age. Otherwise, with the power and ability of this great man, when the late emperor left the guiding ministers, how could it not be Wang Tai's turn to use it? And having been through 3 dynasties, even the important ministers of the dynasty have the utmost respect for this Song Lao. Truly a peach and a plum. If this great man comes out and speaks and shakes up the court of the day, even if Wang Taizhong is arrogant, I'm afraid he won't dare to mess around. Long Ruoshi nodded. Elder Song is indeed renowned, but he is old, having reached the age of 90. If we invite him to come out at this time, I'm only afraid that his old man's body won't be able to carry it. Everything has to be tried. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Su Hong felt that sometimes it might not be necessary for Song Sharan to do anything. As long as he can show up at court, he can accomplish a lot. Long Ruoshi frowned and thought slightly. Then, well, I grant it. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong. I'll leave the matter of inviting Elder Song to you. You must do your best to invite Elder Song to come out at all costs. Me? Su Hong froze for a moment. No, big sister. Is there really no one else available around you? How come everything is me? I'm a 6th-ranked Imperial Chief of Guards. It's still a toss-up whether or not the Song family gate will let me in. I can't believe I have to go and invite Elder Song out. Why don't you just let me go find you an Earth Immortal and kill Wang Taiyun with a sword? It's faster that way. Su Hong's heart spat out He really felt that he was now like Penumbra in Journey to the West. Let yourself, a part-time worker, do the most highly skilled work. It's almost as if the capitalists are weeping at the sound of it. This asshole hasn't done anything yet, and he's starting to scream? And unfortunately, all of Su Hong's heartfelt tirades were heard clearly by Long Ruoshi. Long Ruoshi's face turned a little red with anger, especially since Heartbeat used to call himself Baby Dragon. Now even the big sister is out. It wasn't that she liked the term Baby Dragon. Rather, Big Sister is just too licentious. Long Ruoshi gritted her teeth, but she couldn't rebuke the other party directly because of Su Hong's heartfelt words. Otherwise it was inevitable that Su Hong would be suspicious. Long Ruoshi took a breath and added another sentence. Right, that's you. If you can't finish this, you'll have your head on a platter. What? Bring your head to the table? Su Hong was dumbfounded to hear it again. What? You have a problem with that? Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong. No, where would I dare? Ha? Su Hong hurriedly shook her head. Little girl, you wait for me. I'll give you a moment of arrogance now. One of these days, I'm going to pin you down on that dragon bed of yours, put a stocking on you, and meow for your day. You. When Long Ruoshi heard Su Hong's heartfelt voice, she almost couldn't hold back from calling for someone to drag Su Hong out and chop her up. But Su Hong was right about one thing. Long Ruoshi really has no one around her now. Except for Su Hong, Su Ruoyu, the few close guards, those ministers of the court, she no longer had any to trust. We can only hope for Su Hong. Of course she knew that Su Hong was a bit tired from doing so many things on her own. Long Ruoshi thought, when I have the chance, I will definitely reward Su Hong. Seeing him like this, ordinary gold and silver treasures, I'm afraid he's not interested in them, and even better secret martial arts books. It couldn't compare to his heavenly evil divine power. By the way, didn't this guy keep saying that he wanted me to wear black silk for once? Then if he can invite Elder Song this time, then I'll wear it once for him. Chapter 22, It's almost time. Su Hong didn't know this thought in Long Ruoshi's heart yet. If he knew, I'm afraid that this time is to break his life. All to Song allowed of him to take that's a country's empress. Long Ruoshi, being able to get each other to wear black silk for once? It's the ultimate dream as a man. Unfortunately, Su Hong didn't know that. He left the imperial study slowly and methodically. Be prepared to take your time and there is no rush. Elder Song was, after all, old, and a superb man like a 3-dynasty veteran. To invite him, for one thing, you have to throw yourself at him to impress him. Secondly, he also had to show something in order to give Song Lao a reason to impress himself. All of this requires Su Hong to prepare before she can act. Su Hong walked slowly towards the outside of the palace. His plan was to wait and find a couple of little eunuchs, guards, or whatever, and ask around. These people usually have nothing better to do than to chew the cud, knowing much more than Su Hong for sure. Su Hong walked. A beautiful and atmospheric bedchamber appeared in front of Su Hong's sight. This bedchamber was bright, and in the palace, it was second only to the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Long Ruoshi's bedchamber. Su Hong felt a bit familiar when she first saw it and quickly reacted. I'll go. Isn't this the bedchamber of that bear child Long Xiaokite? When it came to Long Xiaokite, Su Hong was not very impressed. A young sheriff who grew up with a lack of education and a bratty and bossy attitude. Though the other person is the object of their marriage, right? But it always gave Su Hong a feeling of not being very mentally stable. It's better to stay away from each other if possible. Su Hong accelerated her pace, wanting to go quickly from here quickly, but unexpectedly, just after passing all the way through, the door of this bedchamber opened in a good way. Several eunuchs carried the step carriage, carrying Long Xiaokite, and came out. When Long Xiaokite saw Su Hong, he first froze, then his eyes widened and he directly shouted out in surprise, "Brother Su Hong, what are you doing here?" Long Xiaokite jumped out of the step carriage at once, and jumped directly to Su Hong's side in 3 steps and 2 steps. One grabbed his arm and asked with a flourish, "Brother Su Hong, are you here specifically to see people? When you left last time, I asked you to come back to see me next time, but you're so cruel and you haven't come for so many days. I've been longing for you day and night, and finally you're here. Do you realize that if you don't come, I'm going to find my royal sister, took you by force and dedicated you to be my personal guard." Long Xiaokite kept Su Hong's arm and rubbed while saying that. Su Hong only felt 2 pieces of soft flesh squeezing incessantly on her arms. "Don't tell me, it's pretty cool. This chick isn't very old, but she's quite well developed." Su Hong couldn't help but think, "Hate it, brother Su Hong. If you like it, I'll rub against you again." Long Xiaokite's pretty face blushed when she heard Su Hong's heartfelt words. Very boldly, he leaned his entire body against Su Hong, coming into a completely zero-distance intimate contact. "It's been a long time, Sheriff. My humble servant just happened to be passing by today." Su Hong was rubbed quite well by Long Xiaokite though, but the other's overzealousness made him feel a little tired, so tried to find an excuse to bolt. "I have business to attend to later, so I'll take my leave." "No going." Long Xiaokite grabbed Su Hong's arm in a death grip and huffed. "I've been looking forward to you for so many days, and it's so hard to get you here, and you want to leave like this? Not even the door," he said, and then instructed his men, "Send the step chariot back. I'm not going to see mother today. Brother Su Hong, come with me. I'll show you a good thing later." Long Xiaokite ambled to Su Hong's ear and gently blew. Her voice was also delicate. Long Xiaokite is in the end Long Ruoshi's own sister, with the same genes, looks, face and body. All of them are not the first class. By such a perfect color so provoke. Even if Su Hong to Long Xiaokite originally not much interest, it's a little hard to resist at the moment. This chick is quite the hooker after her sex change. It can't be helped. So let's obey her. Su Hong immediately said, "Since the Sheriff Lord is so gracious, then I will respectfully follow your order. Brother Su Hong, come with me. I'll show you a more seductive one later." Seeing Su Hong agree, Long Xiaokite was happy. Pulling Su Hong's wrist and not letting go, the two of them just snuggled together, entered Long Xiaokite's chambers. Ding! Your in-law, Long Xiaokite, has a favorability rating of +5. Current favorability rating is 25. Brother Su Hong, wait for me here for a while. I'll go bathe and change my clothes. It's coming out later. Oh. Long Xiaokite let Su Hong sit on her own bed, and went behind the curtain herself, ready to change her clothes. Su Hong sat there, only feeling that within this bedchamber, a tantalizing aroma was coming from the very mesmerizing. The surroundings were decorated, and quite ambiguous, with pink practiced in the. It's easy to get carried away. What is this chick up to? Am I to be put in my place? Su Hong looked at the atmosphere, and it was really similar. The sheriff is going to have that with himself? Then, when the time comes, will he or she say yes? Yes, or yes, soon. Long Xiaokite finished bathing, plucked away the thin veil, and walked out from inside. But the way he came out, Su Hong was directly dumbfounded. Sheriff, what are you wearing here? Su Hong stared at Long Xiaokite in disbelief. It shouldn't be said that Long Xiaokite was wearing anything on her body, because she could actually be said to be wearing nothing at all. All over, a rope was used to tie himself up. The key parts of the body, just slightly blocked by that rope, were, but with a little more activity. It's springtime in a minute. Looking at Su Hong's jaw-dropped look, Long Xiaokite was satisfied. With a few pouty looks on her face, she came over daintily and then pounced on the wear as soon as she was done. The whole person was like a well-behaved kitten, lying right beside Su Hong. A sweet and cloying voice surrounded Su Hong's ears. Master, people have tied themselves up. Please, master, ravish me. Do whatever you want with my body. Never pity. Holy. Seeing such a fragrant scene in front of him, Long Xiaokite's dainty, at-will appearance. Su Hong is a man of blood and vigor. How can he still hold back? I see. Last time I suspected that this chick had awakened the M attribute, and today I saw that. I was right in my guess. Su Hong hemmed and hawed, and on the spot, He drew out a leather whip from the system space that had been rewarded by the system earlier. He didn't expect it in any way. These seemingly useless chicken scratch things actually came in handy one day. Sheriff, then I'm not polite. After Su Hong finished speaking, she raised her whip and pointed it at Long Xiaokite's delicate little ass. Just whip it hard. What followed was Long Xiaokite's infinitely tantalizing and charming cries. Ah. Chapter 23, Gaining Mind Points and Starting the Lucky Draw. Right. Harder. Harder. Inside the bedchamber came Long Xiaokite's rather miserable cries. It was as if they had been tortured and ravaged, although Su Hong didn't have the slightest hobby in this area. But since they have, he's just throwing his weight around. Although it was a leather whip, Su Hong also controlled the force. Both make her hurt, but they don't beat the hell out of her. Su Hong had once heard that M was usually due to psychological reasons. Something repressed for too long. The need to let it out is what makes you like being abused. Because pain and pleasure are supposed to be a fine line. They fell in love with pain, and pain to them, that was cool. Just like Long Xiaokite did. Su Hong lashed out a dozen times. Long Xiaokite's tears came out in pain, but she had a look of enjoyment on her face. Oh, it hurts. So good. Master, hit me again. Hit me again. Ding. Your in-laws, Long Xiaokite, have a favorability of +10. Current favorability 35. Hearing this, Su Hong was startled. It's pretty quick to add favorability in Long Xiaokite. It only adds up to that much when you're exhausted on Long Ruoshi's side. On Long Xiaokite's side, crack a few whips. That's all you're adding? Quite a bit easier. Naturally, Su Hong couldn't let go of this opportunity, and continued to sizzle and rain. An explosive spanking was given to Long Xiaokite's almost naked little ass. Cursing while smoking. Will you dare to fool around from now on? Dare to be capricious? Ah, don't dare, master. Long Xiaokite's pretty face slightly reddened as she shouted. Su Hong gave another hard whip. Let me see you playing around with people's lives again, and I'll see if I don't whip your little ass. Master, slave girl doesn't dare. Harder, harder. Long Xiaokite shouted. For the first time in her life, she really felt this good. Long Xiaokite liked the excitement. Before that, he liked to torture the palace maids and eunuchs below him, and even teased the lives of others. And just for a thrill. But this kind of gradually she got tired of it and found it uninteresting. But ever since Su Hong threw that arrow at her for the first time last time, the kind of life that hangs in the balance, the feeling of having one's life in someone else's hands, the strong sense of excitement brought about by that moment, made Long Xiaokite completely addicted. She's now dreaming of being tied up by Su Hong, stuck by the neck, pressed underneath her body, and all sorts of ravages, the only way to make her feel the deepest, most profound excitement. Master, grab my neck, choke my neck. Long Xiaokite was already on the verge of rolling his eyes and drooling. It was entirely too good. And Su Hong was all a bit confused looking at this. He had originally made a move to teach Long Xiaokite a lesson because he wanted to make the other party remember to stop treating others as human beings. But now take a look. Taking a shot at teaching her a lesson wasn't even a punishment. It seemed like a reward. Well, that's a headache. Su Hong reached out, and with a stranglehold on her neck, Long Xiaokite instantly felt a strong sense of suffocation. Her whole body was shaking with pleasure. Ah, I love my master so much. So much love for love. Master, go on. Never pity me. Ding. Your in-law, Long Xiaokite, has shown her heart to you for the first time, rewarding you with 100 heart points. This. Su Hong froze for a moment when she heard the prompt. Nice guy. Originally he had a headache about how to get this mind point. After all, it was indeed too difficult to get a woman like Long Ruoshi to be attracted to herself. But how could he not expect that today? By mistake, he came over and violently beat up Long Xiaokite. Long Xiaokite actually moved on? It's too easy. Beat you and still love me. Do you think you're a? Su Hong verbally trampled on Long Xiaokite. But instead, Long Xiaokite got even better when she heard Su Hong scolding herself. Yes, I am the cheap servant girl. The bad boy. That's why I want master to teach me a lesson. Phew. Su Hong gritted her teeth and took the whip and gave it another violent beating. Smoked, Long Xiaokite wailed. The two had been fighting like this for several hours. Finally straight to Long Xiaokite completely tossed no strength. All limp collapsed on the bed. Su Hong draped a quilt over Long Xiaokite before she got up and prepared to leave. Brother Su Hong. Just as he was about to leave, a small white hand reached out from the bed and grabbed Su Hong's wrist. Long Xiaokite was like an exhausted kitten, rubbing her sleepy eyes on Su Hong. Next time, will you come back? Su Hong froze for a moment and nodded with a smile. Of course I'm coming. If the sheriff lord needs anything, just send someone to contact me. I promise to be on call. Long Xiaokite smiled sweetly at the words in her heart. She said as she pulled Su Hong. Brother Su Hong, from now on, When it's just the two of us, you're not allowed to call someone a county princess. It seems too raw. You have to call people by their names. Okay, Iris. Su-hong nodded, a few moments of favor floating in her eyes. Although when she first met Long Xiao-kite, the other party was just an unbelievable, bratty, bossy, and spoiled sheriff. However, after being coached twice by himself, he was obviously much better behaved. The other party was also a first-class stunning beauty after all. Su-hong naturally moved. Well, I'll be off. Then, it's healing medicine. If you're in pain later, just rub a little on it. You behave. Well, I do as I'm told. Long Xiao-kite was well behaved like a kitten. Very endearing. Su-hong leaned over and kissed Long Xiao-kite on the forehead before excusing herself and leaving. After all, he had just gained mind points for the first time. You can go back and draw in the system's prize pool. But Su-hong looked at it. It's all first-class goodness. What an invincible victory-level puppet. What an anticlimactic divine sword. There are even airplanes and artillery. Pull one out at random. Do you still have to worry about how to deal with Wang Taijun? Su-hong flew out of the imperial city and returned to his residence first. This residence would not be the mansion that Long Ruoshi rewarded him with before. He was trying to avoid Wang Taiyu's endless pursuit, so refound a house. It didn't cost silver either. After all, he's recently become a close associate of Her Majesty's Dragon Daryl. Naturally there are those who come to flatter him. There are a lot of land deeds sent to us, so Su-hong picked one from the middle at random, and it's in a good location. A mansion in a quiet environment is a new place to settle down. After coming back and taking a beautiful bath, Su-hong opened her system. Host, Su-hong. Realm, first-rate expert top. Martial arts, heavenly evil divine power. Thundering 3000. In-laws, 3. Heart points, 100. Number of draws, 10. 10 heart points can be exchanged for 1 draw. Seeing those 10 draws, Su-hong was already a bit impatient and immediately said, System, open the lottery. Ding. Start the raffle. Accompanied by the system raffle carousel spinning. Soon the needle stopped. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've obtained 1 life extension pill. Life extension pill. Take 1 and you can increase your life expectancy by 10 years. Chapter 24, Night Attack. First shot raffle. Just draw a pretty awesome one. 10-year lifespan. This is in this kind of low martial unable to cultivate immortality sister. That can be said to be a super treasure of great value. Take it out. And I don't know how many high-powered, old things who don't want to die, willing to pay sky-high prices for it. But for Su-hong, he's young, and it's not going to do much good for a while. It can only be put away until the right time to put it to use. Keep smoking. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SS-class weapon, the Blood Shadow Sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Holy Healing Elixir, the Restoration Spirit Elixir. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Master Culinary Arts. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 10 draws are slow, one after the other, popping up with all sorts of rewards. Every one of them, so to speak, is good, all worthy of its 10 mind points to draw once value. However, that kind of treasure, which was particularly powerful in Su-hong's opinion, was not, like tank guns, sniper rifles. This cross-generation weapon can crush the masters of this era. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a treasure trove of ancient Chinese poetry. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the divine strategies. Finally a few more treasures were drawn out. It's all good. It's not amazing to talk about, but it's always, in some ways, a boost to Su-hong's strength. Su-hong was still satisfied with the results of the raffle. Lying on the large, soft bed, it didn't take long to fall asleep comfortably. Midnight. Su-hong was sleeping soundly. He had big dreams of sleeping together. He took in Long Ruoshi, Su Ruoyu, and Long Xiao-kite, the 3 in-laws, all of them, and then the 4 of them lived together all day without shame. However, only halfway through this dream, Su-hong detected an uninvited guest's aura. Su-hong steeply opened her eyes. A burglar in the house? No, the breath is not bad. Several experts? Su-hong could feel it. A few people with rather strong scents were coming towards the room where he was sleeping, at a rapid pace. Who sent them? In addition to the very small possibility of being a bystander, a high probability, it should be Wang Taiyu arranged. No run. Su-hong didn't move immediately. Instead, he remained lying on the bed, controlling his breath and closing his eyes as if he were still asleep. Outside the door, 5 masked masters dressed in black came to Su-hong's door, led by a scarred face that, gouging a small hole in the door with his hand, he glanced inside, then turned to his companion. It's in there, use the smoke. The companion behind that nodded, fished a pipe of ecstasy out of his pocket. inserted it into the little hole that, then slowly jet. Soon the bewitching smoke, laced with a powerful poison, followed the little hole in the door and entered the room where Su Hong was sleeping. It didn't take long for it to completely fill the room. How prudent. 5 against 1. And with ecstasy? Su Hong's eyes flickered. Without saying a word, the turtle breath technique was used. This kung fu isn't very difficult. It just requires deep enough inner strength. The deeper the inner strength, the longer you can hold out without breathing. And Su Hong practiced heavenly evil divine power. His internal strength. In the ranks of first-class masters, he said second. No one said first. Even if he was allowed to hold his breath for 3 hours, he would only have no problem at all. Those few experts obviously also knew that their target, Su Hong, was not simple. It's not enough to blow the smoke into the room, but to wait half an hour for the drug to take effect. That's when the door was gently pushed open and one by one they walked in. Come to the bedside. A few people looked down at Su Hong. The boy was asleep with his eyes closed. Apparently the ecstasy took effect. The crowd laughed in triumph. The black-robed man at the head of the group even looked a bit familiar. He grunted coldly. This punk, who was so arrogant in front of the master in the first place, are not lives still easily held in our hands now? That is, this kid's lightweight skills are indeed good, but he's still too young to fight with the master. It's really not even close. The other black-clothed expert also sneered. By the way, his lordship commanded it. The man in black at the head whispered. The lightness in this kid's body. If you have the chance, bring it back together. I just searched the entire mansion and didn't find anything, so it's likely to be on this kid. Find that secret book of lightness and we'll do it again to finish him off. Understood. These people, as Su Hong had guessed, were precisely those sent by Wang Taiyun. The last time he was run out by Su Hong in that dignified manner, it made Wang Taiyun very upset. Su Hong was strong and capable, so if he kept it, he would always be a scourge. That's why Wang Taijun arranged for 5 first-class experts, led by his beloved personally, come out and end up with Su Hong, and it seems to have taken a liking to Su Hong's lightness. Let them have a chance and also bring back the secret of lightness. A few black-clothed masters groped around inside the house where Su Hong was staying and sleeping for a while, and found nothing. The black-robed man who was in charge thought about it. Then most likely, it will be hidden by this kid. So he took 2 steps forward and gently probed towards Su Hong. Searched around and couldn't find it. The man in black gritted his teeth. How could it not be? So what now? The other asked. Looking for more? Forget it if you can't find it. The man in black coldly said. Prioritize the completion of what the Lord has told you. Do this kid and let's get out. Understood. An expert black-clad man, drawing a sharp knife that, directly towards Su Hong's body, he slashed down hard. Boom! The knife looked like it was going to cut down. This instant, Su Hong snapped her eyes open and grinned at the man. What? This kid isn't poisoned. The man in black was startled and hurriedly slashed his knife down hard towards Su Hong's neck, but Su Hong let out a low roar, and the internal force in his body violently quaked out. It directly shook the man in black back. At the same time, the sound of thunder began to roar from Su Hong's body, and his entire body suddenly transformed into a residual shadow that, he swept up fiercely, holding an incomparably sharp sword in his hand, and directly pierced through that black-robed man in an instant with a single sword. Pust, blood sprayed out, and the man directly transformed into a corpse, collapsing at Su Hong's feet. It all happened in a flash of lightning. When a few other men in black reacted, this first-rate expert had been instantly killed by Su Hong. What? The black-robed man at the head of the group. A flash of intense anger suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he turned his head violently and, deadly glaring at Su Hong. I can't believe you fooled me. Su Hong pulled the bloody sword out of that corpse, and with a shock of his inner strength, he wiped the blood off of the sword and, then staring at the gang, he said with a faint smile, you guys are really bold, actually daring to break into this official's residence at night. But since you're here, I don't think you should go. You should all stay. Ha ha, what a big mouth. The black-clothed man in the lead snorted at his words. Kid, your strength isn't low, but you're just a first-rate expert. There are 5 of us here. You think you can survive us? We'll see if we can live. Just try. Su Hong's expression was indifferent, not panicking in the slightest. Do it. The black-robed man's eyes stormed violently, and, after roaring, with his companion at his side, he immediately transformed into several black shadows and swiftly swept towards Su Hong. In an instant, 5 sharp swords and knives were aimed straight at Su Hong's door. Chapter 25, The Demon Sword Formation. In an instant, 5 first-class experts all came to kill Su Hong. With this kind of battle, I'm afraid that not many people in this world can survive. But Su Hong is different. The powerful internal force brought about by the heavenly evil divine power. There's also the superfast lightness given by Thunderbolt 3.000. making him actually invincible in the beginning. Su Hong knew that in this continent, strength was the fundamental thing that determined everything. That's why his martial arts training is something that never stops. The rate of progress of heavenly evil divine power is very encouraging. It can be said that Su Hong is getting stronger and stronger every day. These 5 first-rate experts were replaced by others. It's still really dangerous. However, Su Hong had an expression of calmness, seeing that the 5 weapons were about to fall on Su Hong. The blood shadow sword in Su Hong's hand finally began to move. 10,000 waves. Su Hong executed the only sword technique he knew. It was precisely the improvement stolen from Su Ruoyu. Only when performed by him, the 10,000 heavy rain, both in power and offense. All of them were several tiers stronger than what Su Ruoyu used. In an instant, the sound of shocking waves roared and moved in the ears of the 5 men in black. Before the crowd could react, the terrifying sound of the waves turned into countless harsh sword lights that, straight to their necks. Dang! In a flash, the sword flashed. All 5 black-clothed men were instantly sent flying by the terrifying sword technique. Aside from the scar-faced black man at the head of the group, the other 4, the clothes on his body were all seen through by the powerful sword dipper, and several bloody wounds appeared. Even the leader, Scarface, was gasping for air at the moment, staring at Su Hong with an unsightly expression on his face. What a powerful sword technique! Scarface was very horrified in his heart. This kind of high-powered swordsmanship, by all rights, should have been renowned in the Jianghu, but he had never heard of Su Hong before. It was as if this person had suddenly appeared out of thin air from Empress Long Ruoshi's side. Previously, the chief minister Wang Taiyun also sent people to check, but also cannot find out the details of Su Hong at all. An unknown and so powerful, this person is not removed. In the future, it will surely become the biggest trouble in the process of implementing his lordship's great endeavor. Voodoo sword formation. Scarface suddenly shouted. The whole person's aura became different in an instant. The 4 black-robed men behind them, their faces changed slightly. They grabbed their weapons and stood behind Scarface. 5 people stood in an extremely subtle position in front of Su Hong, and between each other. If anything, there is some kind of connection. Oh, sword formation? Su Hong frowned slightly. Sword formation is generally a powerful combined martial art used by several masters, joining forces. Often it can explode into something far more powerful than 1 plus 1. And now, in front of us are 5 first-class masters, joining hands to perform a sword formation, without having to think about it. The power is also naturally non-trivial. Su Hong naturally didn't dare to slack off. The heavenly evil divine power in his body operated violently, and he slightly tightened his grip on the blood shadow sword in his hand, staring at the 5 killers in front of him. In an instant, the aura of those 5 black-robed men steeply climbed several layers. A strong murderous aura seemed to fill the air as if it was spreading over the sky. The scarred face in the lead stared at Su Hong and let out a cold smile. Kid, being able to die under this move should be enough for you to be proud of yourself. Su Hong's gaze flickered and she bristled. Oh, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know you're going to win? Maybe in the end, it'll be you 5 who die. No tears until you see the coffin. Scarface's gaze chilled as he let out a low growl. Kill. Brush up. In an instant, countless sword lights enveloped Su Hong at once. Each sword light set off a terrifying whine in the air. Dense sword lights. The number of them, the density, like a stormy wind and rain. If an ordinary person casually approached, they would only be chopped into countless pieces of flesh in minutes. Su Hong counted on seeing it. This vorpal sword formation was relying on the number of sword lights being large enough to envelop the opponent at once. So that the other party could not escape, and as long as they could not avoid it, they could only carry it hard, or be cut by more and more sword lights. In the end, he collapsed with serious injuries, or he was drained of all his internal energy and died. This kind of terrifying sword formation, executed by 5 first-rate experts joining hands, was even more unimaginable. It was simply easy to exterminate a first-rate supreme expert. Even if an earthy mortal level expert came and wanted to escape, it wouldn't be that easy. Su Hong's eyes flickered. Whether it was a hard catch, or a hard wear and tear, the one who lost in a stalemate would only be himself. Then, one could only forcibly utilize his thunderous stance to directly break out. Thundering 3,000. 3,000 thunders. Rumble. Su Hong directly executed the highest layer of the thunderous 3,000. And in an instant, the sound of thunder roared throughout the room. Su Hong's body, directly transformed into a residual shadow, accompanied by the explosion of lightning appeared and, surprisingly, he directly rushed out of the sword formation of countless sword lights and broke out at once. What? The face of the leading scar-faced black-robed man changed instantly. How could he not have expected that Su Hong's likeness had been perverted to this point? Even the voodoo sword formation could countless those sword lights and rush out hard. Change direction. Block him. Scarface reacted extremely quickly and immediately tried to change formation and relock Su-hong. But Su-hong's thundering 3000 highest tier, 3000 thunders was just too terrifying. It was so fast that it was impossible to see. It was as if countless thunderbolts were pulsing through the room. Even the naked eye couldn't lock onto Su-hong's position at all. Oh, blocking me? Let's see if you guys can keep up. Su-hong snorted, instantly swept to the back of one of the black-clothed men. Without any further ado, a sword stabbed straight down. Pust. Blood sprayed out, and the man in black fell directly into a pool of blood, killing him on the spot. What? Scarface was alarmed. This voodoo sword formation of theirs is a supreme sword formation that can only be performed by 5 experts of similar strength. 5 people can be extremely powerful, but if there is one less person, the power will naturally be greatly reduced. Scarface gritted his teeth and immediately rushed towards Su-hong, carrying the sword in his hand. Kid, take your life. Scarface's gaze erupted with intense killing intent, and the sword in his hand transformed into a life-chasing arrow that, chopping towards Su-hong's body. Because the distance was so close, it was impossible to dodge in the small room. This sword was almost a sure hit. Pust. In the next second, the sword similarly pierced through Su-hong's body, and his expression instantly stiffened. Humph, kid, your lightness is nothing more than that. Contempt surfaced in Scarface's eyes. However, his voice had just fallen. The Su-hong that he cut in front of him actually shook violently and then suddenly dissipated. Scarface's pupils suddenly shrunk. Stigmata? Scarface realized this. The sword he just used to pierce through wasn't Su-hong at all. And surprisingly, it was just a remnant of Su-hong's shadow. The residual shadow even materialized. This guy's light speed was unbelievably fast. Where are the people? Where? Scarface's eyes flickered as he turned his head back and forth in search of the real Su-hong. But right at that moment, a voice as cold as if it came from hell suddenly sounded behind him. Behind you. Then, an incredibly sharp, blood-shadowed sword came in from behind and it pierced Scarface's body in one fell swoop. Scar's face turned pale in an instant, and his body shivered violently. A few words came out of his mouth trembling. This can't be. Chapter 26, You're too weak. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Scarface's abdomen was directly broken open with a palm-sized gash of scarlet blood. It kept dripping to the ground. Scarface's body froze in place, his face turning pale in an instant. This can't be. Scarface couldn't believe it. He was at least a first-class master. How is it possible to be in front of Su-hong and not be able to fight back at all? Su-hong smiled contemptuously. Nothing is impossible. You're just too weak. Pust. Su-hong drew out the blood shadow sword. The body of that scarred face fell to the ground on the spot in response. After landing on the ground, the blood on Scarface's body, instead, all disappeared. This was the special ability of the blood shadow sword. It can suck people's blood and use it to hammer itself. As more people are killed and more blood is drawn, this sword becomes stronger and stronger. In the future, if enough blood is drawn, this sword might not even be limited to the level of a mortal weapon. It might even become an immortal weapon. Su-hong flung his blood shadow sword, and the remaining drops of blood spilled directly onto the ground. He turned around and looked at the 3 remaining experts with a playful expression. At this moment, the faces of the 3 remaining black-robed men were already in complete shock. They didn't expect Su-hong's strength to be so terrifying. They are 5 first-class masters. Even the leader, Scarface, is a first-class supreme master. The voodoo sword formation executed by 5 people joining forces was capable of trapping even an earth immortal for a moment or two. However, he did not expect that it could be easily broken by Su-hong. It's hard to believe that this kid isn't a first-class expert at all. He's an earth immortal? Think of the possibility. All 3 men were completely flustered. If they were truly earth immortals, then Su-hong killing them would really be like killing a chicken. The 3 men looked at each other. After momentary eye contact, one of them directly sprinkled ecstasy. A large amount of ecstasy was lost in the air, and the 3 took this opportunity to turn their heads and run without saying a word. Just kidding. They are assassins trained by Wang Taijun. There was certainly no option to stay and fight hard. Staying alive is the first priority. Hoo-hoo. Ecstasy instantly filled the house. It was as if it were on fire, and the smoke was so great that it was almost impossible to see anything with the naked eye. The 3 of them swept out of the room, jumped directly onto the beams, and ran outside without saying a word. But before he could run a few feet, there was already thunder behind him. Rumble. A figure covered in electric light suddenly chased after them, and in a moment, it reached the 3 of them. It directly blocked the way of the 3. Without a doubt, it's Su-hong. Of course, at this moment, Su-hong was holding the blood shadow sword and looking at the 3 of them indifferently. What? You break into my home and come and go as you please? How in the world can it be so easy? The 3 people's faces were hard to see, and one of them clenched his teeth and drank lowly. Su Hong, do you know who's behind us? If you dare to kill us, you yourself will not escape the fate of the Yellow Springs. Noisy. Su Hong had a snicker on her face. Do you really think I'm afraid of your master? If you have the ability, let that old thing Wang Taiyu kill me himself. You can either surrender now, and confess all the hidden secrets that Wang Tai used to. I might even be able to keep you alive. Otherwise, I'll send you down to see your boss now. Make us betray the master? You're dreaming. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fight him. The three first-rate assassins gritted their teeth fiercely at the words, and without saying a word, the three of them charged directly towards Su Hong. Hey! Su Hong sighed and shook her head. Why is it that these people don't realize that this is a pointless death for them? Su Hong flung the blood shadow sword. The body transformed into catering and brushed past the three in an instant. Then he took the blood shadow sword back into its scabbard. Those three assassins had dumbfounded expressions. Blood then spurted out directly from his body. The three men looked down. The abdomen had all been pierced through by Su Hong's sword. The trio's bodies started shaking. Then blood sprayed out of their mouths. Their expressions froze and all three fell to the ground, instantly turning into corpses. Su Hong sighed, although he knew that these 5 people were all assassins used by Wang Tai, but also thought of leaving alive one. Maybe we can get out a little more useful information, but they had to die. That can't be helped. Su Hong turned around and found, together with the one from the beginning, a total of 6 corpses, touching all their bodies. Didn't find anything useful. Also, they're killers, they could die at any time. It's also true that useful things are unlikely to be carried on your person, including the weapons they used. They were the kind of swords that could be fashioned anywhere. It's basically the same as leaving nothing behind. Su Hong took care of the bodies of the 6 people, and stood on the beams of the room, watching the sky become gradually brighter and brighter, muttering under his breath. It looks like this place can't be lived in either. Gotta get a new place to live. The next day, the king's mansion. After Wang Taiyu finished listening to the subordinate's report, his expression immediately became incomparably ugly. Slamming the table, his mouth raged. Wastes, it's all crap. 6 first-rate experts in the hall, but they can't even handle a tiny imperial guard. I've worked so hard to raise them for so many years, and this is how I'm rewarded? Wang Taiyuan learned early in the morning that the 6 assassins he had sent to assassinate Su Hong last night, surprisingly, all of them were killed, and there were even their own more trustworthy cronies inside. The whole person was first incredibly shocked and it was followed by utter rage. Damn it! This Su Hong, he actually has this kind of skill. I really underestimated him before. Wang Tai used to clench his teeth. These years, it was really rare to have this kind of anger. And yet it's only because of a head of the Imperial Guard. However, this chief of the Imperial Guards had really caused him a great deal of trouble. First, he abolished all his spies in the palace, which is tantamount to poking him in the eye. After that, he even escaped in his mansion in one piece. And now he even killed 6 of his first-class experts by himself. It was important to know that there were only about 10 first-class experts around Wang Taiyun. Su Hong's move was equal to directly exterminating half of them. How could this make Wang Taijun not feel a pain? Su Hong's presence made Wang Taiyun feel an incomparably strong threat for the first time. He had a deep premonition that this person, if not removed, would definitely bring him incomparably great trouble. But Wang Tai used the remaining experts around him, and even if all of them went out and tried again, only to fail as well. Thinking about it, Wang Taiyuan immediately ambled over. Putting pen to paper, he wrote down what appeared to be a secret message, then stood up and walked to the pigeon loft in the backyard. From within the pigeon loft, a carrier pigeon was taken, and the missive tied to the leg of the, and then let fly. The carrier pigeon fluttered its wings a few times and swept straight into the sky, quickly disappearing. Looking at the carrier pigeon disappearing, Wang Taiyu's eyes flashed a few sinister colors. Su Hong, I'll let you be complacent for a while longer. When the people I invited arrive, at that time, it will be the time of your brat's death. I'd like to see, if Long Ruoshi doesn't have this kid Su Hong by her side, what is she going to fight with the old man? Chapter 27, Meeting Elder Song. After Su Hong experienced the assassination in the middle of the night, just think about getting another place to live. But those deeds given by the officials of the dynasty, Wang Taizhong only had to casually inquire, only to be able to know where he lived. So it doesn't help how you change it. To replace it, you have to ask Long Ruoshi to grant yourself a private residence, preferably the kind of lodge that's a little farther away from the capital. At that time, as the head of the mountain villa, he himself would be practicing kung fu every day to nourish his body and sense the heavens and the earth. Don't say there's a mood to it as well. But a while ago, Long Ruoshi just rewarded herself with a mansion and many treasures. Now there's no merit to it and it goes hard. I'm only afraid that I'm going to brush off Long Ruoshi's goodwill. After thinking about it, it's not too late to wait to ask Big Brother Song Sharon to come out of the mountain and ask for a reward after he has made a merit. Su-hong changed into a set of official clothes, brought God's sword in his waist, mounted his horse, and went straight to the south of the imperial capital. There is a more noble mansion than Wang Tai's residence. Song Mansion, the residence of Big Brother Song Sharon, the patriarch of the three dynasties. Even Wang Taiyun didn't dare to make any moves towards this place. Any passing civilians who saw the Song residence would bow from a distance before leaving. It was evident that the people of Great Zhou loved and respected Elder Song. But we all know that Song is old and needs to recuperate. That's why very few people will be out here on weekdays. Soon, Su-hong rode his horse and arrived outside the Song residence. Stop the pace. Dismount. Two expert guards outside the door scolded Su-hong. Seeing Su-hong dismount, he quickly stepped forward to inquire, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Su-hong showed his token and said with a smile, "Both of you, I, Su-hong, head of the Imperial Guards, would like to come and meet Elder Song." An interview with Elder Song? The two guards sniffed, their brows furrowed, and they immediately rebuked. "Are you not joking? You're just a mere head of the Imperial Guards, and you're actually saying you want to meet with Elder Song? Even if it's the head minister of the dynasty, Lord Wang Taiyun Wang, who's here, he has not seen fit to enter my Song mansion either, not to mention you. Come on, don't hang around here. Watch out, you'll be arrested as a suspicious person. My lord doesn't see it. Go away." The guard waved his hand impatiently, the look as if he was driving away flies. Being treated like this by the guards was expected by Su-hong, and he was not angry. After all, what is the status of Song Lao? Where can ordinary people just say that they can meet? Although Su-hong was a 6th-ranked guard, but he, a retainer, was no different from an ordinary person in front of the three dynasties. However, since Su-hong had come, she was determined to meet Elder Song. He directly drew out the Emperor's sword. Brush. Su-hong looked at the two guards and faintly said, "You guys watch this? What is it?" Those two guards were also startled in their hearts when they saw Su-hong suddenly draw her sword. Thought Su-hong was coming hard, all ready to make a move. However, when they saw clearly the appearance of the sword Su-hong was holding, the two of them changed their faces. This could be the Emperor's sword? The two guards were quite the eye candy. At a glance, he could still recognize the Emperor's sword, but it's also normal. This Emperor's sword, it wasn't built only in Long Ruoshi's dynasty. Rather, it was the sword that the founding emperor had when he was still conquering the north and the south. When the founding emperor of the Great Zhou used this sword and fought his way to the throne of the Great Zhou. Later, after the founding of Great Zhou, the sword naturally became a symbol of imperial power and was passed down from generation to generation. This sword has such a great origin, that anyone in the imperial capital who has anything to do with power and nobility, it's natural to recognize it. The two couldn't believe it. A royal guard is just a guard. Why is he holding an imperial sword in his hand? What's the holdup? Seeing the duo's dumbfounded stupidity, Su-hong immediately cursed. "You all recognize the Emperor's sword? Why don't you inform me?" "Oh, yes. The two guards then reacted. Emperor's sword represented His Majesty in person, and their attitudes immediately changed, their legs softening. One of them hurriedly ran in to inform, while the other was by Su-hong's side, full of accompanying smiles. "My lord, it was the little ones who took the liberty before, so please don't forget it in your heart. It's okay, hurry up with the briefing." Su-hong waved her hand, not minding. After all, Elder Song was a national treasure, and it was only right to have this kind of vigilance when showing the door to such a person. It didn't take long for the guard who had just gone in to inform him to return, hurriedly running back to Su-hong's side. His tone was respectful. "My lord, I just informed my lady, and my lady said that I could take you to her." "What the hell?" Su-hong froze for a moment when she even sniffed. "Your lady? This official is here to see Old Song. What's the point of going to see your lady?" That guard was afraid that Su-hong would think he was being neglected and hurriedly explained. "Sir has no idea. My master is old and has long since stopped asking questions. Now the entire Song family, by my young lady, that is, his lordship's own granddaughter, Song Zian, is in charge of everything." "Oh, so that's it." Su-hong sniffed and frowned, all but giving up the position of head of the family to his granddaughter. It seems that this Elder Song, his health is indeed not too optimistic, but no matter what, it was still necessary to go in first and discuss with that Song family's eldest miss beforehand. "This way, my lord." Su-hong, led by the guards, could be considered to have entered the Song family's gate. The Song family's mansion was a different style, ancient colors, distinctive pavilions, all the elegance of the light fragrance lingers in every corner of the mansion, giving a refreshing feeling as soon as you enter it, and all the way around. You can also see a lot of royal things given down by the two generations of the late emperor, placed in various corners. Can feel, on the Song family, that strong sense of the thickness of the state. This made Su Hong, who had not yet seen Song Lao's person, already have in her heart for this big brother, whom she had never met before, stand up in awe. Soon, the subordinate brought Su Hong to the back garden, and just as he approached from afar, I heard in the back garden, a beautiful silhouette in a long light green dress, though only with her back to Su Hong. But that elegant and tranquil temperament has already deeply attracted Su Hong. At this moment, the woman in green was sitting in the middle of the attic, softly playing a certain ancient song, played with great skill, but it seems that because the piece was written in a generally, so it affects the listening experience a bit. The cultural level of this continent is still relatively low, although various musical instruments, ancient poetry and culture, have come into existence, the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, the poetry and song, and the world that Su Hong came from, the rich treasures left behind in 5,000 years of history. It still doesn't compare at all. Miss, the head of the Imperial Palace Guards, Lord Su has arrived. The subordinate rushed up to inform. Got it. Send him over. Song Zian stopped playing, then said to her subordinates, you can go down first. Yes. It was only after the subordinate left that Su Hong walked into the attic and saw with her own eyes the young and just the young woman who can officiate the Song family. Holy, nice boobs. That cup has to be a D. No, it could be an E. So big nigh. It's really the first time I've seen it. It's like a handful to grab and play with. In this instant, before Su Hong could say anything, however, Song Zian's extremely frivolous voice suddenly rang in her mind. An electronic voice then sounded simultaneously. Ding! Detected that your in-law, Su Hong, has thought of you. You have bound the divine in-law system. Whenever your in-law thinks of you, you can hear his heart. Chapter 28, Your Piano. Flawed. Hearing this weird system voice, and the man's obscene language, it caused Song Zian to be taken aback. The hands that were playing the piano all came to a sudden halt. What's this all about? Song Zian reacted. One actually awakened the system. And listened to the in-laws? Su Hong, isn't that the man in front of you? Song Zian raised her head to look at Su Hong, and in her beautiful eyes, which were originally ancient and wave-free, a few moments of disgust appeared. It's what's in the mind, though. But this man saw himself for the first time and masturbated himself with such obscene thoughts. That's really bad. She couldn't help but wonder. Is there something wrong with your own system? How could you bind yourself to such a bad in-law? Ding! You bind a new in-law. Song Zian, rewarding you with zither, chess, calligraphy and painting mastery, and automatically comprehend the poems and songs of the 5,000 years of Chinese history. The system in Su Hong's mind similarly transmitted a prompt. Before he could respond, the prompt went off again. Ding! Your in-law Song Zian's favorability -20. Current favorability -20. Su Hong was dumbfounded. Here, I didn't do anything. How did I lose favor? Su Hong looked up at Song Zian in front of her, just to see the other person coldly glaring at himself. Those eyes were as cold as a waxing moon. Su Hong was speechless. Is it hard to believe that it's because of your looks that the other person doesn't like it? That's not right. Su Hong was self-conscious that he was quite handsome in this life in terms of appearance, and being a martial arts practitioner, he already had a good temperament. There's no reason to deduct points for appearance. But Su Hong has to help Long Ruoshi with her errands, and the woman in front of him was his own in-laws. Harden yourself. That's got to go on. Su Hong arched his hand and said in an unassuming tone, Hello Ms. Song, my name is Imperial Guard Su Hong. I have come today, on His Majesty's orders, and want to meet with Elder Song. I wonder if Miss can make it easier. Song Zian snorted coldly. Who are you? A royal guard. To see my grandfather? Su Hong froze and touched the token. Ms. Song, I'm not qualified to see Elder Song, but I'm acting on His Majesty's behalf. Before Su Hong could finish, Song Zian cut him off. What about by His Majesty's order? Song Zian said with an indifferent expression. My grandfather has been through 3 dynasties, and his contributions to the entire Great Zhou are unimaginable. It's no exaggeration to say that even 3 generations of emperors have not contributed as much to Great Zhou as my grandfather. If the first 2 late emperors offered to meet my grandfather, that would still be reasonable. But now, Your Majesty, a woman in the district, contributing nothing to the country, to the court, allowing such a traitorous minister as Wang Taiyu to rule the roost, such an amoral and incompetent person. My grandfather really doesn't see the point in taking her decree. Song Zian's words were nonchalant, not hiding her contempt for the current saint, Long Ruoshi. What she said, though, was not without merit. Nowadays, the Great Joe is in turmoil. And the reason for this is that Long Ruoshi is bound to have a great deal of responsibility. And Song Zian, as a person who has been familiar with the holy books since she was young and followed her grandfather, can't see Long Ruoshi. It's also normal. Su Hong's expression was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Song Zian to have such an attitude. It didn't even help that he brought out the Empress. In this way, it seemed that the difficulty of wanting to meet Elder Song was afraid to be several points greater again. At this time, Song Zian waved her hand and gave an expulsion order with a cold face. Indeed, what kind of emperor elects what kind of people? Go away. I won't allow someone like you to bother my grandfather. This, Su Hong was stunned, wanted to open his mouth and said that he would let Song Zian be more accommodating, but next to him, several guards had already come over, directly holding his neck and yanking him out. Boy, are you deaf? Our lady said to let you go. Su Hong frowned. Although these few guards, they were all second-rate experts that Su Hong could kill in seconds with one hand. But he had come here today to beg, not to cause trouble. If he really did it, then I'm afraid that his face would be completely torn off, and he'd never want to enter the Song family's door again. It can be utterly difficult. Su Hong was torn in her heart. What should I use to convince this missy who came up with a bad impression of herself? At this time, Song Zian withdrew her gaze and stopped looking at Su Hong. Instead, he played the piano to himself. The sound of the piano was few and refreshing, her entire being focused into it, as if she herself was mesmerized by the melodious sound of the zither. Su Hong suddenly thought, hadn't the system just rewarded himself with master-level proficiency in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting? There are also all the poems and songs from the 5,000 years of Chinese history. Maybe take a shot at this? Su Hong hesitated, and before she was dragged out by those henchmen, she immediately raised her voice. Ms. Song, your zither sound is really good, worthy of being a famous great person in Great Joe. But unfortunately, although your zither sounds good, it still has a big flaw. After Su Hong said this, her heart was immediately very nervous. After all, this sudden, for no reason whatsoever, and without a clue, there is a high probability that someone else will, not even bothering with him at all. Su Hong is now gambling. In the betting, Song Zian is a very obsessive and arrogant person who is very proud of playing the piano. Betting that Song Zian would not be able to resist arguing with herself when she heard her own fault-finding. And after Su Hong said those words, Song Zian's tune had indeed shown a hint of disorder. It was as if a drop of ink had been dropped on a perfectly white sheet of paper and it was completely destroyed. It's so obvious that Su Hong heard it, and Song Zian herself, as the player, could certainly feel it. In this instant, the sound of the zither directly came to an abrupt end. Cut him loose. Song Zian's voice came slowly. Yes. A few guards immediately let go of Su Hong and retreated to the side. Song Zian looked up at Su Hong, her gaze already clear and cold and icy. But at the moment there were a few more strikes of urgency. Although she felt in her heart that what Su Hong had just said was simply casual nonsense. How can such a vulgar man know how to play a musical instrument? But, just for a moment, she just couldn't help it in her mind. Wanted to ask, what did Su Hong's words mean? What? You're a royal guard and you know music theory? As soon as Song Zian opened this mouth, Su Hong knew that the fish had taken the bait. Su Hong inhaled a breath, immediately revealing a look of a tall man, very plainly pretending to be modest. I can't say I'm proficient. I can only say I know a little bit. A little bit. Slightly? Song Zian smiled contemptuously. Only slightly? Where did you get the courage to dare comment on my piano? Or even that my lyre is very flawed? Tell me instead. What are my flaws? If you tell me, I'll let you in today and see my grandfather. Song Zian was also a very smart woman. He knew the purpose of Su Hong's visit here today, including just messing around and picking fault with your own piano. I guess it was also an excuse to see my grandfather. But Song Zian was confident. She was confident that in the case of a man like Su Hong, who was full of vulgarity, she was just letting him talk. And he's never going to get a fart out of it. Chapter 29, One thing is missing. Su Hong was overjoyed to hear Song Zian say that. Haven't even offered to mention it myself. This Song Zian carried it for herself. Just what he wanted. Su Hong smiled slightly. Since Miss Song has said so, then I won't be polite. Su Hong's eyes flickered. He had, after all, just gained mastery of the gin and tonic. The problems in Song Zian's zither are not really nonsense. He spoke at once. Ms. Song, your playing skills and level of performance are indeed very good and can be called everyone. There aren't many who can be that skilled at your age these days. Su Hong blows a little rainbow fart first. After all, it is their own in-laws. Su Hong is still very careful to speak priority cupping said. But alas, this crude little trick. Song Zian didn't even care. Song Zian frowned. All this, do I need to tell you? Just tell me straight. Where is the flaw in my piano? Seeing Su Hong start to talk about things, Song Zian became more and more certain in her heart. What Su Hong said was nonsense. He simply couldn't tell. Song Zian had already decided in her heart that if this person couldn't tell the truth, in the future, this person would never want to set foot in her Song family's door again. Su Hong smiled faintly and narrowed her eyes. Song, don't be in a hurry. I'll tell you now. The way Su Hong was dawdling made Song Zian almost 100% sure that Su Hong didn't understand at all. It's just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. She knew that her zither was flawed, and that there was indeed some gap between it and the level of a true zone master. But the gap, unless it was a true patriarch everyone, it was impossible to hear it at all. For a small imperial guard to be able to see the disparity, unless he had seen a ghost. Song, you play the piano very well, and your playing is excellent. The rhythm, the holding of the tune, all impeccable. But there's one thing missing from your zither. That is a feeling that is your own. Su Hong said slowly. A tune is a dead thing. It has no feelings, but if the player gives it feelings, it then becomes a living thing before it has a soul of its own. Song's zither, which she plays so well, is like a woman with the appearance of a beautiful but a walking corpse without a soul, which does sound good at first, but if you savor it many times, you can't savor anything. One can only feel a strong sense of emptiness. This is the most obvious flaw in Song's zither sound. Su Hong spoke with an easy eloquence, but Song Zian beside her, from her initial contemptuous disdain, to her later puzzled consternation. By the end of the day, the entire group had been completely stunned. She looked at Su Hong with some disbelief. How could she not expect that? This roguelike person in front of him was actually able to have this kind of research on the zither. Just listening to my own tunes for a little while. Then he directly and accurately stated the biggest problem in his own zither art. And it was right on the money, without the slightest deviation. Song Zian was confused. She couldn't imagine it at all. How is it that a rogue, a squire, can be so accomplished? She looked over to Su Hong, and the look in her eyes towards her finally appeared to change. From the initial disdain, there had been a hint of surprise and a hint of admiration. In fact, Su Hong said this flaw, Song Zian, as a talented woman who knows the sound of the zither well, herself had known it for a long time, but she herself had only a very vague feeling about it, and could not, as Su Hong had, summarize it thoroughly. But right now, Su Hong was able to hit the nail on the head and say what her problem was, that the other party's zither skills, definitely above yourself. Then surely you know the solution. Right, you're right. I do have such a problem with the sound of my piano, but how should this be resolved? Song Zian's face revealed a few moments of urgency as she hurriedly asked after Su Hong. Su Hong was also a bit surprised when she took a look at Song Zian's earnest appearance. It seems that this Song Zian is really the kind of rare Qin obsessive that she wanted to see. You don't care about anything as long as you can improve your piano skills? Su Hong glanced at the other man's chest, and those two pairs of huge headlights shook him a little. She seems to be really obsessed with music theory. I wonder if I teach her. Can I ask to have her rub her big boobs for me? Su Hong's heartfelt words were once again heard by Song Zian. Song Zian had been waiting for Su Hong to point out the problems in her zither. However, when they heard Su Hong's words, the entire group was stunned. If it had just been with Song Zian's character, Su Hong's heart was heard, only to drop the good feeling again, and definitely blowing Su Hong out of the water. But now, Song Zian also wanted to learn more advanced zither skills from Su Hong's side. In the face of Su Hong's YY, she actually made an unprecedented move to hold back and didn't explode. Instead, he looked straight into Su Hong's eyes, expecting Su Hong to answer. Su Hong thought about it and smiled. Song, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Rather, you just said that if I could name the flaws in your piano. I know. Song Zian knew what Su Hong was thinking and took the initiative to say, as long as you tell me how I can change this flaw, on Grandpa's side, I'll be sure to inform you. Good. With Song's words I'm relieved. Only after receiving Song Zian's confirmation once again did Su Hong feel relieved and opened her mouth at that moment. It's actually a pretty good thing. Since you don't have emotion in your piano, wouldn't it be better to add it? Hearing Su Hong's words, Song Zian directly couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just kidding. He himself just didn't know how to infuse his feelings into his zither. That's why he asked Su Hong. As a result, Su Hong gave such an answer. Isn't that just pure hilarity? Just as Song Zian began to have some doubts about Su Hong again, Su Hong spoke again. In fact, Song's inability to imbue her piano with emotion is the reason that it should be that Song has grown up so much in her life, and has experienced too few things and too few feelings. For you, the whole day is to be here in the Song residence. not being able to leave your home, touching nothing but your relatives. It's the underlings. What things can you experience with such a life experience? And how many feelings can you experience? So the only way for MS Song to get out of this song mansion, to meet more people, to experience more things. With more experience, you will automatically realize all colors of feelings from the inside out, and you will be able to stroke the zither with the breathing soul into the piano now. Soo-hong's explanation is actually quite simple. To put it bluntly, Song Zian is a housegirl, reading and studying at home, but never experiencing anything from the outside world. That experiencing less and realizing less is natural, and that many complex and changing feelings that, of course, she wouldn't be able to realize it. Soo-hong just wants her to go out, see more, meet more people and experience more things. This defect of hers is not to say that it can be changed for the better immediately, but surely it can get better slowly. Chapter 30, Underestimation. Soo-hong slowly finished. Song Zian's pretty face changed slightly. That seems to be the case. Since she was a young girl, she had read a lot of holy books and followed her grandfather to learn zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, and her favorite was the zither. He then studied with many famous teachers, which led to his present attainments. But even if you study under famous teachers, those famous teachers know that it's the young lady of Song's family. It is also the teachers who come to the door to teach Song Zian since she was a child out of the door of the number of times. It is really only a few. For the outside world. Four things, for which it is true that one has never personally experienced anything. Four things that, it's all a figment of my imagination based on what I've learned from books. Having had no contact with people, no contact with things, and naturally with all sorts of complicated feelings, the cognition would be quite shallow, and the composers of the tunes she played were often under a variety of emotions that, the interweaving of countless emotions is what makes a famous song. When she learns these songs, she often learns only the form, not the meaning. If you can't realize the state of mind and feelings of the composer at that time, the tune you play will naturally be empty in appearance, but without soul. Before Song Zian also belonged to the authorities, but without Soo-hong, a bystander, pointing it out to him, I'm afraid she would have had trouble comprehending it for the rest of her life. Song Zian was silent for a moment, then he arched his hand. Today, thanks to Mr. Soo for mentioning it, if it wasn't for Mr. Soo's guidance, Zian would only have had trouble comprehending this for the rest of her life. Ding! Your in-laws favor +20, current favor 0. Soo-hong was a bit speechless as she listened. It took 20 additions to get to 0. How low is this to begin with? Soo-hong waved her hand. A show of hands. MS Song is polite. Since MS Song has such a fondness for music theory, then these scores, which I have privately composed, it is also presented to the young lady as well. Soo-hong felt like taking this opportunity to brush off another wave of goodwill. He then gave Song Zian the 5,000 years of Chinese poetry and song sheet music sent by the system together. You composed it? Song Zian was a bit curious at first, but after receiving the thick stack of sheet music handed over by Soo-hong, and just flipping through a few pages, the entire person was instantly shocked, and her pretty face couldn't hide her shock and horror. Although it was only a score and had not yet been played, Song Zian's attainments in music theory were such that just by looking at it, immediately, I was convinced that none of the poems and songs on the score were simple. The attainment of each song, placed in the present musical world, those are the top masterpieces that can suppress the entire music industry, and they are even the kind of masterpieces that will go down in history and remain famous in the continent for thousands of years to come. Song Zian was stunned, although it was already known that Soo-hong's music theory attainments were extraordinary, but at this moment, seeing these scores composed by Soo-hong come out, she then realized that one still underestimated Soo-hong. The musical attainments of those who can write these pieces. It is not an exaggeration to call it the first master of music theory in the world. Song Zian only felt that she was presumptuous, really presumptuous. At first, I thought Soo-hong was just a hooligan and a roughneck, but I didn't realize that the so-called masters are in the people. The Soo-hong in front of her was simply more accomplished in poetry, song, and music theory than she had ever known, seen, and all the current masters known, combined, are stronger. When she looked at Soo-hong again, Song Zian's eyes had completely surfaced with a strong respect. The respect and admiration was completely on the verge of pouring out from her mesmerizing pair of eyes. Master is truly a master. Mr. Soo, did you compose these scores all by yourself? Well, it's just something to write about in my spare time. Soo-hong looked at Song Zian's look of love and admiration. I knew I had given the right gift with this one, and immediately began to play the game on a cloud, composing with nothing to do. Hearing Soo-hong's words, Song Zian's face became even more respectful of Soo-hong. she was now thoroughly convinced that the ordinary-looking man in front of her, it's a top-notch music theory master like no other ever. It's amazing. I really didn't think that a royal guard, in music theory, to be able to have such attainments. Song Zian looked at Su Hong, and all of her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. This is the lover's eye. When she couldn't look at Su Hong before, Song Zian's eyes were filled with disgust. But now, after knowing that Su Hong was a music theory master far beyond the current generation, Song Zian only had admiration in her eyes. It even showed a little bit of affection. She now didn't feel at all that the in-laws the system had bound for her were unworthy of her. On the contrary, she also felt that the system had picked someone who was really impeccable. Song Zian is one of those very pure literary young women. Compared to strength, status, near the front, she valued men more for their artistic attainments, and what Su Hong had shown now had thoroughly impressed her. It made her attitude towards Su Hong 180 degrees completely turn around. Ding! Your in-law Song Zian's favorability plus 30. Current favorability 30. The host's favorability reaches 30 for the first time. Rewarding the skill. Master City. The system in her ear rang, and Su Hong was satisfied. That's what makes it worthwhile to give such an expensive gift. Since such a powerful patriarch was in front of her, how could Song Zian let it go? Pulling Su Hong, he then planned to have a deeper discussion on music theory. Su Hong showed a regretful expression. Ms. Song, I'd love to discuss this with you as well, but after all, I still have my royal order. Oh, that's a shame indeed. Song Zian then remembered that Su Hong had come today to find her grandfather. Song Zian immediately said, then, Mr. Su, you wait here for a while now. I'll go in and brief my grandfather for you. But, Song Zian hesitated. My grandfather's too old to expend too much energy now, so would he like to see you or not? It's also up to my grandfather himself. If he will not see, then there is nothing I can do. I can only say that I will try my best to put in some good words for you with my grandfather. Su Hong nodded. It's alright, Elder Song is getting old. We juniors understand. For Miss Song to be willing to do this, I am already satisfied. Well, then sir, sit down for a moment. I'll be right over. Song Zian stood up and owed Su Hong a slight curtsy before she brought her attendant around her and, looking at the back of the house and walking away, Su Hong looked in the direction Song Zian had gone. The position that he could sense the aura of several extremely deep hidden powerhouses. There were quite a number of them, and judging by their aura they were at least first-rate experts. They should be the guards who are guarding Elder Song here. It had to be said that the Song family was in the end the number one powerful family in the Great Zhou, even if Song Lao had already stayed away from the imperial court. But the strength of the Song family, and its influence, was still not to be underestimated. Su Hong sat down on a chair, drank 2 mouthfuls of clear tea, and waited for not long before. Just saw Song Zian come out. She returned to Su Hong and said with a smile on her pretty face, Mr. Su, you can go in. My grandfather is willing to see you. Chapter 31, The True Face of the Elders of the Three Dynasties. Oh, that's great. Su Hong arched his hand in greeting. Thanks, Ms. Song. It's fine. It should be. And it's something that was promised to Mr. Su a long time ago. Song Zian looked at Su Hong warmly, her eyes carrying a strange color. Go on in. My grandfather is waiting inside. Good. Su Hong nodded and followed the 2 attendants, heading towards the back of the mansion. The back of the house is heavily guarded. Before Su Hong went in, there were 2 other guards who stopped to search her. Swords, weapons and the like are not allowed. This sword. The guards saw the Emperor's sword slung around Su Hong's waist. Oh, you mean this one? Su Hong drew out his Emperor's sword, its body ghostly and emitting a cold light, immediately startling the crowd. Su Hong said smilingly, this is the 3 Supremacy Emperor's sword, given to me by His Majesty, and I must carry it with me. This, the crowd also recognized that it was the Emperor's sword, but after all, it was a weapon that could hurt people, and the crowd was a bit unsure. Ms. The guards looked toward Song Zian, who was not far away. Song Zian nodded. It's fine. Mr. Su is someone who can be trusted, and Grandpa knows about this sword, so let him go in. Yes. Only then did the guards see Su Hong off. Su Hong put away the Emperor's sword and swaggered into the Song family's backyard. The first thing that struck me when I arrived at the back of the house was the quiet. There's a front yard garden, but you can't even hear a bird chirping. The surrounding area was so surprisingly quiet that even a pin dropped on the ground could be heard. Su Hong closed her eyes and could feel that in this deep courtyard, there was a faint breathing sound belonging to an aged man. Su Hong walked towards the hall, and just as she approached, she saw at a glance, in the center of the hall, against the sunny direction of the front door stood an eunuch's chair, an old man with a pale face and a head full of silver hair, dressed in a plain gray cloth. leaning back in his eunuch chair. He was resting his eyes. Next to him was a young Taoist-like boy in a small Taoist robe, holding a fan and was fanning the old man. Obviously, this old man was the famous 3 dynasties elder of the great Zhou dynasty, Song Sharan. But unlike the legendary pillars of the nation, Song Sharan was not particularly serious on his majestic aura. Instead, like an ordinary little old man in general, dressed plainly, it's the kind of old man in his 60s or 70s that you'd normally see on the street. However, it should be realized that Song Sharan's age is over 90, and is already close to 100. It's not easy to look like that and yet have such spirit. You can see that you must be quite conscious of your health on a regular basis. Seeing Su Hong come in, the little Taoist priest who was fanning himself next to him stopped fanning himself, and Zheng bowed to Su Hong before retreating with a flourish. Lord Su, you're here. It was thought that Song Sharan was lying on the eunuch's chair with his eyes closed, having fallen asleep, but without thinking about it, Su Hong had just approached. But Song Sharan's voice, however, had already come out. Song Lao's voice also cannot hear the slightest hint of majesty, but through a stock of ease, it gives a rather down-to-earth feel. Su Hong was first stunned, then immediately kneeled down on one knee with respect on his face. My humble servant Su Hong, head of the Imperial Guards, has come to pay his respects to Elder Song by order of His Majesty. This kneeling of Lord Su, the old man can't afford it. Get up. Yes. As Su Hong stood up, she looked up to see that Song Sharan had opened his eyes and sat up. After those eyes, which were full of age-polished eyes, surveyed Su Hong's body. It was only then that he smiled and spoke. Lord Su has been a big hit with His Majesty lately. It's also the hottest figure within the palace. It's quite surprising that such a person would come to pay a visit to old me. Su Hong was a bit confused. This Song Lao's tone, as if he knew himself before? Seeing Su Hong's confused expression, Song Sharan continued. There's no need for Lord Su to be puzzled. I've heard about all the things you've done. At such a young age, he has become the head of His Majesty's royal guards, and is regarded by His Majesty as a close confidant. Gave the emperor's sword with his own hand, and as soon as he took office, he brought down the traitor that Wang Taiyu had planted in the palace. You also escaped in one piece in Wang Taiyun's royal residence, and afterward, you even repelled the assassin Wang Taiyun sent to assassinate you all by yourself. TSK. Song Sharan smirked. At this age, Lord Su has such ability and boldness. He is truly a hero. Looking at a young talent like Lord Su, I'm an old thing who sometimes has to give in to old age. Song Sharan talked and laughed, and in a few words, actually put Su Hong this time. The things that were done for Empress Longruoshi were told in no uncertain terms, which really surprised Su Hong. He was a little incredulous. Didn't you say that this Song old man has been living alone in a deep courtyard to recuperate, not asking about the world for a long time? But he could know so much about what he did? Su Hong sighed in her heart. In the end, she was a veteran of 3 dynasties, so she was really not an ordinary person, even if the person is not in the court, but still let people dare not half look down. Su Hong calmed his surprise and his expression was as normal as he arched his hand and said, Song Lao fallacious praise, the next official those are small fights, really cannot enter the eyes of Song Lao. I've made you laugh. That's not true. Song Sharan shook his head. To be able to play the most powerful man in the court today, Wang Taiyu, in the palm of his hand, this is not a small fight. But Lord Su, now that you want status and power, you don't know that why do you suddenly want to come to me, an old man who is half in the ground? Su Hong thought about it and chose to open the door. Elder Song is wrong. Those positions of my subordinate, the power, are nothing at all. I've come to pay my respects to Elder Song today. I just hope that Elder Song will help me, as well as His Majesty. Wang Taiyu's this thief has already confirmed that there is indeed anti-heart, and the officials in the court. No one is at his head, and whenever he wants to rebel, he can. And after all, His Majesty has not been sitting on the throne for long. His foundation is really weak. Once Wang Taiyun decides to make his move, His Majesty today will only be unable to resist. That's why His Majesty has sent my humble servant here to ask Elder Song to reappear, to deter the court. The most important thing is to deter Wang Taijung this thief, so that he does not dare to act recklessly, and His Majesty can also have a gap to be pleased to breathe, and stabilize the throne again. Take the royal power. Su Hong said something very sincere, because in his heart he also thought so. Wang Tai with this trouble is really big. In a short period of time, Su Hong does not have too good a way, and Long Ruoshi isn't the kind of emperor for the ages who can, with the meager power he has now, would be able to deal with Wang Tai. So at this point, as long as Song Lao supported it, then Wang Tai's crisis then it can be lifted a little. However, while Su Hong spoke sincerely, Song Shaoran's expression was very calm from the beginning. He thought about it for just a moment, and then a smile came back to his face and, as if carelessly and casually, Lord Su, it's not that the old man doesn't want to help with His Majesty's plight today. The old man also wants to make some more contributions for the Long family, but it's just a pity that old man, in this body of mine, which is half buried in the earth, it's really not advisable to toss anymore. All the old man wants now is to live a peaceful old age, to recuperate, to live a few more years, enjoy life. So those things in the courtroom. The old man, I really don't want to care anymore, and don't have the energy to care anymore. This time, I'm afraid I'm only going to disappoint Lord Su and His Majesty. Chapter 32, Living with Heaven. As Song Shaoran said this, a flash of regret appeared on his face, but Su Hong heard these words and looked at this Song Shaoran. You said you're not well enough to go to court? What a joke. Your body is almost harder than mine. Where is the slightest problem? Although Song Shaoran is about to be 100 years old, he is really in excellent spirits, not the slightest hint of age, looking 60 or 70 at most. Su Hong thought that being able to do this should be more than just a reason for taking better care of herself on a regular basis. Su Hong looked at the clothes Song Shaoran was wearing. There was also the sandalwood incense coming from inside the room, if anything, including the little Taoist priest who had fanned him earlier. This gave Su Hong a vague suspicion. This Song Lao, can't it be that he's been hiding inside the mansion all these years, saying he's in retirement? But really, is monastic, right? If not for monastic regimens, otherwise the usual methods of maintenance. It was simply impossible for an almost 100-year-old man to still have such a spirited head. This old man, studying monasticism. Hard to believe. He wants to live forever? Most of the people who cultivate the Tao are in pursuit of immortality. Especially when Su Hong just came in. She felt that although this back house was quiet, but there was a side room that had a special fireplace blaze coming from inside, as well as a faint scent of medicine. So it seems that it's only in the process of refining the elixir. And the attendants who served by his side were also very young and small Taoist priests. Su Hong was 90% sure. This little old man should just be old and obsessed with monasticism and alchemy. Definitely want to live a little longer. The more a man like him, who had once stood at the top of the heap, valued his life, the more. It just makes sense that the more you don't want to die, the more you want to live a few more years. If so, there is one thing that might convince this little old man. Su Hong's eyes flickered. With this level of thought, Su Hong did not circle the wagons, but directly said, Elder Song, let's leave this matter aside for now. I see the decorative layout of your back house, and that little Taoist priest just now. Could it be that? Are you studying monasticism? Once Su Hong said this, the smile on Song Shaoran's face obviously changed slightly. Obviously some surprise at what Su Hong suddenly said, but only for a moment. Song Shaoran's expression returned to normal. He stroked a small beard on his chin and grinned. Worthy of being the red man beside His Majesty. The observation is really meticulous and careful. That's right. I'm getting old. I've studied monasticism in order to live 2 more years. It's just for fun, of course, and belongs to the old man's personal hobby. Song Shaoran didn't hide it. I'm afraid everyone wants to live more years. It's just that the level of cultivation in this world, as far as Su Hong knows, it's not too far off the level of that previous world. It's true that monastic retreats allow for the cultivation of the body. But can one live more years, or even live forever? That's basically unlikely. But having established that Song Shaoran had a quest for longevity, then things would be fine. Last time, Su Hong happened to draw a longevity enhancement pill, which could boost his longevity by 10 years. If you take out this thing, Su Hong didn't believe that the little old man could still refuse like he did before. Su Hong immediately said, since Elder Song prefers monasticism, then my humble servant has an item that I would like to ask Elder Song to taste and savor. Oh? What is it? Song Shaoran asked carelessly. After all, he didn't think that a young man like Su Hong, even if he knew that he was addicted to monasticism, just come up with something good. Some sandalwood at most, or some copper sword type items, right? From the system space, Su Hong took out the life enhancement pill and handed it to Song Shaoran. Elder Song, please look. Song Shaoran looked at the rounded elixir in Su Hong's hand, which was faintly emitting golden light all over it. A moment later, Song Shaoran's expression, which had been somewhat cynical, changed. From calm, all of a sudden, he became overwhelmed with shock. What? Is this? Song Shaoran was stunned. He had been practicing monasticism for more than 10 years, and had immersed almost his entire being in it. In alchemy, monasticism, and all have extremely deep attainments. He recognized it instantly at the moment. The elixir that Su Hong suddenly took out in front of her eyes was no other than the alchemy art of the highest grade elixir, live with the Sky Dan. It was rumored that this dan could increase one's lifespan by 5 years by taking only one. It was a divine elixir that almost all the powerful people in the entire continent were attracted to. There was no need to think about the difficulty of refining such a cherished elixir. It was naturally extremely difficult. The medicinal materials required for this dan are all extremely precious when looking at the entire continent. If you want to collect all of them, you need great human, material and financial resources. Otherwise it is very difficult to gather all of them. And even if the herbs were gathered together, refining would be the boss problem. Even the Taoist priests with the highest alchemy attainments in the continent, refining this kind of elixir, the success rate is not even 1,000%. Song Sharan's biggest goal in his cultivation was to refine this dan. Yet he had been practicing monasticism for more than 10 years, had studied the alchemy herbs had been collected together with great difficulty for an unknown number of times, but every time they were refined, they failed without any surprises. Song Sharan had always thought that he would be able to refine this elixir when he was at the end of his life. Unfortunately, it was so difficult that in the past 2 years, he had lost some of his confidence. One even began to doubt the authenticity of this dan and whether it really existed. After all, apart from a few stories and rumors that have been circulating in the world, there are also drawings passed down of what this dan looks like, and no one has ever seen the real life with Heaven Dan. But right now, Su Hong actually took out the life with Heaven Dan that he had dreamed of getting so abruptly. The impact that this brought to Song Shoran's heart could naturally be imagined. This is the longevity with Heaven pill? It's rumored that after taking it, you can increase your lifespan by 5 years. Song Sharan looked up and stared at Su Hong, his gaze widening. Su Hong, where did you get this? Su Hong smiled knowingly as she watched Song Sharan's excitement. That, and just picking it up by luck. Picked up? Song Sharan was stunned, and immediately knew that it was Su Hong perfunctorily making up random things for herself. After all, this level of elixir is an absolute treasure when looking at the entire continent. Its provenance Su Hong can't really tell the truth. Song Sharan rubbed his hands together while looking at the elixir, and after hesitating for a long time, he looked up at Su Hong. Alright, Lord Su, if you give me this longevity with Heaven pill, I'll grant your previous request. Song Sharan, a veteran of 3 dynasties, what submissiveness and wisdom. It was impossible for him not to figure out that Su Hong, after she had rejected him herself, had the meaning of suddenly taking out this elixir. It must be that he wants himself to grant his request, to promise to come out of the mountain, aiding the present-day Empress of the Great Zhou against Wang Tai with. But who knows? Su Hong smiled at his words and then shook his head. Elder Song has misunderstood. The preciousness of this elixir is hard to find in the whole continent. I'm afraid we won't be able to find one in the whole of Great Zhou. And for Elder Song to just rely on this condition and take it away as easily as he did, I'm just afraid it's not enough. If Elder Song really wants to get this elixir, he'll have to add some other bargaining chips in order to do so. Chapter 33, The Cultivation Method. Su Hong looked at Song Sharan's urgent appearance. One knew that the other party really wanted this elixir. Wouldn't it be a loss if we didn't take the opportunity to raise our chips at this time? 3 dynasties, respect is respect, but negotiations are negotiations. Not the same thing. Hearing Su Hong's words, Song Sharan froze, then shook his head and laughed. Oh, young people nowadays really won't suffer at all. Tell you what, I'll take this elixir, old man, aside from the fact that I will go out of my way to help His Majesty. This goes along with it. Song Sharan fished out a token from his pocket and handed it to Su Hong. Su Hong took it and it had a song written on it. Su Hong could probably guess what the token was for. Song Sharan slowly said, this token is almost equivalent to my Song family's family head token. Holding this token, you can dispatch the Song family at will. With the power of my Song family in the Great Zhou, it's safe to say that with this token, you're within the boundaries of the Great Zhou. It's definitely crossable. Song Sharan's tone was indifferent, but in his words, he was filled with a strong sense of dominance and confidence. Don't look at him as just a 3-dynasty veteran, but the Song family's influence on Great Zhou was unprecedented. Once to save the waves in the collapse, to support the building will fall, the absolute pillar of the country. The Song family had its own followers and countless affiliated clans all over the Great Zhou. In the imperial capital, or around the imperial capital, the emperor's holy decree is of course the most useful, but out of the imperial capital, to remote places and even the border, the emperor is far away. Who still has your emperor's sword? But this one token representing the Song family, Song Sharan. However, it was enough to make countless people within the Great Zhou territory fearful. After leaving the imperial city, leaving the imperial capital, walking would only depend on this token. Su Hong thought for a moment. This token is really worth something. Although he had no plans to leave the imperial city for the time being. But is it hard to guarantee that later? It's not like one can huddle here forever and be a frog at the bottom of a well. It's always time to get out there and see what's going on. Good. I'll take this token. But I also want your cultivation method from Elder Song. After Su Hong picked up the token in Elder Song's hand, she suddenly said again. He had a vague feeling. Since this continent, above the first-rate experts are the Earth Immortals. What would be above that Earth Immortal? Perhaps the world he sees now is just scratching the surface. Where he didn't know it, there might still exist that day when the heavens went up and down, when the mountains were moved and the seas were overturned. A powerful immortal cultivator who can destroy heaven and earth with the turn of a hand. It's all a matter of saying no. And Song Lao's cultivation method might be the opportunity to reach that world. Su Hong opened her mouth with these words, and Elder Song was clearly stunned. Thought it was going to be a bit of a tangle. I didn't expect him to grin. I thought you wanted something else. So it's a path of cultivation. This thing isn't worth anything. Just take it. Saying that, Elder Song fished out a line-sealed pamphlet from his bosom and tossed it to Su Hong. Su Hong hurriedly took it. Looked down. 3 words were written on the pamphlet. The Little Metaphysical Kung Fu. It seems to be a bit old and the wrappers are a bit peeling. And with this worn-out look, it was obvious that Song Lao had gone through it often. Su Hong was a bit surprised. Did he think wrong? Cultivation is not hard to come by? It belongs everywhere? But since the request was made, there was no way to regret it. The matter is closed. Su Hong handed that life enhancement pill to Elder Song. Elder Song took it and carefully scrutinized it again before carefully putting it away. Elder Song, what are you? Su Hong was a bit surprised. How come this potion is taken away? Not eaten? Used to collect not? Elder Song blared at Su Hong. What do you know? Little kid? How can this worldly treasure elixir be eaten directly? It must be combined with other medicines. Lingji spirit soup is taken together in order to maximize the medicinal effects. Su Hong only felt like laughing when she heard it. It's not like the spiritual elixir was refined. It was sent by the system. There might be some argument for refining it, but the system sends it, saying it adds 10 years to your life. That's 10 years. Even if you engage in some special manipulation, it's impossible to turn a 10-year potency into an 11-year one. But Su Hong didn't say anything. After all, the elixir was given out, and what people did with it was their business. In that case, my humble servant will respectfully wait for Elder Song to come to court. Got it. Got it. Wait for tomorrow. If you don't have anything else, you can go. Song Lao had a look of impatience on his face and pushed his hand, almost as if to say you should hurry up and go. I'm going to enjoy my longevity with Heaven Pill. Well then, I'll leave you then. Su Hong arched his hand and turned to leave with the Song family token and the copy of the little Shin-gong. After Su Hong walked out, Elder Song looked at the life with Heaven Pill in his arms. Looking at Su Hong's back again, his deep eyes flickered with a few moments of essence as he muttered, AI. Originally, the imperial fortune of the Great Zhou dragon family should really have been cut off by Long Ruoshi's generation. I just didn't expect that there would be all these extra variables because of this kid. Also, perhaps it is the fate of the Long family's empire that's why this unicorn talent has appeared to support the dragon family to return to the rightful lineage. In that case, there's no need for the old man to fight against destiny. And this time, just go out and help that little girl out. Although Song Shoren looked somewhat like a cynical little old man on the outside. But the 3 dynasties of the Great Zhou, are they not ordinary people? He had calculated early on that the imperial fortune of the Great Zhou dragon family would end in Long Ruoshi's generation. And it's a comeback that can't be saved by any means. That's why, even if Song Shoren's health wasn't as bad as rumors had it, it was even-spirited. But it sat back and watched Wang Taiyun make attempts on the throne, and did not step in to restrain him. It was because he knew that the imperial fortune of the Long family was irreversibly going to be ended. Even if he made a move, it was useless. But this situation, not long ago, suddenly changed. Since the palace, suddenly more Su Hong this mysterious figure. Song Shoren surprised to find that the dragon family's dragon luck, actually showing signs of rising from the dead? And it's the kind of thing that, in its otherwise dying state, could be terminated at any moment. Suddenly it became vigorous, with a great deal of renewed vigor. This made Song Shoren incredibly surprised. Just one Su Hong could bring such a big change to the Long family? Since there was such a destined person, then Song Shoren naturally changed his previous mindset, decided to step in and help Long Ruoshi. After all, he and the first emperor of the Great Zhou were bosom friends, and they were brothers who shared the same fate back then. Naturally, he was not willing to watch his offspring being bullied. Wang Taiyu, it seems that your life is still not enough. Song Shoren laughed. Originally, he had thought that Wang Taiyun was really going to step on the throne, but now there was this change of heart. The old man naturally felt funny in his heart. Song Shoren laughed for a while, then remembered the longevity-increasing pills in his arms. Immediately, he got up and returned to his alchemy room to properly prepare and refine this elixir. Chapter 34, Are there fairies in this world? Su Hong walked out of Song Sharan's back residence and came to the front yard, where he saw Song Zian already waiting there. Song Zian even changed her clothes after so little time. The long lilac tulle dress with a slender hemline is gorgeous and noble, but not particularly grand. The sudden tightening at the corset outlines a slim waist, and above the waist, the two bright masses, which were strangled tightly. That fullness is even more prominent. As soon as Su Hong saw it, she couldn't keep her two eyes off of it for a bit. Holy, that's too big. What kind of cups are these? I wish I could measure it with my hands. Earlier, Elder Song said that holding that token of his would allow all Song family members to follow his orders. I don't know if this Missy is in it or not. Would she agree if I asked her to touch me? Su Hong's little mind was active again. Song Zian heard all these heartfelt voices clearly, and above her fair and pretty face, a reddish hue filled the room. Stinking hooligans. How can this Mr. Su think of me like this in his heart? It's so hateful. In vain I still see him as everyone. Although she was angry in her heart, Song Zian didn't hate Su Hong at all at the moment. Even before, I felt that Su Hong was a rascal, but now after hearing Su Hong's even more revealing words, in his heart, he just thought that Su Hong was immodest and somewhat flirtatious. I have to say, people are strangely good at what they do. What did Su Hong do when she didn't have a good feeling about her before, or even had a bad feeling about her? All of them made Song Zian very disgusted. But now, after knowing Su Hong's attainments as a zither master in the art of zither, Song Zian's attitude towards Su Hong immediately changed. And even when she heard this nasty heartfelt talk from Su Hong, she was only shy and a little angry in her heart. But there was not the slightest hint of anger or ill feeling. But Song Zian heard that her grandfather had actually given the Song family's power token to Su Hong. She couldn't help but be surprised in her mind. That token, to the Song family, was second only to the family head's token. And although she was now in charge of the entire Song family, her grandfather hadn't given her the family head token either. In a sense, wouldn't Su Hong's rights in the Song family all be higher than his own? But Song Zian understood after a little thought. Although Mr. Su is a flirt, his ability, intellect, and talent are nothing to write home about. It's not surprising that Grandpa appreciates him so much. Song Zian suddenly thought again. Grandpa even told her earlier that she should be old enough to talk about marriage. It's just that Grandpa can't look at any of the youths in the imperial capital, and says that he needs to find a youth that he sees as being worthy of him. But now, not only has Su Hong ascended to the top, but she's also so appreciated by her grandfather. Even the token of power was given to him. Then it's hard to believe that Grandpa wants himself and Mr. Su. Thinking of this, Song Zian's pretty face became redder and redder, breaking into a few pouty expressions. MS. Song. MS. Song. Seeing Song Zian dazed, Su Hong called out a few times, and Song Zian then reacted and hurriedly said, Mr. Su, you came out. Well, the face-to-face meeting with Elder Song was a pleasant negotiation, and it's time for me to take my leave. Su Hong arched his hand and prepared to leave. Song Zian suddenly felt some reluctance in her heart. Sir, you promised that you would instruct Zian in the art of the zither. Song Zian looked blearily at Su Hong. Oh. Su Hong froze, then thought for a moment. That what? It's getting late today, so I won't bother MS. Song, wait for another day. Someday when I'm free, I'll definitely pay a visit. Then we have a deal. If you're free, sir, you must come. Song Zian's beautiful eyes stared at Su Hong the entire time, not moving away for a moment. And I don't know if it was Su Hong's illusion or what, but when Song Zian spoke, it was also getting closer and closer to Su Hong, and that pair of full and proud people was almost sticking to Su Hong's body. Good. I will definitely come later. Su Hong hurriedly agreed. It's not that he doesn't have any idea about Song Zian, it's really that this is still in someone's home, and there are so many attendants around. If he doesn't hold back and does something and his grandpa finds out, in case the things we talked about today backfire, won't Su Hong lose her money? After Su Hong made a few more polite and perfunctory remarks with Song Zian, he arched his hand and took his leave. Only Song Zian kept following Su Hong, and kept sending her out of the Song family's gate. Nian watched Su Hong's figure disappear before he turned his head back to the Song family mansion. After Su Hong left Song's house, she looked at the time, and it was already evening. It's a little too late to get into the palace. He then thought that he would go back tomorrow and tell His Majesty the good news of today. Back at the refound residence, a very ordinary home in the downtown area of the empire. It's a lot more austere, but it's better than being hidden, not to be found again by the assassins used by Wang Tai. Su Hong looked at the Song family's token, and after playing with it for a while, he put it aside, picked up the book. Little Xiangong. This world. Are there any immortal cultivators or not? Su Hong's eyes flickered. This was a low martial world. A mortal world in which one could practically walk sideways now. Even if they encountered an earthy mortal, with Lei Dong Sunqian's speed, they couldn't win against each other, but they were at least comfortable coming and going. But if there are immortal cultivators, those terrifying beings who turn over their hands and shatter mountains and rivers, himself even if it is in the mortal dynasty, to go farther and help Long Ruoshi, having dominated the various dynasties around him, one day, he accidentally ran into an existence like that, then his own countless years of hard work could be reduced to dust and smoke with the flip of the other party's hand. As the saying goes, be prepared for danger. Although Su Hong hasn't encountered that big of a crisis yet, even if Wang Tai used it, he didn't particularly put it in his mind, but he always had to plan for the future. In order to prevent that day from coming, he would need to try to inquire about this continent, whether there was that kind of existence or not. Su Hong flipped the little Shangong open and looked through it page by page. He found that this monastic discipline, running the path of the breath, it was the complete opposite of the martial art he practiced, heavenly evil divine power. And according to the common sense of martial arts, if one really practiced this way, the internal force in the body, it will all flow backwards. What would that create? Su Hong couldn't predict it, but of course he didn't dare try it himself out of caution. After all, at the moment, there was no way to determine whether or not this little Xiangong was some very advanced gong method. Wouldn't it be worth it if you practiced yourself to death? As Su Hong thought about it, it seemed that she needed to find a test mouse. Let's see what effects this little Xiangong has, before considering whether or not to practice it on your own. After studying it for a while, the sky darkened, and Su Hong, while running his heavenly evil divine skill, one side went into hibernation and rest. Su Hong's side is resting, but he didn't know that his visit to see Elder Song today was still discovered by Wang Tai with his eyes and ears, and at the first time, reported to Wang Taiyu. Wang Taiyun sat in his study, his eyes constantly flickering. Good boy. Actually went and invited that old thing Song Sharon. However, Song Sharon, that old thing, was physically ill a few years ago, and I'm afraid he only has one breath left. Even if he has the intention to help Long Ruoshi, then he's bound to be unable to return. Chapter 35, Preparing to Strike. When Wang Taiyu learned of this news, he had nothing but disdain in his heart. With regard to Song Sharon, he was indeed scornful. Even he dared to show his ambition, and did not curb his desire for the imperial throne. It was also because Song Sharon was old, withdrew from the court and went home to recuperate before he dared to show it. After all, if Song Sharon, if he is still in power in the courtroom, how can it not be the turn of Wang Tai to use? Now Song Sharon is just a dying old man. How many years has it been since he quit the court? The influence has long been much less than before, and naturally Wang Taiyu does not need to be afraid of him, even if Song Sharon did reappear. Wang Tai used his mind to think that he had been developing for so long. Is it hard to beat an old man? However, in her heart she thought so, but Su Hong did enter the door of the Song family. It seems to have seen Song Sharon himself, negotiated for a while. Wang Taiyu heart more or less still borne some scruples. Wang Taiyun was cautious by nature, especially during the critical period when he was about to make a move to seize the throne. He would never allow any contingency. This brat Su Hong, who didn't manage to solve it in the first place, has brought no small amount of trouble. After all, to think of contacting Song Sharon, the servant beside Wang Taiyun couldn't help but ask, Master, what do we do then? If Song Sharon really comes out, I'm afraid it will only affect your lordship's grand plan. How about, we don't do one thing, we don't do another, and we take that old thing, the servant said, making a neck-wiping motion. Wang Taiyu looked at it and immediately cursed. Idiot, are you looking for death? Song Sharon, as a veteran of 3 dynasties, has gathered more energy than you can imagine. Even if he's old and doesn't ask questions, there's no shortage of supreme experts guarding around him all the same. Back then, he could have had an earthy mortal level expert by his side who had been secretly protecting him. If this person is still around now, how many people we go will be a gift. That servant's expression stiffened and he even lowered his head. What shall we do? Then, my lord? Wang Taiyun's gaze flashed with gloom. Though Song Sharon was surrounded by such close defense that it was almost impossible to threaten his life at all. But he is old after all, and his threat to us is almost negligible. But after all, that kid Su Hong said something to Song Sharon, and to prevent a long night's sleep, our plans, it seems, must be advanced. Early? The servant was startled. What does the lord mean? Wang Taiyu sneered. During this time, the old man has been forming parties and pulling strings in the imperial court. Now the 6 ministries of the major officials, Almost all of them are my people. Even the most important Ministry of War, but also most of them are mastered by the old man, including the commander of the patrol soldiers in the Imperial City, who are now also at the beck and call of Lao Fu. It's equal to half of the Imperial City, which is actually already old man's. It's still a bit rushed, but there's no need to wait any longer. Tomorrow at the court, the old man will be in the courtroom, gathering a group of ministers to force the Long Ruoshi to abdicate in favor of the throne. Wang Taiyuan had been plotting for years to seize the throne, and now that the throne is almost within reach, he no longer has the patience for it. Keep waiting any longer. Tomorrow at the court, he'll decide to settle the matter once and for all and force Long Ruoshi to abdicate, then cede the throne to him. If the other party had let it go, everything would have been fine, and he might have been able to leave the other party in a good place. If not allowed, then, naturally, Wang Taiyuan would not be polite. He had been coveting Long Ruoshi's facial appearance for so many years. Tomorrow he's going to force his hand, and after scrapping Long Ruoshi, he's going to make that condescending daughter that, in the future, he will be completely reduced to his own forbidden plaything, for him to play for pleasure all his life. The servant sniffed and immediately arched his hand respectfully. Then may your lordship be successful tomorrow and reign over the world. Ha ha, Wang Taiyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud in amusement at his words. That laughter was thrilling and echoed inside the large royal mansion. This night is destined to be sleepless for countless people. Early the next morning, Su Hong got up and went straight to the palace early in the morning to report to Long Ruoshi. Your Majesty, after some lobbying by my minister, Song Lao, he has promised yesterday that I will return today and will fully support your Majesty in the future. Against Wang Taiji, Su Hong knelt down on one knee with a respectful tone. What? Talking about moving? When Long Ruoshi heard this, a flash of surprise surfaced on her cool and stunning features. Even excitedly, he stood up directly from the front of the bookcase. Ha ha, good. Yes. Long Ruoshi smiled, full of exhilaration. I didn't realize that Song Lao had been home for many years with physical ailments, and I had thought that the elder Song has already gone into seclusion and will never again inquire about world affairs. But you actually persuaded him to return to the court after only one day's effort. As long as elder Song is around, my bottom line is much stronger. Long Ruoshi was very excited. She's been on the court lately, fighting with Wang Taiyuan in all kinds of battles, and it's really very strenuous. Even many times, they could be pressed by Wang Taiyu. The main thing is that all the important ministers in the court have been taken in by Wang Taiyuan. There was almost no support for her. Darrow Long Ruoshi had been very passive, and could even foresee a complete conspiracy against Wang Tai with the. It doesn't seem far off, but if Elder Song returns to the dynasty, the situation will be different. With Song Sharun backing, that Wang Tai will not dare to make another move. Sure it's today at court? Long Ruoshi was a bit impatient. Yes. Su Hong nodded. Good. Su Hong, you've made a great achievement this time. When I come back from the morning court, I will reward you properly. Long Ruoshi's beautiful eyes stared at Su Hong. She really liked this man in front of her too much. The martial arts, the tactics, the scheming, it's simply impeccable. Even Song Lao can be invited back, though she didn't know what methods Su Hong had used. But to be able to invite back to the court the old man Song, whom he rarely even met, Su Hong must have put in a lot of hard work and effort. The more Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong now, the more she liked him. A fragrant heart that trembled for Su Hong. Perhaps the system-bound in-laws are, indeed, correct. His own in-laws were, perhaps, really Su Hong. Ding. Long Ruoshi favor plus 20. Current favor 42. Long Ruoshi's first move towards the host, gaining 100 heart points. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Hong was also in an excited mood. I didn't realize that this time, not only did it brush up on a big wave of Long Ruoshi's goodwill, and an unexpected gain of mind points, going back to the raffle again. I wonder what reward the baby dragon will give me when he comes back. She's turning on me now, shouldn't she? Offering herself to me. TSK, could it be that this time the dream of making Long Ruoshi wear black silk is going to come true? Su Hong thought heatedly. Hooligans. When Long Ruoshi heard these heartfelt words, she couldn't help but curse Su Hong. But she was also thinking, this time Su Hong made a really big credit, asking Song Lao to come out and solve the urgent problem. Perhaps, one could promise Su Hong? Wear whatever black silk he said and show it to him once. Chapter 36. The situation is not right. Wang Taiyuan wants to rebel. After Su Hong finished her report, it was about time. Long Ruoshi got up with gusto and went to the morning court. Su Hong looked at Long Ruoshi's back as she left. He always felt a little unsettled inside, but he didn't know what the source of the unsettlement was. So he grabbed Su Ruoyu, the personal guard who was following Long Ruoshi. Ruoyu, protect His Majesty. Su Hong almost whispered these words against Su Ruoyu's ear. feeling the man's breath blowing against her ear. Su Ruoyu's pretty face couldn't help but blush. It was the first time Su Hong had directly called her name so intimately. Even more so, Su Ruoyu, a woman who had practiced martial arts since she was a child, could not stand it a bit. All that could be done was to blush and whisper, No, I will definitely protect your majesty. That's good. Su Hong nodded. He's a guard, after all, not Long Ruoshi's personal palace maid or eunuch. You can't go to court as a rule. But with Su Ruoyu's strength, even if something happens in the court, it should be possible to take care of Long Ruoshi. Seeing Long Ruoshi go forward to the court, Su Hong then turned around and prepared to go on daily duty. Come to the front door of the palace gate. Su Hong and a group of guards, standing on top of 100 steps, looking at the courtiers who came to court one by one. Su Hong would have been standing there fuming at this time, waiting to get off work. But today, he felt that there was something not quite right in the eyes of many of these courtiers. In groups of 3 or 5, scowling, they all seemed to be whispering something. It's a lot different than weekdays. In particular, he saw that several of the big officials in charge of the 6 ministries, each with a slightly furrowed brow and a somewhat solemn look, it was as if they knew that something big was going to happen today. All of this made Su Hong feel a bit strange. Could it be that the news of Elder Son's return to the court today has already leaked out? That's not right. With Elder Son's energy, there shouldn't be many people who can spy on his every move. They're like this. Isn't it something about Elder Son? Su Hong was a little puzzled. Plus there was always a weird feeling in the back of my mind. A very bad feeling. Just when Su Hong thought whether it was a mental effect. At this time, at the bottom of the steps, the chief minister, Wang Taiyu, surrounded by a group of important ministers, walked up the steps step by step to attend the morning court. Wang Tai with a face full of scenery, the stars, as if the most absolute core of a group of officials, and those officials around him, each look fawning, extremely pleasing color. That image looked to Su Hong as if a group of dogs were surrounding his master. Su Hong's expression was indifferent as she looked at these people coming over, and Wang Taijun talked all the way to the top. His mouth was full of some crowning official words. The officials next to him were responding with smiles on their faces. When Wang Taiyun led those officials and came to the step of Su Hong, he suddenly stopped and his eyes looked over towards Su Hong's side, and a few grim smug smiles appeared on his face before he walked towards Su Hong. Lord Su, Wang Taiyun came to Su Hong's side, looking arrogantly as if he was condescendingly looking at Su Hong. TSK, Lord Su is really good at scenery. You were so tough in this official's house, but now you're not still on Long Ruoshi's pedestal. Be a watchdog? Is this what you want? I wonder if Lord Su is satisfied. Su Hong's gaze didn't change half a bit. This kind of low-level agitation, he certainly wouldn't take it to heart. Lord Wang, you're a dignified chief minister and prime minister of the dynasty, yet you're here in front of the palace. Don't you feel like degrading yourself by arguing with me? A small guard. For a moment? If Tajian Wang is really idle and has no time to spare, then simply don't go to the morning court. Stay here and watch the door too? I see that your excellency is a man and a dog, as if he were more fit to be a dog than my humble servant. Su Hong's expression was indifferent, but her words were not letting up, and without saying a word, she immediately disliked back. What are you talking about? When Wang Taiyun heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he was just about to get angry, but as if he suddenly remembered something, he smiled again. Humph, kid, now is the only time you're going to be able to present yourself as a mouthpiece. Once today is over, I'm afraid that you, a dog, won't even be able to look at the gate if you want to show it to others. Alright, let's go. Don't delay the court. There are big things to do today. After saying that, Wang Taiyun didn't even bother to look at Su Hong again, and beckoned. With a clustered group of his men, he made his way to the palace where the court was to be held. After Wang Taiyu left, Su Hong's brows were frowning. He remembered what Wang Taiyun had just said. After today, you can't watch the gate yourself? And to do great things? Originally, Su Hong didn't care, but it suddenly occurred to me that, at the court today, those civil and military officials who came to the court, all looked strange and, still whispering to each other. Su Hong realized in a flash of clarity. It's not right. Is it hard to believe that Wang Taiyun wants to do it today? Su Hong's eyes widened, combined with the previous performance of those officials, and Wang Taiyun's last harsh words. Su Hong was already 80% sure in her heart. Wang Taiyun then plans to force the palace to revolt today. Bad. If Wang Taiyun prepares to force the palace to revolt today, and Long Ruoshi is unprepared for it, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before it's too late. Su Hong was instantly anxious. If Wang Tai uses the palace to force Long Ruoshi to abdicate, when the civil and military officials unanimously respond to it, then Long Ruoshi no matter want or not, today this throne, Only fear will be completely surrendered. The only thing that could save this situation now seemed to be the arrival of Elder Song. But the problem is, the old man said he'd go to court today, and it's time for court. Su Hong, however, didn't see him at all. This old guy isn't going to trick me, is he? Su Hong frowned. To say it was someone else, Su Hong was still relieved. Mainly Song Sharon. This old man, said to be a veteran of 3 dynasties, but always gave him a sense of cynicism. The unreliable feeling. This guy's still addicted to monasticism. What if the old man got high yesterday and overslept today? By the time he arrives, Wang Taiyi will have seized power there, and the yellow flowers will be cold, even if he arrives. It doesn't mean either. No, we can't just sit around and wait hard for that old guy to come. No matter what, this news has to be passed on to Long Ruoshi. Su Hong's expression was grave, and he immediately instructed his men to keep an eye on this side, while he himself held his sword and, sprinting toward the palace, hundreds of steps, Su Hong quickly stepped up. When he arrived, however, he was surprised to find the door of the courtroom, which had always been wide open, had since Wang Taiyu's set of men had gone in. I can't believe I gave it a tight shut. 2 tall guards with unfamiliar faces guarded the sides, not allowing anyone to go any further. Su Hong's gaze went cold as she immediately stepped forward and scolded. Asshole! Who let the door to this courtroom be closed? Don't you guys realize that this is breaking the rules of heaven? Why don't you open it for me? Chapter 37, Requesting Your Majesty's Decree to Behead the Rebels and Traitors. Su Hong swept her gaze over the 2. These 2 were by no means the guards scheduled for today. It's been dropped. The duo glanced at Su Hong, and a flash of disdain surfaced on their faces, and then with a face of indifference, he said, My lord, this door, today, was arranged to be closed by Lord Wang. In the courtroom today, there are important matters that need to be discussed, and it's not convenient to circulate them, so that's why I arranged to close the door. Lord Wang? How dare you? Su Hong knew it was Wang Taiyun who did it, and her voice was icy cold. When did Wang Taiyu, with so much power? Can you decide whether the main gate of the palace hall is closed or not? I'm only going to say this once. Open the door, or don't blame this official for being rude. What? Does Lord Su still want to break in? Those 2 guards stared at Su Hong with a playful expression. Don't forget, Lord Su, this is the Imperial Palace. It's still in front of the main entrance gate of the palace. To do it here is a capital offense. Noisy. Su Hong let out a low gulp, and without saying a word, he directly struck out at these 2 guards. He could tell before that these 2 fake guards were first-rate experts. It was a bit of a hassle, but for Su Hong, it couldn't stop him at all. Get out! Su Hong swung his large hand, and his 2 palms fiercely blasted towards the duo. Those 2 guards' faces suddenly changed. Apparently, she also didn't expect Su Hong to be so cranky and not follow the rules. Really dared to do it in front of the palace gates. Stop him. Without saying a word, the 2 guards threw out their palms with all their might. But even if the 2 were first-rate experts, their internal strength, would they be a match for Su Hong? The moment the 4 palms clashed, the 2 of them stifled a grunt and he was directly and instantly lifted off by the terrifyingly huge force coming from Su Hong's palm. Both of them collapsed, covering their chests, blood already spurting from their mouths. Something that doesn't know how to die. Su Hong cursed, and right now it was too late to send these 2 on their way completely. Straight away, he rushed forward and slammed the door of the Great Hall open. Boom! The door to the Great Hall was opened. Su Hong stood outside the door. In an instant, the entire court looked over. Everyone had different expressions and seemed to have different ideas. And the leader of the group, Wang Taiyun, saw that Su Hong actually barged in with a hard-on. The look was a few degrees harder. He is going to force the palace today and make Long Ruoshi abdicate. That's why it was designed to block the doors to the Great Hall. In this way, Long Ruoshi's escort couldn't come in for a while. The likelihood of success of his plan that is bound to be greatly increased. But who knew that the 2 loads left at the door were such losers? Still, Su Hong broke in. Su Qing? How did you get in here? Looking at Su Hong coming in, Long Ruoshi's beautiful eyes also heaved a sigh of relief. Long Ruoshi also felt that the atmosphere was very wrong once she went to the court today. The attitude of the civil and military officials towards the is ambiguous, especially after Wang Taiyu came in. Surprisingly, he closed the doors of the Great Hall on the grounds that he was too ill to shine the sun. Long Ruoshi immediately felt that something was wrong. She tensed up inside. It was hard to believe that Wang Taiyun had received the news in advance that Elder Song was going to come out today, to force the palace? If that's true, Long Ruoshi brought a few palace maids and eunuchs to the court today. There was just one personal guard, Su Ruoyu, by his side, just in case a situation like that does break out when the time comes. I'm afraid I'm not sure of my own safety, but the good thing is, this guy Su Hong had a keen sense of smell. and he dared to risk a death sentence by breaking into the Great Hall. Long Ruwashi's heart was completely relieved. I don't know why. The moment she saw Su Hong, an infinite sense of security was immediately born in her heart. Long Ruwashi was just about to speak. Who knew that Wang Taiyu's eyes were cold? And he immediately stood out from the ranks of the ministers. Arching his hand at Long Ruwashi, he said, "Your Majesty, this guard is your royal guard? How dare you? A small guard. How dare you trespass the hall? It should be a capital offense. I ask your Majesty to immediately decree that this person be dragged out and beheaded." Wang Tai used an extremely high volume of sound, filling the entire hall with a huge oppressive force. And when he finished speaking, before Long Ruwashi could say anything, those other ministers who were dependent on Wang Taiyu have also come out of the woodwork. I second the motion. I second the motion. This man is bold, defying His Majesty. He shall be beheaded according to the law. Please, Your Majesty, give the order. At least 20 to 30 ministers, together, followed Wang Taiyun and requested Long Ruwashi to decree the beheading of Su Hong. The scene is grand and oppressive. Although Long Ruwashi was an empress, any dynasty was never the absolute monologue of the emperor. With so many ministers petitioning together, even as an empress, it was impossible for Long Ruwashi to ignore it. In fact, this is the purpose of Wang Taijun, to collect his inner circle and enlist the ministers. As soon as he spoke, a group of ministers naturally chimed in. That way, even if Long Ruwashi wanted to refuse, there was simply no way. Long Ruwashi's face turned completely ugly. She was not expecting that Wang Taiyuan would dare to degrade himself and, directly against Su Hong, a small guard. With so many ministers petitioning right now, she, Long Ruwashi, would be under too much pressure if she hard-bailed. But the significance of Su Hong to Long Ruwashi is extraordinary. It's not just about doing her bidding, advising her and stabilizing her empire. Long Ruwashi still had unspeakable feelings for Su Hong. How could she decapitate Su Hong just for that? Gritting her teeth, Long Ruwashi opened her mouth. Wang Cheng, this matter, I think it's just a momentary impudence of Su Qing, who has just assumed the post of head of the guards. Some do not know the rules. I think there is no need to punish so heavily. Long Ruwashi must protect Su Hong. But who knew that just as his words fell, Wang Taiyun arched his hand again and said, "Your Majesty, the royal hall, which is a symbol of your royal status, can be entered. Only the minister and you, Your Majesty. This little guard, who dares to enter at will, is clearly showing contempt for your imperial authority. If they are not severely punished, I'm afraid that it will undermine Your Majesty's royal authority in the future. That's never acceptable. So I ask Your Majesty, never to be soft-hearted. Such an offender of imperial authority deserves to be killed. It must be killed." After Wang Taiyu finished speaking, those ministers behind him who were attached to him also all came forward and said respectfully, "Please, Your Majesty, behead this man. Please, Your Majesty, don't hesitate to decree the beheading of Su Hong." In time, more ministers came forward. All of them forced Long Ruwashi to give the order to dispose of Long Ruwashi. Long Ruwashi had a pretty face that had gone completely pale. In his eyes, there was even a strong anger, and his fists were clenched. The nails were sinking into the palms of his hands. You guys, how dare you guys push me like this?" Long Ruwashi chided in exasperation. Instead, Wang Taiyu's expression remained indifferent as he faintly said, "Your Majesty, we are doing this for your own good, for the sake of your imperial power. Such disorganized people must be killed." Long Ruwashi was infuriated by Wang Taiyun and her chest was heaving as a result. But at the moment, she really didn't know what to do. Today, Wang Taijun must have come prepared. If he doesn't respond well, the other side doesn't really have a chance to counter. Just at this time, above the Great Hall, another voice suddenly rang out. "Ha ha, Lord Wang speaks in a grandiose manner. I'm a messy man who deserves to be killed. Then, I wonder, what should be done with you, Lord Wang, the son of a rebel? 5 horses and 9 clans? Chapter 38, Tear your face off completely." This one voice was very abrupt. It was exceptionally bright above the quiet hall. The civil and military officials were all stunned. Even turned his head in the direction the voice had come from, including Wang Taiyun. He frowned and turned back violently, hearing Su Hong with a playful face, standing in front of the gate of the Great Hall. His eyes fell on Wang Taiyun. There was a glint in his dark eyes. Bold, Wang Tai used one of the officials around him to directly rebuke Su Hong angrily. "You, a mere imperial guard, dare to speak to the chief minister, Lord Wang, in such a manner? Who are you? How dare you call Lord Wang a rebel? It's really against you." Other officials also chided Su Hong. "That is, you, a man who wears the sins of the world, don't kneel down and ask His Majesty to atone for your sins. How dare you attack Lord Chief Minister? I think you really don't know how to die." Your Majesty, there's no need to hesitate. Issue the decree. Drag this man out and behead him. A bunch of 100 officials were speaking for Wang Taiyun, because most people had received word that Wang Taiyun would make his move today. If you're standing up for Wang Tai now, you're standing up for the future king. Seeing this wallflower group of ministers, excitedly chiding, Su Hong is a face of unconcern. Instead, he looked at Wang Taiyun and continued, Lord Wang, are you calling me a rebel? What about yourself, Lord Wang? I would like to ask if you intend to rebel. Are you a rebel? Is it not more than the subordinate, 10,000 times damned? Su Hong is sentence rebellion. Directly Wang Tai with the matter of plotting rebellion. Completely get on the stage to say, he guessed that Wang Taiyu was going to make a move today. Instead of waiting for him to plot almost to make his move, he was in a passive position. Then why don't we just tear our faces off and force Wang Tai to use counter? But after all, Wang Taijun can sit in today's position. The mind, the city is naturally extraordinary. With Su Hong's few words, he naturally didn't panic in the slightest. Turning his head to look at Su Hong, he smiled contemptuously. Lord Su Hong Su, if you say that the old man has rebelled, then the old man has rebelled? If you have no proof, then I shall sue you before His Majesty for falsely accusing a minister of the court. You're guilty as charged again. Lord Wang, the head minister of the dynasty, you dare to do something you don't dare to admit? Su Hong laughed coldly, looking directly at Su Ruoyu behind Long Ruoshi in front of her and opened her mouth. Lord Su, since Lord Wang refuses to confess, then take those statements and show them to him. Help your lordship to recall memories. Oh, good. Su Ruoyu, who was behind Long Ruoshi, was originally a bit confused by this scene, but she remembered Su Hong's instructions to her before she went to court to protect His Majesty, so she kept her heartstrings taut. As long as anyone dared to approach Long Ruoshi, she would not hesitate to strike. But at this moment, Su Hong asked her to take out her statement, and only then did she react to it. Immediately, he took out a stack of confessions from his arms and handed it to Su Hong. Su Hong took it and didn't even look at it, but gave it to the messenger eunuch next to him. What is written here? Let the eunuch read it to you all. The eunuch was a little confused. He turned his head to look at Long Ruoshi, who nodded, and only then did he pick up and, one by one, they read. Eunuchly of the Ministry of the Interior testified that the Prime Minister, Chancellor Wang Taiyuan, ordered me to lurk in the palace. County Princess Long Xiaokite's side, gathering intelligence while controlling Long Xiaokite's life, and waiting until the time is right to. You can use Long Xiaokite's life to blackmail His Majesty and help Lord Wang Tai ascend to the throne. Statement by Sun Yunlong, former head of the Imperial Guards. Lord Wang Taiyun is holding my wife and children hostage. Let me help him lurk around His Majesty, and when he makes a move to rebel, I, of the Imperial Guards, can control His Majesty as fast as possible. Confession of Li Xiaoa, palace maid of the Imperial Catering Room. Lord Shofu promised that after he ascended to the Imperial throne, keep me as a concubine, as long as I plant a compulsion in His Majesty's diet every day. Little eunuch Xiao Su Zi of the House of the Interior, the eunuch who delivered the message. While reading, his voice trembled. These confessions were asked by Su Hong when she caught the mole before. It's just that at that time, Wang Tai used too much strength, and Long Ruoshi didn't dare to tear her face off. That's what held it back and never took it out. But today, Wang Taiyu had decided to make a move. These things, then, would have to be brought out as important evidence of guilt. That eunuch, who was the messenger, read for 10 or so minutes. The confessions of the 51 traitors were all read out one by one. The contents of the book are all horrifying, and the wolfishness of Wang Taizhong's exhibit the best of the best. There are even traitors that have been lurking in the palace for years. It's to be useful at certain times when it's necessary. Having plotted for so many years, it was evident that Wang Taiyun's ambition had begun many years ago. The eunuch's voice, which traveled through the great hall. The lower part of the room was indifferent except for Wang Taijun's expression. The civil and military officials, their faces were all stunned. Some are not expecting it, but it turns out that Long Ruoshi has long since gotten hold of incriminating evidence against Wang Taiyu, just never took it out. And there are ordinary officials who have not stood by the king's platform to use, and who are still loyal to Long Ruoshi, although they also know that Wang Tai's heart has a counter-intent. But when they hear Wang Tai use these wolves, each of them has an angry expression. What audacity! The chief minister Wang Tai has coveted the throne for a long time, and has been practicing these bad tactics for a long time. It's really a mess. Hateful, hateful. That such a disorganized and traitorous person should be the backbone of my great Zhou court. How ironic. The ordinary officials were dissatisfied in their hearts, but they knew that Wang Taijun was now at the court, simply only hand to cover the sky. At this moment also all heart thought, each dare not say. Su Hong quietly waited for the messenger eunuch to finish, before looking at Wang Taiyun and slowly said, "Lord Wang, you still have something to say? As the son of a rebel, he shall be beheaded according to the law." Su Hong stood under Long Ruoshi's throne, just like her spokesperson, and immediately roared, "Come on man, drag this disorganized man down." Chop! Su Hong's voice fell, yet there was no answer around, even outside the door. Not a single guard came in, not a single movement. Ha ha! Seeing the situation, Wang Taiyun naturally laughed out loud in triumph. After the laughter, he raised his head and looked at Su Hong and Long Ruoshi with a grim gaze. The voice came out in a shadowy manner. "I didn't realize that you guys still had this in reserve. Since we've completely torn our faces apart, there's no need for the old man to pretend. Not bad. Old me does covet the throne. Long Ruoshi, a woman, is weak and incompetent, and Great Zhou, under her rule, the strength is weakening day by day, and the country is already inferior to its neighbors. If this continues, sooner or later, Great Zhou will be invaded by another country. Eventually the country will die. For this country to survive, the incompetent emperor must abdicate, and the old man is above her. Long Ruoshi, in terms of ability, strategy, connections, and power. If the throne was in my hands, my Great Zhou would not be in this situation. So Long Ruoshi, if you want to have a good end, just be self-conscious and step aside and zen the throne to the old man, and the old man can still save your life. If you don't know what's good for you and insist on confronting it, then don't blame the old man for turning the tables on you." Chapter 39, Your Majesty still has me by his side. Wang Taiyun stood there, full of arrogance and condescension. He was full of red light, as if at this moment, the great Zhou dynasty was already in his grasp. And indeed, it does. A dynasty full of civil and military officials, most of whom hold heavy power in their hands, except for a few marginalized officials. All look up to him. The leaders of the 6 ministries, too, had all become people used by Wang Tai. At the moment, Empress Long Ruoshi was still trapped by him above this tiny hall, and outside, the Forbidden Army had been blockaded by the men he had already sent ahead, and it was too late to support them here. His being here at this moment and forcing Long Ruoshi to abdicate is just a formality. It's good that Long Ruoshi agreed. It's better not to say yes. There's no longer any way to stop Wang Taiyun from claiming the throne. Wang Taiyu just didn't believe that just the 2 people in the area beside Long Ruoshi, one Su Hong and one Su Ruoyu. "Can't you still protect Long Ruoshi?" Wang Taiyun's words fell, and those officials behind him who had long ago fallen to Wang Taiyun's, after glancing at each other, they immediately arched their hands at Long Ruoshi one after another, their tone icy cold to the extreme. "I agree with Chief Minister Wang's opinion. Chief Minister Wang is indeed more suitable to dominate Great Zhou than His Majesty. For the sake of the Great Zhou's kingdom, please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Please abdicate, Your Majesty." For a moment, all the civil and military personnel in the court took a step forward, bending and arching their hands in Long Ruoshi's direction. Although the mold seemed respectful, the tone of each person's voice was filled with disdain. In their opinion, today Long Ruoshi will completely fall. There's nothing anyone can do to stop it. Wang Taiyu smiled smugly, looked at Long Ruoshi and Su Hong, and faintly said, "See, Long Ruoshi, your great power is gone. If you have the sense to abdicate, perhaps I can even take you as my consort after I am crowned emperor. If you insist on not retreating, then the end. There is no need for me to say more." Wang Tai used his voice to fall. 2 teams of armored guards also rushed in directly outside the door. All of them were armed with sharp weapons and immediately surrounded Long Ruoshi and Su Hong and the others. "Wang Taiyu, how dare you? How dare you let private soldiers into the palace?" Seeing this scene, Long Ruoshi was angry and furious, and slapped the dragon case and rebuked angrily. Wang Taiyu laughed disdainfully. "Your Majesty, look carefully. These are not my private soldiers. Rather, they're from your palace patrol battalion. They followed me of their own free will, and you know now that you're on the ropes." "What?" Long Ruoshi's face changed and she even looked toward the 2 teams of guards. Although Long Ruoshi can't remember them all clearly, there are a few that. It was indeed a familiar face that Long Ruoshi had seen before. A huge blow landed on Long Ruoshi's heart. It made her whole being a little shaky at the moment. Could it be that he has been the son of heaven of the Great Zhou for so many years, thinking that the 100 officials are obedient to him? But was it actually an illusion woven for her by Wang Taiyu? Long Ruoshi's but fell down on the dragon chair again, and her entire body collapsed a little. The civil and military officials had all stood around Wang Taiyun. The palace guards and the patrol battalion have all become used by Wang Tai. The Forbidden Army didn't come to support them at the moment either. Long Ruoshi realized that at this moment, she had become completely isolated. Beside herself, there seemed to be utterly no one else willing to stand by her side. So what? Just when Long Ruoshi's heart had despaired, a voice rang in Long Ruoshi's ears. She looked up slightly, and suddenly saw Su Hong. Su Hong was covered in armored stomach and stood in front of Long Ruoshi's body, which seemed like an incomparably huge back for a moment. At the moment, Long Ruoshi was firmly escorted behind her. Su Hong stared at Wang Taiyun and slowly said, "By His Majesty's side, there's still me." "You?" Wang Taiyun snorted at his words. "What can you do with a mere guard? Even if you're highly skilled in martial arts. Let's not talk about the experts in this patrol battalion. There's still the Forbidden Army inside the palace. There are even more first-rate experts in the Forbidden Army. With your power alone, do you think you can make any waves? Then add me." Su Ruoyu also stood out and came to Su Hong's side. She was holding her sword, and in a flash, her sword aura was already spreading. "Today, whoever dares to touch a hair on His Majesty's head, I will make him spill his blood in the Great Hall." Su Ruoyu's toughness was still notorious within the palace. The true administrator of the Zhongren mansion is venomous and powerful. When she stood out alone, those patrol battalion experts panicked a bit. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back, and those civil and military officials also looked at Su Ruoyu with some scorn. This is Long Ruoshi's close guard who was raised from a young age. Extremely strong, an ordinary first-class expert. Come on, a few are hard to get close to. In this way, it was indeed difficult to control Long Ruoshi at once. The civil and military officials, as well as the patrol battalion's experts, all looked at Wang Taiyun, as if seeking his opinion. Wang Taiyun sneered, "Even if there's one more person, so what? It's just as weak. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. All of you. If anyone can take down Long Ruoshi, when the old man is crowned emperor, he will be enthroned as a first-ranking officer." Wang Tai used this sentence. Those guards around, one by one, their eyes all glowed. First-ranking officers, except for the emperor and a few others. It was almost like a figure standing at the top of the pyramid of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the Great Zhou, one will have almost limitless power. That was a far cry from their current status as ordinary guards of the patrol battalion. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. The 10 or so guards of the patrol battalion, not vulgar in their second words, immediately took up arms and, charging towards Su Hong and Su Ruoyu, kill. For a time, the large hall was completely in chaos at the moment. No one has dared to fight in this throne room for many years, and today, Wang Taizhong has rebelled, but it's directly in this great hall, one against the other. The strength of the 10 or so patrol battalion guards was quite good. It was almost on the verge of being a first-rate expert. Wang Taizhong used the captains of the patrol battalions, who were specially called in. It's to prevent unexpected situations like Su Hong. The two of them, Su Hong and Su Ruoyu, looked at each other and without saying a word, immediately struck out at the same time. Ding ding ding. Su Ruoyu and the two of them all drew their swords, and their figures were heavenly. At once, he fought a dozen or so patrol battalion experts in one place. It had to be said that the strength of these palace experts was just extraordinary. Su Hong had counted himself as having fought quite a few first-class experts. However, when facing the experts of the patrol battalion, they still felt a hint of trickiness. However, Su Hong's stance was dominant, allowing him to defeat these masters in an instant, even though he couldn't. But it doesn't fall short. Su Hong's side was still stopped. There's no need to talk about Su Ruoyu's side. She had mastered the 10,000 heavy rains that Su Hong had passed on to her in a very short period of time though. But after all, Wang Taiyu came prepared. One person against is a close to first-class experts. She inevitably some cannot cope. With the overtures, several wounds had soon appeared on his body. Humph, sure enough, I can't stop it. Seeing this scene, Wang Taiyun snorted with disdain in his eyes. Seeing that both Su Hong and Su Ruoyu were trapped, Long Ruoshi had completely become a loner. After his turbid gaze wandered for a while over Long Ruoshi's exquisite figure that couldn't even be covered by the dragon robe, he took a single step and headed towards Long Ruoshi on the dragon chair. Humph, Long Ruoshi, today, old me will not only take your throne, and to make you old man's woman, let you feel what it's like to be a woman. Saying that, Wang Tai used a big hand and grabbed fiercely towards Long Ruoshi. Chapter 40, Wang Taiyu's strength. Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Su Ruoyu shrieked, wanted to rush over to protect Long Ruoshi, but an expert of the patrol battalion next to him directly slashed at Su Ruoyu with a vicious knife. Although Su Ruoyu reacted, she was still a beat too slow and her back was viciously slashed, dripping with blood, and as Long Ruoshi watched Wang Taiyu approach, he was suddenly alarmed. But she tried to keep this calm on the surface and angrily scolded, Wang Taiyu, how dare you? What do you want? Why don't you get the hell down? Wang Taiyu, however, didn't pay any attention to Long Ruoshi at all. He knew that Long Ruoshi was purely a paper tiger now, having lost all her power. You can still ravage it as much as you want? Wang Taiyu directly stepped forward, and the person had already arrived right in front of Long Ruoshi's dragon chair. That is, a body position. He looked at Long Ruoshi, especially the dragon chair it was sitting on. A strong fervor and desire emerged in his eyes. 10 years. It's been 10 years. I've been planning for 10 years. And today, I can finally stand here, on the imperial throne. It's already within the old man's reach. Ha ha. Wang Taiyu laughed twice maniacally and reached out to take hold of Long Ruoshi. Unbridled, Long Ruoshi's beautiful eyes were indignant, and without saying anything, she slapped Wang Taiyu. However, he was easily pulled up from the dragon chair by Wang Taiyu with a handful of grabbed wrists. Wang Tai looked at Long Ruoshi with deep eyes, horrified and salivating, and laughed heatedly. Long Ruoshi, don't worry, I won't let you die. Not only the imperial throne, including this body of yours, it will also be Lao Fu's. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity for you to be called the number one beauty of Great Zhou? After saying that, Wang Tai used to reach out to touch Long Ruoshi's chin. Right at this moment, a stern and incomparable sword light suddenly arrived. Old thing, try touching my wife again? Rumble. This sword light was strong to the extreme, as if a heavenly dome of white moon was rising over the entire hall. Su Hong held his sword in his hand, his feet accompanied by majestic thunder rushing underneath him, and his entire body transformed into a residual shadow. It came straight to Wang Taiyu's back heart. What? This sword was truly terrifying and powerful, causing Wang Taiyun's face to suddenly change. He instantly let go of Long Ruoshi, and his body hurriedly dodged to the side. However, Su Hong's stance was extremely fast, and this sword arrived even faster. Wang Taiyu only slightly avoided it, and his side was still grazed by the sword light. Pust! His arm was immediately rubbed open with a bloody gash by the sword, and blood suddenly flowed slowly down. Wang Taizhong stumbled and took several steps backward before he could stand still. Lin shielded his left injured arm. His face suddenly hardened. My lord! Those civil and military officials were all startled, and cold sweat ran down one's back. After all, they had helped Wang Taiyu to force the palace today, which was tantamount to completely betraying Long Ruoshi. If Wang Taiyuan not only fails to seize the throne, but is also killed by a sword, at that time, Long Ruoshi is still the emperor. To settle scores, they cannot escape one. To punish the 9 clans are the lightest, so they followed Wang Taiyun this time, and also belonged to the fight to the death, either succeed or die. However, the good thing is that a group of people saw that Wang Taiyu only suffered a little sword on his arm, and the person did not have any serious injury. That's what put the heart back into it. Daryl! Su Hong jumped up in one step and helped Long Ruoshi up. Looking at the other party's miserably white face, there was a moment of heartache. This time, it was a miscalculation. If he could have realized that Wang Taiyuan was going to make his move today, he could have set up the situation earlier. Long Ruoshi wouldn't have to encounter the incomparably passive situation today. Are you okay? Su Hong helped Long Ruoshi to the dragon chair and asked with concern. No, it's fine. Long Ruoshi was a bit stunned, but at the moment, she felt, with the man in front of her holding her hand, it made her feel more grounded and settled than ever before. Well, then you can sit here for a while. No need to panic. I've got everything here. Su Hong's words were full of determination, and that confidence in her tone gave Long Ruoshi unprecedented courage. She looked at Su Hong in a daze, and the more she could feel the man's charm. It was as if one was afraid of nothing as long as this man was around. Long Ruoshi was now more and more glad that she had chosen him in the first place. If it wasn't for Su Hong by his side, I was afraid that I would have been eaten by Wang Taiyun long ago. Well, I believe you. Long Ruoshi held Su Hong's hand and looked at Su Hong with her beautiful eyes filled with devotion. Ding! Your in-law Long Ruoshi's favorability plus 20. Current favorability 62. An alert of increased favorability came to his ears, but Su Hong no longer cared. He had to address the immediate needs of the moment before he could think about the future. Otherwise it would all be for naught. Finish him! Those few NEI experts still wanted to rush towards Su Hong, but they were stopped by Wang Taiyu. A bunch of losers. So many people, and they can't even deal with one. Wang Taiyu chortled and directly drank back the dozen or so experts. The dozen or so experts immediately blanched in embarrassment. It's not that they didn't try their best, but this Su Hong's strength is really unpredictable. They had done their best, but they just couldn't help Su Hong. The main reason was that the other party's stance was so terrifying that they couldn't even touch the corner of Su Hong's coat. All stand back. This brat old man will deal with it personally. Wang Taiyu took off that set of official clothes, revealing a set of soft hedgehog gold armor inside, shining with gold light. Swords and knives don't enter. The crowd was all horrified. It turns out that the chief minister, Wang Taiyu, is still a hidden expert? On Su Hong's side, her gaze was fixed and she wasn't too surprised, because the last time he was at Wang Taiyu's house, he was near Wang Taiyu's. It was then that he felt an extremely uncommon aura within the other party's body. That aura was definitely above that of a first-class expert, perhaps a first-class Jedi Master, or perhaps, it is an earthy mortal. Su-hong didn't dare to be careless and couldn't help but grip the blood shadow sword on his hand. He had been practicing the heavenly evil divine power day and night for some time, and his power had likewise risen greatly, but it still hadn't touched the threshold of an earthy mortal. If this old thing, Wang Taiyu, was really an earthy mortal, would he be able to win? He didn't have the slightest idea in his mind, but right now it's a life and death situation. He is to die, but he will definitely take a step back. Humph. At this point, Lord Wang is not pretending. It's just that Lord Wang has to do it himself at his age. Aren't you afraid that you'll accidentally flash your old waist and die under my sword then? Su-hong stared at Wang Taiyun and sneered continuously. Humph. With your three-legged kung fu, you want to be able to help me? What a fool's dream. Today, I'll let you see the real gap between you and the old man. Wang Taiyu roared, and the terrifying internal force within his body directly exploded. In an instant, a substantial and terrifying strong wind directly blasted out with Wang Taiyun as the center. The entire hall instantly jolted, as if slightly shaken, and all of those civil officials were shocked and fell to their knees, and even the military officials were shocked and took several steps back before they could stand still. Seeing this scene, Su-hong's gaze suddenly changed, and his expression became increasingly grave. Inner strength outward. This old dog actually does have earthy mortal strength? Chapter 41, First Battle with an Earthy Mortal. Feeling the oozing aura of Wang Taiyun's body, Su-hong's face instantly froze. He had guessed the strength of Wang Taiyu, possibly a first-rate superb, or maybe a half-step earthy mortal? He had thought that the probability of Wang Tai using the earthy mortal should be very low. After all, if Wang Taixian was an earthy mortal, then he should have taken a shot at Long Ruoxi a long time ago. Why did you put up with it until now? Apparently Su-hong misjudged Wang Taiyu. This person is cautious by nature. If there is no absolute certainty, easily won't make a move. This, after several successive years from the time he had mastered the dynasty, confirming that he had made Long Ruoxi's minions clear and clean. He also still felt the oppression of Song Sharan, the veteran of 3 dynasties, which forced him to do so. Forced out. Wang Taijun always felt that the late emperor, the city that deep a person, to be able to pass on the throne to a woman, it's impossible not to have left something behind. So even though he had earthy mortal strength, he still waited until today. Wang Taiyu laughed out loud. Why also? Su-hong, the old man earthy mortal advanced to the earthy mortal realm a year ago. You are not going to be a match for the old man no matter what. Old me will now give you one last chance. Back off now, and I'll leave you alive. Wang Taiyu still admired Su-hong. He still hadn't given up on putting such a talent to his own use. As soon as Long Ruoxi heard this, she tensed up. The beautiful eyes looked towards Su-hong. She couldn't guarantee that Su-hong wouldn't betray herself. After all, life is on the line. How many people can stand firm without fear of life or death? And Su-hong inhaled a breath, then looked up at Wang Taiyu with a contemptuous smile. Old dog, thinking that a mere earthy mortal can shock the Lord me? It's just as well. I haven't fought an earthy mortal yet, so let me see today that. What kind of strength does an earthy mortal have? Su-hong's indifferent voice came out without any extra movements. It just raised the blood shadow sword, the blade pointing straight at Wang Taiyun. Su-hong's approach. Behind her, Long Ruoxi's body shuddered fiercely. She didn't expect it. Su-hong could actually be loyal to herself to this extent. In her opinion, their current situation was almost as if they were trapped. But Su-hong is not even willing to give up on her. This made Long Ruoxi's heart feel an unprecedented feeling. Looking at Su-hong, his eyes grew hazy. Su-hong is indeed a very good candidate. If we can get through this calamity, he and I. But unfortunately, this calamity, I'm afraid I won't be able to cross it. Long Ruoxi sighed deeply. As for Wang Taiyu, when he heard Su-hong's words, his entire body froze, and then he burst into a playful laughter. It was like hearing the world's funniest joke. Ha ha, good. Since you're so loyal to this woman, then when the time comes, I'll let you take a good look at that. How I made your master wail under me. Wang Taiyu's eyes went cold. This instant, suddenly moved. Boom! His speed was so fast that Su-hong barely reacted. Wang Taiyu was almost in front of him. A palm followed, fiercely blasting towards Su-hong. Kid, die! The terrifying inner strength of an earthy mortal caused Su-hong's face to change color. He knew this slap he could get hurt next. But behind him is Long Ruoxi. If he dodges, what will Long Ruoxi do? Su-hong let out a low roar, and the heavenly evil divine skill in his body operated like never before. A terrifying internal force suddenly rose out of its body. Su-hong had already practiced the heavenly evil divine skill to the 11th layer during this time. the depth of his inner strength had almost doubled. But even so, the gap with an earthy mortal powerhouse was still extremely great. Su Hong's sword blasted out fiercely, clashing hard with Wang Taiyun's palm. Boom! There was a terrifyingly loud bang. Wang Taiyun took 2 steps backward. Instead, Su Hong's body was shaken back dozens of meters. It almost flew out, smashing hard against the wall of the Great Hall. Su Qing, Long Ruoshi exclaimed. Your Majesty, I'm fine. Su Hong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked back out. Wang Taiyu looked at his palm and frowned. With this palm, he went to strike Su Hong with the idea that he would surely kill him, but he didn't expect it in any way. Su Hong, a first-rate expert, he took a slap from 80% of his own strength, but he didn't die. He's only slightly injured, and the other party just had that sword. How could he have shaken back his hallowed earthy mortal? This made Wang Taiyun only feel his scalp tingle. This kid is not simple. Right now, he has the strength to barely get by with an earthy mortal. If we wait for him to break through to earthy mortal, I'm afraid that even old me won't be a match for him by then. Wang Taiyu scorned Su Hong. To have this strength at such an age, the threat to the future is too great and must be gotten rid of. Kid, your strength is truly terrifying. In a few more years, I'm afraid that even old me is no match for you. But it's a pity that you've met the old man. Today, you'll die obediently at the hands of the old man. It's your honor to die at the hands of an earthy mortal. Wang Tai used a domineering tone. It was as if he had eaten Su Hong. Su Hong smiled disdainfully and stood in front of Long Ruoshi once again with his sword, slowly saying, "Oh, old dog, it's still not clear who will die or live today." After Su Hong finished speaking, she charged up again with her sword. Brush up. In an instant, countless bloody shadows of swordlight, like a diffuse sword network, caged Wang Tai with an instant. "I don't know how to die." Wang Taiyun snorted and swung his big hand, his palm wind blazing as he and Su Hong violently battled in one place. The two figures constantly staggered and exchanged blows. The two men's internal energy blasted against each other, causing a terrifying wave of air that caused the entire hall to vibrate. The surrounding civil and military officials were all dumbfounded when they saw this amazing scene. They have been pampered in the capital for years. It was really the first time I had seen such supreme masters exchange blows. Each of them looked pale and their eyes flickered. But they heard Wang Tai use that Lord Wan was already a legendary earthy mortal. One by one, they put their hearts back into their stomachs. Earthy mortal. Even those who didn't practice martial arts knew that it was a powerful person who was above the entire continent. An earthy mortal level powerhouse. Even a dynasty would have to give it 3 points. This is deterrence from absolute force. And now Wang Taiyu, with the strength of an earthy mortal, had countless people clustered behind him for support. This throne of Great Zhou today, any way you look at it, he took it. The hearts of the civil and military officials who betrayed Long Ruoshi were overjoyed, but Long Ruoshi Su Ruoyu's side, the mind was completely sunk to the bottom. How they didn't expect it. Wang Taiyun was hiding so deeply that he was actually a hallowed earthy mortal level expert. If Su Hong and the others lose the battle, then Long Ruoshi's empire is bound to be in jeopardy. Su Ruoyu looked at Long Ruoshi's face full of worry and couldn't help but comfort her. "Your Majesty, no need to worry. Although this old dog Wang Taiyu's strength is already that of an earthy mortal, Lord Su isn't a generalist either. Trust Lord Su, he will never fail easily." Chapter 42, Critical Injury Crisis. Well, hearing Su Ruoyu's words, Long Ruoshi nodded. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with nervousness as she looked towards the staggering figures of Su Hong and Wang Taiyu. Although reason told her that the probability of Su Hong being able to win against an earthy mortal was slim to none, but after so many days of contact with Su Hong, Long Ruoshi felt more and more that Su Hong was an uncomplicated person. Anything that seemed impossible became possible in his hands. It was that belief that Long Ruoshi retained in her heart. Perhaps, this time, Su Hong could really turn a dangerous situation into a successful one. Long Ruoshi gritted her teeth. Su Hong, you are my destined in-law. What would you have me do if you died? On Su Hong's side, he didn't know that Long Ruoshi had such great expectations of him. He was only barely able to block Wang Taiyun's continuous attacks with all his might now. Although the heavenly evil divine power allowed him to barely keep up with the earthy mortals in terms of the depth and thickness of his internal power. But an earthy mortal isn't just called an earthy mortal because of deep inner strength. Their internal strength, compared to ordinary experts, had changed qualitatively. The same amount of internal energy, blasting out a palm, was simply incomparable. This led to the fact that Wang Taiyu had only struck out at random, and Su Hong had only barely managed to block it with all his might. Even so, after a dozen rounds, Su Hong still received a few slaps on her body. More serious injuries have appeared in the body. Good boy. What kind of gongfu did you practice? The inner strength is so deep. Wang Taiyun was also getting more and more surprised the more he fought. The kung fu inside Su Hong's body was able to give him such a deep internal force when he was a first-class expert. Definitely not ordinary. The heart coveted this Gong method though. However, he was already an Earth Immortal, and the cost of dispersing his power and retraining was not small. To put an end to it, this kid must be killed today. Practicing what? Killing your kung fu. Su Hong let out a low roar, his feet stepping on the Thunderdome 3000, his speed soaring to the limit all of a sudden. It actually swept to Wang Taiyi's back in an instant. After that, without saying a word, the blood shadow sword in his hand boomed and stabbed out fiercely. Su Hong's all-out sword was like the dazzling burning sun in the sky. A terrifying and incomparable aura erupted. This time, Wang Taiyu were all a bit caught off guard. It was really too fast for the thunderous 3000, and even the Earth Immortals appeared to lose their concentration for a split second. With this sword, Su Hong poured out all of his strength, exploding the internal energy in his body to the limit. It was that if he couldn't kill Wang Taiyun, he had to seriously injure him. Old dog, die! Su Hong let out a low roar, and the blood shadow sword poked heavily at the back of Wang Taiyu's heart. Dang! In this instant, Su Hong's surefire sword stabbed at Wang Taiyun. What came was the sound of metal clashing against soft gold armor. But even so, Wang Taiyun was instantly shaken away by the powerful force. The soft gold armor also shook Su Hong's blood shadow sword away, and the recoil shook Su Hong back several full steps. Damn it! This old dog! How many layers of armor have been passed on his body? Su Hong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Wang Taiyun, who was not far away, with a gradually ugly expression. Originally, this sword, that is, if he could not kill Wang Taiyu, it was definitely enough for him to drink a pot, but I didn't expect it. This Wang Taiyun is afraid of death to this extent. Already an Earth Immortal strength, he actually had a full set of soft gold armor on his body. If it wasn't for this armor, that sword just now would definitely be enough to seriously injure this old dog. Ugh! However, Wang Taiyu was still injured by the strong impact of the sword, and stood in place. Spit a mouthful of blood at the ground. Good boy. I underestimated you. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be this strong. It's a pity that old me has passed on this shin-cold soft gold armor. Under the Earth Immortals, it definitely can't hurt old me. Kid, after using this sword, your internal energy is almost depleted. I guess you now, old man, don't have any ability to fight back. Wang Taiyun stared at Su Hong with a cold smile, killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had put his golden armor on at the end of the day, he would have really been successful in his sneak attack by this Su Hong kid. The greater Su Hong's threat, the stronger Wang Taiyun's killing intent towards him became. At this moment, with a fling of his hand, with an incomparably domineering aura, step by step, he walked towards Su Hong. Su Hong stumbled a few steps and easily struggled to get up. As Wang Taijing said, his internal energy was indeed severely depleted due to that sword just now. He had almost lost the ability to fight Wang Taiyun again. Su Hong's body shivered slightly. The strength Wang Tai used left him powerless. Su Hong gritted her teeth fiercely, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Is it possible that this is a doomed disaster that can't be passed? Su Hong's mind raced with thoughts. The only way now, perhaps the only way to do that is to ditch the big weak. Utilizing the speed of his Thunderbolt 3000, he forcefully took Long Ruoxi away. But then, Great Zhou will completely fall into the hands of Wang Taiyun. It equates to him still failing. Su Hong's mind pondered various approaches. But suddenly, he noticed an aura that was both familiar and unfamiliar appearing not far outside the Great Hall, was walking slowly and methodically at a slow pace. Could it be him? Su Hong's heart fluttered, and after confirming the owner of this aura, his expression finally relaxed slightly. He raised his head, looked at Wang Taiyun in front of him, and laughed. Old dog, today, you can't kill me. Ha ha, kid, I think you've lost your mind. Wang Taiyun froze, then couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. Su Hong, it's useless for you to show off. Today I will definitely send you down to meet the King of Hell. After Wang Taiyun finished speaking, his body flashed and swept directly in front of Su Hong. A palm was on Su Hong's head, raised high in the air, and a terrifying internal force shook the entire Great Hall could feel that terrifying might. The civil and military officials below were overwhelmed with excitement. Destroyed Su Hong, the last obstacle in front of the Empress. Wang Taijun will be able to claim the throne. When that time comes, everything in the Great Week will change. As Long Ruoxi watched the scene, her pretty face had become completely alarmed. She couldn't help but exclaim, Su Hong. A cruel color emerged in Wang Taiyun's eyes. Kid, I have to say, you're a character to make the old man feel this tricky and you're still the first, but unfortunately, you're on the wrong side, so I can only send you away. In your next life, remember to learn to be smart and stand on the wrong side of the line, even if you're capable of. The end is just as much extinction. After Wang Taizhong made a victory speech, with a palm, he slapped down hard towards Su Hong's head. Su Hong was seriously injured at this moment, and her internal energy was almost exhausted. A slap from an earthy mortal. There was absolutely no way he could take it. However, a cold smile surfaced in Su Hong's eyes at the moment. Immediately, he yelled, "Old man, how much longer do you have to see this, before you make your move?" What? Upon hearing the sudden words from Su Hong's mouth, all those present, including Wang Tai, all of them froze. Wang Taiyu frowned and looked back for a while, realizing that he didn't perceive anyone at all. He was instantly a little angry. "Humph, kid, at the end of your life, you still have to make up stories. Die." Without saying a word, Wang Taiyu immediately blasted out a palm, wanting to destroy Su Hong to prevent a long night's sleep. Seeing that a palm was about to fall, a thick sigh came from the Great Hall. "Hey, kid, I wanted to see how long you'd last in front of the Earth Immortals, but now it seems that it's just average. You're doing okay. Next, leave it to the old man." Chapter 43, The Old Man Will Send You on Your Way Today. Boom! The moment this old voice fell, a figure, suddenly descending from the sky. It landed directly in front of Su Hong. He was seen wearing a simple Taoist robe, followed by a calm fling. In an instant, an unseen force shook Wang Taiyun directly away in an instant. Bang! Wang Taiyu was at least an Earth Immortal. He was actually directly forced back dozens of meters in an instant by this person. Almost all of them flew out of the Great Hall. What man? Wang Taizhong tried his best to stand still. When he looked up, it was only then that Hercule saw an old man of roughly 70 years of age pop up in front of him. Slim and short, wearing a plain Taoist robe. The beards on both sides of his cheeks were now windless, and he was looking at Wang Taiyun with a calm face. Who? Wang Tai with incredulity. A little old man who could actually shock his Earth Immortal realm self back alive? How is that possible? But at this time, those civil and military officials looked at the little old man's face, and some of them quickly recognized it and, with intense surprise and uncertainty, he lost his voice and cried out, Is Elder Song? Elder Song? After the first voice shouted out, everyone rushed to look at the little old man. Soon, shock and disbelief surfaced on more and more people's faces. Though Song Lao had withdrawn from the court a dozen years ago, but the officer who stood in the Great Hall, and who first entered the court of most of them had still caught a glimpse of the overwhelming elegance of Song Shuren, the patriarch of the three dynasties of the Great Zhou, and at this moment, the old man in front of me, compared to the Song Lao of that year, less majestic, more casual, appearance-wise, more than a decade had passed, but instead, he looked even younger. But there's no doubt in everyone's mind, this godly old man in front of him was definitely Song Lao without a doubt. Elder Song? Song Shuren? Wang Taiyu also recognized Song Shuren at this moment. His eyes exploded as he glared deathly at the rather immortal Song Shuren before him. Eyes almost glazed over. How is this possible? This old thing is already hundreds of years old. How come he looks so young? It's even alive and kicking. And one palm can still shock the old man away? Wang Tai with incredulity. If he hadn't seen Song Shuren standing in front of him with his own eyes, he would have thought that he had accepted a hallucination. Elder Song, you're finally here. Su Hong stood up with difficulty and looked at the short old man, her tone carrying a few points of complaint. In fact, the last time he was at the Song mansion, he watched Song Shuren alchemize and cultivate, over 100 years old, but looks about the same as someone in their 70s or 80s. At that time, he knew that this old thing was not simple. Sure enough, when Song Shuren arrived today, I don't know if it was deliberate or unintentional, a hint of a shocking aura was emitted, which was detected by Su Hong. It was then that Su Hong realized that the three dynasty leader who had spoken so eloquently with her that day, surprisingly, he had that kind of terrifying strength. It's just that Su Hong sensed that Song Shuren's kung fu didn't look like martial arts. Looking at the way it struck just now, it didn't even touch Wang Taiyu and shook him away. It seems much more subtle than martial arts. Su Hong then wondered if Song Shuren had practiced monasticism and alchemy again. Could it be that he had really gotten rid of worldly martial arts and was already practicing immortality? It's good to be here. Song Shuren glanced at Su Hong and said with a hefty smile, Su Hong, if you want to blame me, you should blame the spirit pill you gave me in the first place. The old man I spent a full day before barely refining. If not foreseeing that Wang Taizhu this kid may strike today, the old man was going to put off coming over for a few days. But, by mistake, it saved your boy's life. You must remember that. You owe the old man a favor. Su Hong smiled helplessly. Fine, I'll remember that. I owe you a favor. Hearing Su Hong promise to come down, Song Shuren was then happy. Elder Song, you're here. Great. Long Ruoshi's side saw Song Sharon arrive, even saved Su Hong. The whole group was also ecstatic. Song Sharon turned around, looked at Long Ruoshi, and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, I'm late to save you. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. No. Elder Song really gave me a big surprise. Long Ruoshi's gaze floated with color. I didn't expect Elder Song to still be in such good health after a long absence, not to mention that the body hands are surprisingly so out of this world as well. It's really gratifying to me. Oh, Your Majesty is flattered. Song Sharon nodded to Long Ruoshi and said casually. It seemed that Song Sharon's attitude towards Long Ruoshi was even worse than that towards Su Hong. But it's normal when you think about it. Song Sharon retired not long after Long Ruoshi succeeded to the throne, and had not been too right about belonging. And although Song Sharon was in seclusion and asceticism, the situation of the Great Zhou still know everything. He also knew that if it wasn't for Long Ruoshi's unguarded and overly trusting of Wang Taiyun, it wouldn't have created the situation we have today. So naturally, he was rather unimpressed with Long Ruoshi's abilities. Originally, such an emperor, even if he could solve Wang Taiyun, he felt that there was no need to save. However, since he had taken Su Hong's elixir, he had to keep his word, which was why he chose to go out. Your Majesty, I have been persuaded to go out this time by Su Hong alone, and Your Majesty would like to thank. Just thank Su Hong, Song Sharon said faintly. Long Ruoshi froze. She felt the indifference in Song Sharon's words. There was some helplessness in his heart, and a little bit of holding back, but after all, the other party is an elder, and now the throne of the Long family, also all rely on Song Lao alone. Long Ruoshi ignored it all and just said, Elder Song has come out to help me set things right, and he's certainly away from great merit. Although Song Lao may not care, I still have to keep it in mind. Wang Taiyun watched Song Sharon directly stand on Long Ruoshi's side at this moment, and his eyes also went cold. He slowly stepped forward, his icy eyes landing on Song Sharon. Song Lao didn't expect that there would be a goodbye after a long time. Elder Song came out today. Is he planning to protect this Long Ruoshi? Yes. Song Sharon nodded. Wang Taiyu, you and I have no grudge. But for one thing, this Great Zhou, which was fought by my old friend. It's only right for me to look after the old man. And secondly, I've been obliged to do it because I've been obliged to do it because I've been obliged to do it because I've been obliged to do it by another person's favor. I advise you, it's not too late to stop in time. Wrap it up? Ha ha. When Wang Taiyu heard Song Sharon's words, he immediately laughed out loud. Song Sharon, I honor you by calling you Elder Song, but you are nothing more than an old man on the verge of dying. Do you really think you're still the same as when you reigned over the Great Zhou? Since I am already standing here today and the throne is within my grasp, it is naturally impossible for me to stop. Either you get out of the way and watch me take the throne and rule the world. Either that, or die by my hand. Elder Song, take your pick. Wang Tai used the effort of speaking, and his internal energy surged wildly within his body. Seeing Wang Taiyun like this, Song Sharon sighed. In a voice that only he seemed to hear, he said slowly, Gee, it's a shame. Originally, my Dao technique is not suitable for killing. It seems that today, it's time to break the fast. After Song Sharon finished speaking softly, he waved his big hand, and a fierce wind rose up. Since you're obsessed, then old man today, send you on your way. Chapter 44, There are many things you can't see. Song Sharon stood there, and although his tone was bland, the aura of the momentary, but it was incomparably alarming to everyone present. With his hands behind his back, he had a cloudy look. For some reason, everyone in the room, one word popped into their heads without a second thought. Immortals? The officials all had stunned faces. At this moment, the crane hair, a fairy-style Taoist appearance of Song Sharon, giving the feeling that it's just completely above the ordinary. It was as if no one, nothing, could touch his mind, especially the indifferent one that came out of his mouth. Though it's going to kill. But there was no semblance of killing. It was as if they were declaring a fact. Wang Taiyu will be killed today. Wang Taiyun also felt the terrifying aura that was emanating from Song Sharon's body. That invisible pressure had caused cold sweat to already run down Wang Taiyun's back. How can? I'm an earthy mortal and I'm actually afraid of him? Wang Taiyu gritted his teeth. He felt that it must be the memories from more than 10 years ago that made him retain his scorn for Song Sharon. He didn't believe that he had achieved earth immortality after years of hard cultivation. Can you be afraid of a dying old man? Old man, I'll send you on your way today. Wang Taiyun let out a low growl. His body transformed into a black shadow and darted towards Song Sharon. Song Sharon had his hands behind his back and didn't move a muscle. It was as if he hadn't put Wang Taiyu in his eyes the entire time. Su Hong stared blankly at the scene in front of her at the moment. A battle of this caliber was usually quite rare, and it's still a deathmatch above the earth immortals. Every move and every stance in it would be of great benefit to Su Hong. Su Hong's eyes rolled as if she didn't want to miss even a moment. Seeing that Wang Taiyu was about to rush to Song Sharen's face. This instant, Song Sharen could count on moving. Brush! Song Sharen just waved his sleeve. In an instant, a strange force invisible to the naked eye. It smashed hard on Wang Taiyun's body. Wang Tai used his mouth to spray out a large mouthful of blood. The body was then suddenly blown away. The whole person seemed like a kite with broken strings, falling headfirst to the ground. Whoa! Wang Taiyu sat paralyzed on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth once again. The blood that spurted out was bright red. Just that one hit just now had resulted in extremely heavy internal injuries. How? How is that possible? Wang Taiyu raised his head unwillingly, and his eyes were filled with blood, deadly glaring at Song Sharen. He couldn't believe it. His own hallowed earth immortal was actually instantly defeated by a 100-year-old man with a slap. He couldn't imagine. What is this Song Sharen's strength? And the surrounding civil and military officials, their faces had all gone white. They were blocking everything on Wang Taiyun. If Wang Taiyu failed to seize the throne, when Long Ruwashi liquidated them afterwards, none of them would be able to escape. Seeing that Wang Taiyu's defeat had become a fact, many officials have already begun planning. Should we run away now, when no one is looking? Still alive? In a flash, Song Sharen appeared suddenly in front of Wang Taiyun. Condescendingly, he looked at Wang Taiyu. He said faintly, "It seems that the heart protector on your body, the soft gold treasure armor, is of quite good quality. I can't believe I was able to save your life." Song Sharen, why did you kill me? Wang Taiyun, with a face of unwillingness, roared towards Song Sharen. You know very well that no matter what imperial sleight of hand, ability, strategy, I'm all much better than that woman. Why do you support that woman and not me? Is it just because her last name is Dragon? Song Sharen sniffed and fell into silence. He then shook his head. What you're saying is just scratching the surface. Some things you can't see. Wang Taiyu froze and clenched his teeth. He didn't understand what Song Sharen was talking about not being able to see. He only felt that it was Song Sharen's random excuse. Wang Taiyu sneered. Humph. Song Sharen, do you think you're going to win? I, Wang Taiyun, have been plotting for many years and chose to make my move today. So how could I not leave a backhanded move? What? Song Sharen frowned slightly, and Su Hong instantly had a bad feeling. Elder Song, stop him. However, Wang Taiyun had already violently pulled out 2 odd pills from his arms in this instant. It was followed by a vicious toss towards Song Sharen. Boom! 2 terrifyingly booming earth-shattering thunderbolts exploded around Song Sharen. The huge thick smoke produced by the bursting out almost instantly shrouded the entire hall. Su Hong's face was ugly, and she and Su Ruoyu immediately protected in front of Long Ruwashi. The great hall was thrown into a panic. Half the time, Elder Song waved his sleeve. The winds blew in gusts, blowing the rolling smoke away. It was then that the crowd's vision cleared again, and at this moment, the crowd was shocked. Wang Taiyu, who had originally been seriously injured in place and unable to move, had unexpectedly disappeared in place at this moment. Su Hong ran up quickly, his eyesight swept around, and still did not find Wang Taijung's figure. Gritted his teeth. Damn, the old thing got away. Elder Song, why didn't you make a move to stop him? Song Sharen glanced at Su Hong and said without a trace of anger, can't you see? That guy's last use of the shocking thunder? Shocking thunder? Su Hong froze for a moment before remembering. This is this world. A high explosive similar to a C4 bomb, and small enough to create a powerful explosion with a slight collision. Even a normal first-class expert can be instantly blown up. It's safe to say that just now that distance, if one wasn't an expert who practiced horizontal external martial arts and was blown up by the shocking thunder, the probability of the ending would be a death. But Song Sharen was only slightly soiled and dirty on his Taoist robe. Nothing else happened at all. It was evident that his strength had already reached an unimaginable state of realization for Su Hong, and Wang Taijun left a backhanded way out, using the smoke from the explosion to run away. Even the old man didn't detect where his scent was. It's not that old me didn't stop it just now, but I really couldn't catch up. Understood. Su Hong nodded, her expression still somewhat regretful. Wang Tai used this person and actually failed to kill him in one hit, and he even ran away. Although after today, the other party is completely defeated, and it's hard to rise again. But this person was in the end an Earth Immortal level expert, and even one person was a great threat. In case the other party runs away today, finds a place to heal his wounds, and then sneaks into the palace to assassinate Long Ruwashi. What about that? You can't expect Song Sharen to be by Long Ruwashi's side at all times, can you? That's obviously not possible. Today, thanks to Elder Song's help, my juniors will remember Elder Song's kindness. Su Hong arched his hand at Song Sharen. A small matter. After all, it was agreed that the old man would step in to help you. Song Sharan waved his hand. Su Hong walked back to Long Ruoshi's side and respectfully said, Your Majesty, Wang Taiyu has been repelled by Song Lao. He lost today, and he shouldn't have any chance to rise again in the future. It's time to clear the portal. I understand. Long Ruoshi reacted and immediately slapped the dragon case with an icy cold voice. Today, Wang Taiyun revolted thanks to Elder Song, Su Hong and the others who were instrumental in escorting him. But all of you, who aided and abetted Wang Taiyun's rebellion, are traitors. Su Qing, drag down all those who are in the court today, one by one. Chop. Chapter 45. What about wearing black silk? These words from Long Ruoshi came out. All the civil and military officials in the field had all become bloodless. Su Ruoyu had just run out to pass the order. And once Wang Taiyu was defeated, the forbidden army outside had been liberated. Soon a large group of great internal experts, all killed in. It instantly surrounded the civil and military officials. Your Majesty, I am late in escorting the Emperor. Please atone for your sins. The forbidden general dropped to one knee. Behind them, the hundreds of Dainai masters and forbidden soldiers all knelt down. Long Ruoshi's eyes were, at this moment, filled with anger. Today's incident was simply a great shame for her that she had never experienced before. Not to mention the Wang Taiyus, even those 6 ministries, and other important court officials, didn't give her a second thought. Being an emperor to such, it's really sad. She didn't even dare to think about it. If Su Hong hadn't invited Elder Song over, and if Elder Song hadn't been so deeply hidden. Surprisingly, it was such a great man. What will be the end of yourself today? Although Long Ruoshi was a bit young and her abilities were lacking, that was all because she was too young. But that doesn't mean she's really weak. These people want her throne. They want her life. How could she stand it? At this moment, an incomparably gloomy and ferocious luster flashed in that pair of pitch-black eyes. His eyes swept the traitorous officials below, his voice grim to the core. Come on, drag down all the officials who just stood on Wang Taiyun's side. One for all, chop them all. As the sentence fell, a chillingly gloomy wind blew throughout the entire arena. Yes, the experts of the Forbidden Army arched their hands, and without saying a word, they went forward to take the person. Don't! Your Majesty, have mercy. Your Majesty, I was forced to do all this by that traitor Wang Taiyun. I didn't really want to betray your Majesty. Your Majesty, spare your life. Give the humble servant another chance. Those officials all cried out and desperately begged for mercy from Long Ruoshi. But Long Ruoshi's expression was indifferent. There was no way she could have the slightest bit of mercy for these people who had betrayed her. And a little more major. Long Ruoshi was young and claimed the title of emperor. Everyone was too contemptuous of her. No one took her seriously at all. That's why Wang Taiyun dared to be so reckless and plotted to seize the throne. So this time, Long Ruoshi absolutely can't be soft. To bring out her imperial majesty, completely, tell everyone, he, Long Ruoshi, is the Empress of Great Zhou. Anyone who dared to offend her throne would have to pay an incomparably painful price. If this time there is no display of thunderbolts, so that these ministers are completely afraid of the fear of her Long Daryl. Otherwise this one fights off a Wang Taiyus. There will be another Zhang Dayoung and Li Dayoung in the future. As for axing too many ministers this time, it is a bit of a bruise. But the Great Week is full of talent. Spend some time and it's perfectly possible to replenish it. The main thing is that these ministers recruited will be absolutely loyal to themselves. That's what's most critical. Soon the ministers were dragged down. Screams wailed all the way through. It spread almost beyond the entire hall. But Long Ruoshi didn't change color in the slightest. And those ministers in the Great Hall, who were not involved in this matter, all trembled. That's when they realized. They had always felt that the somewhat weak Long Ruoshi. It's amazing how vicious people can be. In his heart, he immediately felt a strong fear of Long Ruoshi. Oh, it seems that this little girl, after this incident, is a metamorphosis of sorts. Seeing Long Ruoshi's decision, Song Sharan's opinion of Long Ruoshi was somewhat changed. But it's not enough. After all, when the throne was passed to Long Ruoshi, Song Sharan just didn't agree with it. And it was the late emperor who forcefully argued against it. It was necessary to pass the throne, which created the first female emperor since the founding of the Great Zhou Kingdom. How far one can take this dynasty depends on how much Long Ruoshi can grow in the future. Your Majesty, since the dust has settled, the old minister will take his leave first. When one gets old, one's body is really failing, and when one moves a little, one's back aches and hurts. Gotta get back to resting. Song Sharan arched his hand and prepared to leave. Hearing this old man's words, Su Hong's face skin couldn't help but tremble slightly. This old thing doesn't even bother making up reasons. He had just seriously injured an earthy mortal with a slap. And now he was actually saying that his body couldn't do it? If you are not physically able to do so, then this entire court is only crippled. Long Ruoshi looked at Song Sharon with some pity in her heart. This powerful and capable man is now not available for his own use. But she could guess. From being a purely literate man, Song Lao, after leaving the imperial court, in just over a decade, it became this incomprehensible mastery. It's likely that Song Sharon no longer aspires to be above the court. One does not bind the other with royal power. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will only cause resentment from the other side. Well, in that case, Elder Song should go back and rest. But Song Lao has done a good job of escorting the driver today. The reward: I will send someone to your residence at a later date. Thank you, Your Majesty. Song Sharon, of course, did not excuse himself, arched his hand, and, with a fling, carried his hands behind his back and it came and went in one piece. Su Hong looked at Song Sharon's back, but many thoughts arose in her heart. He was now 100% sure in his mind. There's something about this old thing's monasticism. Even if it wasn't the immortal cultivation method he was thinking of, it shouldn't be too far off. Su Hong thought about it. Gotta think of a way. Let this old man teach himself that immortal cultivation technique. Although last time, he had obtained the little Shen Gong, Su Hong had also studied it a bit. But there is no way to get started. After having seen Elder Song's cultivation methods, Su Hong was considered completely disinterested in martial arts. Even if you practice martial arts to the point of being good at it, and how can you beat the immortal cultivator? If we can get a couple more life-enhancing pills, it should make the old man spit out more of what I want to know. Su Hong's eyes flickered. In addition to Elder Song, today, Su Hong is equally meritorious in escorting the driver, and I will also reward him for his achievements. Su Hong has been promoted to the Left General of the 100,000 strong Forbidden Army, holding half of the Imperial City's military power, and a reward of 10,000 taels of gold and countless jewels and paintings. Long Ruoshi naturally wouldn't forget Su Hong. She knows, if Su Hong hadn't forced his way into the Great Hall today, I'm afraid Elder Song hasn't even arrived yet. She was then already cornered by Wang Taiyan. The scene where Su Hong fought to the death for herself, using Wang Tai, was still fresh in Long Ruoshi's mind. Long Ruoshi was now completely unsuspicious of Su Hong. There is nothing but infinite trust and love. At the same time, there is also a trace of adoration that belongs to the untouched girl. Ding! Your in-law Long Ruoshi's favor +10, current favor 72. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Hong knelt on one knee and arched his hand, though outwardly respectful. However, Su Hong was a little upset in her heart. Nope, I was promised to wear black silk for me. This baby dragon doesn't keep his word. Reward an official position. Send some money and that's it? What about hitting the law collar? No, I can't be confused this time. I must find Long Ruoshi and ask for a statement. Chapter 46, can't we just leave the door open? Hearing these few heartfelt words from Su Hong, Long Ruoshi almost fell off the throne. Yeah, he himself had asked Su Hong to invite Elder Song before. It seems like this is what was promised to Su Hong. Now the other party has not only invited Elder Song, it even saved his throne, so it was logical that it was time to cash in. But Long Ruoshi was still petulant in her heart after all. That what black silk? She hadn't seen it though. But when you listen to Su Hong, why? You always bring this stuff with you. It doesn't sound like a good thing. But Su Hong also said, if they don't honor it, the other party will surely come after them to make a claim. On the other hand, as an empress, the king has no words, and Long Ruoshi can't really resist. When the rebellion of the day was properly dealt with, it was time to prepare to retire from the court. Long Ruoshi, with a few moments of fatigue on her face, called out to Su Hong, Su Qing, follow me to the bedchamber. What? The bedchamber? No way. Is the baby dragon ready to fulfill her promise? Or to finish the horny massage that I didn't finish last time? Either way, I'm afraid it's going to be a blast today. Su Hong's heart was directly delighted. Long Ruoshi's face was even more red when she heard it. Didn't even dare to look at Su Hong more than once. With a fling of his sleeve robe, he directly rose to return to the palace, and Su Hong stood back, looking at Long Ruoshi's firm buttocks that even her wide dragon robe couldn't cover. Wiping his mouth, he hurriedly followed behind. Su Hong, on his side, is ready to go watch Long Ruoshi put black silk on him. But Wang Tai used to escape from the palace, but a gloomy face disappeared out of the imperial city more than 10 miles away. After confirming that there were no pursuers, Wang Taiyun then sat down on the ground with a sigh of relief. He reached down and lifted his shirt. Hurts to see that the spot on his chest where he had been hit by Song Sharon's slap had been completely charred and blackened and rotted. Fishy-smelling blood continued to secrete from the surroundings. Wang Taiyu clenched his teeth, his face pale. Damn Song Sharon, at his age, he actually practiced such strength. What kind of palm technique is this that he keeps absorbing my internal energy? Leave me no way to heal at all? Wang Taiyu's situation at this moment could almost be described as a dying oil lamp. Although he was an earthy mortal powerhouse, Song Sharan's strength was too bizarre. Just a casual slap, seriously injuring him, not to mention the very bizarre power that appeared in the wound. It was constantly devouring his internal energy. It made it so that he wasn't even able to heal himself. In this way, his injuries never healed, and his wounds only got worse and worse. If it dragged on for a long time, it would definitely cause permanent irreversible damage to his kung fu. Wang Taiyu failed in his rebellion and escaped with his life. For him, the biggest dependence was his earthy mortal power. If even that is not there, with no one around to follow him, Wang Taiyun can be said to have been truly reduced to a lonely old man. If he casually encountered a few powerful first-rate expert pursuers, he would be accounted for here. No, old me is absolutely not convinced. Even if it is no longer possible for the old man to seize the throne. But also, we absolutely cannot let this pair of dogs, Long Ruoshi and Su Hong, live on. Wang Taiyu's eyes were filled with resentment. Although it was Song Sharan who had seriously injured him to this point, but all of his monstrous hatred fell on Su Hong and Long Ruoshi. In his opinion, if Su Hong hadn't invited Song Sharan to come out, he had now forced Long Ruoshi to succeed and had completely stabilized the imperial throne. Where would it have ended up? Wang Taiyu's heart was full of revenge. But right now, the forces that he had previously had in the imperial capital were definitely unusable today. It is needless to think that one's usurpation has failed, and that in a day's work at the most, those forces of one's own that, absolutely all of them will be weeded out clean, losing all his minions. There's only one thing to do now. It seems that we can only go back to the Golden Kingdom and ask the prince for their help. Wang Tai used his eyes to flash. A lot of people didn't expect that. Wang Taiyu, a loyal court official who has been running the show for 20 years in the Great Zhou, a super powerful official with only one hand to cover the sky. It was even a bit of an existence that almost made Long Ruoshi a puppet. He wasn't actually a native of Great Zhou. Rather, it was 35 years ago. The Jin scouts who crossed the border from Jin and infiltrated into Great Zhou to gather information. It is just that Wang Taijun used an extremely deep city, and his means are heavenly. That's how, step by step, from a small scout, he came into contact with the heart of Great Zhou. In the end, he even had the capital to ask for the throne. It must be said that Wang Taiyu's life is also quite legendary. His original plan was to help the Prince of the Golden Kingdom take Great Zhou, and if he succeeded, with this credit, the Prince of Jin could win the battle for the throne of Dajin and become the next king of Jin. And the Prince of Jin promised Wang Taiyun at first that if he took Great Zhou, by making Great Zhou a vassal state of the Golden State, it would make Wang Taiyu the emperor of Great Zhou and a vassal under the Golden State. This great temptation made it impossible for Wang Taiyun to refuse. That's why he's been lying in wait, scheming for 35 whole years. Just one step away. It's about to work. But now, in the end, he had failed. Once and for all. His only way back was to return to the Golden Kingdom and ask for the help of its prince. The Golden Kingdom, the most powerful kingdom in the Great Zhou's neighboring neighborhood. The country flourished and the force prospered. The population bases, all dozens of times more than Great Zhou. With Daijin's national power, it could naturally pose a great threat to Great Zhou if it wished to, as long as the prince made a move to borrow a few more earthy mortal level experts. I can definitely avenge this by myself, but the idea is beautiful. The implementation is not so simple. After all, Wang Taiyun was carrying a wound on his body, and he needed to run back to the Golden Kingdom. Against this wound, it's really a no-brainer. But Wang Tai with 35 years of patience, that perseverance is absolutely very human comparison. He was just crawling, and he was going to crawl back to the Golden Kingdom. He wanted to make Su Hong and Long Ruoshi pay the price. Wang Taiyu found a place to rest for a while, drank some water from the forest stream, and then continued on his way, straight to the borderline. And on Su Hong's side, he didn't know about Wang Taiyun's revenge plan. He just prettily followed Long Ruoshi and went to her chambers. When you get to the place, Long Ruoshi sidetracked all the eunuchs and palace maidens. Take only Su Hong in. Su Hong looked at those eunuchs and palace maidens, who all looked at themselves with eyes full of deep meaning, then departed, not without skimming. I'll go. Does this Long Darrell not even act a bit? This thrice to face me alone in my bedchamber. These palace maids and eunuchs. I'm afraid I'm going to think that my lord got to the top by selling his ass. That's not good. Humph. What happened to letting you sell your ass? How many people want to sell it to me? But they haven't had that chance yet. Long Ruoshi heard Su Hong's heartfelt words, but she was a little happy in her heart. Seems like there's finally a place to straighten this bad guy out. Come in with me. Yes. Su Hong followed Long Ruoshi into the bedchamber and immediately closed the door again. Hey! Seeing Su Hong closing the door, Long Ruoshi called out to her, her eyebrows slightly frowning as she looked at Su Hong and asked, Su Qing, I didn't tell you to close the door. Are you trying to do something by closing the door? Ha, I. With one sentence, Su Hong was directly dumbfounded. That is hard. Let's do it with the door open. Chapter 47, really wearing it. Do we do it with the door open? Su Hong exited with these words. Long Ruoshi's face instantly turned red. With petulance, a slap on the table and a chorus of rebukes. What are you babbling about? Who's going to do it with you? Long Ruoshi bit her lip. She's just making good on her promise to wear black silk for Su Hong. I didn't want to do that. Why is this rascal so bad? Su Hong froze, and immediately put on an innocent expression. Her tone that was so pure. Ha, why is His Majesty angry? By doing it, the micromanager is doing a massage? Is that something unseemly? What is it that your Majesty wants to do? Su Hong deliberately played dumb, trying to tease Darryl Long and see what her reaction is. Long Ruoshi's face froze when she heard this. Some gnashing of teeth ensued in exasperation, and he hurriedly waved his hand. What I said, is also massage la. Ha, ha, Long Ruoshi said so on her lips, but the heart had roared with rage. That must have done it on purpose. Look at Long Ruoshi, wearing a dragon robe, but revealing the shy appearance of a daughter's posture. That dainty and cute look was really going to hook Su Hong's soul. TSK, why didn't I realize before that this Long Ruoshi is so cute? Such a great face, and such a top figure, and so cute. That's superb. If we Su Hong can really marry her, this life will be worth it. Long Ruoshi was already a supreme beauty, but she usually wears dragon robes and has to maintain her majesty as an empress. That's why ordinary people can't see this posture of Long Ruoshi, and only in front of Su Hong will they occasionally show it. This was popular before Su Hong crossed over. The so-called sense of contrast. The wider the gap between the character of the table and the greater the sense of contrast, the more surprising it is, Su Hong admitted. At this moment, one's heart moved towards Long Ruoshi. This guy can finally say a few words. When Long Ruoshi heard this heartfelt statement from Su Hong, her mood was immediately pleasant. Looks like the kid has a good eye, and know that I'm good. Nope. Long Ruoshi wasn't happy for long. She suddenly realized, Su Hong, why herself like this? And marry yourself. That's a big disrespect. How do you not get angry at all now? Surprisingly, I'm kind of happy about it. It was hard to believe that I really liked this bad bastard. Long Ruoshi gritted her teeth. That's not good. She herself, the great Zhou Empress, actually liked a guard. This will be a big shame when it gets out. Even if Su Hong was the person he was married to, it wouldn't work. In Long Darryl's opinion, the other person wants to be their significant other. For the moment, it's not enough. However, thinking about it, Su Hong's side didn't pop up any hints that Long Ruoshi's favorability had dropped. Seeing that Long Ruoshi's pretty face was slightly red, her back was turned to herself, and she didn't say anything for half a day. Su Hong's eyes had been staring intently at the rounded, upturned roundness of the lower part of Long Ruoshi's back. One side arched his hand. Your Majesty, what exactly is the reason for specially summoning me to your Majesty's chambers today? Su Hong doesn't actively mention the black silk either. He was about to let Darryl Long speak for himself. Long Ruoshi froze and turned to look at Su Hong, realizing that the latter had just been staring at her own butt. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth. Nothing. It's just that the last time Su Qing gave me a good massage, and it just so happens that I didn't finish massaging last time either. I summoned you here today and wanted to continue the massage to finish. Just for that. Ha! Where's the black silk? Holy, words don't count, do they? Su Hong's heart gave a beat of disappointment, but on the surface, he still pretended to look as normal. Since it is your Majesty's request, I will comply. Su Hong thought to herself. For massage, it seems about right. Darryl Long is also top-heavy enough that it's not really a loss. This kid is full of that what's-his-name black silk. Does that black silk really look that good? Long Ruoshi heard Su Hong's heart. Sure enough, black silk was mentioned again. Long Ruoshi was now really curious. It is reasonable to say that Su Hong is now a big celebrity beside herself, having seen countless beautiful women of national color. Why would it be logical to get hung up on an odd kind of service? I have to say, curiosity killed the cat. And women are still the most curious. When Long Ruoshi first promised Su Hong that she would wear black silk, it was partly a reward to reward Su Hong. On the other hand, it was actually the fact that she really didn't know what black silk was and felt curious. On the one hand, there is the arrogance of the Empress Long Ruoshi. On the one hand, she was curious. Long Ruoshi was now in a tangle. Should I mention wearing black silk myself or not? Su Hong didn't know that Long Ruoshi's heavenly body was at war. It was just for Long Ruoshi to go and bathe, and after that, she could start massaging. But who knows? Long Ruoshi suddenly seemed to have made a decision. Before bathing, he said to Su Hong seemingly carelessly, "Su Qing, I remember promising you before that if you could ask Song Lao to come out and help, just once I'll make an exception for you to wear black silk. Now you can give me the black silk." After saying this, Long Ruoshi's pretty face rubbed a fleshly red, full of shyness. Seems to be afraid that Su Hong think too much. A sentence finished and then hurriedly find to add, I certainly don't want to wear it to you so much. It's just that the king doesn't have any drama. What was promised, I will naturally do it. You don't want to think too much about what's there. Su Hong almost laughed when she heard this, but hold back. Well, no, Your Majesty, I won't think nonsense. Since Long Ruoshi took the initiative to mention wearing it, what was Su Hong waiting for? Straight from the system storage, he took out the black silk drawn from the raffle, or one of those glossy black models. Slowly stepping forward, he handed it to Long Ruoshi. Your Majesty, this is over the leg. Su Hong was afraid that Long Ruoshi would not know how to wear it for the first time, and she even thoughtfully explained it. This is so thin, so translucent. Long Ruoshi held the black silk and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She had thought black silk was a dress, but I didn't realize that it was such a small piece to wear on your legs. Well, isn't that all there is to see? Long Ruoshi immediately had some regrets, but once she looked up and glanced at Su Hong's expectant eyes, she suddenly couldn't say no, so put the black silk away. I know. Wait, I'll go bathe. Yes. Su Hong's heart was also overwhelmed with excitement. Boy, I can't believe I can get the titular empress of a country to wear black silk for myself. Nothing else. This life is worth it. Su Hong sat outside, sitting on pins and needles. Every second of waiting for Long Daryl to come out of the shower seemed like New Year's Eve. Of course Su Hong wasn't that down with peeking into the shower. He felt that his relationship with Long Ruoshi didn't go that far. If you do that kind of thing, I'm just afraid that within a day, the goodwill is going to fall away. Little by little, time passed. About half an hour had passed. Movement came from the direction of the bath. Oh, out. Su Hong's body trembled as she even looked up. Only a stunningly beautiful woman with a delicate figure, wearing a thin, cicada-like veil of, with a rose scent if nothing else, and in the lower half of her body, wearing an extremely sexy pantyhose of black silk, tightly wrapped around that pair of tantalizingly long legs. Between the swinging of her legs, she had already come in the direction of Su Hong in style. Watching Long Ruoshi put the black silk on, that pair of absolutely beautiful long legs were incomparably eye-catching. Su Hong felt her nosebleed. For a split second, seemed to stay. Oh, my God, did Daryl Long really wear black silk? Chapter 48, Massage. Honestly, it wasn't that Su Hong hadn't fantasized about how Long Ruoshi would look in black silk, but when the scene actually appeared, Su Hong's brain was still down for a moment. It's so beautiful. It was even more beautiful than the picture Su Hong had imagined. Those long legs wrapped in black silk, the length, the proportions, the fleshiness, were simply impeccable. Su Hong felt that if Long Ruoshi traveled to modern times, relying on this pair of legs, absolutely kill all leg models. And looking at Su Hong looking straight at herself, Long Ruoshi's heart was both shy and delighted at the same time. She bit her lip, rarely revealing a few moments of a small woman's general charming demeanor as she looked at Su Hong. How about it? I wear this. Does it look good? Good looking. It's so nice. Su Hong immediately complimented. Your Majesty's body is definitely the best in the world. Wearing this black silk, it even sets off His Majesty's cold and arrogant temperament to the fullest. Truly a closed moon, a sunken fish, a goose, a worldly beauty that is hard to find. Su Hong was suspected of kissing ass though, but these words are really from Su Hong's heart. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. From the face to the body, there is not a single flaw. Hearing Su Hong's praise, Long Ruoshi was also inwardly delighted, and the smile at the corner of her mouth. It's all a bit overwhelming. I don't know why. Looking at Su Hong with a look of infatuation with herself, she was just happy inside. Long Ruoshi calmed down a little, her expression still showing a few moments of calmness as much as possible. The beautiful eyes looked at Su Hong and slowly said, "This black silk does look good on me, and I love it. For today's massage, I'll wear it and you'll pinch my legs." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Su Hong roared, his face full of exhilaration. For Su Hong, there is nothing else that could be better than such a reward. Look at Su Hong's excited look. Long Ruoshi cursed in her heart. That's all there is to it. Then sure walked to the bed, turned her back to Su Hong, and delicately plopped down. Su Hong rubbed her eyes. He couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. Long Ruoshi was wearing only a layer of tulle on her body, and the lower half of her body was even a pair of black silk stockings, with Su Hong on her back, sprawled recklessly on top of the bed, that was wrapped in black silk. The firmness, but also let Su Hong all the way to the bottom. It makes you want to bury it immediately. Su Hong took a deep breath. This is no time to drop the ball. After calming her mind a bit, Su Hong first moistened her hands with oil, then rubbed her palms together to warm them, and only then did he slowly approach Long Ruoshi, attaching his ear and murmuring softly in Long Ruoshi's ear. Then, Your Majesty, I will begin. Long Ruoshi was already nervous, and this calmness at the moment was only feigned. Now that Su Hong was talking softly against her ear like this, more than that, she felt a little hot all over. In an instant, she only felt as if her entire body's strength had been stripped away by Su Hong. All soft, lying on the bed, with her arched buttocks still facing Su Hong, she only felt that in the next second. It was about to be eaten up by this man behind her, but eating it dry. Su Hong would definitely not dare to do so now. He was now nominally massaging the Empress Long Ruoshi to relieve her fatigue. Su Hong recalled that massage master's skill in her mind. Casually both hands started with Long Ruoshi's small feet wrapped in black silk, one hand gently holding a right foot, while the thumb of the other hand, on the center of the foot acupuncture point, slowly kneaded. The moment Su Hong's hand touched the acupoints on Long Ruoshi's feet, Long Ruoshi only felt a hot current carry through into the soles of her feet, and because she was wearing black silk, Su Hong's hands traveled around her feet even more smoothly. It also seemed hotter because of the friction, the kind that itches and doesn't, and hurts and doesn't, and is crunchy, and very strange. And it made Long Ruoshi, whose body was already a bit weak, become even more mesmerized at this moment. On Su Hong's side, it's even more top-notch enjoyment. Baby dragon's feet are truly top-notch works of art. These immaculate little feet. It's as beautiful as it was carved. Su Hong is not really a foot controller, but in his hand, he was pinching Long Ruoshi's little black silk feet. He kind of understood at this moment, those foot control enthusiasts, why they liked feet. These small, warm, moist feet can be grasped and played with in one hand. Great enjoyment indeed. And every word of praise in Su Hong's heart, Long Ruoshi heard even more clearly. Those shy and bold words are like ecstasy. It mesmerized her entire being to the point where her head was spinning, and she only felt hot and comfortable sensations swirling all over her body. Su Hong's hand was as if it possessed some sort of magic power. Let the Long Ruoshi at this moment completely love it. Is the force okay, Your Majesty? The long period of not speaking made the entire atmosphere incredibly ambiguous, and Su Hong took the lead in breaking the calm. Taking the initiative, he asked, well, and where could Long Ruoshi say a word at this time? The tingling sensation traveled throughout her body, making it impossible for her to open her mouth, and all that could come out was an infinitely more delicate wailing sound. That's good. Su Hong's heart lit up even more when she heard the gasp. He forced himself to resist the urge to pounce directly on him and slowly said, Your Majesty, change your foot. Good. Su Hong replaced Long Ruoshi's little black silk foot with another one and started a second round of offense. Just pinching her feet alone took Su Hong as long as half an hour. The truth is that Long Ruoshi's little script is as cute as can be, and after putting on a layer of black silk, and more charming and attractive, Su Hong a moment to play simply love, until the little feet of Long Ruoshi, before and after needing 2 sets of processes down. Only then did Su Hong slowly put down Long Ruoshi's feet, and then his palms followed his ankles, moving upward a little. Long Ruoshi only felt Su Hong continuously attacking her lower body. The 2 long black silk legs were soon roamed by Su Hong's palms, the black silk soft flesh, overflowing between Su Hong's palms, the amazing softness and elasticity of the, over and over again, it hit the bottom line of the man inside Su Hong, and every time, when Long Ruoshi can't stop thinking about it, again, she would let out a thought-provoking gasp, which was obviously an even more unbearable temptation for Su Hong. It's going to be hard to resist. Su Hong sucked in her breath, really somewhat unable to carry on. The truth is that this kind of beauty, under his own body, constantly twanging and cooing, but any man, I'm afraid I can't even help it. Just as Su Hong's control was about to be withdrawn, it's going to be hard to resist pouncing on it. The system snapped in his ear. Ding! Detecting that the host's-in-law, Dragon Daryl, is actively lusting after the host for the first time. Reward 200 heart points. Motivation? Su Hong was shocked. Could this mean that Daryl Long is in heat for me? Looking down at Long Ruoshi's hazel eyes, Su Hong knew. One should have guessed correctly. Su Hong took a deep breath, slowly bent down and whispered, Your Majesty, almost ready to go. Chapter 49, Can't Help It. Start. Long Ruoshi was giddy, hearing Su Hong's sentence to begin with. He hadn't reacted to what it meant, but in the next second, she suddenly realized something was wrong. The entire group violently had to struggle to get up from the bed. What do you You say to start? Asshole, what are you trying to do to me? Looking at Long Ruoshi as if she were a frightened rabbit, Su-hong froze, then dumbfounded, shook his head. Your Majesty, you are overthinking this. When I say start, I mean turn you over and I'm going to start massaging your front side. I thought I didn't massage the front last time. Ha! Hearing Su-hong's words, Long Ruoshi instantly stopped in place in embarrassment. After the election she stretched out her hand and fanned it slightly on her translucent red pretty face, and even said, I thought you wanted that one. Okay then, I'll roll over. You do it. Long Ruoshi was so embarrassed that she pretended to be natural and rolled over in front of Su-hong in order to hide it. But this turnaround shall not be allowed. She forgot about the bottom half of her body, so she just wore a pair of black silk, turned to the front, the most mysterious place, hidden in the triangle under the black silk. The upper half of her perky breasts were also just covered with a thin veil. The set of clothes Long Ruoshi wore was really too thin and too transparent. If placed in modern times, it's usually described in terms of erotic clothing, but it's a very comfortable outfit. In the past, the ones who served themselves were all palace maids. That's why Long Ruoshi habitually had no concerns about wore this one in front of Su-hong, but by the time she realized it at the moment, her body had almost been seen by Su-hong. I went to, did the front turn out to be so see-through? Su-hong's pair of eyes kept staring at the key areas, not moving away for a moment. What exactly does Long Ruoshi mean by wearing this dress in front of me? Could she have fallen in love with me and that's why she deliberately seduced me? Seduce your ass. Long Ruoshi was so angry that she really wanted to curse. After his own bath, he likes to wear this muslin robe. Silk compilation. Very comfortable. It was just an oversight today that the asshole picked up the slack. Close your eyes. Long Ruoshi suddenly chided. Su-hong froze. Ha! Close your eyes. If you dare open your eyes, I'll gouge them out. Long Ruoshi glared at Su-hong in death. Su-hong was helpless. Your Majesty, I still have to give you a massage. How do you press? With your eyes closed? Press just as hard with your eyes closed. Shut up. Okay then. Since Long Ruoshi had said so, there was nothing Su-hong could do. Had to close my eyes, reach out and start feeling around. Wait. Long Ruoshi found a long cloth and handed it to Su-hong. To prevent you from peeking, cover it with this. Does this Majesty not trust my character? Su-hong's eyes widened. Right. Can't be trusted. Long Ruoshi nodded solemnly. Trust your character? I might as well believe that sows get into trees. Long Ruoshi was able to hear Su-hong's heart. What a virtue this kid is. She couldn't have known better. Definitely taking the opportunity to sneak a peek with my eyes open. Well, Su-hong was a bit embarrassed. He felt that Long Ruoshi really had some misunderstanding about himself. But for the moment, he didn't refuse. Took the strip of cloth and blindfolded himself. Su-hong reached out violently, and then she heard Long Ruoshi shriek. Asshole, where are you touching? Sorry. Su-hong retracted her hand, then snickered with one vigor. As a matter of fact, for a first-rate expert like him, even with his eyes closed, he was able to hear the sound. But since Long Ruoshi wanted to massage her herself with her eyes closed, then we'll satisfy her. It's just that when the time comes, we can't see it, and when we massage, we accidentally touch places we shouldn't. That's not our fault. Su-hong hemmed and hawed and began to massage Long Ruoshi. Then it was heard. A series of Long Ruoshi's mortified voices. Hey, where do you put your hands? You asshole, on purpose? Who let you touch here? After a while, Su-hong pretended to be careless and touched the key parts of Long Ruoshi's body. Sometimes it's a thin waist. Sometimes it's the inner thighs. Sometimes it's, soon an hour later, Su-hong stumbled finally finished a set of massage procedures. By the time it ended, Long Ruoshi's pretty face was already completely flushed, covered in sweat. He lay limply on Su-hong's body. Apparently, Su-hong deliberately pretended to be careless and mooched a lot during this period, but he pressed all the places he should have massaged, and he used his inner strength to condition Long Ruoshi's body. Long Ruoshi's body, however, was subjected to a long-term compulsion by Wang Tai. Although the toxicity was not strong, it was also affecting Long Ruoshi's body in a subtle way. This is why Long Ruoshi was unable to practice martial arts since she was young. One of them is Wang Tai's screw-up. After 2 massages, Wang Tai used the compulsion poison that he had previously sent his mole to secretly place for a long period of time. It was basically cleaned up by Su-hong. As the sweat flowed out, there were also some black sludge-like impurities discharged from Long Ruoshi's body. Obviously, it was the toxins. Long Ruoshi lay on the bed panting, seemingly tired. Su-hong smiled. Your Majesty, the massage is over. May I open my eyes now? Available. Long Ruoshi replied breathlessly. Hey, wait. Long Ruoshi suddenly thought. Himself. Right now. Still wearing almost nothing. He was just about to call out to Su Hong, but Su Hong had already pulled the cloth off. Your Majesty. Su Hong withdrew the cloth and looked at Long Ruoshi, who had a delicate face and clothes on her body. The ultimate temptation. Su Hong really couldn't hold back any longer at this moment. With a complete relief in his heart, his body jerked forward, and he wrapped his arms around Long Ruoshi's thin waist. Then to those pink and red lips, he kissed them hard. Well, Long Ruoshi was stunned. How could she not expect that Su Hong was so bold that she actually dared to violate herself? She had the presence of mind to push Su Hong away, but at this moment, her body was soft and weak, so that she couldn't exert any strength at all. Feeling a soft, slippery thing that entered his mouth. That feeling of raging hormones. Long Ruoshi couldn't control it either. As soon as he wrapped his arms around Su Hong's neck, he responded in a raw and childish manner. Just as well. This guy has made such a great achievement. Today, let's reward him. Long Ruoshi thought like this and then closed her eyes. A few hours later, Su Hong walked out of Long Ruoshi's chambers, stretching. I can't tell you how relieved I am. Today, Su Hong's wishes can be said to have all been fulfilled. Even Long Ruoshi added some favor. Daryl's current favor. 82. 82 in favor. 18 short of 100. When we get to 100, surely the system will give a mega reward. And 70 or 80 alone had already made Long Ruoshi do this to herself. Wait for 100. It felt like it should be possible to take down Long Ruoshi completely. Su Hong is in a good mood. He even hummed a little song all the way out of Long Ruoshi's chambers. But just not 2 steps, a sweet and surprised voice suddenly came from the oncoming side. Brother Su Hong, how did you walk out of my royal sister's chambers? Chapter 50, sooner or later, these 2 sisters will be played badly. Su Hong looked up. Her saw a quirky silhouette with a scrutinizing and questioning gaze that was looking at Su Hong with a very skeptical expression. In front of him was no one else. Naturally it was County Lord Long Xiaokite. Su Hong's expression stiffened and she even shook her head. Sheriff, what brings you here? I've come to play with my royal sister. Long Xiaokite came forward, close to Su Hong's face, and looked carefully at the. It was as if he wanted to see something in Su Hong's expression. Su Hong, quickly tell me, what are you doing in my imperial sister's chambers? But my royal sister has never let any man into her chambers. Not even the eunuchs have been let in. So why would she let you in today? Long Xiaokite obviously cared about this matter. It's a dead giveaway. Su Hong screamed in her heart. How did this chick just happen to bump into it? Definitely can't let Long Xiaokite know that I let Long Ruoshi wear black silk. Black silk? What's black silk? Long Xiaokite was a bit puzzled after hearing Su Hong's heartfelt words. She didn't know what the so-called black silk was. Exactly. Is it some kind of dress? Could it be that Su Hong was delivering clothes to her royal sister? Long Xiaokite was curious though. But she didn't think that Su Hong would have anything to do with her royal sister. Long Ruoshi, after all, her own royal sister, but a cold woman, with a foul face all day long. And it's still the Empress. Su Hong but only a district chief of Imperial Guards. The identity of the two a heaven and an underground. There is simply no way that there could be any intersection other than that of monarchs and ministers. After thinking for a while, Su Hong could only reluctantly find an excuse to explain. I will go to His Majesty's chambers and deliver tonic medicine to His Majesty. At this morning's court, Wang Taiyun revolted in the court, and His Majesty got a little shocked. I sent her some pills to reassure her soul. Ah, Wang Taiyu rebelled during the morning court today? Long Xiaokite sniffed with a surprised face, completely looking like an afterthought. So is my royal sister okay? Seeing Long Xiaokite like this, Su Hong was speechless. I thought to myself that this chick is genuinely big. Long Ruoshi almost had an accident. She actually passed several hours without realizing it. Su Hong shook her head. It's all right. Your Majesty is blessed. Nothing can happen to you. All the rebels have all been apprehended, and Wang Taiyu has been fought off. Oh, that's good. Long Xiaokite nodded. Since my royal sister is fine, then brother Su Hong, do you want to go to someone's chambers to play? Long Xiaokite revealed a coquettish expression, her eyes winking as she ambled over to Su Hong's ear and lightly spat out fragrant orchids. This, Su Hong inhaled. These sisters are so tantalizingly close to each other, and still each has their own style. Su Hong thought that it would have been fine, then satisfy this chick for once. Good. Lead the way. Su Hong deliberately sounded tough, because this Long Xiaokite is a jitterbug. The tougher she is to her, the more she likes it. Great. Master, I've been thinking of you every day. You must ravage me today. The soft, boneless voice entered Su Hong's ears, and Su Hong almost had fire in her belly. Snap. Slapping Long Xiaokite's delicate little buttocks, Su Hong said, Bitch, Master will let you have a good time today. Fine. Long Xiaokite's eyes were mesmerized. Although she hadn't even reached the bedchamber yet, Her body was going soft. The whole person collapsed into Su Hong's arms, and was practically cradled by Su Hong all the way to Changning Palace. 2 or 3 hours later, Changning Palace in a meal of euphonious gasping screams can be counted on to fall into the calm. Su Hong walked out of Changning Palace sweating profusely. Ding! Your in-laws, Long Shao Kite, have a favorability of +10. Current favorability is 45. Su Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead. I have to say, this playing with Long Shao Kite can be much more tiring than playing with Long Ruoshi. The main thing is that Long Ruoshi is just normal ambiguous ambiguity, pressing massage and all that. This Long Shao Kite is different. Simply a master of whatever comes to mind. Don't look to call the master in the bedchamber. Su Hong is the strong side. But in fact, basically Su Hong listens to Long Shao Kite, and Long Shao Kite says how to play it. Su Hong would have to cooperate. There were many ways to play that were beyond Su Hong's imagination, and they were all a little too much to take in at first. It was only at the strong request of Long Shao Kite that he barely managed to get it right, but it really wore Su Hong out. Originally, he hadn't recuperated from the serious injuries he received from Wang Taiyu, and now he was fighting these two sisters one after another. Su Hong only felt that if this went on, her kidneys would at least be tired and destroyed. No, we must go back and get some rest today. As for the pursuit of Wang Taiyu, and the search for Song Shuren, let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Hong stretched her back, which led her out of the palace, all the way to the horse, back to the mansion that Long Ruoshi rewarded himself with. Wang Taiyun ran away, and the mansion is naturally safe. Su Hong had a good night's rest inside the luxurious mansion, and recuperated from her conditioning for the night. The injuries were then recovered a bit, but Wang Taijung's hand was still too hard, and Su Hong has only recovered 60% or 70% of her body. Estimates are that it will take at least a month to heal, but fortunately, the crisis of Wang Taiyun has been lifted for the time being. Su Hong should be able to stay idle for a while, with enough time to recuperate. But what Su Hong didn't think about was, Su Hong didn't get a day's rest. Early the next morning, Huang Zhao came from inside the palace. Lord Su, His Majesty has summoned us. Me again? Long Darrell has no one to use? I'm the only one I can use day after day? Su Hong couldn't help but spit in her heart. And what else? This guy, he gave him such a big advantage yesterday. And now he's calling for pain? No way. Give him a little bit of a good look. And he's like this. From now on it looks like we'll just have to work him more and tire him out. Long Ruoshi heard Su Hong's heartfelt words. The main thing is that this one is really urgent. Wang Taiyuan was only beaten away, and he didn't die. An earthy mortal expert running away was always a scourge to Long Ruoshi. So the first thing he did yesterday was to send people to hunt down Wang Taiyu. But unfortunately, the dozen or so first-rate experts Long Ruoshi had assembled, with Su Ruoyu personally leading the team. In the end, only Su Ruoyu and 2 others came back alive. The others, all died horribly at the hands of Wang Taiyun. Even Su Ruoyu, who had suffered some injuries, fought for her life to escape back. Earthy mortal experts are as terrifying as they are. Although Su Ruoyu failed in her pursuit, she still brought back a message. The injuries left by Song Lao on Wang Taiyu's body have not healed, and are still gradually deteriorating. And the direction in which the other party fled looked like the closest second-tier country to Great Zhou, the Golden Kingdom. If he was used by Wang Tai to enter the Golden Kingdom, it would be difficult to kill him. Therefore, Long Ruoshi had to intercept Wang Taiyu, no matter what, in the Great Zhou territory. But now that Long Ruoshi is surrounded by manpower, there are many first-class experts, but sending it out doesn't even threaten Wang Tai with it, and Song Lao Long Darrell couldn't make it work at all. Come to think of it, isn't Su Hong the only one? Chapter 51 Root Bone Pill. Although Su Hong is also a first-class expert, but it was seen at first, before Sun Lao came to the court, it was purely Su Hong alone against Wang Taiyu and those rebels he brought with him. The foot dragged on for a long time. Now Wang Taiyu is also seriously injured. The one who had the best chance of being able to block Wang Taiyu was still Su Hong. But seeing Su Ruoyu's miserable state yesterday, Long Ruoshi was a little worried again. In case Su Hong went out to intercept Wang Taiyu, if he was not careful, he could not come back. What can I do with myself? But that thought just came to her. Just heard Su Hong's complaining heart. She was instantly furious. This bastard, it's best to die outside, and save me the trouble of seeing him in the future. Soon, Su Hong entered the palace and came to meet Long Ruoshi. Su Hong, pay my respects to your majesty. Su Hong knelt on one knee with a respectful expression. Two-Face, Long Ruoshi cursed in her heart. This kid meets with respect. The mind is full of bold words. Tell it to your face if you can. Villain. Of course Long Ruoshi wouldn't make any direct accusations. Otherwise wouldn't you be exposing yourself as being able to hear Su Hong's heart? Long Ruoshi's face was frosty and she coughed lightly twice. Su Hong, Although Wang Taiyu was driven out of the imperial capital, this person is after all an earthy mortal expert, and with a vicious and venomous nature. This person will always be a threat as long as he remains alive. That's why I've sent you, along with my close guard Su Ruoyu, to go and intercept Wang Taiyun. This thief is on his way to Dajin. Your mission on this trip is to make sure you intercept him before he escapes the boundaries of Great Zhou. It's best if they are captured alive. If they can't be captured alive, they will be beheaded on the spot. Do you hear me? Hear you. Although Su Hong guessed that Long Ruoshi summoning herself to the palace would be related to Wang Taiyun, but he didn't expect that Long Ruoshi would actually send herself to go after him personally. And Su Ruoyu went too. The close guards around that Long Ruoshi are out in force. Who will protect Daryl? Su Hong opened her mouth. Your Majesty, I have a question. Say. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong. Is it possible not to go? Su Hong said with a rather licked face. When Long Ruoshi heard this, her eyebrows furrowed and she immediately chided. No, Su Hong. If Wang Taiyu doesn't die, the threat is too great, and there's no chance he'll make a comeback. Don't you know what's at stake? I know you've been working hard these past few days, but this fact is too important for you to carry for a while. When you come back, I'll give you a few more days of vacation. I'll go. Starting to puaha. Although Su Hong didn't mean it that way. Right, but he didn't expect that these as leaders. The pua technique is pretty much a one-off. Su Hong shook her head. Your Majesty is mistaken. I'm not too tired. Sharing His Majesty's worries should have been my duty. I just think that, this time, to stop Wang Taiyu, I went, and Lord Su also went back. Who will protect His Majesty's side? Then, in case that Wang Taiyu, killed and came back, wouldn't it be easy to hurt your Majesty? Still have some conscience. No to worry about me. Long Ruoshi shook her head. That, there is no need for you to worry about. Song Lao yesterday, arranged for 5 first-rate Supreme Masters to enter the palace. With them sitting inside the palace, Wang Taiyun coming back will only be throwing himself into the net. That's good. Su Hong was a bit surprised when she sniffed. Didn't that old man Song Sharon not think much of Long Ruoshi? I didn't expect to send someone to protect Long Ruoshi's safety. However, Su Hong still sensed that there was indeed a shortage of people to use around Long Ruoshi. Even the guards of the palace need to rely on Song Sharon's men now. It seems like it's time for him to start training some experts when he comes back from this outing. This is so that you can rest assured when you are not there. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll go this time, and I'll definitely deliver Wang Taiyun's head to Your Majesty. Su Hong swore. Aha! It's good that you have that heart. Long Ruoshi stood up, walked over to Su Hong, and straightened Su Hong's hat, which had been brought askew. Then the beautiful eyes stared into Su Hong's eyes and said softly, just do your best, and if you're in danger, save your life. Compared to hunting down Wang Taiyun, I prefer you to return safely. Long Ruoshi's tone was very serious, apparently also scared by the misery of yesterday's pursuit team. Su Hong was stunned. He could clearly feel the strong concern in Long Ruoshi's words. He grinned. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will return safely. If I can't return, won't I never see Your Majesty's black silk again? You asshole. Long Ruoshi's pretty face slightly reddened, and subconsciously gently hammered Su Hong. It's rather like a lover's flirtation, but this action was a little too ambiguous for the Emperor. Long Ruoshi had some regrets after doing it. She coughed lightly twice and said, well, go on and get back. I remember that your injury should not be healed yet. I have prepared 10 bottles of good gold sore medicine for you, help you recover early. While this will be useful on the road. With a wave of Long Ruoshi's hand, next to her, Xiaoyu was already carrying 10 bottles of golden sore medicine to Su Hong. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift. Su Hong received the medicine and slightly bowed to Long Ruoshi. Then the minister will take his leave. Su Hong turned around, took the medicine, and left the imperial study. After walking out of the imperial study, Su Hong sighed to the sky. It's not easy to chase after Wang Taiyu. The other party was an earthy mortal after all. I'm just afraid that it will be another bad battle then. However, fortunately, Wang Taiyu's injuries were serious, and according to Su Ruoyu, the state was very weak. If Su Hong went all out and had Su Ruoyu on hand to assist, it wasn't like she didn't have a chance. But before we leave, Su Hong still has to put the 300 heart points accumulated by the system. Draw the prize. 300 heart points for 30 draws. Su Hong immediately opened the system lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a glass knife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a baseball bat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Indian divine oil. This system lottery didn't produce good things every time. Su Hong was used to it. First a meal of blue skies followed. Finally, on the 13th round, it shipped. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the root and bone pill. After taking it, You can choose one of the 5 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire and earth +1. Detected that the host has acquired a spirit, and the spirit root attribute has been opened. Root and bone pill. It can enhance spiritual roots? Su-hong was stunned. This spirit root. It can't be the one you're thinking of, can it? They both busily opened their system panels. Host, Su-hong. Power, first class and top notch. Heart technique, heavenly evil divine power, 17th level. Body technique, thundering 3000 thunders. Spiritual root attributes. Gold, 0. Wood, 0. Water, 0. Fire, 0. Earth, 0. Items, blood shadow sword. Emperor's sword. Horse oil black silk. Indian divine oil. Looking at all this panel, the spirit root was clear 0. Su-hong then realized it. No wonder he couldn't practice anything at all even when he had obtained Elder Song's little Xiangong before. 9 times out of 10, it was because he didn't have a spirit root at all. Without a spiritual root, he could not condense aura. And that little Xiangong, for him, isn't it just a pile of paper? Chapter 52, meaning no one is allowed to mess around? Su-hong took a deep breath. After seeing those tactics of Elder Song that weren't martial artists at all, basically, it can be concluded that in this world, there must be immortal cultivators, and certainly far more powerful than a martial artist. As far as Su-hong knew, before he retired, Elder Song belonged to the category of schemers and was basically devoid of force, but in just a decade or so, after participating in cultivation, he had the strength to be able to crush an earth immortal, and a martial artist wants to cultivate into an earth immortal, without 50 years or more. It's basically unlikely. Except, of course, Su-hong, who was born with a hangover, doesn't count. In short, those who have been practicing for a decade or so can violently beat those who have been practicing for decades. You can see how powerful cultivation is, but this basic spiritual root of mine is indeed excessively low. All 5 attribute spiritual roots are absent. If it wasn't for the shot drawing the root and bone pill, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to cultivate immortality for the rest of my life. Su-hong definitely wants to cultivate immortality, but even if you draw a root bone pill, it's only +1 on one spiritual root. That would still be quite tough to cultivate in the future. But Su-hong has the advantage of being young and starting early. Otherwise, if he waited until Song Lao's age to start, it would really be too late for everything. Without saying a word, Su-hong directly took that root bone pill. What attribute is better to add this point to? Su-hong was a complete blank slate to the extent that she knew nothing about cultivating immortality. But he thought about it. This, added to the fire spirit root, should always be correct, right? Playing with the fire department when things go wrong is certainly not pitiful. Soon, Su-hong felt a hot sensation in her belly area. There was an indescribably strange feeling in his body, like something had changed physically, but like nothing had changed. It's a strange feeling, but Su-hong could be sure. Your own body, it's becoming a little different. Not bad, not bad. In this way, I even have the most basic qualifications to cultivate immortality. Keep smoking. 7 rounds left to draw. At least come up with another useful one. Start the raffle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a burning stick. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Logitech GPW mouse. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of spinster panties. Another string of drawing bizarre items that I have absolutely no idea what they do. Even the mouse is out. Why don't you just get me another computer and a keyboard, and I'll play games here? Su-hong was basically speechless at this system's lottery probability. Inside the 7 draws, 6 are wasted. Last draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Sandhawk and bullets *7. What? Sandhawks? Su-hong looked at the silver-white pistols and bullets lying inside the system's warehouse, and his entire body was stunned. Now that's a real adult times change. With this thing, that Wang Taiyu is just as powerful as he is. But he's still a one-shot dead cargo. After all, Wang Taiyuan was only a martial artist, not a real immortal. Pistols are such cross-generational perverted weapons that it's a real killer to take them out. Now Su-hong was full of energy. Confidence in this plan to hunt down Wang Taiyu was high. But the bullets were only given in 7 rounds. Just enough for 1 magazine. And when they were emptied, they were gone. Su-hong decided that before she succeeded in cultivating immortality, or before the heavenly evil divine skill is raised to the 30th or 40th layer, you can save it. Since it was from a raffle, who knows if you'll be able to draw bullets in the future. If you can't draw, those 7 rounds will be wasted. Carefully put the Sandhawk away. Su-hong organized the garbage she drew and threw away what should be thrown away. Then went to the Zhongren mansion. Lord Su, seeing Su-hong arrive, the guards of the Zhongren mansion respectfully greeted Su-hong. Because it's simple. They all know that Su-hong made a monstrous achievement yesterday when Wang Taiyu rebelled. Even more important than Song Lao, In a way, helping His Majesty to stabilize the kingdom is a great credit. And Su Hong was promoted to vice commander of the Forbidden Army. The official rank is the 4th grade. However, this 4th rank was in existence that made those many first-ranked officers, when they saw it, want to curry favor with Su Hong. How is Lord Su's injury? Su Hong asked. Your Excellency, His Majesty has graciously bestowed the 1st-grade golden sword pill. Lord Su's injuries have almost recovered. That's good. Su Hong estimated that Su Ruoyu's injuries shouldn't be too heavy. Otherwise, Long Ruoshi wouldn't have been able to arrange for him and Su Ruoyu, the 2 injured men, to capture Wang Taiyu. I'm going in to see Lord Su. Lord Su, please. The 2 guards hurriedly stepped aside. Su Hong went all the way in and met Su Ruoyu in one of the small rooms of the Zhongren mansion. You don't say, Ruoyu, that you've made this little room, but it's quite plain, not at all like a place where a close friend of His Majesty's should live. Su Hong looked at Su Ruoyu's living environment. It could not be called Spartan, but it was halfway decent to luxurious. A small room with a table that, a bed, plain and simple, was somewhat of a mirror image of the character of the owner of this room. What brings you here? Su Ruoyu was sitting on the bed, seemingly healing herself, when she saw Su Hong coming. That's when he got up from the bed to greet them. That's not coming to see you. Su Hong smiled. I heard from His Majesty that you were injured when you went after Wang Taiyun. Where did it go? It didn't hurt your ass, did it? Let me see it, Su Hong said, making a gesture to come up and look. Hey, what are you doing? Su Ruoyu was immediately amused by Su Hong and her pretty face turned red. It's still in the Zhongren mansion. People come and go. Don't mess around. Su Ruoyu looked outside several times, looking nervous and afraid that someone would come. It was rare for Su Hong to see Su Ruoyu shy. Her heart was even more playful and she continued to tease her. So, according to you, if no one's around, it's okay to mess around? Well, Su Ruoyu was stunned and shook her head in a hurry. Not at all. Don't be ridiculous. Su Ruoyu was shy, though her system told him that the person in front of him was his own in-laws. The in-laws were in her conception, and that was the future husband. It's logical to do whatever you want with your husband, but strangely enough, after being teased by Su Hong twice, he was a little too much for himself. It didn't even dare to look into Su Hong's eyes. Seeing Su Ruoyu's face reddened and she could barely speak. Su Hong also knew that this chick was new to the whole male/female thing though, and even had some strange perceptions. But it's not good to tease too much. Moderation is fine. Just kidding. Su Hong smiled and said, seeing as how you're like this, and you can still talk and laugh with me, your injuries shouldn't be serious. It's just that what I didn't expect was for His Majesty to say that you brought a dozen or so first-rate experts to go after Wang Taiyu. It actually failed? Mentioning this, Su Ruoyu's expression obviously darkened as she clenched her teeth. Wang Taiyu, this thief, is indeed abominable. You're afraid you think that a few of us were killed or injured by him because we fought him hard. But actually no. This guy used concealed weapons, poisons, all sorts of vile things that, doing nothing, one by one, they killed those masters in the dark. It's a good thing I got away with it, because I was on his guard. Otherwise, I'm only afraid that it won't be so easy for me to return to the imperial capital. Chapter 53, Strange Village. Su Hong frowned slightly when she heard Su Ruoyu finish. This Wang Taiyun is really shady to the bone. An earthy mortal expert, playing such a shady game with a group of first-class experts. That's how he killed several masters. Otherwise, with Wang Taiyu's injuries, there was absolutely no way he could have lasted until now in the hands of a dozen first-class experts. But it's also normal. Wang Taijun's nature is cold and venomous, and if this man were not so mean, would not be like a poisonous scorpion, little by little nibbling away at the great Zhou dynasty. If it was not for the old Song's hand, it was really taken by him to seize the throne. So how are you? Not poisoned? Su Hong looked Su Ruoyu up and down. It felt like Wang Taiyu's character would only use poison to harm people. No, my injury. I was injured by Wang Tai with a frontal encounter. Su Ruoyu shook her head. That's good. It was only then that Su Hong remembered that Su Ruoyu was, after all, a member of the Zhongren mansion. It's the one who does all kinds of dirty work for the emperor, and she's not bad when it comes to playing with drugs. In that case, we must quickly gather our men and set out to intercept Wang Taiyun. This night has passed. If he's running with all his might, I'm only afraid he's already close to the great Zhou border. Aha! I've gathered all the manpower. Ready to go anytime now. Su Ruoyu nodded. Su Hong said, good. Then all pack up. In a quarter of an hour, gather at the noon gate and set out to hunt down Wang Taiyun. Soon, the men led by Su Hong and Su Ruoyu all gathered. Su Ruoyu's side brought 10 first-class experts, and Su Hong's side 5. After all, the masters of the Forbidden Army, all holding important positions, are hard to transfer out, and all of them are sandsmen and soldiers. The matter of chasing and killing people was naturally not as good as Su Ruoyu's people. After everyone convened at the noon gate, Su Hong slowly said, "My lords, His Majesty has decreed that this time we absolutely cannot let this traitor Wang Taiyun escape. That's why this operation of ours is only a success, not a failure. We must bring back Wang Taiyun's head." "Yes." The crowd nodded. Su Hong slapped his steed on his crotch, flung his horsewhip, and led his men and horses, rushing all the way out of the palace. Heading straight for the southern border of Great Zhou, Su Hong and Su Ruoyu, among others, were fast all the way. Su Ruoyu remembered the last bearing Wang Tai used, probably toward the south, but in one night's work. "I'm afraid I've already scurried out a long way," Su Hong asked with a frown. "Ruoyu, this Wang Taiyun wouldn't have escaped the border already, right? It shouldn't be possible." Su Ruoyu shook her head, leaving aside the fact that this rebel, Wang Taiyu, has a serious wound on his body that has not yet healed, and I left a sword wound on him yesterday too, and I killed his horse, so he's basically on foot now. There are small border villages, but it's hard to find a steed, and for a short time, he couldn't have found the horses unless he contacted Dakin. "That's good." Su Hong nodded. "It looks like there is still time." The group spent half a day running tired of 3 waves of horses, and finally, in the evening, it has arrived at the border of Great Zhou. There are far fewer villages here, and they're all those barren, fallen hamlets. It's usually hard to hide an outsider in a place like this, unless Wang Tai is so ruthless that he survives in the wilderness without entering the village, but that's also very unlikely. Wang Taiyuan, who was already seriously injured, could not possibly not need food and water, which were in the wild. It's not that easy to obtain. Su Ruoyu spent Wang Taiyuan's portrait and sent his men to each village to issue a royal list to hunt for him. Split up into villages and search. "Ruoyu, 3 or 4 of us. Let's search this launching village." Su Hong pointed at a very deserted-looking village in front of him. "Yes." Su Ruoyu didn't even consider it and immediately nodded. The reason why Su Hong chose this village by himself is because he deduced that Wang Tai used a vicious battle last night too. There were also injuries on his body, so he must find a place to land and heal first. This rundown village is definitely his first choice, because the royal list of manhunters was issued down long ago. Even at the border, in those slightly larger villages, towns, there will also be portraits of Wang Tai using them, plastered on the walls of the city. Wang Taiyun was cautious by nature, although he was so strong that no one could threaten him at all in this small border town. But with his character, he must not take any risk at all, so most likely, he will pick this kind of small village. With the injuries on his body, Wang Tai must stay and rest for a day, or maybe half a day, so let's move fast. Remember, if you come across one, don't do anything rash. This man is very sinister. It must be more than 2 people striking together. Got it? Before Su Hong set off, he gave careful instructions to the people below him. Wang Taijun is a sinister person. One must be careful and careful again. Got it. The crowd nodded and immediately split up into separate actions at fire speed. Su Hong and Su Ruoyu tethered their horses to the entrance of the village, and the 2 of them walked on foot into the launching village before them. Launching village is not big, and as far as the eye can see, there are only 40 or 50 households. The houses are all rather dilapidated, which shows that the standard of living is rather average. After Su Hong and Su Ruoyu entered the village, they wanted to find a passerby to ask first about the recent village. There's no such thing as an outsider entering, but this village, in broad daylight, didn't see any people, and the doors and windows were closed tightly, hardly popular at all. Su Ruoyu was puzzled. Strange, where are the people of this village? Why is there no one in broad daylight? Did they all go out to work? Not necessarily. Su Hong looked not far away. A few houses in front of the rope, still hanging clothes, just drying. The instructions were just dried up in the morning. This shows that this village, there should be quite a lot of people, but at the moment there is no one. It is truly bizarre. Be careful. Something's not right here. Yes. Su Ruoyu nodded. For Su Hong, she trusted unconditionally. After all, Su Hong was her system-bound in-law, and had such feats at such a young age. Su Ruoyu subconsciously listens to Su Hong. The duo entered launching village one after the other, a cautious way through a third of the village, and having found a few homes to knock on, nor did anyone respond. In this way, Su Hong felt more and more out of place. Su Hong and Su Ruoyu glanced at each other and continued to grope their way forward. But just at this time, at the end of the village road, a bouncing little child suddenly appeared. She was about 7 or 8 years old and had a crocheted hairstyle. She had a candy cane in her hand and ran over with a smile on her face. After Su Ruoyu sized up the child and determined that it was just an ordinary countryside child. That's the way up. Little sister. Big sister. Are you calling me? The crocheted little girl stopped and looked at Suruoyu. The two piles of blush on her face were very cute. Suruoyu was a girl after all, and this kind of cute little girl was naturally very popular with her. She crouched down, flush with the little girl, and asked in a gentle voice, "Little sister, can you tell your sister if any outsiders have come to your village recently?" Chapter 54, The Trap. When Suruoyu finished speaking, the crocheted girl nodded her head vigorously. "There is. Yes, recently a grandfather with a small, thin tiger's mane came to our village." "Grandpa with a mustache and a very thin face? It does sound a lot like Wang Taiyu," Suruoyu immediately pursued. "So, where's that grandpa person you were talking about? Still in your village?" "Yes." The crocheted girl licked the candy man in her hand and, turning, he pointed to a tiled room at the very back of the village. "That's where that grandpa lives." "Big sister, who are you people and what are you looking for that grandfather for?" "That grandpa is very nice and will give me candy," the crocheted girl asked again. Suruoyu froze for a moment. She couldn't talk to a 7 or 8-year-old girl. They were ordered to come after Wang Tai to use it, right? Su Hong went up and squatted down, giving the little girl a smile. "Little sister, we're friends of that grandpa who got separated from us when he got older. Let's come over to him." "Oh, so that's it." The crocheted girl nodded, then waved at the Su Hong duo. "Then big brother, big sister, you come with me. I'll take you to that grandpa." "Well, please, little sister." Su Hong nodded. Then the crocheted little girl took Suruoyu's hand and take Suruoyu and Su Hong together to find the so-called very thin grandfather. Suruoyu pulled the crocheted little girl in the front, accompanying the little girl to talk and laugh along the way. It was learned through conversation that the little girl's name was Fawn, and that both her parents had gone to town to do odd jobs, leaving her with her grandmother in the village. Her parents usually come back only once a month. Sounds like the days were hard, but that's normal. On the borders of the Great Zhou, far from the imperial capital, where the land is barren and commerce is undeveloped, the people that, naturally living in poverty. The situation here, when we go back, we have to report to Long Ruoshi, so that she can think of something. Su Hong had this in mind. It's a good emperor when he can let the people live in peace and happiness. But right now, the most important thing was to intercept Wang Taiyu, and had to solve this big trouble. Soon, Su Hong followed Fawn to the tiled room she had mentioned. The tiled house is very shabby. In the deepest part of Longxing village, the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and it looked like it was rarely visited on weekdays. "Here it is. That grandpa is in there. I'll take you into him." Fawn pulled Suruoyu's hand and was about to go in. However, Su Hong stepped forward and stopped the fawn. "Fawn, you won't have to take us in. We'll go in ourselves." Su Hong's expression was slightly grave. "Just kidding. If Wang Taizhong is really in there, it's really too dangerous to let this little girl in." Suruoyu also knew what Su Hong meant and even said, "Yeah, little sister, we'll just go in by ourselves. Why don't you go play at the entrance to the village, okay?" "Well then." Fawn hesitated, nodded, held up the sugar man in her hand, and ran off, until after the girl had run far enough. It was only then that Su Hong slowly approached this tiled room. He had just sensed it with his breath. Inside the tiled room, no scent was perceived, but Su Hong had already known that Wang Tai used this person, and that he was very good at hiding his breath. After hiding for so many years, no one even knew that he was an earthy mortal expert. There's still a bit of skill in that. The two of them, Su Hong and Suruoyu, looked at each other and nodded after each other. Su Hong directly kicked open the door of the tiled room. Bang! With a muffled thud, the door collapsed instantly, raising countless amounts of dust. With a wave of his hand, Su Hong used the wind of his palm to slightly blow away that dust, and looked up to see that. "I only saw that the tiled room was empty, and I didn't see Wang Taiyu." This tiled room was small and very humble, containing only a bed, a table, and there was also a round, odd metal object lying on the table. "What is it?" Su Hong was just about to go up to check, but suddenly he saw, in the dimly lighted room, a tiny thread of extremely imperceptible, attached to this piece of metal thing, and that wire, the other end of which was connected to the door. As it was kicked open by Su Hong, it caused that wire to be pulled right out of the way. In an instant, the mechanism within the metallic object suddenly opened, and countless morose silver needles that it popped out suddenly from within the metal thing. Su Hong's face instantly changed drastically. "Not good. It's a trap." Su Hong turned around violently in an instant and called on Suruoyu to run out, but it's too late. The mechanism in the orb had been activated, and countless silver needles, in an instant, were like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, madly shooting towards Su Hong and Suruoyu. Suruoyu's pretty face suddenly changed, and she raised her sword to resist the raging wind and rain of hidden weapons, but the speed of this concealed weapon was too fast. Su Ruoyu had just hacked away a few silver needles, and on her arm, it had been stabbed by several silver needles, and blood sprayed out directly. Well, Su Ruoyu stifled a grunt, and immediately felt a strong paralyzing sensation, spreading all over her body along the wound. Her body went limp and her whole body was about to fall forward. Seeing this, Su Hong cursed, and without saying a word, Thunderous 30,000 was directly executed. The sound of thunder roared, holding Su Ruoyu before the dense silver needle-concealed weapon was about to completely envelop the two of them. The body jumped out swiftly. It was all just a flash of lightning. In a matter of moments, Su Hong had already hugged Su Ruoyu and ruthlessly pounced on the door of the tiled room. Although Su Ruoyu was saved, but Su Hong's back, too, was hit by several stitches. These hidden weapons, obviously all hardened with poison. The toxin quickly began to spread. Su Hong felt a paralyzing sensation in a flash, even though Su Hong's inner strength was very strong, and he began to frantically run the heavenly evil divine power. But still, the toxin invaded his body and his whole body went limp. Damn it! Su Hong had an ugly expression. I didn't expect Wang Taijung to be so shady, and had already laid this kind of trap waiting for them. Ruoyu, are you okay? Su Hong picked up Su Ruoyu in her arms and hurriedly asked with concern. It's fine, but got hit with a few arrows and can't stand up. Su Ruoyu's strength to speak was gone. Her voice was soft. Come, get up. Su Hong gritted her teeth before she barely managed to pull Su Ruoyu up, holding her up and trying to get out of here in a hurry. But just at this time, a long, eerie laugh had come from behind. Ha ha, Su Hong Su Hong, old me is still thinking about how I can kill you to avenge my original revenge. I didn't expect you to leave the solidly built imperial city untouched and have to run out to die. You said that if Lao Fu left your life here today, that long Ruoshi, will it be heartbreaking? With a flash of a black shadow, Wang Taiyu instantly appeared in front of Su Hong, blocking her path. With a sinister sneer on his pale face, he looked mockingly at Su Hong. Chapter 55 I'm sorry my lord, times have changed. Su Hong looked at Wang Taiyun in front of him. The other's face was indeed pale, and there was some sense of unnaturalness in the movement of his body. Obviously the injuries left by Song Sharon had not healed at all, and the whole person looked like he had lost half his life. But even so, both Su Hong and Su Ruoyu were hit with poison hidden weapons. In this state, Su Ruoyu could barely walk, and Su Hong, because of the toxins, the operation of the internal energy in the body was obstructed. Trying to catch Wang Taiyu is simply impossible. Even looking at this situation, the ones to die would be Su Hong and the others instead. Wang Taiyu's. Seeing Wang Taiyu, Su Ruoyu's eyes erupted with an indignation, because just yesterday, a few of her right-hand men were killed by Wang Taiyun's shade. She was naturally indignant towards Wang Taiyun. I was just about to raise my sword and strike, but before I could take a step, I stumbled and, falling into Su Hong's arms again. Ruoyu, don't be impulsive. Su Hong hurriedly pulled her back. You're poisoned now. Going up there is a death sentence. Ha ha. Wang Taiyu looked at Su Hong with a sneer on his face. Su Hong, you still have time to be compassionate here at this time? Why don't you just care about caring for yourself? You're about to die at the hands of the old man. Su Hong sneered and drew the blood shadow sword at his waist, pointing it straight at Wang Taiyun. A mere concealed weapon. Do you think it can affect me? Even if you're poisoned, I can kill you just the same. Still talking tough at the end of your life. Wang Taiyu sneered. This poison, it's the strongest fire poison in the world. Fire Cloud Bonesetter. Those who have been hit by this poison are not only paralyzed and unable to carry out their work, but if within 3 hours, if you can't get the toxins out of your body, all your bones will turn into a puddle of blood. In other words, even if Lao Fu doesn't make a move on you now, after 3 hours, you don't have the antidote. Just as dead. I'm going to. So hard to poison. This old dog is so shady to the bone. Su Hong gritted her teeth. However, in the face of a great enemy, his expression didn't change half a bit, and he inhaled a breath and said, it doesn't take 3 hours. I'll kill you in 3 minutes and take the antidote to the poison out of you. Antidote? Humph. Old me does indeed still have it. But, Wang Taiyun sneered and fished out a small vial from his bosom. Then, in front of Su Hong Su Ruoyu's duo, he directly blasted the bottle to smithereens with a palm. Then sneered and looked at Su Hong. Now the antidote will be gone. Su Hong, if you don't get down on your knees and beg Lao Fu, maybe Lao Fu will be in a good mood and show you the way to ease your death. Seeing that Su Hong Su Ruoyu had been hit by her own hidden weapon, Wang Taiyu seemed to have one, and he can kill Su Hong whenever he wants. With the smile and mindset of a victor, Wang Taiyun didn't want to kill Su Hong so quickly. After all, he's been planning his big plan to take the throne for years. In the end, it could almost be said that the defeat was in the hands of Su-hong alone. How can Wang Taiyun not feel hatred towards Su-hong? Even her hatred for Su-hong surpassed that for Song Sharon and Long Ruoshi. So even though he could immediately kill Su-hong for revenge, he didn't do it right away. He wanted to torture Su-hong. He wants to see Su-hong's bones being melted away by the fire cloud bone scattering, in despair and desolation, into a puddle of blood. Only then will he rest. Begging you? You wish. Su-hong snorted. You think we're cuties, do you? Chasing down old dogs like you. Will it be just the two of us coming? We've sent out no less than 50 first-rate experts this time, and they're in this neighborhood. Backup will be here any minute. When the time comes, it will be the time for you old dog to die. What? Hearing this, Wang Taiyun panicked for a moment in his heart. Indeed, if that woman Long Ruoshi wanted to hunt him down, how could she have sent only 2 people? But think carefully. 50 first-rate experts? If Long Ruoshi really had that kind of strength, how could she have let him almost succeed in forcing the palace? Su-hong, don't bluff here. 50 first-class experts? If there really are that many, how did you get in here with this chick for 2? You must be able to guess that old me is hiding here in Launching Town. Right. Yet only the 2 of you have come in. It means you're simply understaffed. Ass. Su-hong skimmed her mouth and despised it. Who told you that this beauty and I came to this Launching Town to catch you old dog? We're just a little tired from running all the way around, and that's why we've sidetracked all those henchmen. Specifically looking for this less crowded and secluded place to do something horny and relieve some stress just a little bit. Who knew it would be such a coincidence that you old dog happened to be hiding in there and we came across you? It's a pity that you old dog had to spoil my good deed before you died. What? Su-hong, what are you talking about? Hearing Su-hong's words, Su Ruoyu's pretty face next to her rubbed red. Her whole body was a little confused. What time is it? Why is Su-hong's mouth still running on trains? I can't believe I'm talking about this nonsense to Wang Taiyu. But Su Ruoyu thought for a second. Su-hong might just be stalling for time, trying to internalize the toxin, or wait for support from others. It's just that it's too shameful to say. As for Wang Taiyun's side, he froze for a moment when he heard Su-hong's words. Clearly shocked by Su-hong's words, it took a moment before he coughed twice and sneered. Then old me really underestimated you. You kid is really a flirt. But if you die under a peony flower, you can die as a ghost. And you can end up dying with this chick. It's not a loss. Wang Tai used to suck in his breath. After hearing Su-hong's words, he was still a bit uncertain. I wonder if Su-hong's words are true or not. What if he's telling the truth? And there really are that many masters right here in the neighborhood. If he didn't quickly settle this kid and then leave, he was only afraid that he would be unable to escape death. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll fulfill you. This will send you 2 dogs to hell. After saying that, Wang Taiyu took a step towards Su-hong. On the palm of his hand, the searing internal energy had already begun to circulate. At this moment, Su Ruoyu's face turned completely white. Nice guy. I thought Su-hong was going to stall for time, but after saying those words, as a result, Wang Taiyu decided to take matters into his own hands. Both of them were now heavily poisoned and could barely move. What's to be done about it? Are we really going to die here? Su Ruoyu's beautiful eyes flickered with a path of unwillingness and despair, while Su-hong watched Wang Taiyun walk with a palm lift. She was calm. TSK, it's a pity that Wang Tai used it. Originally, Little Master wanted to nag you for a little longer, but unfortunately you want to find death so badly. So don't blame me. Ha ha, Wang Tai laughed out loud with a sneer. Alright, Su-hong, don't you dare die here. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me when you're poisoned. Saying that, Wang Taiyu's eyes flashed with thick killing intent as he fiercely blasted a palm at Su-hong. This moment, a roar that exploded into the sky suddenly spread. Bang! Sandhawk's shot came out violently. A cold bullet from Su-hong's hand has long been secretly loaded and ready to fly out of the Sand Eagle. In the air cut through a ferocious whistling sound. It directly punched a bloody hole in Wang Taiyun's body. Blood spurted right out. What? This can't be. Wang Taiyu's entire body was fixed in place, incredulously bowing his head and, dumbfounded, he looked at the bloody hole in his chest, after which, his eyes flashed with thick unwillingness and indignation, and his body fell straight backward, and Su-hong stood still, holding the silver sandhawk in her hand, and after firing a single shot, he also blew a breath towards the muzzle of the gun, after which he looked at the collapsed Wang Taiyun with a playful face and faintly said, Sorry, my lord, times have changed. Chapter 56, I'm not afraid to die. Are you? Watching Wang Taiyun just fall down, Su Ruoyu behind her was stunned. What the hell? Wasn't Su-hong also poisoned by that hidden weapon? Why does he still have the power to fight back? Su Ruoyu looked up. Su-hong held a handful of strange silver-colored box-like objects in her hand. That's the same thing that just spewed out a horrible blast of sound. Then a hole appeared in Wang Tai's chest. Is this some kind of advanced concealed weapon? Su Ruoyu, as an expert of the Zumrin mansion, naturally had a deep understanding of concealed weapons, but she had never seen or heard of such a concealed weapon. Just kidding. It's just that even a more powerful concealed weapon wouldn't be able to kill an Earth Immortal level expert. Su Ruoyu looked at Su Hong. This man, she realized, always brought her countless surprises. Originally, this time it was thought that the two of them were bound to die, but it was easily resolved by Su Hong again. More and more, she felt that she couldn't see through the man in front of her. Wang Taijun collapsed on the ground. At this time did not die through it. After all, is an Earth Immortal expert. A hole in the chest doesn't kill you right away. He breathed heavily and struggled to get up, but the piercing power of a sandhawk bullet was simply beyond his imagination. The blood couldn't stop pouring out, and he could feel the life draining out of him. No way. I must not die here. I will meet the Golden Kingdom. I will enlighten the prince. I'll come back with a large force of men to take revenge. Take Great Joe. Wang Taiyun was full of unwillingness and crawled out as hard as he could. The blood was underneath him, trailing on the ground. However, it was only 10 meters of climbing out. Just saw a pair of black boots. When he looked up, Su Hong looked down at him with a teasing face. The thrill that moment brought, Wang Taiyun's body shivered in fear. Oh, Lord Wang, I didn't expect you to have a day. Su Hong didn't hesitate to mock. Didn't you just say that you want my life and you want to see my body turn into blood? Why now? You're going to die first. Damn. Wang Taiyu raised his head, glaring deathly at Su Hong and cursing angrily. Asshole. You dare to shade me? Lord Wang is really double standard. It's okay for you to shade us. You don't allow others to shade you, right? Su Hong snorted. I'm just returning the favor. Wang Tai used a flicker in his eyes. He snapped his head up, his voice icy. Su Hong, make a deal. I don't want to die. I think you should too. You let me go. I'll give you the antidote to the fire cloud bone setting powder. What do you think? Not good. Su Hong didn't even consider it and directly shook his head with a face of contempt. Lord Wang, you don't have the slightest credibility with me. I let you go. You ran away. But who knows if the antidote you gave was real or not? In case you give me a fake one, won't I lose money? No way. Wang Taiyu shouted. How could I give you fake medicine when my life is in your hands now? Su Hong, there's no point in dying together. You want to live. Only let me go. That's impossible. Su Hong still shook her head. I'm not going to make a deal with you. Either that, or you give me the antidote and I'll take you back alive. Either that, or you don't give the antidote and I kill you now. With a flash of the blood shadow sword in her hand, Su Hong had already placed it on Wang Taiyun's neck. Hearing Su Hong being so oily, Wang Taiyu was angry and anxious. He's really going crazy. Su Hong is clearly and truly poisoned by the fire cloud bone setters, and the only way for him to survive, only make a deal with yourself. But he's not. It even seems like there is no fear of death at all. Does it make sense to trade one for one with yourself? In his opinion, this kid was just plain stupid. Wang Taiyu shook his head with hatred. No, I'll give you the antidote only if you let me go, or we all die together. Well then, let's all die together. Su Hong flung his blood shadow sword at several arterial locations on Wang Taiyun's body, leaving several extremely heavy bloody gouges. Blood all of a sudden like a small spring just spurted out from those wounds that Wang Tai used. Wang Taiyu screamed miserably, almost fainting from the pain. Su Hong hemmed and hawed. Lord Wang, let's see then, whether I'll be poisoned into a puddle of blood by your poison first, or did you bleed out into a human stem first? Crazy. You're crazy. Wang Tai yelled with anger. However, Su Hong no longer looked at him, and anyway, with the injuries on Wang Tai's body, he was already completely unable to bounce around. Su Hong directly paralyzed herself on the side, leaning against a large tree and just staring at Wang Taiyu, a look of really wanting to spend time with him. Wang Tai used a deadly glare at Su Hong. He wouldn't believe it. This Su Hong is poisoned. It's really possible to die slower than yourself. The duo just stayed dry. It was only a quarter of an hour. Su Hong's body went limp. Wang Taiyu was also close to fainting. Wang Taiyu looked behind Su Hong, the long unconscious Su Ruoyu, and gritted his teeth. Kid, let me remind you, you might have enough internal strength to last, but your woman, she may not be able to hold out. Are you sure you want to dry out with me? Wang Taiyu wanted to use Su Ruoyu to force Su Hong into submission, but Su Hong looked indifferent. Does Lord Wang really think that Mr. Su is a compassionate person? The woman can be found again if she's gone, but the capture of the mission entrusted to you by your majesty, Su's life, but only once. Wang Taiyu was trembling. It was the first time he'd met someone so greasy. About another 10 minutes passed. Su-hong closed her eyes and delayed her breathing. Reduces the flow of toxins in the bloodstream. But even so, he gradually felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker. The sensations in the limbs, too, grew vain. This is still the case with myself. I wonder how that Su Ruoyu chick is doing. He turned his head to look. To Su-hong's surprise, his own internal strength was somewhat unable to carry the toxin. Although this Su Ruoyu looked like she was in a coma due to the toxin, but her face was very rosy. There was no sign of that pallor that comes with poisoning. She was lying on her back, but it looked as if she was asleep. This Su Ruoyu. Could it be that her physique is special and she can carry poison better than the average person? Don't know why though, but Su Ruoyu can carry it better than herself. Su-hong turned her head to look at Wang Taiyu. This guy's blood is underneath him, and it's pooling into a stream. The face was as pale as paper. His injuries were too severe, and with the gunshot wound from the sandhawk, his artery was cut off by Su-hong. And there was the fatal wound that Song Sharan had left on him, with many injuries stacked together. Even if this old thing was a hallowed earth immortal, he would only be unable to carry it. Finally, Wang Taiyun felt that he was on the verge of death at any moment, and he finally couldn't stay up any longer. He shouted, "Good, good, I'll give you the antidote, and I'll go back with you, but only if you guarantee the old man's life." Chapter 57, What's it to me? Hearing Wang Taiyu's words, Su-hong could count on a smile on her face. Oh, Lord Wang isn't talking tough anymore? Decided to admit defeat? Wang Taiyu didn't say anything, just glaring at Su-hong in death. When he met such a madman who didn't even want his life, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Wang Tai used his teeth to clench. "The antidote is in my armpit pocket. I can't move. Come get it yourself." "Oh," Su-hong's eyes flickered. Wang Tai used this request. He certainly scorned the other party to take advantage of his proximity. "Give yourself another cut." After hesitating, Su-hong grinned, pulled out his sandhawk, and pressed it against Wang Tai's temple. "Old thing, be honest. If you shade me, we'll die together. Do I have to you?" Wang Taiyun was going crazy with anger. He just didn't have the strength, but his tone was still angry. "You crazy person who doesn't want his life. Who's playing mind games with you at this time? Quickly, take the medicine and take it. Then stop the bleeding for the old man." Yes, although Wang Taiyun said so, Su-hong still wouldn't believe him all the way. The Sand Eagle had been against Wang Tai's head since the beginning. The shot would go down immediately if he made any wrong move. The toxin in Su-hong's body was already very deep. It's all on one breath now, just barely able to move. But he still tried his best to find the antidote in Wang Taiyu's armpit pocket. A small bag of white powder. Su-hong looked at it, dabbed a little and smear it on Wang Taiyun's wound. "Ah!" Wang Taiyu immediately screamed in pain. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, try to see if it's poisoned." Su-hong hemmed and hawed. Wang Taiyun was trembling with anger. I really wanted to strangle Su-hong immediately. A few minutes later, Wang Taiyu is getting weaker and weaker, but it looks like a sign of blood loss. Only now did Su-hong confirm that the antidote was fine. After taking it himself, he also went to give it to Su Ruoyu. After a while, Su-hong could feel that his physical strength was recovering, and his internal energy was slowly returning to his body. The antidote has an effect. Well, the antidote is working. "Stop the bleeding," Wang Tai roared with rage. He's hanging on by a thread now. A large portion of the blood is basically out of the body. It's a miracle he's alive. Too. "Oh, good." Su-hong stood up, moved her body, and walked towards Wang Taiyun. Wang Taiyu thought that Su-hong was going to stop his bleeding, keep his breath in, and then bring it back to the capital. After all, he was a spy infiltrated by the Golden Kingdom and still had a lot of intelligence value on him. But here's what he didn't expect. Su-hong walked over and with a brush, the blood shadow sword was already against his neck. "What are you doing?" Wang Taiyun's face suddenly changed drastically. "You're not true to your word?" Su-hong grinned. "Lord Wang, you're old. Why are you still so naive? If I say I'll let you live, will I let you live? That coaxing earlier was just to trick you out of the antidote. I didn't expect you to be stupid enough to actually hand over the real antidote. In that case, you're useless, so of course I'm going to send you to hell." "What?" Wang Taiyun's face was hard to see. Gritting his teeth, he cursed angrily. "Su-hong, you villain. I'm loaded with intel and secrets. You kill me, and those things that, you won't even get it. And with Long Ruwashi's character, surely she must have told you to capture the old man alive. Do you really dare to kill the old man with one sword?" Su-hong shook his head. "His Majesty did ask me to capture you alive, saying that you have a lot of important information on you. But what's it to me? You're too dangerous an old dog to take on your way back to the imperial capital. There's no telling how much you're going to screw up. Instead of taking that risk, I'll send you to your death. Our Majesty said so too." If there's no other way, you can be executed on the spot. Su Hong's tone had been flat, but the words spoken were the coldest and cruelest of all. Wang Taiyun looked at Su Hong's indifferent smile on her face, but she said these words as if nothing had happened. He suddenly felt some fear. The man in front of him, although he was young, had a venom and scheme beyond the ordinary. He suddenly had some regrets. One had actually incurred such an incomparably tricky existence. No, you can't kill me. Wang Taiyun really had no choice, so he yelled. The antidote I just gave you is not all that will eradicate the toxin in your body. If you kill me, not knowing the complete antidote, in a few days, you're still going to die with all your bones turned into blood. All right, Lord Wang. Su Hong smiled contemptuously. You and I are both existences that exceed the strength of a first-class expert. An antidote has been eaten. Can't I tell if it's real or not? You spewed out such cheap lies to stay alive? It's really ugly. Well, it's about time, and I'm too lazy to spend any more time with you. Farewell, Lord King. No, I mean it, that antidote. Wang Taiyun exclaimed, but Su Hong no longer wanted to hear it. A sword was swung out without hesitation. In an instant, Wang Taiyun's head flew up, like a leather ball that, grunt rolled to the side. On that head, Wang Taiyu's eyes were still glaring angrily at the eyes were still thick with resentment and indignation. It seemed to be completely unexpected that he would die in Su Hong's hands like this. Put it away, and go back and give it to His Majesty. Su Hong stepped forward, found a piece of cloth and wrapped Wang Taiyu's head up, then put it into a box, looked around the scene afterward. There was blood everywhere, and concealed weapons fell all over the courtyard. This battle was indeed tragic enough, and Wang Taiyu was really vicious to the core. He even tricked a little girl specifically to seduce them to come here and assassinate them with a concealed weapon. Thanks to Su Hong, she drew a sandhawk before she arrived. Otherwise, in that state just now, Su Hong was poisoned and was 100% no match for Wang Taiyu. But the good thing is, it was Su Hong who won in the end. Su Hong inhaled and went over to check on Su Ruoyu. It was strange that this chick had obviously been given the antidote, so why was she still sprawled out on the ground? No awakening? That's odd. Is she more poisoned and needs a bigger dose? Su Hong staggered. If that's the case, it can't be helped. The antidote given by Wang Taiyu is just that much, and he has already tried his best to give it to Su Ruoyu. He only ate a little bit himself. If he's going to pass out, it should be himself. Su Hong had some worry on her face and quickly stepped forward, reaching out to take Su Ruoyu's pulse. After checking on Su Ruoyu's body with his internal energy, it was found that the toxin in the other party's body was indeed detoxified. But for some reason, it still hasn't woken up. Maybe it's a weak power that takes a little longer to recover. That's all Su Hong could think. Now that it's done, Su Hong wasn't going to stay here either. Immediately, carrying Su Ruoyu and carrying Wang Taiyu's head, he found her and Su Ruoyu's horses and, riding towards the imperial capital, he set off on his return journey. On the way, Su Hong couldn't help but think prettily. He has made such a great achievement this time, and killed Wang Taiyuan with his own hands. How would Long Darrell reward himself? That's like stripping yourself naked and offering yourself up. Chapter 58, Finding the Right Way. However, it wasn't long after Su Hong, Maisie brought Su Ruoyu away. The place where Su Hong and Wang Tai used to have a standoff before. Several black figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They stepped forward, picked up the headless body of Wang Taiyu, and, after a little investigation, only then did he stand up and look in the direction Su Hong had left, his eyes flickering constantly. This person, called Su Hong, could be the prince's future archenemy. Find a way to get rid of it. Understood. A few dark shadows nodded to each other, and then moments later, they all dispersed. It was almost just a breath away, completely disappearing. Su Hong sighed, taking Su Ruoyu to a nearby town that was fairly prosperous. Su Ruoyu was in a coma, and it was impossible to carry it all the way back to the imperial capital in a bumpy ride. Su Hong decided to find a place where she could rest for a night and observe. It's best if you're awake. If you're not, might have to call in a couple of the more powerful medicine men to take a look at it. Su Hong and the others found an inn in the town, and of course the only inn to stay at. As for the few first-rate experts who followed Su Hong, they were all very excited to learn that Su Hong had managed to cut down Wang Taiyu's head. So under Su Hong's arrangement, they were allowed to return to the imperial capital early and report to Long Ruoshi first. Su Hong then stays behind to see what's going on with Su Ruoyu's unconsciousness. In the small inn, 2 rooms were requested, one for Su Hong and one for Su Ruoyu. Of course, Su Hong still left behind a female first-class expert to facilitate taking care of Su Ruoyu. My lord, you said that nothing should happen to Lord Su, right? The name of that female first-class expert of the Zhongren mansion is Lu Huan. She's average looking. However, It was obvious that he had a good relationship with Su Ruoyu, and should be in the category of friends, and was very worried about Su Ruoyu. Su Hong shook her head. I don't know about that. I'm not a doctor or a medicine man, but I've done a little probing, and the poison in Ruoyu's body has definitely subsided, but for some reason, it just won't wake up. I've sent my brothers who went back to the imperial capital to get a first-class medicine man to come and, after all, in Ruoyu's condition, it shouldn't be suitable for a bumpy run, so we can only invite someone over to take a look. Hey. Seeing that Su Hong didn't know what the reason was, Lu Huan had a sad face. She was part of Su Ruoyu's initial team that hunted down and killed Wang Taiyun, is aware of how vicious Wang Taiyu this person is. Su Ruoyu had been poisoned by this person and was now unconscious. How could she not be worried? All one could do was sigh. Let's hope Lord Su can get through this. Aha! Su Hong nodded, and immediately instructed. Then you can take care of Ruoyu in this guest room. My guest room is right next door, and if something goes wrong, notify me immediately. Understood. Lu Huan nodded with a respectful expression. So Su Hong turned around and left Su Ruoyu's house and went to her own house. Su Hong had purely stayed behind to observe Su Ruoyu during this time. With nothing else to do, Su Hong picked up the volume of Little Xiangong. Last time he drew the lottery and got the root bone pill. Su Hong now opened the fire spirit root. It should be primed with the capital to cultivate immortality. However, because the next day, he was summoned to the palace by Long Ruoshi in a hurry, resulting in no chance to cultivate either. Now that he stayed here to accompany Su Ruoyu, it was possible to study it. I've seen this Little Xiangong before. The path of running the circumference of the sky. It's the complete opposite of the heavenly evil divine power. Is this a coincidence? Or is it something else? Su Hong frowned. He knew that the path of running the circumference of the sky was different for each of the martial arts mind techniques, especially the heavenly evil divine skill, a divine skill known throughout the continent. More than anything, it should be a unique route of operation. But on the contrary, having obtained the suspected immortal cultivation technique Xiao Xiangong from Song Sharun's side, the path of operation actually coincidentally happened to be the exact opposite of the heavenly evil divine power. This forced Su Hong to have many reveries. Could it be that the founder of this heavenly evil divine power? In fact, he had read a certain immortal cultivation technique, but he himself couldn't practice it because he didn't have any spiritual roots in his body. So they tried practicing the Gong method in reverse, and it really worked, which gave birth to this mighty continent's heavenly evil divine Gong. Su Hong's brain is still very big. This speculation of his seems outrageous and even illogical at first glance, but when you think about it, it's not without a little truth. If that's not the case, then there's really no way to explain that why was the path of operation of this heavenly evil divine power and the Little Xiangong simply identical except for the opposite direction? But these speculative things, Su Hong just think too much, cannot get an answer. What he was more interested in now was still practicing the Little Xiangong. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how strong that old man Song Sharun was. With a few casual moves, he easily crushed Wang Taiyu's who was already an earth immortal. And now Su Hong, the heavenly evil divine power has reached its bottleneck. Martial arts cultivation had been stuck at first-class absolute top for a while as well. If you want to break through to earth immortality, you can either rely on yourself to realize the Tao in one go, either collect a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rely on elixirs to forcefully pile them up. Either way, it's not a short-term goal for Su Hong right now. That's why Su Hong wanted to target the Little Xiangong. After all, compared to cultivating immortality, practicing martial arts is nothing. If you can really become an immortal cultivator, this martial arts, it's basically fine to give it up. Su Hong took a deep breath and sat flat on the bed, preparing to transport her energy. Because the path of the Little Xiangong is completely opposite to the heavenly evil divine Gong, so Su Hong didn't need to watch it too many times. With his eyes closed, he could even try to transport the power. Su Hong's internal luck began to run through the circumference. Almost at the first moment of running the gong, Su Hong instantly felt that the area of her small abdomen that, a blazing sensation came. Then, a warm, and very fine power. Suddenly, from the air on all sides, little by little, he pumped it into himself. Those pure energies, mainly in light blue color, very mild and not violent. It was almost easy to get sucked in by Su Hong. It's done? Su Hong saw the dantian area of her belly. There was a small extra mass of slightly blazing mild energy, and all over his body. He was also warm and very soothing to the senses. It was completely different from the feeling of practicing martial arts and running internal energy. And all of this feeling of cultivation was not in the least bit different from when Su Hong had just obtained the Little Xiangong. Last time it was nothing at all. And this time, after adding a little bit of fire spirit root, the Little Xiangong really worked. Su Hong's face showed intense joy. Then according to this, it seems that Song Sharon gave himself this book of little Xiangong. It's really just immortal cultivation techniques. Find the right path for yourself. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Hunter. The warm energy that appeared in Su Hong's body, if not expected, should be that spiritual energy. As he exhaled, though spiritual energy traveled through the meridians of his body and continuously converged towards the dantian. Su Hong realized that really, the immortal cultivation technique and martial arts were just different. Martial arts focus on the outside, and enhance strength by polishing the strength of the flesh. The immortal cultivation method, on the other hand, focuses on cultivating the interior, accumulating tremendous energy within the body, and as the days and months accumulate, the quantitative change causes qualitative change, and finally breaks through the cultivation level. Who is stronger between the two? Su Hong couldn't say. He always felt that it was almost arcane to be. But from experience, those who practice martial arts are no match for those who cultivate immortality. Totally the latter can be held down with one hand. Could it be that no one can practice martial arts to the extreme? Is that why it's weaker than cultivation? Su Hong guessed that it might be that practicing martial arts wouldn't enhance longevity, and that physical skills would gradually decay. It leads to practicing martial arts for a lifetime, but actually only for a few decades tops. But immortal cultivation enhances longevity. If you're talented enough, you can cultivate for 100, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years is fine. That took more time than you. Of course it's great to cultivate immortality. Then, if the two methods are practiced at the same time, with the long lifespan gained from cultivating immortality and practicing martial arts, is it also a glimpse of the ultimate in martial arts? Perhaps the ultimate in martial arts is actually not much worse than immortal cultivation? Of course, these ideas, too, were a bit overambitious on Su Hong's part. For him now, his path to immortal cultivation had only just begun. According to the little metaphysical kung fu, first, you draw qi into the body, then you refine qi from the 1st to the 10th level. After that was the foundation establishment realm. The foundation establishment realm enhances lifespan by 50 years. There are also some great powers to be mastered. This made Su Hong look forward to it immensely. If you can achieve the foundation establishment realm, it shouldn't be much of a problem to dominate the entire continent. Su Hong was so motivated that she sat cross-legged in her room and practiced all day long. Although Su Hong's fire spirit root was added a little bit, it was still considered to be of low talent, and cultivating it, it's oddly slow. However, Su Hong's attainments in the heavenly evil divine power are very high, and the cultivation path of it was just the symmetrical opposite of the minor arcane feats. And Su Hong, who had the heavenly evil feats, seemed to have a mysterious bonus from practicing the minor arcane feats, so it wasn't like his cultivation speed was unbearably slow. At least for one night, the realm of drawing qi into the body was accomplished, as stated in the Gongfu. After that, if you continue to accumulate spiritual energy in your body, you will be able to successfully step into the first level of qi refining. A whole day passed and Su Hong opened her eyes. He felt lighter than ever. Inside the body, a lot of dark impurities were discharged from the pores. Although she didn't intuitively feel getting stronger, Su Hong understood that it was only the first day. Immortal cultivation is an accumulation of quantities that will slowly change one's body in a subtle way. It's just that it's a little too much impurity. Gotta go wash up and get changed again. Su Hong skimmed her mouth, ready to go ask the second in command where this store could take a hot bath. However, Su Hong had just pushed open the door to his room, and he instantly changed his face slightly. An extremely soft sound came from the roof of the room. The sound was extremely small. Even if you listened carefully, you couldn't hear it. It seemed that Su Hong had finished drawing qi into her body, and her entire 6 senses had become sharper without her realizing it. Otherwise it's also inaudible. There's someone on the roof. Su Hong looked up at the roof, and in her eyes, gravity emerged. You have to realize that this is the border of the Great Zhou, and there was only a small town and a few small, run-down villages in the first place. There are uninvited guests in this little hotel. It was basically a no-brainer that it was definitely coming for a group of them. Su Hong took out the blood shadow sword, and without saying a word, he came to the door of the room and slightly opened the doorway of the room, and looked outward. Sure enough, a few black-clothed men, like ghosts, silently touched up from the stairs, barely a sound, and incredibly fast. Su Hong immediately closed the door and then stuck behind it, keeping watch. Soon the door was kicked in violently. Instantly several men in black scurried in. Su Hong stood behind the door without the slightest hesitation, holding the blood shadow sword end. It swept directly towards a few black-clad men. Brush! Although Su Hong's injuries were not yet healed, and the fire poison she had been hit by was not completely healed, but after all, it was also a first-class supreme master. This sword sweep out, Even a first-class expert would definitely not be able to catch it. But a scene that shocked Su-hong appeared. That black-robed specter closest to the blood shadow sword. Seeing that the sword was about to hit him in the back of the neck, he suddenly turned his body violently at an extremely bizarre angle, glaring deathly at Su-hong. In those eyes, there was not the slightest bit of emotion or anger. And Su-hong really almost thought that the man in front of me is a dead man. The black-clad apparition reacted with great speed, and with a lift of his hand, a sharp scythe under the wide black robe swept towards Su-hong's blood shadow sword. Dang! The two weapons erupted in the air with an amazing sound. A terrifying force came from the hilt of the blood shadow sword, shocking Su-hong's tiger's mouth with pain. That huge impact, all of a sudden, actually shook Su-hong out of the door. What strength! Su-hong was incredulous. The black-clothed ghost in front of him not only had amazing reactions, but his force was to an extremely terrifying degree. Su-hong cultivated the heavenly evil divine skill, bringing with her a power that was already terrifying. He didn't think that in terms of pure strength, he would actually lose, although Su-hong was in a bloodied state due to her unhealed injuries, but it was still very scary that the other side could do that. It's just a ghost in black. There were 5 other almost identical men in black in the room. Su-hong immediately felt great pressure. Kill him. The black-robed specter who had just sparred with Su-hong. Icy and incomparable words came out of his mouth. The instant the voice fell, together with himself, 6 black-robed specters, at different angles. All of them rushed towards Su-hong in an instant. The speed was astonishingly fast, directly setting off 6 residual shadows and arriving in front of Su-hong almost instantly. Thundering 3000. At this time, Su-hong's body was covered in a flash of a bizarre thunder. After that, the entire person, like a bolt of lightning, directly swept away towards the outside of the hotel. Su-hong could see that the strength of these 6 people in front of her was extremely impressive, and she was not well injured now. The poison wasn't cleared either. It would be unwise to stay and fight hard. All he could do was plot to lure the 6 out of here first and find a way to get rid of them. Then circle back and bring Su Ruoyu and the girls to evacuate quickly. Boom boom. Su-hong's speed when she executed the thunderous 3000 was so fast that even Wang Taiyun, who was an earthy mortal, couldn't even catch up with her in the first place. There's no way around it at all. But this time, he miscalculated. After he swept out of the inn with amazing speed, almost in the next second, those 6 ghostly bodies, in hot pursuit, followed directly behind Su-hong's. It came out in a flash. Su-hong's eyelids fluttered wildly. These 6 people, they can actually keep up with 3000 thunder's speed? Su-hong was dumbfounded. What happened to the promise that this world is a low martial world? First, he was found by Su-hong in this world to cultivate immortality, and now it's even more so with a couple of killers. The speed could actually catch up with the speed of the top stances in metaphysical novels? How did this happen? Chapter 60, Not a Human Being? Su-hong was stunned. But there's no way around it right now. Although he didn't know where these 6 people came from or why they had come to assassinate him. But Su-hong had to escape no matter what in order to do so. Su-hong sucked in a breath, and the majestic internal force in his body worked with full force. In an instant, the speed of the 3000 thunders moved to another level. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see Su-hong's figure. Directly like a thunderbolt, he directly swept out, pulling away the distance between the two sides in an instant. Seeing Su-hong's speed, the dark shadowy apparition apparently froze for a moment. They looked at each other. If you can't catch up with the speed, split the pack. Part of it chased behind. Part of it took a side road to outflank. Breaking out of the small town is a messy hillock with intricate. If Su-hong didn't know the terrain here, even if she was good at light skills, it was still possible for them to catch up with her. Su-hong flew all the way. Soon the black-clad pursuers behind them faded out of sight. However, he felt that these black-clothed ghosts came from strange origins and were by no means so simple. After he had swept into a messy hillock in front of him, he followed the edge directly and swept up to the edge of the cliff on the side of the mountain. In this way, there is only one way for a pursuer to pursue himself. And not being able to take advantage of the familiarity of the terrain to take the paths to outflank themselves. And Su-hong was indeed right in her judgment. The men in black were in hot pursuit behind them, but realized that Su-hong had chosen to walk the edge of the cliff. Couldn't catch up for a second. Su-hong ran along the edge of the cliff for about an incense stick of time. It felt like it was almost 10 miles out. Looking back, the men in black had completely disappeared at the end of the line of sight. Now, that should be safe. Su-hong gasped for air, which stopped him in his tracks. Now we have to take a detour back and take Su Ruoyu and the girls with us to get there. After Su-hong shook off the man in black, she felt more and more that this border was dangerous. In addition to Wang Taiyun, there was actually another group of mysterious people staring at him here. A place of right and wrong is not a good place to stay, and you must leave as soon as possible. Su Hong did not rest for a moment, almost immediately turned around and headed back. However, as he passed a cliffside rocky outcrop, suddenly, a huge rock just overhead came crashing down, and with a tremendous jolt, the ground shook with tremors. Su Hong's gaze flickered and she immediately avoided it. That huge falling rock from the mountaintop, almost sticking to Su Hong's body. It rolled narrowly off the edge. As soon as Su Hong looked up, the 6 black-clothed ghosts that he had just flung away to nowhere, without knowing when, they actually appeared on top of the mountain rock above their heads, all of them looking at Su Hong with gloomy gazes. All 6 of them jumped down and blocked Su Hong's path at once. The specter at the head of the group said slowly, "Knew that you would come back from here. You purposely took the edge of the cliff to keep us from taking a shortcut, but you're going back to take your companions. Then this is the only way for you to go back." Su Hong's face was grave as she sniffed. He had thought that all killers had little intelligence, just simply high force and killing hard enough. But I didn't realize that all 6 of these black-clad men, who appeared to be devoid of human emotion, were. His brain was actually alive to such an extent that he had guessed that he would go back one step ahead of time and specially blocked here. Su Hong couldn't help but take a deep breath. At his own feet was the cliff, and before him, blocked by 6 men. Now it seems that the only way to find a way to live from this certain death is to fight and put. Su Hong once again drew out his blood shadow sword. This blood shadow sword can drink blood and become stronger. During this time, the biggest tonic eaten was naturally the essence blood of Wang Taiyu, an earthy mortal level expert, whose sharpness was no longer comparable to Su Hong's when he first arrived. Today, Su Hong is going to use this blood shadow sword to kill his way out of here. Give it up. Before making his move, the black specter in the lead unexpectedly spoke. "You're seriously injured. You're no match for us, though we and others go back and give you a way out. I don't even know what kind of power you are, and to go back with you, isn't it just as dead?" Su Hong flung his blood shadow sword and coldly said, "Cut the crap. Today either you die and I live, or you kill me and take my corpse with you. Other than that, there is no second possibility." "I don't know." The black ghost's eyes were still devoid of any emotion, and he slowly said in a mechanical manner, "Kill." Phew. In an instant 6 ghosts swept swiftly directly toward Su Hong, with the speed of a. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Su Hong. 10,000 heavy rains. Su Hong roared, and the blood shadow sword in his hand violently swept out horizontally. In a flash, countless sword lights enveloped these 6 people at once, but a startling sight appeared. These 6 ghosts actually avoided and didn't evade, allowing those terrifying sword lights to fall on their bodies. The movements of the hands, however, were without the slightest pause, and the 6 sharp sides. It sliced swiftly towards Su Hong's neck. Su Hong's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly cast thunderous 30,000. Do your best to dodge in a very small space. Dang! The sword light that Su Hong blasted out landed on those 6 people as if it had smashed on a piece of metaphysical iron. A sound that did not resemble a person was made, and then the sword light was immediately bounced off. The 6 people all ate Su Hong's swordplay, but they were actually unharmed. On Su Hong's side, although she tried her best to dodge, she was still cut by 3 or 4 sides. A bloody gash broke open on his body, and blood nourished out all at once. Su Hong's entire body was confused. His eyes swept over the 6 apparitions in front of him and his mind began to focus on suspicion. Are these 6 ghosts sure they're human? One's own sword light was impossible for a first-rate expert to receive hard. These 6 people actually directly ignored that. Carrying it hard with your body, and not even a single wound on your body? Horizontal external training? No, it shouldn't be. Even the strongest horizontal external martial arts in the continent can't possibly receive a sword with their physical bodies. And nothing at all. Su Hong looked at the bodies of these 6 people and felt more and more out of place. The tone of the opponent's speech, the way he struck out, the eerie speed of his quickness, and the indifference of the. It was as if the expression was not human, which gave Su Hong a bold idea in her heart. Could there be a possibility? In fact, the 6 black-clothed men in front of us were originally not human? Su Hong has heard that in the world of martial arts, there is a unique kind of divine power that does not practice itself, practice only corpses. It's similar to puppetry, where the manipulator is behind these corpses. Could it be that these 6 unlike human beings in front of us are the kind of puppetry practiced in the legend? That is to say, one's real enemy is not them at all. Instead, it's every manipulator hiding in the shadows? However, this was only Su Hong's own conjecture, and he wasn't sure if it was or not, whether it's a puppet or not. Just try it and you'll know. Su Hong used her hand to point a few acupoints on her body to stop the bleeding from her wounds. The sight then gazed solidly at the 6 ghosts before him and gripped the hilt of the blood shadow sword. Chapter 61, A Matter of Life and Death. If these 6 people in front of them were really puppets, then Su Hong basically wouldn't be able to hurt them. unless one could find the manipulator behind the scenes, or, alternatively, sever the link between the manipulator and the 6 puppets. One would have a chance to win. Su-hong carried the blood shadow sword, her eyes constantly scanning around, while do your best to unfold your perceptions as well. Although she had only practiced the little Shengong for 1 day, Su-hong's perceptual ability there has been a significant improvement. He did his best to find the manipulator hiding behind this neighborhood, and as soon as he did, this fight for your life will declare itself won. Boom boom. Su-hong stepped on blue thunderous lightning under his feet and instantly swept toward the 6 ghosts. Almost instantly, reaching the 6 ghosts were slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that Su-hong, under the deadlocked, how dare you take the initiative. Without saying a word, they all wielded those fast and eerie sides, heading straight for Su-hong. Su-hong's gaze blazed as he blasted his sword towards the nearest black ghost, but this one, not toward each other's necks, but toward the wide black robe draped over the opponent. Jabla! A few pieces swept away, and that robe was directly split to pieces by Su-hong. As for Su-hong, she was also cut by 3 sides, each of which hit her arms and calves, and blood spurted out of her bloody mouth. Su-hong tumbled through the air and fell heavily to the ground, but he jerked his head up and looked toward the apparition that, at once, the pupils shrank. Guess right, the ghost in front of him, who had his black robe chopped off by Su-hong, revealed his original true colors. Although it was a human being, his face was pale, his expression dull, and in his eyes, he had long lost his luster. It was as if a walking corpse stood there, its movements stiff and mechanized. Obviously, this person was definitely not a real person. It's probably some expert who once died and was found by someone practicing the evil art of puppetry. It was made into a puppet and manipulated by it. Moreover, Su-hong saw a long, thin, silky thread on his back that was extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye. That line goes all the way to far beyond. I'm afraid that the manipulator behind that practice of puppetry, it's the use of this thread, which is hard to see with the naked eye, that is used to manipulate this puppet. I can't believe you found out. The golem that revealed its true face had mechanized words coming out of its mouth. In that case, all the more reason not to allow you to live. Kill. The voice fell, and the golem, together with the 5 remaining black ghosts, once again, he killed towards Su-hong. Su-hong smiled coldly. Your biggest secret has been discovered by me, so as soon as I break your puppetry, there's nothing you can do about me. With that, Su-hong carried the blood shadow sword, his feet stepping on thunder, and directly killed. Astonishing sword. Su-hong let out a low roar, gathering all of his internal strength, and stabbed out with a sword. This sword, likewise, was not heading towards the puppet's vitals, but straight towards what he had just seen. The thin strings attached to the golem. The purpose is to cut the thin line. Dang! And with that sword, slashing at that thin thread, an amazing scene appeared. It's clearly a fine, thin thread that feels like it could be easily cut with a knife. However, Su-hong's sword, when it slashed at it, it was as if it had seen metal. A buzzing sound of metal clashing came from it. The line actually just vibrated, showing no signs of breaking at all. Su-hong's face changed once again. Humph! The puppet sneered. The 6 sides swept across again, and Su-hong hurriedly stormed backward, although he was already fast. But after all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. The result was a few more sickle cuts on his body. At that moment, the puppet once again stiffened and spoke. Do you think, my puppet art, is that easy to crack? Is this manipulation line not so easily cut? Give it up. You can't hack through the maneuvering wires. You're already doomed. These words, apparently, were not spoken by the puppet itself, but by the manipulator behind it, through which the puppet mocked Su-hong again. Su-hong frowned. Now things were even more difficult. Although, sensing that the other 6, not real people, but puppets, also found a way to crack it. But this puppet Strings, with his internal strength and sword skills, he actually couldn't even cut it. This manipulation line, what kind of material is it made of that it's so perverted? If you can't cut it with a sword, what else can you do? Su-hong's head spun rapidly. However, the puppeteer hiding in the shadows clearly did not intend to give Su-hong a chance to catch his breath. The 6 puppets once again transformed into black ghosts swiftly swept towards Su-hong. The 6 sides kept waving in the air, dazzling the eyes. It almost completely blocked Su-hong's line of sight. Su-hong could only barely fend off 1 or 2 with the blood shadow sword. However, the strength of these 6 puppets was simply too terrifying, and were immortal and indestructible. Even if he tried his best to leave a sword on the opponent's neck, the puppet was as if nothing had happened. Without even a single pause, he continued to kill. After just a dozen rounds of collision, The 6 puppets did not suffer the slightest damage, while on Su-hong's side, almost 20 or 30 hideous sickle-blooded cuts had been left all over his body. Some of the blood gouges are relatively shallow alright, but mainly on Su-hong's back and thighs. 2 of the cuts were extremely deep. The flesh had turned out, and blood was bubbling out like a small spring. At this rate, Su-hong would either run out of internal energy and be consumed alive. Either that or they would get weaker and weaker as they fought, and eventually be surrounded and killed by the 6 puppets, and die. Thumbs up, a puppet, once again, attacked from the flank and gave Su-hong a slash to the side waist. This slash was even extremely heavy. It directly chopped Su-hong away and smashed heavily on the ground. And this time, it took a long time to get up. The 6 puppets, on the other hand, had apparently felt that they had eaten Su-hong, and after this slash, all of them stood still and stared at Su-hong, as if waiting for him to stand up again. The manipulator behind the scenes is in no hurry to kill Su-hong immediately and seems to be putting Su-hong. A little bit of torture played to death. Su-hong knotted the acupoints near the wound to stop the bleeding urgently, gasping for air under her breath, barely regained his footing. His expression paled slightly as he looked at the 6 puppets in front of him with an ugly expression. What to do? What do we do? Do I, Su-hong, have to die today, inexplicably, at the hands of this puppeteer of unknown origin? Su-hong's mind spun rapidly, frantically searching for a way to crack this game. It all boiled down to breaking the puppet strings that connected the 6 puppets. But he had tried his blood shadow sword many times. It simply couldn't cut through the thin line. This showed that one's own sword technique was not enough to break those thin lines. Then what other martial art does one have that is more powerful than swordplay? Martial arts won't work. Perhaps immortal law will. Su-hong's eyes flickered a few times with viciousness. Although he had only been practicing the little Shengong for just one day, and had only just finished drawing qi into his body, but in his dantian, there already existed some spiritual energy to use. If we were talking about using sword techniques with those spiritual powers, would it be more powerful? Can you break those puppet strings? Chapter 62 Spiritual Chopping Line. After this thought arose, Su-hong's palms couldn't help but tremble, though it was only his guess, and he had so little psychic power that altogether, you can't cut a few swords in total. But right now, he had no choice but to try. Anyway, it was a death across the board. If it really works, won't he make a lot of money? Su-hong sucked in his breath, and his spiritual energy traveled down his palm and into the blood shadow sword. Looking at Su-hong, she stood still, her inner strength all collected. The voice of that puppeteer came from one of the puppets. What? Do you want to admit defeat and beg for mercy? Begging for mercy? Su-hong snorted. I, Su-hong, would not bow down to a villain like you who hides his head? Humph. Still so tough-talking at the end of your life. The puppeteer sniffed and became enraged. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Kill. Brush. In an instant, all 6 puppets swept over at once, and without a moment's hesitation, it instantly enveloped Su-hong's entire body from 6 angles. The 12 sides, too, had locked onto Su-hong's entire lifeline. 1 or 2 of the main cuts. Su-hong, who was already seriously injured, was sure to die. But the moment those 6 puppets were about to slash Su-hong, a shocking scene occurred. Su-hong, who was standing in place, had clearly converged her internal energy within her body, but at this instant, he suddenly stormed off. The blood shadow sword in his hand suddenly lit up with a blue luster that had never been seen before. Su-hong made a desperate sweep, and the sword light shook out like a half-moon. In one fell swoop, the thin threads from behind the 6 puppets slashed viciously. Still not dead? That puppeteer's sneer came through one of the puppets, his voice filled with mockery. Yet only for a moment, his laughter instantly came to an abrupt halt. It was only Su-hong's blood shadow sword that once again slashed into those puppet threads. Those puppet strings were completely devoid of the perverted hardness they had before. Instead, like tofu, the moment the blood shadow sword's blade touched immediately, it snapped off easily. Put. Several muffled sounds came one after another, and those 6 puppet strings were chopped off 4 at once by Su-hong, and those 4 puppets attached to the 4 strings immediately went limp from the air the moment the puppet strings snapped. One after another, in very uncoordinated positions, they fell heavily to the ground. What? There are 2 puppets left. One of them. Out of his mouth came the dark puppet master's shocked and incomparable voice. His entire body was completely stunned. Why was Su-hong able to cut her own puppet strings? His puppet strings were made from the most treasured materials found in the South Sea Demon region. Even a first-rate expert couldn't break it. Even the earthy mortals saw it as if they were not the kind of experts who practiced extremely sharp blades. It is also unbreakable and can only retreat. Just now Su-hong also tried. Obviously he was also unable to cut through couldn't even get the puppet strings to fur up. But just this moment, It seemed as if something had happened to Su Hong. It seemed so very simple to sweep with the sword. And all those puppet strings actually disconnected? It's unbelievable. The puppeteer panicked a bit, and immediately maneuvered the remaining 2 puppets to hurry back. It seemed to be afraid that these 2 puppets would also have their control wires cut by Su Hong. However, Su Hong stood still, panting slightly under his breath, but did not launch another attack, because that sword just now looked very ordinary and normal. But in reality, just one sword had drained all the few auras in his body. It would be almost impossible to slash out that sword just now again. Unfortunately, 2 were run off. Su Hong gritted her teeth. He had thought of cutting all 6 thin strands at once, but those puppets were just too fast and still missed 2. But even so, that puppet had been completely shocked by Su Hong. Even though there were still 2 puppets left in his hand, he retreated several feet out, hesitantly not daring to go forward in the slightest. The puppeteer didn't realize that Su Hong's sword was slashed out in an explosive manner, and there was no second sword left. He was panicking now, afraid that the last 2 puppets would be gone as well. For one thing, a golem of this caliber like the one he's using, those all required at least the corpses of first-rate supreme experts to be refined. Every missing one would be very painful for him. For another, if the last 2 puppets are gone as well, no one will be able to stop Su Hong anymore. Then Su Hong would be able to follow the thin threads that he had cut, thus finding the puppeteer's own hidden location. The kung fu of puppetry is very evil. Although the puppets that are cultivated are extremely powerful, but puppet masters were generally weak themselves, and were at best a little more powerful than ordinary people. That's why usually puppet masters keep a powerful puppet around for protection. However, the information this puppeteer received was that even the Earth immortal powerhouse Wang Taiyun had been killed by this Su Hong. Plus, he didn't think Su Hong could break his puppet technique and find where he was hiding, and to prevent a slip-up, so he sent out all the 6 puppets he had brought with him this time out to kill Su Hong. But now that the situation was broken by Su Hong, the puppeteer immediately felt a crisis, and as the puppeteer, naturally all very wimpy by nature, he didn't dare to risk attacking Su Hong again in case he lost. Su Hong watched as the puppet stopped moving and instead took 1 step backward. Su Hong sneered. Why? How come you're afraid to get on? Afraid that I'll cut down the last 2 puppets as well and find where you're hiding? How do you know? Being centered by Su Hong, the puppet master panicked even more, not daring to go forward. That's out of your hands. Su Hong's eyes flashed with a sinister light as he stared at the 2 puppets. I'm going to find you rats today, and I'd like to see that. What kind of a man are you? And by whose orders did you come to kill me? You. The puppeteer panicked. He didn't dare to bet on it. Once the last 2 puppets were lost, his own position would surely be found. Don't look at the fact that Su Hong had been injured, but killing his essence was just as good as killing a chicken. Good. Su Hong, I'll remember you. You're on our radar, just to give you a few days of pleasure before the next time we find you. That's when you die. One of the puppets, controlled by the puppeteer, dropped a few harsh words, then without hesitation, the 2 black-shadowed apparitions turned and swept out. Su Hong stood in place until the 2 puppets completely disappeared. It was then that his body went limp and he dropped to the floor. His entire body was panting heavily, a palpitating look on his face. Just now, if that puppeteer hadn't been too much of a wimp and had been scared by him, once those 2 puppets had charged up, there was no way for Su Hong to cut those puppet strings again, and Su Hong's downfall was almost certain death. Perhaps those who chose to cultivate the puppet art were really wimpy in character, and were completely afraid to take risks. But where there was the slightest danger, retreat was immediately chosen. Su Hong also managed to survive. But where the hell did this puppeteer come from? After quieting her mind, Su Hong had to think about where the other party came from. With Wang Taiyu removed, it was logical that Su Hong should have no more enemies within the borders of the Great Zhou. Then it's only from outside of the Great Week. Su Hong thought of a possibility. Did this man come from the Golden Kingdom, and found that Wang Taiyu was killed by me? So in order to take revenge, come to kill me? Chapter 63, The Puppeteer of the Golden Kingdom. The idea is quite possible. Su Hong, by looking at Long Ruoshi's future, he later learns about Wang Taiyu's origins. In fact, it is a scout arranged by the Golden State to come in, and step by step, he went to the position of the later power of the dynasty. Plus, Wang Taiyuan himself is still an Earth immortal expert. Such an important ministry, death at his own hands, and if he was a conspirator in the Golden Kingdom, whether for revenge or because he felt threatened, all will be sent to get rid of it. After all, Su Hong also came to the border between the 2 countries once in a while, picking this time to strike. Obviously the best time too. If Su Hong returned to the Great Zhou territory and returned to the imperial capital, it would be difficult to destroy him again. The Golden Kingdom is the only hegemonic kingdom around the Great Zhou. Now judging from all the little maneuvers that the Golden Kingdom has been making against the Great Joe, this Golden Kingdom, I'm afraid I've been salivating for a long time for this piece of feng shui land in Great Joe. I don't know when in the future it will swing south and annex Great Joe. A sense of urgency gathered in Su Hong's heart. Although he is only the close guard of the Great Joe Empress Longruoshi, once the Great Gene invades, at that time, there will definitely be countless Great Joe people dying tragically. The living souls are being smeared, the scene of heaven's anger and people's resentment. Su Hong is absolutely unwilling to see. So with this news, he had to return to the imperial capital as soon as possible to inform Longruoshi. Thinking of this, even though his body was seriously injured, Su Hong was unwilling to stay for a moment, and he forced his acupoints to, stopping the blood all over his body, and taking 2 of Longruoshi's imperial golden sword pill, he got up again and went straight to the town inn. Take Su Ruoyu with you and return to the imperial capital. Su Hong returned to the imperial capital. Inside a hole in the ground cavern, a man in a white robe, about 30 years old, opened his eyes abruptly. His face was pale and ugly, and on his forehead, too, he was sweating profusely, and in his pupils, there was still a strong residue of panic and horror. No, this can't be. How could a mere first-class expert cut through my puppet strings? This white-robed man was obviously the manipulator behind the 6 puppets that were chasing Su Hong. This failure clearly left him in utter horror and disbelief. He couldn't figure out the puppet strings that even an earthy mortal might not be able to cut. That's Su Hong. How can you cut it off? If he hadn't chosen to withdraw at the last moment, in case Su Hong found himself by following the puppet strings, he will definitely die under Su Hong's sword. As expected of someone who could kill that traitor Wang Taiyun, it's really tricky. The white-robed man gritted his teeth fiercely, his face gloomy. He was originally sent by the second prince of Dajin to receive Wang Tai for his use, but who could have known that Wang Taiyuan was actually at the border? Still, Long Darrell's men caught up with and killed them, and the person who did it was only a first-rate expert in his early 20s? Wang Taiyu was an earthy mortal. He was able to kill him in his 20s. This one called Su Hong has an unlimited future. But I heard that this person is also a close associate of Emperor Longruoshi of Great Joe. The second prince's plan to strike against Great Joe was imminent. And if this kind of tricky person wasn't gotten rid of, he would definitely become a threat to the second prince at that time. The change of throne in Dajin is imminent, and they are all in favor of the second prince. And whether they can take Dazhou will be an important bargaining chip in whether the second prince can win the battle for the throne. So no matter what, the Zhou kingdom had to be taken down by the second prince. Anyone who stood in the way of the second prince who was a threat had to be gotten rid of ahead of time. This has come to this. In the end, it's still Wang Taizhong who was useless as a traitor. If he had been able to follow the plan and take away Longruoshi's throne, now that the Great Joe, it would already be the second prince's. Where is the need for this trouble? Thinking of this, the white-robed puppet master couldn't help but fiercely scold Wang Taiyu a few times. However, now that Wang Taiyun was dead, it wasn't nothing for him. Wang Taiyun's head was cut off, but the body, he gathered back. This is an earthy mortal expert. If it is refined into a puppet, the strength would certainly exceed that of all his previous puppets. For in the art of puppetry, though the corpse of a master is not as flexible as he was in life, however, after refining into a puppet, it would have special bonuses under the enchantment of the puppeteer's secret method. So often the strength displayed is greater than in life. And Wang Taiyu is an earthy mortal expert, although he is only a beginner. But if he is refined into a puppet, then, under his manipulation, he would be able to become a higher earthy mortal. At that time, when we meet Su Hong again, I believe that with the battle power of an earthy mortal level puppet, it wouldn't even give Su Hong the chance to cut the puppet strings. Refining puppets takes a bit of time. The white-robed puppet master's eyes flashed with eerie aura and his voice was icy cold. This time let this Su Hong bounce around for a while longer. Once the earthy mortal puppet is refined, at that time I'll kill my way into the Great Zhou imperial capital and take that Su Hong, along with the Great Zhou emperor, kill them all. The white-robed puppeteer, although originally tasked, was to receive Wang Tai for use. This plan to assassinate Su Hong and even enter the imperial city to kill Longruoshi was not originally there, but this time, Wang Taiyu didn't keep it, and all the intelligence of Great Zhou was lost. Moreover, the puppets were still without 4 of them, and he could not explain to the second prince if he went back with nothing. That's why he planned to sneak into the imperial city and assassinate Su Hong and Longruoshi. Longruoshi, as an empress, is surrounded by a large number of forbidden guards, and she has to sneak into the palace. Maybe it may not be possible to get it, but Su Hong was only in the imperial city, and he himself had to bring this man's head back to Dajin no matter what. With this idea in mind, the white-robed puppeteer, unfolding the corpse of Wang Taiyu inside this cave, a silver needle was flung out, and countless black chi surrounded Wang Taiyun's corpse. The puppeteer smiled grimly while refining the puppet. Su Hong, I'm afraid that you would never have imagined that you would, in the end, still have to die in the hands of Wang Taiyu. Hey! The puppeteer refined the puppets while Su Hong had already folded back into the inn. As soon as he returned, Lu Huan greeted him with an anxious face. My lord, are you alright? I heard that an assassin just came to assassinate you. It's okay. Su Hong shook her head. It's been resolved. But Lu Huan looked at Su Hong, who was covered in blood, and was horrified. My lord, you are injured so seriously. Quickly come in, my subordinate officer for you to apply medicine. First stop the blood before. Lu Huan was shaken in his heart. This Su Hong was a supreme master who could even kill Wang Taiyun, an earthy mortal. But I didn't expect to be forced into such a situation by a few killers. Just how strong do those killers have to be? No need. I took the golden sore pill and I can just heal myself. Su Hong waved her hand and asked again. By the way, how is Su Ruoyu? Have you woken up? Has the night passed and has the pharmacist arrived from the imperial capital? Upon hearing this, Lu Huan then thought of something and hurriedly said to Su Hong, Lord Su, I was about to report to you. The pharmacist from the imperial capital hasn't arrived yet. He's probably still on his way. But on Lord Su's side, it was fine all night yesterday, just passed out. But by this morning, Lord Su's whole body was burning, and his forehead was burning alarmingly. It seems to have a high fever and strange noises keep coming out of his mouth. Chapter 64 A Outrageous Cure. What? There's this? When she heard that Su Ruoyu had a problem, Su Hong's heart immediately tightened. That was his system-bound in-laws, so of course nothing could happen to them. Bring it to me now. Without saying anything, Su Hong hurriedly went straight to Su Ruoyu's room with Lu Huan. Su Hong pushed open the door and rushed directly into Su Ruoyu's room. Coming to the bed, it was discovered that Su Ruoyu's situation was really the same as what Lu Huan had said. She was no longer slumbering, but was covered with a sickly redness, and even without touching her, could feel the high temperature on the surface of its skin. Su Hong could not help but reach out and touch the woman's forehead. A burning breath made him immediately retract his hand. This is more than a high fever. How can a normal high fever burn to this temperature? Su Hong was all shocked. This isn't a high fever. This is Su Ruoyu's entire body being cooked, right? My lord, I've asked the town's bonesetters to come and see me, but those bonesetters are all at their wits' end. Lu Huan also anxiously said, surely the town's bonesetter can't cure this strange disease. Su Hong frowned, her eyes flickering for a moment. This Su Ruoyu was unconscious after being poisoned by the fire used by Wang Tai. Now it's so hot that regular people are almost impossible to get close to. Could it be that it was really what he thought? That the fire poison was actually not removed cleanly in Su Ruoyu's body? If that's true, there's really nothing we can do about it. Wang Taiyuan has been killed by himself. I'm afraid no one can get the antidote to his fire cloud bone dispersion. Is it possible that Su Ruoyu will end up being poisoned by this head-up poison? Just as Su Hong was at his wits' end, a sound of hoofbeats came from outside. Then two guards from the imperial capital, whom Su Hong had dispatched earlier to deliver a message, and bring the first-rate masters of the imperial medicine men into the inn with an aged apothecary. Lord Su, I've fulfilled what your excellency entrusted me with. The message has been sent to his majesty, and have brought the best medicine man in the empire. It's about time. Su Hong was delighted in her heart. He knew that Su Ruoyu grew up with Long Ruoshi. When Long Ruoshi knew about Su Ruoyu's poisoning, she would definitely not sit back and do nothing. And the one she sent must be an expert pharmacist. Quickly ask the pharmacist to come in. Soon, the pharmacist walked in and arched his hand at Su Hong. Lord Su, my name is Tang Ming. I heard that Lord Su was poisoned and not waking up, and I've come here to save Lord Su. I'm grateful to Apothecary Tang. Quickly help Su Ruoyu take a look. Su Hong's face showed a bit of urgency. Yes, immediately. Apothecary Tang sat down at the edge of the bed and opened the small box he carried with him. Started taking Su Ruoyu's pulse. Su Hong, on the other hand, stood on the side, watching Apothecary Tang's expression the entire time. I only saw that the other party's expression was very grave from the beginning, and his brows were sometimes stretched and sometimes frowned. Looking at the look, Su Hong's heart thumped. It doesn't look like things are going too well. After about a quarter of an hour, Apothecary Tang was almost done with his pulse and walked over to Su Hong. Lord Su, let me borrow a step. Yes. Su Hong and Apothecary Tang walked to the door and stood outside. Su Hong said, Mr. Tang, just tell us how Lord Su is doing. Apothecary Tang had a somewhat odd expression on his face, and after thinking for a while, as if he was phrasing his words, only then did he say to Su Hong, Lord Su, the reason why Lord Su is unconscious and still covered in high temperature and fever It's true that the fire poison in the body has not been drained. Not drained? That's unlikely, Su Hong said. I was poisoned with Lord Su, and when I got the antidote, I just took some of it. Most of it was given to Lord Su, so why is it that I'm not in any trouble at all? But Lord Su has become like this? Pharmacist Tang said. Lord Su, you can't generalize between people and their physiques, and although this fire cloud bone scatter is a fire poison, its attributes are yin, then the antidote must be yang. And after you got the antidote, Lord Su, you presumably fed Lord Su an overdose of it, so leading to Lord Su's body now, the chi of yin and yang is completely out of balance. Plus Lord Su seems to have some special physique. Multiple reasons have led to Lord Su being like this now. Su Hong never expected it. I can't believe I didn't underfeed the antidote. But overfeed it? Su Hong was a bit speechless. After the promised crossing, the medical skill is invincible, casually striking out all sorts of cures for illnesses and injuries. What about hanging out and pretending to be Bigby? He fed an antidote and gave someone a problem, and it would be too embarrassing to spread the word. Su Hong hurriedly asked, and is there any salvation in this case? Su Hong was afraid of being hopeless, or else she would become a great sinner. There's a cure. It's just that the solution, I guess, is a little. Apothecary Tang looked hesitant and stammered his words, half a day before he could complete them. It's fine. What solution, pharmacist? You can just say. No matter how hard it is, I will definitely do it with all my might. Su Hong felt that she had to solve the basket she had stirred up by herself no matter what. Apothecary Tang shook his head helplessly. This solution, it's not difficult. Only, it may go against Lord Su's wishes. The poison in Lord Su's body was drained, but because of the extreme disharmony between yin and yang, that's what led to the coma and the rolling body. So let's take this chaotic yin and yang chi, drain it from Lord Su's body, so that the balance is restored in his body, and Lord Su will naturally be fine. I see. So, what do you say, apothecary? How to expel this yin and yang? Can you use the strength of your powers to come out? Su Hong asked urgently. The chi of yin and yang can't come out with the strength of kung fu. It can only open an opening in Lord Su's body. Channel it. And this mouth, that is Lord Su's intact body. Seemingly afraid that Su Hong wouldn't understand, Apothecary Tang said directly and openly. In fact, it's the need for a man to break Lord Su's perfect body. That chaotic yin and yang chi can then be expelled, and after that, Lord Su will be fine. Hearing these words come out of the septuagenarian Apothecary Tang's mouth, Su Hong was dumbfounded. He stared at Apothecary Tang in consternation. If this person was not sent by Long Ruashi, he really had to wonder if it was a charlatan. What kind of poisoning actually ends up being solved by breaking a virgin? It's just too outrageous. But looking at Apothecary Tang's serious face, plus the fact that Su Hong knew that this was the world of metaphysics, how bull ***** may not be impossible. It's not like this is really the only thing that can be done. But Su Hong still thinks that the person Su Ruoyu is still unconscious. You directly broke the person. That's too unethical. According to Su Ruoyu's character, when she wakes up, she'll have to fight for her life. Su Hong thought about it and asked somewhat undecidedly, Apothecary, the solution you're talking about isn't difficult, but Lord Su may not be willing to. When she wakes up, we won't be able to account for it. Couldn't it have been done differently? Without a doubt. Pharmacist Tang balked. There is no other way than this. Besides, compared to that thing, surely life is more important. I advise Lord Su to make a choice as soon as possible, or else Lord Su won't survive the night. Chapter 65. I want you. Apothecary Tang spoke gruffly, not a joking tone at all. Su Hong's eyebrows trembled. You won't live through the night? That bad? So, that means you can only get a man to copulate with her? Would it be okay to break it with another tool? A stick cucumber or something? Su Hong asked undeterred. After all, his goodwill with Su Ruoyu certainly didn't reach that level. It's only a measly 20 points of goodwill. So go up there and take some on that. When Su Ruoyu wakes up, her goodwill will surely fall off. And there may not even be a chance to make it up later. Su Hong looked at Apothecary Tang expectantly, but the latter looked at him with acuity. Eyes at Su Hong. Lord Su, didn't you understand what I said? The chi of yin and yang is disorganized, and needs to be harmonized with yin and yang. If it's just purely physiological to break that membrane, it's useless. It has to be real. Su Hong was speechless. That means it's not okay not to go. In that case, it can't be helped. It's better to lose all the goodwill than to lose the person. Then, Apothecary Tang will ask you to be a witness when the time comes. I did it only according to your medical advice for treatment, and when Lord Su wakes up, you have to help explain. That's natural. Apothecary Tang nodded, but look at the expression on this old guy's face, squinting his eyes, smiling like a how Su Hong was a bit unconvinced in her heart. But there's nothing to be done about it now. If you don't do it, Su Ruoyu will be finished. Su Hong actually had no choice. So, is it okay to simply do that? No other notes or anything? Su Hong asked cautiously. No, it's just the most common row. Pharmacist Tang spoke without contraindication. Because the doctor, this kind of thing are used to, not that kind of taboo. Okay then. Su Hong smashed his mouth. Then, Lord Su should start as soon as possible. And after it's over, I'll be helping Lord Su with some conditioning. It should be completely eradicated. Apothecary Tang arched his hand and walked out. Su Hong returned to the room. Lu Huan, you go out first. Lock the door and remember that no one should come in, including yourself. Su Hong instructed Lu Huan. Got it. Lu Huan asked. Lord Su, is it that Apothecary Tang has a cure for Lord Su? Well, sort of. Su Hong nodded with a bit of trepidation. But this is a more private approach, and I must come, so you must guard the outside of the. Don't let anyone up to the second floor. Su Hong was going to say just guard the door, but after thinking about it, the Thai hotels in this little town, with their aging rooms and shoddy walls, the soundproofing is poor at first glance. In case you let Lu Huan and the others stand in the doorway, wouldn't that be listening to the scene straight away? On second thought, tell them all to go downstairs, not upstairs. Understood, my lord. Lu Huan though didn't know what exactly the method was. Actually, outsiders were still not allowed to come in, but Su Hong is now one of the heroes of the Great Zhou. These Zhongrenfu, the forbidden guards and all, they all idolize him. Su Hong definitely listened to everything she said and carried it out unconditionally. So Lu Huan and the other two forbidden army masters went out, and honestly watched downstairs. Not letting anyone step foot on the floor. Su Hong looked towards both sides of the corridor, and after making sure that no one was nearby, that's what shut the door firmly behind him. With the pins still plugged in together, Su Hong turned around and skimmed. It's really strange. I'm obviously out to save people. Why do I feel like I'm doing something bad? Su Hong shook her head and walked towards Su Ruoyu's bed. Well, it's hot. It's hot. Su Ruoyu at this time, yin and yang collided, causing her to become more and more uncomfortable, although still unconscious, but gasps of pain kept coming out of his mouth. Su Hong looked down at Su Ruoyu, always feeling like she was taking advantage of someone. Trigger a special mission. Help Su Ruoyu to cure the poison. Reward 50 favorability. Yellow order spell fireball. Oh, Su Hong hesitated. The system actually went off. Listening to the system's random task, Su Hong cried and laughed. What do you mean? System? That's how much you want me to do that, isn't it? Su Hong was beginning to think that the system was doing this on purpose, right? But come to think of it, none of the things the system has done along the way have been decent. The whole thing gives Su Hong a sense of greasy old pervert image. But good sense 50. And cultivation spells. The temptation was too great for Su Hong to resist, so he gritted his teeth, and immediately sat down by Su Ruoyu's bed, slowly stretching out his hand and, go and undo Su Ruoyu's sash. After that sash was pulled off, the clothes on Su Ruoyu's body naturally slipped off. In a flash, a red belly band, wrapped in a large, proud, just like that, almost without any cover. It was exposed to Su Hong's line of sight. My god, Su Hong huffed. I thought this chick just had a well-trained enough ass before, but I really didn't think that. Those boobs are so magnificent too. This feels like it can barely be grasped with one hand. I don't really see it usually. Is it possible that she is usually wrapped in a corset? Su Hong couldn't help but ramble in her mind. After all, the feeling Su Ruoyu gave him at the beginning was that she had a nice ass, but a flyaway. But now it seems that Su Ruoyu is an assassin after all. And this thing is too big and too much of a distraction to move around, so it's obviously a lot easier to bind up on purpose. I've heard that women who practice martial arts like this have bodies that are so flexible. They're like jelly. I wonder how Su Ruoyu's is. Su Hong had all sorts of thoughts in her mind, and although Su Ruoyu was unconscious, her system, however, was not comatose. Su Hong's heartbeat, one after another, drilled into Su Ruoyu's mind. Hearing these words, Su Ruoyu was instantly shamed. What a smelly rascal. Taking advantage of me at this time. Nope. Why is this guy sitting on my bed and taking my clothes off? Su Ruoyu cursed a few times before reacting to the biggest problem. This guy isn't going to do that to me. Su Ruoyu was instantly scared, though she's slowly coming to terms with the fact that Su Hong is her in-laws. But Su Ruoyu had followed Long Ruoshi since she was a child, and had hardly been intimate with any men. The most intimate one was still touching Su Hong's butt. And now they're actually skipping all the intermediate steps and the two of them are going to have sex together? This really made Su Ruoyu panicked and scared, but at the same time, and a little shy and expectant. What does it really feel like to do something like that? The yin and yang chi in Su Ruoyu's body was chaotic. An eerie burn filled her mind. I don't know why, but at the moment she really needed someone to help her, relieve her of this searing heat in her body. And Su Hong's arrival convinced Su Ruoyu. What one needs is Su Hong. Su Hong, hug me. In her stupor, Su Ruoyu suddenly chanted these words delicately from her mouth. Su Hong's entire body was startled. Ha! He froze, thinking he'd heard wrong. Isn't Su Ruoyu in a coma? Is it awake now? Lord Su? Ruoyu? Su Hong tentatively asked a couple of questions. Su Hong, hug me. Quick ah! I want you. Su Ruoyu was almost overwhelmed by the chaotic yin and yang power in this instant. These infinitely ambiguous words were all uttered, almost without thinking, subconsciously, in the midst of a stupor. Chapter 66, Fireball. Hearing Su Ruoyu say all this, Su Hong is not a decent person either, let alone sitting on the fence. Looking down, the infinite white spring light kept shaking Su Hong's eyes. Where Su Hong could not hold back, he directly reached out his hand and held that pair of delicate softness. In an instant, the elasticity and smoothness overflowed between his fingers. That amazing touch made Su Hong's heart jump wildly. Su Ruoyu also shakily, an even more evocative gasping sound came out of her mouth. Even more so, Su Hong's heart was incomparably hot. Whatever, it's all come down to this, just get on with it. Su Hong was completely taut. The moment he touched Su Ruoyu's petite body, he only felt a fire of desire rising from his belly. The brain also, in this instant, lost the ability to think. And it doesn't matter what happens afterward. The entire body of the person lunged fiercely towards Su Ruoyu underneath her. And Su Ruoyu sighed. Although she was in a coma, she naturally knew exactly what Su Hong was doing to her. There was even an extremely intense flame in her heart that wrapped her entire being as if it was going to consume her. That burning sensation. She needed someone to help her release it. So she actually took the initiative to hug Su Hong in her stupor. And with her pink-red lips, pressed against Su Hong's ear, he murmured softly, give me, Su Hong, give me. This delicate, intoxicating voice was even more like pouring oil on fire in Su Hong's heart. He couldn't help himself completely this time. And with the crunching sound of the bed and couch vibrating madly, with a wave of his big hand, he directly removed the last layer of clothing on Su Ruoyu's body, the red belly band. The moment, Su Ruoyu's body, which she had guarded for 19 years, was taken by Su Hong, and the chaotic yin and yang chi in her body followed this gap and flew out. However, the scorching heat all over Su Ruoyu's body was getting hotter and hotter. I don't know if the yin and yang are not drained, or is it the inner fire and pleading for desire. Su Ruoyu hugged Su Hong even tighter, and the two of them fell into an unprecedentedly intense cloud and rain, and I don't know how long it was. It was all getting dark. Only then did Su Hong lie down on top of the bed. In his arms, Su Ruoyu was like a well-behaved kitten, lying meekly on top of his chest. His eyes were still closed and he didn't know if he had woken up or not. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the randomized mission. Receive a random mission reward. Acquisition of the Yellow Order low-level spell Fireball. A system alert sound rang in her ears, and although Su Hong was a bit tired, but still, I'm a little anxious to see the rewards. 50 can be quite a lot of good sense. You can basically progress from a friendship to a fling. It could be said that the relationship with Su Ruoyu had made long and substantial progress, so with this 50 good feeling, Su Hong felt that even if Su Ruoyu woke up and wanted to turn over her face, it shouldn't be so bad that both sides are completely torn apart. As for that Fireball book, Su Hong is also extremely valued. He was now squarely on the path to immortal cultivation, but although he had the Gongfu Shao Xian Gong, but the cultivation means mastered were none. One could only barely use spiritual energy and use some sword techniques that could increase their power a bit. But those are, after all, inferior means, compared to real immortal cultivation means. That's naturally a heaven and a hell. But now, with this Fireball art, Su Hong had a proper immortal cultivation spell. In the future, there is also a greater certainty against the enemy. Besides, the little Shin Gong says that immortal cultivators, what kind of spiritual roots they have, what kind of spells they cast, the power would be even better. Su Hong just happens to be a fire attribute spirit root. And as he uses this Fireball art, there will also be some power-ups, a little less spiritual energy consumption and a little more destructive power. However, the Fireball technique required a cultivation level of the first level of Qi refining to be able to perform it, and Su Hong was currently not able to do so. So for the next period of time, Su Hong needed to raise her cultivation as soon as possible. After all, Great Zhou has been targeted by the powerful hegemonic nation next door, the Golden State. At that time, only if Su Hong herself was strong enough, would she have a chance to preserve Great Zhou and protect Long Ruoshi? Su Ruoyu Ru Yu, are you awake? Su-hong turned her head and looked at Su Ruoyu, who had her eyes tightly closed. He could feel that the young girl's breath had smoothed out, and that the officer's earlier. In the latter half, Su Ruoyu could also be sure that she had woken up. It's just that right now Su Ruoyu is hiding in Su-hong's arms, not willing to open her eyes. She should be shy. Or are they running away? After all, the duo's relationship, from being slightly ambiguous, has progressed so much overnight. Su Ruoyu is another woman who is not versed in the affairs of men and women. She certainly does not know how to face Su-hong in the future, which is why she chose to pretend that she is still unconscious. To escape. Hearing Su-hong's words, Su Ruoyu's long eyelashes suddenly trembled and the delicate body was also in Su-hong's arms, and there was a very obvious slight tremor, but she still didn't open her eyes, still burying her face in Su-hong's chest without speaking. Su-hong smiled and said, Ruoyu, since you don't want to talk, just listen to me. What happened today was in no way my intention, because you were poisoned and in a coma. After being diagnosed by the best pharmacist in the imperial capital, Apothecary Tang, he said that this is the only way to expel the chaotic yin and yang qi from your body. That's why I came up with this plan. I hope you understand. But even so, I did take the most important thing you had, after all, so don't worry. I, Su-hong, will be responsible. From now on, you're my Su-hong's woman. I Su-hong swear, definitely won't let you suffer a single bit of aggravation. Su-hong spoke in a sincere tone, almost word for word, and he does mean it. He's taking someone else's girl's first time. After all, wouldn't he be a scum if he didn't care? Even he had thought in his head, if Su Ruoyu was willing, she could even go straight back to the imperial capital to organize the wedding. Su-hong's serious complaint should have conveyed his sincerity. However, Su Ruoyu heard this and only slightly shrugged her shoulders, still not speaking. Seeing this, Su-hong sighed slightly before saying no more. He thought that perhaps the shock of this matter was too great for Su Ruoyu. She needs time to slow down, I guess. Just as Su-hong was about to take another break, Su Ruoyu in her arms suddenly let out a mosquito-like tiny voice. Are you telling the truth? Will you really take charge? Su-hong froze, then slightly tightened her arms around Su Ruoyu and nodded seriously. Of course it's true. I will be responsible. But, would you really like a woman like me? Su Ruoyu lowered her head and her voice was soft. I am nothing more than one of His Majesty's murderous weapons, and all these years, there are countless lives that have died at my hands, and I have more blood on my hands than you can imagine, and I've never repented for such things, and you're a great servant of the great Zhou, His Majesty's right-hand man. I don't even deserve you. Su Ruoyu's eyes turned a little red as she spoke. Su-hong was incredulous. How could he not have thought that this girl's heart was actually thinking this way? Chapter 67, Be My Woman. Su Ruoyu suddenly said these words, out of Su-hong's expectation. This girl, she actually has some low self-esteem? But soon Su-hong reacted. This is, after all, a piece of the feudal dynasty era, and for all those strictures on women, it's still objective. As a woman who knows nothing about music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and only knows how to play the sword, the hand has even killed an unknown number of people, and it wasn't just a simple killing. Many people still died horribly at her hands, tortured before dying. Su Ruoyu should be thinking that Su-hong would mind such a self, and that's why she asked such a question. Su-hong smiled faintly as he stroked Su Ruoyu's chin and lifted her small face up. Looking straight into Su Ruoyu's already slightly red eyes, he gently said, Ru-yu, why would you think that? I don't care how many people you've killed before, or how much blood you've got on your hands. All I know is that you're already my Su-hong's woman. What happened before is none of my business. But what comes after you? I want every single thing, every single moment, to be about me. Ah. Looking at Su-hong's face full of deep emotion, Su Ruoyu's pretty face instantly turned incredibly red. Where could she withstand a top-notch love story like Su-hong's, who had traveled over from the modern era, directly in his heart? He was completely deer in the headlights. His pretty face was hot, and delight and shyness filled his heart. Ding! Your in-law Su Ruoyu's favorability plus 30, current favorability 90. A random word of love and the favorability rating skyrockets by 30. Su-hong struck the iron while it was hot and continued. So Ruoyu, don't think anything more about it, since this matter has become an established fact. Then we'll go with the flow and I'll be responsible for you. Now, let me ask you, are you willing to be my Su-hong's woman? In the future? In the future? Su-hong came directly to the final questioning, holding Su Ruoyu's small face. Make her look her straight in the eye. Su Ruoyu's pretty face was red as a ripe red apple. The whole thing was so shy that she was going to faint. Her head was hot and her heart was pounding. A moment later, a mosquito humming sound came out. I do. What did you say? Speak up. I didn't hear you. Su Hong deliberately pretended not to hear. I do. Su Ruoyu closed her eyes and exclaimed. I, Su Ruoyu, am willing to be your woman. Ha ha, good boy. Su Hong hugged Su Ruoyu and gently kissed her on the forehead. Well, I'll be good. Su Lang. Su Ruoyu was also completely moved, her eyes gazing into Su Hong's eyes with unprecedented clarity. In the future, no matter how far the sky or the world changes, I'm willing to spend time with you. After saying that, Su Ruoyu gathered enough courage and took the initiative to hug Su Hong and blocked her lips. Su Ruoyu are this kind of initiative. Su Hong heart touched at the same time. The belly once again set off the evil fire. After the two of them kissed passionately and glued together for a while, Su Hong violently rolled over and, once again, Su Ruoyu was pressed underneath her. Su Ruoyu screamed, her pretty face reddening. What do you want? Su Hong hemmed and hawed. Ruoyu, I've been thinking about it again. Still want to? Su Ruoyu turned her head, not daring to look at Su Hong. Haven't we just had that one a couple times already? Alas, it was just treating you. Part of the healing process. Now, that's the real you love me. After Su Hong finished speaking, she let out a wail, directly transformed into a hungry wolf, and pounced on Su Ruoyu as soon as she was done. One head pressed down on Su Ruoyu's body. Soon, the wooden bed in the room, once again, came crunching and creaking violently. Along with the thought-provoking sounds of lust, and the sound of the duo's great battle was actually heard clearly outside. Several people had odd expressions on their faces. Lu Huan also clenched his fist slightly. He said to himself that it was no wonder that Su Hong had sidetracked them. So that's what the idea was holding. However, when he heard Su Ruoyu's voice, he knew that Su Ruoyu should be fine. That's a good thing. But in his heart, he would definitely have another opinion of Su Hong. The duo of Su Hong and Su Ruoyu didn't get up until the next day. Su Hong walked out first and bumped into Lu Huan. Lu Huan arched his hand, his eyes slightly cold. My lord, I suppose the night was quick yesterday? Ha! Su Hong froze, then scratched his head and laughed. Oh, okay, average. Then please prepare your honor. We must return to the capital. Fine. Su Hong nodded a little embarrassed. Lu Huan grunted before leaving. Su Hong touched her nose, which was a bit awkward. He told his subordinates to all go down, but it turned out that people still knew. Doesn't that mean that everyone here already knows? Su Hong walked down to the bottom, running into Apothecary Tang again. The apothecary looked at Su Hong's face and smiled. It seems that your lordship's treatment last night should have been very successful, shouldn't it? And Lord Su should be fine? Well, it's all right. Su Hong nodded. The medicines that I have concocted for conditioning. Your Excellency, take them to Lord Su. Although Lord Su's yin and yang qi was discharged, after all, the toxin stayed in his body for so long, it's inevitable that it would damage his body. It's going to take some quiet time in the last while to get well. Apothecary Tang handed a bag of medicine to Su Hong. Thank you, pharmacist. Su Hong took the medicine and arched his hand. Apothecary Tang wore a smile before he turned to leave. Su Lang. Su Ruoyu's voice came from the stairs. Isn't that Apothecary Tang? What did he tell you? Apparently Apothecary Tang was famous in the imperial capital, and Su Ruoyu surprisingly recognized him as well. Ruoyu, you're awake. Su Hong handed Su Ruoyu the medicine. Yes, it's Apothecary Tang. He sent me medicine. He told you to take it in conjunction with the medicine, and to recuperate for a while. It's the only way to get well. Aha. Su Ruoyu nodded, but she quickly thought of another problem. If this law was proposed by pharmacist Tang, doesn't that mean that everyone knows that Su Hong had sex with herself? Then how can he be a steward of the Zhongren mansion in the future? Thinking of this, Su Ruoyu's pretty face rubbed and reddened again. Su Hong came up smilingly and teased. Ru, why are you blushing again? Why didn't I realize before that you blush so much? Go away. Isn't it all your fault? Badass. Su Ruoyu gave Su Hong a blank look. Su Hong spread his hands. Why do you blame me? Didn't I try to save you too? Okay. Stop it. When Su Ruoyu heard this, she immediately chided. We've been delayed out there for so many days. His Majesty should be waiting impatiently as well. It's time for us to depart for the capital. Aha. Good. Su Hong nodded in agreement. After that, Su Hong cleaned up a little, and after breakfast, gathered all the staff together and, then they all straddled the horses and officially set off to return to the capital. Chapter 68, Double Standard. Right? Great Joe. Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace Royal Study Room. Long Ruoshi's face was full of worry, pacing back and forth in the imperial study, her brows locked, and on her fair, pretty face, full of worry. After a while, she called for Jade. Send someone to the border again to ask what happened to Su Qing and Su Qing. How come it's been 3 days and you're still not back? Long Ruoshi was very worried. Although 2 days ago came the good news that Su Hong had successfully intercepted Wang Taiyu, killed him, but both Su Hong and Su Ruoyu were poisoned by the poison used by Wang Tai. Su Hong was fine. Su Ruoyu fell into a coma and never woke up. Su Ruoyu had grown up with Long Ruoshi since she was a child, although one was a subject and the other was a ruler. But to Long Ruoshi, Su Ruoyu could, to some extent, be considered her only bosom friend. If anything happens to Su Ruoyu because she intercepted Wang Taiyu, Long Ruoshi will never forgive herself for the rest of her life. After all, she was the one who had arranged for Su Ruoyu to leave the imperial capital a second time even after she had been injured, to chase after Wang Taiyu. Now that such a thing had happened, Long Ruoshi naturally blamed herself very much. Xiaoyu stood next to him and also said with a helpless face, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The strongest pharmacist within the palace, Apothecary Tang, has already rushed over at top speed. I believe that with Apothecary Tang's son, Lord Su will definitely be fine. I hope so." Long Ruoshi's face was still full of worry and her mouth lamented continuously. "Report!" And just at that moment, a eunuch rushed in hurriedly and then as soon as he knelt down in front of Long Ruoshi's heart tightened and she hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "What's wrong? Are Lord Su and Lord Su back?" The eunuch hurriedly said, "Yes, it is Lord Su and Lord Su who have returned to the capital." "Ha? It's really them?" Long Ruoshi was overjoyed and hurriedly asked again, "So, how is Lord Su doing?" "Lord Su looks like he's already unharmed. He rode back alone." "Good. Yes. Long Ruoshi heart, this is completely a pine." A series of said a few good words. Visible heart center pleasure. "Your Majesty, Lord Su and Lord Su have entered the palace and are outside seeking an audience. Quickly invite them in." "Greetings." The eunuch immediately ran out to announce Su Hong and Su Ruoyu. Soon, Su Hong, Su Ruoyu and the two of them entered side by side. "I, Su Hong, Su Ruoyu. See Your Majesty." The two of them arched their hands and knelt down for Long Ruoshi. "Please rise, get up." Long Ruoshi hurriedly let the two get up. As soon as the two of them came back, Long Ruoshi's gaze stayed on Su Ruoyu. Although he already knew from the eunuch, he asked again, "Ruoyu, I heard that you were poisoned at the border this time, and you were unconscious for 3 consecutive days without waking up. How is it now? Is the whole thing healed?" Su Ruoyu even arched his hand respectfully. "Thanks to Your Majesty's concern. Thanks to Your Majesty's blessing. My humble servant is now unharmed." "Well, that's good." Only then did Long Ruoshi reveal a smile and nodded. Only then did he react, which led him to look at Su Hong next to him and open his mouth to ask, "Where's Su Qing? How are you? I heard that you were also injured quite a bit. Are you unharmed now? Why do you feel like I'm a side gift if you're just thinking of asking me now?" Su Hong was a little upset in her heart. He himself had at least put in the most effort, and had almost died at the hands of that puppeteer. As a result, Long Ruoshi just casually cared in such an unsavory manner. The difference between that and the concern for Su Ruoyu was simply not too great. Su Hong skimmed her lips. "It's okay, the microcosmic minister has a great life and can't die." "Still playing with my temper?" Long Ruoshi smacked her lips when she heard Su Hong's heartfelt words. In her heart of hearts, though, she admitted that it did seem a bit thick when she just came in. She had heard from the scouts early on that Su Hong had gone through some dangers when he killed Wang Taiyun, and he himself was poisoned. And then he was chased by a mysterious killer, and he almost died 9 deaths before he came back. He himself didn't care about him, the biggest contributor, but instead asked Su Ruoyu first. It's understandable for a man to be a little grumpy. Long Ruoshi thought to herself, big deal. Next time, wear stockings to show this kid again. Anyway, this guy, despite his skills, just gives off the impression that he has no ambition and no ambition. Don't want anything, just like stockings. But after all, Long Ruoshi was the emperor. Even if he had apologized to Su Hong, he wouldn't show it. Just a simple statement. If Su Qing is still unwell, I will arrange the best imperial physician for you afterward. Thank you, Your Majesty. My body is nearly fine, so I won't bother the imperial physician. Su Hong arched his hand, and his tone was a bit better this time. After all, it was the Empress who gave the step down, and he, who was a subject, couldn't really not give face to the emperor. After saying that, Su Hong presented the head of Wang Taiyu that he was carrying with him and respectfully said, Your Majesty, the rebel Wang Taiyun has been killed by Lord Su and I, in a joint effort. I have taken his head and brought it back to the capital to present it to Your Majesty, and I ask Your Majesty to look at it. Long Ruoshi nodded and looked at Xiaoyu. Present. Yes. Xiaoyu took the box from Su Hong's hand and handed it to Long Ruoshi. Long Ruoshi hesitated for a moment before opening the box. When indeed, seeing the box in which lay the head of the collar used by Wang Tai, It was only then that Long Ruoshi had the real feeling that Wang Taiyun had finally been killed. Good. Yes. This traitor is finally dead. Earlier you dared to plot treason, and this is what you deserve. To Wang Taiyu, Long Ruoshi hated her with a passion. The former has been deceiving her for more than 10 years, and if it weren't for Su Hong, she was really kept in the dark by Wang Taiyun, thinking that he was a loyal minister. And now that Wang Taiyun had finally been gotten rid of, Long Ruoshi's mood was naturally great. Long Ruoshi immediately looked at Su Hong and Su Ruoyu and praised them profusely. This time, when we went to intercept Wang Taiyun, both of you have made a great contribution. I will definitely give you a heavy reward afterward. Wang Taiyu died, and the biggest lump in Long Ruoshi's heart was finally removed. She had, in the meantime, also taken the remnants of the forces left behind by Wang Taiyu, the ministers of the court. All of them have been cleaned up, and a group of trustworthy, capable and ambitious newcomers have been promoted up from the country. Anyway, now that Great Zhou can be considered to have restored clarity, it is the time when everything is recovering and all things are waiting to flourish. Long Ruoshi finally has the opportunity to take control of the real power, ready to do something big and show off her talent for ruling the world. But soon, Su Hong threw a pot of cold water down on her. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward, but this time when I returned, not only did I bring back the head of Wang Taiyun, and most of all, a very important piece of information was brought back. Oh, what kind of information? Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong with a few moments of curiosity. Su Hong slowly said, Your Majesty, Wang Taiyu is in fact a scout from the neighboring country of Great Zhou, the dominant dynasty, the Golden Kingdom. This person has infiltrated the Great Zhou for decades, bent on being an undercover agent. That is, he wants to seize power from the inside, so as to take control of the Great Zhou, let Great Zhou become a Jin vassal state without even realizing it. That's why, after the failure of Wang Taiyu's rebellion, he didn't hesitate to flee in the direction of Jin. After Su Hong said these words, the whole room was in an uproar. Not only Long Ruoshi, Xiao Yu, including Su Ruoyu next to her were surprised. Long Ruoshi's face even changed abruptly as she looked at Su Hong in shock. What did you say? Wang Tai used to be a Jin? Chapter 69, How did I become a male favorite? This intelligence brought by Su Hong was a very shocking one. No one would have thought that all the way to become the first minister of the Great Zhou, with only one hand to cover the sky, one person under Wang Taiyu, the chief minister of the dynasty, would actually be a scout for the Jin kingdom to come in? The expressions of the people around them were frozen, especially Long Ruoshi, who froze for a long time before. Only then did the words come out slowly. Su Hong, are you sure? Wang Taizhong has been in the court for more than 30 years, and if he's a scout, it means it sneaked in 30 years ago. Long Ruoshi was incredulous. It's amazing that a scout can lurk for so long, and even step by step to the very top. It almost directly subverted the power of the Great Zhou. Exactly, fine thinking. Su Hong nodded. Your Majesty, I'm quite sure, because I was at the border, and I encountered assassins from the Golden Kingdom. They seem to have come to receive Wang Tai with, just a little too late, but that Jin assassin fought with my minister, and was repulsed by my. However, I estimate that they will never die and will definitely continue to make small moves against my Great Zhou. When Long Ruoshi heard Su Hong's words, the joy she had just felt because of Wang Taiyun's death, all of a sudden the bottom fell out again. The Golden Kingdom. This was definitely the super-hegemonic dynasty that the surrounding countries in the southern region were most afraid of. The country is several times larger than Great Zhou, and the overall strength is even more completely crushing Great Zhou. Previously, when Great Zhou was strong, the Golden Kingdom and Great Zhou formed an alliance. There has not yet been any action. After all, the geographical location of Great Zhou also belongs to the type of easy to defend and difficult to attack. That's why Jin didn't dare to take the risk of forcing its hand on Great Zhou yet. But now that the power of the Great Zhou is deteriorating, the Jin kingdom has naturally begun to move. It seems to want to start a cannibalization plan against Great Zhou. If, indeed, the Golden Kingdom were to make a move against Great Zhou, with its present strength, its national power, the likelihood of being able to withstand it was really slim. Thinking of this, Long Ruoshi frowned and couldn't help but curse. It seems that this group of Jin can't help themselves. Want to make a move against my Great Zhou? It should be, Su Hong said. I've heard that the Golden Kingdom is now in the midst of several princes seizing the throne, and seems to be using us, Great Zhou, as a bargaining chip. Whoever can take Great Zhou will have a high chance of inheriting the throne. Humph, do you really think my Great Zhou is made of clay? Long Ruoshi was also angry. Those barbarians from Jin. If you want to fight, let's fight. My Great Zhou will not be afraid of them. Pass on my decree to recruit troops on the same day and increase the drill in the barracks. Be ready to meet a sudden sneak attack from the Golden Kingdom. Long Ruwashi learns that such a powerful rival as the Golden Kingdom is eyeing her. However, he did not panic and worry because of this, but instead showed extraordinary vigor, which made Su Hong nod her head instead. It seems that Long Ruwashi all these years, when it was really because she was too young and subjected to Wang Taiyun, that's what made the world think it was a cowardly and incompetent emperor. But she has the blood of the Long family in her veins, having single-handedly established the Great Zhou in the first place. 2 generations were even the Lord of Shangshur. And the descendants will not be wimps? Yes, my humble servant will go and do it at once. Su Ruoyu nodded and went down first, conveying the holy decree of armament. After Su Ruoyu left, Su Hong looked at Long Ruwashi and respectfully arched his hand. Your Majesty, there's only so much I can do to help in the matter of fighting a war, and if your Majesty needs it, I am at your service. Su Hong had read some history though, but this kind of large-scale war, he didn't have the slightest experience in the end. And it wasn't convenient for him to intervene. It was all he could do to maximize the power of his individual. When the time comes to fight on the front battlefield, he acts as a vanguard. Killing hundreds or thousands of him should not be a problem. I know your loyalty. Long Ruwashi nodded in satisfaction. Su Hong is young after all, and previously belonged to that kind of reclusive Highlander. And if there is a stratagem that, having strength and then being able to lead an army into battle is truly unbeatable, it had satisfied her to bring this news. Su Hong continued. But, Your Majesty, the assassin who assassinated the microminister earlier was a very special puppeteer. He can manipulate corpses to kill people. I suspect that this time he infiltrated into the Great Zhou, and did not achieve anything. Definitely will not be so simple to return to the Golden Kingdom. It's likely that he'll sneak right into the imperial capital with a bang and enter the imperial city to assassinate His Majesty. That's why the defense of the palace must be strengthened in the near future, so that even a fly from outside none of them can fly into the palace. Okay, I know. Long Ruwashi looked at Su Hong. Then my safety depends on you. After all, you are the head of my royal guards. My life is in your hands. Su Hong immediately knelt down on one knee and swore. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best to protect Your Majesty's safety. All right, enough of this scene stealing. Long Ruwashi waved her hand. Wait with me back to the bedchamber. These days you are not around. I want your massage. Saying that, Long Ruwashi looked at Su Hong with rather meaningful eyes. Su Hong froze, then understood what Long Ruwashi meant in a second. Good, I understand. I will do my best to serve Your Majesty today and make Your Majesty comfortable. The following morning, Su Hong walked out of Long Ruwashi's chambers all labored. To be honest, he was tired. Originally thought that this time to make such a big merit, Long Ruwashi will reward a bed together. But to my surprise, Long Ruwashi didn't give it. He's not allowed to sleep yet. He's just serving next to him. Su Hong said in her heart that something is not right. She is not an in-law? Why did you turn around and act like a boy's pet? So bitter. No, I must rise up as a young master. Su Hong was furious. Last night, Long Ruwashi was still wearing stockings and tempting him in all kinds of ways. But at most, you can mooch a little. But, not for real. That's a lot for Su Hong to hold back. When my immortal technique is accomplished, then let's see if I don't clean up your Long Ruwashi. Su Hong rubbed his black eyes and rode away from the imperial palace. What he didn't know was that when Long Ruwashi in the bedchamber heard this, her beautiful eyes opened slightly. A pair of slender legs interlocked, consternation surfacing on their faces. Immortal magic? This guy Su Hong actually knows immortal technique? Long Ruwashi sighed in her heart. Sure enough, this Su Hong is not simple. So young, so powerful, and with outstanding strategies. Simply the perfect man. Other than being a bit of a hooligan, it's really unfussy. After learning that Su Hong had mastered the immortal law for the oppression of Dajin, Long Ruwashi's heart was also slightly relaxed now. Although Great Zhou's national power is not as strong as Jin's, but with Song Lao and Su Hong as the two pins in the sea, the Golden Kingdom had only sent out a single prince's strength, only to be completely inadequate. But then Long Ruwashi turned her thoughts. After the Su Hong really mastered the immortal laws, it wouldn't really be like what he said. Gotta do some of that to yourself, I guess. He is just a weak woman. Su Hong seems to have no way out if he comes hard. Thinking of this, Long Ruwashi bit her lip. Forget it, the relationship between Su Hong and me has been so intimate that I've had nothing but him in my life. And there won't be a second one. If he's hard up for it when the time comes, it wouldn't hurt to give him. Chapter 70, Visiting the Song Mansion again. Ding. Your in-law Long Ruwashi's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 92. Ding. Your heart point has reached 500. Please use it promptly. Su Hong went out for a trip and not only gained Long Ruwashi's favor, it also reaps tons of heart points. 500 heart points. You can draw 5 prizes. Su Hong returned to his residence and, without saying a word, opened 5 intermediate draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Divine Palm technique, the 18th palm of the Descending Dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Divine Penetrating Eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 seeds of the spiritual plant Skycloud Flower Fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Low-Level Alchemy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the results of this lottery came out, Su Hong froze and then rejoiced. Today it seems like I got lucky with my draws. Alchemy, spirit plants, and 3 spirit stones. Looks like it's possible to study alchemy. Su Hong embarked on the road of cultivation, the so-called wealth couple law land. One of the very important item is the elixir. Su Hong only had the talent of a grade 1 fire spirit root, and when she cultivated, her speed was average. Until now, there is still no chi refining layer. To increase speed as much as possible, elixirs were an indispensable part of the process. But this time the raffle didn't draw a Dan furnace. Ordinary Dan furnaces shouldn't be able to make immortal Dan. Su Hong thought for a moment. Looks like we'll have to make a trip to that old man Song Sharon. So the next day, Su Hong went to visit the Song residence. Su Hong had gotten the token given by Song Sharon last time. And in the Song family, she was basically able to walk sideways. Every single person in the Song family had great respect for Su Hong, and was very gracious in introducing Su Hong. But Su Hong came at a bad time. The Song family's housekeeper said that their master was resting and would need to wait some time. Rest? Su Hong skimmed her lips. Immortal cultivators don't even sleep anymore. And this old man still needs to rest? I'm afraid I'm not practicing. Su Hong asked how long it would take. The butler told him it would only be an hour or 2. Su Hong saw that the time was not long, so he also landed in the garden of the Song family, lying on a chaise longue to rest. Wait for Song Sharon to come out. Miss. The guard next to him looked respectful, and then saw that the Miss Song Zian of the Song family came over in a hurry. I heard that Lord Su came to visit? Where is the man now? Why didn't you inform me? Song Zian's pretty face was filled with joy and urgency, as if she wanted to see Su Hong immediately. Back to Miss. Lord Su came to visit the master, and you weren't there at the time, so you didn't inform him. Looking for my grandfather again? Song Zian skimmed her mouth. This fellow promised to instruct me in the art of zither next time, but ended up coming once in so long not to mention that. It's not even for me when I come. I'll have to ask him about it when we meet later. Song Zian pouted her pink mouth, seemingly a bit unhappy. It's as if her boyfriend, whom she hasn't seen in a long time, came to her house once in a while, but surprisingly it hadn't come for her. Su Hong was lying on the recliner, looking at the tranquil arrangement of the Song residence, in a soothing mood. Song Sharon still knows how to enjoy himself, doesn't he? Arranging the mansion like this. This is the kind of place that should be used for immortal cultivation. When we meet Long Ruwashi next time, let's see if there's a chance to ask her for a set like this too. Su Hong looked at the layout of the Song residence and really liked it in her heart. You like my mansion so much? Then you can live here with me. Song Zian couldn't help but think in her heart when she heard Su Hong's heartfelt words. In Song Zian's eyes now, of all the men she has seen, the only one she can see is Su Hong. So she thought that if she were to marry someone, she would only marry Su Hong. After all, he was still bound to the system, and Su Hong was the person he was married to. Lord Su, my lady has arrived, the underling said respectfully. Miss, Song Zian? Su Hong froze. Almost forgot about this super boob chick myself. Well, almost missed the good view. If I don't see this chick's superb pair of big boobs, I've really come for nothing today. Su Hong thought prettily. Hearing Su Hong's words, Song Zian's feet almost trembled and her person almost fell. After cursing a big rascal, Song Zian took a long time to calm down and came in front of Su Hong. MS. Song. Su Hong stood up and arched his hand. It's been a long time. MS. Song is still as graceful as ever, and she's grown more and more attractive. Humph. Just a mouthful of compliments. Song Zian pouted and directly said. And you know it's been a long time. So many days, and you don't even come to me. Come on. Or to my grandfather. Did you just not take our agreement to heart? Engagements. Su Hong froze. What agreement? After a moment, he responded. Ooh, I remember. It's about exploring the piano. I know. It's just that it's a busy time. Su Hong said in a tone like she was pleasing her girlfriend. As you know, MS. Song, my great Joe is in a stormy stage these days, with Wang Taiyu plotting a rebellion against our strong neighbor. The Golden Kingdom is also eyeing us, and as an imperial official, I have to be busy all day long to share His Majesty's worries. Che, Say it like you're some kind of important minister. Lord Su seems to be nothing more than a chief of the Imperial Guards and a deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. What good advice can you give on such matters of state? Song Zian, however, didn't even listen to Su Hong's explanation and was still playing with Su Hong's temper. Su Hong was helpless and touched his nose. Ms. Song, I think I'm still somewhat useful. How about this? It's true that I neglected you before. So pick a day. Today. I've come to instruct you in the art of the piano? Good. That's what you said. Su Hong had thought that Song Zian would still have to be arrogant for a bit, but she didn't expect the other party to directly agree. Men, bring the lyre. Song Zian waved her hand, and her men instantly carried her half-man-high xylophone. Su Hong took a look at it. The zither was antique in color. The strings were pale and strong, and it was made of fine mahogany. It looks like it came from a connoisseur. Song Zian sat down cross-legged in front of the xylophone, patting her hands on her knees. It looked like it was very well behaved, slightly tilting its delicate and pretty face up to look at Song Zian. Come on, sensei, show me the ropes. Oh, good. Su Hong did not expect Song Zian to move cleanly, so she also sat down opposite Song Zian. After thinking about it, Su Hong took out the zither sheet from her bosom that she had drawn earlier and handed it to Song Zian. Ms. Song, this is a tune that took me a few days of work to write. If you can master this song, no one should be able to surpass you in clinical playing, not to mention other countries, but within the Great Zhou. Really? Song Zian was very surprised. She knew that her playing prowess was still far from that of a grandmaster luthier. People who are better than her abound in Dezhou, but Su Hong even said that it's just a zither sheet. It was natural that Song Zian didn't believe it in her heart that she could make her promenade #1. However, when she received the sheet music, looking at the name of the song on the cover page of the sheet music, Song Zian was slightly stunned. The song is called 10 Ambushes? Chapter 71, Hands-on, 10 Ambushes. Su Hong's once world, and the most difficult piece to play on the guqin. That intense atmosphere, displayed by a soft guqin, is naturally quite something, and Song Zian received the sheet music, and all of a sudden, she also felt the heaviness and weight of it. Although she hadn't played yet, Song Zian's immersion in the guqin, and her knowledge of the sheet music, just by looking at this score, one gets the feeling that this one is quite extraordinary. The person who can compose this song is definitely very good. Although he knew that Su Hong was a patriarchal everyone, but learning of such a supreme divine song, the fact that it was actually written in just a few days by Su Hong still shocked her beyond belief. The heart cannot help but sigh. Although Su Hong, this person is a little unreliable, some colorful and hooliganism, but it is a great man who is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Lord Su himself wrote the score? Then the young lady will take the liberty of attempting to play it. It was rare to come across such a good tune. Song Zian couldn't wait in her heart. Want to try playing it right away? Please. Su Hong made a gesture of please. Then she knelt down and sat across from Song Zian, closing her eyes and wait quietly and enjoy. Sound of striking a gong. Song Zian took a deep breath. Luxuriant hand fell on top of the guqin, and soon, full of atmosphere, the tense and exciting sounds poured out from that ancient zither. The extremely fast tempo, that mouth-watering rhythm, made both Su Hong and Song Zian become immersed in it. Su Hong was fine. After all, it wasn't the first time she had listened to Ambush on 10 Faces, but Song Zian as a whole, while playing, was completely amazed in her heart. It's a difficult piece to play, though, and she's a little shy about playing it, but the tune is completely impeccable in terms of meter, rhythm, and intonation, especially in the middle of the tune. That sense of tension and oppression that precedes a battle. It is even more perfectly displayed through several sequences of notes, as if one were immersed and actually on the battlefield. Song Zian, the performer, was also thoroughly immersed for the first time, and, feeling the tension and excitement made her tense up inside as well. Obviously, this recital was Song Zian overplaying her hand, while the rawness of the first playing is still evident. But for the first time, Song Zian puts her emotions into the tune, slightly overcoming the problems Su Hong pointed out to her when they first met. This leads to the whole 10-sided ambush, which is quite well done. Dang! Soon the tune moved into its climactic section, the battle between the two sides of that war, entering its most white-hot session. The stirring music of the hot-blooded fights and majestic tunes filled the entire garden of the Song Mansion. The waiters and waitresses standing around, all of them were horrified in their hearts, and could not help but be immersed also in the. A heart also tightened completely with the change in tune. A great battle that will eventually come to an end, with the victorious side winning miserably and the defeated side going up in smoke. After the mass, it's all about recalling that thrill, that feeling of blood on the knife's edge. Everyone in the room was still reeling when the last note fell. It seemed to be too caught up in the passionate vibrations of the tunes to let go. Snap! At this time, Su-hong applauded first, followed by the guards, and the maids clapping. The lady plays so well. Mrs. Too Good. Worthy of being the #1 talented girl in the imperial capital. Can't get enough of the tunes played by Ms. Fruity. A flurry of compliments from the underlings. A smile appeared on Song Zian's face. But soon, her beautiful eyes fell on Su-hong, and the haughty expression on that pretty face that, as if expecting something, Su-hong nodded. Not bad, Ms. Song played very well. The playing skill has improved a lot from last time. Looks like you should have practiced hard these past few days. Really? Great. Getting a compliment from Su-hong. Song Zian was so happy. The eyes were smiling into a pair of crescent moons, and it was beautiful. That's for sure. What Lord Su said to me. I have it well in mind. Ding. Song Zian favorability plus 12. Current favorability 42. A compliment adds so much favor? Then he would have to praise Song Zian more in the future. Su-hong thought for a moment and continued. Ms. Song, your playing is improving rapidly, and you're already performing well. But if there were a couple of small issues that could be fixed, the playing would be better. Really? Song Zian had hoped that Su-hong would instruct her in the art of the zither. So when she heard this, she naturally nodded and listened. Then please guide me, Mr. Su. Well, you keep playing and I'll let you know when you get to the problem areas. Su-hong asked Song Zian to play it again. Song Zian naturally agreed and resumed playing 10 ambushes. Stop. When Song Zian had played a short section, Su-hong suddenly shouted. Then he walked forward and very naturally held Song Zian's hand and instructed hand in hand. It shouldn't be like that here. It should be. When Su-hong touched Song Zian's delicate little hand, Song Zian's entire body trembled slightly. The contact of the hands was secondary. The main thing was that Su-hong leaned up and the strong aura of that person on the other party's body made a heart beat fiercely all of a sudden. And for a moment, the breathing stopped a little. Song Zian's pretty face, almost in an instant, rubbed red and it was as if it was a ripe apple, ready to be picked. And Su-hong didn't see the woman's expression because she was at Song Zian's back. Instead, one hand pressed Song Zian's left hand and the other pressed her right hand, completely hand in hand. The force here, it needs to be a little heavier. You've been light on your feet. How can you hear the twists and turns and sudden changes in the tune? Su-hong was teaching while her movements were still getting bigger and bigger. Without him realizing it, his entire body had almost been pressed tightly against Song Zian's back. Song Zian almost seemed to be sitting there in the position of being cradled in his arms in its entirety. Song Zian felt Su-hong's solid and powerful arms and the pale, tough thighs were also pressed against his own legs, and his heart was even more dear in the headlights. I can't. What the hell is this bad guy doing? Teach it. Why still? And put your arm around me. Song Zian only felt a rush of heat in her heart, and her head was dizzy, a little giddy. She suspected that Su-hong was doing it on purpose, but as soon as she turned around, she was met with Su-hong's very serious expression. This instantly confused her again. Did he not do it on purpose? Rather, an unintentional act? Song Zian cursed herself in her heart. What a weak will. Su-hong is here to guide herself seriously, but she's thinking about all that nonsense. What a disgrace. No way. I have to get serious myself. Su-hong is a rare master of the piano. You can't miss out on such a great mentoring opportunity yourself. However, just as Song Zian was preparing to study seriously, a rather frivolous heartfelt voice came out of nowhere. Holy, this chick's body is so soft. Her touch is awesome. This ass, these legs, TSK, so comfortable. The body also smells good. I wish I could hold her like this all day. Chapter 72, next time, find a place where no one's around. What? Song Zian had thought that Su-hong was serious about wanting to teach her to play the piano, but a few heartfelt words from Su-hong were directly exposed. Song Zian gritted her teeth fiercely, and in her heart, she really wanted to yell at Su-hong. But darn it, although Su-hong was rambling in her mind, what she was teaching her in her hands, it's still all right, and the words of guidance are right on the lips. How can she scold Su-hong for this? You can't say, I heard you talking in your mind. Can you? Song Zian was getting more and more shy, because she gradually felt Su-hong and herself sticking closer and closer to each other. That strong manly scent that was about to make her a little breathless, and yet the tune of that tenfold ambush, which was still very much in rhythm, was heard. The guards standing around, the maids, although they saw Su-hong and Miss hugging each other, they all thought that the two were just exchanging zither skills. Even because of Su-hong's guidance, the tune that the young lady probed out was obviously much more melodious. Everyone is immersed once again, but on Song Zian's side, through her clothes, she even felt a very wrong thing that was topping himself from behind. She thought at first it was Su Hong's saber, weapon or something, but after she felt the fire of that thing, her whole body almost popped. Su Hong, you, don't go too far. Song Zian blushed and whispered to Su Hong. Su Hong froze, then laughed and played dumb. Ha? What are you talking about? MS. Song, what did I do? You still pretending? You're obviously eating my tofu. Song Zian's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction, and in order to express the dissatisfaction in her heart, Song Zian even deliberately twisted that delicate body. But what she didn't realize was that with this twist, she made even more contact and, instead, it made Su Hong feel even better. Go on, twist more. It's so good. I'll twist your head. You asshole. Song Zian was ashamed and angry. Angry, he slammed straight back hard, and this being caught off guard, Su Hong didn't sit still and her body fell backwards. Also because he grabbed Song Zian's hand, he also pulled Song Zian down with him. Ouch! Song Zian let out a cry of surprise and directly and completely collapsed into Su Hong's arms, and the sound of the zither on 10 sides of the, and with it, an abrupt end. Miss? The guards and maids all froze and came up with worried faces. However, after seeing the posture of Su Hong and their own young lady, the faces of all the subordinates were suddenly odd. The guards hurriedly inclined their heads, while the maids all blushed and didn't dare to look. At this moment, Su Hong subconsciously hugged Song Zian with both hands because she fell down. Both hands grabbed haphazardly in front of Song Zian, directly grabbing two incomparably proud soft masses. What's this? Su Hong pinched a pinch, only to feel an incomparably good hand feeling. That comfortable feeling. So that Su Hong loved it. Directly rubbing and squeezing up. Ah! Su Hong pinched violently, and Song Zian couldn't help but let out a gasp from her mouth. Song Zian then realized that these two salty pig hands of Su Hong were grabbing her there. Su Hong, you, let go of me. Song Zian's face was full of blush, although she had been secretly in love with Su Hong for a long time, but after all, she grew up familiar with poetry and books of the great lady. Today by Su Hong so much offense, Song Zian instinctively feel very shy. It's not that I won't let go, it's that, you're on top of me and I can't get up, Su Hong deliberately said, rubbing it violently twice more as she did so. I need to get up, but you have to let go of me first. Song Zian only felt really ashamed, with so many guards around, and maids of honor all watching. Su Hong just cuddled with herself and totally did something meticulous. So many people have seen it, and while I'm sure they won't come out of the Song Mansion to chew on it, but in the future, how could she still be this big lady in Song Mansion? Those maiden maids, they must be pointing behind their backs. I can't let go if you're holding me down. Su Hong was still reluctant to let go. He wanted to play a little longer. It's so big that if you weren't lucky enough to take advantage of it today, and wait until the next time you can touch it. I don't know what time it is. So, then you grab me. But don't rub Song Zian only felt never before experienced sensations rising in her body, and her face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Song Zian wasn't stupid. She could hear Su Hong's heart and knew that this bad guy was doing it on purpose. So she said almost pleadingly, Su Hong, please, spare me. No. Su Hong shook her head directly. I'm giving you today the score of the 10-sided ambush that is destined to go down in history. I'll charge a little interest anyhow. Hearing Su Hong's rogue-like reasoning, Song Zian was about to cry. The problem is that I didn't ask you for the sheet music. You gave it to me. Aren't you buying and selling? But not talking to myself. Song Zian again felt Su Hong's two big hands constantly roaming around her body, especially in her chest, two big masses focusing on care. Song Zian's face was flushed red and she really couldn't help it. She rushed on. Su Hong, I owe you for today, okay? There are people all around. They're all watching. It won't work. You let go of me, and I'll give it back to you when next time we find a place where no one's around, okay? Song Zian wasn't repulsed by the fact that Su Hong was treating herself like this, although she was very shy but she seemed to like it a little inside. But the main thing is that it's in public, and the servants are all watching. She didn't want to be so humiliated anyway, and Grandpa could come out at any time, and when he's seen by the honorable Grandpa, she really can't see anyone. Hearing Song Zian say these words so shyly, Su Hong also felt that it was almost time. The girl didn't exclude herself, but had some difficulty accepting this in public. If I continue to tease, I'm afraid I'll make Song Zian angry. It's not going to be worth it when the goodwill goes down the drain. Nah, that's what you said. Don't you dare cheat next time. I'll make sure I don't cheat. Only after hearing Song Zian's promise did Su Hong let go of the woman, and the two of them sat up together. You bad man. Song Zian cut Su Hong severely, really loving and hating this. Love him for his brilliance, hate him for his horny rogue ways. Su Hong, however, had a frankly indifferent expression on her face. Who cares? I had a good time touching myself today anyway. A few guards around, maids of honor, eyes were all secretly scanning over both Su Hong and Song Zian, and they also sensed that between their own young lady and this Lord Su, there seemed to be something wrong. But they didn't dare to say anything about what was going on between these big shots. At best, they can only gossip a little within themselves at their leisure. Song Zian, on the other hand, could keenly feel the gazes of those underlings, and had been faint-hearted enough to, feeling more and more that the gaze of these underlings was not right. He chided. What are you all looking at? Are you all so idle? All go down. Don't just stand here. The underlings were filled with helplessness. You're bullied by men. So you bully us, right? Chapter 73, Song Sharan's surprise. Since the young lady didn't want to see them, the subordinates could only salute and retreat. At this time, the butler hurried over to Song Zian. First, he looked at Su Hong next to him before running to Song Zian's ear and whispering, Miss, that eunuch from the old duke's family. He's here again. What? Why is that guy here again? Is it annoying? The blush on Song Zian's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a touch of boredom. Didn't I tell him not to come pestering? And didn't he understand? Su Hong looked at Song Zian's expression and couldn't help but ask, Ms. Song, what's wrong? Nothing. Song Zian shook her head as if she didn't want Su Hong to know about this, and reluctantly smiled. It's just a bit of trivia. There's no need to bother Mr. Zian will take care of it herself. Oh, that's fine. Su Hong nodded. Song Zian had said so. Excuse me. Song Zian slightly owed her body, with a few disgruntled expressions on her face. It was then that he and the butler hurried out. Su Hong sat in place and watched Song Zian walk out of the garden before withdrawing her gaze. Looking at the time, it felt like it was almost an hour or so. Is that old man Song Sharan still not well? This guy's not going to break through at this age, is he? Su Hong reclined on the recliner and closed her eyes. After a short while, the door to the back of the mansion was opened. The little Taoist priest in a Taoist priest's uniform that Su Hong had seen earlier walked out and bowed slightly to Su Hong. Lord Su, Elder Song is invited. Yeah. Su Hong opened her eyes, and as soon as she stood up from her chair and followed the little Taoist priest, heading to the backyard of that old man Song Sharan's closed-door cultivation. After Su Hong arrived at the back of the mansion, the little Taoist priest bent over respectfully. My lord, Elder Song is inside. Farewell. After the little Taoist priest finished speaking, he retreated and closed the door of the back house on his way out. Su Hong glanced at it before turning her head to look after the back of the mansion. The mansion was basically unchanged from the last time I was here, but the difference was that when Su Hong came in, she didn't see Elder Song. That recliner of his was empty, only a pair of folding fans on the chair. Where's the old man? Su Hong looked around, and he was on top of a bamboo forest next to the back house. A figure in a white robe was seen. Su Hong fixed her eyes on it and whirled around, her eyes widening. Elder Song? At this moment, I only see Song Sharan at this moment, with his hands behind his back, standing on top of a slender green bamboo, towing lightly, through a fairy style and Taoist bones, bamboo with the light wind swaying at the same time. Song Sharan's figure was also shaking. This old thing, it feels like just a few days of work, and his cultivation seems to have gone up a level from last time. Su Hong glanced at Song Sharan. Her feet stepped on the Thunderdome 3000, and she also climbed up the bamboo opposite Song Sharan. Elder Song. Su Hong stood on top of a bamboo and arched his hand at Song Sharan. Song Sharan looked at Su Hong, slightly surprised in his eyes, and then smiled. Lord Su, what a beautiful lightweight. A little carving is not enough. Su Hong shook her head. It's still 100,000 miles away from Song Lao above this imaginary standing bamboo. Su Hong is very clear. He was able to stand on it by himself, relying on the powerful internal force supported by the Thunderbolt 3000 force to hang on the bamboo. But Song Sharan was able to stand here purely by relying on his spiritual power and floating above. The difference in them is astronomical. Su Hong was thinking in her heart, what kind of cultivation level does this Song Sharan have now? The 5th, 8th, or 10th level of chi refining? Or maybe it's base building? It shouldn't be so much as a foundation. If it was, it would be able to fly directly with a sword. Moreover, foundation building had a higher demand for spiritual energy. And this old man wouldn't still be staying in this Great Zhou where spiritual energy was scarce. Since practicing the little Xian Gong, Su Hong also vaguely felt that although Great Zhou had a favorable geographical location, it was extremely lacking in spiritual energy. It's no wonder that even after all these years, we've hardly met any cultivators, no matter how much power they hold. Still, in the jungle, it's all about force. If Song Sharan breaks through foundation establishment, there's a high probability that he'll leave the Great Joe and seek a place with abundant spiritual chi. Seek realm breakthroughs. Oh, boy has a pretty good eye. Song Sharon glanced at Su Hong and said with some surprise, in these few days, you actually refined the little Xiangong? Su Hong also knew that she couldn't hide it in front of Song Sharon and nodded her head. Yes, better luck. Just getting started. The path of cultivation can't be measured by a word of luck. You're talented, but it's much better than the old man was back in my day. Song Sharon looked at Su Hong, a few moments of envy surfacing in his eyes. When the old man first came into contact with immortal cultivation, it took him a full 3 months to. Only then did you finish drawing chi into your body, and it only took you 3 days. This talent, it really makes the old man envious of me. Song Sharon certainly envied Su Hong. Su Hong was able to draw chi into his body for 3 days, and his cultivation speed after that would be just as rapid. And Su Hong is still much younger than him. Her future is bound to be unlimited. Su Hong smiled and shook her head. Elder Song is joking. I'm just lucky. If it wasn't for Elder Song bringing in the introductory, I'm only afraid that I'll be sitting around for the rest of my life, not realizing that there's still this path to cultivating immortality. Song Sharon sniffed, but was non-committal. However, he also didn't think that if it wasn't for himself, Su Hong wouldn't have taken this path. After all, back then, that longevity with Heaven Pill could have been taken out of Su Hong's hands, and he later found out that the life with Heaven Pill that Su Hong had given to, or the most perfect kind, a normal life with Heaven Pill increases life expectancy by up to 5 years, and Su Hong's one had actually added 10 years to his lifespan. That's why, when Song Sharon clearly promised Su Hong that he would just go to the court to calm down the dynasty, but seeing Wang Tai use his hand, he didn't hesitate to expose his identity as an immortal cultivator to help Su Hong quell the big trouble. It's to return this favor to Su Hong, to be able to come up with this kind of divine medicine. Su Hong's identity and background, in Song Sharon's eyes, undoubtedly more and more mysterious. His heart these days, on the identity of Su Hong, there have been many guesses. Maybe it's a clan member of a hidden leisure family who's away on a training trip, or the disciples of those immortal cultivation clans that only exist in legends. In short, there's absolutely no way it's mundane, and in Song Sharon's divination, the future of Su Hong in front of her is also bright. Must be never ordinary generation. For such a person, of course, Song Sharon do not want to offend, but do their best to make friends. Song Sharon slowly said, well, so much for polite conversation. What did Lord Su come to see the old man me for today? Su Hong thought for a moment. Elder Su, I've come today for one public matter and one private matter. The official matter is that I have found out information that the second prince of our strong neighbor, the Golden Kingdom, wants to make a move against my Great Joe, and as a bargaining chip for the next Golden King, and with a conservative estimate that a puppeteer has already infiltrated the imperial capital. This is a matter of life and death for Great Joe. I implore Mr. Su to stop watching from the sidelines and rejoin the court. For Great Joe and for the people, contribute your power once more. Chapter 74, A No Loss Deal. After hearing Su Hong's words, Song Sharon's expression did not change too much. In the expected mold anyway. He nodded. It's about time. 2. Emperor Zhu signed a truce with Jin at that time. It is also to see at which time. My Zhou kingdom is strong and geographically favorable, so it does not dare to go to war. But now that my kingdom of Zhou has been greatly weakened by this spoilage by Wang Taiyu, the Golden Kingdom is bound to be foolish. Song Sharon couldn't help it. He is older and has reached an age where he has greater pursuits in mind. After he began to practice monasticism, his eyes were open to the rise and fall of this dynasty. Has somewhat looked down on it, and if he had made a move, Great Zhou might not have been in such a perilous situation as it is now. Things are bound to be much better. So Song Sharon still had a share of guilt towards Zhou. He nodded. I see. The assassin from the Golden Kingdom. I'll keep an eye out, and if he shows up, I will strike out to kill him as best I can. Many thanks to Elder Song. Su Hong arched his hand. It should. Song Sharon's eyes flickered as he added, when the time comes, if the Golden Kingdom really makes a move against Great Zhou, old man, I won't sit idly by. With these words from Elder Song, I really feel much more at ease in my heart. Su Hong predicted that Song Sharon's cultivation should be above the 5th level of chi refining, a cultivation that, in the mortal dynasty, it was definitely described as a first-class superior immortal existence. If war does break out and Song Sharon is involved in the battlefield, the influence he can bring to the absolutely unrivaled. And Song was a bit of a civilized general who could lead troops into battle back in the day. So Song's help, it was really as if it was a shot in the arm for Long Ruoxi and Zhou. Elder Song looked to Su Hong. The public matter is this matter, but what about the private matter you mentioned? Su Hong hesitated, then said, if it's a private matter, it's about my cultivation. I want to borrow an alchemy furnace capable of making immortal pills from Elder Song. Alchemy furnace? Only then did Elder Song's expression change slightly. What do you want the alchemy furnace for? Could it be that you want to make your own pills? Yes. Since she was one of their own, Su-hong didn't hide it from Elder Song. I just achieved a small success in my alchemy, so I'd like to refine a batch of pills to use in my cultivation. You can really make your own. Song Sharan was also a bit stunned, but then he remembered that Su-hong took out the life with heaven pill without blinking his eyes last time, although at that time, he didn't believe that the elixir was refined by Su-hong. After all, Su-hong didn't even have a cultivation level at that time. But now, he gradually felt that Su-hong might have come from a certain immortal cultivation family that specialized in alchemy, or the clan, which was able to hold the life with heaven pill in their hands and still learn the art of alchemy. Although Song Sharan knew a little bit about alchemy himself, but his ancient texts, which he had obtained purely by a few desperate attempts, and his own figuring out of the, definitely not as powerful as the alchemy of the alchemy family that had become a system behind them. Song Sharan's eyes flickered and hesitated. Dan Furnace, I do have it. However, I have one condition. Elder Song, please speak. Su-hong nodded. I can lend you my cauldron, but you have to help me refine pills for it. Song Sharan said and added. Of course, the medicinal materials and formula for alchemy. I will provide. Don't worry about that. I'll help you make pills? Upon hearing this, Su-hong frowned slightly. God knows what kind of elixir this Song Sharan is trying to concoct. Originally, Su-hong didn't have enough time, and she had to take care of Great Joe, as well as cultivate and refine pills at the same time. If he also had to spare some of his time to refine pills for this old man, Su-hong would have even less time. Song Sharan only provided an alchemy furnace. How do you think is your own loss? Pure and simple, taking advantage of yourself. Su-hong thought about it. This Dan furnace he had to need again, and so it was instantly said. Elder Song, you want me to work for you as a free laborer for one of your Dan furnaces, or to lend it to me? Isn't that a bit of an overthinking? I can help you make pills, but I also have a request. Every time you make a pill, 2 medicinal herbs must be provided. One for your alchemy and the other for me. Su-hong was definitely not willing to suffer. If I borrow a furnace, I'll have to make pills for someone else. It's too bad, but if you can get a copy of the same herbs every time, then the deal is pretty good. Song Sharan froze at his words, then shook his head and laughed. You're a kid who really refuses to suffer at all. Good. As long as the weight of the pills you refine is sufficient, then I can give you an extra portion of herbs. Deal. Su-hong nodded and agreed readily. This would also save him from having to find the herbs himself, and the herbs would have a source. Without saying a word, Song Sharan called the Taoist boy and went to fetch the Dan furnace for Su-hong. A half-man tall Dan furnace appeared in front of Su-hong. The heavy look of it really weighs a lot. This is an intermediate yellow-ranked Dan furnace. In the world, it's already considered very rare. As long as you don't refine Xian rank pills, it's definitely all enough. Elder Song said slowly. Su-hong jumped off that bamboo and picked up the Dan furnace, although it was very heavy. But Su-hong's arm strength was naturally easy. Taking a look around, Su-hong nodded in satisfaction. A Dan furnace like this is more than enough. With the 2 matters settled, Su-hong planned to take her leave. Elder Song, since the Dan furnace is in hand, I won't disturb your purification. Farewell. Aha. Song Sharan nodded, still standing on top of the bamboo, gazing into the corner of the sky. Su-hong arched his hand and bowed slightly to Song Sharan before turning to leave the mansion. This time of year, the wind picked up, rustling the bamboo in Song Sharan's backyard. That one bamboo, moving with the wind. Feel free to rock out. Song Sharan gazed into the distance, as if he saw the huge imperial city not far away, and muttered under his breath. The wind is picking up. I also wonder where this Great Joe, in the midst of this storm, will end up. After Su-hong went out, she put the Dan furnace into the system space. I have to say, this feature of the system space is quite convenient, somewhat similar to the function of a storage bag, and it's a little more loaded. In comparison, walking out of the Song residence, Su-hong came to the garden. It was discovered that Song Xian had been called away by an underling earlier and hadn't returned until now. Su-hong thought, should she wait for her to come back and say hello herself before leaving? But at this time, a maid bravely walked over and owed Su-hong a slight bow. Lord Su, what's wrong? Su-hong asked with some confusion. The maid said with a few moments of eagerness on her face. I know, slave girl, that this matter should not have been spoken of in front of your lordship, but my lady is in the front yard, being pestered by young Master Wu of the old duke's family. The young master of the Wu family is proposing marriage to my lady today with an 8-carrying sedan chair, and he even said that if my lady doesn't say yes, he won't leave today. Say anything to force my young master to marry him. Oh, There is such a thing? When Su Hong heard this, she frowned. This Song Zian was his system-bound-in-law, a target to be raided. Then, in Su Hong's opinion, it was already his future woman. He didn't expect that in this acreage of Great Zhou, someone would actually dare to hit on his woman's idea? It's so anticlimactic. Su Hong's face immediately sank as he waved his hand. Take me over there. Yes. The maid nodded and immediately led Su Hong straight to the front yard. Chapter 75, Dandy Young Man. Su Hong followed daughter Su, after rounding a few corners and passing through several large mansions, before arriving at the main hall. As soon as he arrived, he looked outside the main hall, which was filled with all kinds of gifts. What gold and silver jewelry, antiques and paintings, damask and silk, everything. It was almost too much to pile up in the main hall. Su Hong staggered. So powerful. It seems that this young master of the old duke's family is a landlord. Outside the main hall, there stood two black-clothed guards with grim faces, and their strength looked quite impressive. And inside the main hall, a young man with a straight figure and a proud face was pulling Song Zian aside and one said something. Song Zian's face was filled with boredom, as if she wanted to get rid of it, but the man kept pestering her. Totally didn't want Song Zian to go. Zian, I don't think I need to prove anything about my true feelings for you. Wu Langcheng, the second grandson of the old duke's family, stared at Song Zian with his coveted gaze dead on. The line of sight would especially linger heavily on the smudge of arrogance on Song Zian's chest, while speaking in a haughty and overbearing tone. Song Zian, in this huge Great Zhou, who else is good enough for you? Only I. Wu Langcheng, you're lucky to be in my sights. You've got family and status. I advise you not to show your womanly reserve in front of this young man, and agree to this young man before it's too late. Hearing such arrogant and shameless words from Wu Langcheng, Song Zian was drunk. Song Zian said with a look of impatience, barely maintaining a still gentle tone. Mr. Wu, I think I've told you many times that it's impossible for me to be with you. I don't like you. There's no way I'm marrying you. Don't like me? Ha ha. At Song Zian's words, Wu Langcheng didn't get angry, but instead laughed out loud. He stared at Song Zian with a smug and arrogant expression, his tone arrogant to the extreme. Song Zian, it seems like you're the one who didn't understand one thing. The woman I, Wu Langcheng, have my eye on, it doesn't matter if she likes me or not. The important thing is, as long as this young man likes it, in this great imperial capital, there is nothing that this young man has set his eyes on that has not yet gotten away, and that includes you, Song Zian. Today, it is also for the sake of old Song's face that this young man has brought along many bride price gifts, and has come to the door to propose marriage. Don't you give your face away, before this young man gets angry. Take this young man's sedan chair and go back with me. Wu Langcheng's arrogant and extreme words had undoubtedly angered Song Zian completely. She had never seen a man who could be this shameless and vulgar and not realize it. She instantly chided angrily. Wu Langcheng, I'm telling you, even if I were to die, there's no way I'd ever look at scum like you and just die. Do you really think that because you are the grandson of the old Duke of State, this imperial capital will let you be lawless? My Song family, people like you are never welcome. Men, see off the guests. Song Zian thoroughly didn't want to see Wu Langcheng for a second, and immediately waved her hand, giving the order to expel the guests. Fine, Song Zian, it seems like you're giving face. As soon as Wu Langcheng heard this, his forehead suddenly became veined, and he fiercely stepped forward and, suddenly, he grabbed Song Zian's wrist, seemingly wanting to force Song Zian away. What are you doing? Get off me. Song Zian's pretty face was shocked, trying hard to shake Wu Langcheng off. But although Wu Langcheng is a playboy, but high and low is also a man, where could Song Zian be his opponent? Hardly was Wu Langcheng to be yanked out of the front yard. Follow me. In the future, you are my Wu Langcheng's woman. Ha ha. Wu Langcheng laughed openly. Stop. A cold shout suddenly came in from outside. Then a figure was seen rushing in. With one hand, Song Zian snatched Song Zian from Wu Langcheng's hands. It happened in the blink of an eye. The other guy was too fast. Wu Langcheng barely even reacted before Song Zian was out of his hands. Mr. Su. When Song Zian saw Su Hong, her pretty face instantly revealed surprise. She thought that Su Hong had gone to meet her grandfather and wouldn't come out at all in a short time. But I didn't expect that Su Hong would actually be able to arrive in time when his side was being bullied. The one who came in at the moment was naturally Su Hong, who was outside and had wanted to see what was going on first. But seeing that Wu Langcheng was actually trying to forcefully capture someone, of course he couldn't sit still and immediately rushed in to protect Song Zian. Su Hong asked with a concerned face, Ms. Song, is everything okay? I'm fine, Mr. Su, thank you. Song Zian looked at Su Hong with a touched expression. Ding! Your in-law Song Zian's favorability +10. Current favorability 52. You've got a good feeling about it? Good. Su Hong was satisfied. Who the are you? Wu Langqing swept his eyes at Su Hong, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance, and he opened his mouth to curse. Where did the dog come from that dares to get in my way? Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll have your head on the ground in minutes, believe it or not. Seeing Wu Langqing this arrogant, Su Hong frowned. He remembered that the maid said that this so-called Duke Wu was from the old Duke's family, to be able to raise such a wild and ignorant playboy young master. It seems that this Duke of Wu, it's not a good thing. Su Hong sneered. Well, I'd like to see how you can make me land on my head. Dog, I think you're looking for death. Wu Langqing waved his hand. Someone, waste this guy for me. Go ahead and fight. It's on me. Wu Langqing had an arrogant face. The two vicious dogs that followed him behind him did not hesitate for a moment to. Directly towards Su Hong, he charged violently. How dare you make a move? How dare you? Su Hong's gaze chilled as he waved his large hand, and his majestic internal force directly rushed out, dragon subduing 18 palms, the divine power that Su Hong had just drawn from the lottery. She decided to use it on these little caramels. Boom boom, accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar, a ferocious and incomparable dragon, rising directly into the air. It slammed hard on the two traitors brought by Wu Langqing. Pust. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from the mouths of the two traitors, and their bodies flew directly backwards out of the room. All of them were sticking to the sides of this Wu Langqing's body and flew out fiercely, falling heavily to the ground. Wu Langqing's expression froze. That's not possible. These two bodyguards, but the bodyguards that Grandpa had specially found for him, could be first-class level experts. But in front of this inconspicuous cargo in front of him, he actually couldn't even carry a single move? Su Hong's gaze chilled as he slowly stepped forward. Wu Langqing panicked a bit. What are you doing? You don't come over. My grandfather is an old state minister. You dare to fool around. You're dead. Ha! Since you mentioned your grandfather, then today, let your grandfather lead the way, or you won't get out of here. After Su Hong finished speaking, she fiercely reached out and grabbed Wu Langqing's neck with one hand. Dragging it, he headed out of the song house. Chapter 76, Fight or Be Defeated. Su Hong didn't want to waste time with this kind of dude at all. Grabbing Wu Langqing's neck fiercely, as if lifting a small chicken, it easily lifted his entire body. Wu Langqing struggled desperately, trying to break free, but a goods who had been emptied of his body by wine and sex. And how could you possibly break free from Su Hong? Seeing that he couldn't break free, Wu Langqing cursed at Su Hong in annoyance. Little brat, I advise you to be sensible and let go of me at once. Otherwise, when my young man's men come, I'll make sure your head falls to the ground. Pop. Su Hong went up and hit her with a mouth. With great force, it directly swelled one side of Wu Langqing's face. Su Hong coldly said, when it comes down to it, you still dare to clamor like that. You really aren't afraid of death. Hey, those two dogs, go back and inform your master. Let's just say that Su Hong, the vice commander of the advancement army, captured his own grandson and told him to personally kowtow and make amends, or else, his grandson's life. I'll take it. Hearing Su Hong declare herself, the two bodyguards were first stunned, then cold sweat came down. Su Hong, isn't this the biggest redneck beside the emperor now that he helped his majesty retain his throne? Good lord, the young master of his own family had really died a good death this time, and had even messed with this master. Then isn't this the end of the list? The two bodyguards looked at each other and immediately stood up one after another, and without saying a word, they immediately performed a lightweight, ran away from Song's house. They have to hurry and inform their master, or else Wu Langqing will be captured by a ruthless person like Su Hong. It's 100% screwed. Oh, you're Su Hong? Damn it, you're nothing but a traitor in front of that trashy Empress Longrowashi. Dare to touch this young master. Sooner or later you will die. Wu Langqing obviously didn't know what it meant to be in pain. After being slapped by Su Hong, she actually had a hardened mouth and broke into tears. I have to say, although you're a scum, your bones are quite hard. Su Hong also felt that this dude who was not afraid of pain and not afraid of being punched was really the first time he had seen it. But that's okay, once doesn't hurt twice, twice doesn't hurt 3 times. Until you shut up about the pain. Snap! Su Hong swung up again and slapped Wu Langqing's other face. The other side of Wu Langqing's face immediately swelled up high as well. This one is now symmetrical. Ow! Wu Langqing screamed out in pain and misery, but his mouth was already unforgiving. Dog! How dare you hit this young man? This young man must want you dead. Want you dead. Snap! Before Wu Langqing could finish his sentence, Su Hong slapped him again. This time, directly both sides or each a slap. The pain Wu Langqing mouth screamed miserably. His body was sweating even more and tears were falling from his eyes from the pain. It hurts. It hurts. Don't. Stop hitting. Grass. It hurts. You know it hurts. So shut up. Su Hong swept a gloomy glance at Wu Langcheng, and only then did Wu Langcheng finally not dare to spout with his mouth full. He glared at Su Hong sinisterly, his heart filled with malice. Wait for it. Wait for my grandfather. I'll pay you back 100, 1,000, 10,000 times over for what you did to me. Master wants you dead. Go! Su Hong dragged Wu Langcheng and went straight to her mansion. He had put the word out for the boy's grandfather to come and collect the man himself. Lord Wu will surely bring someone here. When Su Hong carried Wu Langcheng back, she also deliberately did not avoid the downtown area, deliberately dragging Wu Langcheng, whose face had swollen into a pig's head on both sides, back step by step. Passers-by looked at it and were all alarmed. My God, isn't that the eldest young man of Lord Wu's family? What kind of person eats the guts of a bear and dares to do this to him? I don't know. This youngster seems to be just a small guard. How dare he treat young Wu? TSK, the youngster is still too rash. Offended Wu Xiao, then there is still good? I reckon. This kid will disappear from the imperial capital in 3 days at the most. No, 2 days. The people passing by all looked at Su Hong with horrified faces. They all looked at Su Hong with expressions as if they were looking at a dead person. It is no wonder that this is so. After all, the power of the Duke of Wu in the imperial capital was once almost second only to that of Wang Taiyu. However, this man did not show his support when Wang Taiyun tried to rebel, which led to Long Ruoshi's great purge intact and preserved. As soon as Wang Taiyu fell in the imperial capital, except for the Empress Long Ruoshi, the person who could press on the Wu family's head, there was almost nothing left, and the Wu family's power, which could be said to be rising, was skyrocketing day by day. That's why, as a matter of fact, Wu Langcheng, the grandson of the Duke of Wu, to actually dare to run to the Three Dynasties old Song Lao's house to rob Song Zian, obviously is to think that the Wu family is now a dominant family. The Song family is scarce male, has not been able to do. That's why he dared to be so reckless. If you offend the Wu family, you definitely won't be able to make it in the imperial capital. All the people would feel that Su Hong was going to be completely unlucky when they saw this scene, but Su Hong's expression was calm the whole time, just waving and dragging Wu Langcheng, all the way from Song Mansion. Strutting, he walked back to his mansion, and the other side, Wu Langcheng's 2 bodyguards, with all their injuries, also rushed back to the Wu family to inform them at fire speed. That Wu Guogong, who was already almost 80 this year, was sitting in the hall, sipping tea. 2 black-clad bodyguards then rushed in and fell to their knees as soon as they could. Master, something big is wrong. Wu Guogong frowned, put down his teacup, and swept his gaze at the 2 bodyguards. The voice was tinged with a huff. Old husband Hall State Duke, what can be in front of old husband? Big deal, being in such a hurry, and what a scandal. Wu Guogong was a bit annoyed, since the failure of Wang Taiyu's rebellion and its end. Except for Song Sharon, who doesn't care about anything, regardless of the court, or the imperial capital outside the court. It was their Wu family that had the most power. Wu Guogong to this, the mood is naturally great. After all, the status, power, all because of the downfall of the Wangtai land and the impending dominance of one family. Anyone else would surely be pleased. Moreover, Wu Guogong is a man who is good at holding back, and knows best how to think of danger in times of peace when he is in a high position of power. Precautionary, which is why so many people in the court stood up to Wang Taiyu, but he never took a stand. It was precisely because of this that when Long Ruoshi carried out the Great Purge, she froze without implicating him in the slightest. Today, his position, his power, are at their peak. As a result, 2 unenlightened subordinates rushed in, making it look like the sky is falling. Wu Guogong naturally dissatisfied. Say, what the hell? Wu Guogong stared at the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards immediately felt pressurized, and one of them, with a stuttering voice, was trembling. He said to the Duke of Wu, "Old master, something has happened." The second young master, he, went to the Song family this morning with the bride price to propose marriage to the Song family's Miss Song Zian, but by coincidence, we have provoked Lord Su, the imperial guard who is also in Song's house, and now the second young master has been captured by that Lord Su, and Lord Su has even put out the word that he wants you, master, personally go over and make amends before you're willing to release them. Chapter 77, The 2 Eunuchs of the Wu Family. What? Hearing the words of the 2 bodyguards, that Wu Guogong was also stunned, and then he was just about to break out in curses. A royal guard who dares to mess with him. Lord Wu, got a heart attack? But soon, he reacted and asked with a quick glare, wait, you guys, the imperial guard, Lord Su, which Lord Su is it? Wu Guogong's heart tightened and a cold sweat came down his back. This Lord Su, he can't be the one he thinks he is, right? One of the bodyguards hesitated and hurriedly said, This Lord Su. It's the same Su Hong who was just appointed by His Majesty as the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army a few days ago. Lord Su. What? Su Hong? When the Duke of Wu heard this name, his expression instantly froze completely on his face. How could a person of Wu Guogong's status not know Su Hong's great name? Su Hong. It can be said that he was the one who single-handedly toppled Wang Taiyu, superb in strength and great in strategy. It is said that in the first place, in only 3 days, just get rid of all the traitors that Wang Taiyun had planted in the palace. That's what led Wang Tai to use later, not knowing the information about Song Lao's exit, recklessly forced the palace ahead of schedule. It eventually led to its own debacle. Su Hong had made this kind of headway, and was now completely a red herring beside Long Ruoshi, and it is rumored that Long Ruoshi has a fondness for this person that goes beyond that of an ordinary minister. According to some rumors in the palace, it was said that this Su Hong also spent one night with Long Ruoshi. The second piece of information, of course, is of questionable veracity, but what is certain is that Su Hong has to have an identity, and is already the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army. Control 10,000 Forbidden Troops, to status as the most valued person beside Long Ruoshi, and own strength, almost close to the Earth Immortal. This kind of new rising show, Wu Guogong had thought that even if not make friends, but also cannot be offended. But how was he to know that that little brat of his family was so capable of getting into trouble? It's only been a few days, just ran straight to kicking the can down the road. However, although Su Hong was now in a position of importance in the palace, what the other party had said, not too wild. He actually wanted his own dignitary, the Duke of the State, to personally come to the door to make amends. He's just not taking himself seriously. The Duke of Wu's face clouded over. This Su Hong? Really? Yes. The two bodyguards nodded. So, Master, are you going? Or not? That Lord Su is ruthless. If the young master is not ransomed before I'm afraid the young master will suffer greatly at his hands. Joke. The Duke of Wu's face turned cold. He's just a mere vice-commander of the Forbidden Army, and he dares to ask my lord to personally come to the door to apologize for his sins? Is he worthy of that? I think this brat just got His Majesty's favor and doesn't know his own last name anymore. That's why you dare to be so wild. And this little rabbit thief, Wu Langcheng, can really cause trouble for Lao Fu? This time, it's good to let him suffer a little and learn a lesson. The two bodyguards were a bit confused at that. So, what does his lordship mean? Is the second young master to be left there, unattended? Stupid. How is that possible? Wu Guogong cursed. Go, notify the eldest young master to bring someone and go to this Lord Su's residence to demand someone. With Yuchan's skills, he knows what to do and what not to do. To go, it was definitely impossible for the Duke of Wu to go in person. Otherwise, if word gets out that a small commander of the Forbidden Army has sent him to the State Duke with a word, he'll go. How can he show his face from now on? But he, the Wu family, in addition to the foppish second young master Wu Langqing, of course, there is also a talented man of the world, the youngest member of the Wu family, Wu Yu. Wu Yu grew up being brought up by the Duke of Wu himself. No matter the submissiveness, the talent, the intellect, all of them are of the upper class of their age. He is also the chosen successor of Lord Wu. The Duke of Wu himself will never be able to go, or he will not be able to hang on to his face, but it's impossible to ignore his second grandson, so he let Wu Yu, the great talent of the Wu family, go and, it's more or less giving Su Hong some face. Understood, Master. Both bodyguards nodded and turned to leave. Oh, remember to bring a few more experts over, Wu Guigong commanded. I heard that this Su is a first-rate expert. It's also said that he was able to kill Wang Taiyun, an earthy mortal, not an ordinary person. Bring more people to protect the Grand Duke, and the Second Duke. Yes. The two bodyguards respectfully arched their hands before retreating. When Wu Guogong saw the bodyguard leave, after a while, he then picked up his tea and, the voice came out slowly to the empty hall in front of him. How about this? This is a perfect opportunity for you. Are you going to go? Strangely enough, there was no one else in the hall but the Duke of Wu himself. It was not clear to whom Lord Wu was speaking. In the darkness, however, there suddenly appeared a man covered with a black coat. His voice was raspy and sounded so awkward that it didn't seem human. There's no rush. I'm not in a hurry to make a move right now. If I just kill Su Hong alone, it's not enough. However, this time when your Grand Duke goes forward, I will secretly follow. And if things don't go right, I will step in and save your two gentlemen's lives. That's good. The Duke of Wu nodded, and then he turned his head to look at the bizarre black-robed man. A few moments of urgency suddenly appeared on his face as he said, but I'm risking my head this time to help you, and I hope that when the time comes, you're going to make good on the promise you made me. That's natural, the man in black slowly said. This isn't the first time you and I have dealt with each other. You should know who I am. Wu Guigong bristled. It's knowing too much about you, old boy, that worries me. Well, I'm not going to rave with you here. I'm going to go and I'll be right back. That black-robed man stopped talking and with a flash of his body, he directly swept out of the hall and rushed out of the Wu clan. The Duke of Wu looked at the back of this man in black, his eyes flickering. Let's hope the old boy is telling the truth. This time, I have put my body and life on the line, and in case of failure, what happens to that? But Wu Guigong thought about it. With the current situation of Great Zhou's national power, the possibility of the plan going wrong was simply minimal. He picked up his tea and took a sip, sitting in his chair, calmly waiting for his oldest grandson to return with news. The other side, Su Mansion. After all, Su Hong has now become the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, and is still the emperor's side of the Red Man. This originally cold and quiet Su Mansion was now also a gateway to the city, becoming a place frequented by quite a few powerful people in the imperial capital. Now, when all the troubles are over, when the composition of the court's power is reshuffled, at this time, if one could stand firm, it would naturally be of great benefit to the future. Naturally, there was no way for them to directly go and kiss Long Ruoshi's ass, so they ran to curry favor with Su Hong. But today, Su Hong dragged Wu Langcheng, the second youngest member of the Duke of Wu's family, back in a big way. Many of the officials who were waiting here to kiss Su Hong's ass were all dumbfounded one by one. They had rubbed their eyes, aghast. I'm not mistaken. The one Lord Su is carrying in his hand, beaten beyond recognition, is the second youngest member of the Duke of Wu's family, Wu Langqing. Chapter 78, the Grand Duke of the Wu family. Su Hong dragged the bruised and swollen Wu Langqing back with a big swing, but the officials who gathered in front of Su's house, ready to get close, were scared to death. That's the son of the Duke of Wu's family? The second son of Duke Wu has committed a crime? Offense? Don't you know this second Prince Wu? He's a devil in the making. Relying on the power of the Wu family, they've done a lot of bullying on weekdays. I'm only afraid that this time I've offended Lord Su. But doesn't this Lord Su give the Duke of Wu any face? He's just going to sneak back here. Wouldn't the Duke of Wu be furious if he knew? Now that Lord Su is a red man by his majesty's side, he may not be afraid of you, Lord Wu, but it does feel wrong to be so arrogant and unforgiving and to take things so far. Indeed, it's definitely better to have multiple enemies than multiple friends. Those officials were talking and pointing. Su Hong had come to the door by this time. What is the business of gathering here, my lords? Su Hong asked with a smirk. Nothing, nothing. Originally, I wanted to find Lord Su to climb and talk, but looking at Lord Su, this looks like he still has things to deal with. Then we'll take our leave. Oh, Lord Su, the delivery has been given to your house guests. Use it well. Use it well. These court officials are naturally wallflowers. Before, because Su Hong was a redhead, she came to flatter specially. Now that he saw that Su Hong had provoked the Duke of Wu, that attitude was naturally much colder. But Su Hong didn't care. These wallflowers are mostly Long Ruoshi's newly promoted officials. It's normal to have unstable roots in the court and desperately need to find a stable backer. Then I won't see you all off, my lords. Su Hong waved his hand and sent the group of officials away before dragging Wu Langqing back to the Su mansion. You little bastard. Why don't you let this young man go? When this young grandpa comes, beware of lifting this little mansion of yours for you. Wu Langqing's face turned red. It's too embarrassing to be seen in this sorry state by so many court ministers. And it's too embarrassing to spread the word. How can one still mix in the Great Zhou Empire? Snap. Without a second thought, Su Hong went up with another slap, punching Wu Langqing to the point of wailing. Su Hong skimmed her lips. You said you might get a few less beatings if you were honest. You're really not afraid of pain now, are you? After Su Hong finished speaking, she raised her slaps to both sides of Wu Langqing's face. The beating Wu Langqing pain issued a pig-like scream, tears and snot down together. It looked as bad as it was going to get. How dare you howl? Su Hong asked with a smirk. Don't dare. Don't dare. Wu Langqing's tears were down. He's going crazy. He doesn't understand. This empire. How could there be a greasy lunatic like Su Hong? He's really not afraid of his grandfather, is he? Su Hong casually dumped Wu Langqing on the ground, then had her subordinates find a few pieces of twine. Afterwards it was tied to a post. Well, let's see if your grandfather comes to pick you up. If you don't come, you'll be in deep. Su Hong stared at Wu Langqing with a heated sneer. Your mom's. Wu Langqing hatefully waited for Su Hong. His mouth did not dare to curse, but could only curse in his heart. Su Hong told her subordinate to bring a bowl of fried rice and sat down to eat it. A bowl of rice finished, that Wu Guigong also did not come to the movement. Su Hong then got up and went to the martial arts training room to put down the yellow-ranked Dan furnace that Elder Song had borrowed. He knocked on the wall of the Dan furnace, which produced a clanging sound, and looked inside again. This Dan furnace is honestly a bit subpar, but right now, this is all I can get. It should be enough for refining the most basic chi refining Dan. Chi refining pills were pills used in the chi refining stage, and had the effect of increasing the effectiveness of spiritual energy to run through the circumference of the sky. Simply put, it is to enhance some of the speed of chi refining stage cultivation. In terms of medicinal herbs, Su Hong had already taken some from the boy's side when she came out of the Song family. That boy probably gave 4 groups, and the refining was 4 furnaces. Song Shoren wants 2 furnaces, and the remaining 2 furnaces are the ones that go to Su Hong. The fire used for alchemy, however, is a delicate one, although one can also use mortal fire. However, the effect is lower and the probability of becoming an elixir is greatly reduced. Su Hong thought for a moment. There was no hurry to refine pills now. He should raise his cultivation to the first level of chi refining as soon as possible. This allows you to cast the spell Fireball. When the time came, using the spirit fire of the Fireball technique to refine pills should be enough. Su Hong sat down cross-legged in the practicing room and began to move the circumference. Reiki continued to converge towards him from the air. As Su Hong operated his little Xiangong, a little bit of blue crystal aura, visible to the naked eye, entered his body, looking rather subtle. Su Hong's cultivation level was very low now, and she had just induced chi into her body and was running for 1 week. It would take most of the day. The amount of aura absorbed, too, was relatively small, but Su Hong was in no hurry. There was plenty of time for him. Without realizing it, several hours passed. A small half of Su Hong's circumference was running. The respectful voice of the house servant came from outside. Master, the Wu family is here. Oh, Su Hong opened her eyes. The Wu family's Wu Guogong really came? The one who came is not the Duke of Wu, but the youngest master of the Wu family, young Master Wu Yu. Wu Wu. Su Hong frowned. He seemed to have heard of this person's name, saying that he was some kind of imperial capital's #1 talent? Talent, intellect, and even martial arts are all tops among tops, and are first-class talents. Almost the complete opposite of this dude Wu Langqing that he had captured. But, Su Hong words put out, must be Wu Guigong personally come, otherwise, will never be released. Su Hong's voice was cold. No, go and tell him that he won't see anyone unless his grandfather comes himself. It's useless for anyone to come. Su Hong doesn't give a damn. In his opinion, it was just an old man who was leaning on his old man. Nor do they deserve to be given FaceTime. The underling was obviously a little scared, but the Lord had said so he had to walk out. That, young Master Wu, our master said, unless we let your grandfather come to claim the person, it is useless for anyone to come. The Su mansion's domestic servant said truthfully to Wu Yu, who had already arrived at the door. What? That in white, holding a folding fan, with a fair and delicate face. The whole person looks handsome and extraordinary. Man has not yet spoken, but the 2 black-clad bodyguards behind him could no longer sit still and angrily rebuked. This Su Hong is nothing more than an imperial guard. Isn't he just one of His Majesty's dogs? How dare you be so arrogant? My lord, don't pay any attention to them, let's just fight our way in and save the second prince. Saying that, another black-clothed bodyguard directly stepped forward and grabbed Su Hong's domestic servant's collar. Little brother, if you don't want to suffer, open the door for me. The house servant was terrified. After all, in front of him was the son and fighter of the Duke of Wu's family. No, my lord said. You still your master? The bouncer's eyes glared, his fist already disliking the house servant's face as he growled lowly and chided. If you don't open the door, believe it or not I'll kill you? Chapter 79, The New In-Laws. Eyes on the bouncer with a fist about to land. The handsome white-clothed male in the back flung his folding fan and slowly said, Stop, what did I tell you on the way here? We came here today to sit down and talk. The one who makes amends with others is not here to make trouble. Have you forgotten that? As soon as Wu Shu spoke, the 2 bodyguards' faces stiffened. One of the bodyguards said rather unconvincingly, Gongzi, it's clearly them. Wu Shui didn't say anything. He just glared at the bodyguard, who trembled and immediately let go of Su Hong's domestic servant. Got it, male. After that, as if 2 dogs being reprimanded by their masters, they retreated behind Wu Yu. Wu Xie cut the 2 of them off before he walked forward and arched his hand at the house servant. I'm sorry, just now it was my subordinate's recklessness. Please go in and inform again. Just say that Wu War is here. Not for his own brother. Just heard that Lord Su was famous in the imperial capital, and even personally suppressed the rebel Wan Taizhong. Wu Yu has admired Lord Su for a long time, so he came here specifically to try to meet Lord Su in style. This Well then, seeing Wu Yu so gentle and courteous, that house servant's fear eased a bit. Nodded. Eldest Duke Wu, I can inform you for you, but does my master listen to you? I can't guarantee it. It's okay. Wu Yao smiled slightly. Just tell your master what I told you. Yes, sir, please wait. The house servant nodded and turned back at once. The two bodyguards were full of confusion. Is my own son crazy? This Su Hong obviously doesn't take them seriously. She won't even let them in. Why are you still begging nicely? You have to know that they're Wu family. But now in the Great Zhou, the #1 power family, even if this Su Hong, who is deeply favored by His Majesty, is not so afraid? But the two bodyguards didn't dare to say more, because they all knew the temper of this Grand Duke, who appeared to be as gentle as jade, but if they dared to question him, speaking against his idea will surely move him to anger. There's always been a saying among the underlings of the Wu family. It's that you'd rather dare to disrespect the old man 200 times than mess with the boss for a single point. It was said that even if the second duke messed with him 100 times, it would not be as terrifying as messing with the first duke. Wu Shui. For 1 point, the two bodyguards only dared to stand back and watch honestly, not daring to speak. On Su Hong's side, she was sitting in the practice room in seclusion. Suddenly the system went off. Ding! Detected a new in-law. Wu Xinchuan. Binding in progress, binding successful. The current new in-law, Wu Xinqian, has a favorability of 20. Please raise your favorability as soon as possible. Receive subsequent rewards. Ha! Hearing the system prompt, Su Hong stopped running the circumference and was somewhat confused. Who is this Wu Xinyu? There's a guy like that in the Imperial City? It's inexplicably bound. And you can't even find the person yourself. This system has been binding in-laws lately, and the difficulty feels like it's getting greater with each one. In the past, they were bound to all sorts of great people of honorable birth. What with the Empress, the county princess, the Miss Magnificent. Now it's a good thing you're directly bound to one you don't even recognize. Where's he going to get his favor? Taking a deep breath, there was a bit of nothing to do but take a step forward. Tomorrow, I'll order a few people to help me look around the empire. At this time, the voices of the underlings outside came in again. Master, that Wu family's eldest son is not willing to go, insisting on seeing you. And he also said that he did not come this time for the purpose of advancing the second son of the Wu family. It's just because I admire the Lord and want to meet him. Oh, hearing these words, Su Hong was a bit surprised. He thought about that Grand Duke Wu hearing his eviction order and either barging in angrily and either walk away in anger, or in general, definitely act offended. But I really didn't expect that the other party had actually gone soft and said these words. This couldn't help but make Su Hong think a few points higher of this Wu Yu. To be able to have this kind of temperament is definitely not an ordinary small person. At the very least, it's at least 156 times better than that no-good brother of his. Hey, Wu Wu, this big son of the Wu family is called Wu Wu. The new in-law I just bound is named Wu Xinchuan. Can it be that they are family and this Wu Xuan has a little sister? Su Hong thought about it. Just as well, even if it was to find this new in-law, he had to meet this Wu Yu before he said anything. Okay, let him in. But no one else, except him, can enter. Su Hong faintly said. Yes. The subordinate nodded and immediately turned to go out, conveying Su Hong's meaning. Soon, the house servant stood in front of Wu Yao and nodded. Grand Duke Wu, my master invites you in, but only you can go in alone. These two. No. The house servant glanced at the two bodyguards. What? Those two bodyguards immediately became angry at the words, and one of them angrily rebuked. You won't let us in? What if our son is in danger? I tell you, as long as our male goes in, we must go in. The two bodyguards said they were about to barge inside, and the house slave panicked a little at once. Stop! Wu Yu's gaze was slightly cold as he turned his head to look at the two bodyguards, and within his gaze, there was an incomparable chill. With just this glance, those two bodyguards immediately fell into an ice cave and stood still, not daring to move a muscle. You guys stay right here until I come out, Wu Shui said indifferently. It's. The two bodyguards had cold sweat running down their backs. The eldest young master was indeed too scary. Just one look scared them enough. So the two stood still, not daring to act. And after reprimanding his men, Wu Shui returned to that warm expression and said to Su Hong's family slaves, please lead the way. Oh, okay. The house slave was also a bit surprised. This Duke of the Wu family, the #1 talent in the imperial capital, was indeed a bit unbelievably nice to talk to. In a daze, he nodded, which led Wu Yu into the Su residence. Your Excellency, this way please. Leaving two bodyguards outside, the gate of Su residence was then reclosed. After entering Su's residence, Wu Shui's expression looked very new to him. Passing by every inch of the Su mansion, he had to take a closer look. Logically speaking, what luxurious mansion had he not seen before as a powerful young man born into the Wu family? Like the Su mansion. A mansion that Long Ruoshi casually bestowed on Su Hong. Compared to his Wu family's mansion, it could almost be considered a toilet. But Wu Wu was just looking here and there, touching, and in his gaze, there was a deeply hidden excitement through it. That Su Hong family's house slave was also somewhat speechless. I thought to myself, is this great young man sick? This mansion may be nice, but it's not as nice as your Wu family mansion, right? As for taking 2 steps like that, like you're seeing something awesome? However, the house slave didn't dare to rush, so he can only slow down his pace and wait for Wu Yu. As a result, from the door of the Su residence to Su Hong's practice room, a total of less than 100 or 200 meters away, it took a quarter of an hour of hard walking with Wu Yao to get there. Chapter 80. Originally a daughter's body. Grand Duke Wu, my master is practicing inside. I've been briefed, so go in yourself. The house slave bowed slightly to Wu Yu, turned around and left. Yes. Wu Yu smiled and nodded, then turned to look at the cultivation room where Su Hong was practicing. Within those clear gazes, a few moments of something akin to mesmerization, or perhaps excitement, were revealed. Is this the place where that one cultivates? Not bad. It looks ordinary, but on closer inspection, it's small and delicate, and as the saying goes, big coincidence, minimal rhyme, that one's vision is really good. Wu Shui's demeanor didn't look like he was here to negotiate at all. Instead, it's kind of like meeting someone you've wanted to see for a long time, with great admiration, respect for the great man in general. Looking at the cultivation room in front of him, Wu Shui breathed a little sharply, and after taking a few deep breaths, after calming down, he then slowly stepped forward and stood outside the door, respectfully bending over as his voice carried into the cultivation room. At home, the eldest son of the Wu family, Wu Yu, has come to meet with Lord Su. I wonder if your excellency could make it easier. Su Hong was also a bit surprised when he heard such a respectful voice from inside. Even wondered if I had heard wrong. Who is this? Is this that big young man of the Wu family? Wu Yu? Isn't this guy here to look for trouble? This tone, why is he like a little brother meeting his big brother? Su Hong was a bit surprised. He didn't let his guard down, though, because he could probably tell that this Wu Yao that. I'm just afraid that it's the kind of person who can bend and bend, who is introverted and unassuming. I'm afraid that the other party is being polite now, just being polite first, and if we have a bad talk later on, not necessarily without flipping you off, but put in. Su Hong cannot be here and suddenly disappeared people. Not to mention that he also wanted to inquire about who the new in-law was through this Wu Yu whose name was only one word different from his new in-laws. Come in. An indifferent voice came out. Much obliged. Then I'll come in. Hearing Su Hong answer, a few moments of exhilaration appeared on Wu Yu's face. Immediately stepping forward, he slowly pushed open the door of Su Hong's cultivation room and slowly walked in. The door opened wide to reveal a handsome man in a black robe, starry-eyed and sword-browed. He was sitting in the center of the cultivation room, and all over his body, his aura was cold and shocking, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. This is that Su Hong? It's really just as I thought. Unusual in demeanor, handsome and dashing. As soon as he saw Su Hong, Wu Yu's white and flawless handsome face became more and more excited and elated. Even his hands were trembling slightly from excitement. Truly worthy of being an outstanding person who can kill an earthly mortal and save the great Zhou dynasty. Think of my great Zhou. Only this Su Hong in front of me can be called a truly heavenly and earthly good man. As soon as he saw Su Hong, Wu Yu seemed to have admired her for a long time. The whole person was excited, not to mention that in his heart, he had already praised Su Hong to the skies. Wu Su, be calm, don't act so pompous, gotta make a good impression. Wu Shui took a deep breath. He was afraid that he would be too excited to see his idol for the first time. It wouldn't be good to cause any overzealous behavior and lower your idol's first impression of you. My name is Wu Yu. Meet Lord Su. Wu Shui turned to Su Hong and gave a nearly 90-degree arching bow. Mr. Wu, have a seat. Su Hong froze for a moment, but didn't say anything more, instead pointing to a nearby futon, gesturing for Wu Yao to sit down. Thanks a lot. Wu Yu immediately went forward and sat down next to Su Hong, and after sitting down, it also seemed to breathe hard, as if it was intentionally sniffing the odor around Su Hong. Su Hong turned her head to survey this number one talent of the imperial capital. The bones weren't big, they even felt a little thin, not nearly as big as his brother, and the skin is also too white, a proper look of a white boy, but the pair of phoenix eyes it was quite a sight, as if it could speak. This Grand Duke of the Wu family is so different from what I imagined. Was expecting a moralizing hypocrite. Now as far as outward appearance is concerned, it seems to be quite comforting. what is known as a warm and gentle. It seems like it describes people like him. Is this him complimenting me? Ha ha, good. Soo-hong actually praised me. It looks like this is his approval of me. When Woo-shu heard Soo-hong's heartfelt words, his heart was overwhelmed. She was even so happy she was about to jump out of her skin. How could I not have expected that? Having just met, my favorite in-laws would have this to say about themselves? That's right. This Woo-yu in front of me has actually awakened the hearing the heart's voice in-law system, and it also binds the in-laws, Soo-hong. Of course, it wasn't the system spoofing and binding a man to be Soo-hong's wish granter. Rather, it was this so-called Woo family's eldest son, Woo-yu, who was actually originally a daughter. It's just that it's been hidden away for so many years that outsiders don't even know about it. The main reason was that Wu-shui liked to appear as a male, so everyone outside thought she was just a male. And for this situation, the Duke of Wu readily accepted, for the second was not useful. He would have been worried about the successor. Nuoda family property. Cannot give Wu Lengqing this idle punk, right? Otherwise such a big family business will be lost to that little sooner or later. When I think of my eldest granddaughter, who likes to dress up as a man, and outsiders don't even know that she's a daughter. Therefore, he specially renamed Wu Xinshin Wu, called Wu Xian, and was prepared to be cultivated as a key successor. And it's not like Wu Yu likes to dress up as a man. It's not like she has any special personal fetish. It was just because she thought it would be easier and easier to do things by appearing as a man. After all, the feudal dynasty, the patriarchal thinking is still quite heavy. If she's a daughter, there's no way for Wu Yu to learn martial arts and study, even if she's born into a wealthy family. It is inevitable that when you learn these things, you are going to be talked about and inconvenienced in many places. But if one is a man, whether one reads and writes, or practices martial arts and literature, it seems to outsiders that all very unusual things, plus her talent in literature and martial arts, both extremely high, so at a young age, already asked for the name of the first talented man in the imperial capital, and the face is clear, the family is excellent, or how many big families in the imperial capital of the young lady's dream lover, but alas, if those young ladies, young girls were to learn that their heart's desire, Mr. Wu, in fact, being as much of a daughter as they were, there was no telling how many more heartbroken young girls there would be in this imperial capital, and Wu Xinyu was originally a high-minded and proud generation. After all, among her peers, not to mention the women, it was men, and no one was better than her, so she had never put any man of her age in her sights, until Wang Taiyu revolted, and was taken down in one fell swoop by a teenage guard, also in his early 20s, in the palace, and at such a young age, he chased Wang Taiyu to the border, single-handedly killed an earthy mortal expert, and protected the dragon vein of the great Zhou dynasty. This kind of feat was like the proud sun in the sky, deeply attracting Wu Xinshin. Upon learning that the name of this great Zhou's supreme male was Su-hong, Wu Xinyu was almost instantly like a demon, completely infatuated with Su-hong. Chapter 81, Superfans. Since she was a child, Wu Xinyu had never seen a man stronger than herself. But now, out of the blue, one appears to save Great Zhou from the fire and quell the rebellion. A man of outstanding talent naturally attracted her full attention. Wu Xinyu could be said to be the equivalent of an extremely avid fan towards Su-hong. Day and night, he dreamed of meeting this man who was about the same age as himself, but had such absolute strength. In fact, during these days when Su-hong was not at home, Wu Xinyu had secretly disguised herself and, I've come to the Su residence several times to pay a sneaky visit, but not by chance. Su-hong chased after Wang Taiyu a while ago, and after returning to the imperial palace, and to accompany Long Ruoshi and a few other in-laws to brush up on their goodwill, has been very busy, so did not touch the Wu Xinwei encounter. Just when Wu Xinyu thought it would be hard for him to meet Su-hong in person, by chance, that punk of a brother of his, he actually somehow contradicted Su-hong and was held there by Su-hong. This excited Wu Xinshin, and her own grandfather, the Duke of Wu, didn't want to go for the sake of face, so it just so happened that she was sent there. Then she can be righteous, and by virtue of being the number one talent, it's time to see your favorite idol in person. Originally, Wu Xinyu was under the impression that, compared to Su-hong and her, it was as if the gap between the white moon in the heavenly palace and the candle flame on the ground, and she had thought that she would be satisfied to meet her idol. But how could I have known that just on the way to the Su residence, standing at the entrance to the Su residence, she suddenly also awakened an in-law system. This system, which took his favorite idolized man and Su-hong bound to become her in-laws? What does in-laws mean? That's your own future husband. This could make Wu Xinshin worry happy. All of a sudden from the original just want to see one side of the good, immediately became greedy. She wants to get Su-hong and make him her man, because in the whole world, Only a true man like Su Hong is worthy of being the man she Wu Xin worries about. Besides, the system allowed her to hear Su Hong's heart. The equivalent is being able to read minds. Wu Xinxin was even more excited. He could read minds, so he could go along with Su Hong's preferences. There's no fear of not being able to take Su Hong's heart. The only pity was that he had come over to meet Su Hong today as the eldest son of the Wu family. Couldn't show off her flowery daughter's body. Otherwise, this first meeting, she was going to leave a colorful impression on Su Hong. To make Su Hong can't forget herself in the future. And Su Hong looked at Wu Xian and saw that she was shaking a little with excitement, which was a little strange. This Grand Duke of the Wu family has a somewhat weak body. This weak and unsteady. I'm afraid I won't run away when the wind blows. That's not true. She is a girl after all. She needs to be taken care of. Maybe it's a fan filter. How Su Hong's words don't sound like anything good. But Wu Xinxian didn't feel angry at all. Even if you don't get angry, you're still going through a mental ego rundown. Now it seems that the self-rating is still very much in progress. Su Hong probably did nothing. She took herself down. Su Hong looked at Wu Xinwei and coughed gently twice before this. Grand Duke Wu came today, saying that it was not for the sake of your brother, but to pay me a visit, not knowing that is that true? Seriously? Absolutely seriously. Wu Xinyu immediately nodded and said, are you kidding me? Your own punk-ass brother. Wastes air when he's alive. Wastes land when he's dead. It was death. And she wouldn't be sad for a second. Wu Xinxian didn't even bother to claim that brother of hers from Su Hong's hands, and she was in the Wu family. Anyway, even the Duke of Wu had no way to force her. By the time she comes back and says something like, they said to let your old man go by himself, and if you don't go, let me go. People so they don't let go. There's nothing anyone can do about her. She had come today for one purpose, get along well with your idol, the love of your dreams, Su Hong. Better yet, add a little more goodwill, so that the other person can make a favorable impression of himself/herself. Wu Xinyu would be satisfied. Oh yeah? Su Hong said with a leathery smile. Duke Wu is quite open-minded, his own brother is suffering. You came and yet you're just having a casual conversation with me. It seems like you two, brothers, have an average relationship, don't you? Su Hong was actually just talking off the top of her head. After all, as far as he was concerned, this Grand Duke Wu was here to cause trouble, so surely you won't give much of a good face or talk much. But this tone of voice, these words that were said, fell on Wu Xinxin's ears, but it made her heart stutter all of a sudden. What's the situation? Is it hard to believe that Su Hong likes women who are good to her brother? But nowadays it's a popular custom for many large families, to marry ladies that neither likes to find one with a younger brother, or one who spoils his brother too much. What's that saying about hating the feudy devil? How come when it comes to Su Hong, he's not nice to his own brother, but instead he's still a bit upset? Wu Xinyu hurriedly changed her words. Lord Su is wrong. I just think that after all, it was my brother who was in the wrong in the first place, so it's a blessing for him to be here under Lord Su's tutelage, and I'm sure Tajin Su wouldn't take it personally with my brother. Right. After Wu Xinxin finished her sentence, she was still carefully observing Su Hong's expression. Seeing that Su Hong's expression didn't change half a bit, and she just nodded slightly, without looking angry, that was a relief in her mind. Well, your brother is indeed mad enough, to the point that it's not that I'm going to get on his bad side, it's just that he's doing too much. Su Hong stared at Wu Xinwei, her eyes flickering. In broad daylight, he ran to Song Lao's house and forcibly tried to marry off his granddaughter, Song Zian. Miss Song was unwilling to agree, and he actually wanted to take someone by force in Elder Song's house? I happened to bump into it and stepped in to stop it, and he called his bodyguards to make a move on my humble servant, not to mention that, still moving and threatening to take Mr. Su's life. I'm thinking, this Wu family tutelage of yours, is this how you teach your family's juniors? This second son of Wu has this demeanor, so it is evident that that Duke of Wu is not so worthy of respect. If I have time to spare, I see that it may be necessary to discuss this matter with your majesty. This, Su Hong's words were a barefaced offense, and the tone is harsh and the words are aggressive. At once, Wu Xinxin worriedly asked the question and panicked in her heart. If it was someone else, Wu Xingxinwei wouldn't care at all. Her Wu family was big and powerful. It's impossible to put the other side in perspective. But the man in front of her, that was her man-in-law, the real man at the top of the world that he dreamed about several times. What if I make a mistake and this marriage is broken? Then won't Wu Xinxin worry to cry to death? Her mind spun rapidly, trying to find a way to both calm Su Hong's anger. Another way to keep him from developing some prejudice against himself. Chapter 82, Does Your Excellency have a girl you love? Soon after, Wu Xinxin took a breath and slowly said, Lord Su, this second brother of mine, He was spoiled by his family's father and mother, as well as his grandfather, when he was a child. So the character is a bit flighty and domineering, easy to offend people, but also please do not mind Su Taoshi. This wins sister. Brother, here to make amends to you, Wu Xinxian said, standing up and bowing deeply once again to Su Hong, in a humble and respectful manner. Can't pick out half of it at all. Su Hong froze for a moment. He said to himself, is this Wu Shui really here to cause trouble? If he's here for trouble, then why is he being so nice? And it's totally whatever you say it is? It was hard to believe that the Wu family had really come to apologize honestly. Seeing that Wu Xinxian's attitude was so good, Su Hong couldn't continue to say anything and just shook her head. It's useless to apologize to me. The one your second brother messed with is the old Song family's first lady. He also had to take people away by force, thanks to the fact that Elder Song is now old and needs to recuperate, or else just this one thing. Your Wu family is in big trouble. No. Wu Xinxian looked at Su Hong with bashful eyes, and for a moment, threw a chorus of pity. Showtime said with some pity, that's why I've come here to thank Lord Su for his help in relieving the situation. If Lord Su hadn't stopped my second brother and angered Elder Song, it's really not something my Wu family can afford. I would also like to thank Lord Su for saving my second brother's life. Well, Su Hong glanced at Wu Xinxian, and her heart suddenly fluttered. Something's not right. Why did this guy just give me the feeling of a beautiful woman? These phoenix eyes. That little face. I damn near thought it was a woman. ****** me. I'm not ing perverted. Am I? I'm actually thinking about men now? No, absolutely not. It must be an illusion. An illusion. Su Hong hated to give herself 2 slaps. He had just looked at Wu Xinxian, and his heart actually moved inexplicably. Crazy? That's a man. LOL. Brother Su Hong, you're not a pervert, but I'm a woman in the first place. Hearing Su Hong's heartfelt words, Wu Xinxian felt amused and funny and very happy, even though she's disguised herself as a woman. This face, too, is her original face. Su Hong looked at herself and thought she looked good, even heartbroken. Doesn't that mean that Su Hong likes her face? Good. Wu Xinyu, you have to work hard. You have a chance. It's not likely that he'll be able to take down Su Hong and be his own man of his choice soon. Since Su Hong had that wrong impression of herself, Wu Xian did not intend to restrain herself. She also planned to intensify her efforts, wanting to see if she could use her male body and confuse Su Hong. Then Wu Xinyu's gaze changed, and with a clear tenderness in her eyes, she looked at Su Hong. The voice also went from being intentionally neutral to becoming a little bit more feminine as he said to Su Hong, Your Excellency Su, I, too, do admire your style, and I specifically wanted to come and meet you. Let's not talk about my no-good brother, shall we? How's it going? What the hell is wrong with you? Just say it. When Su Hong heard Wu Xinxian's sweet and greasy voice, her tone, the words she said, I wanted to go up and punch him in the face. Question me properly. Is it appropriate for a big man to talk like that? But the most screwed up thing is that although Su Hong thinks Wu Xinyu is a total sissy, however, these tones, words, put aside in others, would only make Su Hong feel physiologically strongly uncomfortable. However, when Wu Xinxian spoke like this expression, this tone, it made Su Hong hate it in any way. Just the opposite. On the contrary, but Su Hong listened to it is still very useful, and even a little bit like it. No, it's not right. Own *** is definitely not bent. Su Hong looked at Wu Xinxian and was kind of doubting her sexual orientation. That's impossible. I've been a straight man for 2 lifetimes. I can't be bent so easily. No way. Absolutely not. Su Hong took a deep breath and decided that she had to get rid of this Wu Xin quickly. Oh, and by the way, you have to ask that Wu Xinxian Wu, out of each other's mouths. There aren't many people with the surname Wu in this imperial capital. He felt that this Wu Xinxian should be somewhat related to the Wu Guigong family. Well, that's fine. Su Hong was suddenly a bit afraid of Wu Yu, and her tone was a bit unnatural as well. She said, So what? So tell me, if we're not talking about your brother, what are we talking about? Talk about you. Wu Xinyu almost blurted out, revealing a bright smile as she looked at Su Hong. I've been admiring Lord Su for a long time, and Lord Su was a one-man force back then, protecting the entire dragon vein of the Great Zhou. This kind of extraordinary temperament, this kind of legendary experience, is not something that anyone can have. That's why Wu Wu's heart has always admired your excellency and wanted to know more about you. Looking at Wu Xinxian's big, scary eyes staring straight at him, Su Hong felt even more out of place. Adore yourself? Is that a word that can be used by a man to a man? Isn't this guy in front of you the #1 talent? Make a cheap mistake like using the wrong word? Or should this guy, for himself, feel that way? Hey, strange, why would I use also? Su Hong was even more scared in her heart when she saw this expression, this demeanor, and these words from Wu Xinxin. Dude, we're straight. You don't want to mess around. If you're really horny, I'll introduce you to some pretty girls. We can be buddies, but not like that. Su Hong shouted in her mind. LOL. Well, brother Su Hong, I want you. No one else wants you. When Wu Xinxin heard Su Hong's panicked heart, she felt the cute side of Su Hong even more. I didn't realize that this real man on top of the world is still a cute comedian on the inside. All of this made Wu Xinxin worry even more fond of Su Hong. Ding! You're in law. Wu Xinxin has a favorability rating of +10. Current favorability rating is 30. Ha! Su Hong was a bit confused. How come this time suddenly prompted a goodwill boost? What the hell is this? I didn't even see that Wu Xinxin Wu, but it was at this time that Su Hong suddenly had a very bold idea. Looking at Wu Yu in front of her, who was full of women's gestures but had a man's costume. Some of the girls on the other side have a tone of voice, a demeanor, and are not obnoxious themselves. Is it possible then, that this Wu Su, could it actually be Wu Xin Su? He's sitting by himself and is actually a crossdresser? Would he, himself, if he stripped down to his boyish attire, and you'll see an extremely good-looking daughter? The idea is too bold. After all, it's not like Wu Yu is that kind of nobody. The name of the other side's #1 talent in the imperial capital. But it's been carried for years. Even if some of them are effeminate, one suspects that the other is a daughter. Can't it be that I'm really crazy about women? But no matter what, Su Hong still planned to test the waters a little. He opened his mouth to ask, okay then, tell me, how do you want to get to know me? Wu Shu thought about it, and finally smiled knowingly, her bright gaze looking at Su Hong, her vermilion lips lightly opened and, slowly, well, then, I would like to know, Your Honor, now, if there is a girl that you have fallen in love with? Chapter 83, Meeting by the Lake. The girl you fell in love with? Su Hong froze. Is that a ing question for a man to ask? Su Hong felt more and more that the Wu Yu in front of him was afraid that he was not and have thoughts about himself. Why else would he ask? Nima, you dead. Get out of here. Su Hong's face turned cold and her tone was icy. That, of course, is there. I am young, and there are many excellent girls in the imperial capital. How could there be none? What? Wu Xinxin's expression, which had been very gentle just now, suddenly went ice cold in this instant. Her gaze sternly carried a few chills as she stared at Su Hong. Who is it? Whose girl is so lucky to be looked at by Lord Su? This. Su Hong thought about it and said that Empress Long Ruoshi was definitely too outrageous. It was estimated that even if he said it, this guy wouldn't believe that he dared to like the Empress, and so it was instantly said. It's actually quite a good guess, isn't it? I cleaned up your second brother for her. Song Zian? Wu Sinyu's fists were clenched. That green tea. What makes her liked by brother Su Hong? Does she deserve it? Pretending to be dainty all day long. Who are you showing it to? It also favors the stupidity of his own second brother. I can't believe that even brother Su Hong likes this. Wu Xinxin was extremely unhappy in her heart, and even wanted to tear Wu Zian apart with her hands at this instant. But after all, it's in front of Su Hong. She has to keep her manners in order. Still, there was some gnashing of teeth. Then, that Song Zian, does she like Lord Su Hong? How am I supposed to know that? Su Hong shook his head, but he was afraid that Wu Xiu, this dead, still had thoughts about himself. Again, deliberately, he said, but I fell in love with the Song girl at first sight, and Zian, whether it be her looks, temperament, talents, and, all of them are the first class among the women I've seen, and in my life, I will not marry anyone other than this woman. When Su Hong said it, her eyes still showed a look of yearning and adoration. Su Hong is trying to make Wu Xinxin die of that heart of screwing. But the more Wu Xinyu listened, the angrier she became in her heart. The clenched fists were already shaking involuntarily. Damn, does brother Su Hong like the talented ones? No. When it comes to talent, which woman in the imperial capital can match me? I have to show brother Su Hong that I'm the best imperial city woman. Wu Xinyu took a deep breath. So, brother Su Hong, you like this kind of thing? Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, everything. A virtuous and talented woman? Could it be that Mr. Wu doesn't like it? Su Hong asked rhetorically. To the average man, a virtuous woman is anyone's favorite, right? Fair enough. Wu Xinyu nodded. However, in Wu's opinion, in this imperial capital, in terms of qin, chess, calligraphy, and virtue, the Song Zian of the old Song family is not quite #1. There is another person who, in Wu's opinion, is above Song Zian. Oh, who is it? Su Hong was a bit surprised. He remembered that Song Zian was the #1 talented girl, Is there any woman more talented than Song Zian? Wu Xinchen looked at Su Hong's expression to show her urgency, and on her fair face, she revealed a heartfelt smile. Looking at Su Hong, he said, Lord Su, this woman's name is Wu Xinyu, is, under the youngest sister, on Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, virtuous, she's definitely above Song Zian of the Song family. Wu Xinyu. Su Hong's expression changed slightly when she heard this name. That's exactly the new in-laws that the system bound him to. Originally, he was still thinking about what excuse to find to ask Wu Shui about this woman. But I didn't expect that Wu Yao would directly say it himself. Just like what Su Hong thought. This Wu Xinchen worries. Is still really Wu Yu's little sister? Su Hong hurriedly asked. Then, if your sister is better than even Miss Song, why previously? The empire is completely devoid of your sister's name? Wu Xia had long thought of what to say, and with a bit of arrogance on his face, he said with a smile, because my little sister is not the kind of woman who likes to show her face. She was always stationed at home, preferred to read, write, and was a master in calligraphy and painting, and had studied Confucianism and Taoism, even in martial arts. It's not inferior to some men. It's just that my little sister didn't take part in the evaluation of the outside world of the imperial capital, otherwise she would have struck out at will. Must be the number one woman in the imperial capital. Oh, so that's it. Su Hong nodded, becoming more and more curious about this Wu Xinwei. After all, to be blown off like this by Wu Yu, the number one talent in the imperial capital, was definitely not an ordinary woman. Su Hong couldn't wait to meet Wu Xinxin as it would give her a chance to brush up on her goodwill, and also trying to dispel the idea that the dead pervert, Wu Yao, wasn't quite right about himself. In a hurry, he said, such a woman. Su Mao does have some curiosity. If Lord Su doesn't mind, then I can pull the strings for you. Wu Xinyu hurriedly arched her hand, her beautiful eyes constantly flashing. And my little sister, who has also heard of your deeds and has admired you for just as long. If your excellency doesn't give up, set a date and I'll have my little sister pay a visit at my door. Wu Yu's understanding was a bit surprising to Su Hong. Living up to his reputation, his mind was indeed exquisite. The other understood before he finished his own words. Su Hong waved her hand. Ugh, how can you let someone else's woman take the initiative to come to your door? How bad is that? Tell you what, please ask Mr. Wu to tell your sister that tomorrow evening, outside of Lake Wanxin, I'll meet up with her. Yeah. Wu Xinxin was so excited that she nodded her head almost for a second and hurriedly said, I'll be sure to notify my little sister so she can get to the meeting on time. At that time, my little sister will bring a purple oil paper umbrella so that she can recognize you with your lordship. Well, that's a relief. Su Hong nodded. I don't know why, but even though Wu Yao agreed with a quick face, he always felt that it was a little too smooth of a process. And this Wu Yu, why was he so happy, trying so hard to make this happen? Isn't he in? Then he shouldn't be willing to introduce his little sister to himself, should he? Come to think of it, I don't know what Wu Zi was thinking, because in his opinion, this Wu family's eldest son was a bit strange. However, since she now knew who Wu Xinyu was, Su Hong didn't think much about it. Wu Yao stood up. I still had a pretty good chat with Lord Su today. Since it's getting late, I'll go back first. You went back? Su Hong froze. Really go back? Wu Yao covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her face showing a womanly delicacy again. Why? Doesn't your lordship miss me and want me to stay a little longer? You. Su Hong couldn't help but roll her eyes and said immediately. I mean, your brother really doesn't care? Want to take a look? Su Hong hadn't intended to easily bypass this dude Wu Langqing, but there's one thing to be said for Wuch's attitude today, and it's really okay. And he promised himself to ask his little sister out, even if it was a fair deal. Su Hong considered releasing his brother and letting him take it back. Chapter 84, Brutal Big Sister. Wu Yao froze. Right, oh, one's main mission, coming here today, is to take that little Wu Langqing away. Although Wu Langqing was dead or alive, Wu Xinxin didn't care in the slightest. But after all, it's also the old stuff in the house that you've been told to get rid of for 1,000 times. Then she'd begrudgingly lead the boy back. Wu Xinwei arched his hand. Since Lord Su was so oblivious to past suspicions, then I, Wu, would like to thank you here. Then please ask Lord Su to lead the way and take me down to see that unproductive family brother. Well, this way. Su Hong also got up and made a gesture of invitation, taking Wu Xinyu to see Wu Langqing. A few moments later, it came to the backyard, only to see Wu Langqing tied to a big tree embraced by several people. Struggling hard with one, there was a frantic cussing from his mouth. Asterisk. Let your master come out. If this ing scumbag doesn't let go of me, when my grandpa comes, I'll tear his Thai mansion apart. believe it or not. Come on man, come on people. Su Hong the son of A, how dare you treat this young man like this? When this young man goes out, definitely screw you. As Wu Langqing cursed, he saw a familiar figure walk over in front of him. When he looked up, his face burst with joy. Sis, big brother, you finally came. Help me, quick, help me kill this little bastard. Wu Langqing yelled up at the approaching Wu Xinwei. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he glared at Su Hong, who was on the side, with a death glare. The look was as if he couldn't wait to tear Su Hong apart on the spot. He thought his sister had come to rescue him and back him up, but how could he have imagined that in Wu Xinxin's heart, her beloved lover, Su Hong? But it's much better than his punk-ass brother. Hearing the words coming out of Wu Langqing's mouth, he actually threatened to kill Su Hong. Wu Xinwei's expression had completely frozen down. Sins! Wu Xinyu's body flickered and transformed into a white phantom that, almost instantly, he arrived in front of Wu Langqing, and without saying a word, he slapped him. Snap! The slap was hard and loud, directly blinding Wu Langqing. Wu Langqing froze for several full seconds, then roared in anger. Big brother, what are you doing? You should have hit him. Why did you hit me? This scumbag has beaten your brother and me to this state. However, Wu Xinxin didn't say anything, and what answered Wu Langqing was directly another slap. Snap! This slap was even more violent than the previous one, and almost didn't send Wu Langqing's entire body flying. Wu Langqing had already been beaten up by Su Hong. Now 2 more slaps from his big sister, who was also not bad at martial arts, and both cheeks swelled up so high that you could even see the blood all over the lower layers of the skin. The skin was cracking and looked miserable. Ah, it hurts me. Wu Langqing screamed miserably. Wu Xinwei cursed coldly. Sinner, who gave you the guts to be so wild with Lord Su Hong? Do you know what Lord Su Hong's status is? He is the one who saved the dragon vein of Great Zhou, the man who single-handedly took out the rebel Wang Taiyan. Back then, Hao Wang Taijun was so powerful in the imperial court that even Grandpa had to be afraid of him, but he was easily picked off by Lord Su Hong. And you, a punk dude who relied on your ancestors' mongoloid to get to where you are now. How dare you contradict Lord Su? How many heads do you have enough to lose? Do you think that you are better than Wang Taiyun? Or do you think that you have the strength of an earth immortal yourself? Ha! It wasn't enough for you to offend Lord Su alone, but you even dared to go to Elder Song's house and forcibly snatch his granddaughter. You are simply offending 2 pillars of my great Zhou court at once. If you weren't my own brother, I'd be the first to take action. Kill you, you who don't know how to die, so that you won't go out and act recklessly in the future and bring heavenly trouble to my Wu family. Wu Xinxian angrily chided, and what she said was really from her heart. If it wasn't her own brother, this Wu Langqing would definitely have been cut down by her sword long ago. Of course, for the sake of the Wu family it's just talk. It was mainly because Wu Langqing actually dared to offend Su Hong. In case Su Hong develops any prejudice against herself because of this, then wouldn't your happiness in this life be ruined by this asshole thing? How could this make Wu Xinxian worry not angry? So right now, Wu Xinxian's hand was even more ruthless than Su Hong's. A few slaps directly beat Wu Langqing silly. Su Hong was watching from the side and was also a bit surprised. This being a big brother, turned out to be so strict? This henchman's, indeed, too tough. Su Hong had wanted to teach a lesson too, but who would have thought that this Wu Shui would run to his door and beat his brother violently in front of him? Then what does he have to say? People take this attitude out. Big brother, I know it's wrong. Give me a break. I'll never dare again. Wu Langqing's snot and tears came down together in pain. His face was full of panic, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness from Wu Xinxin. Obviously, in the Wu family, Wu Langqing's greatest fear was his own sister with her uncertain personality. He wasn't even afraid of his grandfather, Lord Wu, but was very afraid of this sister. The main thing is that this sister, even if her personality is weird, her martial arts skills are still surprisingly high. If you mess with it a little bit and make Wu Xinxin look bad, it's a beating. It can be said that his sister, Wu Xinxian, laid a heavier hand on himself than his parents and grandfather. It adds up to countless times more. And this time, this sinister expression on his own sister's face was never even seen before. Wu Langqing was really scared. He was afraid his sister would really beat herself to death. Wu Langqing wailed. Big brother, I was wrong. So wrong. Spare me. How can you still know that you're wrong? What have I taught you since you were a child? And have you changed? Wu Xinxian worriedly drank coldly. You won't learn if you don't let it hurt this time. Next time I'm afraid I'll still go out and cause trouble for my Wu family everywhere. Snap. After Wu Xinxian finished her chiding, she went up and punched and kicked again. In no time at all, Wu Langqing had been beaten to a pulp, and his head was broken and bleeding. It looks almost like a blood gourd all over again. This Su Hong sucked in a cold breath. Good lord, that's really mean. Even Su Hong was worried that Wu Xinxin really beat Wu Langqing to death on his side. He stepped forward and said, Mr. Wu, if you ask me, forget it. Though it is true that your second brother is not a very good person and behaves in a foppish manner, yet you teach such a lesson of, it feels about right. You clean up and you can take the people away. In the future, just go and mess with Song Zian a little less. Song Zian again. Does brother Su Hong like her that much? What's so good about her? This punk likes it too. Wu Xinyu listened to Su Hong's paragraph and just remembered the last sentence. Song Zian. Did Su Hong detain Wu Langqing? Can it be that it's just to take it out on Song Zian? Thinking of this, Wu Xinxin couldn't help it, and gave Wu Langqing a few more blows. It only made Wu Langqing spit out his midday meal. Wu Langqing was really snotty. The heart regretted it. He didn't know where on earth he had provoked his dreadful own sister to be subjected to such inhuman torture. Chapter 85, The Wu Family's Revenge Plan. Then, Lord Su, I will take my leave. Wu Xinxian stood in front of the Su residence with Wu Langqing, who had been beaten beyond recognition, and Su Hong arched their hands in farewell. Good. Su Hong also arched his hand, not forgetting to remind him, by the way, don't forget what I told you. Don't worry, Lord Su, that matter will never be forgotten. Wu Xinyu gave Su Hong a seductive gaze. What was forgotten to her? Neither will forget meeting with Su Hong. However, Wu Xinxian worried and threw winks, which really made Su Hong hit the bottom of her heart and a vicious chill emerged. Hurriedly, he waved his hand. Well, that's good. Then I won't see you off Have a good trip. After saying that, Su Hong was afraid that this Wu Xinwei would haunt her as if she were, and immediately, with a bang, smashed the mansion gate shut. Seeing Su Hong look alarmed and very afraid of herself, Wu Xinyu just couldn't help but smile. Brother Su Hong, just wait and see. And how much you're avoiding me now, and how much you'll amaze me tomorrow evening. Wu Xinyu has already made preparations. Before going to the meeting tomorrow, she must dress up well, be sure to brighten up Su Hong's eyeballs, so that he would completely sink for himself after seeing himself only once. Behind him, Wu Langqing looked at his sister's appearance, but he did not dare to say much. He didn't know what his big sister was laughing at either. After all, this big sister had an eccentric personality and could not be messed with casually. Just in case you say a couple of words and you piss off your big sister again and give yourself a couple of hits, that's really not worth it. It's still the Grand Duke who was able to get the second young master back. Those two bodyguards waiting outside the door had a look of admiration on their faces when they saw that Wu Xinxin had led Wu Langqing out. I said to myself that I still have to be the eldest young man to be reliable. That Su Hong doesn't look like she can handle it? Well, go back. However, Wu Xinxin did not say anything more, only that icy indifference appeared on her face again and turn around and walk away, while the two bodyguards behind him, each with an arm, supported Wu Langqing and walked back. After all, the injuries on Wu Langqing's body were so severe that he could barely walk on his own. Both bodyguards were thinking that they must go back and tell his lordship that that surname Su beat the second young master to such a state. This breath must be avenged by any means necessary. It's just that these two bodyguards were completely surprised. Wu Langqing was injured like this, mainly because of their big sister Wu Xinwei's hand. And after the Wu family siblings left Su Hong's house, a dark shadow slowly emerged from an alleyway down the street. Looking at the departing Wu family siblings, his gaze revealed a few odd-ons. He looked towards the inside of Su Hong's mansion again, and after stopping for a few more moments, he then turned around and disappeared into the depths of the alley. Wu's house. Wu Xinyu returned with Wu Langqing. The Duke of Wu was already waiting in the front hall early. Grandpa, I've brought back the second brother. I'll leave it to you. Wu Xinyu really had two completely different attitudes towards other people besides Su Hong. Even to his own grandfather, the Duke of Wu, he was indifferent, throwing his second brother, Wu Langqing, randomly wherever he wanted. He then turned his head and left. And the Duke of Wu was obviously used to this character of his eldest granddaughter and let her be. But seeing Wu Langqing being brought back, he couldn't help but be excited. Well, it's worthy of heartwarmer. Actually managing to take care of that difficult guy. Su Hong really got your brother back. The two bodyguards had said, your lordship has brought back the people, though, but that Su Hong guy can torture the second young master quite a bit. Look at it. What kind of beating has it become? When the Duke of Wu heard this, his face was shocked and he even moved closer to take a look. As soon as he got closer and realized that Wu Langqing was practically like a bloody gourd, the whole thing went bad. The wrinkled face was thoroughly somber. When Wu Langqing saw his grandfather Wu Guogong, he also cried out at once and kept wailing and complaining. Grandpa, I can finally see you. You don't know what kind of inhuman torture I suffered at the hands of that A** named Su. That's the A asterisk asterisk that did this to me. Grandpa, you must take out this bad anger for your grandson. I want that kid dead. Wu Longqing's eyes were filled with resentment and grudges. Although the injuries on his body were actually mainly caused by his sister, Wu Xinqian Wu, who had straightened them out. But how dare he hold a grudge against that demonic sister? He attributed it all, naturally, to Su Hong. The first thing he did when he came back was to tell his grandfather to screw Su Hong. Fine, good grandson. Grandpa knows. The Duke of Wu obviously doted on his only grandchild, and even helped Wu Longqing up and promised on the spot. Don't worry about it. Grandpa will definitely avenge you for this bad anger. Grandpa, I want that scumbag to pay. Even if I can't kill him, I want him to lose everything he's got. Make it completely impossible for him to gain a foothold in Great Zhou. Wu Longqing said viciously. Good grandson. Making Su Hong unable to gain a foothold in Great Zhou was difficult. Wu Guigong's words turned around and a sinister smile appeared on his face. But Grandpa really does have a way to make this guy's little life play out. Ha? Really? When Wu Longqing heard this, joy immediately appeared in his eyes. Look, who's this? Lord Wu turned and beckoned. Soon, the man in black from before came out from behind the Duke of Wu, and in front of Wu Longqing, removed his cloak. Wu Longqing looked at this man in black and hastily stared at him with wide eyes and a face full of incredulity. You. Wu Longqing looked at the black-robed man in front of him incredulously. He didn't think that Grandpa was actually so powerful that he could even invite this person over. Soon, a touch of cruelty surfaced on Wu Longqing's face. Good. I didn't expect Grandpa to actually call this one all the way here. Then grandson is relieved. With him around, my grandson would like to see how much longer that scumbag, Su Hong, can bounce around in Great Zhou. Well, don't worry. Wu Guigong patted Wu Longqing's shoulder and smiled. It's just that there's no hurry in this matter yet. We need to wait for a perfect opportunity. Darrell Long has just had a court cleaning. After that, it was also decided to have a grand parade of the Tiantai Emperor. And when the time came, Long Ruoshi would definitely be there with Su Hong. It will pick that moment to strike, even if the assassination of Su Hong fails at that time. But Su Hong is the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, being also Long Ruoshi's chief of Imperial Guards. At that time, if Long Ruoshi sees that this person can actually appear in front of his nearness in a dignified manner, trust in Su Hong will surely fall to the bottom. And then even if Su Hong didn't die in the assassination, Long Ruoshi will definitely not let him go either. What a way to kill two birds with one stone. Wu Longqing nodded excitedly. Then, the grandchildren will be waiting. Aha! Go! You go ahead and heal. Wu Guigong patted Wu Longqing. Grandpa will take you with him when he parades in September. Let you see with your own eyes the day this bastard Su Hong falls. And take out this bad anger in your heart. Wu Longqing nodded heavily, not to mention how excited he was in his heart. His gaze was filled with malicious flashes. Su Hong. Su Hong. You think you're in favor. So you're just messing with me. This time, this young man will end you with his own hands. Chapter 86. It's not good to be addicted to women. You have to fight. The Wu family side has a huge plan against Su Hong. But Su Hong was completely unaware of it. Right now, all he could think about, other than practicing Shao Xiangong, it's to prepare for tomorrow's meeting with Wu Xinqian. When you meet someone for the first time, you always have to make a good impression. Got to get dressed up. And as far as gifts go, got to get them ready. When the time comes, write some random words and paintings, and mention a couple of ancient poems from the days before the Duke of Wu. It shouldn't be a stretch to take down this talented woman. However, at this time, Song Zian came to pay a visit. When she heard the subordinate's report, Su Hongdu was slightly stunned, but it was quickly realized that the other party should have come to thank Wu Longqing for that matter. Immediately, he himself rose and went out to meet them. MS. Song, what brings you here? Su Hong was still very enthusiastic about Song Zian. I'm worried about you, lest something happen to Lord Su. Song Zian's expression revealed a few moments of worry. But I've heard that the matter has been properly resolved, so that's a relief. Then Wu Longqing of the Wu family shouldn't have caused you any trouble, right? Although Song Zian knew that Su Hong was very capable and had a high status, but Wu Longqing was, after all, the second youngest member of the Duke of Wu's family, and was also notorious. She was afraid that because of her relationship, Su Hong would be hated by Wu Longqing. That would be too much for her. Su Hong sniffed and smiled. It's okay. For you, Zian, a little trouble is nothing. Besides, that foppish young master of the Wu family can't bring much trouble to me. Hearing Su Hong's confession-like words, Song Zian's pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. Although Su Hong seemed to have said it casually, the other party's subconscious words really made Song Zian's heart move slightly. Well, that's good. Ding! Song Zian favorability +5. Current favorability 57. Good. Say a couple nice things and add favor. Soo Hong is considered to have penetrated Song Zian. This chick likes to listen to good things. As long as it's sweet, it works for her. It's actually a bit silly and sweet to put it bluntly. If you were in the city where Soo Hong used to live, Song Zian would be like this. I'm afraid I'm going to be cheated by a scumbag and have nothing left. But still, the other guy met himself. Thanks for today. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have been properly resolved. Song Zian said with heartfelt gratitude. Although Soo Hong would not step in if Wu Lengqing forced his hand on her, there will also be the Song family's secret bodyguards out. But once this gets out of hand, the end result, it's likely that it just rises to the point where both the Song and Wu families are completely torn apart. The Wu family is now flourishing and gaining momentum, although the Song family was supported by his own grandfather, but after all, his grandfather had already stayed away from the court. If they really fought, it was certain that no one would be able to benefit. But when Soo Hong intervened, she dissolved the dispute between the two families. Song Zian was naturally very grateful to Soo Hong in her heart. There's no need for words of thanks. Do we need to talk about this in our relationship? Soo Hong hemmed and hawed, his gaze once again touching the two huge piles of pride on Song Zian's chest. In fact, every time Soo Hong saw Song Zian, she couldn't take her eyes off that place, because it's just too big. Soo Hong did need it too. Not to mention one hand. I'm afraid I may not be able to catch one with two hands. Converted to a cup? The guarantee is an F. This made Soo Hong's gaze, always like an iron suction stone, tightly sucked on it. Soo Hong stayed in love with that incomparable amazing touch until now. Her head was hot, and she directly said, if you really want to thank me, why don't you rub these two pieces of meat for me again? Hearing such blunt words from Soo Hong, Song Zian was first stunned, then her pretty face suddenly turned red. Angry, he immediately stomped his foot and cursed. Stinking rascal, what are you thinking? Haven't you touched enough this morning? More, that's for sure. Soo Hong hemmed and hawed. I just can't get enough of taking advantage. Deadbeat, get out of here. Song Zian glared viciously at Soo Hong. Although Song Zian, in her heart, already felt that she was Soo Hong's, but after all, it's a girl, and the thinking is futile in this day and age. You somehow came up directly to touch, or in broad daylight. Song Zian certainly could not accept, so after scolding Soo Hong, he ignored her. Well, Soo Hong sighed. I don't think I'll be able to enjoy it. Zian, then, look, you've come all this way, and it's getting late. How about tonight, you don't go back? Undeterred, Soo Hong asked again tentatively. No, where will I live if I don't go back? Song Zian froze for a moment, not understanding Soo Hong's implication. Soo Hong hemmed and hawed. You live with me. Don't worry, I'm a decent guy. I promise not to touch you at night. Listening to Soo Hong's words, coupled with Soo Hong's expression that looked obscene in any way, Song Zian gradually widened her eyes and then roared out, get the hell out of here. Unsurprisingly, Song Zian huffed and puffed, obviously infuriated by Soo Hong's hooliganism, but on Soo Hong's side, there was no hint of a drop in favor. It showed that Song Zian was, in fact, not that averse to all of this. It's just rejecting itself out of shyness and girlish reserve. Soo Hong hemmed and hawed. It seemed that with a little more effort, he should be able to take Song Zian down soon. Hey, that's absolute. Other travelers, all kinds of playful cultivation, all kinds of life and death crises. Why come to me? Hobnobbing with all sorts of beautiful women all day long, breezing through it's just one day at a time. Soo Hong, you can't be too depraved. How can you think about women every day? Sooner or later you'll lose your will that way. No, I must practice tomorrow. Strive to enter the first level of chi refinement as early as possible, and after mastering the fireball technique, you can start refining pills as well. Soo Hong learned the hard way and made a plan for herself for the rest of the day. It would be too depraved to call it a thing if you didn't spend all day every day indulging in women. So early the next morning, Soo Hong got up and opened her eyes, feeling a bit out of sorts today. In the end, I'm going to touch Long Ruwashi's long black silk legs today, or go ravage Long Shao Kite the little M, or go find Su Ruwayu and relive the thrill of being upside down? Soo Hong smiled lewdly, her head full of women. There's no question about the plan to fight well that was laid out last night. Minutes had been left behind him, but it's normal. Who is not a 3-minute man when it comes to the so-called struggle? Why work so hard when you can just lay back and suck? Isn't that exhausting? So Soo Hong sure changed her clothes and prepared to enter the palace. In the end, he decided to meet Long Ruwashi and Su Ruwayu. To be fair, at this stage, it was still these two that attracted Soo Hong's favor the most. It's also the woman Soo Hong remembers the most in her heart. A few others are more or less interesting than that. Chapter 87, the court will take Soo Hong to court. Su Hong went to the palace. Daily patrols. After guard duty, Su Hong stood outside the gate of the Great Hall, listening to Long Ruoshi going to court and deliberating with those courtiers. With the pressure of the Golden Kingdom out there, and the layout of Long Ruoshi's latest operation, all of them want to raise the army power, and the whole country power at the fastest speed. After all, if there's going to be a war, in addition to a great army, the country has to have money, too. It's only good if you can afford to burn it. Once the war starts, it's quite a money burner if you're fighting. The millions of troops need provisions, weapons, all kinds of roads, freights, manpower and material resources, all huge jump fees, and before that, Great Zhou's treasury was basically pretty much built by Wang Tai with this, so now Long Ruoshi's task also has to be as fast as possible to restore the economy. For the restoration of the economy, Su Hong specially wrote some guidelines and presented them to Long Ruoshi. Although Su Hong couldn't be talked about as a top economist, he was, after all, a modern-day traveler. He has no historical limitations, just like emphasizing agriculture over commerce, and harsh taxes and whatnot. Give him a slight change. It's still easy to restore the economy, and then promote policies that encourage doing business, strengthen trade with neighboring countries, and get the silver flowing. It wasn't really that hard to fill up the Great Zhou's treasury. Long Ruoshi is basically following the guidelines suggested by Su Hong now. There are some guidelines, though, that sound quite shocking and even a little hard to accept in this day and age. But Long Ruoshi had considerable trust in Su Hong, and still followed some of his guidelines. And some of my own understandings, implemented it. The problem of the economy is one side of the equation and is a software problem. That army's combat effectiveness, that's a hardware problem. Long Ruoshi sat in the courtroom and announced to all courtiers this day, in order to defend the country against foreign invasion and to enhance its strength, half a month after I'm going to hold a rooftop parade. At that time, all three armies shall send their main forces there, so that I may see that the armies of my Great Zhou are now, whether or not they can be called a team of tigers and wolves. At that time, if I am satisfied, I will certainly be heavily rewarded. But if the troops are underpowered and poorly organized, then don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Long Ruoshi was still quite tough in her bones. Let's get one thing out of the way. If she still makes a fool of herself on parade, her thunderbolts, needless to say, a parade? Could be. Su Hong listened outside the Great Hall and nodded instead. This parade was something Su Hong hadn't heard before. That's probably what Long Ruoshi came up with on her own. To be able to have this kind of insight, it seems that Long Ruoshi was really pressured by Wang Taiyu previously, so her talent for ruling the world is not on display at all. Now that there is no more Wang Tai to use, Long Ruoshi's talent, which is only showing up little by little. But the rooftop that Long Ruoshi was talking about, that's outside the outskirts of the imperial capital, a place used to offer sacrifices to the heavens. It's a bit far from the imperial capital, and that puppet killer Su Hong hasn't forgotten about it last time. This time, if Long Ruoshi left the palace, she would have to be on constant alert for assassins from the Golden Kingdom. In case the other party didn't die and sent assassins to assassinate them, it would still be quite dangerous. Su Hong thought about it. When the time comes, he must mobilize the entire Forbidden Army, as well as the various troops. Surround Long Ruoshi so tightly that not even a single fly could come in to do so. At that time, we'll let that old thing Song Sharan come along. This guy craves my elixir. Just hook him up and he'll definitely come. With Song Sharan and himself, Long Ruoshi's safety should be guaranteed. Soon, Long Ruoshi's side of the hall discussed some more political matters and praised some people. After scolding some more people, Long Ruoshi was ready to leave the court. At this time, the Duke of Wu suddenly stepped forward, arching his hand with an indignant face. Your Majesty, before retiring from the court, I have a book to present. Minister, I want to join the Vice Commander of the Forbidden Army, the Chief of the Imperial Guards, Su Hong. Lord Su. What? When Duke Wu said this, all the people in the courtroom were slightly stunned. Even Long Ruoshi was a bit surprised. What's with this Duke Wu? Su Hong is the most popular man around His Majesty these days. Moreover, the execution of the rebel Wang Taiyun was also a monstrous achievement. Lord Wu is not in his right mind, and he's actually going to take on Su Hong? But there are those who receive the news ahead of time and know what's going on. If we really want to talk about it, it should probably be Su Hong's incident yesterday, when he violently beat up the second grandson of the Duke of Wu. Su Hong took Wu Langqing, the second grandson of the Duke of Wu, all the way in front of the entire imperial capital, dragged all the way home, and let slip that he wanted the Duke of Wu to come and collect him in person. This is an act that does not give any face to the Duke of Wu, who himself is by no means a good person. It's natural to hold a deep grudge about this, but a lot of people still feel that Wu Guigong is a bit small-minded. Speaking of which, Su Hong and that grandson of his, who was of similar age, about the same age, would be of the same generation. The scuffles of the late generation outside the court are actually moved to the court to talk about it. It's a bit cheeky, but the Duke of Wu apparently didn't have that in mind. Standing out with an expression of indignation and injustice, the pale voice came out. Your Majesty, Lord Su Hong Su, is too lawless. My grandson Wu Langqing, the second oldest in my family, has been in love with Song Zian, the granddaughter of the Song family, for a long time. Yesterday, he brought 8 boxes of bride price and went forward to propose marriage to Song Zian. Originally, people didn't even say anything about Miss Song, but it just so happened that we bumped into Lord Su being a guest at Old Song's house. Seeing my grandson propose marriage to Song Zian, he immediately became jealous and actually violently beat my grandson on the spot, and dragged my grandson away from the house, took it home and beat it up, even put out the word that the old minister, an old man of his age, should personally come to the door and apologize. Only then will you be willing to release them, otherwise it's useless for anyone to come. If my eldest grandson hadn't personally come to the door to apologize for mentioning the man, or else my second grandson, probably going to be beaten to death by Lord Su just because of a Song Zian. Your Majesty, tell me, is there any justice, any law in heaven? Ms. Song Zian Song. He's not married, so what's wrong with my grandson coming to my door to propose marriage? On what grounds did Lord Su beat my grandson? I hope that your Majesty will seek justice for the old minister, and the old minister's grandson. Wu Langqing. Wu Guogong cried and rubbed his eyes, making them red, and it was as if they were all about to cry. The look was as if he was an old man who had been bullied and was alone at his age. When the surrounding courtiers saw the scene, they were all stunned in their hearts. Turns out there's a reason for that. So Su Hong was out to violently beat up the grandson of the Duke of Wu's family for the sake of jealousy? That's really bad behavior. Then a courtier from Duke Wu's faction immediately stepped forward and arched his hand to Long Ruoshi. Your Majesty, although this matter has nothing to do with the court, this behavior of Lord Su is really disgraceful. Lord Wu is also a handful of years old, and he still has to worry about his grandson's affairs. It is intolerable. I implore your Majesty to conduct a strict investigation and return justice to the Duke of Wu. With the first, there was soon to be a second. Those courtiers who stood in line for the Duke of Wu came forward and bowed their hands to Long Ruoshi and asked for orders. I second the motion. I second the motion. Lord Su's action is truly dishonorable. I hope His Majesty will punish him. When Long Ruoshi saw this scene, her expression had become completely ironic. This matter, she actually heard about it early. Originally thought it was a dude. He bumped into Su Hong and was taught a small lesson by her. But I didn't realize that in this case, there was also a jealousy fight over Song Zian, the Song girl. In there, Long Ruoshi was immediately unhappy. The demeanor was icy cold, and the entire person was permeated with an eerie chill. Good for you, Su Hong. Su Hong. You're all like that with me, and you still have the guts to be out there messing around with women. If I don't treat you this time, you really will be lawless. With an indignant mood, Long Ruoshi's demeanor was gloomy, and she immediately waved her hand. Someone come, call this bastard Su Hong up to me immediately. Chapter 88, falsely accusing Su Hong. Long Ruoshi let out a roar, and the entire court hall violently trembled. The civil and military officials were all silenced and did not dare to speak. Wu Guojun's wrinkled face was filled with smugness. Su Hong. Su Hong. You think you're His Majesty's favorite, but I'm still a royal relative. You're too early to fight me. Soon, the eunuch ran out and announced Su Hong, who was standing guard outside, to come in. Lord Su, something big has happened. The eunuch panicked. His Majesty is very angry about you. You go inside. I know. Su Hong nodded with an indifferent expression, not caring at all, because of his excellent ear after drawing qi into his body, even when he stood outside. Also heard what was going on in the courtroom. After handing over his sword to the eunuch, he followed the eunuch and walked into the courtroom step by step. Your Majesty, the head of the Imperial Guards, the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, Lord Su Hong is here. Su Hong. See Your Majesty. Su Hong arched his hand and bent over slightly. Seeing Su Hong's indifferent look, Long Ruoshi was furious in her heart. Slamming the dragon case, he angrily rebuked. Su Hong, kneel down for me. Su Hong was stunned, but she honestly knelt down. Long Ruoshi said fiercely, Su Hong, do you know your offense? Sin? Su Hong straightened up, her gaze leveled at Long Ruoshi. Your Majesty, Minister, what is the offense? What? Su Hong actually said this. Long Ruoshi's body stiffened and her face became more and more ugly. The courtiers all around couldn't help but talk about it as well. Apparently all felt that Su Hong had too much guts. Isn't this a blatant challenge to His Majesty? The Duke of Wu, on the other hand, had a look of amusement on his face as he squinted at Su Hong. In his opinion, this incident was an episode, and he didn't expect Long Ruoshi to really, because of such an incident, clean up Su Hong. But I didn't expect Su Hong to act like a dilettante and actually dare to contradict. Then this time, the kid is definitely going to suffer. Not to mention being demoted 3 levels in a row. He will definitely lose His Majesty's trust in the future. Long Ruoshi stared at Su Hong, her heart screaming. She certainly couldn't be angry because Su Hong had punched the grandson of the Duke of Wu's family. She only did it because Su Hong, this, actually went to mess with Song Zian of the Song family. You even fought over Song Zian and were so jealous that you went so far as to offend the Duke of Wu? What do you mean? Isn't it enough to have me? How dare you go out and womanize? Long Ruoshi coldly said. Su Hong, you're actually saying you're guilty of nothing? I ask you, did you assault the grandson of the Duke of Wu, Wu Langcheng, in the old Song home? Yes. Su Hong directly nodded her head in acknowledgement. Yes. Long Ruoshi gritted her teeth. Then did you take Wu Langcheng away, and threatened, so that the Duke of Wu would come to the door to claim him, or else you won't release them? Yes. Su Hong still admitted it. Then, did you take Wu Langcheng away and then have various means to torture it, beat it almost to death? Yes. Su Hong still nodded indifferently. Unbridled. Long Ruoshi exasperatedly bellowed. Looking at Su Hong's unconcerned demeanor, it made her even more incomparably angry. Pointing at Su Hong in anger. You actually dare to lay such poisonous hands on the royal relatives for the sake of a mere woman? Who gave you so much power? Do you still have the king's law in your eyes? Do you still have me in your eyes? You have committed such a heinous crime, and you are still saying in a dignified manner that you have committed no crime at all. This kind of shamelessness really chills my heart. I have been wrong to favor you. The more Long Ruoshi spoke, the angrier she became, and in her heart, she simply couldn't accept Su Hong's approach. Doesn't he know that the Duke of Wu? Even if you want to offend the Duke of Wu, there are plenty of reasons to do so, but the result was actually for a woman, which made Su Hong completely unacceptable. Ding! Your in-law Long Ruoshi's favorability -10. Current favorability 82. You've been downgraded? Su Hong's heart stirred slightly when she heard this prompt. However, he didn't care in his heart. Because of this incident, he already felt that he was inherently blameless. The many ministers looked at the incomparably angry Long Ruoshi, and had all begun to calculate in their hearts. Before that because, it was all obvious that Su Hong had done a marvelous job for Great Zhou. He suppressed the rebel Wang Taiyu, and was favored by Long Ruoshi. But this time, completely angered Long Ruoshi, only this Su Hong. In the future, the status in the dynasty, is bound to be in tatters. Those ministers who had desperately wanted to befriend Su Hong before had already made calculations in their hearts. You have to cut with Su Hong as fast as possible to avoid being implicated by it. On the other hand, on the side of the Duke of Wu, he was even more pleased with himself. Everyone knew that Su Hong was now the female emperor's favorite, almost the one person in the court who could not be offended. But this time, His Majesty, for the sake of his grandson, was this angry at Su Hong? This releases a signal. Own this Duke of Wu, the only royal relative, the power in the dynasty. It's the biggest besides the emperor. There was not the slightest possibility that anyone, not even the slightest, would be able to resist it. Wu Guogan looked at the kneeling Su Hong over there and kept sneering in his heart. Maybe, not even waiting for the rooftop parade, this guy is going to fall out of favor. Without Long Ruoshi's favor, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? At this moment, however, Su Hong's expression still did not have half a ripple, but was just very indifferent. Slightly tilting her head and, looking up at Long Ruoshi, he faintly said, Your Majesty, are you finished? Finished? What? You want to say something in your own defense? Long Ruoshi stared at Su Hong and let out a cold smile. Not in defense, just to state a fact. Su Hong said slowly, There's no other reason why I made a move against that foppish grandson of the Duke of Wu. It's just because that kid owes it all. I've already cheapened him by just beating him. If it wasn't for the fact that he's considered a relative of His Majesty, I would have taken his life straight away. What? Su Hong's words exited the room, and the entire room fell into a dead silence. Long Ruoshi stared at Su Hong with wide eyes in disbelief, not expecting Su Hong to live to say these words, and next to him, the Duke of Wu was stunned, his face full of incredulity and shock. Su Hong, you're unbridled. Next to him, the Duke of Wu completely couldn't help himself and instantly pointed at Su Hong and angrily rebuked. My grandson is at least a royal relative. Strictly speaking, that's all His Majesty's cousin. And what kind of a thing are you that you dare to openly put out a statement in the courtroom that you want to take the lives of the royal family? How many heads do you have to lose? The Duke of Wu's eyes filled with sinister anger, turned to look at Long Ruoshi and arched his hand. Your Majesty, there's no need to ask anymore. This Su Hong is a bully, relying on your favor to. Lawless madman, if you dare to kill the royal relatives today, you will only dare to take your life tomorrow. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I request that Su Hong be punished for disrespecting the royal family and offending His Majesty, decapitated as per the crime. The Duke of Wu clenched his teeth fiercely, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was too good an opportunity for him to pass up. He wanted to use this opportunity to borrow Long Ruoshi's hand to directly take Su Hong's life. Chapter 89, Wronged Him. After the Duke of Wu stood out, several courtiers from the Duke of Wu's camp behind him have also stepped forward. Your Majesty, if Su Hong disrespects the royal family, then he is flouting the imperial authority, and I also suggest that drag Su Hong out of the Noon Gate to be beheaded. I second the motion. I second the motion. Several people stepped forward to behead Su Hong. Long Ruoshi's face was also completely ugly. She turned her head to glare at Su Hong and asked coldly, Su Hong, you really aren't going to defend yourself? Not going to. Su Hong, however, was full of indifference. If your Majesty wants to behead me, behead me. I was born a minister. This life was originally your Majesty's. Your Majesty wants me to die, and I have to. After saying this, Su Hong looked at Long Ruoshi and sighed heavily. Long Ruoshi, Long Ruoshi, you really let me down. Don't you know what the second son of the Wu family is like? He openly robbed a woman to take the Song family girl by force for marriage. I just stopped it and you're going to behead me? Good. In that case, I have nothing to say. What? Su Hong's heartfelt words were heard by Long Ruoshi. Long Ruoshi froze for a moment. The grandson of the Duke of Wu robbed a woman. You're going to take old Song's granddaughter away for marriage? Is that actually what happened? Long Ruoshi was confused. She had thought that the matter of Su Hong beating up Wu Langqing, it's just a jealousy fight over Song Zian, but how could I not expect things to be like this? Then Su Hong is not guilty. Rather, protecting Miss Song and protecting Elder Song's granddaughter is a great feat. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong's look of indifference and disappointment, and realized that why is it that Su Hong refuses to admit her mistake anymore even after being chastised by herself? As it turned out, it was he who had wronged him. Su Hong's aggrieved look. Long Ruoshi's heart was also a bit overjoyed and carried a line of apology as well. But this was in the courtroom, so of course she couldn't openly apologize and say she was wrong. An apology is in order, but it won't be now. Long Ruoshi took a deep breath and her gaze immediately landed on the complacent Duke Wu. This guy also planned to borrow Long Ruoshi's hand to behead Su Hong today, but Long Ruoshi already knew the cause and effect, and her eyes looked coldly at the Duke of Wu. And at this time, the majestic voice spoke. Wu Guogong seems to be in a hurry, anxious for Lord Xiao to die? The Duke of Wu froze, also sensing Long Ruoshi's sudden change of words. Once he raised his head, he also met Long Ruoshi's cool eyes. A shudder ran through him, and he wondered what was the case why did Long Ruoshi's attitude suddenly change drastically in an instant? He hurriedly arched his hand, bowed his head even lower, and said evenly, Your Majesty, I don't want Lord Su to die, but Su Hong he has broken the law, and according to the laws of Great Zhou, contempt of the royal family is a crime punishable by death. I just think that if you ignore the law of the land, you're flouting the law of the land, so this matter must be dealt with according to the law. After the Duke of Wu finished speaking, a few followers next to him also immediately jumped out to help speak. That's right, Your Majesty. Lord Su has been appointed vice-commander of the Forbidden Army and chief of the Imperial Guards. He should have abided by the law of the land, but he obviously knew the law and violated it. If he is not severely punished, I am afraid that in the future, everyone will defy the law of the land. Contempt of imperial authority, this is too bad an influence to be condoned. I ask Your Majesty to punish Lord Su, please, Your Majesty. A bunch of followers followed and spoke, making Long Ruoshi's eyes even colder. Staring at the Duke of Wu, his gaze was eerie. I've just beheaded a traitor, Wang Tai, who wanted to seize the throne. And you, Lord Wu, couldn't wait to venture out? It seems that Wang Tai has run out of use, letting you old thing gain power. Don't you know your own name? Long Ruoshi is facing a bunch of courtiers oppressing her, and she's not the same Long Ruoshi she once was, being able to be intimidated by the number of people. After experiencing that incident with Wang Taiyun, Long Ruoshi is now obviously much more composed than before. It is also much more deeply versed in the ways of the emperor. She simply ignored the pleas of those courtiers and just looked at the Duke of Wu, her voice icy cold. It came out slowly. Duke Wu, you know that disrespecting the royal family is a violation of the king's law. In that royal law, there is another sentence. The royal family commits the same crime as the common people. Don't you know that? Wu Guogon's body trembled when he heard Long Ruoshi's cold words. He had a vague bad feeling in his heart, not knowing what Long Ruoshi really wanted. Cold sweat had gradually come down on the back of the Duke of Wu, and he clenched his teeth. No, but I don't understand what your majesty means. Don't understand what that means? Long Ruwashi slapped the dragon case and scolded. Do you take me for granted that I don't know what's going on? It was clearly your untalented playboy grandson who ran into Elder Song's house and forcibly captured him. What recklessness and audacity! Leaving aside Song's many contributions to this country, that case of Wang Taiyu, Elder Song has come out to preside over the situation at his age. But it's ridiculous that your punk grandson dares to lay hands on the aftermath of a meritorious service? Who gave him the guts? Aha! Long Ruwashi's last cry was even more filled with the Emperor's majesty. Scared the whole civil and military officials, all body trembled. Urine almost dripped down. Especially the Duke of Wu. And a bunch of helpers behind him. Cold sweat had completely dripped down. All panicked. Those ministers who spoke for the Duke of Wu are now repenting in their intestines. Grandma, there's more to this? I should have known your grandson would do something like this. Give them 100 guts wouldn't dare to help the Duke of Wu speak at this time. Each one of them was going to be mad. If that Wu Langqing was in front of them now, they really want to strangle this alive. The Duke of Wu was also horrified. How could he not expect that Long Ruwashi could know the details of this matter so clearly? Then in that case, not to mention Wu Langqing, he himself would be in danger. If Long Ruwashi wants to casually press a name of deceiving the king, this head of his own, I'm afraid I won't even be able to keep it. Wu Guigong gritted his teeth, feeling that he absolutely could not admit such a thing, and immediately poofed. To Long Ruwashi, kneel down. To Long Ruwashi, is Deng Deng even kowtowed 3 times? The voice of injustice said, Your Majesty, I do not know what slander you have listened to. My grandson, it was really just a marriage proposal. The Song family girl didn't agree, and my grandson was a bit eager, so he pulled a little. That's not at all what His Majesty said about forcibly robbing the people's girls and trying to take the Song family's girl. I beg your Majesty's scrutiny. Wu Guigong knocked his head on the ground. His body was trembling. He didn't dare to raise his head at all, totally pretending to be a loyal and wronged old minister. Seeing this performance by the Duke of Wu, Long Ruwashi's eyes were chilly from the beginning. The Wu played it like it was enough, but he himself was listening to Su Hong's heart. Can a man lie when he speaks from his heart? Lying to yourself? Long Ruwashi slapped the table and sneered. It seems that the Duke of State feels that his grandson is wronged, doesn't he? Good. Men, declare Song Zian to the court. I will, today, ask in person what exactly is going on. At that time, when Song Zian opens her mouth, I'd like to see what else you have to say. Chapter 90. Song Zian is summoned to the court. When Long Ruwashi exited with these words, the Duke of Wu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Long Ruwashi could do things to such an extreme level. You can actually summon a woman directly to the court? Although Song Zian was quite famous in the imperial capital, or Song Sharen's only granddaughter. But the problem is, Song Zian didn't take the civil service. She's just a white woman, and according to the rules, how can you let her go to the court? But Long Ruwashi is young and unconventional, and that's what she ordered. No one in the crowd dared to disobey, although the Duke of Wu did not see it with his own eyes, nor did he send anyone to inquire about it. But he knows his second grandson well, and with Wu Langqing's urbane nature, I'm afraid this asshole has really done what Long Ruwashi said. When Song Zian arrives and tells the truth, won't that be the end? The Duke of Wu hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this Song Zian is a white woman, even if she is Song Lao's own granddaughter. I'm afraid it's just not right to let her go to the court to face the saint. Is it? What happened to the female stream? Long Ruwashi's gaze chilled as she coldly looked at the Duke of Wu. Then, speaking of which, I am still a woman. Wouldn't that make even me unqualified to stand above the court? What's wrong with Wu Guigong today? What he said? It's all very dangerous. Long Ruwashi's voice was icy cold as she mentioned the Duke of Wu. Wu Guigong's body was shaken and he hurriedly bowed his head. No, Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. Not that. That's not it. Someone. Who's going to summon Song Zian to the court? Your Majesty, I'll go. Su Ruoyu, who had been standing behind Long Ruwashi without saying anything, arched her hand and took the initiative to ask for orders. Apparently, just now when the scene was once unfavorable to Su Hong, Su Ruoyu was worried sick in her heart. So now, she was more eager than anyone else to call Song Zian. As soon as Song Zian arrived, the truth of the matter would naturally be revealed. Good, Ruoyu, then you go. And if you go, I'll be relieved. Long Ruwashi nodded. So Su Ruoyu arched his hand, turned around and walked out of the courtroom, and without saying a word, drove his fast horse and go straight to the Song residence and bring Song Zian to the court. Immediately after Su Ruoyu left, the courtroom fell into a long silence. Most of the courtiers did not dare to speak and watched from the wall to see how things would develop. A group of courtiers led by the Duke of Wu, All of them kneeled on the ground, with buckets of sweat dripping from their heads. As for Su Hong, she was calm and didn't say anything, but just looked at Long Ruoshi, her eyes easing up a bit. Well, that was handled pretty well and deserves some praise. I knew it. Baby dragon is still good to me. Just now it almost didn't piss me off. All of Su Hong's heartfelt words were heard clearly by Long Ruoshi. Long Ruoshi's pretty face slightly reddened and rolled her eyes. Little, you're so angry. Can't you take a little aggravation? And so, this time indeed the boy has been wronged. And when the court is over, comfort and console him some more. Long Ruoshi had unconsciously cared very much about Su Hong. Perhaps in the beginning, it was because of Su Hong's ability to strategize and help him consolidate his empire. It was only then that I kept Su Hong around. But now, Long Ruoshi realized that this somewhat cynical, somewhat roguish fellow that, in his own heart, unconsciously, the weight is getting higher and higher. One cared more and more about his feelings and didn't want him to get hurt or upset. Wu Guogong was now in a panic. He didn't expect Long Ruoshi to come up with such a plan. If Song Zian came and nodded that Wu Langqing did do that, it's all over. But there wasn't the slightest thing he could do about it now. He can't stop Song Zian from going to court. Can he? Little by little, time passed. Wu Guogong was tormented in his heart. At this time, the eunuch's voice finally came from outside. Your Majesty, Lord Su of Zhongrenfu, bring my daughter Song Zian here. Let them in. Long Ruoshi nodded, while curiously looking outside the courtroom. After that, he saw two stunningly beautiful women, one in front of the other, walking into the courtroom. Su Ruoyu, who was at the head, was of a cold and indifferent temperament, while Song Zian, who was behind her, dressed in a long lavender dress. Her face was exquisite and pretty, and she was a lotus flower that attracted people's love. Regardless of the features, appearance, and figure, they were simply impeccable, especially the two pieces of its chest that, although Song Zian had tried her best to wear wide clothes to cover it up, that amazing size still couldn't be hidden at all. And as she walked, the naked eye could see a slight wobble. It's really coming. The ministers were very surprised. White clothes on the temple thing, in the Great Zhou often, but this call the people's daughter on the temple, is really the first time. My daughter Song Zian, see your majesty. Song Zian slowly knelt down and performed a big salute. The voice was warm and the manners were impeccable. When the people present saw Song Zian, they seemed to understand at once that, why is the foppish second youngest member of the Duke of Wu's family taking this woman by force to be his daughter-in-law now? It was also a bit clear why Su Hong had gone to bat for him. Long Ruoshi looked at Song Zian, and her nerves involuntarily jumped. She could naturally see that Song Zian was a woman of great beauty, and even on some level, neither loses itself, while knowing that what happened before was a misunderstanding, but knowing that Su Hong was involved with this woman, Long Ruoshi's heart still produced a slight displeasure. Most of all, glancing at Su Hong next to him, this asshole's pair of eyes, since Song Zian came in, never looked away from people since the beginning. Calm down, the asshole is just so horny. Didn't you know that already? Never mind. Long Ruoshi took a deep breath before she suppressed the womanly jealousy in her heart, then looked at Song Zian. Slowly, he asked, my daughter Song Zian, today I summoned you to the court. Do you know what for? Song Zian was also confused, not knowing what was happening. After all, Su Ruoyu's character was cool, and it was impossible to say much to her along the way. Long Ruoshi asked, I summoned you here for no other reason. I just wanted to ask you, yesterday, did the second son of the Duke of Wu's family break into your Song family and forcefully try to take you captive? Long Ruoshi directly opened the door, not dragging her feet in the slightest. The surrounding courtiers all looked at Song Zian, all wanting to know Song Zian's answer. The Duke of Wu's face turned blue. He didn't even dare to raise his head to look at Song Zian, as he had probably already guessed what the answer was. Song Zian froze for a moment, but with her icy intelligence, seeing both Wu Guigong and Su Hong kneeling there, they probably knew what was going on. She answered instantly, back to your majesty, the second son of the Wu family, Wu Langqing, has actually been pestering my daughter for a long time, but the folk have always refused him. As a result, he was so angry yesterday that he forced his way into my daughter's home to propose marriage, and she wouldn't agree to it. He then sent men to take the folk's daughter by force to marry her. Fortunately, Lord Su Hongsu was present and stopped Wu Langqing, so my daughter was spared. So, the second son of the Duke of Wu's family did do those things yesterday. Chapter 91, Soul Questioning. After Song Zian's straightforward answer, the entire room was in an uproar. In this way, the matter is clearly finalized. Long Ruoshi nodded slightly. Sure enough, things were like this. But of course, the Duke of Wu could not be willing, and immediately got up, pointing at Song Zian and shouting angrily, Your Majesty, she lies. She must have held a grudge against my family Langqing to say this on purpose. Your Majesty, she's trying to harm my family Langqing. Moreover, this woman and Su Hong have a very close relationship, probably lovers. Why else would Su Hong show up at her home at that time? Song Zian just wanted to help Su Hong, so she deliberately told lies. Old dog Wu, Su Hong, who hadn't said anything, finally couldn't help herself and turned her head at this moment and his eyes stared icily at the Duke of Wu, his voice cold and full of killing aura. Just because I haven't been talking doesn't mean I'm dead. You've been making all sorts of false accusations against me the whole time, trying to falsely incriminate me, and even trying to instigate His Majesty to. I want to take my life. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Miss Song and I, let alone being innocent, even if we are really lovers, I am unmarried and she is unmarried. Has this violated any law of Great Zhou? Why don't you tell me? Your grandson did something so disgraceful, and now the evidence is overwhelming. It's ridiculous that you're still tearing around here. Do you really think His Majesty can't see your lies? Your Majesty, I don't go to the court, yet I have been sentenced by Ben twice in a row. Today, I have a book to attend to. Su Hong's voice was grand and majestic, plus he was a martial arts practitioner. At this moment, it was even more neutral, directly shocking everyone in the courtroom. Long Ruoshi looked at him. Oh, who are you going to join? Minister, I'm going to Senate the Duke of Wu, Su Hong immediately said. He falsely accused the court officials during the dynasty, and he allowed his grandchildren to do nonsense in the imperial capital, tarnishing the name of the royal family. Even more so, in the courtroom, he deceived His Majesty, and has already committed the crime of deceiving the king. According to the laws of our Great Zhou, such a 10 evil criminals should be executed by lynching. 3 generations of children and grandchildren, stripped of their titles, relegated to civilian status, and not allowed to re-enter the civil service. Su Hong really couldn't stand it anymore. This Wu Guogong put on a show and even wanted Long Ruoshi to behead himself. Do you really think you don't have a temper? You like the idea of a desire to make things worse? Then he himself will return the favor. You're full of. Wu Guogong also panicked. After all, things aren't just now. Song Zian's arrival completely characterized the matter. His grandson, who violated the law, and he himself had to shelter and falsely accuse Su Hong. Su Hong turned his head and even stuffed the name of deceiving the king on himself. If it was really true, Long Ruoshi could really order him to be executed if she wanted to. Wu Guogong pointed his finger at Su Hong and angrily rebuked. Asshole! You're making a false accusation. False accusation. I'm an imperial relative, and I've done a lot of work for this Great Zhou, while you've only been in the court for a few days. How dare you falsely accuse me? How dare you accuse me? Your Majesty, don't listen to this man's nonsense. He is clearly the one who deceived His Majesty and should be beheaded according to the law. Your Majesty. Long Ruoshi's brows were also furrowed as she watched Su Hong and the Duke of Wu go at it so tit for tat. Of course she was on Su Hong's side. However, the Duke of Wu had woken her up to the fact that the other party was a royal relative. He himself could care less if the Wu family lives or dies. But what about his mother? What about Kite? You know, the former Empress is still alive and well, but she's a fasting Buddhist who doesn't ask about the world. A lot of people forget. If, with this action of his own, he beheads the Duke of Wu, or punishes him severely, surely the mother won't just sit back and do nothing. This made Long Ruoshi extremely annoyed and didn't know what to do anymore. While Su Hong looked at Wu Guogong, he laughed out loud. Ha ha, the laughter was great and full of energy, like a thunderclap that surrounded the great hall. The Duke of Wu frowned and glared at Su Hong, questioning angrily. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Su Hong snorted coldly, her gaze icy cold, looking at the Duke of Wu with unparalleled contempt. Teasingly, Lord Wu says he has done great deeds for Great Zhou? No one else is worthy to be compared to you? Then I would ask, Your Majesty is still young and junior to ascend the throne. But where were you when you were being used and held hostage by Wang Taiyu? Where were you when Wang Taiyu was forming a party and laying out a delusional attempt to usurp the throne? Even when Wang Taiyu forced his way into the palace that day and made a move against His Majesty in court? Where were you? If my memory serves me well, on that day, our honorable Lord Wu Guogong, he received the news in advance that he couldn't be sure that his side would win, so he was sick and didn't come to the court, right? In that case, whichever side wins, you're invincible. Where in the world do you get the cheek for such speculative, wallflowerish behavior? Saying that you've done great deeds for Great Zhou? Thanks to you, you still claim to be a royal relative. As a result, when His Majesty was in deep danger, but you abandon His Majesty and only want to save yourself. What qualifications do you have to stand in this court and say, others are not worthy to be compared to you? Su Hong's voice, thrown out like thunder. Every word that All of them seemed like a huge hammer, ruthlessly hitting Wu Guigong's body. Straight away, Wu Guigong said that his face was red and full of shame. He opened his mouth and had the presence of mind to retort a few words, but realized that what Su Hong had said, all of it was correct. Himself in the beginning, the matter of Wang Taijung, he chose to be clear. Even in his heart, he felt that Long Ruoshi would eventually lose to Wang Taiyun, but how did not expect. In the end, Su Hong alone to save the day, invited Song Sharan out of the mountain, and when he ran and chased for tens of thousands of miles, he killed Wang Taiyu alive, though in this case, he was not at fault. But as one of the auxiliary ministers left behind by the late emperor in the beginning, there is no merit, that is, there has been. At this moment, being questioned by Su Hong's soul, Wu Guigong became more and more embarrassed, and his expression became more and more difficult to calm down. The color of his face was incomparably ugly. The courtiers were also baffled by Su Hong's series of questions. Their gazes fell on the Duke of Wu, and an idea gradually arose in their hearts. Yeah, this Duke of Wu is a little older and a little more senior. Except for his age, what contribution has he made to the entire Great Zhou dynasty? Even Wang Taiyun conspired against such a big thing. This guy is hiding, afraid of implicating himself. What makes such a person the head minister of the court? Su Hong's few words had obviously reminded Long Ruoshi as well. Wang Taiyu's rebellion is still fresh in our minds. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. Long Ruoshi would no longer trust anyone so easily. And this Duke of Wu falsely accuses his own confidant, Su Hong. At this very moment, you even forced yourself to order the beheading of Su Hong? What is the meaning of this in that day? When Wang Tai used to force the palace, Long Ruoshi's voice was icy cold as she coldly said, Lord Wu, you can't speak? Your Majesty, me. When the Duke of Wu heard Long Ruoshi's tone, he was a bit flustered, and was just about to explain, but Long Ruoshi reached out and stopped him. Long Ruoshi slowly said, I have already judged this matter. Indeed, it was your grandson Wu Langqing who misbehaved, and you forcibly harbored and falsely accused the minister. Let's punish Wu Langqing, 100 lashes, remove his title and demote him to a commoner, and you, Duke Wu, from a first-rank minister, drop 2 levels in a row to 3rd rank, as a warning to others. Chapter 92, If I can't, I'll join your family. Long Darrell slowly announced her verdict. A few words were uttered, and the whole court was in an uproar, and all the courtiers, There was a look of disbelief on all their faces. No one thought that it was right for Wu Langqing to suffer such a punishment for a minor incident. Who let him make his own sins? But Wu Guigong was actually implicated in 2 consecutive demotions, out of everyone's expectations. After Wang Taiyu was killed off, Wu Guigong could be considered the number 1 minister in the court. Powerful. Originally thought, the other side will step by step on the position of the first minister, become that one person under the presence of 10,000 people. But unexpectedly, just because his grandson offended Su Hong, he was directly demoted 2 ranks in a row. And look at that icy expression on Long Ruoshi's face. Obviously not the kind of just symbolic casual punishment. But it seems that after this posting moved, absolutely easily will not be transferred back Wu Guigong. The power in the hands of the Duke of Wu can be said to have been lost for the most part in just one day. The Duke of Wu's face went completely pale. His body was almost unsteady. His feet trembled and he almost fell. He fell to his knees and begged bitterly. No, don't, Your Majesty. Minister, I know it's wrong. It's my fault for failing to discipline. And when I go back to make sure you discipline that sinful son well and won't let anything like that happen again. Long Ruoshi faintly said, Lord Wu, do you think that this matter is only about your poor discipline? This is you deceiving your superiors. The same as when Wang Taiyun. How dare you persecute me? How can I tolerate you? There is no need to say more. Retire from the court. Long Ruoshi's sentence completely pronounced the final result. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor. Amidst the respectful shouts of the ministers, Long Ruoshi had already left the dragon chair and walked out. The ministers slowly retreated from the court, not daring to stay for a moment, and no one dared to get close to the Duke of Wu. Anyone can see that the Duke of Wu has fallen on his face this time. If you get too close to him at this time, there's no guarantee that you'll be implicated. But there were also some who wanted to hug Su Hong's thighs, because it's clear that the matter of today's courtroom is actually Su Hong and Wu Guigong. Competition for a position of importance in His Majesty's heart. In the end, Su Hong won very thoroughly. Su Hong's position in His Majesty's heart is much higher than this imperial relative, Wu Guigong. Of course the crowd wanted to balk. Su Hong slightly casually dealt with the courtiers who came to flatter him before looking over there. Wu Guigong who slowly got up from the ground. The Duke of Wu also found that Su Hong looked. His eyes flickered with thick chill, and his voice was ice cold and transmitted. Lord Su, Truly a good tactic. Today's matter, it is considered that I have lost. However, I'll make a note of this matter, and in the future, I'll make sure to double it back to Lord Su. I still hope that Lord Su will be careful. Wu Guogong's eyes were filled with coldness, and his tone was not hidden at all. After all, now that they were already torn apart, between him and Su Hong, only one side could exist in the future. It's either you or me. Su Hong looked at the Duke of Wu, but his expression was very disdainful and he smiled contemptuously. Good, then I'll be waiting for your revenge. But before that, the State Lord is still worried about your foppish second grandson. This punk has been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex for years. Don't be killed alive by 100 canes. Humph. The Duke of Wu snorted coldly, not wanting to talk nonsense to Su Hong for even a moment. In his opinion, the verbal battle had been lost, and he didn't want to waste time. Now we're waiting for the rooftop parade, and when the time comes, we'll hire an assassin and directly take this Su Hong's life. With a shake of his hand, the Duke of Wu turned his head and walked out of the great hall. Lord Su, Song Zian leaned up at this time, gently pulled the corner of Su Hong's coat, looking good and pitiful. I feel sorry for you. Oh, Zian. Su Hong turned her head, a different smile on her face. How is it? This should be your first time in the court to face the saint, right? How does it feel? Don't feel much, just think. Your Majesty's appearance is really stunning. I almost looked away just now. Song Zian also didn't expect that Empress Long Ruoshi's face was actually that astonishingly beautiful. It simply made her feel ashamed of herself. Oh, what does it matter to you if she's good looking? Su Hong came to Song Zian's ear and said with a few playful smiles, can it be that our family, Zian, still likes women? Go away. You're just talking nonsense. Song Zian immediately blushed and pushed Su Hong. She looked over at the courtroom, a bit of panic on her face. This is still in the Great Hall, and this Su Hong is talking like this? That's crazy. And as Su Hong looked at Song Zian's delicate appearance, she suddenly had an idea in her heart. I wonder if Song Zian and Long Ruoshi, two women in bed together, what would be the view? Su Hong imagined it, and the picture in his mind was so beautiful that he simply didn't dare to look at it. Asshole. Hooligans. Song Zian, however, could hear Su Hong's heart. He couldn't wait to stomp on Su Hong. This stinking hooligan is lawless. Talking about myself even. My mind actually started imagining that did you do that thing with Her Majesty herself? How can there be such a shameless man in the world? And to add insult to injury, this man was actually his own in-laws. Well, don't be ridiculous. Song Zian hurriedly changed the topic as she looked at Su Hong and asked, this time, you seem to have offended this Duke of Wu so badly. The look on Wu Guogon's face when he left just now, he obviously doesn't intend to let you off easily. The Wu family, as imperial relatives, is the #1 family in the Great Zhou, besides the Long family. If you offend them, you'll have a hard time in the future. What are you going to do? What else can we do? In the future, soldiers will block the way, and water will come to cover the earth. Su Hong was very calm, then looked at Song Zian again. Besides, if it really doesn't work, won't there still be your Song family? Your grandpa seems to like me, so if I get mixed up then, I'll just go backwards. Join your family, with Elder Song protecting me. Give that old dog Wu Guigong 100 guts. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me. You are so shameless. Song Zian's face completely reddened as she sniffed. How could I have never thought that Su Hong would actually want to go backwards and become a door-to-door son-in-law? But if you think about it, it doesn't seem to be impossible. It doesn't make a difference where you live if you're getting married anyway. Moreover, their Song family, where men were indeed scarce, did need a man in presiding over the facade. However, after all, it was all in the heart, and Su Hong said it so bluntly that Song Zian's thin skin naturally couldn't bear it and didn't answer at all. Well, the court has been dismissed. Let's go back. Song Zian, as a woman who had entered the palace for the first time, still felt very uncomfortable here. Still want to go back early. Fine, let's go. Su Hong looked at Song Zian like this, and stopped teasing her, and with a laugh, pulled Song Zian and walked out of the Great Hall. Chapter 93. Su Hong and Song Zian walked out of the hall. A eunuch had already walked up to Su Hong. Su Hong and Song Zian looked at each other. Su Hong asked, something wrong, eunuch? The eunuch smiled skin deep. Lord Su, His Majesty has summoned you to the imperial study. Su Hong thought about it. Can it be that this chick has just wronged me in the courtroom and wants to apologize to me in private? Looking at Song Zian, she said, Zian, you go back first. I'll go and interview His Majesty. Yeah. Song Zian nodded and didn't think much about it as she lightly moved her lotus steps and turned to leave. Lord Su, please. Good. Su Hong followed the eunuch and went straight to Long Ruoshi's imperial study. Your Majesty, Lord Su is here, the eunuch informed. Let him in. Long Ruoshi's voice, which could not be heard as happy or angry, slowly came out. My lord, please, with pleasure. Eunuch. Su Hong walked into the imperial study and saw Long Ruoshi sitting there with an indifferent face. Can't tell if the mood is happy or sad. And below the dragon case revealed two little legs, bare and tantalizing. It instantly caught Su Hong's eye. Should I give Long Ruoshi some more black silk so she can wear it more often in the future? Su Hong felt that the beauty of the two calves, not wrapped in tight black silk, makes for some regret. Asshole, if you tell me to wear it, do I wear it? Long Ruoshi was originally calm and collected, but when she heard this, her face almost couldn't be strained. See, Your Majesty. After looking at those two beautiful legs for a moment, Su Hong bowed and slowly arched his hand. Only then did Long Ruoshi raise her head and look at Su Hong with a meaningful gaze. Was it good? What does His Majesty mean? Su Hong froze and hurriedly nodded her head. Good looking. His Majesty looks good anyway. Ha! Long Ruoshi's smile was still meaningful. So you want to touch it? Ha! Su Hong's heart swam. What's going on? Did Daryl change sex today? Do you want to use a beauty trick on yourself? Is this good? Su Hong rubbed his hands together, a sardonic smile on his face. Here, you come here. Long Ruoshi hooked her hand at Su Hong. Though appearing very young, that stunningly beautiful and gorgeous face, coupled with the seductive tone of this, the slender pair of long legs underneath gently swayed, invariably hooking Su Hong's soul. Since Your Majesty has requested it, then, I will respectfully comply. Su Hong nodded, and immediately stepped forward slowly. Su Hong came to Long Ruoshi, who sidestepped a pair of long legs stretched out from under the dragon case, facing Su Hong directly. Su Hong was so excited in her heart. Did Daryl Long really want that? Su Hong couldn't wait and hurriedly stretched out his hand towards Long Ruoshi's pair of beautiful legs. However, at this time, Long Ruoshi's long legs slightly sidestepped. Su Hong's hand froze in midair and asked with a few moments of embarrassment. Your Majesty? Long Ruoshi stood tall and looked at Su Hong. Su Hong, touch. It's okay, but you have to tell me. What is your relationship with old Son's granddaughter? Song Zian? Ha? Su Hong sniffed and froze for a moment, then hurriedly shook her head. So what? It's okay. Ha? It's okay. Never mind? Long Ruoshi narrowed her eyes. If it doesn't matter, why would you? When Wu Langqing took Song Zian by force, just showed up there? Don't tell me that you're looking for Elder Song to discuss matters of national importance. Your character. I understand. If there is no benefit to an old man of years like Song Lao, would you be willing to go to him? Long Ruoshi's sentence directly blocked all of Su Hong's retreats. He had indeed wanted to say. He himself was going to find Elder Song. Besides, it was true that he had taken a Dan furnaces from Elder Song that day, but Long Ruoshi didn't believe it, so there was nothing he could do. Su Hong's head was spinning so fast that her forehead was lactating a few cold sweats. He knew that this was a send-up question for women, and one wrong answer. That's $1 million. Seeing that Su Hong didn't say anything for half a day, Long Ruoshi's voice sank. What? Can't you say it? You really do have an unusual relationship with that Song Zian. No, Your Majesty, not like this. Su Hong immediately said, although Your Majesty doesn't believe it, on that day, I really did go to find Elder Song. As Your Majesty also knows, Elder Song has been practicing meditation for more than 10 years. Already mastering means comparable to those of the immortals. So I am going to learn a few tricks from Elder Song, so that I can become a bit stronger. It's also for the better protection of His Majesty. As for that Song Zian, although she is beautiful, in my eyes she is totally inferior to Your Majesty's by 1 point. In my heart, there is only Your Majesty. Su Hong looked at Long Ruoshi with a sincere face. That expression was close to pouring out his heart. Long Ruoshi looked at this expression of Su Hong, also believed a few points. The jealousy in her heart then reduced a little. She took a breath and asked again. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Then Your Majesty. Su Hong's eyes were glowing, staring at Long Ruoshi's two pairs of silky, elastic, soft and boneless long legs. Gulped. So, Minister, can we get started? No. Long Ruoshi didn't hesitate and balked. Why? Su Hong looked frustrated. Your Majesty, you are really the only one in my heart. Is it possible that the minister has to pull his heart out for you? Long Ruoshi's smile was perfect, and she clearly had some resistance to such sweet words from Su Hong. She spoke in a high, slow tone. This time, it's you who made the mistake. That Song Zian is not like she doesn't have feelings for you. So, I'm going to punish you. Punish me? How? Su Hong's heart tightened. Daryl Long kicks off the yellow stiletto. Then he placed one of his luscious and small feet in front of Su Hong. a few shy and a few overbearing, and said, "I punish you, today, to lick my feet like a puppy." Ha! Suhong's entire body froze when she heard this. What the hell? Where did Daryl learn that tune? Does she like being queen? But come to think of it, Long Ruwashi's character is still relatively strong, and spends a lot of time with himself, subconsciously developed queenly attributes. It's also normal. Suhong looked in front of him, the cute and incomparable little feet, although he was not a foot controller. But this small pair of feet of Long Ruwashi is really beautiful. There wasn't the slightest hint of flavor, and there was actually a faint lingering body odor. Suhong knew that Long Ruwashi was soaking Tianshan spring water with rose petals every day. The body is fragrant even without rubbing anything on it. What for? You don't want to? Long Ruwashi asked with a frown. If you don't lick today, you'll never touch me again. I lick. Lick. Suhong hemmed and hawed and hurriedly said, Your Majesty asked me to lick your feet. That is a gift to me. Will I not obey? After saying that, Suhong hugged Long Ruwashi's small feet, stuck out her tongue and it then gently licked on Long Ruwashi's white paws. Chapter 94, Deep Confession. Ah! The moment Suhong's tongue touched the soles of Long Ruwashi's feet, Long Ruwashi couldn't help but scream out. That different kind of excitement that spread all over Long Ruwashi's body. It made her entire body shudder. Wait. Long Ruwashi was a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly tried to get Suhong to stop. But once Suhong starts, where will she stop? Cupping Long Ruwashi's feet, he instead intensified his licking. Long Ruwashi's body was trembling, and her mouth let out a gurgling gasp while her body shrank back and, leaning back on the dragon chair, the trembling of that tantalizingly delicate body grew stronger and stronger. No, 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 no. Long Ruwashi's voice was all completely delicate. It's the first time Suhong has heard that the always high and mighty Long Ruwashi, the mouth could actually make such a sound. Did Daryl Long react that badly? Could it be that the feet are Long Ruwashi's most sensitive place? Suhong had a bad smile on her face. I've got your weakness, baby dragon. Let's see if you don't get tuned up by me later. Assholes. Not allowed. Long Ruwashi was enjoying the ultimate stimulation while hearing Suhong's heartfelt words. The heart made a weak sound of resistance. But the feeling coming from her feet was really something she had never felt in her life. The itchy, sticky, warm sensation made her simply horny. The whole body went soft and collapsed on the dragon chair, completely at the mercy of Suhong's appearance. Your Majesty sucking minister, I serve sucking, you still satisfied? Suhong licked it while still asking deliberately. Satisfied, you go on. Don't stop. Long Ruwashi covered her small mouth and couldn't even speak. The entire person was caught up in the great excitement and warmth brought by Suhong, completely sinking in general. At this time, Suhong gave Long Ruwashi a different foot and continued to lick it. Long Ruwashi's mouth once again let out a gasp. The body spasmed hard. Spinning around, she suddenly sat up from the dragon chair and hugged Suhong's head with one hand, sending Suhong's entire head into his arms. He tightly pressed against the amazingly soft pair of its chest. Well, Suhong froze. Obviously Long Ruwashi was having a good time and forgot about it. Squeezing his head hard against her chest. Baby dragon's puppy breasts feel pretty substantial, too. It's just the right size and it's so stretchy. So good. Suhong inwardly quipped, enjoying the soft flesh-squeezing head massage while using her flexible tongue. Constantly teasing Long Ruwashi's little feet. Long Ruwashi's entire being was now completely mesmerized. Her mind was blank. All that's left is excitement and comfort. That feels good, keep going. Long Ruwashi's voice was all delicate and charming, and listening to it stimulated Suhong's soul even more. Suhong gradually, but also feel the blood spurts. The belly has gradually risen in evil fire. Your Majesty, I can't help it. Suhong was also a bit unable to control herself in such a fragrant scene. As soon as he swooped Long Ruwashi down onto the dragon chair, in a male-on-female position, pressing down on Long Ruwashi. This instant, Long Ruwashi was finally awakened by Suhong's forceful movements for a few moments, and as she looked up, realizing that Suhong is on top of herself, and that pair of eyes, which were also filled with intense lust, was staring straight at himself. Long Ruwashi was a bit flustered. She just wanted to tease Suhong a bit, but she didn't want to really do that. Long Ruwashi hurriedly said, Suhong, what are you doing? Suhong took a deep breath, her voice thick and rough. Your Majesty, I can't help it. Can't help what? Long Ruwashi was shocked. Although she realized what Suhong meant by what she said, she deliberately pretended not to understand. Offset your head. You can't help it. What are you pressing against me for? Not going down yet? Your Majesty, it's come to this, hasn't it? Su-hong forcefully cupped Long Ruoshi's face and moved it over to meet her eyes. Your Majesty, my heart for you can be seen by the sun and the moon. From the first day I saw your Majesty, I just couldn't help falling in love with your Majesty. I know that there is a difference between you and I. You are a high and mighty Empress, and I'm just a small imperial guard. I'm not worthy of your Majesty at all, but I have a heart of abject ardor for your Majesty, and therefore I sincerely hope that your Majesty can accept my. I don't want to lie to myself any longer, and I believe that your Majesty cannot. If you are willing to admit it, then, don't resist. Let the minister come and dominate. Su-hong's voice, with a few moments of dominance, and a few moments of intense love. That sincere look and grounded confession almost made Long Ruoshi feel incredibly dizzy this instant. Since she was a child, how has she ever been treated like this by a man? And Su-hong, in front of her, arguably the only person she's ever moved on from. To Su-hong, Long Ruoshi naturally had extremely deep feelings for her. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to be that jealous because of Song Zian. However, Long Ruoshi always felt that there was a difference in status between the two sides. One is a minister and the other is a king. If we do combine, the trouble that we'll run into with the things that come up behind us, not so trippy. That's why although Long Ruoshi can have skin to skin with Su-hong, but never crossed that red line for a reason. But this moment, hearing Su-hong confess so emotionally, that sincere look in her eyes, Long Ruoshi was very sure at this moment that Su-hong was in love with herself. He would give anything for himself, and be willing to give your heart to yourself. Long Ruoshi instantly thought again in her heart, if that's the case, what's the point of obsessing about it yourself? From the very beginning, one's choice was only Su-hong alone, wasn't it? Instead of dragging it out, tormenting each other, suspicion, and even the possibility of two people drifting apart. How about accepting each other and taking the relationship to the next level? Long Ruoshi sighed softly, and at this moment, she bravely opened her eyes and, looking straight into Su-hong's eyes, revealing that mesmerizing smile that was no longer that of an empress, but of her, Long Ruoshi, she gently said, Su-hong, I feel the same way about you. However, I have one request. Su-hong's heart fluttered and she hurriedly said, Your Majesty, you said. Long Ruoshi gazed straight at Su-hong, slightly pressed against Su-hong's ear, and whispered, After this time, you are my person, and I am also your person. If you dare to negate me in the future, I will never let you go even if I go to the Yellow Springs. Hearing this, Su-hong's heart instinctively trembled. Then the heart was incredibly determined. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not fail Your Majesty. All my life, I shall be Your Majesty's until the sea runs dry and the sun and moon turn upside down. World's end. Good. Hearing Su-hong's assurance, Long Ruoshi's face finally revealed an intoxicating smile. Spinning around, he slowly laid down in front of Su-hong. His pretty face surfaced a few blushing redness, and said softly, You can start. Chapter 95. Ding. Long Ruoshi favorability plus 20. Current favorability 100. Ding. Your in-law Long Ruoshi's favorability has reached the stage 1 cap. It can unlock snapping. Please host take it down by conquest. After completing the conquest, you will receive 1 divine lucky draw and 1 reward 20 years cultivation pill. A series of system alert sounds came to his ears. Su-hong's heart swam. Finally the favorability is up to 100. Su-hong was so excited in her heart, he didn't even dare to move at the moment, because he was a little afraid that it was a dream, and that a little fidgeting, and the dream woke up. However, the touch of Long Ruoshi in his arms was incomparably real, telling Su-hong that this was definitely not a dream. Then, Your Majesty, Daryl, I'll begin. Su-hong gave Long Ruoshi a kiss in her beautiful pair of talking eyes, then said softly, Well, being called by Su-hong directly by her nickname, Long Ruoshi's heart was even more incomparably shy, nodded her head and did not speak. It was completely like letting Su-hong do whatever she wanted. Look at all the female emperors of a country, the absolute ruler in the hearts of countless people. At this moment, but under her own body, revealing this kind of appearance, Su-hong's heart was also greatly satisfied. Unprecedented excitement flooded his mind and soul. Su-hong took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and directly pounced towards Long Ruoshi. Just when Su-hong thought that he was able to fix things with Long Ruoshi, the opposite of what was intended happened. Outside, a familiar voice came. Your Majesty, Minister, Su Ruoyu seeks an audience. The voice was loud and without the slightest bit of emotion, carrying a strong personal flavor of Su Ruoyu. This sound, as if it was a thunderclap, woke up the two of them, Su-hong and Long Ruoshi, at once. Ruoyu is here? Long Ruoshi's face carried a few moments of panic as she sat up from the dragon chair. Su-hong, however, said, Daryl, leave her alone, let her go back first. Of course Su Hong couldn't let this excellent opportunity be broken like this. No. Long Ruoshi, however, shook her head. Ruoyu is a playmate I grew up with, and generally does not need my consent to. She can go in and out of the royal study on her own. What if she comes in and sees us like this? Su Hong was speechless. Why did Su Ruoyu come at this juncture? Damn it! Su Hong had no choice but to stand up and back away. Long Ruoshi also put her shoes on and resumed her modesty. However, her pretty face still retained a few moments of redness, which could be seen in the waves of her heart. It didn't pan out at all. Su Hong skimmed her lips. This Su Ruoyu dared to spoil her own good deed. Let's see how we can punish this little ninny later. Your Majesty, I'm coming in. It's really the same as what Long Ruoshi said. Su Ruoyu is Long Ruoshi's close bodyguard that she grew up with. It is also the person whom Long Ruoshi absolutely trusts, entering and leaving the imperial study without any notification. And after coming in, Su Ruoyu was still very beautiful today. Exquisite features, tight black clothes showing off her body to the fullest. It seems that because she has been moisturized by Su Hong's man, the cold and frosty aura of Su Ruoyu's body had diminished quite a bit, but there was a touch more femininity. After Su Ruoyu came in, she glanced at Su Hong, while Su Hong looked at her and nodded slightly. Sort of a hello, but unexpectedly, Su Ruoyu actually didn't pay any attention to Su Hong at all, and directly inclined her head. It only gave Su Hong a merciless sideways look, which made Su Hong fall a bit off guard. Ruoyu, what is the matter with you coming now? It was only now that Long Ruoshi calmed down and looked at Su Ruoyu and asked. Su Ruoyu arched his hand. Your Majesty, the second son of the Duke of Wu's family has been apprehended and is ready to be executed with 100 court canes when the other party had a sudden attack of malady and fainted. The following people did not dare to do anything. So come and ask your Majesty's opinion. What's the point of asking? Hearing this, Su Hong directly said from the side. This must be loaded. Just hit it and be done with it. Su Hong is familiar with that Wu Langqing, but he's a bully, and he's afraid of hardness, and he's afraid of seeing the court staff. I'll pretend to be sick on the spot. Long Ruoshi frowned and gave Su Hong a blank look, telling him to keep quiet. Only then did he think about it. It doesn't matter if he's pretending or not. What matters is that he's claiming to be sick, so he can't beat the. Otherwise, in the future, the courtiers will inevitably call me evil behind my back. But this sinner has indeed committed a great crime. Long Ruoshi thought for a moment, then looked up. Since he has a malady, he will be punished by going to the royal tomb and kneeling for 7 days, during which time he will not be allowed to eat or drink. You must kneel and worship day and night, and if you faint again, just ask the imperial doctor to look after you on the side. Yes, subordinate understands. Su Ruoyu nodded. Su Hong listened and frowned. Nima, escaped by that kid. The court canes of the Great Week are still hard enough and hit with great care. For a master, 100 court canes can beat a man to death. It's also possible to beat someone up with only minor injuries for 2 or 3 days. It still requires a lot of maneuvering on the part of the court cane executor. However, generally the emperor ordered the court cane, and the person who carried it out was usually the forbidden army in the palace. That's Su Hong's people. If Su Hong had authorized it, then Wu Langqing, even if he didn't die, at least he would have lost half his life. But obviously, Long Ruoshi was also afraid that Su Hong would really ask someone to beat Wu Langqing to death. When the time comes to really push Wu Guigong, forced into the second Wang Taiyu, then it will not be worth the loss. So that's why this was replaced with going to the royal tomb and kneeling for 7 days without eating or drinking. This punishment is much less harsh. For 7 days it was said that they did not eat or drink, and who knew that the officers who followed beside them? Will they sneak in something to fill Wu Langqing's stomach when the time comes in order to curry favor with the Duke of Wu? The gap between the two is clearly wider, and Long Ruoshi could also see that Su Hong had a bit of a temper because of this, and even consoled a few words and said, Su Hong, Wu Langqing is nothing more than a dude. He simply poses no threat to you either. The most important thing this time is to have his grandfather, the Duke of Wu, drop 2 ranks in a row. In the future, the Wu family's power in the imperial capital is bound to fall to pieces, and that's the heaviest punishment. I understand. Su Hong arched his hand. Since it is your Majesty's order, I naturally will not have any objections. Well, it's good that you understand. Long Ruoshi nodded and gave Su Hong a comforting look. Su Ruoyu watched the two of them frown at each other, her expression always cold, and said again, Your Majesty, there is one more thing. It has recently been discovered that there are frequent stragglers crossing the borderline between our country and the Golden State. Influx into my Great Zhou to come. I ordered all efforts to hunt down these big gold stragglers, but still be smuggled in a lot of. The Golden Kingdom is eyeing our Great Zhou, and I fear that there may be secret assassins and spies from the Golden Kingdom that, hiding among these stragglers, sneaking into my Great Zhou and attempting to work against my Great Zhou. it's the golden state again. When Long Ruwashi heard this, she frowned and felt a headache. After she cupped her head with her hand, she looked at Su Hong and asked, Su Hong, what solution do you have for this matter? Su Hong arched his hand, his voice cold and gloomy. Your Majesty, I have only one solution. Kill. Kill until the Jin people don't dare to come. Kill until the Jin are afraid. And this matter will naturally be solved. Su Hong said, a cold wind spreading in the imperial study. And even Su Ruoyu and Long Ruwashi heard that. Both couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 96, Comforting One, Jealous of Another. It seemed to Su Hong that it was only a matter of time before the Golden Kingdom sent an assassin to blend in. Although Jin is more powerful than Great Zhou. But this time, the Golden Kingdom, the one who intended to make a move against Great Zhou was only their second prince. Even the second prince certainly doesn't have much power at his disposal. Frontal hard contact, a second prince, is definitely not a sure thing, so he definitely wants to do it before he does it. Try to send some masters to come and assassinate important people in Great Zhou or send scouts to gather intelligence. In this way, before the war started, weaken the strength of Great Zhou. That way the other side can get a head start when the war starts. However, in Su Hong's opinion, there was no other solution too good for these assassins and scouts. Then the only way is to kill. Finding them and killing them all is the only way to get to the root of the problem. Long Ruwashi frowned. Killing, indeed, is good, but the assassins, the scouts, hiding among the stragglers, can't be found. What's all this talk about killing them all? Su Ruoyu also nodded. This is the biggest problem. Su Hong smiled and said, Your Majesty, war is imminent between the two countries. If we are still merciful, we will surely be the ones to lose. I don't mean that I will find the scouts, the assassins and then kill them. Rather, any non-national who crosses the Great Zhou borderline, without exception, kill them all. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let them go, so that an assassin will never be let into Great Zhou. It's just as difficult, but it's certainly a lot easier than just catching those killer scouts, and it is only necessary to arm more garrisons and troops. Long Ruwashi and Su Ruoyu both glanced at each other after Su Hong finished those words. Both could see the shock in the other's eyes. What Su Hong said, although cruel, was indeed the most effective way. Good, then do as you say. Long Ruwashi herself was not a benevolent person, and immediately ordered, pass on my order. Order the garrison of Anyang, Luo Chang, and Jiao Li to all head to the borderline. Set up a line of defense along the border, and kill anyone who roams in without a customs pass without exception. In doing so, although I may take the blame, I don't care. For the sake of the people of Great Zhou, I dare to make this decision. Yes, sir. Su Ruoyu nodded. Ru, is there anything else? Long Ruwashi asked. No more, sire. Then you go out first. I am a bit tired and want to rest and relax. Long Ruwashi waved her hand. Yes. Su Ruoyu nodded and turned to leave. Su Hong watched Su Ruoyu leave and her heart was relieved. It's finally gone. He could be alone with Su Ruoyu again. Just about to go forward. Who knew that? Long Ruwashi suddenly said. Su Hong, you go down too. Ha? Su Hong's smile froze on her face. No. Where's the promised continuation of what just happened? And that's it? Su Hong hesitated and asked tentatively. Your Majesty, do you, indeed, want the minister to go? Well, what else? A few wry smiles surfaced on Long Ruwashi's face. So you're going to stay here. What do you want? Minister. Su Hong hesitated and sighed in her heart. Sure enough, this kind of thing depends on taking a breath. That opportunity wasn't taken. The next one will be harder. Su Hong shook her fist in anger. Su Ruoyu, Su Ruoyu, you wait for me. If Long Daryl can't, he'll have to get it back from you. Su Hong arched his hand. I understand. I will leave. Su Hong bent over slightly, then backed out, and the condescending, haughty expression on Long Ruwashi's face until Su Hong walked out of the. It was only a slight relief. Somewhat later, he patted his chest. So close. Almost did something irreparable today. Long Ruwashi felt that she was really stupefied at that time. That moment was really a decision to give it to Su Hong. It was good that Su Ruoyu came in midway and interrupted them. Long Ruwashi now regretted again. That most important thing. It was still too early to give it to Su Hong. Still have to see it before I say anything. Long Ruwashi breathed a long sigh of relief and called for Xiaoyu to help shake her fan, while she herself leaned back on the dragon chair. Take a little break. I did deal with too much today and am a little tired. As for Su Hong's side, Su Ruoyu hadn't gone far after she walked out of the imperial study. Watching the other party's small buttocks twist and turn as they walked ahead, Su Hong shouted, Su Ruoyu, stop right there. Shouting, Su Ruoyu didn't respond. Su Hong then increased her voice and shouted again. Only then did Su Ruoyu stand still, and Su Hong chased after her. Su Ruoyu, you, how did you just happen to come in? Su Hong looked indignant. Do you realize that you spoiled me? Su Ruoyu glanced at Su Hong with a flat expression. Oh, what have I spoiled for you? Tell me instead? Looking at Su Ruoyu's cool gaze, Su Hong was a bit speechless all of a sudden. Su Hong read some sultriness in Su Ruoyu's eyes. He then reacted to the fact that he and Su Ruoyu had already had that. Su Ruoyu was only her first woman, but since returning to the empire, because of this and that, she was really a bit cold herself. Although Su Ruoyu had a cool temperament, she was still a female assassin beside the Empress, but she is also a woman who has given her body and her mind to herself. Can she not be angry with herself for treating her like that? And Su Hong even felt that. Just now Su Ruoyu might have deliberately interrupted the good deed between herself and Long Ruoshi as a silent protest. Su Hong inhaled and a few smiles appeared on her face. No, nothing good. Just a casual conversation with His Majesty about some kind of reward. Interrupted by you. Oh, yeah? When Su Ruoyu looked at Su Hong, she still had that clear and cold look in her eyes, which made Su Hong's heart a little hairy. Does Lord Su have anything else? If not, I have imperial orders to fulfill, so I will take my leave. Su Ruoyu clearly didn't want to bother with Su Hong and turned her head away. Ruoyu! Su Hong shouted and hurriedly pulled Su Ruoyu's hand and clutched it tightly. What's wrong with you? Why are you so cold to me? Su Ruoyu stood still and didn't turn around, only turning her back to Su Hong as her indifferent voice came out. Oh, Lord Su still cares if I'm cold to you or not? Lord Su has His Majesty, Miss Xian, and so many women around him. Still need my enthusiasm? I'm afraid Lord Su doesn't care at all, right? Lord Su, let go. I have business to attend to, so I'm sorry. Su Ruoyu's voice was thick with jealousy and grudges, and when she finished, he directly shook Su Hong's hand away, and then quickly walked away. Ding! Your in-law Su Ruoyu's favorability -10, current favorability 90. Reminder to the host, after your in-law Su Ruoyu's favorability reaches the full value of the first order, if it is lowered, there will be a probability that the in-laws will be unbound. Please also ask the host to make up for the goodwill in time. Originally, Su Hong was anxious enough, but I didn't expect the system to come up with such a thing. Su Hong looked at Su Ruoyu's departing back and sighed heavily. Nima, other protagonists crossing, all kinds of open harem, all kinds of harmony. How come in your own case, it's not like that at all? Su Hong wanted to win back Su Ruoyu, but looking at the other party like this, it's better not to go looking for unpleasantness anytime soon, or it will only backfire. Su Ruoyu prefers martial arts. She's a martial arts fanatic. Maybe I can treat her right, make up for that good feeling. Su Hong pondered for a while, and without stopping where he was, he quickly walked out of the palace. Chapter 97, Wuxian Anxiety's Open-Mindedness. Su Hong returned to the Su residence. Unsurprisingly, there were a bunch of guests outside the Su mansion again. Today at the court, Long Ruoshi directly gave the Duke of Wu 2 consecutive downgrades for himself. That's a sign. He, Su Hong, is the most powerful person in the court now. A bunch of ministers did their best to flatter. All kinds of explicit and implicit gifts. There's even a delivery of a beautiful woman. Send the daughter of any of your own distant relatives, wanting a marriage or something, to this kind. Of course, Su Hong did not look at it. After all, what grade did the system pick for him? Now these rouge and vulgar powder, how can they be in his eyes? After returning home, Su Hong thought about how to coax Su Ruoyu. If he sends martial arts, his heavenly evil divine power, the world's martial arts can be learned in one go, and can even be improved. But the 10,000 heavy rain that was sent to Su Ruoyu last time was already a first-class sword technique in the continent. You can't send anything better than that. If I had to say, giving away the immortal cultivation technique? That's not a good estimate. Not to mention that this little Xiangong was given to him by Song Sharon, and without Song Sharon's consent, he's not good enough to send it out again. Secondly, I don't know if Su Ruoyu has a spiritual root, so I don't know if she'll even be able to cultivate. It's a waste of time to wimp out. As for gold, silver, treasures and whatnot, Su Ruoyu has been following Long Ruoshi for so many years. Naturally, silver and gold would be even less likely to impress her. Su Hong thought about it, decided I'd give the raffle a try. Maybe I'd get something good for a gift. Su Hong opened the system. Host, Su Hong. Cultivation, immortal, drawing chi into the body. Martial arts, first class and top notch. Technique, Xian, Xiao Xian Gong. Martial arts, heavenly evil divine power. Divine power, 10,000 heavy rain. 18 palms of the descending dragon. 3,000 thunderbolts. Spell, fireball, not yet acquired. Heart points, 500. Number of lucky draws, premium 5. In-laws, 5, full value 1. Su Hong realized that he had a full 5 draws. It's been sitting and used for quite some time. Without saying a word, Su Hong directly smoked all of them in one brain. Ding! Premium raffle in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of drawing talismans, elementary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sword art, 3rd level of chi refining. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb divine horse, 5,000 miles per day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine heavenly Xian sword, SS grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Li Guang Bao fragment *1, immortal grade. End of 5 draws. The content of the reward really excited Su Hong. The art of drawing talismans, the art of sword writing, that goes without saying. A must for cultivation. Though, like Fireball, you need to wait for your cultivation to be higher. You have to have a few levels of chi refining. However, Su Hong was now on the verge of touching the barrier of the 1st level of chi refining, and he believed that he would soon be able to break through. And the gift of a superb colt, traveling 5,000 miles a day. This is equivalent to giving Su Hong a supercar. At least within the Great Zhou, one could definitely arrive within half a day if one wanted to go somewhere. Obviously much more convenient. The main thing is still 2 weapons. A divine Xian sword, very beautiful, and a rare SS ranked one at that. It was a level higher than even the blood shadow sword used by Su Hong. Su Hong herself is enough. This baby, just for Su Ruoyu. Hopefully it will cheer her up a bit and put her right. There is also a fragment of a Li Guang Bao. This left Su Hong somewhat speechless. This Li Guang Bao, you still have to get all the pieces together before you can combine them? How does it give the impression of a former money-grubbing handheld game? What kind of treasure doesn't give you 1 shard at a time and then entice you to keep charging for it? Continue the raffle. Although Su Hong, this lottery does not consume money, consumed mind points, but that heart point can be a lot harder to get than pure money. Su Hong would still rather be smoking with money, but the grade of this Li Guang Bao is immortal, so even if I did draw it for me, I don't think I can draw either. Su Hong bristled. There were many opportunities for himself in the future, and at some point, he might be able to get the pieces together. Su Hong looked at the time. It's noon. It was still a few hours before evening. Su Hong did not forget, this evening, but also to go to the heart of the lake, to go to the appointment of Wu Xinyu. During these few hours, one could slightly cultivate Shao Xiangong. Cultivation is inherently valuable in perseverance. If you don't have enough talent, you have time. As long as one cultivates for a sufficient length of time, there will always be a quantitative change that causes a qualitative change. Su Hong instructed his subordinates to come and call themselves in the practice room in 4 hours. The subordinates naturally complied respectfully. Su Hong sat down cross-legged in the practice room, took a deep breath, and quickly entered the cultivation of Shao Xiangong. On Su Hong's side, he didn't prepare too much for the evening date. After all, it's not like he relies on being handsome and relying on his face to attract women. Dude plays with skill and manipulation. But on Wu Xinxin's side, since last night, she had been unable to sleep. Just to meet with Su Hong today, one must be well prepared. She had agonized for most of the day over just the point of what to wear. She tried on dozens of dresses, over and over, in her house, but it's always unsatisfactory. The only personal maid behind her, Xiao Wan, couldn't help but say, "Miss, are you really going to see Lord Su?" The slave girl has heard that today. Lord Su and his lordship have been in the courtroom and they've been writing to each other. In the end, his lordship failed miserably and was demoted by his majesty by 2 ranks. You still want to go to see Lord Su at this time? I'm afraid that if his lordship knows about it, I'm afraid. Oh, hearing the maid's words, Wu Xinxin stopped the movement of changing clothes in her hands and turned back to look at Xiao Huan. You're saying that Lord Su, in the court, referred to Grandpa Ben and made Grandpa drop 2 grades in a row? Yes, the little ring even nodded. So miss, now the master must hate Su Hong to death, including this second young master. Also was punished by pretending to be sick before escaping the court cane 100. The face is lost. If you still want to go to see Lord Su, old also know that it's going to be a big deal. Xiao Huan felt that Su Hong was definitely their Wu family's #1 enemy now. As the eldest miss of the Wu family, Wu Xinxin should also be united against Su Hong. How can you still go to the appointment, and even go in a daughter's body? But after Wu Xinwei froze for a moment, he immediately revealed a proud expression and laughed. Cluck, it's really worthy of being the man that I, Wu Xinxin, have my eye on. Even the Duke of Wu has been dropped 2 levels by his son Ban. Good ah, lol, ah. Looking at Wu Xinyu not only did not get angry, but also laughed out loud, as if the Duke of Wu wasn't her grandfather at all, but someone else. The maid, Xiao Huan, was directly dumbfounded. Miss, you, seeing Xiao Huan's dismay, Wu Xinxin said with a faint smile, Xiao Huan, The feud between Su Hong and my grandfather is one thing, and the love between Su Hong and I, another thing. The two are not to be confused. Do you understand? Wu Xinyu had long known that Su Hong would definitely go against the Wu family. After all, his own grandfather was narrow-minded and very short-sighted. Once Wang Taiyu fell, it was his turn to be the head minister of the court, and he would surely slowly lose himself in power. Moreover, a while ago, the extra man in black in the house also made Wu Xinxian worry feel very wrong. Wu Xinxian grew up familiar with the theory of the great Tao and the words of the sages, so it seemed to him that Grandpa was plotting some unseemly scheme that it would already be heading down the same old path that Wang Tai used to go down. The end, then, must be annihilation, even if she's the eldest miss of the Wu family, since she couldn't persuade her grandfather. Just as a spectator, it's not a matter of concern. Chapter 98, Wu Xian anxiety is grounded. The little maid probably didn't understand Wu Xinyu's words, but as she looked at Wu Xinxian's well-dressed and joyful face, she could never let go of her heart. So he quietly left Wu Xinxian's house and went to find his old master. Wu Guogong, unbridled. Wu Guogong was already angry enough and was discussing how to get Su Hong killed. As a result, his proud eldest granddaughter is actually going to run off to have a rendezvous with Su Hong? Thanks to Wu's attention to health at the fair, there's nothing wrong with his heart. Otherwise, he would have to spit out a mouthful of blood and die of a heart attack. Tell her, if she dares to go, I'll break her legs. The Duke of Wu cursed hatefully. The maid, Xiao Wan, timidly said, Master, Miss has been dressing up all afternoon and is ready to go out. What? Wu Guigong's eyes glazed over and he immediately stood up. Follow me forward. Say whatever it takes to stop this unfilial daughter. So a group of people swarmed out of the hall and went to Wu Xinxian's side hall. When the group arrived, it coincided with Wu Xinyu getting everything ready, holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand, wearing a long lavender dress, slightly powdered, out of that called a pavilion, simply like a painting out of the general. Seeing Wu Xinyu in this state, even the Duke of Wu froze for a moment. I'm used to seeing my granddaughter dressed as a man on a regular basis. Have you ever seen Wu Xinyu look so feminine? Wu Guigong reacted and immediately sank his face. What are you going to do? Wu Xinyu froze, and also saw the Duke of Wu, and then looked at Xiao Huan, the maid behind the Duke of Wu. Immediately understood. She smiled faintly. Not doing anything, going out. You're going to meet Su Hong, aren't you? The Duke of Wu angrily rebuked. Do you realize that Su Hong and my Wu family are already mortal enemies? I forbid you to go. On what grounds? Others in the Wu family were afraid of the Duke of Wu, but Wu Xinxian was not afraid in the slightest. She smiled contemptuously and looked at Justice Wu with a few sneers. Grandpa, the so-called Su Hong and the Wu family are mortal enemies. That's clearly a personal grudge between you and Su Hong. What's it got to do with me? In the beginning, it was also that waste of a man, the second brother, who didn't open his eyes to mess with others, or I went to wipe his ass. Others have already disregarded the past. It's you who had to actively provoke others in the courtroom. This feud was started by you alone, grandfather. But I, Wu Xinxian, do not recognize it. Wu Xinwen's words directly infuriated the Duke of Wu's face, which immediately turned red. Looking at Wu Xinwen, the body was shaking slightly. You're reckless. Wu Xinyu, I'm your grandfather. Is that any way to speak for an outsider? The Duke of Wu obviously felt that he was being unreasonable and began to use his bloodline, his relatives, to oppress Wu Xinxian. Wu Xinxian still didn't care, but just sneered and said, I'm not speaking for outsiders. I'm helping reason. Besides, if I get married to Su Hong, he'll be my husband. It's not like I'm doing the outsiders a favor, is it? Wu Xinxian's second sentence was even more so when it nearly caused the Duke of Wu to have a stroke of anger. Imagine also dropping yourself 2 ranks in a row, losing power in the courtroom, and losing a mortal enemy trusted by His Majesty. His granddaughter, whom he valued the most and even nurtured as his successor, was actually going to have a rendezvous with the other side, and even to be married to each other? This was a great shame for the Duke of Wu. How can the Duke of Wu accept this? The Duke of Wu was so angry that he began to gasp for breath, and with a sharp tap on his cane, he angrily said, You want to fix things with Su Hong? I think you're dreaming for 100 days. Men, put the lady under house arrest. From this day forward, she is forbidden to go out. Yes. Behind them, a group of experts immediately stepped forward and arched their hands at Wu Xinyu. Miss, I'm offended. Wu Xinyu glanced at the bodyguard beside her, her gaze growing clearer and colder. She glanced at the Duke of Wu and smiled contemptuously. When did my Wu family actually not even have the freedom to come and go as they please? The Duke of Wu coldly said, Instead of letting you go out and embarrass the old man, might as well confine you to your home. Fine. Wu Xinxian's eyes revealed her disappointment in the Duke of Wu. She had originally felt that her grandfather was not very generous and narrow-minded, but I never thought that it would be such a villain. However, Wu Xinxian did not resist, but instead, with a flat expression, followed those bodyguards and, "Go back to your room." After the bodyguard closed the door behind him, he stood directly outside Wu Xinxian's room door and stood guard. The front door, the main door, is all set up so that not even a fly can get out. The Duke of Wu coldly said, "Keep an eye on the young lady for me. Never let her go out. If you let the young lady get away, I'll take you all to task." "Yes, master." The group of bodyguards nodded. The Duke of Wu glared at Wu Xinxian's room. His heart still had not subsided, and with a tap of his cane, with a cold grunt, he turned away. Ms. Xiao Huan entered the house and walked over to Wu Xinwei's side with a slightly frightened expression. After all, she was the one who went and tipped off the Duke of Wu, which caused Wu Xinxian to be grounded. Ring. Wu Xinxian turned her head to look at Xiao Huan without any semblance of anger in her eyes. "Just indifference. You go and make me a pot of tea." "Yes, ma'am." Xiao Huan saw that Wu Xianan was not angry. Her heart was slightly relieved, and she hurriedly turned around to make tea. But as she turned around, Wu Xinxian got up and gave Xiao Huan a slap on the back of her head. Xiao Huan only felt a blur before her eyes and fainted on the spot. Wu Xinxian didn't kill her, but only knocked her out. Helping Xiao Huan to the bed, Wu Xinxian stood up and changed into a black outfit. Afterward, from inside her dressing cabinet, she removed the long, thin tube that had been there. A box of powder was then removed. Wu Xinyu's beautiful eyes flashed. "As distasteful as this behavior is, you grounded me first, Grandpa. I can't help it. This is 10 incense soft tendon dispersion, which can make a person's body paralyzed and unable to move for 3 hours. Big brothers, I'm sorry." Wu Xinyu walked to the back door, where there were only 2 bodyguards on guard. Wu Xinwei inserted the tube through the doorway while spraying out all the ecstasy. Fizzle. Those 2 bodyguards were standing guard in the back when suddenly a cloud of misty smoke drifted by and the duo immediately felt something was wrong. "What's going on? Why do you feel so weak and unable to exert yourself?" The 2 bodyguards held onto the wall before they could barely stand still, just about to call someone. The back door was steeply kicked open, and then a thin, black-clad figure swept out from inside. The 2 bodyguards, spinning around, immediately recognized it. "Miss?" The 2 bodyguards were about to make a move, but the potency of the 10 incense soft tendon powder, it made it impossible for them to even activate their internal energy. "I'm sorry you two. You have a good night's sleep." Wu Xinwei's eyes were cold and indifferent. 2 hand slashes, ruthlessly chopping at the back of the heads of the 2 bodyguards. The 2 of them rolled their eyes and all fainted on the spot. While Wu Xinyu looked around, she quickly ran to the flanking wall, and with a sideways, straight out over the wall, a few jumps, and they quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Chapter 99, Goddess Beauty. Su Mansion. Su Hong was in the cultivation room. After practicing for half a week, the underling then came to call him. Su Hong opened her eyes, and a few moments of delight surfaced in her gaze. He seemed to have touched the barrier of the first level of qi refining. One could feel that the aura in his body was several times more abundant than before. It wouldn't take long to break through to the first level of qi refining. Although Su Hong was eager to continue cultivating for 3 days and 3 nights, but after all, it was an agreement with the next in-law, Wu Xinxin, to go to the appointment at Lake Wanxin today. Su Hong slightly changed into a brocade garment sewn from top-quality fabric. Another slight haircut. Get someone to prepare a bouquet of flowers and head out to Lake Hope. Lake Hope is in a corner of the south side of the imperial capital. The scenery is picturesque and breathtaking, and the willows sway along the lakeside. It's perfect for those young couples who are still young enough to come here for a rendezvous. Su Hong had never seen Wu Xingyu and didn't know what the other person looked like, but Wu Yao said the other day that the other party would take a purple oil paper umbrella. Su Hong swept her gaze around. It was drizzling a bit today and there were indeed quite a few with oil paper umbrellas, but Su Hong didn't see the purple color. Hasn't it come yet? Su Hong walks on the shore of Lake Wanxin. There were many young people in pairs looking at all the pedestrians passing by with umbrellas. The atmosphere made Su Hong's heart rise in vague anticipation. I wonder what kind of a woman Wu Xingyu will be. But after walking around Lake Hope, Su Hong didn't find one with a purple oil paper umbrella either. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Can it be that we've been stood up? It suddenly occurred to Su Hong that the person who had helped her ask Wu Xian anxiety out was her brother, Wu Yu. And the way Wu Yu behaved in his meeting with himself that day made Su Hong feel that the other party was a crook, and also seemed to have some thoughts about himself. Well, if he really has it in for himself, and how could he be so eager to help himself to a date with his sister? Isn't that making things more difficult for you? Thinking of this, Su Hong couldn't help but shake her fist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not like we're getting screwed by that sissy, is it? Su Hong was a bit helpless. If you get stood up, you'll have to go to the Wu family to find Wu Xinxin on your own? But Wu Guigong and himself were now completely torn apart. If he went to the Wu family by himself, he would only be surrounded by 100 assassins in minutes. It's too difficult to see Wu Xinyu. Just when Su Hong was a bit frustrated, a light and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. May I ask, if your excellency is Mr. Su? Soft and boneless, refreshing, just the sound of it. It already made Su Hong feel as comfortable as a spring breeze in her heart. Yes, yes. Su Honglian turned back. A silhouette holding a purple oil paper umbrella was standing playfully in front of him. She was seen slightly holding the oil paper umbrella up, revealing a warm, lovely, and a stunningly beautiful face. Characters that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Coupled with that enchanting figure and outstanding temperament, it made Su Hong look a little dumbfounded for a moment. So beautiful. Su Hong couldn't help but sigh. LOL. Hearing Su Hong's praise, Wu Xinxin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. He then introduced himself to Su Hong. Mr. Su, my daughter. Wu Xinxin worries. I heard my brother say, Mr. Su is willing to meet with my daughter, and my daughter is really happy that Mr. Su went to the appointment as expected. Wu Xinxin's voice, warm and moist as if it were the wind, soothed Su Hong's ears. That ethereal feeling made Su Hong feel that even listening to Wu Xinxin talk was a pleasure. Su Hong can't talk about voice control though, but Wu Xinyu's voice was really the most melodious and wonderful voice he had ever heard in his life. Coupled with that stunning appearance, it wasn't even inferior to Long Ruoshi. Su Hong had to admit it. The system is really great. The ones picked for themselves are all first-class beauties. Su Hong acted even a little pushy, because Wu Xinyu was indeed too beautiful, and gentle and elegant, with an outstanding temperament. It's really like a goddess. Ahem. Hello MS. Wu. I'm Su Hong. Your brother said that you are the first talented girl in the imperial capital, so, wanted to introduce us. Su Hong didn't know what to say. He's also far from a social cow. The first time he met a goddess of this level, he behaved like a virgin who had never been in love. Got the nerves written all over my face. And the more nervous and uneasy Su Hong acted. Instead, the happier Wu Xinxin was in her heart, because she understood that the more Su Hong was nervous in front of herself, the more it showed that the other person spoke highly of himself. It's raining, sir, come in first. Wu Xinyu stepped forward very freely and slightly supported the oil paper umbrella for Su Hong a bit. At the same time, she naturally leaned in and took Su Hong's arm. Wu Xinyu came closer at once. The light fragrance, mixed with the tranquil scent of a girl's body. It made Su Hong a little more and more anxious. Su Hong couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. Why are you so useless? Haven't you ever seen a woman before? LOL. Wu Xinyu heard Su Hong's heart clearly, and the smile on her face grew brighter and brighter. Pointed ahead. Sir, it's raining. Let's walk and talk. Later, we can go to the lake for a boat ride and a drink. And that's something else too. Listen to MS. Wu. Su Hong nodded. He obediently took the umbrella in Wu Xinwen's hand. After all, he was a bit taller and it was convenient to hold it up. The two of them then walked along Lake Lookout, just like those other couples along this lake, holding umbrellas and chatting on one side, pacing slowly on the other. But Wu Xinyu had sneaked out after all. It didn't take long for her to slip out, but she was exposed after all. Several bodyguards ran to Wu Guigong and fell to their knees as soon as they could. It's no good, master. Miss still sneaking out? What? When the Duke of Wu heard this, he was so angry that he directly stood up from his chair and roared angrily. Wastes, it's all crap. So many people, and you can't even watch over a daughter? What use do I have for you? Go find it for me. The lady must be brought back to me. Within 2 hours. I want to see the young lady, or else I'll take your lives. The moment Wu Guigong's words came out, those bodyguards all trembled in fear. Yes, a few bodyguards didn't dare to delay for a second in order to stay alive, and immediately got up one after another and all rushed out of the Wu family. Start hunting down Wu Xinxin. As for Su Hong's side, of course he didn't know that Wu Xinyu had sneaked out, just feeling Wu Xinxin holding her arm, including the faint fragrance coming from the other party's body. All of this was all very distracting to him. Say something, Su Hong. Why are you acting like an idiot? Can't say a word? Su Hong sprayed herself furiously in her mind. And the more Su Hong, the more Wu Xinyu felt that Su Hong was cute. Seeing Su Hong's anxious appearance, Wu Xinyu stretched out her finger and gently placed it on Su Hong's lips. In the beautiful eyes, the intoxicating adoration was almost overflowing. She looked at Su Hong and smiled serenely, after which that gentle voice like the wind came out. Mr. Su, if you don't know what to say, you don't have to say anything. Let's just look out over this lake in the spring and enjoy just being around each other. Chapter 100, Prepare yourself and come to my house to propose marriage. Mom, I'm in love. Su-hong looked at Wu Xinxin's moving beauty, the mesmerizing tone in love. It was simply impossible for him not to be impressed. It's just so beautiful. And Su-hong had never seen such a goddess exist in her life. Moreover, Wu Xinyu's beauty was completely different from the beauty of Long Ruoxi, Su Ruoyu, Song Zian and other women. It was a complete and utter perfection, but not overly sharp. Makes one feel ashamed to be around her. Wu Xinyu is like the bright moon in the sky, not giving oppression, just well. Standing beside you, looking at you tenderly. Even a man like Su-hong would easily be melted by the other party's gentleness. Su-hong took a breath, which calmed her heartbeat a little. Nodded. Good. It's really an honor for Su to have a divine woman like Miss Wu as a companion today. LOL. Wu Xian laughed softly twice and shook his head. That's not very nice of you, sir, to be able to spend this time with a true hero of the day like you. It's the heartbreak that really makes you feel that you're so lucky. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, becoming much more in tune with each other all of a sudden in that moment. Like a couple who have known each other for a long time, they traveled together. Without realizing it, the two of them walked to the lake. Wu Xinyu pointed at the lake. Sir, let's go for a boat ride. It's not raining too hard, so take a boat out to the middle of the lake for a different view, and look out at the view when you're there. Wouldn't it be nice to sip a good wine? Exactly. Su-hong nodded and the two of them came to the lake. Boatman, we'll rent this boat. Su-hong took out a silver ingot. That boatman's eyes went straight, and he immediately politely said, Thanks a lot, boss. Boss, this biggest boat is for you. You two inside please ha. Boatmen who are in the lake crossing business here don't always see such a generous offer in a few years. So the two of them got into the boat, and the boatman came to the bow and set the boat in motion. The boat Su-hong chose is really quite big. Su-hong and Wu Xinxin were sitting in the cabin with a table in front of them. The table was set with wine glasses. Soon the boatman brought up the wine and food. Enjoy yourselves. You too. Ha ha. The boatman had a respectful look on his face, and as he noticed Wu Xinxin's stunning face, a strong envy surfaced in his eyes, but it also bowed its head sagely and quickly retreated. The cabin has cut out windows, just in time for the lake view. The rain, hitting the surface of the sparkling lake, floated the water and, from time to time, a fishbird swept into the water, and soon picked up another fish, took it in its mouth, and resumed its flight into the sky. Su-hong looked at the scenery in a different way. Wu Xinxin worriedly filled up their wine glasses and handed one to Su-hong, smiling gently. Sir, please, thank you, Ms. Wu. Su-hong took it and gently clinked glasses with Wu Xinxin before drinking it. After Wu Xinyu ladylike wiped the corner of her mouth, her bright eyes stared at Su-hong. Eyes flickered continuously, and suddenly said to Su-hong in a few more pouty generalities, Could you not call your daughter Miss Wu? Sir, it would seem to be a stranger. This. Su-hong froze for a moment, not expecting Wu Xinxin to be so proactive. He asked, So, what do you want me to call you? Wu Xinyu pursed her lips, then smiled. It's just a name. You can just call me Sadness. Or, of course, Sir can be called Sadness if he likes. After saying that, as if she felt that what she had said was a bit too much, Wu Xingxinwei couldn't help but have a blush climb up on her face. Somewhat embarrassed, he lowered his head. Su-hong was not expecting that Wu Xinxian still had such a cute side, and she liked it more and more in her heart, resisting the urge to wrap her arms around Wu Xinxin and nibble on her. Su-hong nodded with a smile. Well then, since you don't mind, I'll call you Worry. Well, good. Wu Xinxian was secretly happy. After all, for them, the women of the feudal dynasty, a change in address basically means a big step forward in the relationship. Wu Xinxin changed her name to Su-hong again very naturally. Brother Su-hong, you haven't married yet, have you? Right. Su-hong nodded. What? Do you want to marry me? Sadness? Su-hong had thought that with this sentence of hers, Wu Xinyu would definitely be shy. However, after listening to it, Wu Xinyu did slightly open her eyes wide, and a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Looking at Su-hong, he said, Why, is it okay, brother Su-hong? Then you go back and prepare the dowry, and I'll prepare the dowry. You come to my house to propose marriage. Ha? Su-hong was dumbfounded. I just subconsciously flirted with the words. This Wu Xinxian worried seriously? Ahem. Su-hong awkwardly coughed twice, even poured a cup of white water to moisten his throat, and then awkwardly said, Take what? Worry? I'm just asking off the top of my head. After all, you should have heard that your grandfather was demoted 2 grades in a row because of me. Even if we both agree, I don't think you'll be able to get past your grandfather's hurdle. Su-hong had thought that by saying these words, Wu Xinxian would have some scruples. After all, Su-hong and the Wu family, were actually basically considered to have torn their faces off now. Odds are it will end up being a you-know-what situation. He didn't believe that the Duke of Wu would not make a move afterwards after losing so badly this time. So if Su Hong and Wu Xin were to get married straight away, you can imagine how many big waves will come out of this. However, I did not expect Wu Xinyu to be full of disinterest and shook his head. Brother Su Hong, this was supposed to be a matter between the two of us. What does it have to do with my grandfather? I'm the one who's going to marry you, not my grandfather. Just tell me, do you like me and do you want to marry me? Wu Xinxian said, but also came over from the opposite side and sat directly beside himself. The closer his body got, the pride of his chest, almost close to Su Hong's body. Su Hong could already smell the other person's scent. Brother Su Hong, answer me, will you marry me or not? Wu Xinyu stared straight at Su Hong, just waiting for his answer. Su Hong's forehead was suddenly sweating. Is this Wu Xinxian so blunt? That's a bit too proactive, isn't it? It's no wonder the goodwill is 20 points initially, but the problem is, if you say yes, according to her character, maybe they'll actually go back and get a dowry and force a marriage. But if you don't say yes yourself, that favorability could go straight down the drain. It's a total giveaway. He didn't know how to answer it properly. As time passed by, Wu Xinxian's almost entire petite body was leaning on Su Hong's body, just waiting for Su Hong's answer. But Su Hong really didn't know how to answer. It was during this time of infinite torment. A few bellowing voices suddenly came from outside the ship. Surname Su, let go of my lady. It was followed by an airwave poem, which was blasted hard from the outside without a second thought. Chapter 101, The Seductive Man. This chi wave poem, with its extremely strong waves, definitely came from the hands of a first-rate expert. And it's the kind of aura that doesn't care at all about all the people on the ship. Such an amazing slap, blasted straight through. Look out! Immediately, Su Hong blocked Wu Xinxian from her back and stood up without hesitation. A Dragonfall 18 palm directly blasted out. Ow! Terrifying dragon sounds were heard, and the palm wind instantly transformed into a long dragon, and towards that blasted palm, swiftly smashed out. Boom! The two palm winds collided, directly blowing the lake's surface several meters up. The palm winds of the dragon subduing 18 palms easily suppressed the opposite side. The person who made the move was directly shaken back several feet. Su Hong immediately stepped out of the cabin and looked out over the lake, where several people dressed in black, killed directly. Wu Xinxian also walked out, and her face changed slightly when she saw this scene. Su Hong looked at Wu Xinyu and said, "Worry, this is your family na." Wu Xinxian worriedly clenched her teeth in anger, then tried her best to look ladylike and suppress the anger in her heart. He chided towards those few Wu clan experts. What for? What do you want? Want to kill this lady together on this lake? Those few experts froze, their expressions a bit strange. They had just gone all out because they knew that their young lady was so young. Already a first-rate expert, surely he wouldn't be affected by the waves. That's why he laid down a deadly hand. However, in the face of Wu Xinwei's rebuke, several Wu clan experts stood on the lake and whispered, "Miss, it was the master who sent us to come and take you back. Otherwise, I'll take our lives." That old guy again? Wu Xinyu clenched her fists in anger. If it wasn't for her concern for her image in Su Hong's mind, she really would have been unable to hold back her anger. Su Hong's eyes flickered, but at this time, she took a step forward, still blocking in front of Wu Xinyu, looking at those Wu clan experts. His voice was icy cold. "Go back and tell your lord that his granddaughter is perfectly safe with me. Let his old man not worry. When Miss Sorrow and I have enjoyed our tour, I will personally send your family's young lady back." Hearing Su Hong's words, that leading Wu clan expert let out a cold smile and stared at Su Hong coldly. "Su Hong, what are you? You're also worthy of fingering my lady? I'm telling you, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here right now and send my lady back. Otherwise, we don't mind letting you die in Lake Wanxin today." After that Wu clan expert finished speaking, 7 or 8 experts around him surrounded him. A very appalling aura erupted all over his body. When you looked around, all of them were first-class experts, without exception. Su Hong's gaze flickered. No wonder the Wu family was the #1 imperial family, casually sending out all of them are clear first-class experts. The hiding is really deep enough. If Wang Taizhong hadn't died, this Wu family could really have the qualifications to take on the Wang family. Hearing these words from the Wu clan's experts, Wu Xinxian's face clouded over. She couldn't help but chortle at once. "Good. I'd like to see which one of you dares to touch a hair on Brother Su Hong's head today. If Brother Su Hong breaks the skin today, we'll go back. Should know what kind of consequences." The moment Wu Xinxian's words came out, those Wu clan experts all trembled. Although they were afraid of the family head, Mr. Wu, they were all scared to death of this big miss, too. The cruelty of the other party's methods were sometimes definitely much more terrifying than even the family head, Lord Wu. But this time, the Duke of Wu was moved to real anger. If they didn't manage to bring Wu Xinxin back in 2 hours, the ending would be a loss of life. They are still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. The leader of the group coldly said, "Miss, if you are dissatisfied again, when you return, my subordinates are at your disposal. But today, you have to come back with us." Joke. Su Hong's eyes flashed coldly. "I, Su Hong, am here, so I'd like to see who can take away the person I'm trying to protect in front of me." After finishing a sentence in a domineering manner, Su Hong directly reached out and wrapped Wu Xinxin in her arms fiercely. "Ah!" Wu Xinxin gasped, startled. But feeling Su Hong's sturdy and incomparable chest filled him with a sense of security. The intense scent of a man in the moment almost dazzled her. Brother Su Hong is so dominant, really like it. Wu Xinyu was full of surprises. Ding! Your in-law, Wu Xinxian, has a favorability rating of +20, current favorability rating is 40. A beep sounded in his ears. But Su Hong no longer had time to care. The eyes of those few Wu clan experts had gone completely cold. "It seems that you are determined to seek death. Then today, let us see that Lord Su, who was able to kill Wang Taiyun in the first place. What the hell? Go!" As the words fell, those few Wu clan experts had already charged towards Su Hong, and Su Hong let go of Wu Xinxin. His feet flashed with thunder, and he directly used thunderous 30,000. The body was like thunder, ratcheting out. "Brother Su Hong, be careful." A few moments of worry appeared on Wu Xinxin's face. After all, she was very clear about the strength of these Wu family experts. All of them were among the first-class experts. Together, even a first-class expert could be decimated. Although Su Hong once killed Wang Taiyuan with her own hands, it's rumored outside, it was only because Wang Taiyu was seriously injured and Su Hong was using a trick to succeed. Su Hong, herself, was a first-class overwhelming strength. Against these 7 or 8 first-rate experts, it must still be very strenuous. Wu Xinyu stood on the boat and watched Su Hong sweep out, her pretty face containing worry. However, Su Hong was holding the blood shadow sword, and at this moment, all of his internal power surged to its limit. Flying to the center of the lake, those few Wu clan experts had also swept closer. Die! Several Wu clan masters unanimously used their killing moves, or palms, or fists, or fingers. All of them carried an incomparably harsh wind, fiercely blasting towards Su Hong. While Su Hong's gaze flashed, his right hand blood shadow sword and his left hand palm wind blasted out swiftly and violently at the same time. 10,000 heavy rains, dragon falling 18 palms, first stance, hyper dragon, rumble. The two divine energies blasted out at the same time, and the power was that amazing and incomparable. Don't look at Su Hong still being a first-class expert at the top of the heap, but he's stuck in this realm. It's been some time, too. However, the internal energy within his body, under the operation of the heavenly evil divine power, was also increasing daily. So don't look at him as just a first-class master Jedi, but it could almost be counted as the kind of half-step Earth Immortal that had half a foot in Earth Immortal. So these Wu clan experts in front of him who took the initiative to strike at him were definitely here to seek death. The terrifying sword light and palm wind instantly enveloped the center of the lake completely. In an instant, all of the Wu clan's experts were blown away. There was a spurt of blood from their mouths, and one by one, like a stone, they smashed into the lake of hope. So strong. Seeing Su Hong just make a single move, he directly resolved all the experts. Wu Xinxin on the ship looked at this scene, and the love in her eyes had grown stronger. True to form, the man I'm looking at is really not bad. Ding! Your in-law, Wu Xinxian, has a favorability of +20, current favorability 60. Chapter 102, I'm greedy. Su Hong didn't expect it either. When he himself dated Wu Xinxin, he ended up relying on a show of strength to boost his goodwill. But if he knew that Wu Xinxin had fallen very hard for him without ever having met him, it was because Su Hong, almost alone, had destroyed Wang Taiyu and held the kingdom of the Great Zhou, and had only long since put himself in a position to, as much as possible to show to Wu Xinxin worry, that maybe good feelings also increased a little faster. Su Hong stepped on the lake water with her feet and rejoined the boat. Wu Xinyu immediately rushed up, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration for Su Hong. Brother Su Hong, are you alright? Are there any injuries? That's a natural no. Su Hong smiled gently, but those household servants of your family, I'm afraid they're only badly injured. Worry won't blame me for hitting you too hard, will she? That's natural. Wu Xinyu shook her head with a face that didn't care. They should have guessed this end when they took orders from my grandfather and came forcibly to take people. Besides, my family has many experts. Even if a few die, it's nothing. Who made them so ungrateful that they dared to strike at you? Brother Su Hong. Oh, that's good. Su Hong nodded. At this time, Wu Xinyu slowly approached Su Hong again, her voice carrying a few charming hints into Su Hong's ears. Brother Su Hong, you were just so bossy. You said no one could take the person you were trying to protect. The person you're trying to protect, is it me? Although Wu Xinxian was shy, she was very brave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold in trying to woo Su Hong. Su Hong sniffed, slightly stunned, reached out her hand and gently stroked Wu Xinxian's hair. A nod followed. Who else could it be if not you? Really? The smile on Wu Xinyu's face grew brighter. Then, brother Su Hong, will you protect me for the rest of my life? Sadness is greedy. Just one moment isn't enough. I want a lifetime. Okay, then, for life. Su Hong nodded. This stuff can still be promised. After all, protection for life is something one certainly tries to do. If it's a marriage, that one is really a little hard to say yes to. We're not scumbags. We just have too many things to worry about. So there are some things that we really can't commit to too soon. Aha! Sadness trusts you. Wu Xinxian took the initiative to step forward and leaned into Su Hong's arms of her own accord, and Su Hong obediently took him in her arms. Ding! You're in law. Wu Xinxian has a favorability of +20, current favorability 80. I have to say, this fangirl strategy is just smooth. Su Hong kind of understand why the previous life of those stars fresh meat, grass powder are so easy. Didn't even do anything myself. It's totally backwards. This is just a meet and greet, and it's straight up to 80 favorability. But Su Hong didn't enjoy it. Isn't that 20 short of full? When the time comes, won't you be able to snap? Ahem. We're not just doing it for the sake of sex. We're doing it for love. Su Hong said in her heart. Aha, people know that. Wu Xinxian was more and more delighted to hear this heartfelt statement from Su Hong. It shows that Su Hong is not interested in herself on sight, but really likes herself. Soon the night darkened, and the night breeze blew over, a little chilly. Su Hong hugged Wu Xinxian for a while and felt the wind picking up. So she said, Sadness, it's getting late. Why don't we go back? Go back? Where to? Wu Xinyu tilted her head slightly, her exquisite impeccably beautiful face looking at Su Hong. Can I go to brother Su Hong's house? Ha? Su Hong froze for a moment. You're not going home? Wu Xinyu deflated her small mouth and said somewhat pitifully. Today, for the sake of brother Su Hong and the family basically considered a complete break. If I go home today, I'm afraid it's going to be hard for me to get out the next time. I'm homeless now. That's why I want to borrow a room at brother Su Hong's house. Su Hong looked at Wu Xinxian's pitiful expression and felt that she did have a point. He could see that Wu Xinyu had come out to meet with himself, completely behind the back of the Duke of Wu, and the Duke of Wu was furious when he found out about it. Not to mention, if Wu Xinxian worried to go back today, Wu Guigong will surely severely reprimand. Not to mention, in the future, if she wanted to come out and meet the two of them again, it would definitely be much more difficult. How can you brush off your favor when you can't even meet? Su Hong was still hesitant, but Wu Xian Anxiao hugged Su Hong tightly again and continued to act pitiful, pissed off at Su Hong one after another. Brother Su Hong, can you bear it, not to see me in the future? Su Hong was originally a master of eating softness and refusing hardness. He really couldn't stand up to Wu Xinwei when he came to this. Without further thought, he nodded. Alright then, you come with me, stay at my house, and I'll arrange an upper room for you. Ha? Can't we share a room with brother Su Hong? Wu Xinyu continued greedily. I still want to hug brother Su Hong to sleep? Su Hong cried and laughed, even shaking her head. Sadness. It's too soon for us to meet on the first day. Fast? Not fast. Wu Xinyu shook her head and looked straight into Su Hong's eyes and said, the wrong person, even after knowing them for 10 years, still doesn't feel anything, but the right person. All it takes is one look and you know he's the one for you in this life. Brother Su Hong, you are the right person for me. Su Hong couldn't help but blush a little as she listened. He was really curious. Was this Wu Xinxian Wu sure she wasn't crossing over from modern times? What's with this flirting with a man? One set of words after another? But Su Hong didn't pick up the conversation and just agreed. You can stay at my place, and it's okay to go back only when you and your grandfather have eased up. But I think it should be quite difficult. Your grandfather should not let me off easily. Su Hong also had some worries. Wu Guigong, this person, he saw through. The other party will never die. It's likely that he's going to have to do something to himself. The end result, then, is inevitably death for you and death for me. But he was now having such a relationship with Wu Xinxian. At that time, it seemed that he would not be too good at laying hands on the Duke of Wu for the sake of Wu Xinxian's face. And as if she could see Su Hong's thoughts, Wu Xinyu leaned against Su Hong's chest and whispered, Brother Su Hong, you don't have to have so many scruples just because of my grandfather. Our relationship is just a two of us thing. The hostility between you and my grandfather is between the two of you. I hope you don't connect the two. Just do what you want to do and listen to your heart. Wu Xinyu's good understanding made Su Hong but a little more fond of this woman. I have to say that Wu Xinyu's character, person, including appearance, looks, it's actually Su Hong's favorite of the in-laws she's unlocked. If he had to choose only one, there's a high probability that they'll go with Wu Xinqiang's. But with this system, it was destined that Su Hong was not a passive situation where she could only choose one. So that's not something he should be thinking about either. Well, it's getting really late, so be careful of blowing a cold. Come on, go back with me. Su Hong took Wu Xinqiang's hand. Yes, Wu Xinyu nodded, her face full of sweetness. The two of them let the boatman drive the boat back to the shore, and Su Hong took Wu Xinqiang to ride on the divine colt she had just drawn. It quickly disappeared on the way back to the Su residence. Chapter 103, Shutting the Doors and Windows. Su Hong took Wu Xinqiang to leave. The few seriously injured experts on Lake Wangxin, which supported the climb up to the lake. They were dripping wet. Looking at the distant Su Hong duo, their faces unsightly. This Su Hong, his strength is unfathomable. Perhaps there is already earthy mortal strength. There must be an earthy mortal. The fact that he was able to kill Wang Taiyun already proves it. Must go back immediately to inform the master. Miss is in his hands. Too dangerous. Several Wu clan experts had struggled to get up and, as fast as they could, return to the Wu clan. Although Lord Wu said that if they don't bring back the young lady, they will have to take their lives. But now that you've brought back such important information, the Lord should have discretion to stay. Soon a group of severely injured Wu clan experts arrived at the Wu clan. Looking at the heavily injured crowd, the Duke of Wu's face had frozen down. Where's the lady? Several Wu clan experts. Their faces were hard before one of them said, Master, we failed in our bid. That's Su Hong. He's not a first-class expert. He may already be an earthy mortal. With just one move, he seriously injured us to this point. What? Wu Guigong's face suddenly changed, and his whole body stood up in anger. Eyes were glazed over. How is that possible? He could be an earthy mortal? The Duke of Wu had various expressions on his face. Indignation and shocked anger. Then he looked to his side. The black-robed man whose entire body was shrouded in black, and questioningly said, How do you explain that? The hoarse, mechanical voice of the man in black slowly came out. I told you, this kid's a first-rate expert, but it's already been January. That kid's talent is too good. This January, another chance to break through the earthy mortal, is not a strange thing. Asterisk. Wu Guigong was so angry that he smashed the ceramic cup next to him. He said viciously, So what now? Where's Miss? The kneeling master below immediately said, Miss was taken away by Su Hong. Should not come back. Unbridled. The Duke of Wu once again angrily slapped the table and roared. Who gave her the nerve to be so lawless? Not even coming home for a wild man? Master, calm down. Next to her, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out, with a flowery and flavorful appearance. The face is quite a bit of grim beauty. This woman was the favorite wife of the Duke of Wu, named Lu Qianmei, who was deeply favored by the Duke of Wu. Relying on her posture, it can be said that she has charmed a handful of aged Wu Guigong. Qimei, you're here. Only when he saw Lu Qianmei did the Duke of Wu's face ease up a few points. Very naturally, he took Lu Qianmei into his arms and said with a few moments of anger, You say that this damned girl, heart-warmer, actually betrayed the family for the sake of another man. Can the old man not be angry? Lu Qianmei giggled and stroked Wu Guigong's chest, saying coquettishly, Master, hasn't that child Wu Xinwei always been like that? He's always been like that. What one determines, one never believes in. No one can persuade one. So what now? Is it possible to just watch this asshole girl and that scumbag Su Hong get together in a dignified manner? Duke Wu was so angry that he slapped the table and said angrily, If that's the case, then what's left of this old face of mine? I'm going to be the laughing stock of the court for the rest of my life. Don't be in a hurry. My lord, my concubine has a plan. Lu Qianmei was 1,000 times more charming, crouching in the arms of the Duke of Wu, and said with charming eyes, Oh, you have an idea? Wu Guigong was a bit curious. Tell me about it? Lu Qianmei immediately ambushed the Duke of Wu's ear and laughed softly while talking about her scheme. When the Duke of Wu heard this, he did not show a smile, but frowned slightly. This solution really works? Wu Guigong stared at Lu Qianmei. If that's the case, then wouldn't you, perhaps, be in danger? Lu Qianmei shook her head and laughed delicately. Being able to solve your lordship's problems is what a concubine should do. So don't worry, your lordship, my concubine's scheme will surely come to fruition, and there is no man in this world who as yet can escape my concubine's hand. Then, well, seeing Lu Qianmei's confident look, the Duke of Wu could only nod his head. Just what you said. This time, not only do we have to get that dead girl Wu Xingyu back, it's best to get that Su Hong brat killed for me. The day that bastard thing lives, old me can't sleep or eat. Don't worry, master, my concubine will do her best. Lu Qianmei bowed her head slightly. Okay, go get ready. Wu Guogong slapped on Lu Qianmei's arse and then said, I'll wait for your good news. Yes, master. Lu Qianmei's delicate body trembled lightly, and a peal of laughter, and in that thousand perfect gaze, a deeply hidden sinister color surfaced. On Su Hong's side, he didn't realize that the Wu family had already started moving against him again. He led Wu Xingyu back home. Master. The subordinate ran in quickly and saw that Su Hong had actually brought back a woman beside him. Both froze slightly. Su Hong smiled and said, Go, prepare a clean upper room for Ms. Wu, and later on, Miss Wu may have to stay in our house for a long time. Oh yes. The subordinate even nodded his head and hurriedly bowed slightly to Wu Xinxin before quickly running away to go about his business. After the subordinate left, Wu Xinwei leaned against Su Hong's side and said in a few petulant tones, Brother Su Hong, what do you mean? What do you mean? What does what mean? Su Hong asked with some confusion. What's wrong with me? With me? Wu Xinxin blinked those charming Danfang eyes and stared tightly at Su Hong. Brother Su Hong, people are coming to your house. Couldn't I still share a room with you? Ha! Su Hong sniffed. This Wu Xingxinwei's speech is too bold, isn't it? It's not good to be alone with a man and a woman. Su Hong hasn't even said anything yet. Wu Xinxian, however, said first, Brother Su Hong, what's wrong with that? You're not married. I'm not married. We're already in love. It's perfectly fine. Better not do that, right? Su Hong still has some scruples, because the system favorability didn't reach 100 either. Is this going to be a problem if I say yes? Furthermore, although Su Hong knew that he looked like a womanizer right now, but we still have ethics. It's the first day we met, and we're talking to people about a room. What have you become? No, absolutely not. Su Hong shook her head. Sadness. It's better to wait. It's too soon. It's better to wait until your grandfather's side is taken care of. Now that would be irresponsible of us to do that to each other. Looking at Su Hong's expression, Wu Xinyu also knew that Su Hong was really unwilling. Sighing, alright then brother Su Hong, when you feel it's appropriate, just look for me. Worry can do it any time. At this time, the underling came forward. Master, the room for Miss Wu is ready. Well, then, brother Su Hong, I'll go first. Before leaving, Wu Xinxin also winked at Su Hong. Brother Su Hong, when you sleep at night, close the doors and windows tightly. Otherwise, I can't say I'll sneak under your covers at night. Chapter 104, You and His Majesty. What is your relationship? Ha! Hearing Wu Xinxin's words, Su Hong's heart trembled. He had an expression that he didn't know how to describe. I just didn't expect that this Wu Xinyu would be too good at teasing. Su Hong really had to wonder whether she had traveled across the world, or whether Wu Xinwei had traveled across the world. Why does it smell like the Queen of the Sea? But maybe it's someone's gift for flirting? Su Hong didn't think much of it. Return to your own practice room by yourself. Su Hong didn't sleep normally since she practiced Shao Xian Gong. It will be used to exhale the circumference instead of sleeping. Sleep is to rest the whole body physically, and exhaling the circumference has a similar effect. It was just a little hard to get used to at first, but if you get used to it, rest is actually better than sleep. Su Hong returned to the cultivation room, sat down cross-legged, and began to exhale, holding on to the essence and condensing the internal force. Fizzle. Around Su Hong's body, there were gradually weak blue points of light that converged towards Su Hong's body little by little. That's the refuted spiritual qi in the air, being refined by Su Hong and turned into pure spiritual energy. The process of being refined by him. Almost there. Su Hong could feel that he was about to break through the barrier of drawing qi into the body and was about to step into the first level of qi refining. It should be in the next few days. Su Hong's gaze was tightly closed, and soon, she entered into concentrated cultivation. Soon, the night passed. It was a surprisingly quiet night. This surprised Su Hong a bit. As a matter of fact, Su Hong had thought that he had taken the Wu family's eldest lady captive and, it's not really a captivity, but that's basically what it is in the eyes of the Wu family, who will surely be furious. That old thing, the Duke of Wu, will definitely not be willing to do so, and last night, he should have sent another assassin to come, but out of Su Hong's expectation, last night, no one sneaked into his Su residence at all, nor did he have any unwelcome guests. Do it at night. Rather, it was that Wu Xinxin worried and took advantage of the night to break into Su Hong's bedroom for a bit. What she didn't expect, though, was that Su Hong just didn't sleep in the bedroom. Instead, I've been practicing in the practice room. Even though Wu Xinxin had pounced, she learned that Su Hong had actually managed to cultivate all night last night. Her admiration for Su Hong went straight to another level. Worthy of being brother Su Hong, the man I've set my eyes on. Nights are spent cultivating. No wonder you can have this kind of strength at a young age. It's true that hard work and talent go hand in hand. Wu Xinxin's eyes were so careful that they were on the verge of popping out. However, the next day, Su Hong could only let Wu Xinxin worry at home, because he had to go to work. That is, to the palace, to the court. It's been an eventful time lately, and the people of the Golden Kingdom, it's been rumored that they've infiltrated a number of undercover agents and spies. Su Hong must always stand guard in front of Long Ruoshi. These traitors must not be allowed a single chance to succeed. Before leaving, Wu Xinxin kept walking Su Hong to the door. Like a young newlywed wife, Wu Xinxin gave Su Hong a tidy up of her clothes and crown. After a few instructions, she suddenly asked, "Brother Su Hong, I've heard that Emperor Long Ruoshi of the Great Zhou has a closed moon and shy flower, sinking fish and falling geese look, even the first beauty of Great Zhou, is this true?" Su Hong didn't expect Wu Xinxin to suddenly ask this. Su Hong suddenly had a slight heart attack, because of the gentle look, the tone of Wu Xinyu's voice, and really like a wife, and he had that one with Daryl. Su Hong hesitated, then said, "Your Majesty's divine dragon face is naturally hard to find in the world, and mortals dare not desecrate it." A few moments of skepticism flickered within Wu Xinyu's eyes, because why did Su Hong hesitate when she said that? Wu Xinyu didn't say anything, and after thinking about it, he asked again. Then, "Brother Su Hong, let me ask you one more question. It is rumored that you and His Majesty are very close. There's even talk of you and His Majesty having a relationship between a man and a woman. Is this thing true or false?" After Wu Xinxin finished saying this, her gaze went straight to Su Hong. The look that, staring Su Hong straight in the heart. Su Hong smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. How can you believe this kind of crap? What is His Majesty's status? What am I? How am I worthy of your Majesty? Okay, sadness. From now on, don't believe such rumors from the streets. Why don't you believe me? Wu Xinxin was clearly not satisfied with Su Hong's answer and shook her head. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. You're so close to His Majesty. His Majesty trusts you unconditionally again, and to say you don't have a little relationship. Hell no. And what's wrong with a status gap? As far as I'm concerned, you're the one who's got it all together. Long Ruoshi is only relying on his ancestors' Mongolism to become this great Zhou emperor. Really, it's only because she doesn't deserve you. Su Hong heard this and didn't know what to say. But one isn't wrong. He and Long Ruoshi did, indeed, not really do anything. The last time I was about to do that, it was suddenly interrupted by Su Ruoyu breaking in. Su Hong shook her head. Well, worry, get your mind out of the gutter. She's the king and I'm the subject. That's all. That's not you living in my house now? When Su Hong's words came out, only then did a few smiles appear on Wu Xianan's face. An intoxicating arc appeared slightly at the corner of his mouth and he nodded. Fair enough. Okay, no more questions. You go to court. Just remember to leave my grandfather alone when you run into him. Of course, if he takes it upon himself to trouble you, you need have no fear, no regard for me. Respond as you should. Good to know. Su Hong stroked Wu Xinxin's little head, then rolled over and mounted his horse. I'm off. You be good at home and wait for me to come back. Aha! Wu Xinyu kept her gaze fixed on Su Hong for a long time, unwilling to leave. It wasn't until Su Hong had left for a long time that she turned around and returned to the courtyard, closing the gate of the Su residence. And on Su Hong's side, entering the palace. Although he was now the biggest redneck beside Empress Long Ruoshi, he wasn't a minister of power. After all, it's just a guard, a forbidden commander at best, or a deputy, so there is no qualification for the court. Normal just stood at the door to look at the gate while Long Ruoshi was in the court, but Su Hong actually liked it. After all, things in the courtroom, all kinds of bends and turns, and all kinds of courtiers down there, all of them hooking up with each other. Sounds like trouble. Su Hong would rather stand in the doorway and look at the scenery. Either that or find some good-looking courtesans and appreciate the beauty. But don't look at him like this. The civil and military officials in the court. But now no one dares to despise him. On that day, even the Duke of Wu was demoted 2 ranks for messing with Su Hong. So this court, there was no one else who could compare to Su Hong's status. Except for Empress Long Ruoshi. One is not in the court, but one is better than the other. Even after retreating from the court, many courtiers have to run to Su Hong this side to set a set of clothes. Su Hong was basically indifferent to these people, and they were all slightly perfunctory. His ambition was not in power, so he had no intention of forming a party. Today, full of thoughts, retired from the court, to stop Su Ruoyu. Yesterday's things, to say clearly, apologize properly and ease up. But what made Su Hong's heart go cold was that after the retreat, Su Ruoyu left the courtroom and Su Hong took the initiative to go forward. But the other party didn't even look at him, as if they didn't even recognize him, directly walking away from Su Hong with an indifferent face. This gave Su Hong an instant headache. Chapter 105, Redeeming Su Ruoyu. For Su Ruoyu, after coming to the Great Zhou, Su Hong being the first woman in the sense that he certainly valued it very highly. Just maybe a weaker presence on the other side? Or perhaps it is Su Ruoyu's bone character is like this, do not compete, so even after the relationship, Su Hong did not take too much care of each other. Su Hong couldn't help but inwardly curse himself for being a scum when he thought about how cold he had treated Su Ruoyu. Now that the other person was mad at him or her like that, that was as it should be. But Su Hong certainly wasn't likely to give up on this. Girls have to be coaxed. Su Ruoyu ignored herself, then she took the initiative to stick up to her. Find yourself more often, and there will always be a day when you will be able to touch the other person. Su Hong waited for Su Ruoyu to leave, then directly followed Su Ruoyu and went to the Zhongren mansion. Looking at the familiar Zhongren mansion plaque, Su Hong thought to himself that he hadn't been here for a few days. Just as he was about to go forward, Lu Huan and another guard in front of the door stopped Su Hong. Su Hong froze and stared at Lu Huan. Lu Huan, what do you mean by that? Lu Huan's expression was indifferent as he arched his hand. Lord Su said that if you came, you would never be allowed in. Ha? Su Hong's smile froze on his face as he looked at Zhongrenfu and then at Lu Huan. Somewhat speechless, he said with some uncertainty. No, Lu Huan, are you not mistaken? Ruoyu, Su adults, really said so? Yes. For some reason, the way Lu Huan looked at Su Hong was also somewhat disdainful and cold. Su Hong understood. Lu Huan and Su Ruoyu were good friends. It wasn't likely that Su Ruoyu had told Lu Huan about the matter, and that was why the other party had this attitude towards him. Su Hong asked with some reluctance. Really not getting in? No. Lu Huan shook his head in a businesslike manner. The orders given by Lord Su. My humble servant does not dare to disobey. So, Lord Su, I'm sorry. Okay then. A look of regret appeared on Su Hong's face. Just turned my head and was ready to go. But just as Lu Huan relaxed his guard, Su Hong suddenly turned back, her feet flashing with the thunderous 3,000. 3,000 thunders. Rumble. A thunderous roar was heard, and Su Hong swept hard past the layers of guards outside the gate of the Zhongren mansion. Hardly rushed into the Zhongren mansion. This scene directly stunned Lu Huan and all the other guards. Lu Huan froze for a moment before he reacted and even shouted. Quickly, give me chase. Stop him. Yes. The many guards, including Lu Huan, cleanly chased after them. What's the point of letting Su Hong rush in? However, Su Hong was too fast. In almost a moment, with a light touch, he rushed into the place where Su Ruoyu was working on the case. However, the place where the case was being handled didn't see Su Ruoyu. Su Hong froze and then slapped his thigh. That should be in the practice room. Su Hong flew towards the practice room again. The speed was so fast, with a residual shadow trailing behind his body, that even the guards in Zhongren's mansion, both didn't react at once. What was that thing that just went over there? I don't know. It seems to be Lord Su? Is that Lord Su? Oh, then let him pass. Over your head. Lord Su only ordered yesterday that Lord Su should not be allowed to come in. Let's go after them. Oh, it seems true. A group of people hurriedly chased after Su Hong. Just like that, Su Hong shook off a whole bunch of guards from the Zhongren mansion. Still, he came to Su Ruoyu's practice room. Just as he approached, he could already hear a very harsh sword whistling sound coming from the practice room. Entering and taking a look, he saw Su Ruoyu in a tight black practice outfit, practicing her sword. Brush up. The sword was harsh and very rigid, although practicing the same 10,000 heavy rain that Su Hong had taught her, perhaps because of the anger in her master's heart. Wan Chongyu, whose main style was to change in 1,000 different ways, became extremely offensive all of a sudden. Brush. Su Ruoyu steeped her sword and swept it towards the windowsill, where a few shells were set up by the. It was directly blown to smithereens. That tough? Su Hong looked startled. With the severity of that sword, Su Hong felt how it was Su Ruoyu trying to slash at herself. Su Hong swallowed her saliva. She had to solve the thing she had caused by herself. After hesitating, he walked into the practice room. Su Hong hadn't deliberately hidden her breath, so the first moment she entered the room, it was then discovered by Su Ruoyu. Su Ruoyu turned her head, saw Su Hong, her gaze slightly colder. The voice was even less emotional. It's for you to come in. Get the hell out. Su Hong smiled awkwardly and stood still with no intention of leaving at all, and hurriedly said, Ru-yu, still angry? Even if you're going to sentence me to death, you have to give me a chance to argue, right? I don't want to hear a word from you. Su Ruoyu's tone was icy cold as she directly turned around, not even looking at Su Hong. Su Hong hesitated, looked at Su Ruoyu, and still opened her mouth. Ru-yu, you don't want to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I know you should know what I was doing in there with His Majesty after what happened yesterday. I don't deny that I am, with His Majesty, attached. Boom! Hearing Su Hong's words, Su Ruoyu flung a sword flower in her hand, and a sword wind blasted out. Another cabinet was blasted to life. Su Ruoyu turned around and glared at Su Hong, angrily. Lord Su, I said I don't want to hear you talk. Please get out. Otherwise, I'm going to order someone to blow you away. Su Hong smiled helplessly, ignoring Su Ruoyu's words and continued. But just because I'm attached to His Majesty doesn't mean, again, that I'm not attached to you. Ruoyu, it's true that I'm with His Majesty, but with you, it's also true. We've been through thick and thin. When we were chasing Wang Taiyun, we both almost died at Wang Taiyun's hands. You forgot? I saved you in the end? If I didn't have feelings for you, how could I have done that with you in the first place? Su Hong made a sincere confession, but Su Ruoyu's expression didn't change at all and still carried indifference. At this time, Lu Huan could be counted on to arrive with his men. Standing outside the practice room, he saw that Su Hong and Su Ruoyu had already spoken to each other. She was also a little hesitant. To strike or not to strike? Su Ruoyu glared at Lu Huan and said in a low voice, What are you waiting for? Lord Su has disobeyed the rules and forced his way into my Zhongren mansion. I, the House of Zhongren, have the power to ask him out. Someone, please ask Lord Su to leave. Yes. Lu Huan then reacted and brought his men directly to the front. I'll see who dares to move. Su Hong touched the Emperor's sword and plunged it directly into the ground. The voice was nonchalant as he glared viciously at those of the Zhongren few. This is the Emperor's sword. The one who sees it is like seeing His Majesty himself. Who dares to make a mistake? Get out of here. All of you. Su Hong took out the Emperor's sword, and Lu Huan and the others were confused. They all stood still, not daring to go forward. So they looked at Su Ruoyu. Su Ruoyu frowned slightly and waved her hand at Lu Huan and the others, signaling that the other party could exit. Only then did he look at Su Hong with complicated eyes. Well, if you're going to say anything at all, just say it. Chapter 106, What's wrong with you? Seeing Su Ruoyu like this, Lu Huan did not stay and quickly left with his men. And Su Hong also put away his Emperor's sword, and his face was replaced with a playful smile. Said he was about to walk up and get close. Ruoyu, just listen to me. Hey! Su Ruoyu took her sword and pointed it at Su Hong, her expression high and cold. Just say it, don't come up here. It's hard to say what I have to say if I don't come up here. Su Hong said with a show of hands. What's the word? And you have to get closer? I don't believe it. Su Ruoyu shook her head. Either you stand there and talk, or you get the hell out. Fine, I'll be right here. Su Hong sighed. Ruoyu, what I'm going to say, I've just said it. I'm true to you, and you're angry that. It's nothing more than knowing that I'm very close to His Majesty. But what will it do to our relationship? What will it do to our relationship? Are we, not allowed to be together? Hearing Su Hong's words, Su Ruoyu was silent for a moment, then frowned and looked at Su Hong. The tone was tinged with sarcasm. Su Hong, I have to say, you're really cheeky. All that with His Majesty and you're still greedy enough to want me? How in the world can there be someone as shameless as you? So what? I do have no face. And what's the use of having a face that will endear me to you? Su Hong looked like a dead pig in a poke, and hemmed and hawed. Ru-yu, have you forgotten? How did we start? Wasn't it just a bout of trysts to begin with? Between us, it shouldn't have been that much of a concern in the first place. It's just that I like you and you like me and that's it. Why think so much? I really don't understand. Are you concerned about His Majesty? Or are you concerned about yourself? Or do you think that I'll leave you out in the cold after I have a relationship with His Majesty? Don't you get it? Hearing Su Hong's words, Su Ruoyu also sighed slightly. Some things are not as simple as you think. You're really good, and I hadn't thought that I could have you all to myself. Even if you meet other women later, including that Song Zian, if you have feelings for her, and I wouldn't care. But now that you're related to His Majesty, that's a big problem. That's His Majesty. How can you think of someone else when you're His Majesty's man? Your Majesty knows. What then? So, between us, it's never going to work. Su Ruoyu became more and more agitated by the time she got to the back. Su Hong froze even after hearing this. He then realized that the original point of Su Ruoyu's anger was not that he was a philanderer, with her having to go and be nice to Darryl Long. Rather, he can't find another woman if he's in a relationship with Long Ruoshi. Not even herself? Su Hong was instantly a bit speechless. Are you that loyal and selfless? Loyal to Darrow Long to such an extent that you can even give up a man just by saying so? Su Hong's heartfelt words were all heard by Su Ruoyu. Su Ruoyu was slightly stunned. Loyalty? It has nothing to do with loyalty. She had been raised by Long Ruoshi since she was a child, and if it wasn't for Long Ruoshi, she might have starved to death on the streets. It could be said that this life she had now, that was all given by Long Ruoshi. So how could she not do anything that would make Long Ruoshi sad out of it? Although she was really moved by Su Hong and really fell in love with her. But after knowing that Su Hong and Long Ruoshi are very close, her indifference to Seo Hong was not anger at Seo Hong. Instead, they want to leave Su Hong of their own accord. She's going to give up Su Hong to Long Ruoshi. After all, what is he or she? Nothing on their own. How can you steal as the lover of your benefactor? Darrow Long? But Su Hong had already guessed some of Su Ruoyu's thoughts and said after thinking about it, Ruoyu, this matter, don't think too much. I know, Her Majesty has done you a great favor. You can't fail her. But the thing about love is that it is inherently blind and selfish. Before love again, every man's first thought must be of himself. Love is filled with possessiveness and there will be no such thing as giving anyone up to anyone, even if she is Her Majesty and you are just a valet. But you're already my woman. No one can change that. I ask you now, are you really not willing, in the future, to go on with me? Rather, do you want to be here, right now, with me, completely cut off? Su Hong finished with a sincere face, and then looked at Su Ruoyu with incomparably hot eyes. And looking at Su Hong's sizzling look, Su Ruoyu, in a flash, was. The fangs also began to tremble violently. She began to ask herself in her mind, yes, was he really willing, with Su Hong, to really make a clean break? And it's a clean break, not the forget each other and never see each other again kind, even if the two of them are separated. In the future, as long as she stays by Long Ruoshi's side, she will, every day, both can see Su Hong. Seeing Su Hong and Her Majesty Long Ruoshi's merrymaking, even if Su Ruoyu was of a cool temperament, she would definitely not be able to endure such torture. She truly hoped that she and Su Hong, together for the rest of their lives, instead of going this far, it's over. Su Hong looked at Su Ruoyu and did not answer, but showed a hesitant expression. Just know you've got the other guy talking. Su Hong knew that at this time, it was definitely time to strike while the iron was hot, so he hurriedly fished out that divine Xian sword from his arms. This is a SS grade sword. It was one level higher than even the Blood Shadow sword. He held it out and said with a somber look on his face, AI, Ruoyu. In fact, originally, this sword, which I have worked so hard and paid countless, it was only acquired from a master artisan, and it was made just for you. I wanted to give it to you as a token of our love, but since you've decided to cut me off, it seems that it won't be of any use. This sword, I'd better keep it for myself, whenever I want you to. Just take it out and look at it. Su Hong cupped the divine Xian sword in his hand and deliberately used some spiritual energy slightly. It made this divine Xian sword's body surround a layer of faint fluorescence, making it look even more incomparably extraordinary. Su Ruoyu unconsciously looked over and glanced at this sword. Just a glance that, she couldn't take her beautiful eyes off of it. Her eyes widened and her voice trembled slightly. This is a divine weapon? My God. This is for me? Yeah. Su Hong nodded. I paid a lot to get this sword. Hey, it's a shame. Its owner doesn't need it. Do I keep it, or just throw it away? Su Hong said deliberately. No. Su Ruoyu hardly hesitated. Her whole body directly pounced on her, and blankly glanced at Su Hong. Dissatisfaction rode. What's wrong with you people? How come you're planning to take back a gift that you're going to give to someone else? Chapter 107, The People. Su Ruoyu was really still being eaten through by Su Hong. Good looking, cool personality, but in reality, a natural nerd. In the beginning, Su Hong used a divine power to catch him. Now, a divine weapon, once again, struck her heart. However, Su Hong wouldn't easily give the divine Xian sword to Su Ruoyu. It would definitely have to be used in exchange for something. Su Hong put her sword back deliberately. A few moments of surprise. Hey, Lord Su Ruoyu, didn't you say that you want to cut ties with me? Then this sword. Of course, I will take it back. This sword. I was going to use it as our love token. Who said anything about cutting you off? Su Ruoyu didn't hesitate for almost a second and directly changed her words. You, all but took the most important thing I had. This sword you won't give me. Do I have to give it to someone else? Give it to me. Su Ruoyu glared at Su Hong before using her hand to grab the divine Xian sword. Seeing Su Ruoyu in this state, Su Hong stopped teasing her and gave the divine Xian sword to Su Ruoyu. Nah, that's what you said. You can't go back on this token of love if you accept it. Su Ruoyu held that divine Xian sword. Her pretty face filled with a loving look. She looked up at Su Hong with a slightly embarrassed expression. Su Ruoyu nodded. I know. I won't regret it later. I'll go all the way with you. Ding. Your in-law Su Ruoyu's favorability plus 20. Current favorability returns to 100. Congratulations to the host for saving the in-law's favor for the first time and receiving a special mission reward. Small elixir *5. Small elixir, it can increase the speed of cultivation in the chi refining stage. Only useful in the chi refining stage. The system's prompting sound rang in his ears, and in the system space, a bottle of elixir immediately appeared. There were no more or less than exactly 5 elixirs inside. Su Hong was delighted in her heart. With these 5 pills, he was confident that in less than 3 days, he would definitely be able to break through the first level of chi refining. When the time comes, with the fireball spell, there will be no fear of spies sneaking in from the Golden Kingdom. Wa Kayu. Su Hong called out to Su Ruoyu. What for? Su Ruoyu was still there rubbing that divine Xian sword, and her entire beautiful eyes were glowing. Only when he heard Su Hong call out to himself did he raise his head and look at Su Hong. Come here and give me a hug. Su Hong opened her arms. Kidding aside, it's not a good time to enjoy 100 points of goodwill back. Well, Su Ruoyu was a bit shy. However, thinking of having been that with Su Hong, he still walked over very obediently, leaning into Su Hong's arms, holding Su Ruoyu, especially the other party's firm and rounded buttocks, just pushed against himself. It didn't take long for Su Hong to come to her senses. Su Ruoyu froze, and then her pretty face turned red. She bumped Su Hong hard with her ass. What are you doing? What's up against me again? What do you mean something? Su Hong wrapped his arms around Su Ruoyu, gently biting her ear and exhaling softly in the woman's ear. Su Ruoyu ear straight by Su Hong teasing and crisp and itchy. A little overwhelmed, she tried to push Su Hong away, but her body went limp all of a sudden. She said in a huff, Su Hong, don't you? This is still in the Zumrin mansion. What if someone else sees it? Su Hong hemmed and hawed. Alright, don't pretend. Don't think I don't know that you're the biggest in the Zongrin residence. Who else would dare stop you from doing anything here? Be good and obedient. I'm going to punish you today so that you'll dare to give me a face for the next 2 days. Oops. I know I'm wrong. Spare me. Su Ruoyu's pretty face was so red that it was almost dripping blood, and her voice was even trembling all the time. Su Hong, even if you want to do it, also, go to my room. Okay. This practice room. People will really come in later. It's alright. Just now Lu Huan and the others have been detached by you. They are very loyal to you. Where will it come back? Today, I'm going to punish you. You misbehaving kitten. Saying that, Su Hong carried Su Ruoyu to a table as soon as she could. And after that, without being told, the whole man pressed straight up. Soon, inside the practice clothes, all sorts of thought-provoking and charming sounds resounded. About 2 hours later, Su Hong walked out of the Zongren mansion in a refreshed state. I have to say, dude is still strong. Come in with a weaker one and you might be done in 10 minutes. This was all due to his own hard work and grueling daily practice. That's how we got to where we are today. Retrieved Su Ruoyu. Su Hong hard hanging a thing, can be considered to be able to put down. Su Hong had thought of going to Long Ruoshi, but Long Ruoshi has been busy with the military parade lately. There are also things going on all over the place that are important for her to handle. It's been busy. Su Hong thought and left it alone. Anyway, Long Ruoshi would definitely call herself when she needed it. Nothing to do. Then get off work. Su Hong took off his official clothes, changed into his private clothes, mounted his own divine horse, and went straight outside the palace gates. On the streets, people were coming and going. Su Hong instead slowed down and rode his horse slowly forward. People come and go along the way, and the downtown is bustling. From time to time, the sound of vendors hawking came to my ears. If Jean and Great Joe ever go to war, I'm afraid I'll never see such scenes of the people living in peace and happiness again. Su Hong's eyes flickered, suddenly feeling a heavy burden on her shoulders. No matter what, the invasion of the Golden State must be blocked outside the country's gates. Protect these people. Although Su Hong's power alone is limited, but he is now in this position and has become one of the people in the know. He just couldn't sit back and do nothing. Everything must be done to stop this from happening. Lord Su, the buns just came out of the pot. Do you want to try them? Passing by a stall, an older woman, took the initiative to call Su Hong. A warm face. Su Hong was slightly stunned. I didn't expect these people to recognize themselves. Su Hong pointed at herself. Auntie, you called me? You know me? That's a good point. Lord Su, the bun stand lady said with a smile. Lord Su is our Great Joe's benefactor. Thanks to you, we slaughtered that dog official, Wang Taiyun, who oppressed the people. That's how we, the people, can have a good life. You do not know that before. When this dog official was in power, he and his people, how it oppresses us poor old people. How many of them have been forced to live by the exorbitant taxes he has set? Now that Wang Taiyu is dead, along with his party, His Majesty has purged the previous exorbitant taxes were all waived by His Majesty, and we, the common people, have a good life now. All of this, all thanks to you, Lord Su Hong. The bun stall matron was all smiles as she handed the buns to Su Hong. Su Hong subconsciously took it with a somewhat surprised expression. But soon, a few smiles appeared on his face. It is with these kind-hearted people that he has to preserve the great Zhou kingdom, no matter what, free from any strong enemy. Thanks, ma'am. Su Hong picked up the bun and nibbled hard. Aha! The skin is thin and thick. Yummy. I don't know if the buns were delicious or if Su Hong was hungry. Su Hong finished nibbling in 3 or 2 bites and waved her hand. Ma'am, I'm leaving ha, thanks for the buns. Hey, Tajen Su is delicious, come again ha. The older woman also waved enthusiastically. With a few smiles, Su Hong prepared to return to the Su residence. But this time, passing through a small alleyway, a woman figure but steeply rushed out. After that a handful of them fell under Su Hong's hooves, startling Su Hong. Su Hong immediately lifted the reins, which kept the divine colt from stepping on the woman. Hey, girl, is everything alright? Su Hong immediately looked down to see if the woman had any problems. Instead, this glance revealed a seductive and delicate face. The woman was full of panic, and when she saw Su Hong, she immediately pounced on her. The big watery eyes looked straight at Su Hong with a begging face. My lord, please, help me. Chapter 108, Taking in Strange Women. Su Hong looked at the woman in front of her. He was dressed in rough linen and had a bit of dust on his face, but none of this can hide its charming and seductive face. Su Hong's eyes flickered and she didn't say anything. Su Hong helped the woman up and asked with a calm face, "What's happened to you, girl?" The woman was full of panic, talking to Su Hong while still looking back at the alley, as if afraid of what might come out of it. The woman said hastily, "My lord, help! My father lost his gambling bets and sold me to the casino to cover his debts. The casino wanted to sell me to a brothel. The people in there beat me up every day and didn't feed me. I managed to escape when they weren't looking. The brothel ended up sending thugs to arrest me. My lord, please, save me. If those thugs take me, I'm going to get killed." The woman's seductive fox eyes were full of fear, and the white palms of her hands. It was even more so when he grabbed Su Hong's arm to death. How he was unwilling to let go. Su Hong was silent for a while and was just about to speak. At this time, inside the alley, several brawny men armed with knives and sticks had rushed out. A scarred face at the head of the group looked around and saw the woman beside Su Hong at a glance. After that, he immediately came up aggressively, pointed his knife at Su Hong, and coldly said, "Little Yakuza, if you don't want to die, hand over the woman behind you." Su Hong frowned. He had been a little wary of this inexplicable woman. It was something he didn't want to be involved in. But these few fighters, coming up this fierce, are even threatening him. Su Hong hated being threatened the most. Su Hong stepped forward and stopped in front of the foxy-eyed woman. "This woman, I bail. You can go back." Ha! Upon hearing this, that scarred face instantly turned cold. "So you're going to mind your own business, kid? In this world, meddling in other people's business can get you killed? Not coincidentally, I, for one, am nosy." Su Hong sneered. "I'd like to see how you guys are going to take Su's life. Seek death." Scarface cursed angrily and immediately waved his hand. "On, bring this woman back to me." "Yes." The gang of thugs immediately yelled and screamed, all of them ferociously, charging towards Su Hong in a brainstorm. "Kid, dare to meddle in the affairs of Yihong House. I think you're impatient to live." That scarred face had a cruel smile on his face. "My lord, look out." The foxy-eyed woman next to her cried out with a panicked face. "It's okay." Su Hong shook her head. In this instant, those few thugs had already rushed close to Su Hong's body. Sticks, knives, all greeted Su Hong's head. At this instant, Su Hong's body flickered, easily dodging. Then his fist swiftly thundered out. Slammed hard on those beaters. Bang bang, a muffled sound came. Almost instantly, those fighters were all blown away by Su Hong. One by one, they fell heavily to the ground, and where their abdomens were hit by Su Hong's fists, they were all deeply sunken. They're like boiled prawns, their bodies curled up, laying on the ground rolling all over the place while wailing. "Ouch! Ouch! What?" That scarred face directly froze in this instant. Su Hong raised her head, her icy gaze looking at the scarred face, and coldly said, "Take your men and get out immediately." Scarface clearly saw that the man in front of him was a hard point and gritted his teeth. "Good, kid, I'll write this down. You wait for me. This won't just go away." Dropping a scathing remark, Scarface walked over and kicked the thugs that those fighters one by one assisted to get up. looking at Su Hong's eyes, has surfaced in the color of panic. Do not dare to have the slightest stay. Immediately turn your head and walk away. Su Hong stood in place, looking at the backs of those people, her gaze flickering slightly. My lord, the woman next to the fox charming eyes, with a grateful face, was actually about to kneel down to Su Hong on the spot. My lord, thank you for saving my daughter's life. My little girl has nothing to show for it. Su Hong shook her head as she helped the other party up. It's okay, you don't have to take it to heart. Besides, I'm not doing this to help you. It's just those guys looking for a fight. The fox wing-eyed woman's face stiffened, not expecting Su Hong to speak in such an unforgiving manner. This matter was not on Su Hong's mind, but only said, well, since the gang has been fought off, you should hurry back to the house. With that, Su Hong rolled onto her horse, intending to leave, but the fox charming eyes woman pulled Su Hong again and looked at her with a pitiful face, especially because of wearing a worn-out linen clothing, the snowy white of the chest, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, could just be glimpsed by Su Hong. The woman said pitifully, my lord, my little daughter has no more home. Would it be possible, if your lordship does not mind, to ask your lordship to take the little daughter away? The little daughter will wash and cook, serve tea and water, and if your lordship is willing, warming your lordship's bed is also possible. I only beg your honor to take in my little girl, or I'm afraid she'll just starve to death on the streets. Su Hong narrowed her eyes and looked down at the woman. The system in his head, stone cold, didn't respond for a long time. Naturally, he could see that there were strangeness everywhere in this matter. After all, now with his reputation in Great Zhou, not to mention the entire Great Zhou, at the very least in the imperial capital, most people could almost recognize him. Su Hong, and those beaters just now, it was as if they didn't recognize themselves at all. And it's just a brothel hitman who dares to mess with the first favorite of the current emperor. Are you really not afraid to die? Or did he already know who he was and was just pretending not to recognize him? Including the woman in front of me. It also made Su Hong feel that something was wrong. Su Hong admitted that he was a little bit handsome. In this day and age, it is also definitely considered young and talented. However, everything that happened still made Su Hong feel that there were coincidences everywhere. It's as if it's been set up. But Su Hong didn't have any evidence now, and there was no way to poke holes in it. What if this woman is truly homeless and desperate? Su Hong thought to herself that her mansion was quite large, so arranging a subordinate was not impossible. Plus he sensed it when he touched a woman. There was not a single bit of internal energy in the opponent's body. That eliminates being a scout, an assassin type of identity. Su Hong wanted to see what tricks the other party could play. With a slight smile, he nodded. The girl is wrong. Mr. Su is not the type to take advantage of a person's danger. Since the girl has nowhere else to go, Mr. Su can take you in, do the laundry and the cooking. I won't talk about serving tea or anything, but it should be okay to go back and follow and help out, right? Sure. The foxy-eyed woman had a surprised look on her face and nodded her head in a hurry. Many thanks, my lord. I, the youngest daughter, will surely serve you well, your excellency. When Su Hong sniffed, he didn't say anything, but just held the divine colt, led the women, and walked towards the Su residence. Chapter 109, Wu Xinwei's warning. Along the way, Su Hong and this foxy-eyed woman briefly exchanged words, learned the name of the other party, named Xiao Mei, the age of 19. Though escaped from a brothel, because they'd just been sold by the casino for a day to a brothel, so no guests have been received yet. Inside Xiao Mei's eyes as she looked at Su Hong, she was filled with that strong color of adoration. Even on the way, it was uttered several times. Su Hong saved her life, so if she doesn't mind, she can give her body to him. To this, of course, Su Hong was silent. After all, he was definitely wary of this Xiao Mei in his heart. Soon, Su Hong arrived home with Mei. The subordinate of the Su mansion came to open the door, and seemed to have heard the commotion. Wu Xinxin in the house also quickly ran out. She was waiting for Su Hong for a day, and she missed her heart. When he saw Su Hong, he naturally greeted him immediately. However, when she saw Xiao Mei, who Su Hong was carrying by her side, her face instantly turned cold. Wu Xinxin pointed at Xiao Mei and looked at Su Hong questioningly. Brother Su Hong, who is she? Pointed at by Wu Xinxin. Xiao Mei was a little startled and shrank behind Su Hong, and Su Hong looked at Xiao Mei, then said with a calm expression, Her name is Mei. I saved her on my way back. She was homeless, so I brought her back. What? Wu Xinxin frowned slightly and looked Mei up and down. The other man was indeed dressed in rags and had some mud stains on his face, but Wu Xinxin could see that, even unkempt, she still can't hide her charming and attractive looks. Wu Xinyu couldn't help but feel helpless in her heart. Su Hong. Ah, Su Hong. Are you really stupid or not? How could such a woman be homeless? But after all, Wu Xinyu was only picking up and staying at Su Hong's house. There were some things she couldn't say with a straight face. At the moment, he just nodded. I see. There are still some empty rooms in the house, so we can sort one out for Mei. I know. Just watch and get it when the time comes. Su Hong didn't want to care much about it either. Just look to Mei. Mei, go get yourself cleaned up. Then change into some clean clothes and whatever you have to do after that, let him set you up for it. Su Hong pointed at the housekeeper of the house. Oh, well. Mei nodded timidly. Wu Xinyu volunteered. Then I'll take Sister Xiao Mei to get cleaned. It's easier when they're both girls. Mei, you come with me. Good. Mei nodded. Before walking over and following behind Wu Xinyu, Su Hong's eyes flickered as she looked at Xiao Mei and Wu Xinxin's backs. He wasn't worried about Wu Xinyu and Mei being alone together. After all, he had sensed it before. Wu Xinyu's martial arts skills are good, and his inner strength is quite deep. Even if there were no first-rate experts, there were still second-rate experts. The average person can't do anything with her. If that Xiao Mei really had some intention to approach herself, with Wu Xinxin's talent, it must also be detectable and defensible. After arranging for Xiao Mei, Su Hong stopped thinking about it and went straight to the cultivation room. He couldn't wait to use the small spirit pill to cultivate. 5 small spirit pills. This time, he could definitely break through the first level of qi refining. Once he became the first level of qi refining, he had more means of cultivation at his disposal, and the strength of the. There will also be a qualitative improvement. Su Hong dove headfirst into the cultivation room, took the small spirit pill, and began amongst the vomiting and cultivation of immortality. And the other side, Wu Xinxin brought Mei to the bathing place. Wu Xinxin was not as hostile to Xiao Mei as she had imagined. Instead, he was very enthusiastic and boiled the bath water for Mei herself. He also took his own clothes out and gave Xiao Mei a change of clothes. There were even some flower petals sprinkled on the bath water. In short, it was seamless and very well taken care of. Xiao Mei was somewhat flattered and said timidly to Wu Xinyu, Thank you, Sister Xinxiao. You are so kind to me. Xiao Mei, keep in mind, in the future, I'll definitely serve Lord Su and Sister Heartwarming well. Oh, yeah? Wu Xinwei sniffed and did not say anything, but only smiled meaningfully. Just serve me, but don't serve Lord Su. Ha? Why? Xiao Mei's delicate and pretty face was a bit puzzled. Wu Xinwei suddenly turned his head, his gaze revealing a few gloomy moments, showing a fierce expression that he had never shown in front of Su Hong. He glared fiercely at Xiao Mei. Mei, I don't know what your purpose is in approaching Su Hong, but let me tell you, you better stay away from Su Hong. Otherwise, I promise that I'll make you regret coming into this world. Wu Xinwei's voice was gloomy to the extreme, coupled with their own practice of martial arts. All of a sudden the body's fury, are somewhat restrained, rushed out. On the spot, it made Mei scream in fear. Xiao Mei's entire body retreated into the wall, looking at Wu Xinxin with a horrified expression. But Wu Xinxin clearly wasn't going to let her go. Walking up, he stuck a hand around Mei's neck and said viciously, Don't play pathetic in front of me. You can't fool me. I don't have any proof of you right now, but as soon as I find out you're scheming, I will send you to Hades. Hear me? Xiao Mei's little face turned white with fear, and she hurriedly nodded her head vigorously. Wu Xinxin's eyes flickered for a while, and only then did she let Xiao Mei go. Xiao Mei's body went limp, and she fell straight to her knees, coughing vigorously. His back was also wet with cold sweat. Ahem. Wu Xinxin looked down on Xiao Mei and faintly said, Well, shower yourself. The clothes are there. I hope you remember my words and don't seek your own death. After saying that, Wu Xinwei's eyes lingered on Xiao Mei for a moment before he turned around and walked out. Mei fell to her knees and gasped one by one, seemingly in shock. She raised her head and looked in the direction that Wu Xinxin had left, and in her eyes, which were still quite clear, Fox Mei's eyes suddenly surfaced a few sinister colors. Wu Xinwei, you really don't show any mercy, but it doesn't matter. When I send you and your lover boy, together, to Hades, and you will regret what you did today. The venom in Mei's eyes only appeared for a moment, and was quickly put away. After she stood up and stripped off her clothes, revealing the moving body that was enough to seduce it was only then that he soaked a little into the tub to wash the mud and dirt off of himself. As for Wu Xinxin's side, she walked out with her frown still spreading. She looked back at the house where Mei was bathing, her beautiful eyes flashing. I always thought that this woman looked familiar, like someone I know. Wu Xinyu felt that the feeling Xiao Mei gave her was indeed very much like someone she had met, but just tested it. If it really was the person she knew, she would have done it a long time ago just now. How could he have endured being abused by her to this point? Chapter 110, Success. Qi Refining First Level. I hope I'm feeling wrong. Wu Xinyu shook her head. After all, I haven't heard that the woman knows how to disguise herself. However, even if it's that woman, with brother Su Hong's ability to, it's only fair to not be easily confused by her either. Wu Xinwei thought that even if this Xiao Mei really plotted against her, a person without martial arts skills, and how big a wave can be made in this house, even if Su Hong was unsuspecting, as long as she defended herself, then nothing should happen. Wu Xinxin certainly could have told Su Hong about her suspicions, but it seemed to her that in Su Hong's heart, she and this Xiao Mei might be similar. All of them had just been taken in by him. If he had said more about this, he still didn't know what Su Hong was going to think. So more is better than less. Mei couldn't escape her even if she had problems. Wu Xinxin took a breath and tried to find Su Hong. After all, we haven't seen each other for a day. She oddly misses Su Hong and wants to cling to her beloved. The housekeeper, however, told her, Miss Wu, as soon as master came back, he went to the practice room to close the door. She also ordered that no one should be disturbed. Practicing again? Wu Xinyu skimmed her lips. Originally, she had thought that it was a good thing that Su Hong was addicted to practicing kung fu, so it was no wonder that the other party was highly powerful. But now, she didn't think so. Su Hong either goes to the court and comes back after retiring from the court to practice. Neither one spends any time together anymore. How can you develop a relationship if you can't be together? But Wu Xinxin didn't dare to disturb Su Hong, so she could only stomp her feet in place in anger. Exasperated, he walked back to his bedroom. Inside the practice room, Su Hong's little Shandong had indeed reached the most crucial point in its cultivation. The aura in his body had already collected to the current realm, the most abundant state. Almost at any time, he could erupt the spiritual energy in his body, breaking the barrier and breaking through the first level of qi refining. But Su Hong was in no hurry. Cultivation, whether it's cultivating immortality or practicing martial arts, the more solidly rooted you are, the more benefits you will have in the future. He had to wait for the spiritual energy in his body to build up to the limit of what his current dantian could hold. After that, go with the flow of the breakthrough. His spiritual root was a fire spiritual root, causing the spiritual energy that was exhaled to. Gradually there will be some sizzling sensation. The little elixir was in it, and naturally helped a lot. Originally, Su Hong's breakthrough this time would probably take another 10 days and half a month, but these 5 small elixirs shortened the process alive. Su Hong had, tonight, felt the barrier to break through. The operating speed of the little Xiangong within Su Hong's body began to increase. The originally calm internal energy in his body was rushing more and more. The fire spirit root, which was already blazing hot, also began to overflow with a fiery aura. At this instant, Su Hong's eyes snapped open. Boom! A voice that seemed like thunder suddenly boomed out from within his body. After that, crackling sounds came out from Su Hong's entire body. Every joint, large swaths of ebony black filth were violently expelled from inside Su Hong's pores. This instant, Su Hong's entire aura suddenly rose. The cultivation level had already broken through the shackles and successfully stepped into the first level of qi refining. Su Hong was panting and sweating, but his eyes carried a strong look of surprise. It's finally done. The first level of qi refining. The first level of qi refining, in the immortal cultivation world, could definitely only be described as just getting started. But for Su Hong, this is a successful first step for him. As long as the first step is solid, then naturally there will be a second and third step after that. After breaking through the first level of qi refining, there wasn't much feeling inside Su Hong's body. The only thing I felt was that my body had become lighter. The amount of spirit power in his body had doubled from before. This amount of spirit power can be counted on to cast a fireball spell. Fireball is not really that difficult. Before, it was only because Su Hong's cultivation level wasn't enough, so she couldn't perform it. But he actually learned it a long time ago. At this moment he stretched out his fingers, and, with a movement of his mind, a ball of blazing, incomparable fire, it had appeared in his palm. That scorching high temperature could be clearly felt, and it was definitely higher than ordinary mortal fire. Su Hong found a blade made of shin iron. Then without further ado, he blasted the fireball in his hand. Boom! A boom came out. In an instant, that fireball burned violently and it actually hardened one side of the basalt iron blade and melted it instantly. Su Hong instantly marveled. So strong. This destructive power is only several times stronger than any of my martial arts. Because Su Hong was originally a fire spirit root cultivator, the power of the fireball technique was even a bit higher when he cast it. Su Hong is now confident that if, in the first place, Su Hong meets Wang Taizhong again, he didn't even need to use the Sandhawk, a fireball spell. It would be enough to burn Wang Taiyu to the dregs. However, although this fireball technique is powerful, my current cultivation level is still too low. The spiritual energy of the whole body is just enough to use it 3 times. In the future, It will have to be used as a card killer. Su-hong just tried it and felt that the spiritual energy in her body was instantly consumed quite a bit. Obviously this fireball spell can't be used as a regular tactic. Instead, it has to be used as a kill move base card. In addition to the fireball technique, after reaching the first level of chi refining, Su-hong was even more eager for a means of. It also has to be the art of alchemy. The system had given him the art of alchemy early on. There are also some danmaku for pills. It was only because Su-hong's cultivation hadn't reached the first level of chi refining that she was naturally unable to make pills. However, Su-hong's cultivation level was sufficient now, so she should be able to try one or two things. But not tonight either. Su-hong had just made a breakthrough, and was not yet suitable for this kind of alchemy that also very much consumes spiritual energy. His main purpose tonight was still to consolidate his cultivation and stabilize his realm completely before he could do so. Looked at his body. The outside of the skin was full of discharged ebony black filth, interspersed with a good deal of sweat. It's slimy and uncomfortable. Su-hong shook her head and smiled. It feels like I have to go take a shower to do that. Su-hong stood up and went to her shower. The place where she bathed was dark, and Su-hong didn't call her subordinates to boil water for herself. With a flick of his fingers, blazing flames surfaced on his fingertips, then flicked them towards a bucket of cool water. Boom! A blazing sound was heard, and soon the bucket of cool water was spewing out a great deal of fiery steam. A bucket of cool water became a bucket of hot water in no time. Su-hong smiled faintly and threw some more herbs into it. These herbs were all gotten from Song Sharon's side, and it didn't hurt him to use a little more. Soon, the medicinal power of the herbs bubbled away inside the hot water, and only then did Su-hong strip naked and slowly soak it in. Woohoo! The hot water flooded her body, and the soothing sensation that came from it made Su-hong's mouth couldn't help but even scream out. I have to say, a hot bath after a cultivation breakthrough is really comfortable. Su-hong's entire body was soaked in the water, putting a towel over her forehead with a look of enjoyment on her face. Looking at the steam rising in front of her, Su-hong inhaled, and her head was a little confused. Probably just broke through, or perhaps it was the medicinal power. Su-hong squinted her eyes as sleepiness gradually surged up. Just as Su-hong was about to fall asleep, a hand suddenly reached out from behind. After that, Su-hong felt that a pair of very soft and huge soft flesh that it was gently and firmly pressed against his back. Afterward, a seductive voice that was crispy and charming to the bone reverberated in Su-hong's ears. Lord Su, let my daughter serve you to take a bath. Chapter 11, Xiao Mei's True Face. Su-hong had been in a daze and was about to fall asleep, but hearing the voice, rubbing it in woke him right up. He immediately jerked up from the bucket and even turned around. Hearing that Xiao Mei's body was only wrapped in a very thin and transparent white cloth. Stand on your own body. Her hair was coiled up. Her face was flushed, her eyes were mesmerized, and she was looking at herself in an infinitely flattering way. Su-hong was shocked and even asked, "What are you doing?" And Xiao Mei revealed a few puzzled looks. Her face was permeated with a few pathetic colors. Looking straight at Mei, he said, "My lord, Mei wants to serve your lord a bath. Your excellency saved Mei's life, and Mei has nothing to show for it, so she wants to do it in such a way that repay the lord." Hearing Xiao Mei's words, Su-hong frowned. "Mei, I told you, I didn't save you for this. Get your clothes on and get out quickly." "I don't." A few moments of seduction surfaced on Xiao Mei's delicate face. Not only did she not put her clothes back on, he also took the initiative to peel off the last layer of clothes covering his body, revealing his bare and tantalizingly perfect petite body, and directly took a step forward and hugged Su-hong. "Does your honor dislike Xiao Mei? Xiao Mei is very grateful to your excellency. Xiao Mei doesn't want anything else, nor do I want a name or anything. In this life I just want to serve your lordship well. My lord, for the sake of Xiao Mei's pity, please take Xiao Mei. Otherwise there's no point in Mei staying here." Xiao Mei's voice was pleasant and melodious, with a strong sense of seduction in it, and from just now, Su-hong sensed that in the air, there was an additional charm fragrance, if any, and it was this charm fragrance that made Su-hong, in a flash, a little hot, especially in the area of the lower abdomen location. It felt like there was an anxious fire that desperately needed to be released. If someone else had come along, with such a special thing in his arms, plus a weird aroma to confuse, I'm just afraid I couldn't help but eat Xiao Mei long ago. However, with a movement of spiritual energy within Su-hong's body, the strange chi that had invaded his body was instantly dispersed. When she opened her eyes again, Su-hong's eyes were already clear. Su-hong lifted Xiao Mei from her arms as she looked at the other, her eyes flickering. "Mei, I said no. Why not?" Still struggling, Xiao Mei flung herself into Su-hong's arms, and with her naked body, desperately sticking to Su-hong's body, the seductive aura and the amazing touch stimulated Su Hong's nerves every moment. Mei said as if she was very excited. My lord, Xiao Mei truly loves my lord. In her life, Xiao Mei. I've never seen someone as good as your excellency, and since you saved Xiao Mei should have given her body in return. Xiao Mei knows that Xiao Mei comes from a lowly background and is not worthy of his excellency, but Xiao Mei isn't greedy of, not asking for anything else, just to be able to comfort an adult in the dead of night, to be able to bring some warmth to an adult that, Mei will be content. So please my lord, don't push Mei away, okay? Mei wants to be your woman. Xiao Mei made some sincere confessions, and among her tears, there were already tears running down her face, with a seductive and incomparably fiery gaze, looking straight at Su Hong. It was as if he wanted to melt Su Hong's entire being into his tenderness and fire. Su Hong had to say that this Xiao Mei was indeed a rare beauty. Even normal men, if they're not affected by the charm, it should be hard to top an offense like that as well. The percentage bar is definitely going to go along with eating Mei. But Su Hong had been on the defensive against this Xiao Mei since a long time ago. After all, the way the other party approached him, there were many suspicions that could not stand up to scrutiny, and his own system, which was unresponsive to Mei the entire time. If it's really his in-laws, it was long past time for the system to pop up a prompt to brush up one's favor and raid the other party. Plus, with that special charm fragrance just now, Su Hong was 100% certain that's some kind of charm. It all adds up. Su Hong is basically certain. This Xiao Mei must have ulterior motives for approaching herself. Su Hong didn't hesitate and still pushed Xiao Mei away. Afterward, looking at her incredulous little sister, Su Hong said with a bland face, I'm sorry, I told you, I have no feelings for you, whatsoever. If you still want to stay in this house, if you want to behave like this in the future, do less of it. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you away. Although, I'm not above doing something mean to you, like selling you to a brothel. But trust me, you'll only end up worse off if you offend me. Su Hong's voice was icy cold, and the words she uttered were already considered extremely harsh. He'd like to see if this Xiao Mei, next door intends to continue to not know what's good and bad. There is still some restraint. Although Su Hong could have just killed Xiao Mei and gotten rid of her once and for all, but he still wanted to know what power this Xiao Mei had been sent by to approach him. What they're up to. After learning this, it's not too late to get rid of this Mei. Xiao Mei looked at the cold-faced Su Hong, her pretty face filled with pallor. Her body trembled slightly as she stepped back, seemingly unable to take such a huge blow. In the end, his feet were not steady, and he accidentally fell to the ground, his mouth screaming out in pain. But even so, Su Hong was still full of indifference and did not go to assist or speak. Thinking like a wounded bunny, Mei sat up, hugged her legs, and began to sob. The voice mumbled, I know, big lord, this time it is Xiao Mei who has crossed the line. Mei won't do this again in the future. Just so you understand. Su Hong's gaze chilled. You get out now. Good. Mei rubbed her eyes and stood up, one step toward the door, but when he was about to reach the door, he stopped abruptly. Su Hong frowned. What's wrong? Mei turned her back to Su Hong, her voice still carrying a few mumbles. Don't you feel, my lord, that something is wrong with your body? You mean your charm? Su Hong's gaze condensed. He hadn't intended to say that, but not expecting the other party to take the initiative to mention it, he then said lightly, your charm spells don't have the slightest effect on me. Really? It actually didn't work at all? Xiao Mei, at this time, turned around, her look no longer timid and cowardly. Instead, he revealed a look of incomparable arrogance and exultation as he gazed at Su Hong. The corners of his mouth smiled playfully. However, my lord can defend against Mimica, but you made the bath water that was originally placed there. Doesn't your honor see a problem? What? Hearing this, Su Hong's face suddenly changed. He hastily looked down at the bath water beneath him. In an instant, the originally transparent and fragrant bath water suddenly became pink at this moment, and with it, a wave of unbelievably hot and dry air that, very domineeringly, Su Hong's entire body was completely enveloped. This instant, Su Hong's mind was completely consumed by lustful thoughts. Almost all at once, Su Hong clenched her teeth fiercely, stared at Xiao Mei with great difficulty, and viciously said, this water, there's something wrong with it. My lord, is it too late to realize? It's too late. Mei slowly walked up and stroked Su Hong's cheek with her hand and, there was a victor-like expression on his face. Your excellency is still really vigilant? You didn't even fall for how Xiao Mei charmed you. Then I can only take out this world's #1 obscene poison, the heavenly obscene charming dispersion. Let your lordship completely unload his defenses. Chapter 112. Sir, if you can't help it, come on. Mei, at this moment, had long since removed that weak disguise. A queenly, lofty, arrogant look surfaced on her seductive face. Su Hong took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the thought of rushing up and pouncing on Xiao Mei, trying to calm myself down, waiting for Mei Dao. So what? It's just a lustful poison. Can't it still kill me? That's hard to say. Mei grinned. Lasciviousness is also poison. Knowing that your lordship is highly skilled in martial arts, the Qi Jie fire poison that Wang Tai used couldn't even help your excellency. So he switched to another poison this time. Once you have been hit by the heavenly charming lustful dispersion, in your lord's head, there is only one thing left, and that is copulation. If you can't find a woman to copulate within an hour, your lordship will have a chaotic burst of internal energy in his body, finally burst into flames, and this poison, the higher the power, the better the effect on the... I've heard that your excellency is only a thread away from being an earth immortal, so I'm sure that your excellency won't be able to resist the evil thoughts in your heart triggered by this poison no matter what. Oh, Su Hong sneered disdainfully when she heard this. Yeah, then you're pretty stupid. Do you think, with my position and status, I can't find a woman to copulate with? Even if I can't find one, aren't you just a ready-made woman? If I can't help it, just as hungry as you'll ever be. Ha ha. Hearing Su Hong's words, Xiao Mei suddenly revealed a few sickly maniacal smiles. Oh, didn't your excellency just reject me? How come now? You're interested again? Then feel free to come, my slave. But I'm begging for it. Mei deliberately struck an extremely seductive pose, and every inch of that delicate body that, at this moment, it was completely visible in front of Su Hong. Su Hong admitted that she had indeed been poisoned by that poison, and that her inner strength was simply unable to force it out. The more you drove your inner strength, the stronger the effect of that medicine was instead. Su Hong could not control the fire of desire in her body. Gradually, Su Hong's eyes turned red, and she jerked her head up, looking at her little sister in front of her and more out of control. The original clear eyes gradually became like a wild beast. Seeing Su Hong's appearance that she was about to rush up at any moment, Xiao Mei laughed. Oh, I forgot to tell His Excellency. This heavenly charming lustful scatter has another effect. A poisoned person will explode and die if he does not copulate, but once he does, he will also take the internal energy in his body and all of it is channeled to the woman who is copulating, and will continue to copulate like a male dog in heat, tireless, until all the internal energy in one's body is drained out, and in the end, one will likewise be drained to death. So come, my lord, come and pamper the slave. My slave wants the internal energy inside you. Come on, I'm waiting. Mei deliberately titillated herself, those few private parts of her body. It was even exuding an amazing attraction, making it harder and harder for Su Hong to control it at the moment. What to do? Su Hong's mind was almost consumed by lustful thoughts at this moment. He retained only a moment of final clarity in his mind. If this trace of clarity is swallowed up, it will turn into a beast that only knows how to copulate. The zombie nature. Let Xiao Mei slaughter you. Su Hong took a deep breath. Since internal force was not working, there was only spiritual force to rely on. He hastily exerted his spiritual energy and began to force out the obscene poison in his body. In an instant, those spiritual forces approached that piece of pink obscene poison and the lustful poison was suddenly dissipated a bit. It's not a huge amount, but it's definitely seen to be effective. But that's still too slow. Su Hong's body, still uncontrollably bursting with intense longing for the body of the opposite sex. The desire for intercourse. Is it still bearable? Mei was also surprised beyond belief. I didn't think that someone who had been hit by the heavenly charming lustful dispersion could actually last this long. Seeing that Su Hong didn't come over, she took the initiative to slowly walk up. Unclothed bodies, without a care in the world, dipped together into Su Hong's bucket of water, and in a flash, soaking that immaculate petite body with a sudden wetness. Under the dim light, each of the two masses of flesh, front and back, were slightly trembling and, even more so, it exuded an incomparably seductive luster. Not to mention that Su Hong is now poisoned by obscenity. Even if you were to replace someone who was not poisoned by obscenity, at the moment it's definitely been a headlong rush, and Xiao Mei didn't take the initiative to stick up this time. She just separated herself from Su Hong by some distance, as if to tease Su Hong, and as if for the little bit of competitiveness in his heart. A foot away from Su Hong, hooked a hand at Su Hong. My lord, don't hold back if you can't help it. I'm right here, and if you reach out your hand, you'll instantly be able to enjoy earthly pleasures with me. As the saying goes, if you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost. So what are you still concerned about? Come on, let's share the clouds and rain together. What Xiao Mei cultivated seemed to be the charm technique. Even her speaking voice carried a different kind of flirtatiousness, like a cat's claw, scratching at Su Hong's heart. At this moment, Su Hong was using her spiritual energy to dispel the obscene poison in her body as quickly as possible, while raising his head, his scarlet gaze, glaring deathly at Xiao Mei. Showing eyes like those of a wild wolf. You want it? Good. I'll fulfill you. Saying that, Su Hong directly pounced Xiao Mei into the bucket of water with one hand. After that, he swept Mei into his arms with all his might, his arms sinewy and, it seemed as if he wanted to incorporate Xiao Mei's entire seductive and plump petite body into his own body. Oh, so good. Xiao Mei couldn't help but let out a dainty, wildcat-like gasp from her mouth. Lord Su deserves to be a true hero, so domineering, slave likes it so much. Sir, come on, take her. Xiao Mei also wrapped her arms around Su Hong's ears, lightly spitting fragrant orchids in Su Hong's ears, countless seductive aura of, into Su Hong's brain, wanting to further influence Su Hong. Su Hong's gaze was fierce. At this moment, he had already forced half of the obscene poison out of his body with his spiritual power. Now that he had actually done it, his own inner strength, it wouldn't be sucked away by this woman. However, even if this was the case, Su Hong was not willing to carry out this time with this woman. Mostly, I feel sick inside. He forcibly shook off Mei's hand and violently reached out with one hand, choking Mei's neck and, a low growl. Woman, do you really think that your poison will work on me? What? Xiao Mei's face changed when she heard this. Once he looked up, he saw Su Hong's eyes, which had begun to become clear. Her whole body rose in disbelief. No, this can't be. This heavenly charming lustful dispersion obviously can't even be carried by an earthy mortal expert. You've been soaking in this poison for an hour. How can it not work on you? Su Hong snorted with a contemptuous smile. Of course you wouldn't understand if you were a frog in a well. Now, let me ask you, who the hell are you and what the hell is the purpose of approaching me? Otherwise, I don't mind letting you die under your own lustful poison. Saying that, Su Hong grabbed Mei's head and, it was about to be pressed hard inside the cloud of poisonous water underneath her that was filled with the heavenly charming lustful dispersion. Chapter 113 Your Lu Qian Mei. No. Mei's proud face changed color. She struggled desperately, not wanting to be pressed into the water. Although she practiced charm arts, it didn't mean that. She was just completely immune to the effects of obscene poison. In particular, this is the top of the list of obscene poisons, and she had specially increased the dosage of the drug in order to get Su Hong to fall for it. Even if an earthy mortal came, he would be mesmerized by the lustful poison. If she were to be hit, she would likewise be strangely uncontrollable and eventually burst into flames. Su Hong's gaze flickered and her tone was cold. If you don't want to die, then tell me who the hell is it? Xiao Mei hesitated before she took a deep breath and said to Li Zhe, It's the Duke of Wu. Lord Wu sent me. You caused him to lose 2 grades in a row and took his granddaughter captive. And he's trying to get back at you by. That's why you arranged for me to kill you. Is it Lord Wu? Su Hong's eyes flickered, though in his heart he had guessed this person at first. But the thing is, there's really not much of a motive for the Duke of Wu to do this. With Wu Guogong's identity, status, there were completely other ways to get at himself, deliberately arranging such a show, and using obscene poison to do it, and who clearly knew his strength, and his poison resistance, very well. It took a while to come up with the idea. In Su Hong's opinion, there was only one person who knew his full strength and poison resistance. That's the dead Wang Taiyu, but he's dead. He couldn't have done it, so who else could it be? Su Hong obviously didn't believe the answer, and pressed Mei's head down hard underwater again, and, viciously, at this point, you're still lying? I think you really don't know how to die. Seeing her face about to be pressed into the water, Mei screamed, Nope, I'm not lying, it really is Wu Guogong. I have the token of the Wu family on me. Oh, there? Su Hong even asked, slightly loosening Xiao Mei a bit in her hands. Xiao Mei hesitated, before she pulled out a tiny token from inside her own chest. Su Hong took a look and it was really Wu's, and it's a well-made token. It should be from the Wu family. Only people of very high status can have it. Is it really Lord Wu? Su Hong frowned. So, this Lord Wu is not as simple as he thinks. How can you keep a woman who has mastered such advanced charm techniques around you? Su Hong took the token and her palm pressed harder, strangling Xiao Mei to death as she coldly said, And what about you? What exactly are you? What's your real name? Mei's voice trembled slightly. I am a capable person recruited from the family of the Duke of Wu, and my real name is Lu Mei, usually at the behest of the Duke of Wu, helping him to do some unseemly things. Willow Mei? Su Hong pondered for a moment and then let out a cold laugh. You said you're from the Wu family? It just so happens that Miss Wu is also here. Let's see if she recognizes you. Saying that, Su Hong directly picked up the clothes and threw them on Lu Mei, coldly drinking. Put it on. Go find Wu Xinyu. A hint of panic appeared on Lu Mei's face when she heard that she was going to find Wu Xinwei. even shook his head. No. I am an able-bodied man raised by Wu in public and private. MS. Wu Xinyu. She doesn't even know my. Yeah, what if she knows? Su Hong's eyes flashed coldly, still not believing in Lu Mei. Hardly grabbing its neck, as if lifting a chicken, he walked straight out. Soon, Su Hong came to Wu Xinxin's room door and knocked on it. Knock knock. It's the middle of the night, not letting anyone sleep. Soon the door opened. Wu Xinxian was wearing a thin, cicada-like nightgown, showing off her impeccably perfect body to the fullest. She stood in the doorway rubbing her eyes, looking up to see that it was Su Hong. A few happy colors appeared on Wu Xinxin's face. Brother Su Hong, you're looking for me in the middle of the night. Are you thinking about that? Su Hong cried and laughed, shaking her head. Sadness. I was just asking. This woman, she belongs to your Wu family? Su Hong said, flinging the Lu Mei she was carrying in her right hand in front of Wu Xinxin's face. Wu Xinxin looked at the disheveled Lu Mei and her pretty face changed slightly. Mei? Wu Xinyu looked up again to see Su Hong's expression, and with her intelligence, she quickly guessed that She looked at Su Hong and asked, what did she do? Su Hong entered the room and took a seat in Wu Xinxin's room. She gave me a lecherous poison, the heavenly charm lustful dispersion, and wanted my powers and my life, but I recognized it and didn't let her have it. I asked her where she came from, and she said that she was a member of your Wu family, and that her name was Lu Mei. What? When she heard Su Hong's words, Wu Xinxin immediately changed her face and immediately came over to Su Hong and examined it carefully, with a worried look on his face. She gave you a that day charmed kinky. That you're okay? I'm sure it's fine. If I had something to do, would I be sitting here talking to you? Su Hong shook her head. Wu Xinyu sniffed at this and sighed in relief. The moment he then turned around, his face suddenly exploded with rage and he directly kicked Lu Mei's body. Damned! How dare you lay hands on my brother Su Hong? If anything goes wrong with my brother Su Hong, 10 of your lives won't be enough for you to die. As if she was an angry imp, Wu Xinxin crossed her arms and gave Lu Mei several more kicks in succession. Straight up, he kicked Lu Mei and spat out blood furiously. Liu Mei's face was incredibly pale. A moment of ferocity was revealed in her eyes, but it was quickly hidden again. She shouted in a huff, have mercy, miss. This is all because the Lord arranged for me to come. Master? Wu Xinwei walked over, squatted down and looked at Lu Mei with a cold smile, and slowly said, do you really think I don't know who you are? In my Wu family, there's only one person who knows the art of chimera, as far as I can remember. Other than that, I hadn't heard that my grandfather had raised so many capable people. You said your name is Lu Mei. You are actually Lu Qianmei? Right. What? Hearing Wu Xinwei say her real name without moving, Lu Qianmei that instant. The face changed completely. Her eyes were filled with shock as she stared incredulously at Wu Xinwei, her voice trembling. She even shook her head. No, miss, you've got the wrong person. How can I be Mrs. Us? We don't even look the same. Do you really think I don't know? Wu Xinwei still laughed coldly, reaching out his hand. He slowly stroked over Lu Qianmei's face, which was completely different from usual, and said softly, if I guessed correctly, the kung fu you cultivate should be called thousand-phase divine power, right? By relying on this kung fu, you can change your appearance at will, and even take on the 5 senses of thousands of different people. This face of yours, although it's not the same as Lu Qianmei's, but these foxy eyes of yours, and the things in the eyes that make me sick, but I can't get them out of my head. You are Lu Qianmei. The moment Wu Xinyu slowly uttered the last sentence, his palms steeply exerted themselves, transforming into sharp claws that, rigorously locking Lu Qianmei's neck so that she couldn't move at all. Chapter 114, Mysterious Ghost Shadow. Lu Qianmei? Su Hong had been watching in silence from the side. Until you hear another name, he couldn't help but ask. Sadness. This Lu Qianmei. What kind of person is she? Wu Xinxin laughed coldly. It's just a juggler who has practiced chimera and doesn't know how to die. She came into my house 2 years ago and charmed my grandpa. That old thing of mine. At a certain age, I actually remarried her back home. Now, it's considered my Wu family's great-grandmother. However, this woman approached my grandfather, so I'm sure she's just doing it for the honor and wealth of my Wu family. I just didn't expect that this time. My grandfather actually let her take a shot in order to kill you. It's really shedding awe. Speaking here, Wu Xinwei could not help but glance at Su Hong, his tone carrying a few hints of meaning. This Lu Qianmei's tactics are all lowly means of male love. I just don't know if brother Su Hong has been hit. Hearing this, Su Hong smiled awkwardly, and then he even straightened his face. I'm sure I didn't get hit. I'm a decent guy. Don't you know this worry? Oh, yeah. Wu Xinyu looked at Su Hong again and smiled without saying anything, and Lu Qianmei's face had completely changed by this time. How could she not expect that Wu Xinxin actually recognized her? Although I've heard that the Wu family's eldest daughter is talented in the world, she wasn't quite convinced when she entered the Wu family. But now, it's sort of clear how awesome it is. Since she was poked and prodded, Lu Qianmei didn't pretend anymore and snorted coldly. Now that you see it, I'm your step-grandmother. If you treat me like this, aren't you afraid that Lord Wu will punish you? Wu Xinwei smiled disdainfully, and kicked Lu Qianmei again. Straight away, Lu Qianmei kicked her body violently. If it was my grandfather, I might even give 3s. And you're nothing but a Jianghu magician who only joined my Wu family for the sake of its honor and wealth. How much do you think I'm going to think of you? My grandfather has become more and more violent over the years because of your slander. Ambition is growing too. And you dare say it's not you blowing smoke up his ass? I've long been like getting rid of you. I didn't think you'd actually take the initiative to come to my door. So today, as far as I have personally cleaned up my house, but a human woman, you don't think my grandfather will do anything to me for you, do you? After Wu Xinxin finished speaking, he flung his hand, and a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. It shimmered with a chilling light in the dim light. Next to her, Su Hong couldn't help but admire Wu Xinyu when she heard these words. This is really heart-cruel enough. Grandpa married the step-grandmother. Actually said to kill just kill? Seeing Wu Xinwei take out a dagger, Lu Qianmei completely panicked. Her eyes widened and she screamed out. You dare to kill me? Are you crazy? Your grandfather will never let you go. Oh, then I'll see what my grandfather will do to me. Wu Xinxin took out a dagger and directly stabbed hard towards Lu Qianmei's neck. It's extremely hard-hitting and goes straight for the kill. In this instant, Lu Qianmei cried out in shock. Sir, help me. Aha! Hearing this sound, Wu Xinxin and Su Hong's faces suddenly changed. Su Hong was the first to react, and the blood shadow sword instantly appeared in his hand. And above the courtyard wall of Su's mansion, a dark ghostly shadow rushed out in a flash. Straight towards Su Hong and Wu Xinxin. Worry, watch out, Su Hong shouted. The blood shadow sword in his hand directly blasted out with a sword. The pitch-black ghostly figure did not dodge. Its body hardened against Su Hong's sword. Dang, I don't know if it cut into the other guy's gauntlet or something else. The feel of a sword slash was unusual, as if it had cut on metal. That ghost shadow didn't even have a muffled grunt the whole time. His body speed was so fast that he directly swept down. It was a direct slap at Wu Xinyu. Wu Xinwei's face changed, and in a panic, he raised his hand and similarly blasted out at the ghostly shadow. A hard pair of slaps. However, the inner strength of this ghostly shadow was stronger than Wu Xinwei could have imagined. Wu Xinxin spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew directly backwards. And Ghost Shadow took advantage of this and snatched down Lu Qianmei, who had been restrained by Wu Xinwei. Picking the woman up, he then leapt and swept toward the wall. Where to go? Su Hong's eyes flashed with coldness, his body flashed with thunder, and he stepped on the thunderous movement 3000. In the direction where the ghostly shadow had fled, he fiercely chased after it. However, the speed of that black shadow was actually not below Su Hong. The speed of he even threw out a residual shadow in the air, and in a few breaths, he even disappeared directly into Su Hong's line of sight. Looking at this scene, Su Hong's face was horrified. This dark shadow was actually carrying someone who was lighter than he was? Who the hell is that? Su Hong felt more and more that this Dooku was not simple. The fact that this person ran out as soon as he was shouted at by that Lu Qianmei means that he didn't just arrive. Instead, they'd been ambushed around here early on, ready to receive her. Although Su Hong didn't have the ability to check the surrounding area, but to be able to hide for so long, under his eyes, obviously not an unusual character by any means. Now, it seemed that the Duke of Wu was surrounded by many experts, and really didn't seem like an ordinary courtier. Behind Wu Guogon's back, there should be something that Su Hong is completely unaware of. Not catching up, Su Hong could only turn back and return. Returning to Wu Xinxin's side, the woman had barely stood up by this time. However, blood still remained at the corners of her mouth, and it was obvious that she had just clapped against the ghostly shadow and had been hurt quite badly. Sadness. Are you okay? It's okay, Wu Xinxin said as she shook her head. Suffered some internal injuries. Well, did you catch up? No. Su Hong shook her head. That black-clothed ghostly figure is of unfathomable strength. His lightness is no less than mine, and may even be above me. That's odd. Wu Xinyu frowned. I don't remember that old man sighed. There is such an expert. Su Hong pondered for a moment. Is it possible that this person is not someone under your grandfather's command? Including this Lu Qianmei, who is actually not your grandfather's person. She approached your grandfather only to facilitate certain benefits, or getting certain information? This group of them, they actually have another purpose? Well, it's possible. Wu Xinyu nodded. Before I left the Wu family, I did realize that there was something strange about Grandpa's whereabouts, often taking his men out to meet with someone in secret, including this Lu Qianmei, who entered my house very abruptly and without warning. This group of people, indeed, does not look like they are just after money and clinging to my grandfather, but they have another purpose. Su Hong thought about it, and a possibility suddenly came to mind. He looked at Wu Xinyu and slowly said, I guess, they may be the people of the Golden Kingdom. Is the borderline a while ago? The gang of Jin scouts and assassins that got mixed in. Chapter 115, Striking at the Parade. The Jins? Wu Xinyu froze. Although she was a woman, she obviously knew something about the affairs of the country. I have also heard of the neighboring country of Great Zhou. There is a dominating powerhouse, the Golden Kingdom. Before, when the country was prosperous, the Golden State has not yet dared to act rashly. But now Zhou has been spoiled by Wang Taiyu before, and the country is getting weaker by the day. Add to this the fact that in the past 2 years, the Golden Kingdom has become more and more powerful, and that the King of Gold has given birth to several princes. Each one of them was a dragon and phoenix among men, so naturally they began to expand outward and began to harvest the weak in small neighboring countries. And Great Zhou was in the neighborhood of the Golden State, one of the stronger nations, and as the Golden State's ambitions grew, it's only natural that they'd put their claws into the big weak. Previously, there were whispers that Wang Tai used to even be a scout sent in by the Golden Kingdom more than 10 years ago. With Wu Xinyu's talent and vision, he could naturally see that between Jin and Great Zhou, there will be a battle in the future. Wu Xinyu took a deep breath and spoke. If it's the Jins, it's a real possibility, but I'm not so sure that my grandfather, that old thing, actually really dared to fornicate with foreigners and betray Great Zhou? Su Hong thought about it and shook her head. Your grandfather may not know that these people are from the Golden Kingdom. Take this Lu Qianmei, for example. Your grandfather would never have married her if he had known she was from the Golden Kingdom. This will totally work as hard evidence of treason later on. I think your grandfather just assumed that these people were capable people, and that's why he enlisted them. Just trying to improve myself. Well, it should be. Wu Xinxin sighed. Grandpa, this old man is indeed too confused. Even with me keeping an eye on it, this still happened. Su Hong said. But don't you worry yet. After all, it's just speculation now. There's no proof. If there is a chance, if we can just get rid of this group of Jins, before this matter is exposed, your grandfather still isn't going to be labeled a traitor. Wu Xinyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Get rid of it how? That ghostly shadow just now, with that strong strength, even brother Su Hong, you couldn't manage to leave him behind. That Lu Qianmei, she also has numerous tricks up her sleeve. She can even change in 1,000 different ways, changing into all kinds of faces at will to deceive people. It's really tricky. If they run away this time, it's really an endless calamity. Wu Xinyu only felt that things were big, even if she had a mind to go home and try to persuade her grandfather. But Grandpa was now completely unable to listen to anyone else, and when he returned, he was only too afraid that he would immediately detain her and put her in confinement. After pondering for a moment, Su Hong slowly spoke. Just this one parade. That group, if they are scouts infiltrated by the Golden Kingdom, will surely not let go of the opportunity for His Majesty to leave the palace. Definitely pick this one to strike. Then we'll do the opposite. Once they strike, it's the same time to be exposed. When the time comes, I will gather my forces and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Wu Xinyu was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Su Hong to have such a bold mind. I can't believe I'm planning to do it at the Queen's parade. However, it soon occurred to Wu Xinxin that this seemed to be the only way for now. At present they have no proof that Lord Wu has colluded with Dakin, and if they take the liberty of doing so, whether it was a success or failure, it would be difficult to give the Empress an explanation. But if the man beside Lord Wu was really from Dajin, and the purpose of the Dajin scouts infiltrating it was bound to be the assassination of the current female emperor, and a number of important dignitaries in the dynasty, so this parade was bound to be the best opportunity. At that time, the other party took the initiative to do it. Then no evidence was needed, and it could directly prove his identity as a Jinhua person. Wu Xinyu looked at Su Hong. Brother Su Hong, I'm a term white. I'm only afraid that I won't be able to participate in the parade at that time. Can't help you much. Su Hong smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. Your brother Su Hong can be much more capable than you think. If a few Jin scouts if I can't handle it, how can I be the hero of this great Zhou? Su Hong said as if she was a bit of a king's wife selling her own melon. That's good. Wu Xinyu's beautiful eyes looked at Su Hong, and her delicate and handsome brows were filled with admiration. She believed in her brother Su Hong's ability, so she must be able to do it easily. By the way, your injury, is it really okay? Su Hong looked at Wu Xinwei. The other party's breath, until now, was not very smooth. Do you want? I'll help you to transport your energy to heal your wounds. I also have His Majesty's royal gift of golden sore medicine here. You can use it to speed up the healing of your injuries as well. Well, good. When Wu Xinyu heard it, this power healing, wasn't that the perfect opportunity to draw in a relationship with Su Hong? When the time came, he himself took off his clothes on purpose, revealing his petite body, not afraid that Su Hong won't take the bait. Thinking of this, Wu Xinxin's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and her heart rose in great anticipation. Wu Xinxin gasped slightly, her body softened, leaning against Su Hong, and her voice was much weaker. Charming said, Brother Su Hong, my injuries are indeed getting worse. You're going to have to help people heal. Oh, well. Su Hong looked down and saw that Wu Xinyu was wearing a long silk dress as thin as a cicada's wing, almost translucent general. He lowered his head, almost can its chest snow white, completely in the eyes. Su Hong's heart stirred. This Wu Xinyu isn't very old, but she's really quite something. It's just a shame that the other guy is hurt and can't mooch off of him, or else the highs and lows are going to pinch him in the hands of the play with it all night. Brother Su Hong, you're so bad. When Wu Xinxin heard Su Hong's heartfelt words, her pretty face turned red, but in her heart, she was filled with joy. The heart was like a deer in headlights. It was so excited and thrilled. Wu Xinxin worried even harder to fall into Su Hong's arms, as if she wanted to put her whole body. All of them blended into Su Hong's arms and daintily said, Brother Su Hong, when will you help me heal my wounds? I can't wait. Looking at Wu Xinxin's 1001 beautiful looks, Su Hong swallowed his saliva. It seemed that the effects of the obscene poison hadn't been drained away, and it also seemed that Wu Xinxin was really too tantalizing. Su Hong only felt a fire rise in her belly once again. He shook his head. I can't, but Wu Xinxin is injured. You're still thinking about all this nonsense yourself. It's also too add up. So he helped Wu Xinwen up and carried her to the bed. Su Hong handed Wu Xinwen the gold sore medicine and said, Worry, take the medicine first. Then I'll run my energy to help you heal. Good. Wu Xinwei took the golden sore pill and took it in a few mouthfuls. Then sit cross-legged on the bed. She looked over at Su Hong, her pretty face revealing a few moments of shyness as she said, Brother Su Hong, should I take my clothes off? This will also make it easier for you to pass on your power. I have deep kung fu, so I don't need to take off my clothes to pass it on, but it's nice to get your fill while you're at it. Su Hong nodded. Well, then, okay, you take your clothes off. This might heal faster. Badass. Su Hong's thoughts were heard word for word all by Wu Xin anxiety. A few dainty glares at Su Hong, then only then did she reach out, and faded down the lavender tool on her body. A little bit. Come on, Brother Su Hong, do what you can. Never pity me. Chapter 116, You're burning up. Wu Xinxin's delicate voice, including the words she said, made Su Hong think about it. Su Hong gulped. Looking at Wu Xinxin's bare and flawless back, he held back the thought of pouncing on it in his heart. After silently reciting the useless heart-clearing technique a few more times, he slowly sat behind Wu Xinwen. Sadness. I'll start. Well, Brother Su Hong, I'll be waiting. Wu Xinxin closed her eyes, and in her heart, she was also looking forward to it. Su Hong raised her eyes to see Wu Xinxin's flawless white back, including the slender waist that was in a firm grip, and then bending out an amazing curve underneath. The elastic and soft flesh of her buttocks sank slightly above the bed. This overwhelming beauty, if any other person came, they would only be spewing out nosebleeds. Su Hong took a deep breath. Heal. Don't get carried away. Su Hong raised his hands, transporting his power into his hands, and then also added a trace of pure spiritual power into them. Su Hong realized early on that if healing was done, the effects of spiritual energy it's actually a lot stronger than internal strength. The characteristic of internal force is rushing and courageous, whereas spiritual force is warm and subtle, and with a special aura, used to heal wounds. Naturally the latter was several times more effective. It was only because Su Hong's cultivation was still shallow, not enough to purely use spiritual energy to help Wu Xin anxiety heal her injuries. That's why it's like this, with internal energy as the main focus and spiritual energy as a supplement. Sadness. I'm coming. Su Hong spoke softly, both hands still pressed against Wu Xinxin's back. I don't know if it was intentional or not. The moment her palm touched Wu Xinxin's skin, Wu Xinxin's body trembled violently for a moment. A charming gasp then came out of his mouth. That gasping sound. It's so charming. It's almost to the bone. Coupled with Wu Xinyu's already seductive voice, it almost didn't make Su Hong's ears pregnant on the spot at once. This woman screams so much. For those who don't know, they thought she had an orgasm. Su Hong mentally spat out, before asking, What's wrong, Sadness? Did it hurt you? No. Being called flirty by Su Hong, Wu Xinxin was not angry at all, but instead was a little happy. To her, it was a sign that the man recognized her. Wu Xinyu even continued to say deliberately, "Brother Su Hong, I'm just a bit uncomfortable for a moment. I'll be fine once I get used to it next." "Good. If you're in pain, talk to me." "Got it, Brother Su Hong. Go ahead. I'll bear it." Wu Xinxin turned around and her seductive gaze landed on Su Hong, causing her to gulp straight away. This woman, she's not very old. How come this ability to hook men is so powerful? Or is it just because I'm still clean from the kinky poison? Su Hong shook her head and continued to heal Wu Xinxin's injuries, though internal power is not as effective as spiritual power in healing wounds. But Su Hong's heavenly evil divine power is the top divine power in the world, and the effect of the heavenly evil internal power that, equally extraordinary. After Su Hong gave the inner strength to Wu Xinwen felt a sudden warmth within her body. The location of the internal injuries was wrapped up by Su Hong's inner strength, and felt very comfortable and painfully. It's also dissolving a little bit. Wu Xinwei could feel that the injuries in his body were, at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was healing fast. Awesome, Wu Xinyu marveled. Though I know it has the power of the gold sore medicine in it, but even so, the injuries that Wu Xinyu had suffered were not light, and the fact that she was able to heal her injuries so quickly showed the depth of Su Hong's inner strength, and that her inner strength was only unique, by no means average. Brother Su Hong's inner strength is really powerful, and warm. I want to be like this with Brother Su Hong for the rest of my life. My inner strength intermingling, and my body and mind intermingling as well. At first, Wu Xinxin was just trying to seduce Su Hong, but as the inner strength went deeper, Su Hong's powerful male charisma the more and more, Wu Xinxin worried that she couldn't get herself out of it. Her entire being was so mesmerized that she didn't feel the least bit of pain, even with her internal injuries. All she felt was a warmth and softness that she had never felt before wrapping around her. Unconsciously, she felt that her body, as if it was all reacting a bit. Certain unknown and mysterious places are getting progressively wetter. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Hong was healing her wounds, I'm afraid she would have jumped into Su Hong's arms by now, integrating that tantalizingly delicate body completely into Su Hong's body. But on Su Hong's side, after she started to heal her wounds, she didn't feel particularly great anymore, because in order to heal Wu Xinxin's wounds, one needs to be fully concentrated, and with the input of internal energy, there could not be the slightest disorder, and it was even more difficult to inject spiritual energy into it. Su Hong didn't dare to have a single moment of distraction, because he sensed that Wu Xinxin's internal injuries the reality is much more serious than one would think. I don't know why this little ninny, before, acted so calmly. Surprisingly, not even a hint of pain had been cried out. Su Hong sucked in her breath, suddenly feeling a little heartbroken for this little ninny. The more she does, the more she shows how many hard and difficult things she's been through over the years otherwise it was absolutely impossible to endure such a serious injury. Su Hong did her best to regulate Wu Xinxin's internal injuries. Gradually, his whole body was already drenched in sweat, and all over, the internal energy was also drained quite a bit. It was only then that Wu Xinxin's injuries began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. About an hour, Wu Xinxin's internal injuries were almost completely healed by Su Hong. With only a few lingering injuries left, it would be necessary to take the next step and recuperate for a while. Su Hong transported the last of his spiritual energy into Wu Xinxin's body for a final finish. At this time, he let out a soft eep. Su Hong was surprised to find that when she placed her spiritual energy Wu Xinxin's Dantian location, it actually reacted to the spiritual power, in a slight way. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed true that at that instant several acupoints at Wu Xinxin's Dantian apparently emitting a lively flavor. Su Hong was stunned, because he remembered that those acupoints, which were clearly the time to exhale spiritual energy circumference. What a must-use acupuncture point. Can't it be that this Wu Xinyu possesses spiritual roots, a qualification to cultivate immortality? Su Hong was surprised, because in this mundane world, people with spiritual roots in their bodies were definitely 1 in a million. Even Su Hong started out with no spiritual roots in her body, unable to cultivate at all, or the system lottery, forcibly drawing the fire spirit root and forcibly infusing it into the body. Unexpectedly, Wu Xinyu was born with it, which is really a rare immortal seedling. It's no wonder that Wu Xinxin is extremely gifted in both martial arts and literature. Obviously, it was because of the existence of spiritual roots in his body. Since there was a spiritual root within Wu Xinxin's body, Su Hong had to consider it. Should they be introduced to the immortal sect? After all, Wu Xinyu was one of his in-laws and had a lot of goodwill, so he could be trusted. If the other party could step into the immortal sect, He might be able to become a great help to himself in the future. Chapter 117, Wu Xinwei is also poisoned? Su Hong made up his mind and put away his inner strength. He looked up. Sadness. It's okay. Next, you only need to recuperate for a few days, and your injuries will be completely healed. Well, Wu Xinyu's wailing, disoriented voice came slowly. Seeing Wu Xinyu sitting there motionless, Su Hong was a bit strange. What's going on? You didn't have an accident with your healing, did you? He was just about to turn Wu Xinxin to ask what was going on, but Wu Xinxin already had a crimson face, and directly pounced on Su Hong's body as soon as she pounced Su Hong on the spot, only to see Wu Xinxin's pretty face reddened, as if she had been hit by a charming drug. Her eyes were lost in a daze. You can even see the love flashing in it. Brother Su Hong, I can't help it. I want you now. Now. After saying that, Wu Xinxin directly kissed down hard on Su Hong's mouth. Hey! Su Hong's entire body froze and quickly avoided it, but because he was being held down by Wu Xinxin, he couldn't get his whole body out of the way. Wu Xinxin ended up just kissing Su Hong's neck. Su Hong was dumbfounded. What's the situation with this Wu Xinyu? Though I know this chick has been kinda craving her body, but it's not so greedy. It's like a girl who's obsessed. Wu Xinxin didn't kiss Su Hong's mouth, so she simply hugged Su Hong's neck again and started to nibble on it. The sounds of nibbling, sucking, and drooling carried throughout the room, cloying and lascivious. Su Hong didn't struggle, but was just a bit bewildered and even asked, "Worry? What is wrong with you? Though I'm not out of the question, I guess, but this is too fast. I'm not ready for this." After Su Hong finished her sentence, Wu Xinxin didn't have much of a reaction, just hugging Su Hong's neck. He continued to kiss, lick, and suck furiously in all kinds of ways. The sound of that spit is just mesmerizing. After kissing for a while, Wu Xinxin sat up again, panting and gasping more and more rapidly under her breath. Only its mouth could be heard hazily saying, "Brother Su Hong, give it to me, give it to me, I want you." While saying that, Wu Xinxin's small, white hand directly stroked towards Su Hong's lower body. Hey! Only then did Su Hong's face change. Originally, he was just holding back again. If he let Wu Xinxin worry touch it, what would happen? Hurrying to stop Wu Xinxin with his hand. However, Wu Xinxin didn't know where the tremendous strength came from, and she rigidly clasped Su Hong's hand and must touch, taking advantage of one of Su Hong's inattention. The other hand had already drilled into Su Hong's pants. Su Hong was stunned, and the momentary touch almost made him cry out in pleasure as well. Wu Xinxin's eyes were pink, and above her cheeks, they were also filled with flushing as she looked at Su Hong. It was as if it were a beast in complete heat. "Brother Su Hong, I've liked you for a long time. I've heard about you from the day that. Just keep liking you, so give it to me. I'll marry you. I'll be your wife. I want to be with you for the rest of my life," Wu Xinxian said, removing the last of her belly buttons, and her entire petite body. In Su Hong's eyes, it was thoroughly visible. Su Hong looked at Wu Xinyu, froze for a moment, and immediately reacted. "I'll go. Could it be that in my inner strength, that lecherous poison hasn't dispersed yet? When you just healed sadness, you gave her the poison along with it? If that's the case, it's over." Su Hong gritted his teeth. Although the heavenly charming lustful scatter in his body had already been eliminated almost, it basically has no effect on him anymore. But Wu Xinyu could be different. She doesn't have the spiritual power to support even a little bit of heavenly charm succubus. It will all have an immense impact on her. And at this moment, this state of Wu Xinwei was clearly not her usual state of mind. Although Wu Xinxian was usually very greedy for herself, it was obviously very different from the way she was now, in full rut. As soon as Su Hong grabbed Wu Xinwei, his internal force probed in detail. That was just another sigh of relief. Fortunately, the potency of this heavenly charming lustful scatter has been sucked away by Su Hong. Most of the fatal, it's all been drained out, and all that's left is that little bit of aphrodisiac effect. Therefore, Wu Xinxin's life was not in danger for the time being. Then Su Hong is relieved. "Su Hong, give it to me." Wu Xinxin looked at Su Hong, who kept propping herself up and just didn't hug her. She gradually became anxious and irritated. It is even calling Su Hong by her first name, looking different from the usual Wu Xinyu, just like a cranky little she-cat all the time. Wild, cranky, but differently sexy. Ow! Wu Xinxin grabbed Su Hong's bottom and directly pushed hard. This time, it could make Su Hong feel a fatal pain, and his face stiffened. The strength in his hands suddenly dissipated, and Wu Xinxian hugged Su Hong and began to touch, lick, and kiss again. That curved sexy lower body, still clinging to Su Hong's lower body. All kinds of rubbing and rubbing. Can't wait to get started. Damn Nasan, you're hitting too hard. Su-hong only felt the pain in her lower body and was about to pass out, cursing hatefully. Aren't you afraid that if you mess up, you won't have any happiness for the rest of your life afterward? Seeing that Wu Xinyu had completely gone off the deep end, she was frantically clinging to herself. Su-hong took a deep breath. As much as he wanted to take Wu Xinxian, this kind of temptation was certainly not something that an average man could refuse, but what he wanted was to do it all with Wu Xinxian in her sobriety. The two of them were in love and the water was the only thing he wanted. Instead of relying on drugs and taking advantage of people, since she was sure that the drug wouldn't be fatal, Su-hong made a direct hand strike that, knocking hard on the back of Wu Xinxian's head. Wu Xinxian's body instantly trembled, her eyelids rolled white, and she fell softly into Su-hong's arms. Looking at Wu Xinxian's flawless face, that devilishly proud body, sprawled out on her body without a piece of clothing, Su-hong instantly felt some pity. Shaking his head, he climbed to his feet and once again, using his spiritual energy, toned the woman. Only then did he cover the naked woman with the quilt, and after placing a gentle kiss on Wu Xinxian's forehead, after getting up and getting dressed, he walked out of Wu Xinyu's room. It was almost dawn when I came out. Su-hong only felt that there were quite a few things that had happened in one night today. It left him with a deep wave of exhaustion. At this moment, regardless of the fact that both the internal and spiritual energy in his body had been depleted, after returning to his house, lay down and fall asleep. When Su-hong opened her eyes again, it was already nearly noon. Su-hong froze, then couldn't help but shout, "It's that time of day. I haven't gone to court yet. It's over and done with." Su-hong hurriedly climbed up and immediately dressed for the court. At the same time he called the butler and cursed viciously. "Su-chun, why don't you call me?" The butler looked aggrieved. "Master, you usually practice at night, never let the minion call and, in the morning, Miss Wu came to see Master, and said she'd let you sleep a little longer. Master, don't disturb you. Miss Wu has already sent someone to the palace to give you leave." Oh, Su-hong was a bit surprised. In this instant, it suddenly felt, it's pretty sweet to have a woman in the house. Chapter 118, Why are you losing favor again? Is it really sweet to have a woman in the house? Long Ruoshi, who was in the imperial study in the palace, suddenly heard Su-hong's heartfelt words and her face had collapsed. Last time, after she almost gave her body to Su-hong, her system suddenly upgraded. The first stage of your in-laws is complete. Enter the second stage. From now on, you can hear the voice of your in-laws other than the one that concerns you. That's why, while Su-hong didn't think about Long Ruoshi, her heart was still heard. Now, Long Ruoshi was furious enough. There's a woman in the house? This guy really has a lot of guts. Who is it? Is it that Song Zian again? Or is it someone else? Ding! Your in-law Long Ruoshi's favorability -20. Current favorability 80. Your in-law's favorability has fallen into the first stage. Please redeem it immediately. If the time limit is exceeded without redeeming the favor, the in-laws will be unbound. Su-hong was a bit dumbfounded. What the hell? I haven't done anything in the past 2 days, and somehow I've lost favor again? Is it just because you didn't go to court? Su-hong went to see Wu Xinxian. Worry, you gave me leave of absence from His Majesty this morning? What did you say? Su-hong met and immediately asked. Wu Xinyu thought for a moment and said, "Didn't say anything. It is to send someone to say that you were busy last night and are overworked today, so you will not go to court." That's weird. Su-hong frowned. So what's the reason for Long Darrell's drop in favor for no reason? Seeing that Su-hong looked annoyed, Wu Xinxian took the initiative to come up and hugged Su-hong with one hand. Lying in Su-hong's arms, she raised her head, her flawless face looking at Su-hong, and delicately said, "Brother Su-hong, did you do something bad last night?" Bad? Su-hong froze and hastily shook her head with an awkward expression. "No, I didn't do anything bad." "Oh, yeah?" A few hints of cunning surfaced in Wu Xinxian's eyes, and she said to Su-hong with a bad smile, "Brother Su-hong, I still remember what happened yesterday. You did that to me? I don't care. You're responsible for people." Su-hong was filled with helplessness as she opened her mouth. Sadness. "Don't you know in your heart if I've done something bad? Yesterday you were struck with residual lechery poison, thanks to me forcing you to knock out. If we do something irreparable in that situation, you and I will regret it for the rest of our lives." Su-hong could also tell that Wu Xinxian said that on purpose. Women are different from men, and she could definitely tell that she didn't even touch her last night. I'd rather regret it. Wu Xinxian worriedly pouted, and as she slapped Su-hong's chest a bit, she said with some unhappiness, "Brother Su-hong is such a wimp. He was like that yesterday, but he didn't even eat him up. What am I going to eat, lol? You were hurt and poisoned yesterday. If I really did that to you, wouldn't that be worse than a beast?" Su-hong cried and laughed. "Well, Count yourself as having a conscience then. Forgive you. Only then did Wu Xinyu reveal a few satisfied expressions. Su Hong shook her head. What the hell is forgiveness? You didn't do anything wrong. So what's the point of forgiveness? Sadness. It's getting late. I have to go to the palace. Didn't I take a vacation for you? Wu Xinyu was a bit strange. Su Hong couldn't say that she was going back to win back His Majesty's favor, could she? All one can say is, there's something going on at the palace that needs to be taken care of. The Tendai parade is the day after tomorrow, and I'll have to be responsible for taking charge of the defense around His Majesty. And there's the matter of yesterday, the defense against the Jins, which must also be prepared. Well, there you go then, Wu Xinxin said as she read the words. It's just that if you go to the palace, people will have to wait for you at home all day again. Wu Xinwei came up to hug Su Hong again, her voice mumbling. People are so sad to see you go. Hiss. Su Hong inhaled. This little ninny is really good at flirting with men. If the situation was normal, he would not want to leave. But this time it's a real no-no. Su Hong touched its head and smiled. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. When I come back, I'll bring you something delicious. Su Hong didn't know why she said that. Kind of like coaxing a child. But a bright smile appeared on Wu Xinyu's face. And in an instant it was like a flower in full bloom. Aha! Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Wu Xinyu hugged Su Hong. And only after a good dose of cuddling did she let Su Hong go. Before Su Hong left, she gave a system-drawn SS-ranked Excalibur and left it with Wu Xinxin. Let her use it for defense. Although it seemed to Su Hong that after the last defeat, those Jingua people in Wu's family shouldn't dare to come and do it in your own home at will. Still kept a weapon in case of trouble though. Besides, Wu Xinwei was at least a first-class expert. It wasn't really that easy to take her down when an ordinary expert came. After Su Hong left the divine soldier behind, she left the house at ease. Walking out of his home and mounting his divine colt, Su Hong went straight to the palace, the imperial study. Your Majesty, the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, Lord Su, seeks an audience. Jade walked in, owing slightly. Su Hong? Long Ruwashi put down the scroll and a cold smile appeared on her face. This guy still knows to come and face me? No. Long Ruwashi directly gambled. This heartless thief. I don't want to see him. Yes. Xiaoyu is also a rare sight to see Long Ruwashi angry over the love between a man and a woman. She can't help but cover her mouth and let out a light laugh. That's when he turned and walked out. Lord Su, His Majesty has said he won't see you. You'd better go back. Jade's face was indifferent. No? Su Hong thought about it. Her good sense had dropped by 20, so she should be getting angry. But the problem was, he really didn't know why Long Ruwashi was angry with himself. He even asked, why doesn't His Majesty see me? I wonder if I can bother Sister Xiaoyu to solve my confusion. Xiaoyu glanced at Su Hong, skimmed her lips, and didn't say anything. Su Hong froze, and hurriedly fished out an object from his bosom, handing it to Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, this is the spiritual elixir of face shaping. After taking it, your face will glow and the appearance is more than 5 years younger. Special filial piety to Sister Xiaoyu. Jade's eyes lit up. Don't look at her as just a palace maid, but where a woman is concerned. Which one doesn't care about her age and appearance? This face-shaping elixir was completely delivered to the other party's heart. Count on you knowing your manners. Only after Xiaoyu received Su Hong's spirit elixir did she slowly say, I don't know the exact reason, but I can repeat to you what His Majesty said before. His Majesty said you are a heartless thief, and that's why he's very angry with you. So you'd better find a way to confess your heart to His Majesty in this regard, and plead for his forgiveness. Negative thief? Su Hong was a bit dumbfounded. This word, he does have a bit of heart. This in-law system of his has bound a lot of women to him. But the problem was, other than Su Ruwayu, Long Xiaokite was by her side, and she couldn't get in touch with anyone else. And it was impossible for Su Ruwayu and Long Xiaokite to mention this to Long Ruwashi. And where did Darrow learn that? Chapter 119, Get Off Your Knees. Su Hong pondered for a while before arching his hand at Xiaoyu. Thanks to Sister Xiaoyu for mentioning it. Then I would be grateful if Sister Jade would inform His Majesty that if he does not see me, I will wait here and wait until she sees me. Ha! Jade couldn't help but laugh. Lord Su is really obsessed with His Majesty. Well, I'll convey it for you, but whether His Majesty will see you or not, I don't know. Jade re-entered and Su Hong stood outside. Su Hong has no way to see Long Ruoshi now. It's all about impressing each other with sincerity. Then the only way to do it is the traditional stupid way. But Su Hong was a cultivator. Don't say stand for a day. It's just 10 days and a half months. It can't hurt. He was also able to exhale and practice a bit in the meantime. But a few moments later, Jade walked out again. Looking at Su Hong, he said helplessly, Lord Su, His Majesty said that you should kneel outside and wait. This Su Hong's expression stiffened slightly. Daryl, you're so cruel. Now the weather is getting into winter. The weather is cool. This woman is not afraid that she will kneel out of the disease? But there was nothing Su Hong could do. One could only kneel slowly in place, letting the biting cold wind beat down on his body. Thanks to the fire spirit root, the aura lingered all over his body, and he could still resist the coldness. Any other spirit root would not be able to carry a bit. And Jade was a bit intolerant when she saw Su Hong using this. Retraced his steps. Your Majesty, Lord Su is really kneeling outside. Aha. Long Ruwashi was still looking at the bookcase, without the slightest intention of raising her head. Your Majesty, it's freezing cold and Lord Su is thinly dressed. I'm afraid he'll get sick from kneeling. Jade couldn't help herself. Long Ruwashi shook her head. Him? Can you get sick on your knees? No, he won't. He has thick skin. You and I can't even freeze him if we freeze. But Your Majesty. Xiaoyu took the short hand and ate the short mouth, thinking to say a few good words for Su Hong, but it was interrupted by Long Ruwashi. Jade, did you receive favors from Su Hong? Why are you helping him out one by one? Xiaoyu was startled and even shook her head. No, Your Majesty. Xiaoyu just thinks that Lord Su is like this. A bit miserable. He's miserable? Long Ruwashi snorted coldly. Living with another woman. He's miserable? What about me? Go out and tell him to get off his knees and get out of the way in front of the imperial study. Yes. Jade sighed inwardly. Lord Su, I've tried my best to help you, but you've messed with His Majesty this time. So help yourself. What? And tell me to get off my knees? Get out of my way? Once Su Hong heard this, she was also a bit annoyed. Do you really think you don't have a temper? I didn't do anything wrong, okay? Why should they be subjected to this? Even if Long Ruwashi was well informed and knew that Wu Xinwei was staying in her home. But it's true that nothing happened with Wu Xinxin. Su Hong has a clear conscience. Su Hong stood up, a few moments gamely. Since His Majesty told me to get the hell out of here, I'll just get the hell out of here. Su Hong turned around and left. Lord Su, Xiaoyu called out, but couldn't help but shake her head and sigh as she watched Su Hong resolutely walk away. Your Majesty is also. The human Su Hong is also extremely arrogant, and the Great Zhou can be saved in the hands of Wang Taiyu. Basically all rely on others. Actually still this way to others. No wonder others angry. At least give a chance to explain. With indignation, Su Hong left the palace directly. Long Ruwashi learned that Su Hong had listened to her words and left straight away. There was a momentary panic at the beginning of the heart. It shouldn't really drive anyone away, should it? But in the next second, the Emperor's arrogance made her feel that she was right, and she coldly grunted. It seems that his heart for me is nothing more than that. At this moment, Long Ruwashi also gambled. Just as the two of them, Su Hong and Long Ruwashi, were having a falling out. The Wu residence of the Duke of Wu. The black-clothed ghostly figure saved Lu Qianmei, who had almost died a horrible death in Wu Xinxin, and sent her to the Duke of Wu. By this time, she had revealed her usual appearance before the Duke of Wu, and as soon as she saw him, Lu Qianmei directly pounced on her, tears in her eyes, her tone delicate. Your lordship, what's going on here? The Duke of Wu was a bit stunned. Lu Qianmei lay on his lap and just cried. And Wu Guogong looked at the black-clothed ghostly figure next to him. Ghost Shadow said faintly. She failed and was almost killed by your granddaughter. What? The Duke of Wu's face suddenly changed in shock, and he even looked at Lu Qianmei. Ma'am, is that true? With tears in the corners of her eyes, Lu Qianmei nodded her head, and then deliberately acted pitifully. This person, Su Hong, is really difficult to deal with, and my concubine is still exposed. But that girl, Wu Xinwei, actually tried to kill me for Su Hong. If it hadn't been for the presence of the gentleman, I might have died at the hands of his lordship's granddaughter. Lu Qianmei's tone carried a sense of complaint. Wu Guigongma couldn't sit still and slammed the table in anger. Asshole, who gave her such a big nerve? When I get her back, I'll definitely punish her properly and take it out on you. Lu Qianmei shook her head, deliberately pretending not to care, and commiserated. Master, the way I see it, I don't blame Missy. She must have been confused by that Su Hong. That's why you did what you did. Makes sense. Once he heard this, the Duke of Wu became more and more indignant. In the end, it's still this mongrel thing Su Hong who deserves to die. Don't worry, ma'am. Tomorrow, it's the Tendai parade. At that time, the old man had already arranged for many assassins to seemingly strike at Long Ruwashi, but actually target Su Hong, killing him on the spot in one fell swoop. The Duke of Wu said, looking at the black-robed man beside him. Are you all set for tomorrow's arrangements? Ready. The black-clothed man's tone was cold. 9 out of 10. That's good. Wu Guigong's eyes flashed with resentment. This person, Su Hong, has been working against me 3 times, and if I don't kill him, I really think that this Great Zhou Is he alone in charge? Except for His Majesty? Ma'am, when we kill Su Hong, that unfilial son Wu Xinwei will surely return. When the time comes, I'll make her apologize to you. So don't cry. Aha. Lu Qianmei wiped her tears, looking pitiful, but there was already a chill in those eerie eyes. However, Su Hong was expecting that the Duke of Wu would definitely make a move tomorrow. The odds are that he arranged for an assassin to assassinate himself, but the Golden State is in. Most likely, their target is still Long Ruoxi, but his own side just had a fight. Now this message has not been sent to convey to Long Ruoxi. Tell her to be more careful. So Su Hong did not leave the palace immediately, went to the Zhongren residence. Ruoyu, tomorrow's military parade on the rooftop will be out of the palace to the outskirts, and there'll be a lot of people and a lot of hands. There may be jinns lurking and making a move on His Majesty by then. Tomorrow, you and your men must be on high alert the entire time. Never let the Jin people hurt a hair on His Majesty's head. Understand? Su Hong told Su Ruoyu again and again. I understand. Su Ruoyu nodded. She took out a map of tomorrow's deployment and handed it to Su Hong. Here's tomorrow. The distribution of manpower. You see where it needs to be modified. Su Hong took it over and looked at it for a few moments. Su Ruoyu's arrangement was basically considered flawless, except for a few small loopholes. Su Hong pointed them all out. Tomorrow, I will also arrange for the Forbidden Army to be fully fortified and be sure to surround His Majesty with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, so that not even a mosquito can fly in. Chapter 120 Great Zhou Military Parade. Su Hong was angry at Long Ruoxi's attitude towards herself though, but he's a man. Pissed off just for a little while. When it was time to protect Long Ruoxi, he would still go all out. Seeing Su Hong's uptight appearance, Su Ruoyu suddenly asked a little sourly, Su Hong, if I were in danger, would you be this attached to me as well? Su Hong was stunned, looking up at Su Ruoyu's expectant expression. Su Hong nodded. That's natural. I'll give my life to protect you all the same. You're so good to me. Su Ruoyu stepped forward and took the initiative to hug Su Hong for the first time. Feeling the warmth and softness in her arms, Su Hong gently kissed Su Ruoyu on her forehead. Well, there's not much time left until tomorrow, and I still have to go to the Forbidden Army to set up. Well, there you go. After getting all mushy with Su Ruoyu, Su Hong went back to the Forbidden Army. Although Su Hong was the vice commander of the Forbidden Army in name, everyone knew that Su Hong is the most favored courtier of His Majesty today. Basically even Yao Guangzheng, the Zhengtong leader, looks up to Su Hong. Of course Su Hong didn't trust Yao Guangzheng that much. She just told him that tomorrow, His Majesty leaves the palace. It's a good time for thieves to strike, so the defense must be strict and not a single thing can go wrong, and also deployed manpower, in various locations, to guard Long Ruoxi. To this, Yao Guangzheng naturally promised respectfully. After doing all this, Su Hong's heart was only slightly relieved. Tomorrow, as long as no more than 3 Earth Immortals appear, everything should still be under control. Su Hong was then worried that a Jin Kingdom Earth Immortal level expert had infiltrated in. 1 or 2 is okay. Su Hong could barely deal with it now with her first level of chi refining cultivation, plus the fireball technique, but if the number is high, it's still a little dangerous. Perhaps, one could seek the help of Elder Song. Su Hong thought about it and went to Song Sharon's home. Song Sharon learned early in the morning that Long Ruoxi was going to parade on the rooftop tomorrow, and to Su Hong's plea, nature gladly accepts it, and he seemed to show more and more disinterest in the Great Zhou Dynasty Bureau and the current situation of various countries. The whole thing looked a little fluttery. Su Hong said in her heart, this guy will not be cultivating immortality to cultivate bewitched. The few times we've seen each other, it seemed like a more and more unquestioning feeling. Still, Song Shoren hadn't forgotten about the herbs that Su Hong had taken away. The Dan period of Su Hong's elixir was hyped up. Su Hong gives promises. After January, I will surely deliver all the pills that Elder Song asked for on his list. Only then did Elder Song nod his head and let Su Hong leave. Before Su Hong left, Song Zian came out specifically to see her off. Sir, it seems like it's been a long time since I've come to see Zian recently. Could it be that Zian, in the eyes of the first, is just a tool to be utilized in political struggles? Song Zian's words were thick with resentment and jealousy. Su Hong had 2 big heads. Suddenly it seemed that he had too many in-laws bound to his system. There's no way to do both. No matter who you see, there's a sense of being owed something. It's really not that easy to enjoy the blessings of a good man. Su Hong instantly soothed. Miss, recently the dynasty is in an eventful time, with serious internal and external troubles, and with His Majesty's rooftop parade tomorrow, I'll also be responsible for guarding His Majesty's security, so naturally I'll have much less free time. Please don't worry, Miss, when the parade is over, I will definitely take the time to properly accompany you, Su Hong said, staring at Song Zian's massive 36F and couldn't help but gulp. When the time comes, I'll have to play with these huge puffy breasts, too. Originally, Song Zian was quite happy to hear what Su Hong said on her lips, but hearing Su Hong's heartfelt words, Song Zian's pretty face immediately turned red. Couldn't help but curse. Badass. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Song Zian pushed Su Hong out the door. Su Hong was confused. How did she become a bad guy? Shaking her head, Su Hong left the Song residence and returned to her own place. Su Hong cultivated for an entire night. Even with all the pampering and teasing of Wu Xinyu, Su Hong didn't waste a single moment. After all, tomorrow's parade on the rooftop will be extremely treacherous any way you think about it, and with some improved cultivation, the certainty is also a bit greater. There was no talk all night. The next day, Su Hong woke up early in the morning and went straight to Dynasty. Above the Imperial Dynasty, Long Ruoshi sat in the courtroom, her face solemn, and her grandiose voice spread. Ministers, the Golden State is pressing on, treating the treaty of that year as nothing. Is my great Zhou not a country to be slaughtered? Today, for the first time since I ascended the throne, I am parading my troops. Demonstrate the valor and outstanding combat power of our great Zhou generals, deterring the Jin curmudgeons, so that they will dispel their unrealistic thoughts at an early date. Rise and drive. Go forward to the rooftop in the countryside and prepare for the parade. Rise and shine. The eunuchs' shouts spread. The dragon carriage carried Long Ruoshi, surrounded by generals on both sides, and behind them many courtiers mounted their horses, forming a huge procession. He thought of the rooftop on the outskirts of the great Zhou imperial capital and set off in great numbers. And in the line of courtiers, the Duke of Wu's gaze flickered somberly. He looked at Su Hong, who was accompanying Long Ruoshi on both sides, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Su Hong, today, I will have you killed in front of Long Ruoshi, so that you can show Long Ruoshi what an incompetent person you are. What a waste of goods she wrongly trusts. As the procession slowly went beyond the palace, out of the confines of the imperial capital, gradually going first to the outskirts, large swaths of forest came into view. Wu Guogong's sight swept the dense forests on both sides, in which there was already a vague crowd of people. Obviously it is the assassin buried by Lord Wu. Assassinate Su Hong with all your might. This time, in order to do away with Su Hong, the Duke of Wu was down for blood. It's safe to say that the assassins that have been so heavily funded over the years have almost come out of the woodwork, and there was that cooperative black presence. Su Hong has almost no chance of surviving, even if you take a step back. Su Hong, the thief, was so powerful that he froze and didn't die. But today's parade, in front of Long Ruoshi, and countless courtiers, as an imperial guard, letting the killer go, almost to the face of Her Majesty, Dragon Daryl, is also a serious dereliction of duty. It proves that Su Hong's ability is at fault. When the time comes, the Duke of Wu will unite a few of his close courtiers, and together they'll join Ben, with absolute certainty, leaving Su Hong completely out of favor. Su Hong rode on the divine colt, originally all the way at the end of the group, but after leaving the palace and coming to the outskirts, he quickly caught up and came to Long Ruoshi's side. The countryside is dangerous, and any assassin could pop out of nowhere this time of year. Su Hong naturally had to defend Long Ruoshi with all her might, but when Long Ruoshi lifted the curtain and saw Su Hong, who had a grave face outside the window, her heart was first slightly pleased but then the cold voice came. Su Qing, why aren't you at home on leave today? Actually have time to accompany me? My dropping sister. It's this time. I say don't be jealous. Su Hong couldn't help but spit in her heart when she heard this, but on the surface, she raised her head and respectfully said, Your Majesty is joking. I am a royal guard at His Majesty's side, and likewise the commander of the Forbidden Army. As His Majesty travels, I naturally have to accompany Your Majesty and guard Your Majesty's safety. Chapter 121, Suburban Platform. Remnants of a battle between masters. Dogs. Flattery at this hour. Long Ruoshi though heard Su Hong's rainbow farts and was flattered in her heart, but hearing Su Hong's heartfelt words, the mood became subtle again. But Long Ruoshi also knew, her decision to run to the rooftop parade in the countryside today must have been a very treacherous choice. Leave the palace, leave the imperial city, and come to the outskirts. More like someone trying to assassinate her. But the more she did, the more she had to prove. She, Long Ruoshi, was not afraid. Golden Scouts, assassins, come as you please. See if you can hurt me? However, she was a little worried at first if Su Hong would not come. After all, yesterday's relationship between the two, more or less, is a bit of a stalemate. Until later, Long Ruoshi was a bit regretful. Would his own words be a bit heavy-handed and piss Su Hong off? So when Su Hong came on time today, Long Ruoshi was still very happy in her heart, because as long as she had Su Hong by her side, she wasn't afraid of anything. Even if she faced thousands of troops, she believed that Su Hong would be able to, in the midst of endless dangers, keep yourself safe. Soon, the large group reached the rooftop. It was a great flat land in the countryside, a flat land which, in its vast extent, it's like half the imperial city, and the ground was so flat that it was almost as if it had been specially repaired. But this is the middle of nowhere in the countryside, densely wooded and overgrown. In such a wilderness, the appearance of a flat spot so eerily, it's really a bit unbelievable. There's a rumor that there was once a stone from beyond the heavens that landed here, smashed this place out of such a large flat area. There are also rumors that there were once two celestial immortal masters, who fought here, on this piece of flat land. It was a deadly battle between the two sides, a casual blow thus left behind. In short, there was everything to say, even giving birth to rumors that were comparable to myths and legends. Its origins are mysterious, and naturally it has been regarded as some kind of auspiciousness by successive imperial powers. The founding emperors, the late emperor, all have come here for events. Some are ancestor offerings and one is a heavenly offering, and Long Ruoshi choosing to parade here is really a first. Su Hong looked away, but she couldn't help but sigh. This kind of oddly flat and huge platform is definitely not naturally occurring. It must be man-made, and the present-day artisan's skill in creating such a miraculous sight. It's also basically an impossible number. So, it's hard to believe that there are really immortal experts, who killed here, which left this kind of miracle. A casual blow can leave such traces of the masters who fought here in the first place. Just what kind of cultivation is it? With this kind of power, it was definitely not a martial artist. It must be an immortal cultivator. And the realm, it must be far beyond Su Hong's imagination. However, looking at the platform, the traces of age on it were not short, and it was obviously before the founding of Great Zhou. It's been around for countless years, so the masters from back then must be long gone by now. Otherwise that kind of strong man, not to mention the Great Zhou, even next door to the overlord of the Golden Kingdom, it can also be destroyed with the turn of a hand. In Su Hong's heart, she couldn't help but feel a few moments of longing, and inwardly wanted to step into that realm of the immortals. Right now, though, he had more important things on his mind. Soon, the large troop swarmed to the top of the platform. A high platform has been built here in advance. Surrounded by a group of ministers, Long Ruoshi slowly walked up to the high platform and sat on the dragon chair. Below, the ministers worshipped the large platform. Moreover, stood one batch of Great Zhou generals after another. These were the elite troops that came from all over the world within a few days after Long Ruoshi proposed the parade. Only a very small part of it. Of course, the main forces remain in their respective towns, but even so, there were hundreds of thousands or more of troops from all directions, assembled under the high platform. At this moment, there was a lot of kneeling and shouting to subdue the sky. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live. Long live. The shouts were like thunder, completely exploding in the air. The majestic aura was even like a wild dragon, roaming the sky. 100,000 troops, small in size, but at the moment, like a blackened torrent of steel. Gathered here, the killing intent of the military brigade people, the overriding battle intent, but also in the invisible, forming an extremely amazing aura. Long Ruoshi looked at this scene, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her solemn face. The reason for her parade was to see what kind of spirit her Great Zhou soldiers and horses had, and when she saw it today, this aura, this battle spirit, made her extremely satisfied. Yes, Long Ruoshi complimented. With these tens of thousands of lion troops, why would I worry about strong enemies around me? And why would I worry about my Great Zhou not being a strong country? Su Hong stood at Long Ruoshi's side and also looked slightly at the troops of Great Zhou. What came was the best of the best from each unit, though the forces looked bluff. But as Su Hong swept his sight, most of them were ordinary people. Anyone who could get to third-rate mastery would have to be at the level of a centurion. Most of the generals, too, were only second-rate, third-rate masters. Only a very few great generals were barely first-rate experts. With this kind of strength, Su Hong didn't know if it was considered powerful or strong. But as far as the scouts sent by the Golden Kingdom, Wang Taiyu, are all Earth immortal level experts. Any random assassin who picks up the slack is a first-class expert to see. It feels like Zhou's troop strength, compared to Jin's, must be weaker by a thread. And if we go to war, the underdog must be Zhou. Unless one of these generals is a military god-level general who is extremely good at leading troops. Once the battle starts, Su Hong really couldn't look favorably on Big Zhou. And at this time, the eunuch had slowly stepped forward, holding the royal list in his hand, his voice vibrating out. By the grace of heaven, the emperor's edict. His Majesty is parading the army today, in order to review the morale of the three armies, the spirit of the generals, and the generals of all departments, from north to south. Return one by one to be inspected by your Majesty. Chin up. After the voice fell, the 100,000 male soldiers below immediately rose, and the shout shook once again. Yes, sir. Soon, groups of generals began to move in discrete groups, in their respective battle squares, too, passing slowly from the platform to be inspected by Long Ruoshi. Su Hong looked at it, and had to say that the gap between this parade and the modern parade was not too big. It's just a modern parade that goes much more neatly than their poses, and there will be a show of muscle and national weapons. On the other hand, on the side of Great Zhou, a batch of generals walked over, while all of them erupted their internal energy. In an instant, an amazing aura was formed. It's kind of a show of fighting prowess. Su Hong looked at it for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. His line of sight landed on the body of the Duke of Wu not far away. He observed the old thing's expression today and it just wasn't right. More and more surely, this old thing is planning to do it today, at this military parade. Wu was smart enough to choose to do it at a military parade, surrounded by a large number of generals. The breath in his body was refractory, and even with Su Hong's perception ability, it was difficult to sense that there was danger, too convenient for those killers to hide. And as the Duke of Wu seemed to notice Su Hong looking at him, he turned his head and, the line of sight also fell on Su Hong, and made a very provocative neck-wiping gesture. The expression seemed as if to say, "Today, that's when you'll die." Chapter 122. A way to enhance the strength of generals. Su Hong was directly certain from this gaze. Lord Wu will definitely make his move today. It's just that around him, there were no masters in sight. There's only one attendant. No breath could be felt on that guard, either. Then the nearest place, just the generals on parade on the rooftop. If Lord Wu had planted someone in there ahead of time. Su Hong slowly moved and stood at Long Ruoshi's side. He can strike as fast as he can if danger strikes. Su Qing. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong. What do you think of my sergeant? Su Hong bowed. All the generals of the Great Zhou are as powerful as they can be, and I think it's great. Then what do you think? If Jin attacks, what are the chances of winning? Long Ruoshi asked again. At this question, Su Hong was slightly stuck. Ass-kissing is certainly fine, but Long Ruoshi trusted herself, and she took what she said seriously. If you say so to break the enemy, Long Ruoshi is bound to believe it. But instead, if you take the enemy lightly, that is naturally not good. Su Hong slowly said, at the moment, it's only 20%. 20%? When Su Hong said this, all the courtiers were in an uproar. The Duke of Wu directly stepped forward and sneered. Lord Su is too much of a disregard for our Great Zhou generals, isn't he? Such a division of tigers and wolves, but only 20%? What is Lord Su's intention if he grows others' ambition and destroys his own before the war has even begun? Another minister attached to the Duke of Wu came forward. The Duke of State has a point. Doesn't the statement of Lord Su seem to be a depletion of our Great Zhou's morale? Looking at these mighty generals, how did Lord Su say this? Another minister said, in my opinion, there is at least a 70% chance of winning. For a while, the crowd attacked Su Hong, making him an instant target. Long Ruoshi's gaze flickered. She knew that Su Hong wouldn't lie to anyone, and that this must be true. Immediately, he opened his mouth. I believe that Minister Su will not express his opinion freely. Secretary Su, tell me why. Are my generals and soldiers of Great Zhou so unbeatable? Not unbearable. Su Hong shook her head. The spirit of the generals, their aura, their military appearance, are all very good. It's just that, lacks top-notch experts. If we fight against the Golden Kingdom, even if the ordinary generals can fight against it, the lack of top-level masters, I'm afraid the chances of winning are only slim. Joke. The Duke of Wu once again mocked. My Great Zhou generals, all second-rate experts, great generals, often first-rate masters. With this kind of strength, putting it in the context of the surrounding countries, isn't it still not strong? You actually said that there is a lack of experts? I see. It's because Lord Su himself has outstanding strength. He's so high-minded that he thinks that under the earth immortals. Are they all mole crickets? The Wuguo Gong appendages responded in turn. That is, first-rate and second-rate experts aren't considered experts. So what is an expert? Even if it's the Golden Kingdom, I don't think their soldiers and horses may be as strong as mine in Great Zhou. Those courtiers are all subordinate to the Duke of Wu. Though Su Hong won the last court election, he doesn't associate with any other party. Naturally no one spoke up for him. Though the Duke of Wu was defeated, there were many vassals, and for a time it appeared that it was as if everyone in the court was targeting Su Hong. Su Hong's expression was indifferent. Do you all remember Wang Taiyuan? For Wang Tai? With one name, everyone on the scene's expression changed at once. When Wang Tai used to plot against the government and almost succeeded, it was still like a haze in everyone's heart. Long Ruoshi also conducted an unprecedented sweep of the court because of this. This name, almost in the Great Zhou dynasty, became a taboo. Duke Wu's face was slightly ugly. Lord Su, at this time, what do you want to do by mentioning a dead man? Su Hong slowly said, Wang Tai Yu, the power of one man, stirring up the wind and clouds of my Great Zhou dynasty, earthy mortal strength, but also invited Song Lao, only barely seriously injured. When my Great Zhou sent out the elite, only then was it completely decimated. Such a difficult person to deal with. When placed in my Great Zhou, if he is not the head of the three armies, he should also be at the top of the list. But as far as I know, this person is nothing more than a small secret agent in the Golden Kingdom. Even, to the entire Golden Kingdom, they are just dispensable people who can be discarded. What? Su Hong's words were, without a doubt, like dropping a heavy bomb. How difficult Wang Taiyu was to deal with was still fresh in the minds of those on the scene. An earthy mortal, someone who almost overthrew the entire Great Zhou. Anyone who thought that this man must be an important talent of the Golden Kingdom, that the king, an important confidant of the prince, but not to be thought of. This person is actually just a dispensable and insignificant scout? That was an earthy mortal expert. If he was in Great Zhou, if he joined the civil service, he would be enough to be worshipped as an imperial master. But in the Golden Kingdom, the status is actually so humble? The strength of the Golden Kingdom, how strong should it be? All the courtiers present, unconsciously couldn't help but shiver. The crowd was silent for a while. Only the Duke of Wu sneered and said, Joke, Lord Su, don't be an alarmist here. Wang Tai used an earthy mortal expert. And you're saying it was just a scout in the Golden Kingdom? Are you stupid yourself? Or do you think the entire court is a little cutie? If Wang Tai uses this kind of strength and goes to any kingdom, he's bound to be the guest of honor. Lord Su has really gone to great lengths to advocate the strength of the Golden Kingdom. And now he's even starting to distort the facts and alarmist talk. That's right, Lord Su. Are you afraid? You're just the commander of the Forbidden Army. You won't have to go to war then. So what are you afraid of? The vassal of the Duke of Wu sneered again. Hey, Tajen Su lost to Wang Taiyu in the first place. So naturally, he had to trumpet the other side. Otherwise wouldn't it look like Lord Su is too weak? Ha ha, that makes sense. The surrounding courtiers snickered up at Su Hong. Long Ruoshi slapped the table. Snap. Shut up, all of you. With one sentence, Duke Wu and the others were silenced and did not dare to speak. Long Ruoshi faintly said, What Minister Su said, I think it's reasonable. If you have not been in contact with the Golden Kingdom, don't speculate here. It seems like the baby dragon still knows to defend me. Su Hong was somewhat touched in her heart. I didn't expect that Long Ruoshi still had his goodness in her heart and was still willing to trust herself. Humph, now you know how good I am. If I don't defend you, who else will? Long Ruoshi cursed a few times in her heart. However, Long Darrell's brows were still furrowed. She did believe Su Hong's words. If this kind of generals, facing the Jin soldiers, the chance of victory is still less than 20%. If Jin really attacked, it would be over. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong and slowly asked. Then, Su Qing, tell me, right now, is there any way to improve it? Is there any way to quickly boost the strength of the generals? Long Ruoshi asked a question and Wu Guogong immediately followed Long Ruoshi's words and continued to suppress Su Hong. Yes, since Lord Su feels that my Dezhou soldiers are weak, then you're like a way to boost the general's strength. I really want to see that second and third-rate masters feel weakened. Is it hard to believe that you can turn all the generals into first-rate experts? Chapter 123, Returning to the Palace. Wu Guogong stared at Su Hong with a cold smile. The other vassal subjects of the Duke of Wu also all sneered and looked at Su Hong. Long Ruoshi's gaze also looked over. In the face of this pressure, Su Hong looked calm and slowly said, There is a way. Of course, and it's a very simple one. Simple? The Duke of Wu was completely tit for tat and snorted. I'm all ears. How simple is it to make a second-rate expert into a first-rate expert? Su Hong said. In a word, practice. Practice? The crowd all froze when they heard this. Immediately, the Duke of Wu laughed out loud. Ha ha, Su Hong, I say, are you out of your mind? Practicing? Try what you say in such a way. Who doesn't know? If first-rate masters are really so good at practicing, then my Great Zhou generals, wouldn't everyone have been a first-class expert long ago? The other ministers also laughed. It was Long Ruoshi who couldn't help but frown slightly, looking towards Su Hong. Her eyes flickered in confusion. Su Hong's expression remained calm as she opened her mouth. This practice of mine is not like any other practice. Although both are practicing, the difference in who you practice with and how you practice can make a world of difference. If I drill the generals myself, I promise that, Within 10 days, I can make all the descents. Strength up 1 level. What? Hearing Su Hong boast, the crowd was slightly stunned. Long Ruwashi was the first to stand up, somewhat appalled. Su Qing, are you serious about this? 10 days? You can make the whole army generals. The strength is up a layer? Su Hong said smilingly. Yes. However, it's not very realistic for the whole army. If we let the main generals, who are 1 level stronger, 2, I can still do it. What a big joke. Wu Guogong's sneering laughter laughed again. But whoever is an expert in martial arts is not practicing for decades or even decades, in severe cold and heat. In order to achieve something, Lord Su actually wants to make the generals raise a level in 10 days? Do you really think that everyone in the Great Zhou Generals is a 1 in a million martial arts practicing wizard? I'd like to see. In 10 days, if you can't do it, then you're deceiving the king. Let's see how you'll answer to His Majesty. No harm done. Su Hong was full of indifference. I can make a military order before His Majesty. Within 10 days, let all 3 generals raise their cultivation by 1 level. Yes. Long Ruwashi also revealed an interested look. Since Secretary Su boasted, then I will order that the 3 generals of the army, within these 10 days, at your disposal, no disobedience to any of your demands. After 10 days, I'll see how far you can go. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Su Hong arched his hand. Lord Su is really, remarkably confident. I admire him. The Duke of Wu sniffed and gave Su Hong a morose smile. Su Hong, on the contrary, had a calm expression, leaving aside this 10-day appointment for the moment. In fact, after he had seen the strength of the 3 generals of the army, the mind already had this plan in mind. Even without this agreement, Su Hong was planning to ask Long Ruwashi for this, and the Duke of Wu's eyes flickered. Looking at Su Hong, he sneered in his heart. 10 more days? Kid, you won't live for 10 days this time. Soon the parade was over. The 100,000 elite soldiers from all the passes, assembled, have also heard of His Majesty's holy decree. Ask all generals above Centurion to follow Su Hong for 10 days. Within 10 days, Su Hong will raise their power by 1 level. All the generals just thought it was a joke. Are you kidding? A mere 10 days to turn a second-rate expert into a first-rate expert? Is this a daydream? But since it was an imperial decree, these generals could only comply. As the news spread, there was some commotion amongst the 100,000 elite soldiers. Apparently it's all being discussed. Su Hong stood at Long Ruwashi's side, but she felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. The odds are high that the killer will take advantage of this commotion and strike. After a short break, Banzai, Long Ruwashi gave the holy decree. The eunuch's voice likewise swung. After a short rest, the class will return to the court. Su Hong's gaze was fixed on the Duke of Wu from the beginning, always on guard. This old thing sends someone to strike at any time. But the strange thing is, the Duke of Wu sat there, drinking tea very calmly. There was not the slightest hint that anything was wrong. Could it be that I am wrong in my estimation? Lord Wu isn't going to make a move today? Su Hong's expression was surprised, and Long Ruwashi seemed to see that Su Hong was distracted. Look to Su Hong. Su Qing, you have something on your mind today? Your Majesty. No. Su Hong turned around and shook her head. Then, come and have a drink of this new tea sent from the South Seas. It is very good on the lips and teeth. After Long Ruwashi finished speaking, Xiaoyu came forward and made tea for Su Hong. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Hong took it and respectfully took a sip before putting it down. Little by little, time passed. There was never much movement on the side of the Duke of Wu. Su Hong became more and more strange. This was clearly the best time to do it. His Majesty is far away from the imperial city and in this suburb. A killer strikes at this time of year, whether he gets it or not. Surrounded by countryside, light enough too. It's easy to get out in one piece. But the Duke of Wu never showed any sign of doing anything. Instead, he also looked toward Su Hong's site, and in his eyes, there was a playful color. Your Majesty. Su Hong looked at Long Ruwashi. This matter was permeated with unusualness, and it was necessary to warn Long Ruwashi about it. Since the parade is over, we might as well return to the court before it's too late. After all, these wild mountains are crowded with people, and it may be risky for Your Majesty to be here. Su Hong's words were spoken, and Long Ruwashi understood what Su Hong meant. A while ago, Su Ruoyu also reported that a large number of Jin's secret agents had infiltrated Great Zhou again. It's likely that he's already infiltrated the royal capital. So Long Ruwashi clapped her hands and slowly got up. Good. I am very satisfied with today's parade. Pass the order down. The 3 armies will be heavily rewarded. Reward each person with 100 taels of silver. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 100,000 elite soldiers below were agitated. All kneel down. Long live the emperor. Long Ruwashi smiled in satisfaction and looked at the eunuch. I am tired. Return to the court. Banzai. The eunuch yelled at the top of his voice. At this point, the army began to move. Long Ruwashi boarded the dragon carriage. The horses were straightened and the large troop of people turned their direction a little bit and returned to the capital. Greetings, Your Majesty. The army on the platform behind them were respectful and sent Long Ruwashi off. The army departed and returned to the city. Su-hong rode a divine colt and stood to the left and right of Long Ruwashi's dragon carriage. From here it's a long wilderness road back to the imperial city. But on the way here, Su-hong checked on that road. There was no sign of a killer lurking about. It should also be very safe all the way back. That's odd. Could it really be that I guessed wrong? This Lord Wu has no intention of letting that group of Jin under him do it? Su-hong rubbed her chin. Again, he locked eyes with Lord Wu's, but there was a very uncomfortable grimness in the other party's eyes. Something about that glance felt wrong. At this time, the vanguard that was heading there suddenly ran from the front and came in front of Long Ruwashi's dragon carriage. Your Majesty, a huge mountain collapse has occurred on the mountain road ahead, blocking the way. The army can't march. There is such a thing? Long Ruwashi lifted the curtain and looked ahead for a moment before asking again. Is there no other way but this one? Your Majesty. There is a trail, except that the trail is intricate and will route through a dense forest. No harm done. Since the road ahead has been blocked and walking is not possible, we can only take that path. Long Ruwashi said. Pass on my order. The entire army will make a detour, take the mountain stream path, and return to the imperial city. Chapter 124, Don't beg me in times of danger. Long Ruwashi this order at once. Su-hong frowned. Landslide? What a coincidence. However, Long Ruwashi's order had already been given, so he couldn't say anything. Watched as the brigade made a detour, and from the mountain road ahead of them, all at once, he entered a string of dense forest ahead of him. Su-hong rode to Su Ruoyu's side and whispered softly, this landslide doesn't look right, like it's man-made. At that time, your people must always protect His Majesty's safety. That I naturally understand. Su Ruoyu didn't think there was anything wrong with the landslide, but Su-hong said it, and she chose to believe Su-hong. The brigade marched forward, the way being thickly forested and strewn with chaotic posts. The occasional whimpering of small forest animals was heard, but it was completely drowned out by the sound of the marching army. Su-hong's sight had been looking around, surrounded by dense forests, and in every position, all perfect hiding places for killers. However, for the first half of the journey, Su-hong never detected any sign of the killer, until the road ahead passes through a ravine. Seeing the large troop enter the ravine, Su-hong frowned. It's surrounded by a fence, and if a few thousand soldiers were to ambush the surrounding area, their group of forbidden soldiers, it's easy to get hemmed in. The ravine, how it looks like a trap. Your Majesty. Su-hong came to Long Ruwashi's side. Something's wrong with the ravine ahead. The location is so bad that if someone ambushes you, I'm just afraid. Oh, Long Ruwashi raised her eyes and immediately waved her hand. Secretary Su, I think you're being too cautious. Don't worry, if I dare to come to the countryside to parade my troops, how can I be unprepared? Before we left, I had already arranged for my soldiers and horses to sweep all the suburban areas, confirm that no large force of soldiers is lurking here. If only a handful of men had ambushed them, it would not have been possible to be in the midst of these tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Threaten me, just go in without worry. Su-hong frowned and was just about to say something else. Who knew that Long Ruwashi had said, alright, Su-ching, I know you care about me, but this time, many masters are on the side, even if the Jin scouts have infiltrated in, and let's surely let them have no return. Give notice, full speed ahead and return to the court at an early date. Yes. Su Ruoyu immediately went forward to convey the order. Ugh. Long Ruwashi was bent on having her own way, and Su-hong couldn't do anything about it. He could only guard Long Ruwashi and do his best to protect her. The troops entered the ravine. A cold smile had appeared on the face of the Duke of Wu. This is quite a perfect spot. Su-hong, let's see if you won't die this time. Wu's plan was simple. He saw early on that it would be too difficult to get at Long Ruwashi on the rooftop, and it would be difficult to run away. If any of the killers were held up and gave him up, it would all be over. That's why this is an ambush in this ravine, and sabotage the path the army must take. Push the hordes into this road. And beyond the ravine, a number of ambushes had long been arranged by him. Pretend to come and assassinate Long Ruwashi, but not kill, just make Long Ruwashi afraid. Then the experts were deployed to kill Su-hong. It's best if you can kill it, but if you can't, Long Ruwashi will also, because of this assassination thing. Feeling threatened, he has no trust in Su-hong. but as good as Wu Guogong's calculations were, he actually didn't know that these capable Jianghu men he had recruited under his command, not just any white coat. Almost all of them are scouts and assassins who have infiltrated in from the Golden Kingdom. And their purpose is not Su Hong. They just want to kill Long Ruoshi. Even, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses have been deployed and ambushed right around the ravine. The larger force was all but unaware of it. A headlong rush into the ravine. Su Hong stood in the middle of the ravine and kept observing the surroundings. But it's not that he's losing his perception. There were many men and horses all around. And the atmosphere was chaotic. Tens of thousands of people were around Su Hong. It was too difficult for Su Hong to sense the ambushed killers. Perhaps when he cultivated further, he should be able to perceive it. Forbidden army at your service. Su Hong suddenly shouted. That monogrammed formation is a quadrilateral formation that surrounds His Majesty. Keep His Majesty safe. Su Hong suddenly ordered, and the crowd all froze. Yao Guangliang, the commander of the Forbidden Army, was clad in silver armor and his face changed slightly. He rode to Su Hong's side with a slight frown. Lord Su, what do you mean by this? A single formation is better for getting through here quickly. Wouldn't you be stalling for time by switching formations? Yao Guangliang was a little disconcerted by Su Hong. After all, in terms of official position, he was the commander of the Forbidden Army, while Su Hong was actually just the deputy commander. But because Su Hong is His Majesty's favorite minister and has made great achievements, this led to the fact that the Forbidden Army was more obedient to Su Hong's orders on weekdays. Those who didn't know thought that he, Su Hong, was the main commander and he himself was the deputy commander. On weekdays, Yao Guangliang doesn't fight with Su Hong. That's all. But at this moment, Su Hong suddenly ordered without a head. Really let Yao Guangliang unimaginable. At this moment he naturally very unconvinced. Su Hong looked at Yao Guangliang and slowly said, Commander Yao, can't you see that this ravine, the terrain is dangerous? And in case there's an assassin lurking, it's really dangerous. This official is just looking out for His Majesty's safety. Slayer? Joke. Yao Guangliang smiled disdainfully. If you ask me, is Lord Su scared out of his wits by the Golden Kingdom? During the military parade earlier, there is a suspicion of growing the ambition of the Golden Kingdom and destroying the prestige of my great Zhou. And now you are actually so fearful? There are 10,000 forbidden soldiers here and another 100,000 elite soldiers on the periphery. I'll ask, what assassins eat the bear's heart and leopard's gall and dare to surround us here? After Yao Guangliang finished, he didn't give Su Hong any face at all and shouted, pass on my order. No changes in formation. Get through here as fast as you can. Yes, the Forbidden Army answered. And the momentum, which was just about to change formation, was restored as before. Su Hong looked at Yao Guangliang's sudden interruption, and her face gradually turned cold. Well, Commander Yao, if we wait for the ambush to come out of the... It's not a big deal that these 10,000 forbidden troops have suffered heavy casualties, but if His Majesty is in any kind of danger because of this, I'll see how you're going to account for it. I'm the one who is the commander of the Forbidden Army, so I should be in charge. Yao Guangliang snorted. Lord Su had better go and stay by His Majesty's side, make His Majesty happy, and be a good favorite of yours. Yao Guangliang's words were poking at Su Hong's sore spot. Many people in the court are rumoring that they are Long Ruoshi's male favorites. Otherwise, Long Ruoshi wouldn't have tripled down and sided with herself. But few people generally curse to their faces. Yao Guangliang pointed his nose and cursed, and Su Hong's face turned slightly cold. Brush! Su Hong blasted out a sword light directly. That sword light flew directly against the side of Yao Guangliang's head. Boom! A stubborn stone behind it that had stood for an unknown number of years was instantly shattered. Yao Guangliang's face instantly turned white. Su Hong, what do you mean? Yao Guangliang instantly questioned angrily. Su Hong's expression was indifferent. It doesn't mean anything. Just reminding Commander Yao that trouble comes out of the mouth. And when the time comes for your life to be in danger, don't beg me. After saying that, Su Hong turned around on his horse and left. Chapter 125, I'll stop the boulder from falling. Looking at Su Hong's back as she rode her horse and turned around, Yao Guangliang's face was hard to see. Couldn't help but curse in place. Damn it! It's just a male favorite. How dare you be so arrogant? But Yao Guangliang really can't do anything about Su Hong. The strength is not as high as others, and they still have the Empress behind them. One can only swallow the anger. Su Hong, wait for me. Don't let me catch you in the act. Yao Guangliang cursed behind his back and rode away as well. On Su Hong's side, the driving Forbidden Army was stopped by Yao Guangliang. He could only command his team of Imperial Guards to surround Long Ruoshi. However, there were only dozens of Imperial Guards, and their strength was that of second-rate masters, which was really not quite enough. Su Hong was always alert to his surroundings. looking at the mountain rocks on both sides. A cold wind was blowing in the valley, and from time to time, debris gradually fell. Su-hong slightly raised his head and suddenly realized that the mountain walls on both sides, although steep, were very regular. If, on top of the mountain, a boulder rolled down, it just happened to hit right in the middle of the ravine, and the location within the ravine was so narrow that there was no way to even hide. Not good. The bad feeling in Su-hong's heart grew stronger, and it was at this time, above the mountaintop, a whistle suddenly sounded. In this instant, a huge commotion suddenly erupted. Boom boom, just as Su-hong had guessed. As it entered an area ahead with no way back, above the mountaintop, it suddenly began to vibrate. Looking up, two incomparably huge boulders of mountain rock were viciously pushed down directly from the top of the mountain. For a time, the heavens shook, the sand flew, the earth roared, and the mountain walls on either side of all of them were shaken violently. The troops of the Forbidden Army in place all began to tumble up. A number of horses fell and generals fell to the ground. At this moment, the ranks of the Forbidden Army, which had just been incomparably majestic, were in complete disarray. Escort! Escort! Su-hong reacted at the first opportunity and hurriedly flew to Long Ruoshi's side, shouting loudly, "Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty!" Those generals who had been shaken to the ground, though unsteady on their feet, were, however, they still did their best to rush to Long Ruoshi's side, surrounded by 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, protecting Long Ruoshi with all their might. Long Ruoshi's face also panicked at this moment. Real assassins? How dare they? Su-hong jumped onto the dragon carriage and held Long Ruoshi's hand with burning eyes. "Your Majesty, don't worry, Minister, I will protect you." Looking at Su-hong's firm gaze, Long Ruoshi's heart suddenly surfaced an unprecedented sense of security. Nodded. "Aha, I trust you." Su-hong then instructed his imperial guards to guard Long Ruoshi. At this time, Yao Guangliang was also completely flustered. While yelling for protection, his eyes panicked. Mainly the several dozens of feet tall massive boulders at the top of the mountain. If this smashed down, it was enough to crush all of them, into meat cakes. In his haste, Yao Guangliang saw Su-hong in the middle of the crowd and disregarded the conflict he had just had. Flying quickly, he rushed to Su-hong. "General Su, now, what now? So many huge rolling stones falling. We just afraid that all of us will be finished." Su-hong shook her head. "There was a way to save His Majesty and some of the people just now if you had done what I said, but you insisted on being bent out of shape, and now, we'll just have to watch our luck." Yao Guangliang's face suddenly turned white and his expression was incomparably ashamed. No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disbelieved you. Now, are we just going to wait here to die? Why don't we all gather around His Majesty and use our bodies to help His Majesty fend off the boulders? Perhaps His Majesty's life can be saved." Yao Guangliang gritted his teeth. Although he was very upset with Su-hong, he was very loyal. After all, he was the commander of the Forbidden Army, and the way he thought of at this moment was to fight for his life to protect Long Ruoshi. Su-hong shook her head. "No, a boulder of that height, of that size, falling several times in succession. It's just that no amount of people would be enough to overwhelm it. It's just useless. What about that?" Yao Guangliang said sharply. Su-hong pondered for a moment, then looked at Yao Guangliang. "Protect His Majesty. I'll stop these boulders." "What?" Hearing Su-hong's words, Yao Guangliang directly froze before he could react. Su-hong had already stepped on the Thunderdome 3000 and swept out as a whole. Rumble. Su-hong's speed was extremely fast, as if he were a lightning stump. It swept directly in front of the huge mountain rock that was about to fall down the fastest. Seeing this scene, Long Ruoshi's face changed drastically. "Yao Guangliang! Yao Guangliang!" Yao Guangliang froze for a moment and immediately ran over. "Your Majesty!" Long Ruoshi looked at Su-hong's back and was horrified. "What is Su-hong up to?" Yao Guangliang hesitated before speaking. "Your Majesty," Lord Su said, "he wants to tackle the falling rocks on the mountaintop alone." "What?" Hearing this, Long Ruoshi's face completely changed. She chortled instantly. "Nonsense! How can he, a mortal of flesh, stop those several huge falling stones like tall buildings? Isn't that a death wish? Why didn't you stop him?" Yao Guangliang was numb, and his face was a little aggravated. He wanted to organize it himself, but Su-hong was so fast that he had to give himself a chance too. Yao Guangliang bowed. "This is my fault. Please punish me. Your Majesty, cure your ass." Long Ruoshi cursed. "It's that time of year. Who? The one with good light skills. Go stop Su-hong for me. Ruoyu, you go." Long Ruoshi is also sick and desperate. Su Ruoyu's face was also gripped with worry. After all, that was also her beloved man. But she still shook her head at Long Ruoshi. "Your Majesty, Lord Su's lightness of being can almost be considered the best in the world. He's going and no one can stop him. How? When Long Ruwashi heard this, her pretty face turned white. His legs went limp and he slumped right back into his chair. No, it won't. Su Hong will be fine. We'll be fine. At this moment, Long Ruwashi seemed to have lost her soul, and was no longer the high and mighty Empress. Instead, she turned into a little girl at her wit's end, her heart filled with intense worry for her beloved man. Su Ruoyu looked at Long Ruwashi like this and hurriedly advised him, "Your Majesty, please be relieved. According to my understanding of Lord Su, he usually doesn't do anything he's not sure of. Perhaps, Lord Su really does have a way to solve these mountaintop falling rocks. I hope so." Long Ruwashi nodded in disorientation, and she looked up and his eyes looked towards Su Hong's figure rushing towards the boulder, and he chanted hard in his heart, "Su Hong, you asshole, you must be okay." Chapter 126 Earth Immortal Su Hong. The civil and military officials were also dumbfounded. Most of them were civil officials. Where had they seen such a scene? The moment the falling rocks on the mountaintop fell, one by one, their faces were bloodless, and they all fell off their horses in droves. A normal fall with minor injuries. In the more serious cases, there are those who fall directly half dead, or even lifeless. The boulders rolled down, causing the ground to shake violently. Horses and men, without some lightness of being, could not possibly stand still. Duke of the country. What about this? What about this? A few vassals of the Duke of Wu ran up, their faces full of horror. The sky landing stone. We're all going to die here. The Duke of Wu's face was white at the moment, and he was being assisted by looking at the rocks that were rushing down the hill. Panic came to his eyes. How did this happen? It's not the same as it was promised. Wu Guogong knew that this ravine was a hiding place for those he had arranged. The original plan was to symbolically shoot a few arrows at Long Ruwashi when the army was passing through here. Then 7 or 8 experts, and the man in black, all killed and assassinated Long Ruwashi. Then Su Hong would definitely step in to stop it, and at this time, he would turn his target and attack Su Hong. Together, they killed Su Hong. Even if you can't, you'll be seriously injured. He himself is still loyal to Long Ruwashi, and is not in the least bit trying to subvert Long Ruwashi's imperial power. After all, he's just a Duke of State, and with that thought, no one else is going to convince him. But he didn't expect it in any way. It's amazing that those under their command didn't execute the plan at all. I can't believe I used this huge falling rock and pushed it down the mountain together. This scene of the sky falling apart, not to mention a Su Hong and Long Ruwashi. I'm afraid that all of them will die here. Nope, those guys tricked the old man. It was only at this moment that Wu Guogong realized that he had been tricked by those people. At this moment, the eyes were filled with panic and confusion, already at a complete loss as to what to do. Your Highness, Lord Su has gone alone to stop the falling rocks. A subordinate came and reported to Lord Wu. Oh, Wu Guogong froze, and when he looked up, he saw Su Hong literally rushing towards the boulder. Humph, what a death-seeking thing. That's good. This kid has amazing kung fu. Maybe he can actually stop a few of them. By then it's going to be seriously injured even if it doesn't die. By then the killer will be back on and this kid will be dead. Wu Guogong was still thinking about his personal grudge with Su Hong up to this point. In his opinion, as long as Su Hong died, there would be no one left in the dynasty who could stop him. Quick, find a place to hide. Wu Guogong was very afraid of death and hurriedly called for someone to find him a safe place. And at this moment, Su Hong flew all the way, straight to the front of the large group. The people here had been shaken down, all frantically retreating backward. Su Hong traveled against the current and quickly came to the forefront. Rumble. As they walked, the vibrations became more and more intense, and it only felt like the entire ground was shaking violently. The rocky mountain walls on both sides, too, were shaking violently. Space horses neigh as if the sky is falling. All of this comes from above. Those 5 or 6 immense, a huge boulder 100 meters above the DD. Su Hong also didn't know where those Jin assassins got those boulders. In short, if these boulders were allowed to fall, all of them, would definitely die here today. Brush! Su Hong drew out his blood shadow sword, and his internal energy raced to the extreme. Eyes fixed in deadpan, he stared at the first boulder that was about to come rushing down in front of him. Rumble! This instant, Su Hong's feet moved. Arcs of lightning could be seen leaping beneath his feet, and in moments Su Hong had already swept up close to that first falling boulder. Without any further ado, the blood shadow sword in his hand erupted with unprecedented sword light, and with one sword, he fiercely blasted out. Shatter me! Brush! The blood shadow sword swept out horizontally, and the sword light shook out, fiercely blasting on top of that huge falling stone. Rumble! A shocking boom suddenly erupted out. That sword light split on the boulder, and the boulder violently trembled with a stream of light that pierced right through the boulder. Su Hong then held the blood shadow sword in his hand and directly blasted out thousands of swords in a split second. Brush up! The sword light roared like rain, instantly enveloping the boulder that was half separated. Boom boom! And as those sword lights landed on the boulder, that boulder was suddenly as fragile as a honeycomb colat, flying and shattering apart. Each of Su Hong's swords was bound to split open a large piece of debris. After the 10 million swords fell, that first huge piece of falling stone crumbled with a bang and it instantly turned into a fist-sized piece of debris that suddenly fell from the sky. The spot was like a rain of stones. At this time, Su Hong violently landed on the ground, sweeping away the debris that was going to fall on his body with his sword. The whole thing was panting and sweating. He almost gave his all and finally blocked the first huge falling rock. Good. Seeing this scene, behind Su Hong, those who were originally scared to death and crawled, the generals of the Forbidden Army who thought that the end had come, each one of them first froze, and then violent cheers suddenly erupted. All of them were thrilled with tears of excitement and stood still, shouting out in excitement. Good job, Lord Su. Lord Su deserves to be a hero of Great Zhou. Lord Su is mighty, truly the #1 expert of my Great Zhou. Everyone was thrilled. I thought I was going to die this time. No one expected that. That Lord Su once again stepped forward. The strength of one person was actually able to cut down huge boulders that were fully 10 million times bigger than him. What amazing greatness this is. The crowd all looked at Su Hong with incomparable fervor and admiration. There were chants of Su Hong's name. Earth Immortal. Su Hong. Earth Immortal. Su Hong. These mundane people have limited knowledge of force. In their opinion, only an Earth Immortal expert would have this kind of astounding strength. At this moment, in their eyes, Su Hong chopped down a boulder with a single blow. Let them see the hope of life. That Su Hong is the Earth Immortal. Behind them, Long Ruoshi, Su Ruoyu, and Yao Guangliang's hearts were also relieved when they saw this scene. Especially Long Ruoshi, who was almost in tears within her gaze, was incomparably excited. He really did it. Good. Worthy of being my favorite general. Su Ruoyu couldn't show too much form in front of Long Ruoshi, but at this moment, she was also ecstatic in her heart. Great. Su Hong. Really great. Yao Guangliang's eyes widened, and at this moment, he was completely convinced of Su Hong. He was truly surprised that Su Hong actually had such energy. Inside that little body, it can actually explode with such power. With a single sword, the huge boulder that had enveloped almost the entire ravine was shattered. Lord Su, that was awesome. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Yao Guangliang wanted to give himself a slap when he thought of how he actually questioned Su Hong earlier. To actually question such a godly man himself, isn't his brain caught in a door? Everyone present was immersed in joy, expecting Su Hong to still be able to stop the remaining boulders. Only the Duke of Wu, with an ugly face, stared fiercely at the scene. His fists clenched and teeth were almost clenched. How is this possible? Chapter 127. 6 more to go. Su Hong split the boulder with his sword. This rippling feat startled everyone. It also gave all the generals present a strong dose of heart. The boulder that would fill almost the entire ravine. If it fell, it was enough to take everyone's life. At a time of such despair, thinking the world was coming to an end, Su Hong, with a sword, save all lives. Though the generals were thrilled, however, Su Hong's face was still incredibly grave. That's just the first one. There are 6 more in the back. The first one alone had already consumed most of Su Hong's internal energy. For the remaining 6, Su Hong really didn't have the slightest certainty. His original plan was to just delay the falling rocks from landing on the valley floor by himself, buying time for the larger group to escape. Su Hong yelled back, "What are you waiting for?" The large troop retreats back immediately. Evacuate the ravine. Yao Guangliang reacted, returning and immediately turned around and shouted, "The Forbidden Army is under orders. All withdraw. The Forbidden Army is under orders. All withdraw." The voices were delivered one by one. Soon, tens of thousands of troops began to move. Before, it was the road that was too rough, and it was simply too late to turn back and evacuate. But at the moment, Su Hong was alone in the front, and it was enough to buy time to. Everyone immediately began to retreat without a moment's pause. Withdraw? What about Su Hong? Long Ruoshi stood on the dragon whiskey, excited and unwilling to leave. Yao Guangliang said sharply, "Your Majesty, at this time, what is there to be concerned about? Commander Su traded his life for the time to evacuate. Let's get out of here." "No way. I'll wait for Su Qing to return before I leave." Long Ruoshi was insistent. "Your Majesty." Next to her, Su Ruoyu also said eagerly, "Trust Lord Su. Lord Su dares to block the boulder alone, which means he's sure of himself. Let's not waste Lord Su's good intentions for nothing. This. Long Ruwashi looked at Su Ruoyu, and then turned her head to look at Su Hong, who was about to rush towards the second boulder. Gritting his teeth, he finally ordered, "All troops retreat at full speed." Retreat! The army flew into action, although already operating at full speed, because of the large number of troops, into this narrow ravine again, and the ground was shaking all around, and the whole brigade appeared to be very bloated. The retreat was extremely slow, and at this time, Su Hong looked back at Long Ruwashi's bearing, and her gaze condensed. Then he turned and swept towards the second huge falling rock that was about to fall. Su Hong took a deep breath, and his body's internal force shook once again. The blood shadow sword in his hand once again blasted out with a sword. Su Hong was already at full strength, but it seemed that the first sword consumed too much internal energy, resulting in the power of this sword. It had been somewhat weakened. The huge boulder just split in most of the way, and the sword light was no longer powerful. The boulder didn't shatter, so it continued in the form of a rolling stone, thinking of Su Hong as it ruthlessly pressed over. Su Hong, Long Ruwashi, who had been paying close attention to Su Hong, shrieked in horror when she saw this scene. Both hands grasped the dragon carriage, excited to rush over. "Put me down. I'm going to Su Hong's. Your Majesty." Su Ruoyu jumped onto the dragon carriage and held onto Long Ruwashi as she even said, "Your Majesty, you can't go over there." "What can't go over? Su Hong is going to have an accident. You guys go save him." Next to him, Yao Guangliang shook his head helplessly. "Your Majesty, with the situation over there now, only Lord Su himself can save himself. There's a huge gap in our strength, compared to even Lord Su. If we go over there, I'm only afraid I'll die faster than Lord Su." "Then what to do? Is it possible to let something happen to Su Hong and see her die?" Long Ruwashi was now completely overwhelmed by worry, excitedly slapping the dragon carriage and chiding. "Su Hong has given so much to Great Zhou, and for us to abandon him now is by no means what morality calls. I can't do such a thing." Long Ruwashi insisted on going over, and Su Ruoyu and Yao Guangliang were both filled with helplessness, but it was at this time, the large, falling rock that completely enveloped Su Hong. From the center of a stern sword light suddenly erupted. Countless sword lights then blasted out like rain. Click, click, click. The huge falling rock broke apart in an instant, turning into countless palm fist-sized rubble. It disintegrated from the air and fell, and Su Hong stepped on those debris and kept jumping, which brought him back to the ground. At this moment, Su Hong's body was already a bit dusty, and her forehead was sweating profusely. Panting, he stood there. Su Hong's face was slightly white. Obviously the sword almost exhausted most of its physical strength. Su Hong, seeing this scene, Long Ruwashi, who had originally collapsed with excitement, was greatly relieved in her heart. Su Ruoyu saw that and even said, "Your Majesty, I said Lord Su will be fine. We'd better get going." Yao Guangliang even didn't care what Long Ruwashi said and directly yelled, "Full speed ahead. Escort His Majesty out." Long Ruwashi's eyes were red. It was because she saw Su Hong's entire state. That shriveled. What strength did he have left to fight off the 5 remaining large rolling falling rocks? Tune in faster. Su Hong took a deep breath and stood there, running the heavenly evil divine power at full speed, trying to regain as much internal strength as possible. Although the internal strength of the heavenly evil divine skill was recovered extremely quickly, but Su Hong consumed so much at once, almost draining all the internal energy in her body. Can't keep up at this point either. Su Hong's gaze was grave, and on the whites of her eyes, blood was already seeping, looking up at the 5 boulders that continued to roll down above. Can I smash them all? Su Hong couldn't help but feel skeptical in her heart. He looked back at Long Ruwashi's large troop slowly leaving. At this rate, he might only need to knock out 1 or 2. Then by relying on lightness, fleeing to the outside of the valley in one go, there might be room for escape. Otherwise in his current condition, it was simply a death wish to take down all the remaining huge rolling stones. Su Hong took a deep breath and took out a handful of pills in her hand. All kinds of pills to restore internal strength, and regardless of the efficacy of whatever could restore a bit of internal energy was also all stuffed into the mouth. Looking at the third falling rock that rolled down, he gritted his teeth hard. Come on. The third one. Rumble. The third rolling stone. I don't know if it was a coincidence or if the ambushers deliberately arranged it that way. Surprisingly, it was a whole lot bigger than the first 2. Su Hong's face suddenly changed and she couldn't help but open her mouth to curse. These scumbags. And at this moment, above the mountaintop, a group of uninvited guests, dressed in black, stood at the top of the mountain, their eyes cold and looking down into the ravine. A black-robed man with a delicate figure, wrapped in black clothes that couldn't hide his ghostly figure. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but curse. How is this Su Hong so strong? Smashing 2 boulders in a row and actually not dying? Is it really as tenacious of life as a wild dog? A few other black-clothed men beside him also had very ugly expressions. It had been thought that these few falling stones pushed down would bring the Emperor of the Great Zhou, and all the important ministers. It's all in one place here. Who knew that a Su Hong would pop up and become the ultimate variable? The hardening of the 2 boulders gave the Emperor and courtiers of Great Zhou time to evacuate. Changed their plans. Chapter 128, Surrounding and Interdicting. Lu Qianmei looked at the black-robed man beside her whose face was all blocked and asked with a frown. So what now? With this kid blocking the boulder, the Emperor of Great Zhou and those courtiers are going to escape. The man in black pondered for a moment, and a mechanical hoarse voice came out. No harm done. The fact that this Su Hong is here to block the boulder means that the Emperor of Great Zhou is no longer protected by his experts. Send men to block the Great Zhou Emperor at the exit of the ravine. When the time comes, the Great Zhou Emperor and all the important officials in the court will all be wiped out in one fell swoop. Got it. The crowd nodded. Without saying a word, he began to swoop towards the only narrow exit of the ravine, and Lu Qianmei was also heading towards the figure of Su Hong, who was sweeping towards the 3rd boulder under the ravine, casting a grim look. Humph. Su Hong, this 3rd one can be much bigger than the first 2 falling rocks. I'd like to see what you're holding back. After saying that, Lu Qianmei also flew towards the exit and swept towards the exit, going after Emperor Zhou Long Ruoxi. And right now, Long Ruoxi's large troop in the front, taking advantage of Su Hong's help to drag it out. It was already almost to the entrance. Yao Guangliang's face showed a few moments of excitement. Are we out of this hellhole yet? Most of the generals were also ecstatic. There's a sense of joy in the aftermath. Long Ruoxi looked back at Su Hong, eyes full of worry and sorrow. This time of year, as the ground shook and sand flew within the ravine, there was no longer any sign of Su Hong. All that could be seen was 5 large, rolling falling rocks that coldly and relentlessly rolled down the mountaintop with a crash. Long Ruoxi looked at it for a while and resolutely turned her head. To Su Ruoyu, all troops withdraw from the ravine at full speed. Pull out of the ravine at full speed. Yao Guangliang shouted. Tens of thousands of forbidden troops rushed out of the ravine. And this time, the group of forbidden soldiers in front of them, who had just come out of the ravine, suddenly erupted in screams. After that, dozens of assassins were seen, killing from both sides. Started to madly slaughter the forbidden soldiers that rushed out. And an ambush? Su Ruoyu's face changed. Commander Yao. Su Ruoyu looked at Yao Guangliang. Brush. Yao Guangliang drew the sword at his waist and roared. Brothers, prepare to meet the battle. Join me in protecting His Majesty. With that, Yao Guangliang rode out, led the forbidden army, and killed those black-clothed killers. Su Ruoyu stood on the side of the dragon carriage and did not act. There was nearly no one around Long Ruoxi. She had to stay by Long Ruoxi's side at all times to keep Long Ruoxi safe. As for Yao Guangliang's forbidden army, although they had just been in the ravine, they had suffered many deaths and injuries, but also rushed out 7 or 8,000 forbidden soldiers. At a glance, the killers who rushed out were only a few dozen or nearly 100 in number. In his opinion, the other party was looking for death when they killed out with such a small number of people. Brothers, follow me to kill the rebels. Kill. The forbidden army could not help but kill those killers. Those killers, on the other hand, saw the nearly 10,000 forbidden soldiers killing them, but the expression on their faces remained cold. One by one, with weapons in hand, they headed straight for the forbidden army. Yao Guangliang was confident at first, but it was only when he took his soldiers and horses and engaged these killers that he realized something was wrong. Nima, these hundreds of killers, surprisingly clear of first-rate experts? Not even a second-rate master. And his forbidden army, with the exception of the young leader who was a second-rate expert, an ordinary soldier is just a third-rate expert. It was simply not a match for the other side, though there were only nearly 100 killers, but it was simply cut down to size. In a matter of moments, hundreds were hacked to death. Yao Guangliang's body trembled, and his heart retreated. Damn, where the hell are these killers from? Hundreds of first-rate experts. This is even the close guards around His Majesty. None of them have this kind of strength. Yao Guangliang panicked, but at the moment he simply did not have any way back. He could only harden his head. Grandma, even if you're a first-rate expert, but with my tens of thousands of forbidden troops, I'll drown you too. Brothers, give it to me. Swear to defend His Majesty. Swear to defend His Majesty. Those forbidden soldiers shouted and rushed towards the killer with an unrelenting momentum, but when fighting for life and death, she is of course unbearable in front of the absolute strength gap. Those forbidden soldiers rushed up in wave after wave, only to be met by the gang of black-clad assassins. As if karma leaks, one crop after another is quickly mowed down. A mere 100 people actually killed nearly 10,000 forbidden troops in a moment. The Slayer just advanced against the forbidden army and got a little bit closer to Long Ruoshi's position. A small soldier of the forbidden army shouted angrily when he saw this scene. "Block me. This gang of thieves must not be allowed near His Majesty." Pust. His voice had just fallen when his head flew straight up. A large, black-robed man with a scythe in his hand, shrouded in black. After harvesting its head with one slash, the whole person directly swept up, stepping on the invincible lightness of foot, transforming into a ghostly shadow. It swept straight over to Long Ruoshi's position. Along the way, countless forbidden soldiers stepped in to stop them, but they were simply no match for their blade. With heads flying up one by one, that assassin was approaching Long Ruoshi at an extremely fast speed. What? When Su Ruoyu in the dragon carriage saw this scene, she flung in her hand the divine weapon that Su Hong had given her. The divine Xian sword had appeared in his hand. At the same time a low growl. "Where are His Majesty's close guards? Protect His Majesty with all your might." Yes, beside Long Ruoshi, there were 30 to 40 imperial guards. The worst of these people's strength was a peak second-rate expert. More than half of the first-rate experts. It's also the last line of defense to protect Long Ruoshi. Protect His Majesty. Those 30 to 40 close guards, all of them had fierce faces. With a sharp sword in hand, he rushed towards the man in black. The black-clothed man, however, did not pause for a second, and the scythe in his hand swept out directly across the room. Put. Just one shot. 2 more heads flew up, blood suddenly splattering out. Even Long Ruoshi's close guards, in this person's hands, unexpectedly did not have the slightest power to fight back. In an instant, he lost his life, and all of the remaining Konoha's faces were horrified. How could he not expect the other party to be this strong? But without saying a word, each one of them still held their weapons and rushed towards the big man in black. The big man in black stepped in midair and swept his scythe across the room, cutting down 3 more Konoha guards. At the same time, it continued to swipe madly towards Long Ruoshi. Seeing this scene, Su Ruoyu knew it wouldn't work. This person was too strong. Allowing the close guards to go forward was simply a death sentence. Immediately shouted, "Stand back and protect His Majesty. Leave this man to me." Yes, those close guards also knew that a hard charge was a blind death. They have retreated. "Thief, suffer," Su Ruoyu shouted, holding the divine Xian sword, and suddenly killed. During this period of time, Su Ruoyu had also painstakingly honed her sword skills. Ever since Su Hong had pointed out the problems with her swordsmanship had practically grown by leaps and bounds. Now there is a first-class overwhelming strength. Plus, Su Hong had given her the SS-rank divine Xian sword from the raffle draw, so it was even more of a feather in her cap. Facing this kind of mysterious master in black, Su Ruoyu also had some certainty before she dared to meet the battle like this. Chapter 129, Su Ruoyu dead? Su Ruoyu stepped on her light power and swept up almost head-on to the black-clothed man. The man in black also seemed to notice that Su Ruoyu was not simple, and his body stopped. The scythe in his hand took the lead, flinging it out like a boomerang. It went straight to Su Ruoyu's head. Su Ruoyu's face changed and she immediately leaned back, avoiding the black-clothed man's flying sickle. The man in black was incredibly fast. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed to Su Ruoyu's near front almost instantly, and the scythe in his sleeve robe came out again. Without any further ado, he blasted at Su Ruoyu's face. Su Ruoyu hurriedly crossed the divine Xian sword in her hand in front of her to defend herself. The scythe slashed fiercely at the divine Xian sword with a clang, bursting into sparks from the friction of the collision of sharp weapons. The body of the divine Xian sword flashed with arcane light, hardening the black-clothed man back several steps. The man in black did a backflip which landed him on the ground, and looked down at the scythe, which had curled its blade. Eyes flashed cold. "Good sword, not worthy to be in your hands." Though, the man in black sensed that the sword in Su Ruoyu's hand was unusual. Otherwise, a first-rate expert would definitely not be able to stop himself. A cold glint in his eyes. Once again, he killed Su Ruoyu. This time, it had been 2 sides. Su Ruoyu sneered. "It doesn't matter if it's a match or not. It'll kill you." Su Ruoyu's hand also quickly erupted with swordlight as she flew forward and fiercely battled with the man in black. Dang! The sword's light was harsh and the scythe was menacing. The 2 figures intersected in the air and fought. But upon closer inspection, Su Ruoyu, apart from utilizing the divine Xian sword in the beginning and taking advantage of the situation, the man in black sensed that this sword was unusual and began to avoid it. Su Ruoyu then slowly began to fall into the wind. Ruoyu is actually no match for him? Long Ruoshi's face also changed slightly. In her opinion, Su Ruoyu had been nurtured by her from a young age, following the great Zhou's first sword god to learn the art from a young age. Except for the last time he dealt with the earth immortal Wang Tai with. Su Ruoyu had no power to fight back. Even when he first tried to recruit Su Hong, he was subdued by Su Hong. Other than that, Su Ruoyu had never met an opponent. But now, Su Ruoyu, after being instructed by Su Hong, should have greatly improved her power, but she didn't think that. By a few shots from this black-robed man, he had already been knocked into a disadvantage. Your Majesty, while Lord Su is holding the other party's leader in check, we'd better escape as soon as possible. A nearby Konoha even stepped forward. No, Long Ruwashi shook her head. There's only one exit from the ravine ahead, and it's already blocked by these killers. So we're just running, and where can I run to? Besides, if I were to leave Su Hong and Ruoyu behind, I wouldn't be able to do it. Ergo, don't mind me. Go help. Long Ruwashi's eyes flashed with determination. A few of the Konoha guards looked at each other, after which they fell to their knees. Your Majesty, I'm sorry I can't follow your orders. I must guard His Majesty's side and keep him safe. Asshole. You actually disobeyed orders. Long Ruwashi cursed in anger. But no matter what Long Ruwashi said, those close guards just didn't move a muscle. They stick to their duties and will never take a step away from Long Ruwashi. Otherwise, if they waited for Lord Su to return, they would definitely skin them if they thought about it. Pust. And at this time, Su Ruoyu, who was exchanging blows with the man in black, made a slip and the man in black was slashed in the left shoulder. Shasta stifled a grunt while blood blossomed in midair. Ruoyu. Seeing this scene, Long Ruwashi's heart tightened, and Su Ruoyu's face suddenly turned slightly white. She understood that when an expert fought, whoever showed injuries first, the chances of losing was a bit greater, and she did feel that she had some sense of lack of blocking power in the face of this black-robed man in front of her. Su Ruoyu quickly pointed 2 acupuncture points on his left shoulder to stop the blood, and then his body flickered as he hastily retreated violently to one side. The man in black didn't pause for a second and killed towards Su Ruoyu again. He understood that this Su Ruoyu was the last obstacle standing in the way of him killing Long Ruwashi. If you don't kill him, you won't be able to move Long Ruwashi. With each slash, the man in black gradually began to lay down a deadly blow. All of them were heading towards Su Ruoyu's life gate. But, gradually, Su Ruoyu was a bit tense. Because of the injury, the moves were already getting slower and slower, more and more unable to resist the attacks of the man in black. Soon, the body injury, also more and more. Soon, the blood gradually dyed its entire body red. The mechanical voice of the man in black sneered. As I said, you have an empty divine sword, but you can't utilize half of its power. You are not worthy to hold the sword in your hand. Noisy. Su Ruoyu clenched her teeth fiercely, and swept out her sword fiercely, blasting at the man in black. But he was covered in blood and anyone can see that it's already trapped. The black-robed man casually slashed, directly dispersing Su Ruoyu's sword, and then 2 sides. It fiercely blasted towards Su Ruoyu. Die! The black-clothed man's scythe went straight for Su Ruoyu's life. Su Ruoyu was unable to react, and just shot away one of the sides with her sword. The remaining scythe, however, directly pierced through its body alive. Put! Su Ruoyu's face suddenly paled and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. At the same time, the right side of the waist, stabbed deep by a scythe, and blood, like a spring of, constantly spewing outwards. Su Ruoyu's gaze darkened and she directly fell from the air. Wakayu! Seeing this scene, Long Ruwashi's gaze turned completely red and she cried out with her heart torn out. In an instant, tears came to his eyes. To Long Ruwashi, although Su Ruoyu was her personal guard, but also friends from childhood. As an emperor, Long Ruwashi was naturally lonely, with only Su Ruoyu as a friend by his side, being able to listen to her. But now, Su Ruoyu's life is hanging in the balance so much for her sake. Long Ruwashi's chest felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer for a moment, and it hurt so much that she couldn't help herself. As Long Ruwashi cried out, she wanted to pounce on Su Ruoyu, but was forcibly pulled back by the close guards around her. Your Majesty, you can't go. Your Majesty, danger. And at this time, the man in black looked at Su Ruoyu, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, and let out a cold snort. Told you, you don't deserve this sword. With a wave of his hand, he directly took away the divine Xian sword from Su Ruoyu's side, and then he turned his head, and his cold-blooded and merciless eyes under the black robe had already stared at Long Ruwashi on the dragon carriage. Holding the divine Xian sword in his hand, he reversed his direction and directly transformed into a black shadow, killing Long Ruwashi. Protect His Majesty. When those close guards saw the black-clothed men killing, they were all like enemies and immediately surrounded in front of Long Ruwashi. And the man in black was already extremely strong. He also took away Su Ruoyu's divine Xian sword, which was even more of a blessing. Now holding the divine Xian sword in his hand, he was simply a first-rate expert with one sword, accompanied by a gurgling scream. Those experts in front of Long Ruoshi were all cut down. Almost instantly, it turned into a corpse and fell in front of Long Ruoshi. And in front of Long Ruoshi, the last two close guards shouted again and stepped forward. After being hacked to death by two more swords of the man in black, Long Ruoshi's side was completely devoid of any defense. Only Long Daryl was left alone. The black-robed man's gaze under his black robe fell on Long Ruoshi, and it seemed that for a moment, in his icy gaze, a faint fervor flickered. Emperor Zhou, I can finally kill you. Chapter 130, Reaping Long Ruoshi? Long Ruoshi looked at the black-robed man in front of her, her face slightly white, and in her eyes, a few moments of indignation surfaced. Thief, I am not afraid of you. Long Ruoshi drew out her emperor's sword and tried to do a trapped beast fight. As the emperor of Great Zhou, to die, Long Ruoshi must also die standing up. Long Ruoshi raised her hand-god sword and rushed to slash at the big man in black. The big man in black, however, had a grim gaze, and raised his hand and directly snatched the emperor's sword from Long Ruoshi's hand, and threw it aside as scrap metal, and after the other, a hand deadlocked Long Ruoshi's neck, lifted her whole body. The big man in black sneered, Emperor Zhou, there's no need to be in such a hurry to die. I've long heard that the emperor of Great Zhou was born with great beauty. My great golden prince has long wanted to have a kiss. I'll take you back and let my prince have enough enjoyment before I send you on your way. Let go of me. Long Ruoshi struggled hard and even used her feet to try to kick the man in black, but she was an ordinary body. Where to struggle away? The whole person seemed like a chicken, being lifted in midair by the big man in black. Your Majesty. In front, those forbidden soldiers saw that Long Ruoshi was actually grabbed by the other side, and each of them stared with wide eyes. His face was ugly, and Yao Guangliang was even shivering, his face showing despair. They had no time to worry about Long Ruoshi. Tens of thousands of forbidden troops, by those killers at the mouth of the ravine, blocking and intercepting. You can't go in. You can't go out. Protect His Majesty. Yao Guangliang roared, intending to ignore those killers, lead his men, and go back to escort the driver. However, just as the forbidden army rushed back, they were frantically hunted down by those black-clothed assassins. Put! A sword was waved in the air, and each blow was bound to take away the head of a forbidden soldier. That batch of forbidden soldiers was simply like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable, being hacked to death in minutes. They were all so self-conscious that none of them could even rush to Long Ruoshi's side to protect His Majesty. If you're capable, you kill me. Long Ruoshi's face was hateful. She understood what she was about to face if she was taken to the Golden Kingdom. His own humiliation was only secondary. The Emperor of the Great Zhou has become a prisoner of the Prince of the Golden Kingdom, and when word gets out, Great Zhou will become the laughingstock of the entire continent. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Ruoyu, who was in a pool of blood not far away, looking again at the valley behind him, which had been completely leveled by the rolling stones. Even Su Hong's figure was no longer visible. A few moments of despair surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Her imperial ambitions, her heart's Great Zhou's heyday. Does it end here? Want to die? Your life is not up to you now. The black-clothed big man let out a cold smile, then violently stepped on the dragon carriage, carrying Long Ruoshi, and directly swept out. Whoosh! The black-clothed big man's lightness is extremely good. His feet do not point to the ground. Almost instantly, to swipe out. The king of Zhou has been captured. You stay and kill all these people. The rest of you, go! After ordering toward the group of underlings, the black-clothed big man himself took Lu Qianmei and a few others and turn around and just leave. And the killers left behind continue to kill with impunity. Ha ha, I didn't expect this one to be so easy. Beside the black-clothed big man, Lu Qianmei snorted, and a few moments of sinister venom surfaced in her delicate eyes. That Su Hong seems to be nothing more than that. It's really stupid to think that one person would go and block those rolling stones just to save someone. Now being stoned to death is what he deserves. Lu Qianmei hated Su Hong with a passion. That night she sneaked into Su Hong's house and almost got it, but Su Hong countered her. Lives were almost lost. For the first time, her chimera didn't take down a man. It was a blow to her self-esteem like no other. So seeing Su Hong die, she was really happy at the moment. Long Ruoshi, who was restrained by the black-clothed big man, said angrily, your bull asterisk ting me. Su Hong won't die that easily. He, Emperor Zhou, haven't you come to your senses by now? Lu Qianmei sneered. Your Zhou kingdom is finished. As far as I know, you have no heir, only a clueless sister. And once you're gone, if your trashy sister takes the throne, your country will be in ruins. And when our Jin army comes, we'll be in the middle of the country. Take over your Zhou kingdom in minutes. Hearing Lu Qianmei's words, Long Ruoshi's face instantly paled. How could she not have expected to pay such a terrible price for a parade? If I could do it all over again, she wouldn't have chosen to come to this suburban parade anyway. No need to bull her. The big man in black slowly said. We're not safe yet. When the Zhou kingdom reacts, they'll definitely go after us with all their might. It will only be truly safe when we evacuate Zhou and return to Dajin territory. Lu Qianmei snorted. Have no fear. Zhou, has very few people available now. A Song Shoren is addicted to monasticism and doesn't ask about the world. The other Su Hong, has just been stoned to death. No one who comes now can save this long Ruoshi. The big man in black didn't say anything. Looking back at the valley covered in chaos behind him, he always felt that Su Hong should not be so easy to die. The big man in black led the killers, came to the place where the horses were hidden, and mounted their horses, ready to withdraw. Lu Qianmei smiled with an open brow. This time, after we have made this great achievement, we will Daijin. The second prince will surely reward us heavily. Speaking of the second prince, Lu Qianmei's face revealed a strong look of devotion and admiration. Withdraw. The big man in black waved his hand, and the assassins rode their horses and prepared to leave. It's over. Long Ruoshi's face was pale, only feeling the sky spinning in darkness in her heart. And at this moment, a pale voice suddenly exploded violently in midair. A majestic voice like that of a heavenly god echoed through the valley. Injuring my Zhou emperor and killing my generals. You thieves and bandits. You want to leave like this? Where is this good? Afterwards, an incomparably strong sword light roared down from the sky. Boom! That sword light directly blasted out 3 or 5 assassins behind the big man in black. And Lu Qianmei all had a change of color, thanks to being shielded by the big man in black. Otherwise it was only going to be destroyed in minutes. This voice, is Su Hong? Lu Qianmei's face became incomparably ugly as his expression twisted up for a moment. Damn, why isn't he dead? Ha ha. As soon as Long Ruoshi heard the voice, she also knew who the visitor was and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Lu Qianmei, he coldly said, I have said that it is impossible for you to kill Su Hong. Shut up. Lu Qianmei was incomparably furious at the moment, and with a lift of her hand, a slap was about to viciously fling at Long Ruoshi. See that slap coming. Boom. A stern and incomparable blood-colored sword suddenly arrived. Put. Directly chopped off one of Lu Qianmei's hands instantly. Ah! Lu Qianmei froze for a moment, then suddenly screamed miserably, and one of her chopped-off hands fell aside. The blood suddenly spurted out of his wrist like a spring. Chapter 131. If it's a chi refining stage cultivator. Boom boom. At this moment, a terrifying thunderous sound suddenly arrived. In the next second, a figure covered in more than lightning fell from the sky. This person was no other than Su Hong. Su Hong, I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong in front of her and was thrilled to death. She had thought that Su Hong going to block those falling rocks that were not humanly possible would certainly be a 9 deaths, although her heart was unwilling to admit it. Reason told her that this time, Su Hong was bound to be in a bad way, but she didn't expect it. Not only did Su Hong block the falling rocks, she also arrived at such a critical moment. Long Ruoshi was just like a helpless little girl, had thought the sky was falling, but at this moment, this man in front of her suddenly appeared and resolutely put her daze. Giving a raw hold. The scene in front of her was something that Long Ruoshi would never be able to forget in her life. She would remember the man in front of her completely. The big man in black frowned at Su Hong and handed Long Ruoshi over to a black-clothed assassin beside him. Spinning around, he stared at Su Hong and slowly said, I didn't realize that you weren't dead. Su Hong glanced at the divine Shin sword held in the black-clothed big man's hand, and her entire body shuddered fiercely. The next moment his gaze was eerie and his voice was like a ferocious demon crawling out of hell. I ask you, that sword, where did you get it? You mean this? The black-clothed man glanced at the divine Shin sword in his hand, his tone carrying provocation. Of course I killed the person who used this sword before and took it. What? Once Su Hong heard this, her eyes went completely cold. A substantial and horrible killing aura solemnly spread out around him, and his right hand, which held the sword, all of them trembled uncontrollably because of the strong killing thoughts. How about that? Eager to kill me? The big man in black sneered. With your strength, you can't kill me. I advise you not to seek your own death. You're the one who asked for death. Su Hong's eyes were completely red. In an instant, the thunder flashed under his feet, directly transforming into a ray of thunder and fiercely bombarding the black-clothed big man. So fast, the black-clothed big man's face suddenly changed. He sensed that Su Hong's lightness was much faster than the last time they fought. In an instant, Su Hong arrived in front of the black-clothed man and sidestepped with a vicious kick that it slammed hard into the big man in black. Caught off guard, the black-clothed man hurriedly blocked with his divine Shin sword. Boom! With a muffled sound, The black-clothed man was still viciously smashed out by the huge force of the kick. The black-clothed big man was directly kicked out dozens of feet by Su Hong before he barely managed to stand still, staring at Su Hong, and the look had gradually changed. Obviously not an earth immortal. This guy's force is also much stronger than before. The big man in black inhaled a breath, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. And then he fiercely stepped on the ground and swept fiercely towards Su Hong. Die! Su Hong flung his blood shadow sword and directly met him. Dang! The two sides collided and frantically fought in the air. Erupting in bursts of intense metal clashes, the two swords kept interlocking in the air, fighting that no one can do anything about it. Dang! Su Hong's quick eyes and hands slashed his sword hard on the left waist of the big man in black, but it didn't cut in at all. Instead it looked like it was chopping on basalt iron. The sword was bounced back alive. Su Hong looked up at the black-robed man in front of her, wrapped up in a huge black robe. The mind had already made a guess, and below, Lu Qianmei, after stopping the bleeding of her right hand, was filled with malice, and, pulling out 3 poisoned concealed weapons, he took advantage of Su Hong's lost concentration to sneak in directly from below. Die! Su Hong! Lu Qianmei's face was resentful. 3 concealed weapons, ruthlessly shot at Su Hong. Seek death! Su Hong snorted coldly, and his palm suddenly rubbed out a fireball, directly smashing it towards Lu Qianmei. Boom! The moment that the fireball touched the 3 concealed weapons, the 3 concealed weapons of basalt iron were directly transformed into iron water in an instant. It instantly dissipated, and the terrifying fireball, without half a minute of shrinkage, directly and fiercely fell down towards Lu Qianmei. Ah! Lu Qianmei's miserable scream came again. The moment the fireball enveloped her evacuation, the terrifying flames heatedly enlarged, and in an instant, all that could be seen was a black shadow, constantly twisting in the flames, and as it twisted, the black shadow began to shrink more and more. It was as if it had been completely melted by the flames. In just a moment, that flame gradually dissipated. The original Lu Qianmei had already been burned to pieces and turned into a pool of charred blood. What? Seeing this scene, the man in black was greatly shocked. Looking up at Su Hong once more, a bad feeling grew in his heart. This kid is a cultivator? The man in black then reacted. No wonder those falling rocks couldn't kill him before. If it's a first-class expert, or an earth immortal, that scale of mountaintop rockfall just now was definitely enough to kill. But it's different for practitioners. Cultivators have horrific means that are unfathomable to ordinary people. The strength was much stronger than any ordinary earth immortal. In the face of that falling rock, there are means to block it down. Damn! We must kill this next one today. Otherwise there will be no end of trouble. The man in black boomed, and another pair of arms suddenly grew out of his back. Those 2 weird arms that, like an octopus, it irregularly and bizarrely twisted up, looking extremely oozing. In the next second, the black-clothed man held 4 sides in his 4 hands, cyclone-like madly slashing at Su Hong. 4 hands? It seems. You are a puppet. Su Hong had just realized it when she didn't cut in with her slash. The black-clothed master in front of him was not a living person. He immediately associated it with the golden puppeteer that he had encountered the last time when he was chasing Wang Taiyun. It's just that the last time Su Hong encountered a puppeteer whose puppets had 6 of them, and all of them were far less powerful than the one in front of him. Moreover, this puppet's figure, its aura, all gave Su Hong a sense of familiarity. Could it be that this guy recycled Wang Taiyu's corpse at that time? That's what made this puppet that's comparable to an earth immortal? Su Hong immediately guessed. The last time he intercepted Wang Taiyun, he only chopped off Wang Taiyun's head and brought it back to the imperial city. The body was of no use to him, so it was casually left in the wild. I didn't realize that it gave this puppeteer the opportunity to recycle though. Helped him refine a puppet that was comparable to an earth immortal. It's just that your puppet technique was broken by me once. Now you still dare to show yourself in front of me. You really don't know how to die. Su Hong laughed coldly and raised his hand to use the blood shadow sword to block Wang Tai's attack with the puppet. One side of his eyes turned, looking for the puppet strings that manipulated the puppet used for the king's stage. Dang! Metallic sounds were heard as Wang Tai used the puppet's forearms to beat Su Hong backward. Immediately, a mechanical and gloomy voice came out. Su Hong, last time by your good fortune you broke my puppet art. You think it's going to be that easy this time? There's a puppet made by Wang Tai, using the corpse of this earth immortal expert, without the need for puppet strings, just as manipulative. You can't win against me. Wang Tai used the puppet to let out a low roar, and the 4 sides stacked on top of each other, ruthlessly smashing into Su Hong. It directly shook Su Hong fiercely. Su Hong rolled in the air, then stood firm on the ground and, looking at the puppet used by Wang Tai that was once again killing in the air, Su Hong let out a cold smile. Indeed, I'm only a first-rate expert. I can't defeat an earthy mortal level puppet. But what if it's a refining stage practitioner? Chapter 132. I'll try. After Su Hong's voice fell, the rigid and incomparable internal force in his body changed, turning into a warm and bizarre spiritual force. The whole person's aura suddenly changed. Standing there, his aura grew more and more dusty. Cultivator? Wang Tai used the puppet's gaze to vibrate, and then he let out a cold snort. Good. I'd like to see how tough the so-called cultivators are. Saying that, Wang Tai used his back to extend an arm holding a scythe once again. All at once, each of the 6 arms held a scythe and looked menacing. In the next second, Wang Tai used the puppet to directly kill Su Hong. Su Hong sneered as the blood shadow sword in his hand erupted with astonishing might. Die! Brush! Spiritual energy covered the sword, and a sword slashed down viciously. Instantly, the 2 hands of Wang Tai's puppet were chopped off alive. What? Wang Tai was startled with a puppet. He didn't realize that the body of this puppet, made of basalt iron, it was actually easily cut off by Su Hong's sword? How did this happen? Wang Tai was obviously a bit flustered with the puppet, and Su Hong sneered as his body continued to burst upwards. Wang Tai could only respond in panic with his puppet, but Su Hong made another sword strike and chopped off 2 more arms. All of a sudden, only the front 2 hands were left for Wang Tai to use his puppet. Hide your head. I'd like to see where your kid's real body is. Su Hong made another sword strike, directly piercing through the body of Wang Tai's puppet. A hard twist afterwards, Wang Tai used the body of the puppet and started to disintegrate directly in the air. The wide black robe, chopped up by Su Hong, revealed an odd body. The top half of the head is pressed against the other head, but the lower half, Su Hong recognized at once. Sure enough, it was the same body Wang Tai used, but the sword went in, and the blood could no longer flow. Su Hong used his spiritual energy to sense along the puppet's body and instantly sensed the puppeteer's approximate location. Su Hong snapped her head around, her sight looking in one direction. It's less than 3 miles from here. 2. In the meantime, 3 miles away, in a dense forest, the white-clad puppeteer feeling that Su Hong had sensed this place. For a moment, cold sweat came down his back. The white-clothed puppeteer cursed. This damned Su Hong. The puppet Wang Tai used actually couldn't even kill him. Damn it! The white-clothed puppet panicked, knowing that Su Hong had sensed his location and must come after him. A few curses escaped his lips. Immediately, he stood up and immediately moved to leave. And the ravine scene. Su Hong directly destroyed the puppet used by Wang Tai with 3 strikes. Only then did he carry his blood-stained sword and step towards the last 2 or 3 killers. The few black-clad assassins were also scared. While holding Long Ruoshi hostage, he backed away and angrily rebuked. You stay away, or I'll kill Emperor Zhou. Su Hong. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Hong and couldn't help but shout. Su Hong's gaze was gloomy, and he immediately touched the sandhawk and raised his hand to fire 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The 2 assassins fell instantly. Shot in the eyebrows, blood spreading over the bodies. The 2 stared at each other with wide eyes, as if they didn't know, before they died, exactly how they were going to die. Your Majesty! Su Hong walked up. Su Hong! Long Ruoshi cried tears of joy and directly rushed over and hugged Su Hong. Su Hong wrapped Long Ruoshi in her arms with one arm and softly comforted her. Your Majesty, I'm late in escorting you. Please forgive me. It's that time of year, and you're still talking about it. Long Ruoshi raised her head and cupped Su Hong's face, asking with a concerned expression. Su Hong, are you okay? I watched you go to block those falling rocks, and I thought. Su Hong smiled and shook her head. Your Majesty, how could I die so easily? I have to protect your Majesty for the rest of my life. Su Hong. Long Ruoshi's eyes were filled with emotion, but in the next second, she thought of something and her face showed sadness. It's just that. Ruoyu she. Su Hong's gaze trembled. Ruoyu. She really had an accident? Well, I see him, fallen in a pool of that black-clad man's blood. Long Ruoshi's eyes gradually turned red. Thinking of Su Ruoyu dying to protect herself, Long Ruoshi's heart was a throbbing pain. Where is Ruoyu now? Su Hong's entire body was also anxious, but he didn't want to give up and even grabbed Long Ruoshi and asked, I'll take you there. Yes. Su Hong picked up Long Ruoshi and rushed straight back to the ravine. Soon coming to the ravine, Su Hong casually a few swords, easily killed those black-clothed killers left behind. Yao Guanliang's entire eyes were incredulous when he saw Su Hong save Long Ruoshi. Commander Su, you're fine? It's okay. Su Hong shook her head. Yao Guangliang was all confused. The gaze that looked at Su Hong was simply looking at a godly man. He would have been desperate. Thought today, it was going to be all over. But Su Hong was able to, all by himself, block those 7 falling boulders, and even managed to make it back. From the hands of that horrible black-clothed man from before, he saved Long Ruoshi back. At the moment, in Yao Guangliang's eyes, Su Hong was like a godman. Your Majesty, are you all right? Yao Guangliang looked at Long Ruoshi again. I'm fine. Long Ruoshi had no time to care at the moment and even said, quick, where's Ruoyu? Su, Lord Su. Yao Guangliang's face was slightly ugly. Your Majesty, I have ordered Lord Su's body to be picked up, but Lord Su is now, only one breath left wandering, only a little more fierce. One more breath? Hearing this, Su Hong, whose heart had been dying, suddenly had her eyes reappear bright. Quick, where is it? Take me there. Oh yes. Yao Guangliang nodded and immediately led Su Hong and Long Ruoshi forward to find Su Ruoyu. Upon meeting Su Ruoyu's entire body was already unconscious, and a very obvious large bloody hole could be seen in her chest. The blood is drying up at the moment. With such a serious injury, if it wasn't for Su Ruoyu's own strength being not weak, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. Call the eunuch. Where's the imperial doctor? Long Ruoshi yelled. Yao Guangliang said helplessly. Your Majesty, the physician has been called, but he can't do anything about it. Say, Lord Su is hopeless, unbridled. Long Ruoshi angrily rebuked. No way. Go and call all the imperial physicians in the imperial city. If I can't save Ruoyu, I'll push you all out to be beheaded. Yao Guangliang's demeanor was also pale and helpless. The imperial physician of the imperial city is the best physician in all of Great Zhou, and they can't do anything about it. It means it's really hopeless. No, it can't be. Long Ruoshi cried, unable to stop the flow of tears. I don't believe it. Ruoyu will die. It won't. Su Hong stood there, and his expression was also very pale, but a few moments later, he picked up Long Ruoshi and, softly, Your Majesty, hold on. I'll try. Maybe I can save Lord Su. Chapter 133, All-Out Treatment. When Su Hong uttered these words, Long Ruoshi froze, and then was pleasantly surprised. Really? Su Hong, you can save Ruoyu? I can't promise. I can only say I'll do my best. Su Hong nodded heavily. However, when he turned his head to look at Su Ruoyu, a strong determination surfaced in his eyes. He had to save Ruoyu no matter what. Set up a tent here. I'll heal Ruoyu's wounds on sight. Su Hong looked at Yao Guangliang. Got it. Yao Guangliang nodded and immediately called his men to start setting up the tent. It was only a quarter of an hour in between when the tent was set up. During this time, Su Hong had been pointing Su Ruoyu's acupoints, and then slowly channeling them with her spiritual power. Repair the wounds of Ruoro as much as possible. After the tent was set up, Su Hong picked up Su Ruoyu, walked into the tent, and placed her on the bed. Then the curtain was sealed. Don't anyone disturb this place until I come out. After Su Hong gave an explanation, she entered the tent. Long Ruoshi nodded and ordered immediately. Guard this place for me. Whoever dares to disturb Su Hong for 1 point, I will take his life. Yes, sir. Yao Guangliang even nodded his head and immediately conveyed the imperial order. In the tent, Su Hong looked at the face full of pale, unconscious, but still beautiful and alarming. Su Hong's eyes were full of debt. Su Ruoyu was his first woman. But as for Su Ruoyu's relationship with Su Hong is clearly not enough. If Su Ruoyu lost her life because of this, Su Hong would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Su Hong took a deep breath and began to condense his spiritual energy within his body. He was, for a moment, grateful to himself for becoming a cultivator. If not for that, Su Ruoyu's injuries were so severe that even he might not be able to do anything about it. However, spiritual energy has an extremely strong restorative effect and can repair traumatic injuries. Coupled with internal strength, it repairs the effects of internal injuries. Su Ruoyu might still have a chance of survival. But the problem now was that Su Hong had already consumed a great deal of energy from chopping those falling rocks earlier. After easily escaping, he exterminated a group of assassins from the Golden Kingdom. He was now experiencing a more serious depletion of both his internal energy and spiritual energy. But there was nothing Su Hong could do. Even if he used up all his internal energy and spiritual energy and died a fatal death, Su Ruoyu must be saved today as well. Su Hong pulled out a few pills and threw them into her mouth. Those were all very ordinary internal power elixirs, but at the moment they were always better than nothing. Afterwards, he unfolded his internal power and spiritual power, took off Su Ruoyu's clothes, and began to transmit power for Su Ruoyu to heal her injuries. Brush up. The moment the spiritual energy entered Su Ruoyu's body, slowly, he began to repair the huge wound that had been pierced through Ruoro's body. And the speed at which it consumed spiritual energy was simply far beyond Su Hong's imagination. In just a few moments, half of the spiritual energy in Su Hong's body was directly siphoned off. Su Hong was shocked. I didn't realize that repairing a wound would require such a large amount of spiritual energy. Then, if the momentum continues, one's spiritual energy will only be insufficient at all. Ding! Detected in-law Su Ruoyu's life is in danger, triggering an emergency rescue mission to save her. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a mysterious reward, giving away the pre-quest item, 10 pills of spirit recovery pills. Originally, Su Hong had no bottom in her heart at all and was planning to fight for her life, but suddenly a system alert rang out, gifting 10 spirit recovery pills, rejuvenation pill, which could quickly restore the spiritual energy of the chi refining stage. Though the spiritual energy recovered by drugs was certainly not as good as that recovered by the operation of feats, but there's a level of 7 or 8, and that's 10 pieces at once. It felt like it should be enough to repair the injuries on Ruoyu's body. Su Hong couldn't help but immediately take one of the spirit recovery pills. A warm, hot sensation spread through his body and Su Hong could only feel that the spiritual energy that was originally scarce in his body had quickly begun to return. Without saying a word, Su Hong immediately increased the amount of spiritual energy delivered. As the spiritual energy entered Su Ruoyu's body, Su Ruoyu's wounds, the flesh began to slowly heal up. At the same time, Su Hong's other hand pressed on Su Ruoyu's back, and his internal force was synchronized to pass into it, help repair the internal injuries in Ruoyu's body. When the two powers were used together, one could reduce Su Hong's internal energy consumption, two can also repair the huge fatal wound on Ruoyu's body in all directions. However, even though she had the spirit recovery pill, Su Hong did not dare to take it lightly at all, though the psychic power might be barely enough, but after all, it's saving lives, and if there's even a hint of deviation, it could still result in not being able to save Su Ruoyu. Su Hong was fully concentrated, not daring to relax in the slightest. Gradually, on his forehead, he was already seething with sweat, and his back was thoroughly wet with sweat. Soon, the internal energy in Su Hong's body was once again scarce. Without saying a word, he stuffed another spirit recovery pill into his mouth. The second spirit recovery pill, the amount of spirit power restored, was completely inferior to the first one. This is because the human body's resistance to elixirs is much stronger than that of ordinary elixirs, drugs, and medicines. After all, it's something that violates the laws of nature to take too many elixirs for a brief period of time. The effects of the pills are bound to be worse one than the other. Su Hong sensed this, and some urgency began to grow in her heart again. At this moment, without saying anything, he immediately drove the spiritual energy in his body, which had only recovered more than half of it, 2 crazy surges into Su Ruoyu's body. Boing! Suddenly, Su Ruoyu let out a slight sound from her mouth, seemingly sensing the input of spiritual energy. Su Ruoyu's body gradually had some reaction. The body that was originally going to gradually lose its vitality, at this moment, unexpectedly began to slowly recover its anger. Great! When Su Hong saw the scene, her face was instantly delighted. He remembered that Su Ruoyu had a spiritual root present in her body, and was herself a physique that could cultivate immortality. So the body's affinity for spiritual energy would be inherently much stronger than an ordinary person. In this way, his certainty of saving Su Ruoyu's life was several points greater. Su Hong immediately guided the spiritual energy, little by little, into Su Ruoyu's dantian. He realized that the spiritual energy would become a bit more lively after it passed through Su Ruoyu's dantian. It could also better heal Su Ruoyu's injuries. Another quarter of an hour probably passed. Su Ruoyu's wounds had almost been repaired by about half, and by this time, Su Ruoyu's breath had gradually recovered some, and not just a breath of air, as it was in the beginning. And the color of his face also gradually recovered some blood color from the complete whiteness, and by comparison, Su Hong, however, was full of fatigue and sweating. Don't look at just a quarter of an hour, but within that quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy consumed in Su Hong's body, it's extremely scary. He had almost consumed all 10 spirit recovery pills going. It is only then that Su Ruoyu's injuries, to heal most of the, at least, is now complete, out of life-threatening danger. Ruoyu, I told you, I will never let you die just like that. Su Hong looked at Su Ruoyu's exquisite and flawless pretty face, and her entire body was panting. He then took the last pill and put his entire body's spiritual energy and slowly inputted into Su Ruoyu's body. Finally, a quarter of an hour later, when Su Hong was so tired that her eyes were fighting and she was about to faint at any moment, on Su Ruoyu's side of the wound, the blood was completely stopped and the wound had healed on. It's still a bit hideous, but it's no longer much of a problem. And it was also at this moment that Su Ruoyu's slender eyelashes slowly fluttered lightly. Spinning around, she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Su Hong in front of her, Su Ruoyu first froze, and then in her eyes, the showing a few moments of uncertainty and confusion. Su-hong, you're here. I am surprised I'm not dead? Chapter 134 Trial of the Duke of Wu. Where is this place? Am I not dead? Su Ruoyu's beautiful eyes were thick with confusion. She clearly remembered that she had been defeated in a deadly fight with that man in black, and that she had been given the divine Xian sword by Su-hong. Holes through the body. Even she thought that she was dead. But how could she not expect that she would be okay after being mortally wounded like that? Su-hong stepped forward, and a smile appeared on her face as well, a huge sigh of relief in her heart. Ruoyu, you're not dead. With me here, how could I let you die? Su-hong. Su Ruoyu looked at Su-hong and immediately guessed. It was Su-hong who saved herself. Did you save me? Thank you. Su Ruoyu bit her lips, her appearance beautiful and moving, but she suddenly looked up in alarm. Right. Your Majesty. His Majesty has been captured by that gang of thieves. You go save His Majesty. Su Ruoyu was so excited that she wanted to get up from the bed. Su-hong rushed forward to pacify the road. Don't worry. That thief has been killed by me, and His Majesty has been saved. You get well and don't think about all that nonsense. Really? Su Ruoyu was stunned, and then tears actually flowed from her beautiful eyes as she excitedly said, It's great. Your Majesty is fine. It's wonderful. Su-hong suddenly stepped forward and gently hugged Su Ruoyu, who was a little shy as her pretty face flushed. What are you doing? Su-hong took a deep breath and said in a tone filled with hindsight. I almost thought that I was going to lose you. Seeing you lying there. I was really desperate at that moment. If anything happens to you, I can't forgive myself for the rest of my life. Su-hong had a deep look on her face, and Su Ruoyu's heart trembled as she listened. Touched, petulant, delighted. Various emotions were intertwined, and in the end, he also took the initiative to hug Su-hong, gently patting Su-hong's back with his hand. He said, Su-hong, you treat me like this, how can I be willing to leave you? Didn't you say that you wanted to go on with me for the rest of your life? I have to wait for you to fulfill your promise. Looking at Su Ruoyu's delicate and lovely appearance, Su-hong's heart was also stirred. Gently lowering his head, he kissed at Su Ruoyu's pink red lips. The two had just kissed for a moment when Long Ruoshi's voice from outside came over. Ruoyu! Ruoyu! It turned out to be Long Ruoshi who couldn't hold back her worry about Su Ruoyu and directly had to barge in from outside. Su Ruoyu hurriedly pushed Su-hong away in a panic, but on her pretty face, there was still a leftover blush. Ruoyu! Long Ruoshi barged in. Upon seeing Su Ruoyu sitting there with her entire body intact, she was first stunned and then excitedly, he immediately stepped forward. Ruoyu, you're awake? Yes, Your Majesty. It was Lord Su who saved me and made Your Majesty worry. Su Ruoyu nodded with a smile on her face. Ruoyu, you really scared me. If something happens to you, I'll really break down. Long Ruoshi grabbed Su Ruoyu's hand and her eyes were also slightly red. To her, Su Ruoyu was a playmate from childhood. Basically her best friend. If she died protecting herself, she would spend the rest of her life in guilt. But the good thing is, Su-hong made a move and surprisingly saved Su Ruoyu, who only had one breath left. Long Ruoshi looked towards Su-hong, and for the first time, a strong feeling of gratitude appeared on her face as she softly said, Su-hong, thank you. Su-hong froze and even waved her hand. Your Majesty is talking out of your ass. Lord Su has done a great deal to protect His Majesty, so naturally I should do my best to save him. Saying that, Su-hong suddenly went a little soft under her feet and her body almost tipped over. Obviously, he had just used too much spiritual energy, and now that he had returned to his senses, he was all of a sudden weak all over. Hey! Long Ruoshi rushed to assist Su-hong, but Su-hong held onto the wall and regained her footing. Su Ruoyu was also filled with worry. Su-hong, don't matter. Su-hong waved her hand. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm fine. It's just that the internal energy is more depleted. Just take a break. That's good. Long Ruoshi is also very nervous about Su-hong. If there is something wrong, tell me immediately, and I will call the eunuchs to treat you. Yes. Su-hong bowed. Report. Outside, Yao Guanglian's voice rang out. Come in. Yao Guanglian walked in and reported on one knee. Your Majesty, I have just calculated the casualties. How? Long Ruoshi looked at Yao Guangliang. Yao Guangliang said with a slightly ugly face. Your Majesty, 10,000 forbidden troops, casualties of most, now less than 2,000 left. Oh, Long Ruoshi was slightly shocked in her heart. Then she asked again. What about the ministers who are traveling with them? More than half of the accompanying ministers are also dead, and most of them are of higher rank. It's as if these killers, who are doing it on purpose, it is to kill the backbone ministers of my great Zhou dynasty. Yao Guangliang reported truthfully. A higher official position? Su Hong grinned. I don't know. Mr. Wu, is there anything wrong? Lord Wu, Yao Guangliang froze, thought for a moment, and then whirled around. The Duke of State. It seems like he's not in any trouble. Just when he was walking, he wrenched his leg. Long Ruoshi heard Su Hong suddenly mention the Duke of Wu, and instantly had a thought. She looked to Su Hong and asked, What? Do you suspect the Duke of Wu, Minister Su? Yes. Su Hong nodded. The bodies of that group of killers are still there. Some of them. It's the capable men and women that Lord Wu recruited in the Jianghu before, but it has just been confirmed that those people are the scouts and assassins coming in from the Golden Kingdom. What? Hearing Su Hong's words, Long Ruoshi's body trembled a little in anger. Fists clenched. He slammed the table hard. Bold. What a good Duke Wu. As an imperial relative, he actually dares to collude with the Golden Kingdom and betray my great Zhou as well. Truly damned. Go. Escort the Duke of Wu to me. Long Ruoshi looked at Yao Guangliang. Yes, sir. Yao Guangliang immediately walked out. What for? What are you doing? Soon, as the Duke of Wu shouted, the Duke of Wu was escorted into the tent by several forbidden soldiers. On your knees. Yao Guangliang pushed Wu Guogong so hard that Wu Guogong fell directly in front of Long Ruoshi and the others. Wu Guogong's face was full of panic, and in his heart, he actually had a premonition. But he was still playing dumb on the surface, and even said, What's this for? Your Majesty, what wrong have I done that you would do this to me? Long Ruoshi sneered. Wu Jiuzhou, you're still pretending until now? There is evidence that the assassins who came to assassinate me today are all your people. And these people, or the Golden State Killer. What do you have to say to that? What? Hearing these words, the Duke of Wu's heart thumped violently, and his face instantly went white. The heart feels like it's going to end. He hesitated for a second, and without saying a word, immediately knocked one head to the ground and, crying and screaming on the spot, Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. I don't know where Your Majesty heard of these things, but this must be a treacherous setup of a minister. I am wronged. Chapter 135, Death to the Nine Clans. The Duke of Wu made a scene. A handful of snot and tears came right down. Kneeling on the floor, he wailed, Your Majesty, this is a wrongful accusation against me. I am loyal to Great Zhou, and to Your Majesty, even more so. Where would you do something like that? No tears until you see the coffin. Long Ruoshi watched the Duke of Wu acting, but his eyes were getting colder and colder. She looked at Su Hong beside her. Su Qing, show him the stuff. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Hong walked forward and touched out 2 bloodied tokens from his arms, saying faintly, Do you recognize this, Lord of State? Wu Guogon looked up and his face changed. It was clearly his Wu family's identity token. Su Hong sneered, Your Excellency, these several tokens were recovered from those assassins. This, Wu Guogong froze for a moment and immediately exclaimed, This can't be right, Your Majesty. This is a frame-up, a setup. It must be Su Hong. He resents the minister for targeting him 3 times. That's why the scheme was deliberately set up to try to trap my minister. This token can be gotten by anyone? On what basis was it searched on the killer? Is that what my minister arranged? Then it's not likely that Su Hong stole my family's token and slipped it to these assassins. Wu Guigong is brainy enough to come up with something to say in such a short period of time is nothing short of old-fashioned. However, Long Ruoshi still had a frosty face and said coldly, Wu Jiuzhou, it seems that you are adamant on denying it. Su Hong, don't you still have something? Show him. Yes, sir, Su Hong said, pulling out a secret letter from his pocket and flinging it at the Duke of Wu. Lord of the State, look at this. Wu Guogong reached out to pick up dropped in front of the secret letter. Open a look. The whole person in situ directly stunned. Spinning around, his face became horrified. Su Hong sneered. Why didn't the Duke of State say anything? You don't even recognize your own handwriting, do you? You don't recognize it, so I'll read it to you. Su Hong snatched the secret letter from the hand of the Duke of Wu, and immediately read it coldly. Assassination plan. Blow up the mountain with gunpowder in the depression on the way back to the capital, blocking the way and forcing the parade troops to take the ravine path, in which 7 or 8 huge falling stones were arranged, pushing down from the top of the hill, forcing the army to move in and out, and then setting up an ambush at the mouth of the ravine, blocking the way of the parade army. And after that, Su Hong will be the head of the Forbidden Army, all in one net. After Su Hong slowly finished reading, he stared at the Duke of Wu with a cold smile. Now, Lord Cuneo, do you still want to deny it? This, Wu Guigong's face turned completely pale. How could he not expect that this secret letter of plan he had laid out could actually be gotten by Su Hong? Mentally cursing those killers. What a pit stop. This secret letter, after reading it, is actually not destroyed. How could it still fall into Su Hong's hands? But really, those killers were deliberately punking him. After all, they were originally from the Golden Kingdom. The purpose of infiltrating in is to victimize and kill as many high-ranking civil and military officials of the Great Zhou as possible. The first target kills Long Ruoshi Su Hong and the others. But if you can't kill it, do your best to screw over other ministers as well. And the reason they left this letter, the reason for this was that, in case the assassination plan failed, the letter would inevitably fall into Long Ruoshi's hands. At that time, Long Ruoshi is bound to be furious and will definitely execute the Duke of Wu. This way at the very least, it didn't kill Long Ruoshi, Su Hong, and it still screwed the Duke of Wu. It's also somewhat rewarding. Wu Guogong couldn't think of this layer. He just jumped down in front of Long Ruoshi and cried out in a hurry. Your Majesty, let me explain. Chen never wanted to lay hands on His Majesty. I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. I just want to finish off Su Hong and his forbidden army. Wu Guogong cried desperately, all kinds of pleas for mercy. Actually, he's right. He really did just want to finish off Su Hong at first. I just didn't realize that the group of killers turned out to be from the Golden Kingdom. Su Hong sneered. Your Excellency, I'm afraid I didn't expect that the group of Jianghu assassins you recruited were all Jin Scouts. Even your new wife, Lu Qianmei, who came to your door, came in through infiltration. You think, just to finish me off and clear the way for you in the court. But people, they are coming for His Majesty. What? Hearing Su Hong's words, Duke Wu's entire body was stunned on the spot. Soon, his body couldn't help but start shaking. Golden State Scout. He had actually recruited a group of Jin assassins himself. They were also sent to assassinate Long Ruoshi. This countless heavy culpability down the line. He must die, not to mention, even the 9 clans will be put to death. The Duke of Wu's face was completely pale and incomparable, and his eyes were filled with despair. He lunged over and hugged Long Ruoshi's footpath. Your Majesty, seeing that I have been faithful for so many years, and have done nothing but hard work, I beg you to, extrajudicial mercy, Your Majesty. If you kill the old minister, what will happen to your mother's wife? Strictly speaking, the old minister is your grandfather. Wu Guogong was scared at this time, because you don't want to die. You start climbing up relatives straight away. Although Long Ruoshi was not born to the current Empress Dowager, she was also passed on to the current Empress Dowager back then. So it's kind of the Empress Dowager's daughter. That Duke Wu, as the Empress Dowager's father, since he is considered a grandfather. But being in the royal family, it's normal to be indifferent to kinship. Besides, you, Lord Wu, have committed the crime of executing 9 clans. Will Long Ruoshi spare you? Long Ruoshi kicked away Duke Wu and coldly said, now you know to bring up the Queen Dowager? Why didn't you think of the Empress Dowager when you did this? No need to say more. After returning to the capital, except for the Empress Dowager, execute the 9 clans of the Wu family. Hearing Long Ruoshi's judgmental decree, the Duke of Wu's body was struck by lightning, and his entire body froze on the spot, sitting limply on the floor. No, can't. Your Majesty, you can't kill the old minister. Lord Wu frantically begged for mercy, crying snot and tears everywhere. Men, drag them away, escort them to the prison wagon. His Majesty's decree, back to the capital for execution. Su Hong ordered with a grim gaze. Yes, soon. A few forbidden soldiers came forward and dragged the Duke of Wu away. Until he was out of the tent, he could hear Wu Guogong's heartbreaking pleas for mercy. Although Su Hong knew that this Wu Guogong was more or less pitted by the Jin people, he may have started out, really, just wanting to take out himself, his political enemy. Doesn't matter though, there's no point in keeping this guy around. Anyway, it is just a royal relative who relies on the title to flaunt his power. Dead or not, it has no effect on the state of Zhou. But hearing that Long Ruoshi wants to execute the 9 clans, Su Hong's heart suddenly froze a bit. Bad. Long Ruoshi executed the 9 clans of the Duke of Wu. So wasn't sorrow among them? How can this be? Chapter 136, 3 people lying in the dragon chariot. Su Hong's eyes flickered. It didn't matter to Su Hong if all the Wu family members died, but Wu Xinyu is his in-laws. There was no way Su Hong would watch her die. And if he opens his mouth to help Wu Xinqing beg for forgiveness alone. Once Long Ruoshi heard that it was a stunningly beautiful woman, she must have spilled her jealousy again. It's not even easy to coax when the time comes. It seems that one can only find a way to hide Wu Xinyu at home and escape this calamity. Ruoyu, get into my dragon carriage. We'll return to the imperial court. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Ruoyu's injury and directly told Su Ruoyu to go and lie down in her dragon carriage. Su Hong asked blearily from the side. And, Your Majesty, what about me? I'm also exhausted from trying to save Ruoyu. You, Long Ruashi definitely didn't want to agree in the first place, but looking at Su Hong all gray and exhausted, when he thought that Su Hong had also fought for her life to save everyone today, his heart softened. That's when he nodded. Well, you come up too, but you can't mess around in front of Ruoyu. Your Majesty, if I'm like this, how else can I mess up? Su Hong swore on her lips, but in her heart she was smiling. Yao Guangliang ran out and commanded the troops. His Majesty has ordered that the troops return to the court. Soon, the rest of the Forbidden Army was pretty much trimmed down and began to head towards the capital. All the way in and out. Road. Su Hong's spiritual senses had already sensed that the puppeteer had withdrawn from the previously sensed location. Originally, Su Hong was going to go after that puppet master to completely eliminate the future problems, but because of the need to treat the dying Su Ruoyu, it was naturally impossible to draw back and go after the other side. It's still important to save Su Ruoyu. The guy eventually got away. However, Su Hong had already destroyed the opponent's strongest puppet, the Earth Immortal level puppet. It also wiped out almost all of the assassins under its command. In a short period of time, the other party shouldn't be able to make any big waves. Thinking of this, Su Hong let out a long breath of relief, lay down on the bed on the dragon's whiskey. Hearing Su Hong's relieved breath, next to him, Long Ruashi turned around, looked at him, and whispered, "What are you thinking?" Su Hong looked at Long Ruashi's eyes and smiled. "Didn't think anything of it? Your Majesty, I said you can call me by my name when no one is around." Long Ruashi's pretty face slightly reddened and said, "But it's not like there's no one there right now. Isn't Ruoyu lying over there?" Su Hong said. Long Ruashi said softly, "Ruoyu's injuries were so severe that she fell asleep just now." Asleep? Su Hong glanced up. Sure enough, Su Ruoyu was lying on the other side of Long Ruashi, closing her eyes and breathing very evenly. Since she was asleep, a very bold idea suddenly arose in Su Hong's heart. Daryl, is there any reward for my good behavior today? Su Hong directly hemmed and hawed and went up to Long Ruashi and hugged her. Hands were not honest and then wandered over Long Ruashi's body. Long Ruashi was startled and slapped Su Hong's hand, cursing in an angry whisper. "You're going to die you. What if Rain wakes up to you?" Su Hong smiled and said, "It's okay, I just looked. Ruoyu is sleeping soundly. It won't wake up." As Su Hong said, both her hands were already behind her, climbing up Long Ruashi's arse, started kneading back and forth. So soft and bouncy. Long Ruashi's delicate body immediately trembled gently, and her mouth let out a wailing sound that she couldn't bring herself to utter. But Su Hong immediately reached out and covered Long Ruashi's small mouth and whispered, "Don't scream out. It would be bad if Ruoyu heard it. You bad man." Long Ruashi scolded Su Hong with a crazy look. Angry, he opened his mouth to bite Su Hong's hand, but Su Hong's quick eyes and hands, directly after dodging, but also with 2 fingers. It was directly inserted inside Long Ruashi's mouth. Ooh-hoo. Long Ruashi whimpered and her pretty face immediately turned red. She felt Su Hong's fingers constantly stirring in her mouth. She also deliberately teased her lilac tongue, causing her to make slimy barfing noises. The feeling, for some reason, made her feel so erotic, so ashamed. Her face turned redder and redder, as if she were a ripe red apple. Su Hong looked at Long Ruashi's petite and cute appearance and felt more and more amused. Fingers kept stirring in the woman's mouth. The fingertips touched Long Ruashi's lilac tongue, teasing it constantly. The soft, slippery, sticky touch of it simply made him horny, especially the sound of that sticky spit, but also the atmosphere of a different kind of ambiguous. Su Hong had a bad smile on her face, and she kept teasing Long Ruashi. It made Long Ruashi's entire body gradually soften. Su Hong stepped forward, wrapped his arms around the woman, and lowered his head to whisper in Long Ruashi's ear, "Your Majesty, you're really cute now. I want to eat you so badly." Hearing Su Hong's words, which were both serious and shameful, Long Ruashi's heartbeat accelerated more and more. It was rolling all over the place. A sharp, uneasy voice broke out. "You asshole. You are really not afraid of waking up Ruoyu?" "No fear." Su Hong hemmed and hawed. "Between His Majesty and I, bright and early, and not doing anything, what can she do if she wakes up?" "Asshole, you're such an asshole." Long Ruashi was anxious and angry when she heard such shameless words from Su Hong, but she couldn't curse anything at all. He could only call Su Hong an asshole one by one. "You're going to get your finger out of my mouth," Long Ruashi said in exasperation. "No take." Su Hong shook her head. "I feel that the finger is very comfortable in your Majesty's mouth." "Asshole, I'm going to bite you." Long Ruashi was so angry that she opened her mouth to bite Su Hong, but Su Hong raised his thumb and stiffly blocked Long Ruashi's pair of baby tiger teeth. "Take advantage of this and pull your finger out." Long Ruashi couldn't help but take a big breath. Su Hong finally took her finger out. It took a few breaths before it calmed down a bit. Long Ruwashi glared at Su-hong with a hateful gaze and cursed in a low voice. I should never have agreed to let you come up here. You say you're tired. Where do you look tired? You know how to molest me. Long Ruwashi looked disgruntled. While it seemed like he was angry, it was clearly more like he was pouting. Su-hong laughed. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. Then the minister will compensate the ministry now. How are you going to make up? Well, Long Ruwashi had just wondered how Su-hong was going to make up for it. Before the words were finished, Su-hong kissed heavily. The moment her lips tried to pair up, Long Ruwashi's brain instantly went blank. At the same time, a soft, hot tongue that, the next second full of aggression entered her mouth, and Su-hong's two big hands were roaming around Long Ruwashi's body. Well, Long Ruwashi tried to resist, but the limpness in her body made it impossible for her to push Su-hong away. The strong manly scent of Su-hong's body made her brain even more dizzy, almost lost the ability to think. Su-hong kissed Long Ruwashi hard. It was as if they wanted to suck every bit of Long Ruwashi's saliva out of her. At the same time the hands wandered, one large hand down the waist. It slid in towards the bottom of Long Ruwashi's belly. No! Long Ruwashi was startled and immediately reached out to stop Su-hong's hand, almost looking at Su-hong with a pleading gaze. He shook his head. No way. Ruwayu is still here. Chapter 137, picked up a treasure. Wakayu? Su-hong looked up and swept Su Ruwayu's eyes. The other was still asleep. And the dragon carriage is huge. It was enough for 3 people to lie down. Unless Su Ruwayu was pretending to sleep. Otherwise, even if he moved a lot, he would definitely not be able to wake Su Ruwayu up. Su-hong hemmed and hawed and shook his head. Don't worry, sire. Ruwayu won't wake up. Today, let me serve your majesty well. After Su-hong finished speaking, she reached in hard at the bottom of Long Ruwashi's belly. Long Ruwashi's body trembled violently in a flash. It was as if she had been electrocuted, making her almost faint. She went completely limp. 2 white arms, wrapped around Su-hong's neck, their eyes mesmerized. Her body was completely leaning on Su-hong's body, completely enjoying the pleasure Su-hong brought her. Well, your majesty, is it comfortable? Su-hong teased softly in Long Ruwashi's ear. You hurry up. Don't talk to me. Long Ruwashi was incomparably shy in her heart. They didn't even dare to look at Su-hong at this time. And Long Ruwashi, who was usually as cold as ice and towering above the rest, was now showing such a posture in her arms that, to Su-hong charm don't mention how much, more let Su-hong up want to conquer Long Ruwashi heart. Without saying anything, he rolled over and directly rode on top of Long Ruwashi. Long Ruwashi was shocked. What do you want? Get down there. Su-hong's eyes were on fire as she bent down and whispered. Your Majesty, have you forgotten what you promised me last time? Last time I was disturbed by Ruyu. So how about here? Cashing in for the minister? After Su-hong finished speaking, without waiting for Long Ruwashi to agree, both of her hands, directly and fiercely grabbed at the smudge of pride on Long Ruwashi's chest. Well, Long Ruwashi's body was tingling with intense stimulation, like an electric current that, swimming all over Long Ruwashi's body. Long Ruwashi desperately covered her mouth, unwilling to let herself scream out. Otherwise Su Ruwayu would have to find out. No way. Long Ruwashi looked at Su-hong with a pleading face. I can't. Ruwayu is next to us. Please, just end it here. When we get back to the palace. I'll give you. Long Ruwashi only thought that Su-hong was crazy. Su Ruwayu is sleeping right next to her, and he's actually going to do this here? This is crazy. However, although Long Ruwashi said no on her lips, but she didn't know why. Su Ruwayu was lying next to her. The fact that she and Su-hong were sneaking around here doing such a thing made her feel a different kind of exciting thrill. Back to the palace? Su-hong sat on top of Long Ruwashi, towering over her and looking at her. A domineering and unquestionably bad smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Returning to the palace where there is in His Majesty's dragon carriage is interesting. Dragon, today, I'm going to conquer you here. Su-hong, at this moment, put his dominance on complete display, that intense oppression that, it almost took Long Ruwashi's breath away. However, even though Long Ruwashi was an empress, she was still a woman after all, and a desire to be conquered by a powerful man. At this moment, Su-hong's offense, so she did not feel the slightest bit angry. On the contrary, in the heart, there was a feeling of great obedience. There was even some vague anticipation of what Su-hong was going to do next. Dragon, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as an acceptance. So, I'm going to start. Su-hong grinned and reached out to remove the dragon robe on Long Ruwashi. Only a veil of muslin remained to cover the body. The almost transparent tulle held Long Ruwashi's perfect figure. Completely and utterly displayed in front of Su-hong. Even because there was a hint of blockage, The sense of seduction was elevated several times. Looking at this stunning view, it made Su-hong go to his head even more. Without saying a word, Su-hong was directly on top of Long Ruoshi and pressed up hard. Long Ruoshi completely couldn't help herself, and an infinitely seductive panting sound came out of her mouth. And then, the entire dragon carriage began to shake violently. Below, the 8 big men carrying the dragon carriage. I only felt that the dragon carriage was constantly shaking. One was a little dazed. How does this dragon carriage move so much? What are His Majesty and Lord Su doing up there? Don't ask what you shouldn't. The other big brother is obviously experienced, directly glaring at a big man next to him. No way. Could the rumors be true? His Majesty and Lord Su really have that? A big man couldn't believe it. Didn't I tell you not to ask what you shouldn't? Big brother was so angry he wanted to kick the bishes. If you don't want to lose your head, carry the dragon carriage properly, without listening, without looking, without asking. Big brother's tone was icy. The other 7 big men then lowered their heads. However, he could not help but admire Su-hong immensely in his heart. Now that's a real tough guy, powerful and His Majesty's favorite. It even took His Majesty right down. What an envy. But they also saw how Su-hong had one person and one sword before. The one who saved everyone from the 7 boulders that fell from the top of the mountain. Where is that kind of divine tactics that ordinary people can do? Now that I think about it, again, I don't even envy it. One by one, with their heads lowered, they soldiered on carrying the dragon carriage towards the palace. But because the curtains around the dragon carriage were covered, except for these few dragon carriage carriers who felt something was wrong, the rest of the army, the ministers, no one thought there was a problem. Besides, inside the dragon carriage, Su-hong and Long Ruoshi, finally, were considered to have broken through the last layer of obstacles. The two of them mingled with water and milk, completely melting into one. Long Ruoshi was trembling, holding Su-hong's back as she endured impact after impact. All she felt was that her whole being was on top of a cloud. That unprecedented thrill of it completely took over her brain and her whole body, leaving her completely incapable of thinking. All that was left was to keep catering to Su-hong's movements, with gurgling gasps coming out of her mouth. And Su-hong was feeling extreme pleasure. And the first time he entered, he felt that touch. The whole group was stunned. This is a famous weapon? Su-hong was shocked. The feeling of perfection, the ultimate pleasure, was like nothing he had ever felt before. How could he not have expected that such a supreme weapon would be encountered by him one day? It is true that the average woman, far less than the pleasure brought, but also as a wave. Totally a strong wave. Pick up the treasure. Su-hong was overjoyed in her heart. Lowering his head, he then looked at Long Ruoshi's pretty pink face and incomparably shy appearance. Su-hong only felt like she was in heaven at this moment. The next second, without hesitation, sprinted at full speed. The two were moving more and more, panting from their mouths, and seemed to have forgotten that next to them, there was actually a man lying. Su-hong cupped the two clusters with both hands as her whole body exerted itself. Suddenly he felt only a shocking force, not coming from him, which made the bed of the dragon carriage. It vibrated slightly. Su-hong was shocked in her heart and hurriedly looked at Su Ruoyu by her side. But Su Ruoyu, at this moment, was still asleep with her eyes closed, breathing evenly, no problems to be seen. What's wrong? Seeing Su-hong suddenly stop, Long Ruoshi looked at Su-hong with a red face and asked. Su-hong was silent for a long time. Then he turned his head to look at Long Ruoshi with a grin. Nothing, sire. Let's continue. As the voice fell, Su-hong turned on Long Ruoshi and once again performed a second round of sprinting. Chapter 138, Ruthlessness. What Su-hong had just felt was not an illusion. Su Ruoyu really woke up. After all, these two are making so much noise. Sounds so weird. Although Su Ruoyu was seriously injured, she was at least a first-class expert. How can you not wake up? But as soon as she opened her eyes, turning his head and seeing Su-hong and Long Ruoshi doing that, her pretty face immediately turned red. Su-hong the bad guy, actually in the dragon carriage, and His Majesty just do that thing. I'm still up here. Su Ruoyu already knew that Su-hong and Long Ruoshi had a great relationship. The heart has accepted it, because in her opinion, Su-hong and Long Ruoshi were originally a perfect match. A celestial genius, a young and overwhelmingly powerful man. The other is the king of a country, the king of the world, a match made in heaven. And he himself is just a guard. Su-hong was content to think of herself in her spare time, but she didn't expect it in any way. Su-hong is actually this bold. In the dragon carriage, in front of her face, unexpectedly, and His Majesty directly ed that thing. This made Su Ruoyu feel incredibly delicate. Her pretty face was red and hot. All she could do was close her eyes and continue to pretend to be asleep, because she realized that if she did wake up, It was too awkward a scene to close. Su Ruoyu closed her eyes, but the creaking and shaking of the dragon carriage could still be felt. The sound of snapping flesh against flesh from the side. There was also the sound of water splashing and gusts of lewd sounds. It was still like a magic sound that kept invading her eardrums. This asshole. He's so vigorous. What if His Majesty can't stand it? Su Ruoyu felt Su Hong's power. Suddenly a little worried about Long Ruoshi. Long Ruoshi's flesh is mortal. Can it withstand that kind of impact? But this thought of Su Ruoyu's only appeared for a moment. She tried to close her eyes and force herself back to sleep. But in this setting, next to a voice like this, how could she sleep? Even later, she all but felt, beneath her belly, a fire. Even down there, it feels like a wetness. How did this happen? His Majesty was next to me. And Su Hong that, I actually went into heat. Su Ruoyu was incomparably shy in her heart. How could I not expect this? Eyes closed though, but she seemed to have seen how Her Majesty, Long Ruoshi, would look when she was politely moving underneath Su Hong. Even listening to a sound that had never been heard before coming out of Long Ruoshi's mouth, both gave her a thrill like no other. Without realizing it, Su Ruoyu's hand gradually reached out towards her body. Can't stand it. After Su Ruoyu had experienced personnel, she was shy but more and more yearning for that feeling. How many days and nights without Su Hong? She worked it all out on her own. People who practice martial arts can easily emit hormones because of the amount of daily movement in their bodies. When you can't get rid of it, you have to rely on your imagination and comfort yourself. And now, Su Hong and Long Ruoshi were right next to each other, doing things like that. She couldn't hold back any longer, and couldn't help but fantasize about Long Ruoshi as herself. Begin to satisfy yourself up. Su Hong's side kept punching Long Ruoshi. The afterglow also looked at Su Ruoyu. Upon seeing Su Ruoyu's reaction, Su Hong's eyes twinkled with a few bad jokes. In fact, just now he realized it. Su Ruoyu, the ninny, was already awake. It seemed to be embarrassed, so it was deliberately pretending to be asleep there. Su Hong naturally wouldn't poke the woman. At this moment, seeing Su Ruoyu's actions, Su Hong felt even more of a heat in her heart. One under himself and a woman awake next to him, still self-conscious. This great sense of excitement is naturally incomparably unprecedented. As soon as Su Hong reached out, a large hand was already covering Su Ruoyu's chest. Straight away, Su Ruoyu was so scared that she almost screamed, but she covered her mouth in time, which prevented her from making a sound. As soon as she looked up, she met Su Hong's evil eyes. Su Hong put her finger to her mouth and made a shushing gesture. Su Ruoyu nodded, but her body shuddered violently again. Su Hong's hands were already on her body, kneading it profusely. Su Ruoyu only felt paralyzed and could barely move. Just like that, both women thought they were keeping it from the other. Su Hong is the only one who knows the situation at hand. This is simply a big sleeper. The flush is indeed cool enough. Soon, the dragon carriage arrived at the imperial city. Yao Guangliang walked to the front of the dragon carriage and bowed. Your Majesty, we have arrived. No. Long Ruoshi lifted the curtain. Her face still slightly flushed with color, waved his hand. Go on, and call me when you get into the palace. Yes, sir. Yao Guangliang nodded respectfully, but then he looked at Long Ruoshi. Why do you think there's something strange about His Majesty? The expression was as if he had a fever, but didn't dare to ask more. Commanding troops into the palace. His Majesty returns to the palace. The eunuch's voice carried through the palace city. Wherever they passed, all the eunuchs, palace maids, and courtiers, all knelt down and bowed to the ground. Welcome Long Ruoshi back to the palace. Here it is. Let's go down. Su Hong jumped down from the dragon carriage and extended a hand towards Long Ruoshi, and Long Ruoshi's eyes contained spring water as she looked at Su Hong, her gaze tantalizingly close to overflowing with flavor. Holding Su Hong's hand, he slowly walked down. Where's Ruoyu? Su Hong shouted towards the inside of the dragon carriage. Myself down. Su Ruoyu's pretty face was also slightly red, stealing a glance at Long Ruoshi. This asshole. Just now, when he was in the dragon carriage, he had tossed himself around. His Majesty is still here, and they all dare to do this. It's just bad enough. Su Ruoyu also got out of the dragon carriage. Long Ruoshi held Su Hong's hand and never let go. After all, Long Ruoshi was not a martial arts practitioner, and her body was soft after her first taste of the forbidden fruit. It's been a little unsteady on its feet since the beginning. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Ruoyu. Ruoyu, why is your face so red? Could it be that the injury is still fresh? Su Ruoyu was startled when she heard Long Ruoshi say that and touched her face with an unnatural expression. I think so. When I go back and recuperate, I should be able to regulate it. That'll do. Long Ruoshi nodded. Su Ruoyu almost ran away as if she was running away. Long Ruoshi looked at Su Ruoyu and always felt something strange. She turned her head to Su Hong and opened her mouth to ask, Su Hong, did you do something to Ruoyu? No. No. Su Hong was also shocked in her heart and even shook her head. Long Ruoshi's suspicious gaze swept over Su Hong's body for a few moments before she withdrew it and then slowly said, It better be. If I find out what you did to Ruoyu, I'll skin you. Your Majesty. Don't worry. I have only your Majesty in my heart. How could I do anything to Lord Su? Su Hong immediately showed her loyalty. Alright. I'm a little tired. You're going home for today. Tomorrow morning, prepare to practice. Don't forget, my elite troops are still in your hands. Long Ruoshi waved her hand and yawned. Yes. Su Hong cried and laughed. You know they just did that. Originally, he was still thinking about returning to the palace and warming up to Long Ruoshi. I didn't expect the other guy to just blow himself off. It's called something. Ruthlessness? Chapter 139, Su Hong practicing troops. This suburban parade. Sort of a bad win. While killing most of the Golden Scouts, the Zhou Forbidden Army, however, suffered heavy losses, and the court lost several key members. This is a serious blow to Zhou's strength. No doubt. And the leader of the other side leading this assassination attempt, the puppeteer. Su Hong still couldn't find him to kill. The other party was too hidebound, and had never appeared in front of Su Hong so far, relying on puppets. In this situation, it was much harder to kill the opponent. This is considered the first major collision between Zhou and Jin. Any way you look at it, a big war between the two countries is inevitable. Su Hong can do it now. Gotta grab some help practicing. Enhance the combat effectiveness of the elite soldiers of the Great Zhou forces as much as possible. He had previously taken one for the team at the parade, to raise all the generals of the Great Zhou soldiers and horses by one martial realm within 10 days. This would seem impossible to an outsider. But to Su Hong, the difficulty is not really that great. It wasn't that Su Hong had any super divine powers. It can make ordinary people's strength soar as soon as they practice. Rather, Su Hong intended to use the elixir, bring out all the potential of the soldiers' meridians. Within 10 days, he'll drill again himself. The lift is bound to be huge. It's kind of like pulling up a seedling, but the Great War is coming. At this point, it doesn't matter how bad it is to pull up the seedlings. A little more strength is a little more. The elixir Su Hong chose was the lowest grade elixir among the spirit elixirs, called the pulse-quenching elixir. The effect is to enhance the strength of the human body's physical body, the meridians, and can enhance the physical body's combat power. As a spirit elixir, the grade is low, and the effect of enhancing the physical body for cultivators. It's also basically chicken feed, but it's an actual elixir after all. It was refined and given to those generals to take, but it could greatly enhance their martial strength. So Su Hong had Long Ruoshi approve a request for a whole bunch of herbs needed to refine the vein-quenching pill. When he returned home, after resting a little and recovering some of his spiritual energy, he began to open the furnace to make pills. The Dan furnace used was naturally the one Song Shoren had given him. The grade was not high, but it was completely sufficient to refine such a low-grade elixir. Su Hong refined the whole night, and probably refined 100 or 200 grains out. It only refined him to the point where he was sweating profusely and mentally deflated. But there are many generals in Great Zhou. A couple hundred grains, not nearly enough. Su Hong's plan was to refine more than 1,000 grains. And within 10 days, the 1,000 generals of Great Zhou. Let's first raise to the strength of a first-class expert. Su Hong can refine 200 of them a night. Those 10 days, 2,000. That's enough. Su Hong yawned, a little sleepy after not sleeping all night. But after his chi refining stage, he could use vomiting instead of resting, so it wasn't particularly exhausting. Su Hong brought the elixir and prepared to enter the palace. Brother Su Hong. Wu Xinyu knocked on the door. Sadness. What's wrong? Seeing Wu Xinxin, Su Hong actually had a premonition in her heart as to what the other party had come for. Wu Xinxin looked at Su Hong, her face showing a rare look of despondency. Half hesitating, he looked up and asked, Brother Su Hong, is my grandfather really captured by His Majesty? Right. Su Hong sighed. Moreover, His Majesty's holy decree is to execute the 9 clans of Wu Jiuzhou, but you're right here with me, so it shouldn't be a problem. Su Hong had originally planned to do just that, allowing Wu Xinxin to hide in her own place and escape this calamity. Wu Xinyu blushed slightly, though she was so disappointed in the Wu family that she had long since lost any sense of belonging. But when he heard that the whole family was going to be put to death, there was inevitably a feeling of grief in his heart. The bloodline is connected, so naturally it's not that easy to cut off. Sadness. Su Hong stepped forward, hugged Wu Xinwei, and softly comforted her. I did my best to warn your grandfather, but he wouldn't listen and came to this end, and no one could stop him. Wu Xinyu wiped the corners of her moist eyes and nodded. Brother Su Hong, I understand. It's a fact that my grandfather, he fornicated with the Gene Scouts. It's his own fault and no one's to blame. Trouble brother Su Hong. I may have to stay with you for a long time. It's okay. Su Hong nodded. I've got a place where you can stay as long as you want. And besides, you're in a position to. Few people in the imperial capital also know that the Wu family still has a great lady, so it shouldn't reach you either. Just stay home. Aha! Good. Wu Xinyu nodded, but her heart was still sad. Two lotus root-like white arms hugged Su Hong with force. After comforting Wu Xinxin, Su Hong repeatedly told me not to go out. However, Wu Xinwei was a first-class expert himself. The court's prisoner catchers should have a hard time catching Wu Xinxin even if they found him. Wu Xinyu had no problem defending himself, but the Wu family was going to be completely subverted in one day. Even if Wu Xinxin had prepared her mind early on, she was still a bit out of sorts and heavy-hearted when the matter actually came to a head. Su Hong only regretted that he still had a lot of matters wrapped around him and could not accompany her more. I thought that after going to the palace, I would come back earlier and spend more time with this person who was now in the loneliest. The girl in the saddest period. Su Hong took 200 vein-quenching pills with him and went to the palace. After reporting with Long Ruoshi, he turned around and went forward to practice. 100,000 elite soldiers had appeared on the practice field outside the palace. These generals, of all the key points of the Great Zhou passes, including the garrison generals, were the most elite troops. Each one of them is usually a dragon and a tiger, and they are all really good men in the sand, and all of them have higher hearts than the sky, and are from different fighting units, and they don't obey each other. So 100,000 elite soldiers, but when assembled, it looked as if it was like a scattering of sand, with no cohesion to speak of. Lord Su, seeing Su Hong arrive at the practice field and the temporary descent of 100,000 elite soldiers, General Sun Deji's son stepped forward and, arching his hand at Su Hong, these 100,000 elite soldiers are composed of the most elite troops of my Great Zhou, and for the next 10 days, it will be drilled by Your Excellency himself, and they will all be at Your Excellency's disposal. Sun Deji's tone seemed polite, but in his eyes, he didn't have the slightest respect for Su Hong. They were generals who killed the enemy outside and had always looked down on the imperial city's forbidden army. Then if they were out there, with their heads hanging out of their pants, where fighting could break out every single day, while the forbidden army lives a dangerous life that could cost them their lives. The forbidden army is in the imperial city, patrolling and standing guard every day, with no worries about food and clothing. Obviously too much comfort. All thought that the imperial city's forbidden army was nothing more than a bunch of flowers in a greenhouse, completely shattering at the slightest touch. So, even knowing that Su Hong is the red man in front of the emperor, more so, he had once prevented Wang Taiyun's coup d'etat and cut the man who had saved his majesty's life many times. Sundance didn't have that kind of respect either, just acting on orders from above, and Su Hong could see the slackness in Sun Deji's eyes. Sweeping his eyes over those so-called elite soldiers, he let out a cold smile and slowly said, General Sun, is this what you call an elite army? I thought it was a straggler that came out of nowhere. Chapter 140. Pick up your ears. Su Hong's tone dripped with disdain. The generals in front of him were all incredibly loose and noisy, with no discipline at all. Hearing Su Hong's words, Sun Deji's face suddenly changed. Spinning around, he slowly said, Lord Su, what does that mean? What do you mean? Su Hong sneered. Look at these so-called soldiers. They don't look like they're standing. They're not even in formation. With this mental outlook, you still want to fight with the Golden Kingdom? Simply dreaming. I'm only afraid that if we really go into battle, we'll be shattered by the rush of Jin soldiers. What? Sun Deji's face turned a little ugly, including those soldiers below. All of them had bad eyes when they heard Su Hong's voice. These men said they were soldiers, but they were more like soldier boys, especially if Su Hong was so fine-skinned and tender. She was naturally completely unconvinced. One of the soldiers, a big bearded man, heard this and directly yelled in an unkind voice, Grandma, where did this little white boy come from? How dare you taunt my Great Zhou generals? Come on, don't stand up there if you can. Come down and walk a dozen moves with your grandpa. See if grandpa won't beat the out of you. Ha ha. Hearing the words of the bearded big man, the other gang of big men surrounding him also laughed out loud. The eyes looked at Su Hong with sneering disdain. Though among them, some have heard of Su Hong, but as the saying goes, hearing is believing. What suppression of the king's table with? A man hacks away at the falling rocks of the valley. How can this little white boy in front of me do that? It must be someone from the imperial city. Bragging nonsense. Especially when I heard that His Majesty ordered this little white boy to practice on them. One heart was even more contemptuous and disdainful. Where does anyone put Su Hong in their eyes? With 100,000 100,000 soldiers this loose. It was obvious that they deliberately didn't intend to give Su Hong face. A few sneers also surfaced on Sun Deji's face next to him. Spinning around, he arched his head at Su Hong. Lord Su, we who are in the battlefield are all rough men, and we speak rashly. Don't mind me, my lord. Ha ha. Sundance looks like he's apologizing, but it's really just a snort. In his heart, he was also very disdainful of Su Hong. In the face of this kind of mockery, Su Hong had actually expected it. It was normal for these soldiers who had been on the battlefield every day to be unruly. However, it is a soldier's duty to obey orders, not to mention the fact that the soldiers of Great Zhou were not strong in his opinion. Even if you were really strong, if you don't respect your officers and follow orders, you don't deserve to be a soldier. Su Hong's expression remained unchanged as she slowly walked off the stage. The bearded soldier boy stared at Su Hong, having no idea what he was about to face, and sneered with a sneer on his face. Egu, the white boy is still angry? Come to your grandpa, let grandpa hurt you. Boom! He hadn't finished his sentence. An incomparable sword light flew directly against the side of his head. A horrible whistling sound stirred, and the bearded man's ears were directly cut off in the next second. Blood spurted wildly in a flash, and that sword light didn't stop at all, directly following the bearded man's side and continuing to fly backwards. It directly hit a small mountain behind the bearded man that was dozens of people high, and in an instant, the mountain exploded. It directly shattered into countless pieces, completely falling apart. The bearded man then reacted with a sharp pain coming from his ear, and he pointed to cover his ear and, pale, covering his ears, he fell to the ground and rolled, and all the other soldiers who had just been full of smiles. At this moment, the smiles all froze on their faces. Looking at Su Hong's gaze, it completely changed, and the entire scene was completely plunged into a dead silence. Next to him, Sun Deji's face also suddenly turned white. Looking at Su Hong, who was standing there, with her hands behind her back, feeling unmoving the entire time, a strong look of horror had appeared in his eyes. The crowd didn't even see how Su Hong struck, but the sword had already flown out, chipping off one of the bearded man's ears in a matter of moments notwithstanding, and blowing up a hill that high behind it. Now, all 100,000 elite soldiers were silent. With his head lowered, no one dared to meet Su Hong's eyes. Only the bearded big man who had his ears cut off was left, rolling all over the ground, almost fainting from the pain. No tears without seeing the coffin. Now, satisfied? Su Hong swept a glance at the bearded man on the ground, her voice icy cold. You, pick up your ears, pick up your ears, Su Hong yelled. The bearded man shivered. Hurriedly, he crawled over and, with one trembling hand, slowly picked up the ear from the floor. Blood dripped and soon stained his entire hand red. The bearded man was pale and sweating in pain. Su Hong walked up to him and looked at him faintly. What did you just say? Now say it again. The bearded man was about to piss himself. Where did he dare to say a word? He begged for forgiveness in a hurry. General, is a small offense. I know I'm wrong. General. The bearded man had fear in his eyes. The heart was screaming with regret. Who to mess with is not good, but to mess with this Yama. There's no drama in the army. You disobeyed your officers and led the way in provoking trouble in the military. General Sun, Su Hong shouted in an icy tone. There. It was only then that Sun Deji reacted from the shock and immediately stepped forward, his head lowered with a respectful face. What shall be done with this man? According to military law? Sun Deji looked at the bearded man, who was still his immediate personal soldier, but at this moment, Su Hong's dreadfulness, he realized it completely and thoroughly. Where would he dare to protect it? Even as the bearded man cast a pleading gaze, Sun Deji gritted his teeth. Beheaded in public as a warning to others. Well, Su Hong nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Execute it. Don't. The bearded man's face turned pale, and he immediately pounced up and hugged Su Hong's thighs, crying out, General, I was just confused and offended the general. General, forgive me. The bearded man begged bitterly for mercy to Su Hong, his eyes filled with fear of death. Su Hong doesn't even look at it. With a kick, he kicked it away and walked directly around the bearded man to the front of the 100,000 strong army. Behind him, Sun Deji sighed and shook his head. Looking to the two guards beside him, he bellowed, What are you waiting for? Take it away. Yes, the two guards immediately stepped forward and dragged away the bearded man who was still crying continuously. Soon, carrying it to the top of a platform not far away, in front of all the people, the big knife fell and, a knife to the head. Seeing the bearded man who had just been incomparably arrogant and provoked Su Hong, his head was directly separated at this moment. The 100,000 000 troops in the military camp were incomparably sucking in cold air. When they looked at Su Hong, they all changed, from the contemptuous disdain at the beginning, to now fear, to respect. Only then did they realize that the Su Hong's name, which had been rumored in Great Zhou, was not a false name at all. It's a real terror killer. If you offend the other side, you can lose your life in a minute. Chapter 141, Su Hong practicing her art of war. Su Hong thundered out. This 100,000 strong army immediately dared not be playful, knowing that this person in front of him is by no means to be messed with, and is only stronger than the rumors. Each and every one of them immediately stood straight, reorganized their military appearance, and silenced themselves as they looked at Su Hong in front of them. Su Hong's expression was indifferent. Anyone else want to be the outlier? All can come out. The room was silent after Su Hong's question. Next to him, Sun Dizhi stepped forward, his face full of smiles. Commander Su, they're all brats who don't know any better. Feel free to lecture them. Ha, good. Su Hong nodded. Since no one is going to be a standout, then this 10-day intensive training will officially begin. For these 10 days, I need you to put your lives on the line and participate in this hellish training. But if there is a hint of laxity and lives are lost, don't blame me for not warning you. Su Hong's voice was not loud, but it carried an extremely strong aura. The entire crowd couldn't help but shiver, and many of them had cold sweat running down their foreheads as they looked at Su Hong. Hand out this manual of feats. All of you. From today onwards, switch to practicing the techniques on this. Ha! This. Hearing Su Hong's words, the many soldiers were slightly stunned. Someone couldn't help but shout, Commander Su, all of our gong methods have been cultivated for over 10 years or even decades. If we change our cultivation technique now, wouldn't it be the same as scrapping the technique and recultivating it, lowering our own battle power? The man's words spread. A look of recognition appeared on the faces of many soldiers. Yeah, the soldiers, had been practicing martial arts for different lengths of time, but at least they had been practicing for more than 5 years. In the original Gongfu, all of them have some attainments to have the strength today. Now Su Hong had asked to change the cultivation technique, then the previous feats, naturally, would have to be scrapped. Where is this a boost in strength? It's simply the equivalent of cutting off your own arm. However, each and every one of them were in awe of Su Hong, and not many of them dared to say it outright. Su Hong also guessed that the soldiers would have such a question and faintly said, if you simply change your cultivation technique, you are indeed lowering your own strength. But, to be taken in conjunction with this elixir, I guarantee you that you, within 3 days, will regain your former strength, within 5 days, a great increase in strength, and within 10 days, an increase of 1 realm. Su Hong's domineering words spread throughout the room. The crowd looked at the elixir in Su Hong's hand, all with different expressions. Would there be such a powerful elixir? Even if there were, it would be a rare and precious one. There are so many of us, where's enough to share? That is, we have an army of 100,000 men, and even if we leave out the small soldiers, the generals have 1,000 or 2,000 men. Just to give the generals 1 elixir of this grade each, is also a huge expense. How can it be? It would be good to have 10 of these pills. I guess they are all given to the generals. None of those ordinary soldiers felt that such an elixir would be distributed to them. But Su Hong said in the next second, these are 200 pulse-quenching pills. They are for generals, and can greatly enhance the sinews and physique of your people. Help you cultivate with half the effort and half the effort. In addition to this, there are also ordinary body training pills, which are only 1/10 as effective as vein-quenching pills. But there are enough of them, 100,000 of them, to ensure that all the generals, 1 for each hand. Su Hong waved his hand. A few of the men next to him brought in 1 box after another. Once the box was opened, in an instant, the fragrance of the Dan was overflowing, and at a glance, it was not a mortal product. Sun Dizhi and the soldiers were all stunned. What? Such an elixir? There are actually really 100,000 of them? How is it possible? This body training pill is originally a superior elixir for practicing martial arts. On a normal day, 1 piece would cost 10,000 taels of grain silver. But Commander Su can actually come up with 100,000 pieces? The body training elixir is a widely spread martial arts training elixir on the continent. And as a common soldier, normally, they couldn't afford to eat it at all. And only those young masters of the world's families, or high-ranking generals, could afford to buy one. And now, Su Hong raised his hand and took out 100,000 of them. Enough for them to have 1 capsule in each hand. Plus, there was Su Hong, a supreme expert, personally drilling them. Perhaps they could really raise everyone's strength by 1 layer within 10 days. Hand out the pills. The pulse-quenching pill first from the 1,000 husbandmen. And the body training pill, one for each hand. Yes. Sun Deji nodded, immediately arranging for people and handing out the pills. 100,000 pills. It takes a while to send them all out. After the elixir arrived, those soldiers held the elixir in their hands with excited faces. Is it really a body training pill? 10,000 taels of silver apiece. And now you're actually giving it to us for nothing? With the body training pill, it might actually be possible to raise a martial Dao realm in 10 days. Long live Lord Su. Between the soldiers' exhilaration, they directly chanted Su Hong's name. Those generals, on the other hand, got the pulse-quenching pills that Su Hong had personally refined. The rich medicinal fragrance was even more shocking. This is the elixir that is 10 times as good as the body training elixir? So strong. This would be out there. It's just that 10 million taels are hard to find a single one. And just send it to us? The many generals were trembling with excitement. All of these generals with the tip of their swords and the bravado of the sands also had an incomparably great pursuit of the martial arts. For them, strength is the guarantee of their lives. And now, Su Hong was handing out this kind of absolute divine elixir. To them, it was tantamount to the gift of rebirth. Between all the generals' exhilaration, they all came down on one knee towards Su Hong. Thank you, Commander Su, for the medicine. We will do our best. Sharpen our strength. Serve the court. Serve His Majesty. Su Hong looked at the many generals and nodded in satisfaction. He thought about this group of sand soldiers. Not so easy to take in. So come up to envy. Let these generals, while in awe of themselves, be grateful. These 100,000 elite soldiers. This is the only way to be truly submissive to yourself. This could only facilitate, within these 10 days, his drilling this group of generals to cultivate and improve their strength. Cultivation techniques have been sent down. From now on, the morning will be spent pounding and refining the physical body, and the afternoon refining the strength. Quiet at night. And, within these 10 days, you are not allowed to sleep directly at night. To use the power of transportation all night long instead of sleep. Su Hong slowly stated what these generals were about to do within these 10 days. All day long. It was scheduled slowly. The generals didn't think anything of it at first. After all, they've come all prepared. But hear that you are not allowed to sleep at night. To be transported instead. One froze. The crowd's expressions were slightly ugly. How can this man not sleep? If you don't sleep, how can you practice the next day? Isn't this going to be a game of death? Sun Deji also had a stiff expression, because he was also a member of the 100,000 elite soldiers. He also had to participate in the whole process. He couldn't help but step forward. Commander Su, the previous items, my humble servant agrees with, but the last one, is it too much to ask not to sleep this? If you don't sleep the first night and don't get enough rest, the next day will also delay practicing, right? Chapter 142, The Second Prince of the Golden Kingdom. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Su Hong's expression was bland as she slowly opened her mouth. Sleep, for those who practice Kung Fu, is just a way to restore their bodily functions, and the transportation of energy, likewise, restores bodily functions. Both, naturally, can be replaced, and sleep, while restoring bodily functions, puts the brain into a prolonged rest that, instead, you'll lose too much energy from your body. So, wanting to improve your strength as much as possible in these 10 days, ergo, it must be done as I demanded. Maybe for the first couple days, there's a withdrawal reaction, very uncomfortable, but once you've adapted to this way, you will only feel that your body functions are improving faster and faster, and your martial arts cultivation, it will also skyrocket. Su Hong's bland voice fell, and the crowd then understood. It's bitter though, but all know that they are practicing nowadays to cope with the pressing Jin army. There were nods. Understood, Commander Su, we will do our best. Great. Seeing that all the generals had a resolute look on their faces, Su Hong was very satisfied. Then, the 10 days of hellish training will now officially begin. Su Hong followed his own training plan, and for the next 10 days, he began to train this group of 100,000 elite soldiers hard. Of course, because of the sheer number of people, 100,000 strong, Su Hong surely can't be everything to everyone. His main focus was against the last 1,000 or so generals. As long as they can raise their strength enough in these 10 days, then the whole team's combat power that, all of them were able to move up a big tier. In the morning, he hammers his physical body. In the afternoon he refines his strength. In the evening he recuperates. And at night he transports his energy instead of sleeping. Combined with the pills that were handed out and the castrated version of heavenly evil divine power. Let these 100,000 generals, per capita, rise one tier. By no means impossible. These 10 days, the generals were incredibly hard, and Su Hong accompanied them throughout the training. A tremendous amount of energy was put into it. There are those who can't take the pain and can't practice during the period. There are also those who steal chickens and don't practice properly. Su Hong are going to pick out these people and give them the harshest punishment. A few short days, Su Hong had earned the title of a devilish instructor in the army. To this, Su Hong was indifferent. As long as we can help the generals of Great Zhou to improve their strength as much as possible, enough to cope with the Jin army pressures at that time, and then some hard work, bear some curses, Su Hong is also indifferent. And under such grueling training by Su Hong, the progress of these 100,000 generals was extremely pleasing. After all, what was cultivated was a simplified version of the continent's #1 divine skill, the heavenly evil divine skill, and also took those body-refining pills, pulse-quenching pills. It hadn't even been 10 days of work, and in the military camp, there were already people breaking through one after another, and by the time the 5th day rolled around, the 100,000 strong army, even from the clear third-rate masters, all of them had broken through to the ranks of second-rate experts, an army of 100,000 second-rate experts. The leaders are all first-class experts. With this scale of strength, even if the most elite troops of the Golden Kingdom come to, I'm afraid it's even possible to pull the trigger. Su Hong is very satisfied, relying on this group of troops, unless the Golden Kingdom raises the strength of the country to attack. Otherwise, the so-called Second Prince's hand strength. In any case, it was impossible to attack the Zhou Kingdom's army, and during the time Su Hong was practicing, that white-clothed puppet master of the Golden Kingdom, sparing a wound, had returned to the Golden Kingdom. In the palace of the Second Prince, a lean man dressed in white sat atop the Great Hall. Up and down his circumference, a bizarre black aura flickered, very appalling. He was not very old, but when he looked at him, he felt a strong and great oppression. Even an ordinary first-class expert would find it difficult to meet his eyes in front of him. This man is no other than the hotshot candidate of the Golden Kingdom to be involved in this battle for the throne. The Second Prince of the Golden Kingdom. The Second Prince lowered his eyes and looked at the kneeling puppet masters below, his gaze flickering. Why, in that case, you and Wang Taiyu, the plan has failed? With a strong look of awe and fear on his face, the puppeteer nodded and said, yes. The Second Prince's tone carried a few moments of lethargy as he faintly said, then, in that case, this time, it's that Su Hong again. Who stopped her plan? That Su Hong, but a first-class expert. Is he really this powerful? I can't believe that even Wang Taiyun with you and a bunch of first-class experts, so many people sneaked into the Zhou Kingdom, all by this man who has cracked the plan. The puppeteer took a deep breath, his body trembling continuously, and said with trepidation, Second Prince, this person's strength cannot be measured by common sense. We have done all we can, even if the Earth Immortal level experts, and the minions Earth Immortal level puppets, neither is a match for this man. If this person is not removed, I'm afraid, our plan to overthrow the Zhou Kingdom will definitely be stopped by him. Oh, you can't use common sense. The Second Prince smiled faintly. In the next second, an unseen forceful aura suddenly erupted from his body. It fiercely blasted at the puppet master. Pust! The puppet master sprayed a large mouthful of blood furiously from his mouth, and his body slammed heavily onto the ground. He struggled to his feet, and looked up above him, at the cold, grim, white-clad youth that, with terror in his eyes, he struggled to get up and kneel on the ground. The Second Prince spares his life. Have mercy. The Second Prince laughed strangely, looking at the puppet master, his eyes flashing with crazy-like murderous thoughts. Coldly, you can't even handle a first-class expert, and you still want me to let you go? Do you really think that this king is this merciful? The Second Prince raised his hand, and another unseen forceful chi was swept out viciously. It blasted directly into the puppeteer's thigh. Put! One of the puppeteer's thighs was directly broken with a sound. A low roar-like scream came out of the puppet master's mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground once again. He was on the ground, like a dead dog, barely able to struggle. The Second Prince coldly said, this king will give you one last chance. I'm sending 2 Earth Immortal experts to be handed over to you to drive. This time, I must get rid of Su Hong, and I must also bring that Long Ruwashi back to me. If you can't do it, you don't have to come back. Stay in Great Zhou and cut yourself. The Second Prince raised his hand. A weird tunnel suddenly opens up behind him. 2 masked white-robed masters, dressed in white, of medium stature, unable to tell male or female, slowly walked out. Both of their auras were not bad, and they were all at the Earth Immortal realm. Seeing these two appear, the puppeteer's pupils contracted fiercely. The White Guard, that was the absolute personal soldier that the Second Prince had, for so many years, cultivated. The White Guards were small in number, a handful in total, but each of them, it was said, had a strength no weaker than that of an Earth immortal. And compared to the average Earth immortal, each of them possesses certain special abilities that, it was far too terrifying than a normal Earth immortal. With the help of this white-clothed guard, the puppeteer immediately gained several more points of certainty. Even enduring the severe pain, Lin bowed respectfully. Many thanks, Your Highness. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my best to take down Su Hong. Bring back Emperor Long Ruwashi of the Zhou Kingdom. The second prince looked indifferent and waved his hand. Go on. I hope that this time, you won't let this king down again. Chapter 143, Tricrotchless? Zhou Kingdom, Martial Arts Training Ground. This was already the 9th day that Su Hong had helped to practice. These past 9 days have been very fruitful. The strength of the 2,000 captains and centurions had all steadily risen by 1 level. The vast majority of them have already crossed into the ranks of first-class experts, and the rest of the regular soldiers, nowadays, they are also clear of second-rate experts. Such a troop of lions, just standing there, is not unlike the one that, 9 days ago, slouched, and the so-called elite soldiers who are only fierce and nothing more are completely different. The momentum is like a dragon, vibrating the 9 heavens. Between one line and one movement, it shows the majesty of the army, especially after each soldier's combat power has been increased. This force, with its overall destructive power, naturally, it's also a whole step up. Although Su Hong is not good at the art of war, but given this army, he was even sure that he was sufficient to lead it himself. 2. Go forth and attack the Golden Kingdom. And immediately after this idea arose, it lingered in Su Hong's mind. Su Hong pondered that since the Jin Kingdom was going to attack in sooner or later, instead of sitting on the sidelines and waiting for death, might as well take the initiative to attack as defense, and catch the Golden Kingdom by surprise. With this in mind, Su Hong planned that when the practice was over, when he went back, he proposed this matter to Long Ruwashi. He personally led a large army and attacked the Golden Kingdom. Rumble. The martial arts practice field was loud and clear. This is not the cry of a general. Instead, one general, 2 by 2, exchanged hands, and the exchanges imparted movement. This one has a big knife. That one has a spear. In the limited space, it constantly staggered against each other. First-class experts exchanged hands. The movement was great. The surrounding martial arts practice field, constantly being lifted up bursts of yellow sand. The debris splattered. When Sun Deji saw Su Hong arrive, he even quickly stepped forward and after giving Su Hong a military salute, Lien said with a respectful face, Commander Su, you're here. Aha! Su Hong nodded. During this period of time, you and the others have progressed at a rapid pace, and the rate of improvement is a bit faster than I had imagined. Sun Deji even humbled himself. What are you saying, Commander Su? If it wasn't for the divine kung fu technique you gave me, and the divine pill for practicing martial arts, these rabbits and brats, will they not be able to improve to the general strength? You have done them a great favor. Today is already the 9th day, tomorrow the 10th day. It's time for His Majesty to see the results of the practice. Practicing, of course, not for the sake of doing it for His Majesty, but for the near future. Once the war between my great Zhou and the Jin Kingdom breaks out, you and others can go into battle to fight and kill the enemy, to build a career and protect the great mountains and rivers of my great Zhou. Su Hong opened her mouth and instructed. Sun Deji even bowed with a respectful face. Yes, we, the generals and soldiers, will fight in blood for great Zhou, for our emperor, and protect the mountains and rivers of my great Zhou. Bathe in blood and protect my great Zhou mountains and rivers. The generals below also roared, roaring like a dragon, with the power of a rainbow. With this kind of military appearance, Su Hong was finally satisfied in his heart, nor to the fact that he had been refining pills day and night during this period of time, only to enhance the combat power of this unit. It is believed that this elite army will, in the future, on the battlefields of the war with the Golden Kingdom, play an immense role. Great Zhou Palace, Imperial Study Room. Jade walked in. Your Majesty, Commander Su seeks an audience. Su Hong? Long Ruwashi put down her scroll. Let him in. Yes, sir. Xiao Yu walked out, and soon Su Hong entered the Imperial Study. Greetings, Your Majesty. Level off. Su Hong got up and began to report. Your Majesty, those 100,000 soldiers and horses, I have already trained them. 100,000 soldiers and horses, all of them crossed into second-rate masters, and among them, the generals, all of them crossed into first-rate. What? Shock surfaced on Long Ruwashi's pretty face, although there was a premonition in his heart that when Su Hong said that he wanted to practice his army, it's sure to give the 100,000 troops a huge boost in battle power. But she didn't expect it in any way. Just a district of 10 days. Su-hong actually really let 100,000 soldiers and horses, upgrading to this strength. 100,000 second-rate masters. What kind of concept is that? This army of lions. If it goes to attack the countries around it except the Golden Kingdom, I'm afraid it's all a tenor. And now, Su-hong is just going to practice for 10 days. It just brought such a big surprise to Long Daryl. Long Ruwashi was so excited that she even stood up. Good. Yes, Su-hong, if this matter comes to fruition, you've really made a great achievement. With such a team of steel lions, why should I worry about the Jean State's offense? Why do I worry about the strong enemies around me? Looking at Long Ruwashi's appearance, Su-hong skimmed her mouth. Don't you just brag. Let's get practical. Hearing Su-hong's heartfelt words, Long Ruwashi's pretty face instantly blushed. Look at Su-hong's expression. Must be thinking bad thoughts again. There was no one in the four corners of the imperial study. Long Ruwashi cleared her throat and said, Su-hong, I know you've been working hard these past few days. Tell you what, later you will accompany me back to my chambers. Remember to bring those black silks of yours. Ha! Hearing Long Ruwashi's words, Su-hong was instantly jolted. Really? Is it that good? Su-honglian raised his eyebrows and smiled, arching his hand. I obey. Seeing Su-hong's grimacing smile, Long Ruwashi rolled her eyes and couldn't help but laugh and curse. That's all there is to it. Su-hong grinned. Then resuming his proper color, he said, Your Majesty, I have another big thing to present. What's the big deal? Long Ruwashi raised an eyebrow. Su-hong slowly said, Your Majesty, the Golden Kingdom has, 3 times, sent killers and assassins against my great Zhou to come and it has even jeopardized your life a few times. If we don't return the favor, it will only make Jean think that we are easy to bully. It's bound to get worse in the future. So I ask that your Majesty give me a troop of soldiers, and that I run 1,000 miles to attack the 3 most border cities of the Golden Kingdom, Su Cheng, Guangchang, and Yuhong. Let Jean know that we are not to be trifled with. Since you dare to come and offend my great Zhou, you will pay the price. Oh, hearing Su-hong's words, Long Ruwashi's pretty face slightly revealed consternation. How could she not expect that Su-hong would actually take the initiative to ask for a battle and go forward to attack the surrounding cities of the Golden Kingdom? Though Su-hong's words made sense, Jean had provoked the country 3 times, and if he didn't return the favor, it will only be a sign of weakness. But it was too dangerous at this time. Jean was, after all, the dominant power, and even the 3 cities on the border of it was never that good of a takedown either. Long Ruwashi asked, Are you sure about this? Su-hong nodded. I don't dare to say that I'm 10% sure. It's also 80%. Yes. Long Ruwashi slapped the bookcase and nodded immediately. Then I will put those 100,000 elite troops, temporarily at your disposal, to attack the 3 cities on the border of the Golden Kingdom. Just right. Also take this to let me see you this period of time, the results of practicing soldiers. Su-hong knelt down on one knee. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best to serve the country. In this way, all official business is talked over. Su-hong rubbed his palms together and stared at Long Ruwashi with a hefty smile. Your Majesty, I have nothing more to do. Or shall we go forward to the bedchamber to rest? Looking at Su-hong's expression, how could Long Ruwashi not know what he wanted to do? Rolled his eyes and said, What a stinking rascal. Just as well. I've been working on state affairs lately and I'm a bit tired. Secretary Su, just follow me to the bedchamber and give me a good massage to relieve my fatigue. I obey. Su-hong arched his hand, his heart very excited. Since the last layer of window paper with Long Ruwashi has been pierced. Well, how about trying out some crotch stockings tonight? Chapter 144, You're Not Good. In Long Ruwashi's bedchamber, Su-hong took out a pair of black silky stockings and handed them to Long Ruwashi. When Long Ruwashi looked at it, her pretty face became infinitely shy. Voices were starting to shake slightly from shyness. You took to me. What is this? Long Ruwashi's pretty face was red. Looking at Su-hong's hand, the stocking the rest of it looks no different than regular stockings, but between the legs, actually left an opening on purpose? Wouldn't that mean, if she puts on this stocking, her lower body, wouldn't it be springtime, to be seen in full view by Su-hong? Su-hong looked at Long Ruwashi's shy appearance and also found it cute as hell. The mind boggles at the thought. I've tried all the ordinary stockings before. I've grasped on them. Then surely something more exciting is in order. What? Hearing this heartfelt statement from Su-hong, Long Ruwashi was ashamed and angry. This asshole. How can he be so nasty? What do you mean? You've done all the grass? It's also too hard to hear. Can't you use a more elegant word? But Daryl stared at the open crotch stockings. How could this be acceptable to her? Even if she becomes Lija's woman, She herself is at least the king of a country, so that she is in front of Li Jie. I'm sure she's still shy about wearing such humiliating clothing. Daryl baby, put it on for me for once. Su Hong stepped forward and blew in Long Ruoshi's ear. Long Ruoshi's face rubbed red, for the reason that the development value is already full. Su Hong is now doing something slightly ambiguous to Long Ruoshi. Immediately, it can make Long Ruoshi's body react. Naturally, there was no need to be exerting hypnotic abilities. Long Ruoshi's body began to burn as she felt Su Hong's warm breath blowing in her ear. The body started to go weak, but after a moment, she still pushed Su Hong away. No way. Absolutely not. If you want to wear it, you can wear it yourself. I won't wear it. After Long Ruoshi had a heavenly battle in her heart, she ultimately chose to maintain her Empress dignity. Oh yeah? You've misbehaved. Oh. Su Hong gave a bad smile. You should know what happens when you misbehave. What do you want? Looking at Su Hong's bad expression, Long Ruoshi's heart suddenly felt a little scared, but in the midst of her fear, she realized that in the back of her mind, there was actually a hint of anticipation. What a shame. Su Hong couldn't do anything about it, since the other party wasn't willing to wear it for herself. Then use hypnosis. With the current development value of Long Ruoshi, the success rate of hypnosis is now almost a sure success. Su Hong stepped forward, hugged Long Ruoshi, bit Long Ruoshi's pink ear, and whispered, "From now on, you're going to listen to me. You asshole." Again. It wasn't the first time Long Ruoshi had been hypnotized. Every time I fell under Su Hong's hypnosis, my own body, I was out of control, completely at the mercy of Su Hong. And one is still conscious during this process. However, the body couldn't help but carry out all the commands given by Su Hong. You big rascal, trying to do those bad things to me again. Long Ruoshi's pretty face was shy and she cursed in anger. Su Hong gave a bad smile. Isn't your majesty unwilling to wear these stockings? Then the minister only has to help your majesty wear it too. Come on, spread your legs. At Su Hong's command, Long Ruoshi directly opened her legs involuntarily. She only felt that her legs were completely out of her control, and right in front of Su Hong. Slowly opened those two big slender round white legs. Su Hong stepped forward and helped Long Ruoshi put on her stockings. The black oily stockings, wrapped around Long Ruoshi's slender, yet rounded meaty legs. The tightness, the amazing curvature, none of it made the blood run cold, especially between the legs, revealing a piece of, is to bring incomparably great excitement. Almost instantly, Su Hong felt that a certain part of her body had become engorged with blood. The evil fire in his belly also went straight to his whole body. Without saying a word, Su Hong directly half-squatted and came up to that mysterious garden. Stick out your tongue. The amazing touch came from Long Ruoshi's mouth, and a piece of thought-provoking gasping sound came out at once. It was the first time that Long Ruoshi had been treated like this by Su Hong, letting the other party do whatever they wanted underneath her body. There was infinite excitement in that petulance, and anticipation in that shyness. Countless blazing sensations spread all over her body at once. Don't lick. It was the first time that Long Ruoshi felt this feeling. The pouty but incredibly comfortable sensation made her simply horny. However, her reserve as an empress caused her to remain tongue-tied, and Su Hong looked up with an evil smile. Your Majesty, here you are, all flooded. Sure you don't want it? Su Hong stopped and looked at Long Ruoshi playfully. At this moment, Long Ruoshi immediately felt, a piece of her body was empty, a huge sense of falling. It made her feel as if a cat's claw was scratching her heart all over her body at once. Itching and ashamed, she stared at Su Hong, a wave of eagerness written on her expression, even a bit of impatience. She knew that Su Hong was deliberately teasing herself and couldn't help but scold shyly. You're bad. Come on, keep going, don't stop. And Su Hong looked at Long Ruoshi's lustful expression and thought it was both cute and, there was a different sense of triumph in his heart. Having the intention to continue teasing Long Ruoshi, he stretched out his fingers, teasing and smiling badly at the same time. Your Majesty, you want me not to stop? Then why don't you open your mouth and beg me? You big bad man. How dare you? Long Ruoshi was ashamed and angry when she heard Su Hong's words. This guy clearly saw that he can't stop himself now, and he's still hypnotized and controlled by him. Can't do anything about him, that's why he's so reckless. But the thrill of the pleasure, which made her really feel good, as if she had tasted the forbidden fruit of the, once you try it once, you can't quit. Long Ruoshi's pretty face turned redder and redder, almost in a voice like a mosquito hum. He said slowly, I beg you, continue. Oh, Su Hong deliberately tilted her head sideways and put her hand next to her ear, pretending as if she hadn't heard the question. Your Majesty, what did you say? I can't hear you. Long Ruoshi's delicate body trembled fiercely. her expression shy and lovely. She put her heart there and bit her lip, which made her cry out fiercely. I'll let you continue. Keep licking me. Now you hear that? Heard that? Hey! Su Hong smiled badly in satisfaction. So your majesty wants this. Told you so. Then the minister will begin. After Su Hong finished speaking, without saying a word, she squatted down once again, looking at Long Ruoshi. That piece of garden that has not been the same, will be his tongue, slowly stretched in. Chapter 145, Sending Troops. War between two countries will begin. A night of pleasure in the bedchamber. When Su Hong walked out of Long Ruoshi's bedchamber, it just felt like my back was aching. I can't help it. It's just that the open stockings are too astringent. Su Hong didn't hold on to them. Last night was pretty much just complete madness. Almost broke his old back. But this kind of thing, women have never been much of a physical drain. Anyway, Su Hong saw that Long Ruoshi was refreshed and energized. It's true that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. After walking out of the bedchamber, in front of Su Hong, a system prompt instantly lit up. Ding! Post-hypnosis task, completion progress 1. Uncompleted progress 3. There will be a great reward when the mission is completed. Su Hong inhaled, hypnotized on Long Ruoshi once more. Completed a progress. That leaves 3 progressions. You still have to find 3 women to finish it yourself. It's really a bit difficult. Su Hong has quite a few red faces, but he also has a bottom line. He cannot play forced. Then isn't there any difference between him and those stinking hooligans? We'll just have to wait until the next opportunity. But the most important thing at the moment was to lead the troops forward to attack the 3 cities on the border of the Golden Kingdom. These 3 cities, all stuck at the location of the borderline between Great Zhou and Jin. If a war breaks out between the 2 countries, these 3 cities will be very important for soldiers to fight for. These 3 cities are in the hands of the Golden Kingdom. Great Zhou and the Golden Kingdom are at war, and are bound to be held back, and cannot enter. You can't retreat. And when the war is in turmoil, the repercussions will be too great. But if we can take 3 cities, or even just 1 or 2 of the 3, all of which would give Great Zhou the upper hand in a war with the Golden Kingdom, it is clear that these 3 cities are important. Among them, the most important of the 3 cities is Guangcheng, sort of an important stopping point for Jin's troops. And Su Hong's first goal was to go after this Guangcheng. We'll take Hirosiong first, then Cebu City. The last 2 phases of the game were held together and the last city was taken by Hero. This battle, Su Hong has also been planning for this for a long time. After leaving the palace, almost without stopping, he took Long Ruoshi's imperial order, and then went to the military camp. Mobilize 100,000 troops for the expedition. Because of the speed of the soldiers, and Su Hong, this is also a surprise attack, so basically did not prepare provisions, much less prepare rations. It was almost an overnight drive, straight to the border. Su Ruoyu, on the other hand, was ordered by Long Ruoshi to go to the front line with Su Hong. This point was quite surprising to Su Hong. Ruoyu, if you go with me to attack Guangcheng, what about His Majesty's side? Su Hong asked with a frown. This is an eventful time, and I don't know how many scouts from the Golden Kingdom are hiding in the Imperial City. Wouldn't it be dangerous for His Majesty's side if you left? Su Ruoyu said. His Majesty was prepared for this. Yesterday, a young Taoist priest was sent from the Song old family. It says it's to protect His Majesty. That little Taoist is not bad. I couldn't even get through 3 moves in his hands. There should be no problem coming to protect His Majesty. Young Taoist? Su Hong froze for a moment, and then she remembered that the first time she had gone to Elder Song's house to meet him, just met a young Taoist priest who was about 12 or 13 years old. At the time, Su Hong thought it was a porter raised by Song Lao. However, later on, after Su Hong had a chi refining cultivation, he encountered that doorboy again and instantly realized that that little Taoist was actually a cultivator as well, with a body of cultivation that, like Song Lao, made him completely elusive. Song Lao sent this kind of expert cultivator to Long Ruoshi's side, and it seems that its mouth says that it does not ask about dynastic affairs, but still concerned about the lifeblood of the great weak. It must be that old man who knows that Jin is stupid about Great Zhou. That's why he sent someone. Ensure Long Ruoshi's safety. In this way, Su Hong was relieved. Nodded. It seems that Elder Song is still in charge. Ruoyu, go gather the team. We're ready to go. The war is urgent, and since we have torn ourselves away from the Golden Kingdom, we must not delay a minute. Can't give them a chance to react. Yes. Su Ruoyu nodded and went to inform the following generals. The troops started off, as fast as they could, and headed straight for the border of the Golden Kingdom. In the meantime, the border of the Golden Kingdom, Guangcheng City Lord, Zhang Tianming stood on top of the city tower, looking at the dark clouds rolling over the sky dome. Eyes flickered for a moment. the recent movements of the Golden State against the Zhou. He, as Guangcheng, the city lord of such a city that bordered the Zhou kingdom and was a place of war. Naturally he had heard of it. He also knew something about the movements within the Zhou kingdom's borders. To be honest, if the Golden Kingdom had not attacked with all its might, but only with the forces under the second prince, wanting to eat the entire Zhou kingdom, that would definitely still be difficult. Once a war starts, it's always the people who suffer. Guangcheng, moreover, is directly on the border of the two countries, and when the time comes for the war to come up, countless Guangcheng citizens will surely die in this war. Zhang Tianming's gaze was filled with worry. On the one hand, if he made a move against Zhou, he, as a vassal of Jin, would have to lead the troops. But on the other hand, he couldn't bear to see the common people in Guangcheng. Zhang Tianming couldn't help but sigh. War is coming and no one can stop it. It's all up to fate. Zhang Tianming stood under the city tower and looked at the common people in the city for a long time, mesmerized with a complex expression. Report! At this time, the voice of the ministry sounded behind him. A minion came running quickly to announce it. What is it? Zhang Tianming frowned slightly. Enlighten the city lord. The court crier is here. Says he comes with orders from His Highness the Second Prince. Ministry fast track. The Second Prince. Zhang Tianming nodded. Got it. Lure him to me. Yes, soon. A eunuch wearing the uniform of a eunuch, ascending to the citadel of Guangcheng, standing in front of Zhang Tianming, looking at Zhang Tianming in front of him, the eunuch hemmed and hawed, and in a hoarse and sharp voice, it came out slowly. Greetings to City Lord Zhang. City Lord, His Highness the Second Prince has given orders. That's why we were sent here, to inform the City Lord. Zhang Tianming returned to his senses with a cold expression. Since it's an order from His Highness, the Second Prince, then please ask the eunuch to pass it on. The eunuch smiled skinlessly and spoke slowly. City Lord Zhang, the Second Prince has long coveted the Zhou kingdom, and has already dispatched scouts into the Zhou kingdom. The scouts have recently inquired that the Zhou kingdom is trying to take the initiative against my Dajin, and their primary target. It's also this very same Hiroshima city that you govern. So, we must still ask the city lord to make preparations early. What? Hearing this, Zhang Tianming raised an eyebrow. So soon? It's here? Zhang Tianming had just been worried about the impending war and the people of Guangcheng, but how could he not have expected the war to come so quickly? Zhang Tianming just froze for a second, and then his expression suddenly changed to a much more resolute one. He said slowly, the subordinate knows. I wonder what else your highness wants. The eunuch said slowly. One more thing. The one who will lead the attack on Guangcheng this time will be the Emperor of Zhou, Long Ruoshi's most trusted guard beside him. The name is Su Hong. His Highness the Second Prince has failed several times in his plans because of this man. His Highness the Second Prince has only one command for you, not only to annihilate the incoming enemies of the Zhou kingdom. This Su Hong must also be captured alive and brought to meet His Highness the Second Prince. Chapter 146, Pulling out the sentry posts. Alive? Zhang Tianming's gaze flickered slightly. He had more or less heard of this person. Su Hong. I've heard that Zhou is in trouble both internally and externally, and that the court is dominated by treacherous officials, and that the Empress, who is still young, unable to control the dynasty, being the country, are in the midst of a storm. If this momentum continues, in a few more years, Zhou will meet its end. But it's this guy, Su Hong, who is said to have removed the internal troubles of the dynasty by the power of one man. 3 more times, he blocked the second prince's plan to infiltrate and encroach on the Zhou state. With such a great talent, one can think and know that it is not an ordinary person. It even alarmed the second prince, who sent his men to come and order them to be captured alive. It is evident that this person is highly intelligent. Zhang Tianming nodded and arched his hand. Since it is your highness order, I will do my best. That's good. The eunuch's face tugged and he smiled sorrowfully. We, then, will wait for good news from the city lord. Yes. Zhang Tianming bowed his head. Just feel a cloud of wind cutting through. When he looked up again, the eunuch, in place, had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Tianming stood up straight and couldn't help but think. In the end, he was one of the most powerful princes in the great Jin dynasty. Even a mediocre inner officer under his hand actually had such strength. At that moment, the ministry stepped forward, their voices carrying a hint of coldness. Lord City Lord, did not expect that this small Zhou country, the heel has not yet stood firmly, to take the initiative to come and attack. How self-indulgent. City Lord, give the order. As long as the Zhou kingdom dares to come, the generals of my 3 armies, they shall be buried here. This ministry obviously has a great disdain for Zhou, as Jin's subjects. In their view, Zhou is a very weak country. Jin didn't go to invade Zhou, but Zhou actually dared to take the initiative. What's the difference between that and getting killed? Zhang Tianming, however, shook his head. Don't be gullible. That Su Hong of the Zhou Kingdom is not a simple person. I've heard that. Wang Taiyu, sent by His Highness the Second Prince, all died at the hands of this man, and he personally led the attack this time, which is by no means a good deal. The ministry froze and was unimpressed, but on the surface they bowed their heads in respect. Then please give the order. My lord. Zhang Tianming thought for a moment. Call it down. Gather the 3 armies around the city, and set up troops, and send out sentries to patrol the 10 miles outside the city. Once the Zhou army is discovered, inform immediately. From now on, the whole city is in a state of war, so that the people all go out less, and for a couple of days, stay at home. We must annihilate this Zhou army with minimal cost. Yes. The ministry nodded respectfully and retreated. Zhang Tianming stood on top of the city tower, looking out of the city with a complicated expression, and he could not help but sigh under his breath. The war is still coming. Even if it's a war, I'm going to do what I can to protect the people of the city. Zhang Tianming stood at the citadel for a while, his eyes gradually firming up, and immediately turned around and leave the top of the citadel. In the meantime, Su Hong took 100,000 soldiers and horses and ran day and night. Finally, at dawn, it arrived a dozen miles away from Guangcheng. The scouts sent out in advance quickly turned back and reported back to Su Hong. Lord Su, 15 miles ahead is Guangcheng. The scouts that were just sent out discovered several sentry posts set up a few miles ahead. If we advance any further, our army should be discovered by the enemy. Oh, hearing this, Su Ruoyu frowned slightly. The sentry post is set 10 miles away? What does that mean? Where would it normally be set that far away? Su Hong slowly said, this means that I'm afraid that the Guangcheng side has already received the news in advance. My big week is going to lay hands on them. Otherwise, this sentry will not be set up in a position 10 miles away, which is in order to be able to the fastest speed. Sensing our troop movements, beside him, the adjutant general stepped forward. Received the news in advance? This shouldn't be the case. We're going out this time, completely covertly. The news was tightly blocked, and the troops were sent out as fast as they could. So where, exactly, did they learn that we were going to attack them? Su Hong, however, was not surprised. Not long ago, quite a few Jin scouts infiltrated, and besides, Jin is within my Great Zhou. This has planted a lot of eye-line traitors. In the beginning even the minister of the court Wang Taizhong are Jin people, that the army has Jin traitors, and no surprise. The vice admiral looked slightly embarrassed. My lord, then how can this be? They received the news ahead of time, so our plan for a surprise attack, it's a lost cause. 100,000 of my troops, once they are seen by the other side sentries, will surely be the first to. It's spreading to Guangcheng. Su Hong was silent for a moment, then he raised his head. Inform the troops behind you to stand in place in the forest. Wait for my order before making your move. Su Hong looked at Su Ruoyu again. Ruoyu, you come with me, the two of us, to exterminate a sentry point up ahead. Then let the army through. Yes. Su Ruoyu nodded. After Su Hong made the decision, the two of them dismounted and switched from riding to walking in order not to attract attention. The two of them executed their lightweight skills, and with the fastest speed possible, they approached the nearest sentry point in front of the army. Su Hong and Su Ruoyu's strength was not bad then, and their lightness was equally good. A distance of 3 or 4 miles, exerting light energy, in a quarter of an hour, he had already arrived. Soon, several high platforms ahead of them, as well as the tents that had been stationed up, appeared within the sight of the two of them. Su Ruoyu said, this should be the sentry point set up by the Jin army. Su Hong said, take action. Once you strike, you must kill them in one blow, without giving them a chance to pass the order back. Understood. Su Ruoyu nodded. In a flash, the figures of the two of them instantly disappeared from their original location. Inside the sentry box, a few Jin soldiers were drinking and eating meat in their tents. The sentinel captain looked up, drained his bowl in one gulp, wiped the corners of his mouth, and laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha, cool. Brothers, eat and drink well. Don't get drunk tonight. One of the minions couldn't resist. Captain, Lord City Master has said that the enemy army of the Zhou Kingdom is likely to attack at any time. Let's be a little more vigilant, shall we? Before that sentry captain could say anything, another sentry next to him laughed. It's just a Zhou Kingdom. What's there to be afraid of? As long as they dare to come, Da Jin, will make sure they have no return. That's right. The sentinel captain was also full of disdain. The Zhou Kingdom is but a small, insignificant country. How dare you offend my great Jin? As long as they come, this place will be their burial ground today. Come on, keep eating, keep drinking. Good, Captain. Hearing the captain say that, the few sentries let their guard down. After all, they, Dajin, were the continent's southern region, the most powerful hegemonic level country, and Zhou, a bordering weak country. If they dared to come, they were looking for death. A few sentries were laughing and joking, drinking and eating with abandon. Brush. However, at this time, a black shadow suddenly swept in, and in the next second, between flashes of sword light, heads flew off a few of the sentries who had just been drinking in front of the sentry captain. What? At this sight the sentry captain's bowl of wine almost fell off in terror, and the beheaded soldiers, who were, the blood that came out was sprayed directly onto his face, scaring him so much that he directly screamed. He was just about to stand up and escape, but a sword had suddenly been placed on his neck. As soon as he looked up, a cool figure appeared before him, and with eyes like those of a dead man, staring coldly at him. In the meantime, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and a plain-looking man, stepping in, looking at the sentinel captain, he grinned. The enemy army is pressing in, and you guys still have the leisure to eat and drink here? It's really leisurely. Chapter 147, The Siege Begins. Looking at the duo that suddenly appeared in front of him, the sentry captain was pale as a sheet, the whole body was shaking. In the next second, he burst into a roar. What are you? You guys? Know what will happen to you if you do this? Let me go. Otherwise, when my reinforcements from the city arrive, all of you will die. Shut up. Su Ruoyu snorted coldly and kicked the sentry captain, who screamed miserably and, he bent over on the spot and fell to his knees. Su Hong laughed. Ruoyu, be gentle with your hands. We still need to keep a survivor and ask about the situation in the city. Of course I know that. Didn't lay a finger on it. Su Ruoyu said. Su Hong walked up and stomped on the other man's chest, looking at him with a leathery smile. Here's a chance for you. Give an account of the exact strength of the cantonment, the arrangement of the troops, or you know what happens. I won't tell. That sentry captain shouted. You guys just kill me and I won't tell. You pariahs of the Zhou kingdom. How dare you offend Great Jin? Wait for your deaths. Brush. Su Hong raised his hand. A sword light flashed, and the sentry's arm flew off. Blood sprayed directly onto the walls of the tent. The sentinel captain screamed miserably, rolling on the ground in pain. I'm not very patient. I'll give you another chance. Say no. Su Hong's voice went cold, and a sword was placed against its neck. The sentinel captain was stunned. That's when he realized what a tough guy he was dealing with. If he didn't say anything himself, today would definitely be the day he died. He immediately shouted, I say, spare me, don't kill me. The sentry captain's face was incredibly pale, with the word fear of death written all over it. That's right. Su Hong looked at Su Ruoyu. Ruoyu, get a pen and paper and write down what he said. Yes. Su Ruoyu took out a pen and paper, ready to record. The sentinel captain spoke slowly. I, are Guangcheng, stationed with 80,000 garrison troops, and the city lord is Zheng Tianming. Extraordinary strength. The sentry captain recanted the situation. As Su Hong listened, her brows furrowed slightly, because according to what this person said, this broad city was a bit more powerful than he thought. Are you sure you didn't lie to me about what you said? No, the sentinel captain even said. How dare I lie? That's good. Su Hong put away his sword and turned around, ready to leave. Ruoyu, let's go back, gather our troops, and pass through the sentry post. Yes. Su Ruoyu wondered, but do we leave this man alone? You do away with it by the way. Su Hong rambled. Good. Su Ruoyu took the sword and walked towards that sentry captain. The sentry captain's face went pale. Wait, you guys don't count your words. The deal was that if I confessed, I'd be spared. Su Hong laughed disdainfully. Two countries at war and you actually believe what your enemy says? What? The sentinel captain looked frozen. Brush. In the next second, Su Ruoyu's sword light had already fallen, directly chopping off his head. As if it were a leather ball, it rolled to the ground. The Su Hong duo, without even glancing at each other, the two silhouettes, instantly swept out. Soon, Su Hong returned to the place where their soldiers and horses were stationed and gathered 100,000 soldiers and horses to attack Guangcheng at night. Along the way, Su Hong rushed along while looking at the piece of paper Su Ruoyu had recorded. The lieutenant general asked, My lord, how do you plan to fight this siege? As far as my men know, Guangcheng, as one of the important passes of the Golden Kingdom, is heavily guarded and heavily fortified. Moreover, their city lord is said to be an earth immortal. With this kind of strength, it won't be easy to take down Canton City. Su Hong looked up. I got a map of their defense troop placement, and from the way they're set up, the southeastern position of Hiroshima City is the weak point of the force. We'll flank on both sides for a feint, and the main force will attack the southeast position, as fast as we can. Kill this city. It's a surprise attack, so the point is that it has to be fast, to break through a corner of Guangqing before they could react. As long as the citadel is broken, the balance of victory in this battle, it will naturally tilt in our favor. After Su Hong finished speaking, several generals including Su Ruoyu all around nodded their heads. The adjutant added after a moment of silence, and what about the city's owner, Tian Ming? This person is an earthy mortal strength. If this person is not removed, he will still be a great danger to the heart. To an ordinary general, an earthy mortal is a phoenix-like existence on the battlefield. It has a huge influence on the war. It was entirely possible to say that a single earthy mortal could be worth 50,000 male soldiers. Therefore, if that city advocate Tian Ming is not removed, even if they attack the city, it may not be possible to capture the city of Canton either. Su Hong opened her mouth. Zhang Tianming, you don't have to care. Just leave it to me. Just attack the city with all your might. This, understand. Hearing Su Hong's words, the adjutant and also the general nodded. They had all heard a little about Su Hong's strength. After all, the former earthy mortal mole, Wang Taiyu, was killed by Su Hong. In their army, who could block Zhang Tianming's words was only Su Hong. The making of plans for the siege was done on a hasty march. Soon, the Great Zhou's army had approached the outskirts of Guangqing City, for at this moment the sky was still dark, and it was not yet daybreak. The soldiers and horses of the Great Zhou were almost about to stick to 2 miles away from Guangqing before Guangqing realized something. On top of the castle tower of Guangqing, Zhang Tianming ascended the tower with a gloomy face and looked out of it. The densely packed army had an incredibly ugly face. He looked at the ministry around him and questioned with an angry face. What are the forward sentries for? The enemy's army is pressing outside the city, yet not even a single message has been sent back from the front? The ministry, also sweating, rushed back, reporting to the city lord. Just sent someone to investigate. We've had one of our outposts pulled out in front of us. The enemy must have gotten in through that gap. Together with the darkness of the sky, the line of sight is not clear. So, it did not notice in time. Please punish the city lord, and treat the crime. My ass. The enemy army is pressing outside the city. I hope they didn't ask anything when they pulled the post. If those ***es had recruited something to go out, it would have been a bad fight. Zhang Tianming frowned and looked at the blackness outside the city, pondering for a moment before saying, pass on my order. The whole army to defend the flanks with death, and all the troops, go to the southeast to gather. I guess the probability is that the main attack will be in the southeast. What? This? The ministry looked puzzled. City lord, the southeast corner of our city, with its land against the Great Lone Mountain behind the city, is to our side, totally easy to defend and hard to attack, which, as the enemy surely knows, they know more. It wouldn't have attacked from the direction of Dagosan, would it? Zhang Tianming coldly said. It is true that the terrain in the southeast corner is favorable to our side, but it is because of this that our army hasn't been stationing many troops in the southeast corner, fearing that the enemy will seize this point and attack the southeast corner primarily. In case the southeast corner is breached, then it's all over. Chapter 148, Main Attack on the Main City Gate. It must be said that Zhang Tianming's vision of the battlefield and his control of the situation, as the general defending Guangqing, all very human. Just by merely guessing and analyzing, he had gained insight into the orientation of Su Hong's upcoming main attack. The Guangqing defenders immediately began to deploy 80,000 elite soldiers, beginning to disperse, shift the center of gravity of the defense, all the way to the southeast corner, the location of the ground against the Big Lone Mountain, above the citadel. A terrifying oversized bow and arrow several meters long had been set up, one after another, boulder after boulder, several people's arms, also all pushed to the top of the citadel. Just wait for Su Hong to attack the city, push down all from the city tower. We'll be able to crush a piece of the attacking enemy army. Above the citadel, a torch was also lit. The crowd is packed and the air pressure is tight. And beyond the city of Canton, Su Hong's expression grew grave as he saw the enemy army deployed in this manner. This Guangqing city lord is called Zhang Tianming? This person is not simple. I was actually able to gain insight into the southeast direction where I was going to main attack their city. All of a sudden, the defense force was increased. The vice admiral even asked, Lord Su, how is that? Do we continue to attack the southeast? Then surely we won't attack the southeast. Su Hong said, the southeastern position is supposed to be easy to defend and difficult to attack, and earlier I just thought that they had that position that The defense is at its weakest and that's what was chosen. Now that they've ramped up their defense, we're going to have to switch our mindset. Su Hong pondered for a moment, then ordered, pass on my order that the troops heading to the southeast turn around immediately. Leave only 1,000 men in the southeast for a feint. The rest, attack the main citadel with all your might. The main city building? Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked. The main citadel, the most heavily guarded by the enemy, is heavily guarded, and the arrows, the stones, all of them are the most numerous, and the main attack from here is absolutely thankless. Su Hong could see the crowd's panicked and doubtful look and faintly said, that Zhang Tianming knows we don't dare attack the main citadel. So this guy went to the flanking positions to supervise the battle. This man is an earthy mortal expert, and as long as he's not in the main city building, that main citadel is the weakest position. Pass on my order. All troops attack. Yes. Once they heard Su Hong's words, the crowd instantly understood. The 100,000 elite soldiers immediately began to turn their bearings. Flanks and southeast, all feints. The entire 50,000 troops attacked the main citadel with all their might. These 100,000 elite soldiers are the same 100,000 elite soldiers that Su Hong practiced with back then. After 10 days of special training by Su Hong, every soldier in this elite team, the strength has been raised by one level. Coupled with the fact that it was commanded by Su Hong, the action was a swift attack. Almost instantly, the turnaround was completed. 50,000 elite soldiers began to pound the main front citadel of Guangcheng. Countless arrows, stone throwers, began to bombard the main city building. Indiscriminately, a siege log, too, began to run across the battlefield, slamming into the gates of Canton City. The launched a ferocious and unrelenting charge, and countless hooks and locks flung up from the battlefield to the citadel. Soldier after soldier. Keep trying to utilize the hook locks and climb up the citadel. It could be said that Su Hong's soldiers, the swiftness of the attack was beyond Zhang Tianming's imagination. In front of the main city building, it was almost instantly ruthlessly suppressed by Su Hong's soldiers. The adjutant sitting on the citadel of Guangcheng had an incredibly ugly face. Damn it, these losers from the Zhou kingdom, how are they so powerful? Are they the main attack on the main citadel? This attack is too fierce, and with this momentum, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop it. Put. As he spoke, arrows with fire had already been shot up from below. It directly shot through several soldiers around him, and they fell to the ground with a scream. General, be careful. That adjutant's guard rushed forward and protected the adjutant, while asking with an ugly face, General, what can we do about this now? Something's not right. They're the main citadel for the main attack. The adjutant came back to his senses. Quickly go report to the city lord and ask him to come to the main city to sit in the town, and then send reinforcements over here. Be sure to hold the main city gates. Yes. The guards scurried away. The adjutant rose to his feet and looked down upon the city. A sea of swords and blood, and in his eyes a few looks of disbelief and horror surfaced. This is Zhou's army? How could the army of that small, bullet-ridden country have such fighting power? Chills ran through the adjutant's mind. He would have looked down on Zhou at all, not just a neighboring Jin, a small, weak country, never even considered Jin as a rival. But this time, the other party took the initiative to attack, and with this kind of terrifying combat power, it made him panic all of a sudden. The heart is even a little scared. If the other side really breaks down the city, won't it all be over? No, it won't. Lord City Lord is an earthy mortal expert. With him here, this Zhou kingdom's thieving soldiers will definitely attack my Guang city. In his heart, the adjutant put all his hopes on the city's advocate, Tianming. He knew that Zhang Tianming was extremely strong, not just an ordinary earth immortal expert. He even once fought one against 3 earth immortals without losing, and was placed in the army of the Golden Kingdom of. It is also a presence that few can match. As long as Zhang Tianming was around, it was enough to be comparable to 100,000 male soldiers. This is a battle that can't be lost. And in the meantime, Zhang Tianming chose to personally sit in the southeast corner. He was certain that Zhou's bandit soldiers would use this place as their main attack, but the opposing offense started. The southeastern corner was just one after another, and nearly 1,000 enemy troops came. And all of them are harassing offenses that shoot a few arrows slightly and then run. Totally insincere. Zhang Tianming gradually felt that something was wrong, and just at that moment, the summoning officer rushed over and, panting, "It's no good. City Lord, the enemy army has gathered more than 50,000 troops in front of the city gates. It's attacking the city at full force at the moment. Vice General Chui, who is guarding the city gates, is somewhat overwhelmed. And has sent his subordinate to ask City Lord to return to the city gates to sit down? What? Hearing this, Zhang Tianming's face changed instantly. Randomly he clenched his fists hard and growled low. Damn, I should have thought of that. The other side invaded the southeast corner in force at first, but was slow to see anyone. This is clearly a staged suspicion. We've fallen for the bandits. Pass my order. 30,000 soldiers and horses from the southeast. Follow me back to the city gates and defend them. Yes. Zhang Tianming did not hesitate at all and immediately led his men back to kill. But the city of Canton covered tens of millions of acres, and it was quite a distance to kill back to the citadel from the southeastern corner. And this period of time was enough for Su Hong's main force to take down the city gate guards, by and large, and in the tent of Su Hong's army. Report. The adjutant stepped forward, his face stained with a few spots of blood, and reported in a slightly ragged breath. Your Honor, the city gate defenders are about to hold out. In an hour at most, the city will definitely be broken. Oh, yeah? There was no surprise on Su Hong's face as she asked again. What about Zhang Tianming? How are his movements? The adjutant said. The scouts report that Zhang Tianming is guarding the southeast corner of the city with 30,000 soldiers. Now realizing that we're attacking the main gate, we're bringing our troops back to kill us. Chapter 149 Earth Immortal participates in battle. Got it. Su Hong stood up, drew his blood shadow sword, and slowly said, it's time, then, to visit the battlefield in person. Inform the next, the 30,000 troops that fainted on the flanks. All gather and kill to the southeast of Guangcheng. Let's break the city from here. What? Breaking the city from the southeast again? Upon hearing Su Hong's decision, several generals in the account were slightly stunned. The adjutant even went up to the company. My lord, at the main city gates, our troops are happy with the battle report, and are on the verge of breaching the. Why don't we break the city from there? But to break the city from the southeast? Isn't this a waste of the war country at the main gate? Su Hong faintly explained. That's not true. Although the main city gate is currently enjoying a favorable attack by our troops, Zhang Tianming has already returned to the defense with his troops. At most half an hour, they will be back, and by then our troops will be tired from attacking the gates. If they fought with Zhang Tianming's 30,000 soldiers and horses, how many % could they win? Plus, Zhang Tianming was a rare Earth Immortal expert. 1 against 10,000. The odds of winning are really not good. But Zhang Tianming withdrew from the southeast of Degushan and returned. That southeast corner of the garrison is bound to be weak again. Let's gather our troops at this time and attack with all our might from the southeast. We'll definitely be able to attack and break the enemy, and kill our way into Guangcheng. When Su Hong's words left his mouth, all the generals were dumbstruck. No one had expected that Su Hong's use of the army would be so bizarre and changeable. Until the very last moment. No one knows exactly where in his heart he really wants to major. The many generals grew to admire Su Hong more and more. It was discovered that this person, not just a strong individual, was working as an escort in front of Her Majesty the Empress. The use of soldiers is even more divine. It could be said that every move of the enemy army was all within his expectation. Do you hear me now? Start moving when you understand. Yes, the many generals nodded. Immediately holding his sword, he walked out of the tent, assembled his troops, and marched towards the direction of Degushan, Guangcheng, with great speed, and Su Hong also personally went into battle, followed the troops and killed the frontline battlefield. Su Ruoyu had thought that Su Hong was going to lead the troops together to go to Degushan and attack the southeast corner, but see Su Hong riding a horse, straight to the main city gate, slightly stunned, even followed up and asked, Su Hong, you're going to the main city gate? Won't you go with the main force, forward to Degushan, and break the city together? Su Hong shook her head. Zhang Tianming is a man of great strength, and his strength in leading troops is equally extraordinary, though I held him back twice, and the trick of transferring him back to the main gate, but he'll surely react quickly and kill his way back to Degushan, so I've got to go to the main gates, hold back the men from here on out, and give the southeast main force that fight for the precious time to attack the city. That Zhang Tianming is an Earth Immortal, and at the moment, I'm the only one in my army who can deal with it. Hearing Su Hong say this, Su Ruoyu froze and immediately said, then I'll go with you. May not. Su Hong shook her head. To deal with an Earth Immortal, one more is not much. One less is not less for you. It's enough for me to deal with it alone. You'd better join the main force in attacking the southeastern direction and try to break the city as soon as possible. After all, I'm not there, and I'd be relieved if you went. Su Hong looked at Su Ruoyu. Her eyes contained warmth, and she smiled faintly. Su Ruoyu looked at Su Hong's expression, her pretty face slightly red, and her heart warmed a few points. Nodded. Then I'll follow the main force and attack southeast of Guangcheng. You go to the main city and be careful with everything. No. Su Hong nodded. When the two finished, they split up. Su Ruoyu followed the large troop, while Su Hong rode her horse and went straight to the main city gate. In the meantime, Zhang Tianming was just as Su Hong had predicted. Soon arrived in the main city. Seeing the devastation on top of the citadel, everywhere, the corpses of their Guanqing defenders. The citadel was littered with them, and the blood was almost staining the walls red. Touchy-feely. Zhang Tianming gritted his teeth, not expecting the battle at this main city gate to be so tragic, and secretly said that he had missed the mark. I didn't expect that this group of Zhou's traitorous soldiers would be so insidious as to turn him away from the mountain. City Lord, you finally arrived. The main city garrison, Lieutenant Cui, ran up with his face covered in blood, and all over. Both appeared to have quite a few wounds. It was evident that this battle was very bad for him. The sitting general, his voice was tinged with panic and nervousness as he even said, City Lord, we've made a mistake. It turns out that their main forces are at the main city gate. Our 20,000 defenders here, almost wiped out by them. Now there are less than 3,000 left. If you don't come, they're going to break the city. Don't panic. Zhang Tianming frowned. Tell me, what are the casualties of that enemy army? Their casualties aren't small either. There are 20,000 to 30,000 dead and wounded, but they still have 20,000 to 30,000 more, and they're attacking the city with all their might now. Rumble. As Lieutenant Cui spoke, the entire city building erupted with a shocking boom. The crowd even looked at the sight, only to see the soldiers of Zhou, carrying a huge log surrounded by dozens of people, had stormed over. It had now begun to slam the main gates of Hiroshima City, with bump after bump. The gate, constructed of copper and iron, shook violently, and the chains around it. It also tensed and contracted back and forth, one after the other. And looking at this situation, those chains were broken sooner or later. By then, the gates will be smashed open and the city will be broken. Seek death. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianming's face was icy cold to the extreme, and he immediately commanded, all reinforcements, defend the city with all your might. Never let the gates be broken. After saying these words, Zhang Tianming himself drew out the long dragon sword at his waist and leapt forward. Surprisingly, he directly leapt down from the city tower and killed the attacking soldier. Put! A sword light flashed, that the soldiers under the city who held up the huge logs and rushed against the gates of the city of Canton. For a moment, a red line appeared on their necks, and in the next second, everyone's heads all flew up, body after body fell to the ground, and the loud banging of the door, which at this moment ended abruptly. The huge log that, it landed with a thud. Yes, seeing this scene, the Guanqing defenders were invigorated. On the battlefield, on the walls, the defenders all raised their arms and shouted, City Lord is mighty! City Lord is mighty! In the next second, the 30,000 reinforcements brought by Zhang Tianming also joined the battlefield with fire. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield immediately began to reverse. The original city gate defenders, who were being suppressed to death, were about to be broken, but now immediately launched an extremely swift counterattack. The attacking army, which had been beaten, began to fall back. As for Zhang Tianming, at this moment, he even personally killed on the battlefield. The strength of an earthy mortal was revealed at this moment. It's simply God stopping God, Buddha stopping Buddha. Thieving soldiers, die for me, Zhang Tianming shouted. The long sword in his hand erupted incomparably terrifying swordlight, and in an instant, the hundreds of attacking troops that surrounded him all died under his sword. At once, the morale of the defending army rose, and they launched an even more ferocious attack against the attacking army. Chapter 150, Earthy Mortal, Battlefield Invincibility. This scene made the attacking army's scalps numb. The general leading the attacking army had a slightly ugly face. Obviously, he hadn't expected that an earthy mortal expert could have such a great impact on the battlefield. Large swathes of the attacking army died under the swords of the Guanqing defenders. Everyone in the attacking army is in danger. A subordinate ran over, full of panic. It's no good. General, the enemy city lord has arrived at the front battlefield. According to this momentum, if we continue to attack, we are 50,000 soldiers and horses. It could be a total loss. General, why don't we withdraw? General Ren of the attacking army frowned and growled lowly. Retreat? Withdraw where? The order this general received from Lord Su was to attack the main city gates with full force. Never take a step back. Pass on my order. No retreating. Give me a full attack. Even if it means stalling. You have to stall that Zhang Tianming and his reinforcements here at the main city gate for me. In the end, General Ren was a long-experienced general and a ruthless man who did not give in easily. And he realized, since Zhang Tianming appeared at the main city gate with 30,000 main forces, then the soldiers and horses attacking the city in other directions will have a chance to break the city. All he had to do was to take, as far as he could, the 20,000 or 30,000 troops left in his hands and hold the opposing main force here at a dead stop. This, on the contrary, coincided with Su Hong's plan just now. The attacking army is under the command of General Run. Not one step back, toward the main citadel, launch an all-out attack, although Zhang Tianming arrived with reinforcements. But this group of elite soldiers was personally trained by Su Hong in the first place. From the individual soldier's strength, to the overall strength, all of them have improved by a large margin. Relying on a mere 30,000 troops, after recoiling back, it actually hardened and stalled the Guangqing defenders again. It's no surprise, after all, this batch of elite soldiers, ordinary juniors, that were all third-rate experts, centurions and above are second-rate masters, a general above the rank of 1,000 captain, that's a first-rate expert. With such strength, it could be said that if Zhang Tianming, a supreme earthy mortal, didn't show up, just 30,000 reinforcements coming in, this group of great Zhou elites, under General Ren's command, could break the city just as well. And Zhang Tianming's face gradually became gloomy when he saw the ferocious counterattack of the attacking army. What the hell? When did the troops of this Zhou country have such fighting power? The pawns are all third-rate experts, and the generals are all first-rate experts? Without saying a word, Zhang Tianming held his matching sword and killed the attacking army general, tackled the thief. In his opinion, as long as he alone killed all the first-class experts in the enemy camp, the enemy's attack is set to collapse. Zhang Tianming's body flashed like a wild wind, raging across the battlefield. In the attacking army, a 1,000-man commander, after poking an enemy soldier to death with a shot, just about to continue the charge, suddenly, a terrifying aura locked him in place. What? He blushed and was just about to turn back. Pust! An incomparable sword light instantly pierced through his body, and blood exploded in the air. It only took one move. In the attacking army, a first-rate expert strength 1,000-man commander instantly died under Zhang Tianming's sword. After killing a first-class expert, Zhang Tianming did not have the slightest fluctuation on his face. As if killing a mole cricket, his body flashed, and he rampaged towards his next target. Put! Almost instantly, Zhang Tianming almost transformed into a god of death on the battlefield, constantly harvesting the heads of the attacking army, the first-class experts. However, it was only a matter of burning incense, and among the attacking army, hundreds of first-class experts, almost half of them were killed or injured. All of them were taken away by Zhang Tianming with a single sword, and would definitely not make a second sword. First-rate experts were originally the main force in the siege army and the backbone of each unit. Now that there were widespread deaths, the morale of the attacking army, naturally, was in tatters. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield, which was originally evenly matched, was once again reversed. The attacking army gradually began to collapse. There were screams everywhere, corpses everywhere, wolf smoke, and the entire battlefield gradually became miserable. Damn it! General Ren's expression was also incredibly ugly when he saw this scene. Although it was known that the Earth Immortals were very strong, but I didn't expect this level either. A short incense burner, or on such a chaotic battlefield, that Zhang Tianming, it actually killed nearly 50 of their first-class expert generals. The attacking army's offensive could be said to have been dispersed by this person alone. If this continues, Zhang Tianming will have killed all the first-class experts in the army. They'll all be finished by then. It won't work. We must report to Lord Su and have him come here in person. General Ren gritted his teeth. Only Su Hong could block this person now. But as he looked at such a courageous Zhang Tianming, he was not sure in his heart. Although Su Hong had killed Earth Immortal experts, but he had heard that it was only after several chases and with the help of Elder Song that he was barely killed. And this Tianming was a long-famous Earth Immortal expert. There was even a terrifying battle record of one person fighting 3 Earth Immortals alone. Such an expert. It was extremely rare even amongst the Earth Immortals. Even if Su Hong came, could he really block this person? But there's nothing to be done about it now. If Su Hong doesn't come, it's all over for their siege army. He hurriedly called for the summoning officer and told him to immediately go back to the camp to pass on the order to ask Lord Su to make a move. Get the order out as fast as you can. Hear me? Yes. The crier scampered away. However, that crier hadn't run out a few steps. Brush! A sword light had arrived. The commander's head, in a flash, flew up, and blood immediately soared out. What? General Ren's expression froze. As soon as he looked up, a black shadow swiftly killed him. It was no one else but Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming carried his sword, which was dyed red with blood, and stepped on his light feet as he killed his way over. Zhang Tianming? How dare you come here? General Ren's gaze exploded as he waved his large hand. Get on me and take this man down. Yes. All of the surrounding generals charged towards Zhang Tianming, the sword light and shadow, heading straight for Zhang Tianming. Humph. I don't know what to do. Zhang Tianming snorted coldly as his sword in his hand kept sweeping across. The terrifying sword light shook out. In a matter of moments, those city guards who had surrounded Zhang Tianming were instantly killed by all of them. A body all fell to the ground in a gruesome scene. Asterisk. General Ren cursed, knowing that he could not retreat at this moment. With a wave of his hand, he also drew his own sword, charged up towards Zhang Tianming. General Ren can be appointed by Su Hong as the general of this 50,000 strong main attacking army. The strength naturally far exceeded those centurions, almost having the strength of a peak first-class expert, so he had to stall for a while longer, no matter what, at the hands of Zhang Tianming, allowing the attacking armies from other directions. Time to break the city. You shouldn't be Su Hong. Zhang Tianming has never met Su Hong, but he knew Su Hong was a young man in his 20s, and he also killed Wang Taiyu. His strength is at least an earthy mortal. The middle-aged general in front of him didn't fit in any way. Of course I'm not Lord Su, General Rin said coldly. Since you're not Su Hong, you can die. Zhang Tianming flung his sword and his killing intent surged once again. He remembered the second prince's order to capture Su Hong alive. Since the general in front of him was not Su Hong, he naturally didn't have to worry about it. Then you can go down and kill them. Chapter 151 Battle against the City Lord of Guangcheng. Dead. Zhang Tianming holding the accessory. Almost instantly, he fiercely killed in front of General Ren, followed by a sword, ruthlessly slashing down. General Ren's expression changed for a split second. The speed of his opponent was so fast that he didn't even react. One could only try his best to dodge to the side, but it's still a little too late. There was a muffled sound, although General Ren barely dodged the fatal sword. His right hand, which held the sword, it had already been cut down by Zhang Tianming's sword. Blood spurted out of the slashed part of the wrist, and the blood-drenched palm of the, still clutching his sword when he was cut down. Bam! Straight off. Ah! General Ren let out a muffled grunt from his mouth in pain, and his face turned deathly white in an instant. Above his forehead, he had begun to sweat. Oh, I can't believe I'm not dead. Zhang Tianming was also surprised. After all, the general in front of him, the only one in the attacking army the man he didn't kill with his own sword. No wonder the other party could be the general of a 50,000 strong siege army. Their strength really wasn't comparable to those 1,000 husbandmen. But without a hand, you're still going to die with the next sword. Zhang Tianming's gaze was icy cold as he looked at General Ren as if he was looking at a dead man. Brush! A ferocious, unmistakable sound of breaking wind. Zhang Tianming's sword once again slashed down hard towards General Ren's head. It's over. Can't hide. General Ren's eyes were thick with panic and despair at this last moment. Though he was brave, a man at this moment of death, more or less feel the deep sense of fear and despair. Plus the hand holding the sword was cut off. There was simply no way that could block Zhang Tianming's sword. His own death was already predictable. But when you become a soldier and go to war, you are supposed to keep your head in your pants. Always be prepared to die in battle. After so many years of fighting, this moment has come. General Ren took a breath and waited for death to come. However, just as the sword was about to land on General Ren's neck, suddenly, a terrifying palm wind suddenly blasted over violently from one side. With a loud and clear dragon roar, a powerful chi that transformed into the shape of a dragon smashed fiercely towards Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming's face changed, smelling a hint of danger from it. The sword in his hand immediately reversed its direction and slashed hard at the incoming dragon transforming palm wind. Boom! A loud sonic boom erupted as the two terrifying energies collided. General Ren on one side was directly shaken out by the strong wind that was lifted. Zhang Tianming, on the other hand, retreated several steps in a row before he could barely stand still. What man? He looked up sharply, only to see an excessively young teenage general, from 10 feet away. Swept all the way over. That palm just now was blasted by this person from 10 feet away. It actually forced him back alive. This person, is he so strong? Zhang Tianming looked at the teenager who was getting closer and closer in front of him, quickly guessed the identity of the other party. This person must be that Su Hong. Su Hong's body was covered in lightning flashes, and in an instant, he flashed to Zhang Tianming's near front. He looked down at the corpses around him, the wounds in Zhang Tianming's sword style, just like each other. Su Hong's voice gradually went cold. My soldiers, you killed? Yes. Zhang Tianming nodded indifferently. Two armies at war. It's only right that I kill them. What? Do you not want revenge? Zhang Tianming narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Hong. Su Hong shook her head. There's no talk of revenge. As you said, the two armies are at war, and there is no enmity. So, it's just as natural for me to kill you. Ha ha. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming laughed, a few moments of contempt surfacing in his eyes. Kid, I know you're Su Hong, and you're not bad, but don't you dare compare me to that waste of a man. Wang Taiyu, whom you killed, may not be able to kill me. I advise you not to waste your efforts, and bind your hands. Zhang Tianming knew that Su Hong was not strong enough to kill Wang Taiyu, but his strength was not that of a half-assed person who had just entered Earth immortality. Moreover, he could tell that the fluctuations in Su Hong's aura were not yet Earth immortal. In other words, just a first-rate expert. This makes it even less likely to be a match for you. Zhang Tianming was naturally unwilling to waste time. After all, the order given by the second prince was to capture them alive. Su Hong's eyes flickered. Not a word. With a flash of his body, he suddenly transformed into a ray of thunder and violently killed Zhang Tianming. Hyperion, a bellowing voice, a dragon's roar was heard as the dragon subduing 18 palms violently blasted towards Zhang Tianming. I don't know. Zhang Tianming frowned. This palm of the opponent's was still quite powerful, and it was not something that an ordinary first-rate expert would be able to execute. Immediately, he blasted up with his sword. Brush! The sword light instantly split the dragon palm wind, carrying an incomparably harsh sword wind straight towards Su Hong. General Ren's face changed on the sidelines and he even shouted, Lord Su, be careful. Su Hong frowned. Immediately, he blasted 2 palms out in a row. 2 dragons out of the sea. See the dragon in the field. Boom! Su Hong's 2 palms that were blasted out with great difficulty in the heat of the moment, which barely cancelled out with this sword. However, his body was still fiercely shaken several meters away, and after rolling several times in the air continuously, that's how it landed. Zhang Tianming looked at Su Hong and faintly said, It seems that the Zhou kingdoms claim to have a great talent for governing the world that comes out once in 1,000 years is nothing more than that. Su Hong craned her neck, her expression cold. A great talent for ruling the world? I wouldn't dare to be. However, it does seem unlikely to win you by force now that you're more useful than Wang Tai. There's also that puppeteer, who's not a star stronger. Give up? Zhang Tianming said indifferently. And yes, it would be wise for both of us. The war has hurt the people of my city of Canton, and if you raise your hands and surrender, neither of us needs to add unnecessary casualties. Give up? How is that possible? Su Hong took a deep breath, and the little Shen Gong in his body suddenly began to seek in turn. The azure-colored spiritual energy, replacing the internal energy, began to travel through the meridians. Zhang Tianming, you are indeed very strong. In the mundane world, you are basically already invincible. But what shall you do in the face of the practitioner? What? Hearing Su Hong's last sentence, Zhang Tianming's entire body froze in place. But before he could react, lightning raced under Su Hong's feet, and almost instantly, suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately, it was seen that Su Hong's hand suddenly rose a ball of incomparably hot fire, and without being told, it directly slammed hard towards his entire person. Fireball! Su Hong directly cast a spell and attacked Zhang Tianming. The speed of the fireball spell was originally very slow, so if Zhang Tianming tried to dodge it, it would actually be very difficult to hit. But Su Hong used her lightweight skills to close in on Zhang Tianming in advance, getting close behind him, and with such a short distance, there was no way Zhang Tianming could have dodged it. Zhang Tianming's eyes flickered with a few moments of thick panic, and he was just about to turn back to resist, but it was already too late. That strong and huge fireball directly fell from the sky and landed on his body. In an instant, it engulfed his entire being instantly. Chapter 152 The City Breaks. A great victory. A huge ball of fire instantly enveloped Zhang Tianming. In the fireball, the miserable screams of Zhang Tianming were heard. He struggled frantically, trying to break free of the flames. This fire was not a mortal fire, but a special spirit fire that could not be extinguished even if there was water now. Zhang Tianming kept roaring lowly, to the point where he even lay on the ground and kept rolling around. But the whole man remained as a man on fire. His clothes soon burned, and the skin under them, the flesh and blood that, it was burned and festered at a very fast rate. In a flash, Zhang Tianming, who had just won the battle, now his appearance was miserable, and he was constantly wailing on the ground. The people around the battlefield all looked at this scene and all of them turned blue in the face. The eyes that looked at Su Hong all changed. Where is this still mortal means? Throwing a ball of flame from his hand, he directly burned the man to death. It's just too scary. General Ren froze for a moment, and then his entire body was ecstatic. So Lord Su is also a cultivator. The earthy mortals are in front of him. I can't believe I didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. Take down Zhang Tianming, and this Guangqing will surely be captured handily. It's just an incense burner. Zhang Tianming was then burned half to death, and Su Hong had no intention of killing him for the time being. A big hand. That flame was then collected back by Su Hong. Su Hong's spirit root was a fire spirit root. If it were any other spirit root, she probably wouldn't be able to do it. Retract the spirit fire that was cast out again. At least a higher level of cultivation is required. After the flames were taken away, Zhang Tianming's body was scorched black, like black charcoal, and he collapsed on the ground. All over his body, he was bleeding in many places and looked miserable. The charging aura that was just all over his body had now disappeared into thin air as well, completely becoming a dying person. The whole person's life was completely under Su Hong's control. Su Hong slowly stepped forward. Zhang Tianming was lying on the ground, weak and weak, slightly raising his eyes to look at Su Hong. Within his eyes, a thick panic surfaced. It was obvious how he had never thought that Su Hong had such a hand. It was then that he realized why Su Hong was able to kill the Earth Immortal Wang Tai with the strength of a first-class expert. Repel the golden puppeteer. It turned out that this person turned out to be an extremely rare cultivator. Su Hong slowly said, I could have just killed you and left you alive because I have something to ask you. Zhang Tianming let out a very weak gasp from his mouth, and that gasp sounded very laborious. It gives the impression that you could die on the spot at any time, as if Zhang Tianming had exhausted his entire body. He said in a weak and incomparable manner, so, then you might as well kill me, whatever. You ask me, won't tell you. Zhang Tianming had been a city lord for so many years, so he naturally knew that the other party's purpose for not killing him must be trying to get something out of him, to ask something. However, Zhang Tianming was loyal to Dajin and to the Golden King, and was absolutely unwilling to spill the beans. Yes? Su Hong glanced at Zhang Tianming, and could see that the other party was a tough guy. However, he had ways to torture slowly. Men, tie him up with a rope, hang him to the flag, and start the siege, Su Hong ordered. Yes, General Ren immediately called for his soldiers to do the same. Soon, Zhang Tianming, who was burnt to a charcoal-like, it was then tied by a rope to the High Great Zhou flag. The aspect of 1,000 feet, the entire battlefield, could be clearly seen, especially the defending army, seeing their city lord, actually captured alive by the enemy army. It was also hung on the flag, and one face turned all the way to the ground. It can be said that all of a sudden became panicked and pragmatic, with no intention of fighting in his heart. Facing the onslaught of the attacking army, all of them were like headless flies, started fleeing in all directions. On the other hand, on the side of the attacking army, it was warlike, and the arrival of Su Hong, having directly captured the other party's city lord alive. Naturally, their morale was greatly boosted. Each and every one of them were like mad beasts, madly rushing towards those city guards. But, in the shadow of swords, countless blood was thrown, and body after body of the city guards fell on the battlefield. The defending army, at this moment, began to fully disperse, fleeing towards the city. Seeing this scene, Su Hong felt that it was almost time, and immediately ordered again, pass on my order. The entire army attack. Attack Guangcheng. Attack. Take Guangcheng. Taking advantage of the defending army's decadence, the attacking army regrouped and headed for the gates of Guangcheng. Launched a final onslaught. The demoralized defending army was crushed almost at the first blow, and was completely the slaughtered side of the. It was cut down by the attacking army in a frenzy, even if a few occasionally ventured out and fought to the death. It was also quickly drowned in the sea of attacking troops and was silent in a moment. About an hour passed. The defenders on this side of the main citadel have all been routed, and the gates of Guangcheng have been broken. The attacking army began to enter the city. Excitement and ecstasy spread across every soldier's face. This is a battle that I didn't expect to actually win. This Guangcheng is one of the most important cities in the Golden Kingdom. Surprisingly, they did break through. In the meantime, good news also came from the Southeastern Siege Army. With a loss of 5,000 men, they also broke through to the southeast. At this point, the city of Guangcheng had completely fallen and had become Su Hong's possession. Yes, General Ren waved his hand in excitement. Brothers, let's go into the city. Oh, Lord Su is mighty. The generals all chanted Su Hong's name. Everyone knew that if it wasn't for Su Hong, there was no way they would have been able to take Guangcheng. Go to town. All the soldiers shouted loudly, their expressions excited. A few moments of fervor surfaced in everyone's eyes. It was a different kind of excitement than victory. Su Hong looked at the exuberant soldiers and didn't think anything was wrong. He rode at the head of the procession into the city of Canton. The gates of Guangcheng had been smashed open. and what little remained of the garrison had run off somewhere. The streets were in a panic. The doors of every house were closed, and there was not a single Guangqing citizen to be seen at all. Su Hong was involved in the war for the first time, but it is also known that many nation-to-nation wars, when won, may be followed by massacres. Even if we don't massacre the city, we'll still smash and loot and burn the whole city in blood. It's almost like the rules are the same. After the troops entered the city, they quickly rounded up with Su Ruoyu's group coming in from the southeast corner. Su Ruoyu's pretty face couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Zhang Tianming hanging on the flag. You captured Zhang Tianming alive? This person is one of the top experts in the Golden Kingdom. Su Ruoyu had been worried about Su Hong, thinking that Su Hong had gone to the main city gate to stall Zhang Tianming. Who knew that Zhang Tianming was actually seriously injured by Su Hong to this point, tied to the flag like a dog. In that case, it seemed that even an earthy mortal expert was now completely no match for Su Hong. Su Ruoyu was elated in her heart. She was a woman who worshipped the strong in her bones. The stronger Su Hong was, the happier she was. Of course, the stronger her love for Su Hong naturally became. Chapter 153, Rules of the Army. The city of Canton is broken. The next step is to send troops to garrison. The attacking army that was currently here was also extremely depleted after the big battle. With the current troop strength, it's quite difficult to defend Guangcheng. If Jin came back to its senses and sent troops to seize Guangcheng, it would basically be very difficult to defend the city. If Guangcheng is taken back by the Jin, then this battle, won't it be in vain? The soldiers who died under Su Hong died in vain. After thinking about it, Su Hong personally wrote a letter and sent it back to the imperial city. He asked Long Ruoshi to send another 100,000 elite troops to defend Guangcheng, together with the 50,000 elite soldiers left in Guangcheng. Relying on the terrain to defend the city is not a problem. Moreover, Su Hong projected that it was unlikely that the Golden Kingdom would send a large force to seize Guangcheng. After all, Jin was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and also needed troops to hold them back on all sides. If a large force is sent, then other neighboring countries will surely take advantage of the opportunity to exploit the situation and harass the Golden Kingdom. Send no small amount of trouble to the Golden Kingdom. So the most Jin could send was estimated to be about 200,000 troops. After writing the letter, send someone to deliver it to Long Ruoshi. After that, Su Hong sent people to clean up the battlefield and set up new city defenses. From now on, Guangcheng is his city, Su Hong's city. After defeating Guangcheng, Su Hong's team spent the whole day partying. Those who celebrated their successes drank and ate meat and had a good time. Su Hong also followed the soldiers, overflowing with joy. After all, they had sacrificed a lot in this battle, and the generals had worked hard. It's normal to give them indulgences now. Su Hong stood on the city tower, looking at the large square, with more or less a sense of accomplishment in her heart. The first time he led an army, he was able to take the Golden Square. That would be a bit of a floater for anyone, wouldn't it? Su Hong held a cup of wine in her hand and drank it slowly. The alcoholic drinks in this world are really oddly low in degrees, and people like Su Hong, who don't like to drink, all can drink some. Think of it as a victory celebration. And at this time, the adjutant below, carrying 2 men twisted to the citadel. Lord Su, the adjutant said respectfully to Su Hong. Su Hong froze, looking at the person tied up by the adjutant, somewhat stunned, and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong with these two people?" The adjutant glanced at the duo and said coldly, "Lord Su, these two stormed into the people's homes after the city broke down and raped several unmarried young girls and caused one of them to kill herself." What? Hearing this, Su Ruoyu's face beside Su Hong instantly turned cold, including Su Hong. The expression on her face was somewhat ugly, though he expected that, after the city was broken up, the gang, which was full of soldiers and bandits, will go and harass the people. But he saw that the battle was won and everyone was overflowing with joy, so he said nothing. But I didn't realize that I had left it alone for a while, and that there were actually 2 soldiers. Go and do such things to the maidens of the common people's houses. What to do with it, my lord? The adjutant looked towards Su Hong and even opened his mouth to inquire. I have to say, the adjutant is a bit of a human being. The fact that the 2 countries are at war and something like this happens is simply optional. Basically, in many armies, it won't be taken seriously at all. It is the rule to celebrate for 3 days after breaking the city. As I said before, not to mention just forcibly robbing the people's women, the kind of slaughtering the city for 3 days. But the adjutant felt that this man, Su Hong, was different from ordinary generals, like a humble gentleman. That's the kind of Confucian general, and the more such generals that, maybe there's a taboo against that sort of thing. So originally, there was no need to report minor things. he still found Su Hong and reported it. And Su Hong, looking at the two offending soldiers, not too old, just 18 or 19 years old, with an inch of hair and a fierce look in his eyes, he had a defiant look on his face. Before Su Hong could speak, Su Ruoyu beside her had already coldly said, "Forcibly robbing the people's women is also punishable by death according to the laws of my great Zhou. Drag them out and behead them." With a single word, the two junior soldiers' bodies shuddered. Even General Ren, who was next to him, was stunned. According to the law of the Zhou, you should be beheaded. But according to the rules of the army, it's simply a small, optional thing. It's not even Chopper's turn, is it? Slow down. General Ren walked forward, looked at Su Ruoyu and shook his head. Lord Su, you are from the palace, so you may not know that after winning a battle, it's the kind of thing that's common in military camps. After all, the people of this Guangcheng are the people of his golden kingdom, not the people of my great Zhou. The generals are accustomed to this sort of thing, and really should not be punished so harshly all of a sudden. At the very least, issue a military order in advance before entering the city that, then if there are still people who dare to be so bold, only should be severely punished. But now this situation, just robbed two of his gold country folk female, just dragged out and beheaded. This spread out, inevitably will contain the hearts of the brethren. General Run is a military man. He was obviously much more accepting of such things. Kindly persuaded Su Ruoyu. His words appeared to be speaking to Su Ruoyu again, but at the same time, he was also speaking to Su Hong. After all, he knew that the decision on this matter was in Su Hong's hands, and when Su Ruoyu heard that, she did frown and chortle. Fallacy. The people are the people. What people of the Golden Kingdom? The people of my great Zhou? Those folks' daughters from the people's homes, are they willing to be jinns themselves? What mistake did they make again? Just because the Guangxing defenders lost the battle, they deserve this heavenly punishment? I will definitely not be lenient in this matter, even if it reaches His Majesty's ears. I'm sure His Majesty will never tolerate this either. Su Ruoyu's tone was very agitated, making her, who had a cool character, reveal this kind of emotion. It was evident that the matter was by no means trivial to her. When Su Ruoyu was young, she also came from a poor family and was used to being bullied by others. The days when fate was controlled by others. She can most definitely relate to this kind of thing. So when she heard that a few folk girls were raped, and even caused to commit suicide, in her heart, there was only anger. She said coldly, to commit such a sin, one must be killed. This, General Ren's smile froze on his face and his expression grew ugly. He was not expecting that Su Ruoyu was so decisive and must be killed. And His Majesty was raised. It's also telling him, it's not true that he's a great general, but she, Su Ruoyu, is the closest person to His Majesty. The official position is not as good as yours, but the status can be far higher. How can this make General Ren still protect? General Ren had no choice but to suddenly walk up and kick the two offending pawns. The faces of the two, by now, were stubborn and clearly did not feel they were at fault. In their view, it would have been natural for them to attack the enemy cities in these things. They've always been like this before. Why does this become a sin when it comes to Su Hong? But General Ren kicked the duo down, cursing angrily. Two ungrateful things. Why don't you kowtow to Lord Su and apologize? The two pawns shuddered when they heard the chiding. As soon as he looked up, he happened to meet Su Hong's gaze, and his heart grew even more fearful, and after shivering, though by now the duo didn't feel like doing so, but they all trembled and knelt down in front of Su Hong, kowtowing one after another, voices coming out. Lord Su, we know we're wrong. Chapter 154. The two skirmishers were not convinced in their minds, but hearing that Lord Su wants to behead, it's all scared, too. Immediately kneeling on the ground, they begged for forgiveness and recognized their mistakes. The two were crying their eyes out, but they looked like they were sincerely repentant. General Ren looked towards Su Hong, his face compensating for the smile. Look, Lord Su, they both know they're wrong. They're still young and don't know any better, so if they're taught properly in the future, won't they be fine? Why bother with their lives? Su Ruoyu was silent and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Su Hong. After all, the person in charge here is Su Hong. If Su Hong says kill, then kill. Say stay, then stay. General Ren also looked at Su Hong. Su Hong didn't speak first, but instead looked back at Guangcheng. After a great battle had ended, the smell of blood lingered thickly throughout the city, choking the nose. The people were hiding in their homes, but they were still forced to be arrested by the soldiers of the army, burning, looting and pillaging. Su Hong took a deep breath and slowly said, we as soldiers are human beings. These civilians, just as much, though the city is broken. We do not treat the common people as human beings, but fish them out so. Then what's the difference between us and those brutal and unkind invaders? And the jinns? Brothers become soldiers so they won't be bullied and want to take control of their own lives. But the people are human beings and they don't want to be bullied. What we as officials and military men really want to do should be to make sure that the people of the whole world can't be bullied. That's what we should do as officials. Great things should be done for the military. Su-Han's voice was not loud when she said this, but it's full of power. Those who were there to hear it couldn't help but freeze, horrified in their hearts. General Ren's expression froze. Those two small soldiers, their expressions were also completely frozen. Obviously, Su-Han's words had completely set off an uproar in their hearts. They became soldiers to begin with so they wouldn't be bullied and wanted to live as individuals themselves. But little by little, they lost their heart and got lost in the power. Unconsciously, it became like those bullies who bullied themselves when they were weak. With power, they began to bully the people wantonly in order to satisfy their own selfish desires. What's the difference between that and those brutal invaders? General Ren's heart was touched the most. When he was a boy, he lived in a village that was bloodied by enemy forces. When he joined the army, he just swore that he wouldn't let it happen again. But as you get stronger, you get higher and higher ranks in the army. As a young man, the original intention of joining the army was gradually forgotten by him. If you yourself condone this, wouldn't it be the same as the brutal enemy that came in, burned, looted, raped, and humiliated the people's women? Is it exactly the same? In this instant, General Ren came to his senses. Brush! He drew his longsword and walked over to the two skirmishers. Looking at the two young soldiers who were in tears of pain, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Close your eyes and don't look. I'll be quick." Ah! With remorse and fear written on their faces, the two pawns fell to their knees and hissed in fear. Just then, General Ren's sword had fallen. Pust! Two muffled sounds, two heads, had fallen to the ground. Su-Han looked at the scene, sighed softly and shook her head, then walked over to the city wall and, looking at the city of Guangcheng, those soldiers who were burning and looting the common people, slowly said, "Pass the order down. Prohibit all soldiers from robbing the people of Guangcheng. Touch any virtuous woman. Those who disobey will be beheaded in the street." Yes, when the crowd heard Su-Han's order, they were first stunned, but then they bowed and then immediately went off to execute it. Su-Han did not turn around the entire time, only looking at the tortured people in the city, her eyes flickering slightly. Su Ruoyu walked forward and looked at Su-Han, staring blankly for a long time without speaking, but in his heart, for Su-Han, there was an infinite amount of admiration welling up. Soon, there was an order from Su-Han. No one dared to intrude on the common people of Guangcheng anymore. The soldiers of Great Zhou, although it's the rule to party for 3 days after you break the city, but military orders are larger than life, and those who disobey them are beheaded, with such a severe punishment in front of them. It made the generals, all of them, not dare to do anything else, although there was more or less resentment in his heart. But with a cowman like Su-Han in town, naturally he didn't dare to vent. On this day, Su-Han arrived in the dungeon where Zhang Tianming was detained. The ones guarding Zhang Tianming were 6 first-rate experts in the army. After all, Zhang Tianming was the strength of an earthy mortal, and had killed more than half of the first-class experts under Su-Han on the battlefield. Even if he was severely injured by Su-Han's burns, he couldn't slack off. Seeing Su-Han come in, Zhang Tianming raised his head slightly, his eyes landing on Su-Han. Su-Han looked at the meal next to her, which had been set out for several days and had gone bad. Zhang Tianming didn't eat a single bite, as if he wanted to die early so that he wouldn't have to suffer on at the hands of Su-Han. Su-Han waved his hand and told his men to go out first, and the guards bowed one after another. So they left the dungeon. Zhang Tianming raised his head and a weak voice came out. Don't waste your time. I'm not going to say a word." Zhang Tianming certainly knew why Su-Han had left himself alive. Naturally, it was to ask for more information about the Golden Kingdom from his own mouth. But of course he couldn't have said that. As a general of the Golden State, loyalty to the Golden State is fundamental. Su-Han smiled indifferently. "I didn't come here today to torture you. Just so you know, your family, your wife, your children are all right, and the people of Canton. I have also ordered my soldiers not to intrude upon any of the people, except a very few, who have been persecuted by a few soldiers. Most of the people, who have not received the effects of this war, are alive and well." What? Su-Han's sentence caused Zhang Tianming to completely freeze. He was a little incredulous. When two armies engage in battle, the loser's side is bound to be the one whose city is destroyed. There is absolutely no way that the people will survive either, and they may even be massacred. This has been a rule of war conventions almost since the beginning of time. But when Su-Han broke into Guangcheng, not only did he leave his family untouched, But even the people of Guangqing, and it didn't intrude half as much? This caused Zhang Tianming to feel incredibly shocked and out of his mind. But he's no dummy. He realized that this might be Su Hong's tactic of wistfulness. Immediately, he said coldly, "Why should I believe you when you say this? The history of war for thousands of years has always been one in which the victorious side, dominating the defeated. Don't think I can't guess that you're saying all this just to try to trick me into trusting and appreciating you. Then ask something out of me." "I don't deny that I meant it." Su Hong nodded surprisingly. "But I have not lied to you. Either. I have come today only because your wife and children wish to see you. That's why I brought them." Su Hong opened her body sideways. A beautiful woman holding a child in her hand, walked in from outside. As soon as she came in and looked at Zhang Tianming, the woman excitedly rushed forward. Husband. Chapter 155, Mount Taizu. The arrival of his wife and son made Zhang Tianming completely unexpected. Looking at his wife, and his two children, the originally tough Zhang Tianming, at this time could not be taught, even opened his mouth. "Qing, you, what are you doing here? Are you okay? Husband, we're fine." The beautiful woman went forward and hugged Zhang Tianming while crying. "Husband, originally those soldiers wanted to behead both me and the child in the street. It was Lord Su who stopped them. Not only that, but Lord Su stopped his soldiers from infesting the people, the common people of Guangqing. There were hardly any casualties. Lord Su is truly a good man. It was also Lord Su who agreed that it took me and the baby to come and see you this way." Hearing the words of the beautiful woman, Zhang Tianming's entire body froze. What Su Hong said is actually true. He really didn't let his soldiers infest the people of Guangqing? Along with your own family, you have been preserved? Apparently, Zhang Tianming is also a Confucian general who loves his people like a son. Before the opening of this battle, what Zhang Tianming was most worried about in his heart was also the people of Guangqing, because he understood that once he failed, the millions of people in Guangqing would all be finished. I just didn't expect that Su Hong actually really didn't touch the people of Guangqing in the slightest. What kind of great justice is this that could make an enemy general do such a thing? Su Hong faintly said, "We are enemies on the battlefield because we belong to different countries and have different positions. It's time to fight without mercy. But the people of Guangqing, naturally, are innocent, then I will not touch them in the slightest." "You," Zhang Tianming looked at Su Hong, his eyes trembling. He let go of his wife and slowly walked over to Su Hong. The guards outside frowned and put their hands on the handles of their swords. After all, this was an earthy mortal expert with notable strength. Even though he was seriously injured, he could not be underestimated. Su Hong didn't make a move, because there's no killing. Zhang Tianming bowed violently and made a deep bow to Su Hong. "Lord Su, thanks. Thank you for showing mercy to the people of my Guangqing Don. Your kindness is unforgettable." Zhang Tianming's voice was trembling. The war was lost, and he had thought he could not save his people. But Su Hong spared the people of Guangqing. This made Zhang Tianming's respect and gratitude for Su Hong reach the extreme. "No need to thank me." Su Hong's expression was indifferent as she waved her hand. "I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. It's none of your business." "I understand." Zhang Tianming took a deep breath and looked up at Su Hong. Su Hong waved her hand and didn't take this opportunity to ask anything more. Waved his hand. "Okay, I'll give you 1 incense stick of time to have a good reunion with your family. And after 1 incense stick of time, someone will come for your wife and children." After Su Hong finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the dungeon. Zhang Tianming looked at Su Hong's departing back in a daze. "That's what I realized. Su Hong's different. He seems to be completely different from all the generals, the outstanding talents, of this age." Also at this moment, Zhang Tianming made a decision in his heart. The city of Hiroshima was broken. Naturally, word quickly reached the second prince of the Golden Kingdom. The second prince stood on top of the attic, listening to his men's report. His expression didn't change. The tone was still very calm as well. "Is that so? Guangqing has lost its defense. I knew that guy, Zhang Tianming, would definitely fail." The second prince didn't show it in his expression though, but there were already bruises at his wrists. It is evident that the mind has become extremely unstable. The eunuch behind him looked at the second prince in this state, but instead grew more and more frightened, his voice trembling. "Your Highness, so now, what should we do? Su Hong, of the Zhou Kingdom, has already occupied Guangqing, the most important city on the border of our Golden Kingdom. Once it falls into the hands of another country, several surrounding cities will be subjected to it, and the impact will be quite great. My subordinate thought that this Guangqing must be taken back." "That's for you to say?" The second prince turned back, his eyes revealing a dark, venomous, scorpion-like morose light, his voice icy cold to the extreme. "Guangqing was lost, but now there are no troops that can be deployed around the neighborhood. And that Su Hong is also confirmed to be a cultivator. So even if we have enough troops and can't kill Su Hong, it won't help. Aren't you aware of how lethal it is for cultivators to participate in mortal wars? That eunuch's face was also very panicked. Recapturing Guangqing is actually not a difficult task. After all, the border where Guangqing was located was already within the territory of the Golden Kingdom. Surrounded by the cities of the Golden Kingdom, gathering 200,000 soldiers and horses to attack the city was definitely more than enough. And Zhou's soldiers and horses have just defeated Guangqing. The damage is bound to be heavy. It's definitely hard to deal with the attacking army sent by Jin. But the question is still that Su Hong is actually a cultivator. Cultivators, but they are above the existence of Earth immortals. A cultivator, if placed on the battlefield, the destructive power would be quite astonishing. One man is enough to stand up to 100,000 elite soldiers. If there's no way to kill Su Hong, unless we can gather millions of troops, otherwise it would have been impossible to recapture Guangqing. The second prince took a deep breath and slowly said, I've sent a message asking the ancestor of Mount Taizu to send down 2 cultivators. Let them lead 200,000 elite troops and go forward to attack Guangqing. This time, not only do I want to recapture Guangqing, but I also want to take that Su Hong and break her into pieces. Earlier, the second prince was thinking of capturing Su Hong alive, but after realizing that Su Hong was a cultivator, capturing the other party alive basically became impossible. Then the only way is to send practitioners and kill them outright. Taizo. Hearing this, the eunuch was also shocked. Never would I have thought that dealing with a small Zhou kingdom would already require the use of the power of the Taizu Mountain. Taizu Mountain, within the Golden Kingdom, was the most powerful sect of cultivators. Most of those who could enter this clan were members of the royal family of the Golden Kingdom. And after the age of the outgoing ruler was approaching, he then put aside his worldly affairs and went to Mount Taizu to seek immortality. Generally, all generations of ancestors on Taizo, who entered the MT. No more questions about the world from now on. But this time, a cultivator actually appeared in the Zhou kingdom, and also 3 times, causing great trouble to the Golden State. The second prince had no choice but to ask the practitioners on Taizu to come down, help him destroy Su Hong. The eunuch's face showed joy. Great! If the upper immortals on Taizu Mountain are willing to come down, then the tiny Zhou kingdom, Su Hong, is absolutely out of the question. My subordinate will go and pass on the order to gather the troops and prepare to welcome the immortals on Taizu Mountain. After saying that, the eunuch bowed vigorously before turning to leave the attic. The second prince, on the other hand, stood on top of the attic and looked towards the Guangqing side, his gaze flickering with an incomparably resentful light. Su Hong, you've blocked my big event 3 times, but this time, it's your time to die. Anyone who dares to go against me, Luo Tian. Anyone, I will definitely not let him live in the world. Anyone. Chapter 156 Unprecedented Appointment. Military Power. Su Hong captured Guangqing. This matter is not only known to the Golden Kingdom. It soon traveled back to the Great Zhou imperial capital as well. Above the courtroom, Long Ruoshi, who had learned of this matter, was naturally overjoyed. In the courtroom, he praised Su Hong and Su Ruoyu and the others. Worthy of being a person I value, this time taking the Golden Kingdom's Guangqing. Su Cheng and Su Qing can be said to have set up a monstrous rule of merit, but also deterred the Golden State. My great Zhou is by no means to be messed with. Pass on my order that this duo shall be heavily rewarded, including all the generals who participated in this battle, all rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Here, the eunuch nodded respectfully, and then the ministers of the court began to give Su Hong a blow by blow. Worthy of Lord Su, he actually managed to capture their important city, Guangqing, at the hands of the Golden Kingdom. Now, the Golden Kingdom should have some fear of our great Zhou. Indeed, Lord Su is an amazing talent, able to write and fight, an unparalleled talent. I see that in the future. I'm bound to be a pillar of my great Zhou dynasty. Your Majesty, I feel that Lord Su has made many monstrous achievements in succession. A small commander of the Imperial Guards is obviously not enough for Lord Su. I suggest that Lord Su should be given some real official position. It's convenient for Lord Su to better stretch out his fists and expand his territory for my great Zhou. Create an immortal career. I second the motion. I second the motion. That's how it is in the courtroom. When a person gains power, there are countless people who immediately climb up, eager to flatter you. Don't look at the fact that Su Hong was still in Guangqing and hadn't returned, but it was clear to all of these people. Now one more kind word. That's all to please Su Hong. And to please Su Hong, that would be to please His Majesty. Why not? When Long Ruoshi heard the advice of these ministers, she also felt that what was said was reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, He nodded. You guys have a point. Su Qing has worked diligently for my great Zhou, and has made many meritorious achievements, and he is still only an Imperial Guard. Vice Commander of the Forbidden Army is indeed inappropriate. I have resolved to promote Minister Su to the position of Minister of War and Minister of Military Affairs. He is also the Vice Commander of the Forbidden Army, commanding the power of internal and external troops and horses. What? It's amazing when Long Ruoshi doesn't speak out, but when she does, it's amazing. This appointment to Su Hong was completely beyond the expectations of most of the court, although many courtiers in the court guessed that Long Ruoshi was going to give Su Hong a great official position, but neither expected it to be this big. Again, he was the Minister of War, the Minister of Military Affairs, and was even promoted from Vice Commander of the Forbidden Army to Commander of the Chang. What does that mean? Meaning that Su Hong, who is now in charge of both the entire military force of Great Zhou, also in charge of the Forbidden Army within the palace. With one word from him, all the troops inside and outside of Great Zhou can be used by Su Hong. That's a lot of power. Just a lot of power. The troops are given to Su Hong. If Su Hong's heart has the intention to rebel, it is the kind that can rebel at any time, and it is still bound to succeed. The many ministers were all dumbfounded. He said to himself, is this His Majesty completely conquered by Su Hong's secret techniques in the room? Otherwise, how could you have such trust in Su Hong? This was basically like handing over half of the Jiangshan, all to Su Hong. Outrageous indeed. Some loyalists wanted to admonish Long Ruoshi. This appointment is just so wrong. But at this moment, Su Hong has just made a monumental achievement. Opening this mouth will not only offend Su Hong, it might even offend Long Ruoshi together. Many ministers are afraid to speak. But of course, Long Darrell knew in his heart what he was doing. She was not, as the ministers thought, stupefied with excitement because she was too happy to. That's what gave Su Hong such a big appointment all of a sudden, even enough to threaten himself. Because in her heart, Su Hong was already her man. The two are bound by nothing but their emotions, their flesh, and even their systems. This life is inseparable. Long Ruoshi could still hear Su Hong's heart and naturally had absolute trust in the other party. She knew that, since the last rebellion of Wang Taiyuan, which disposed of a group of ministers, now in the court, it is the time when there is a shortage of people to use, especially in the area of the Ministry of War. The generals who could lead troops to war were almost all disposed of. However, at this time, the Golden Kingdom is watching intently and may strike at any time against their great Zhou. And since Su Hong has this ability to lead the troops, it would be better to get it over with and give all the military power to Su Hong. I believe that Su Hong will be able to help Great Zhou to overcome the enemy and defend against the Jin Kingdom. Long Ruoshi looked at the ministers whose faces were all wrong and slowly spoke. I, for one, know what you are thinking, but I'll confide in you. Lord Su is absolutely trustworthy. He has protected me and this country with his life. Now that the great enemy of the Golden Kingdom is at hand, it is precisely the time when I need Su Qing to help me defend myself against a strong enemy. And I am, to him, there is absolute trust. So this appointment, not surprisingly, makes sense. Long Ruoshi gave some explanation. The expressions of the many ministers all changed in their own way. Each has their own interpretation of this passage from Long Darrell, but one thought was the same in the minds of all the ministers. That is, the great Zhou dynasty, from today onwards, is really his Su Hong's call alone. No one can defy Su Hong anymore. I understand. Your Majesty is wise. The courtiers knew that Long Ruoshi's words had reached this point, and it was useless to persuade them. One can only hope that Long Darrell's trust is right. Only then did they all arch their hands and agree with Long Ruoshi's resolution. Also, send an additional 100,000 troops. Go forward to support Guangcheng, Long Ruoshi added. Although Su Qing captured Guangcheng, the Jin people will surely be unwilling to send their troops and to retake Guangcheng. At this time, additional troops must be sent forward to help Su Qing defend the city. Your Majesty has a point. This is something that many ministers agree with. Soon, there were several young generals that grabbed the responsibility of leading troops to support Su Hong. One came to feel like an opportunity to take credit. Secondly, this time when he went to support Su Hong, he could also take the opportunity to flatter Su Hong. You could say it's an absolute beauty. In the end, Long Ruoshi chose a young General Lu Zhe, the son of a family, young and talented, able to write and fight. Another experienced veteran general was dispatched, and the two of them were respectively marshal and vice-marshal. With 100,000 troops and, a few days after the start, they went to support Su Hong. In the meantime, on Su Hong's side, he soon received an appointment from the court. When he learned that, overnight, he had gone from being a vice-commander of the Forbidden Army to, similar to the identity of the vice-captain of the palace security team, directly after a leap to become the Secretary of the Ministry of War, plus the Minister of Military Affairs, and at the same time also became the Forbidden Army as the Commander-in-Chief. He was also a little confused. He guessed that he had made such a great achievement this time. Long Ruashi's reward would definitely not be small, but also, I didn't expect that the reward would be so big, both the army and the Forbidden Army. He's basically in charge of it all by himself now. The significance of this was naturally known to Su Hong. It is impossible to make such appointments without absolute trust. Su Hong quickly calmed down and a few smiles appeared on her face. It's still the baby dragon that's good to me. When we go back to the imperial capital, we must be in from the bed. Reward her well. He. Chapter 157, Talking to Zhang Tianming in prison. This appointment, Su Ruoyu also quickly learned about it. She didn't think anything of it. Instead, it feels justified. Su Hong's talent. By giving him the power of the army, they can only hope to win in the Zhou kingdom. After all, don't look at the fact that although they had taken the important city of Guangqing in the Golden Kingdom, but in reality, this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the strength of the Golden State, and they were running through the night to catch the Golden Kingdom off guard. When Jin reacts, it will surely give the strongest retaliation. The situation remains bleak. On Su Hong's side, the previous policy of being gentle with Zhang Tianming had taken effect. After a reunion meeting with his family, Zhang Tianming suddenly applies to see Su Hong one more time. When Su Hong heard this news, she already had a guess in her heart. Figuring that, Zhang Tianming was planning to say it. Immediately, he put down what he was doing and went straight to the dungeon where Zhang Tianming was being held. Zhang Tianming changed into clean clothes and was willing to eat. Apparently learning that his wife, children and people were safe changed his state of mind a little. Su Hong brought good wine and food, moved a table and sat opposite Zhang Tianming. He personally filled Zhang Tianming's glass. What? Willing to talk? Yes. Zhang Tianming nodded. I owe it to Lord Su for his great justice in preserving my wife and children and the people of Guangqing. If there's anything Lord Su wants to know, anything he wants to ask, he can open his mouth, and I'll be sure to know everything about it. Say it all. Good. Su Hong had a few smiles on her face before asking. Truth be told, although our two countries are neighbors to each other, the information I know about the Golden Kingdom, there are still very few. So the first thing I want to know is how many men are in the Golden Kingdom's army and how strong are they? Zhang Tianming guessed that Su Hong definitely wanted to ask about this and slowly said, the exact number of the Golden Army. I'm sure I can't say, but probably, there are about 3 million, and most of them in my Guangqing garrison, similar in strength, and the elite of them, there are roughly 500,000 of them, a force formed entirely by second-rate experts, and the Wanwu leader is earthy mortal strength. The Golden Kingdom was able to dominate the southern region basically by virtue of the fact that the invincible force, 500,000 second-rate experts? Hearing this, Su Hong was taken aback in her heart. Although Su Hong had long expected that the Jin's troops were not ordinary, but this scale of strength still sent a chill down his spine, and that the wannabe is the words of the Earth Immortal. Wouldn't that mean that they had more than 50 Earth Immortals? And that's just the elite troops, not counting the others. Conservatively adding up, there must be at least 100 Earth Immortals. And seeing Su Hong's slightly shocked expression, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but smile before speaking again. So, I'm very unimpressed with you, Zhou, and I think that even if you had defeated my city of Guangqing, you won't be able to hold it for long. On the side of the Jin court, troops will surely be sent soon, and you, the remaining half of the leftover soldiers, will not be able to withstand it in any case. Your best bet is still to rake in a fortune in resources and withdraw from Guangqing with your troops. It's the smart thing to do. Zhang Tianming didn't mean any shame with these words. What he said was, in fact, the truth. Although Su Hong led the troops to take down Guangqing, but his own troops, too, were badly damaged. Available combat power. There's only about 50,000 troops left, but whenever at this time, Jin sends a large force to take the city, Su Hong was not going to be able to block it no matter what. So look at it from an objective point of view. This Guangqing, Su Hong can never occupy. Since we can't occupy it, we might as well take what we can get. Harvest a wave of Guangqing's resources, and retreat straight away. Naturally, it's a wise choice. Su Hong was not surprised when she heard this, knowing that this was Zhang Tianming's heartfelt advice. But it was with great difficulty that we took Guangqing, a very important city in the Golden Kingdom. How could he possibly leave? He shook his head. City Lord Zhang seems to be somewhat overly contemptuous of my great Zhou's soldiers and horses. It's also too much of a slight on me. Don't forget, City Lord Zhang, that I am a cultivator. Su Hong also understood what Zhang Tianming said, but he dared to take 50,000 soldiers and forcefully occupy Guangqing. For one thing, He had already sent a message to Long Ruoshi to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Secondly, he, Su Hong, is a practitioner. One cultivator was enough to withstand 100,000 male soldiers. As long as the Golden Kingdom doesn't come out in full force, just sends 100, 000, 200, 000 troops. He then had the confidence to hold the city of Canton. Zhang Tianming looked at Su Hong's confident expression, and guessing what the other side's looking up to. Nothing more than the strength of his own superlative practitioner. Zhang Tianming shook his head. Lord Su, if you think that by virtue of your strength as a cultivator then you're wrong if you can hold the city. I, the Golden Kingdom, am not without cultivators. The successive royal families of the Golden Kingdom have always held the method of cultivation in their hands, and most of the royal families, after going through the dynasties, they would go to a mysterious place and dive into cultivation. It can be said that the Golden Kingdom has been able to stand for thousands of years in the southern region without collapsing, and this mysterious royal cultivation force that, a great deal of credit. Normally, these royal cultivators will not make a move, but if they come across, there are hostile forces that send out cultivators to affect the country's situation, they will definitely strike. So, this time, the Jin court side learned of Lord Su's status as a practitioner. The royal cultivators will definitely be invited down to target you, when the time comes, with the soldiers at the city and the royal practitioners holding you back. You will, in the end, be still defeated. Zhang Tianming is also considered a truthful person, said no at all and really told everything he knew, even the deepest secrets of the Golden Kingdom, the existence of the royal cultivators, were all revealed to Su Hong, and when Su Hong heard this, his face finally changed slightly as he frowned and asked, the royal cultivators? How many are there? How many of all of them are still alive is unknown. Zhang Tianming shook his head, but as far as I know, there are no less than 3 who have ever come down from the mountain to walk in the world, and they're all existences that have been cultivating for a long time, and they're completely different from a first-time cultivator like you, Lord Su. I don't think that you, Lord Su, are capable of dealing with those people. Hearing these words from Zhang Tianming, Su Hong fell into silence. There are practitioners in the Golden State, or even still assembled to form a powerful and terrible force. Something that, much to his surprise, if Zhang Tianming hadn't been presumptuous, those cultivators were not only large in number, but also long in years of cultivation, and there was only one of himself, who had just touched the barrier of the second level of qi cultivation. Once they attacked with a large troop of soldiers, it seemed that they really couldn't stop themselves. What to do? Do we really have to run? But this hard-earned Guangcheng, Su Hong really cannot give up on this. The enemy is again a great enemy. The two sides of the choice. Su Hong quickly made a choice. No, we're not evacuating. There are cultivators in the Golden Kingdom, but I, Su Hong, am not the only one in my Great Zhou. Chapter 158, Requesting Reinforcements. The meaning of Su Hong's words was obvious. There are many practitioners in your Golden Kingdom, but there are also practitioners other than me in my Great Zhou. The person he was talking about, that was naturally Song Lao Song Shuren. Though Sun said he doesn't ask questions anymore, but something that involves the survival of the Great Week, he was sure that the other side would make a move. Besides, Elder Son's cultivation level was much higher than his own. Su Hong conservatively estimated, it has to be above the 3rd level of qi practice, or higher, as long as Elder Song makes a move. The practitioners of the Golden Kingdom just don't come 5 or 6 at a time. With the cultivation of the 2 of them, it can definitely be stopped. More than one? Zhang Tianming laughed at that. He felt that Su Hong was pretending. If Zhou really has 2 practitioners, then it wouldn't be as bad as cowering in the southern corner of the region, always subject to the Golden Kingdom. Still not as good as the Golden State though, but at the very least, enough to expand on its own and become more and more powerful. Instead of the previous situation, it was stirred up by a single Wang Taiyun, both inside and outside. Zhang Tianming said, it seems that Lord Su is adamant about not withdrawing? Then Zhang, that's all there is to say. Zhang Tianming felt that he had said this. It should be enough to repay Su Hong for protecting his wife and children and the people of Guangcheng, plus more. What he said was of no use to the current Su Hong. City Lord Zhang is willing to be honest, and Mr. Su is grateful. Su Hong drained her bowl and got up. Then I'll come back to buy you a drink after Su Mao has repelled the incoming Jin soldiers. After saying that, Su Hong turned around and left. The dungeon was closed once again, and Zhang Tianming felt some pity as he looked at Su Hong's back as she left. Such a young talent, but his insistence on sending him to his death led to a premature demise. It has to be said that it is regrettable. Maybe if he had been born in Jin, instead of the weak country of Zhou, maybe it would have been different. Zhang Tianming shook his head and smiled, picking up his chopsticks and drinking and eating his own food. but he also looked leisurely. After Su Hong left the dungeon where Zhang Tianming was being held, she went straight back to her house. This was originally Zhang Tianming's city lord's mansion, and after occupying Guangcheng, it was naturally taken over by Su Hong. He hurried in and Su Ruoyu happened to be there. When Su Ruoyu saw Su Hong rush in, she was just about to speak, but looking at Su Hong's haste, he swallowed back the words that were just about to reach his mouth and asked, "What's the matter? What's the rush?" Su Hong said as she moved. Zhang Tianming squirted. He said that there was a cultivator force in the Golden Kingdom. All the royal family of the Golden Kingdom. They will definitely intervene in this war when they know my status as a practitioner, and by then it could be 2, even 3 of the cultivators brought troops to attack Guangcheng. That's why I have to send a message to Her Majesty in the imperial capital, asking her to ask Elder Song to come out and assist me in defending Guangcheng. Su Hong quickly finished, sat down and picked up a pen and paper, and began to write a letter. What? There's a Shugenja power in the Golden Kingdom? Su Ruoyu was greatly surprised to hear this news as a whole, but it's no surprise when you think about it. The Golden Kingdom has stood in the southern region of the continent for a long time, and is the most powerful country in the southern region. If we just rely on a large number of troops and a strong military, it is definitely not enough to hold on to our position today. If there was a mysterious practitioner power that existed, then everything could only make sense. It's these strong practitioners that shelter Dakin. It was what allowed Dajin to become the most powerful overlord in the southern region. And at this time, Su Hong letter was also written. Immediately handed to Su Ruoyu said, "Ruoyu, I can only trouble you to make a trip. This letter is important. I don't feel comfortable giving it to someone else." Su Ruoyu received Su Hong's transmission. A few but they're looking at Su Hong, her face full of concern. "What about you? What if Elder Song hasn't arrived yet and Jin soldiers arrive first? There's always a way." Su Hong smiled. "And don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Even if the other side sends multiple cultivators too, I can still do it if I stall until Elder Song arrives with his troops. Don't worry about going. The faster you get the letter there, the safer it will be on our side." Well, Su Ruoyu nodded. "Then you take care of everything." Su Ruoyu put the letter in her arms and carefully put it away. Before leaving, he quickly stepped forward and gave Su Hong a hard kiss on her face before turning to leave. Looking at Su Ruoyu's back as she left, Su Hong's gaze flickered. Now, they're really fighting for time with Kim. Let's see who's faster. As long as Elder Song arrives first with reinforcements, this Guangcheng can be defended. And if it's Jin's army that arrives first, then all is not well. However, although Su Hong had arranged for Su Ruoyu to ask Song Lao for support, but he also has to stay back. As long as he could raise his cultivation by 1 level in such a short period of time, by then, when the Jin cultivators arrived, he would be able to stall for a longer period of time. Without saying a word, Su Hong turned around and entered the cultivation room of the city lord's mansion. After all, it was the former training room of Tianming, the advocate of a city, which was furnished with. It's better than anything in Su Hong's house. Su Hong set up spirit formations all around. Then he took out Old Song's Dan furnace again and prepared to refine the pills. He would take this time to refine more pills and impact the 3rd level of Qi refining. Every time a cultivator's realm was raised even a small layer, it was a qualitative leap. As long as Su Hong can break through successfully, learning the spells drawn by the system again, his strength would inevitably skyrocket completely. As long as the cultivators sent by the Golden Kingdom were not too outrageous in their cultivation, he might, perhaps, be enough to solve it alone. Don't even need Elder Song. Su Hong flung his hand, and the spirit fire flew directly underneath the Dan furnace, and the blazing flames began to burn. The herbs that Su Hong threw into the furnace, under the refining of the flame, began to melt a little, coalesce, and re-refine, and in Su Hong's eyes, and with it, reflecting the wavering flames. In the meantime, it was on Su Hong's side that he learned of the news that the Golden Kingdom might send out cultivators. When he sent Su Ruoyu to ask for help, Jin's side, the second prince, in the morning, after receiving a scolding from the King of Gold, went to Mount Teijo, in person, without stopping his hoof. 2 practitioners were invited. These 2 cultivators, a man and a woman, the man short in stature, with a withered face, a little old man look alike. The woman, on the other hand, looked very dainty and proud of her body. Towering breasts are tightly taut by the robe. Long legs are hidden under the open robe. Incomparable eye-catching. Although this woman was very delicate and bewitching, when the second prince saw her, but he immediately knelt down and worshipped the ground again, calling out respectfully, "Grandson Luo Tian, greetings to great ancestor, ancestral nurse." The second prince was so full of respect that he didn't even dare to raise his head to meet the duo's eyes. That little old man had a gloomy expression and coldly said, Luo Tian? You're Luo de Shang's son? The second prince hesitated and spoke. Taizu, Rod Sheng is my grandfather. Oh, the little old man narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that Rod Sheng kid to have grandchildren now. The sultry woman next to him spoke up. Say, this time you went out of your way to use the ancestral symbol to ascend Mount Taizu and invite the two of us to come out of the mountain. What the hell is it about? When the second prince heard this, his eyes flashed violently as he said to the two, Great Ancestor, Ancestral Milk, cultivators have appeared in the Zhou Kingdom and have led troops to take over my great gold border region's Guangcheng. Grandson hopes that the two king ancestors will come out and lead the troops to kill that cultivator. Retake the city of Guang. Chapter 159, Cultivator of the Great Ancestor. Guangcheng is lost? Or did Zhou fight it down? Hearing this, both the little old man and the demonic woman were surprised. The siren frowned. When I returned to Taizu Mountain, Zhou was clearly still a very weak country. Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Ancestral milk. Times are different today. The Zhou Kingdom has produced 2 generations of great saints in succession. In the past, Song Shuren laid the foundations of the country, and now a Su Hong has popped up. Yun and, in his early 20s, he has the ability to warp the heavens and weave the earth. He's capable of ruling a troubled dynasty, and can even lead an army into battle. The cultivator that Sun's son spoke of who led the troops to take over Guangcheng is none other than this man. Oh, hearing this, the little old man and the demonic woman were both very surprised. A cultivator in your 20s? The little old man and the demonic woman looked at each other, both knowing what this meant. This cultivation speed, even when placed in their great ancestor, no one could achieve it. Basically, it was only after the age of 50 that they finished drawing qi into the body and stepped into cultivation. After cultivating for decades, he had only managed to reach the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining. And this one, Su Hong, actually accomplished all this at the age of 25. Even if this person was only at the 1st level of qi refining now, his future was just as unlimited, if he doesn't die. In the future, there was even hope that one could ask for that legendary realm. That was a realm that the two of them, including the countless royal cultivators of Mount Taizu, could only dream of. Once one of them, someone breaks through that realm, the Golden Kingdom, by then, would not be confined to the southern region, which is just perched on one corner of the continent. One would be qualified to enter the continent and compete with other more powerful kingdoms to become an even more powerful overlord. So after learning this news, killing intent surfaced in the eyes of both of them unanimously. Such a great threat could never be allowed to live on in the world. Got it, the little old man Luo maniac slowly said. Lead the way ahead. If we don't get rid of this person, he will become a great danger in the future. The demonic woman also sneered. I really didn't expect that after decades of being out of the world, this world actually produced such a talent. At that time, take this person and hand him over to me. I will definitely refine him into my slave pet. Yes, surprise surfaced on Luo Tian's face. After all, he knew that both of these two, who had been out to fill the vacant position since they were children, he had directly entered the great ancestor mountain and started cultivating, so his cultivation level was too much stronger than those Wangzhou who had only entered at the age of tens of years. And this time it's two of them at once. That exterminate that Su Hong and take back Guangcheng. So it's a done deal? 2 king ancestors, the carriage is ready. I'll escort you to Tai City. The troops have been assembled in advance, just waiting for the two of you to arrive, so they can march out. Yes, the two of them, Luo Maniac and Luo Yen, followed Luo Tian and left the great ancestor. He then boarded an incomparably flashy carriage and ran furiously all the way out of Taizu Mountain. Zhou Kingdom, Imperial Capital, Song Mansion, the winding paths and the back of the house. Song Shuren listened to his men's report, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened and a few helpless sighs followed. Su Hong the bastard boy. Dajin's strength is strong. It's simply not something that the current Zhou Kingdom can cope with. That kid actually dared to take the initiative to occupy Guangcheng. Is it better to say that he's brave or that he's not afraid of death? The soldiers and horses of the Golden Kingdom are not enough to be feared, but mainly that group of old undead from Taizu. Although they don't come out of the mountains on weekdays, this time that kid's identity as a cultivator was exposed. And those old dogs that definitely want to take a shot. Now it will have to involve this old bone of mine, and age still have to accompany him to the front line. Song Shuren's tone was somewhat like a complaint. His original plan was to build up his strength and find a way to let Zhou support himself first and stall for time. Then after he stepped into the next realm, enough to exterminate the group of old undead from Mount Taizu, and then completely break up and go to war. But the truth was that Luo Tian, the second oldest of the Golden Kingdom, was so stupid that he couldn't help but make the first move. Su Hong is also a rash. Straight up with the troops, It led to the outbreak of the war between Jin and Zhou too long, too early than expected. Song Sharan, that's not going to work. Now Su Hong has all but knocked down the Jin border, the most important city of Guangcheng. Song Sharan naturally knew the importance of this Guangcheng to the Jin kingdom. Now that you've taken it, you can never give it back. The people of MT, Taizhou and the Golden Kingdom still have to go down. Then he had to come out too. Song Sharan looked at his men and slowly said, "Go and report back to His Majesty, and say that the old minister knows. Tomorrow, I will personally lead the troops and support Guangcheng." Yes. The men nodded respectfully and immediately ran off. After Song Sharan watched his men leave, he couldn't help but look at the dim sky and sigh. It's really a mountain rain. Su Hong, this kid, also did not know that when he introduced him to the path of cultivation. Is it wrong or right? There was basically no hesitation on Song Sharan's side, and he directly agreed to bring troops to support him. Although Song Sharan left, the little Taoist priest by his side stayed by Long Ruoshi's side. It's also enough to protect Long Ruoshi. Although Song Sharan was old, his movements were not slow at all. The next day, he started off with 100,000 soldiers and horses, and rushed to Guangcheng with all speed. Jin Gua, Tai Chang, the two cultivators of Mount Taizu, Luo Maniac Luo Yen, had also arrived here. Luo Tian had gathered 200,000 elite troops here, ready to go at any time. Looking at the soldiers and horses below the city, Luo Yen skimmed his lips. In these decades, Jin's soldiers and horses really haven't grown at all. This military appearance is really far worse than my time. If it were our time, a young cultivator would be nothing but. Even if we don't invite the people from Taizu Mountain, we won't lose the city. Your father, it seems, really has little talent for governing. With a few words, Luo Tian was sweating profusely. This was something only a few of their old ancestors dared to say. As a son, Luo Tian, it was neither a good idea to agree nor not to agree. So he only wiped his sweat and said, "What ancestral milk said is true. Compared to our ancestors, my descendants still have a lot to learn," Luo Maniac said with his hands behind his back. "No more nonsense. Since we're all down the mountain, let's move quickly. Soldiers are precious. Recapture Guangcheng as soon as possible. I still have to go back to the mountain and continue to refine that potion." "Got it, old ancestor." Luo Tian nodded and ordered immediately. "All hands on deck." As Luo Tian's words fell, the 200,000 soldiers and horses below shouted to the heavens. The ranks, like a torrent of steel, began to move, and as far as the eye could see, 200,000 men, densely packed and, like a black dragon, it advanced swiftly in the direction of Guangcheng. Luo Maniac then looked at Luo Yen and faintly said, "Luo Yen, you have the divine walking technique. Go ahead and head to Guangcheng and sneak in. Do away with that Su Hong in advance." "Understood." A few moments of moroseness flashed through Luo Yen's gorgeous eyes. "I'd really like to see this little guy who, at the age of 25, has become a cultivator. What the hell? Hopefully it will be tuned up to be a nice toy." Chapter 160, Night Attack. 5 days later. Broad City. City Lord's Mansion. Su Hong was still in seclusion in the cultivation room, counting the previous 2 days. It happened to be 7 days of seclusion. During this period of time, the aura within Su Hong's body had clearly become quite a bit more abundant than it had been 7 days ago. The cultivation level had already reached the bottleneck stage and only needed an opportunity to break through at any time. At this time, Su Hong steeply opened his eyes, and with a big wave of his hand, an elixir filled with aura fell into Su Hong's mouth. In that instant, the aura within Su Hong's body instantly skyrocketed, transforming into a powerful fist that launched yourself violently towards that bottleneck, with impact after impact. 3 hours later, the barrier made of that bottleneck became weaker and weaker. The spiritual energy within Su Hong's body all coalesced and ruthlessly smashed on top of that barrier, and in an instant, the entire barrier fragmented, and the aura within Su Hong's body suddenly began to skyrocket at this moment. Boom! Inside Su Hong's body, bursts of spirit explosions emanated from the meridians, the bones, the joints. Also all came a burst of crunching sound. A large number of dark impurities discharged from Su Hong's body, and when Su Hong opened her eyes again, he was already sweating profusely. Although she looked very tired, Su Hong's eyes were incredibly bright, and with a strong look of elation. "It worked! I didn't expect this chi transformation Dan to be so effective, compared to the previous chi refining Dan. It's stronger by more than 1 degree. The reason why Su Hong managed to break through to the 3rd level of chi refining this time, and that was because it only took 7 days. This was all thanks to the fact that he had just used his control value to draw a new Dan formula within the system. This elixir is called the Chi Transformation Elixir. Although the difficulty of refining is much stronger than a normal qi refining dan, but the medicine is several times stronger. If he hadn't refined the qi transformation pill, Su Hong would have tried to break through to the third level of qi refining by relying on his own breakthrough alone. It will take at least another half a month. The breakthrough completed, Su Hong walked out of the retreat room, counting the days. 5 days have passed as well. Elder Song's soldiers and horses, haven't they arrived yet? Su Hong sent a letter to ask for reinforcements, counting the days. Song Lao should be almost there, but now there is no news at all, and I don't know what happened on the way. Su Hong called for the adjutant, inquired about the movements on the part of the Golden Kingdom during the days of his seclusion. The adjutant's face was grave as he quickly reported, Lord Su, news just came from the scouts ahead. The Golden Kingdom has assembled 200,000 of its finest troops, and from the city of Tai. They are now heading towards my city of Guangqing at a rapid pace, and are now less than 60 miles away from my city. Tomorrow at the earliest, it will arrive. I see. It was expected that the Golden Kingdom would move so quickly. It was similar to what Su Hong thought. 5 days should be enough time for Jin to react. And with the 200,000 troops assembled, this amount was also within Su Hong's expectations. What about the reinforcements from the direction of the imperial capital? Where are they already? Su Hong looked up and asked again. The adjutant spoke up. The first time His Imperial Majesty received His Excellency's message, he summoned 100,000 soldiers and horses, and appointed Song Lao to lead the troops in person. But on the way to Guangcheng, there was heavy rain and the roads were muddy. The march has slowed down quite a bit. Skyfall. Su Hong frowned. There's nothing you can do about this kind of thing but admit your bad luck. However, since Su Hong had managed to break through the third level of qi cultivation, she had a lot more confidence in her heart. Even if Jin sends 200,000 troops, he himself will take advantage of Guangqing's terrain and delay them for a while. Definitely no problem. How are the garrisons set up on all sides of the city? Su Hong asked again. The adjutant nodded. It's pretty much set up, with garrisons on all 4 sides of the city, and 10 miles out. The sentry posts and sentries have also been set up, so as long as the enemy enters within 10 miles, we, on our side, will surely be the first to know. In fact, Su Hong's knowledge of war was definitely inferior to that of these veteran battlefield generals. The arrangement of the city's guards and leaving it to them was definitely quite a bit better than Su Hong's own haphazard command. Understood. Go ahead and go down. By the way, inform the men that during this period of time, they are to be placed on full martial law and put on a state of wartime alert. Jin's soldiers and horses could arrive at any time, so we must be vigilant. Su Hong instructed a few more words. Understood. Don't worry about this point, Lord Su. The brethren have it all figured out. The adjutant nodded, then turned away. Su Hong took a deep breath, thought about it, and went back to the cultivation room. Although he had succeeded in his breakthrough, he clearly felt that the aura in his body was restless. It seemed to be a realm instability caused by just breaking through a new realm. Su Hong first went to take a shower and returned to the cultivation room to begin stabilizing her realm. What Su Hong didn't know was that very night, a saucy figure in black, but unseen by God, crossing over all the garrisons and fortifications of Guangqing, he entered Guangqing silently. She's dodged all the defenders along the way, like a flower of death in the night. Step by step, he approached the city lord's mansion of Broad City. The guards of the city lord's mansion were 2 first-rate experts. It's not the same as the earlier ones. They quickly perceived the black phantom, looking at the black shadow that approached, step by step, from the front steps of the city lord's mansion. The faces of the 2 first-rate experts changed slightly, and one of them drank lowly. This is the city lord's mansion. No one is allowed to approach. Please leave quickly. Facing 2 first-class experts, that black phantom was unperturbed, continuing to step on her high heels and take a step forward. A cackling, ghostly laugh came through the air. This Shou Kingdom's expert. His strength isn't too weak. He was actually able to detect his sister. Excuse me, sis, I'm going in. Can you get out of the way? The dark figure stepped out of the darkness, revealing a delicate and extremely seductive face, and in her eyes, all of them carried a seductive and captivating charm. Looking straight at the 2 first-class experts, their eyes filled with aggression. But the 2 first-rate masters were not idiots, and at this late hour of the night, such a gorgeous woman, God's unknowing appearance here could not be any good. The expression on the faces of the 2 of them were immediately as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Since you won't listen to advice, don't blame us. Do it. Without saying a word, the 2 first-rate experts directly made a move on this black-clothed, beautiful woman. The duo charged directly and viciously from 2 angles. Seeing this, the beautiful black-clothed woman couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Looking towards the 2 masters, A few moments of bizarre pity surfaced in the beautiful eyes. It's pathetic. You don't want to live well. You have to kill yourself. The beautiful woman in black laughed softly while flinging her veiled hand at the two first-class experts. Two things, unreadable in the darkness, flew straight past, and the two masters, apparently not realizing what was coming, maintained their speed and, rushing fiercely towards the woman in black. In the next instant the unseen object drew nearer, and the two masters then felt that there was an eerie gust of wind in the air, and something unseen seemed to fly past. Only a click was heard. One of them then saw the neck of his companion beside him, suddenly ejecting a stream of bright red blood. The next second, his head flew straight up. Chapter 161, Sister is interested in you. What? Seeing that his companion's head was gone in an instant, the remaining expert's face was ashen all of a sudden. He was just about to turn back, but the unseen thing flew back in a flash. All he felt was a chill in his neck, and the next instant the world in his field of vision. Then the sky began to rotate, after which his head hit the ground hard and he lost consciousness completely. The two headless corpses fell to the ground and rolled to the side, along with their heads, and the unseen object that the woman had thrown out, which was revealed to be the real thing. It was actually a black, very ugly-looking bug. It was this very bug that had just, with great speed, utilized the knife-edge-like fangs at the bottom of its mouth to sliced the necks of two experts, killing them in an instant. And that little worm is, at this moment, landing on the bodies of those two headless corpses. It began to voraciously feed on the flesh and blood. In no time at all, two corpses, surprisingly, by such small insects, were directly drained of flesh and blood, along with the two heads that rolled aside. They were eaten cleanly. After eating the two corpses, the little bug obviously grew around bigger and flew back at a fast speed. It landed on the gorgeous woman's shoulder. Boy, you're still good to your sister and know how to help her. Such an ugly and horrible little bug. That beautiful woman, but loved tightly. After gently stroking the bug's head with his hand, he then opened a pouch from his waist that was not full of aura, and the little bug flew in of its own accord. Only then did the woman tighten the bag. After easily taking care of the guards, the woman raised her head, looked at the city lord's mansion, closed her eyes and, seemingly sensing something, a few moments later, the woman opened her eyes, and on her pretty face, a few moments of morbid excitement flowed. Nice. Really good. This Su-Hong of the Zhou Kingdom is a bit more powerful than I thought. At such a young age, with just this kind of cultivation, it's perfect to be used as a toy. Giggle. The woman covered her mouth, and a weird laugh came out of her mouth. And in the midst of this laughter, the woman, step by step, stepped into the city lord's mansion, and the footsteps were light but it was filled with a sense of otherworldly thrill. In the meantime, Su-Hong in the cultivation room of the city lord's mansion. The process of stabilizing the realm was naturally not as treacherous as breaking through. It's just a slow process of consolidation. And Su-Hong checked that she already had spells. Previously, when he broke through the second level of Qi practicing, he could use the fireball technique. And after the third level of Qi cultivation, one could already use the sword royal art. Su-Hong was a little impatient in her heart. Taking out his blood shadow sword, he mentally recited the spells of the sword royal art, and his aura was unleashed. Soon that blood shadow sword, surprisingly, flew directly askew. It worked? Su-Hong was very pleasantly surprised and didn't expect to succeed in one go. When I learned fireball magic before, it was also a one-time thing. Seems like he's pretty good at learning spells. Su-Hong seemed like a big boy who had acquired a new toy. Manipulating the blood shadow sword with his spiritual energy, he began to drip and hover in the air, playing around. After practicing for about a quarter of an hour, Su-Hong became more and more skillful at the sword royal art. The blood shadow sword flew faster and faster, and in the back, it was even like a black shadow invisible to the naked eye, wreaking havoc in the air, and even terrifying sonic booms could be heard. With such speed, the killing power is extremely strong without having to think about it. Plus, it's so fast that it catches you off guard, can't react at all. Mastering the royal sword technique, Su-Hong would be able to maneuver flying swords in the future and kill the enemy from a long distance. It's the same as having another bottom card to overcome the enemy. Su-Hong revealed a few satisfied smiles. With this imperial sword technique, in the next battlefield, it's definitely enough to make those gene cultivators that drink up. Su-Hong was satisfied. Knock knock. At this time, a knock sounded at the door. Su-Hong frowned slightly. It's the middle of the night. Why would anyone come? Could it be that the Gene army has arrived? Come in. Su-Hong was unsuspecting. After all, this is the city lord's mansion. The door is guarded by masters. The only people who could come in were a few senior generals in the barracks. Click. The door opened slowly, A gorgeous woman in a long tight black dress walked in as if nothing had happened. She had special heels on her feet, and she walked on the floor with a clattering thought that the long legs were hidden under the hem of the black skirt, and as it swayed, the whole person had stood in front of Su-hong. Su-hong just froze for a moment, and her expression sank in the next second. Eyes locked on the woman, her tone cold. How did you get in here, little cutie? Oh no, it's the middle of the night, and such a gorgeous woman, inexplicably appearing in his city lord's mansion, besides the female ghost, could only be the enemy. Just by the fact that the other party was able to break through the guards of the city lord's mansion all the way and directly break into the city lord's own cultivation room, there was not even the slightest reaction coming from outside. And this person must not be a good person either. Giggle. Don't be so nervous, little brother. The gorgeous woman appeared to be very relaxed, a pair of beautiful eyes staring tightly at Su-hong. Eyes full of aggression. Not bad, not bad. Still really fine skin, to my liking. Cultivation isn't low, either. Such an achievement at such a young age. Little brother. I'm very pleased with you. Sister. The gorgeous woman looked at Su-hong as if she was looking at all her possessions. It was like a, well, toy that had been possessed by her. When Su-hong heard this, she didn't feel joy in her heart, but only felt full of insults. His eyes narrowed, and the spiritual energy in his body became more and more agitated. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm not happy with you. Very much. You can either declare yourself and spit out everything you know. Either that, or Mr. Su doesn't mind destroying the flowers with a hot hand. TSK, that's relentless. Little brother. The gorgeous woman lightly covered her high chest when she heard Su-hong's words. It looked very sad looking. Sister likes you so much and you're going to reject her? Then sister. Also just have to forcefully break your limbs and lock you up again. I'll make you my sister's personal puppy dog. Brush. The beautiful woman's sickly words had just fallen, and she raised her hand violently and a thing invisible to the naked eye suddenly swept viciously towards Su-hong. Unlike the two experts from before, Su-hong noticed it at first. The thing was fast and undetectable though, but traces of spiritual energy existed within its body that naturally could not escape Su-hong's eyes. Su-hong violently dodged and quickly avoided to the side, and that black thing almost swept past Su-hong's arm. Su-hong appeared to have dodged it, but after he landed on the ground, the clothes on his shoulder area had been cut off. In the shoulder area, a red line appeared directly, and blood spurted out. Ducked? This surprised the gorgeous woman a bit. You know you've never missed a beat with this bloodthirsty bug. The gorgeous woman looked towards Su-hong, and in her beautiful eyes, she became more and more interested. Giggling. Nice. Not bad. It's still the first time that someone has managed to dodge sister's bloodthirsty insects. Little brother. Sister is, now, more interested in you. Chapter 162, The Sickly Cultivator. At this moment, the bizarre black-clothed demonic woman who had killed her way into the Su-hong city lord's mansion. Undoubtedly, it was Luo Tian, the second prince of the Golden Kingdom. Of the two cultivators invited from Mount Taizu that gorgeous woman, Luo Yan. Don't look at her sultry looks, as if she was a 27 or 28-year-old older sister. But really, it's a 70 or 80-year-old leprechaun. It was only because he had practiced a special art of residing in the face that he was able to maintain such a youthful appearance and physique. And as she looked at Su-hong, she was actually able to dodge her bloodthirsty insects with ease. The heart was naturally surprised beyond measure, and at the same time, the curiosity towards Su-hong was naturally much heavier. But this curiosity is obviously not a good thing. This Luo Yan obviously old man into a demon, long smothered in the mountains to cultivate, a refining his decades, temperament character, naturally, slowly begins to pervert. Her favorite thing to do is to collect all kinds of playthings, especially like to take those in the world, appeared in the supreme genius, heavenly pride, as their own pet. Watching that each and every one of those arrogant and supreme secular heavenly pride generation, behaving like a puppy in front of her, would be able to maximize the satisfaction of her inner desire for control. Many of the princes and sons of the neighboring countries have been killed by her before, but mostly it's just fun and games. After all, Luo Yan was a cultivator. His eyesight vision, that was naturally different from the world. The average worldly young man, apart from the skin which makes feel fresh for a short time, others would have a hard time appealing to her and basically play with her for a while before casually torturing her to death. It can be said that so far, the male playthings that have fallen into Luo Yan's hands have ended up, without exception, they all died horribly at their hands. And now, when Luo Yan saw Su-hong, her heart instantly became interested again. Su-hong's was the first cultivator who was young, in his 20s, and the skin was still her favorite type. How can you let this go? Although that kid Luo Tian demanded that this person be driven to extinction, But she's a Luo practitioner from MT. Taizu. She's leaving Su Hong as a plaything. Luo Tian thought that he wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. Su Hong listened to Luo Yan's words, but she frowned. His eyes swept over the other man's sexy, gorgeous body, and while he admitted that the other person is a rare and wonderful person, but alas, it's not a beautiful woman, it's a beautiful snake. Su Hong nodded his acupoints to stop the bleeding, and stood up, holding his blood shadow sword, coldly. I'll say it again. I'm not interested in you. Not interested. Oh, what a misbehaving brother. But don't worry, sister will soon temper you so well that you won't dare to resist sister. Giggle. Luo Yan laughed daintily, and her voice seemed incomparably frightening and appalling. In the next second, a cold aura flashed in her gaze as she looked at Su Hong, and with a big wave of her hand, another unseen object swept viciously towards Su Hong. 2 bloodthirsty worms. No one would have thought that a contraption like a bloodthirsty worm, which was all precious in the cultivation world, on this Luo Yan's hand, there were actually 2 of them. At this moment, those 2 bloodthirsty worms opened their big scarlet horrible mouths and, towards Su Hong, he bit hard. The 2 bugs were so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Although Su Hong could sense a thing or two with her spiritual energy, the damn thing was too agile and it made him feel incredibly tricky as well. Su Hong's feet flashed with lightning, and his body flashed, steeply avoiding to one side. Very thrilling to avoid 2 bugs. He had seen the destructive power of these 2 bugs. Just one touch and the consequences are unimaginable. Su Hong dodged away again, causing Luo Yan to frown slightly. I didn't realize that my younger brother would still be able to perform light kung fu, being a cultivator, yet he learned such mundane acrobatics. Don't you feel like putting the cart before the horse? Su Hong sneered. As long as it's kung fu and it works, there's no such thing as higher or lower. Fireball. The moment Su Hong finished speaking, she directly pinched her hand and pointed at the 2 bloodthirsty insects. 2 small balls of spirit fire were sprayed out. The moment the fireball appeared, the temperature in the room all noticeably increased by several points. 2 fireballs headed straight for the 2 damn black bugs. One of them reacted and dodged narrowly, and the smaller one that was left didn't manage to dodge it and was burned squarely by the fireball spell. There was a squealing and scurrying in the flames, and the sound was noisy and shrill for a time. Is this spell? Seeing the fireball spell that Su Hong flung out, Luo Yan's expression changed completely. Somewhat stunned, I should say. Obviously, this fireball spell was a spell that she had simply never seen before, but she could clearly detect, from the majestic spiritual energy coming out of that flame, that this must be a spell. Damn, I didn't think this kid had it in him. Luo Yan waved her hand and hurriedly recalled the 2 little bugs. One of them flew back quickly, and the one that was burned by the fire, half of its body, scorched and blackened, was still infused with Luo Yan's spiritual power. It was only very reluctantly that he struggled out of the spirit fire of the fireball spell, squealing and screaming miserably as he did so. One side of his head was stuck into the pouch at Luo Yan's waist. What kind of spell is that? Luo Yan looked at Su Hong, her expression clearly putting away some of her previous flirtatious intentions. Su Hong's eyes flickered. What? Never seen a spell before? It seems that you, the cultivators of this Golden Kingdom's royal family, aren't very good either, and you haven't even seen any spells? We just haven't seen a little sidewalk technique like yours before. Luo Yan sneered with a disdainful expression. What a sideline. How come you're so scared that you're putting away the bugs? Afraid of the hard-earned poisonous insects that I'll burn? Su Hong had a teasing face. You. Luo Yan's eyes went cold. Apparently guessed right by Su Hong. The bloodthirsty worms she raised were most afraid of things that were fire-based. Spirit fire, in particular, was a fatal blow to this insect. But in addition to the spirit fire, the speed of the bloodthirsty bugs, killing people invisibly, all sorts of advantages. Obviously all very powerful killers. It was just that Luo Yan never expected that what he had thought was just a small country's indigenous cultivator, actually mastering fire spells? Luo Yan sneered. Don't get too happy. Even if I don't use worms, I'm going to kill you as if you were a chicken. Oh, is that so? Then you can come and try. Su Hong also slowly sensed out Luo Yan's cultivation, pretending to be so awesome, but in reality, just like Su Hong, it was just the 3rd level of chi refining, and the other party's spells, other than this bug, didn't see any powerful ones. But where there are powerful spells, surely the spells will be prioritized. Instead of using this bloodthirsty bug as a killer anymore. Giggle. Little brother. Looks like you can't wait to be your sister's plaything. Then don't blame your sister for being ruthless. As Luo Yan's words fell, he took another object out of his pocket. The thing was like dust, and in a matter of moments, it completely surrounded Su Hong. Su Hong frowned and immediately closed her breath, not wanting to inhale the weird dust, but Luoyan giggled. It's useless even if you don't breathe. This is the pollen of the celestial love flower. It can penetrate through the skin. When you are poisoned by the pollen of the heavenly love flower, the spiritual energy in your body will decompose at an extremely fast speed, gradually lose control of your arms and legs. Brother, sister said. You, sister. I'll take you. LOL. Chapter 163, Do you think you're going to win? Luo Yan's evil laughter continued to resonate within the cultivation room. Su Hong's face also changed slightly. The other side wasn't being alarmist. He could indeed feel that a small portion of the pollen poison had entered his body, and that the spiritual energy in his body it's just being broken down a little bit by this poison. And the speed of this decomposition was still a bit faster than even Su Hong had expected. Then Su Hong must fight quickly to get the job done. Su Hong doesn't want to put it off any longer. Without saying a word, he held the blood shadow sword in his hand and directly killed towards Luoyan, accompanied by a shocking lightning flash. Su Hong arrived in front of Luoyan almost instantly. So fast. Luoyan's gaze sank. She now also sensed that Su Hong was tricky. Having been poisoned by the pollen of this heavenly love flower, one can still move so swiftly. Su Hong was really the first one Luoyan had met, and without the slightest pause, Luoyan fished out a talisman from her bosom and injected her aura into it. Several rock lances formed by rocks then shot towards Su Hong. Su Hong raised his hands with two swords, splitting away two rock lances. The last two, however, still whistled. It fiercely blasted at Su Hong. Su Hong's body trembled and was directly hammered away by the huge force of the rock gun, hitting the wall hard, and Su Hong did notice the huge impact of the aura being broken down a little bit. Originally, with a rock gun like this, Su Hong could definitely catch it, but it still took a solid hit because of the poisoning. Su Hong was still trying to get up, but that Luoyan made a flash. The whole person was like a ghost, suddenly appearing in front of Su Hong. In the next second, he stretched out his hand and directly choked Su Hong's neck. Kid, your spiritual power. It's been weakened quite a bit. In Luoyan's beautiful eyes, a few moments of deeply hidden eeriness surfaced. The spiritual power that Su Hong had erupted earlier was something that even Luoyan had to be afraid of. That's why she only dared to use the bloodthirsty insect to surround herself with Su Hong. But after Su Hong was poisoned, her spiritual power became significantly weaker. It was only then that Luoyan dared to get closer. Ahem. Su Hong grabbed Luoyan's neck with both hands and tried to struggle, but he realized that Luoyan's hands were all coated with the poison of the heavenly love flower. The toxin went from its palm, down his neck, and into his body. Su Hong could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was fading away almost like a tidal wave. When Luoyan exerted her strength, she even directly lifted Su Hong's entire body out of thin air. Looking at Su Hong's struggling appearance, Luoyan's face became more and more morbidly excited. Giggle. Little brother, I've advised you before. Don't you think it's a good idea to be your sister's plaything? You wouldn't have had to go through all this if you'd said yes in the first place. But now, it's too late. Oh, you are too dangerous. Sister must end you here. Luoyan's tone was a little sad and a little excited again when she said the latter, as if it was a pity to kill Su Hong and not get a new plaything. However, being able to personally kill a supreme cultivator heavenly pride was again incomparably exciting for her. Die. When you die, my sister will make you into a puppet for a change and become my sister's plaything. Luoyan originally wanted to keep Su Hong, but after a brief exchange of blows, she realized, with a sharp shock, that this is someone who is simply impossible to control on his own. It's too dangerous to keep around. So instead of taking that risk, it would be safest to kill Su Hong outright. Su Hong, however, looked down at Luoyan and smiled indifferently. What? You think you're going to win? Or what? Luoyan's cold and pretty face surfaced a few points of ridicule, laughed and said, You can't even break free from me now, so isn't it a sure thing that I'm going to win? Luoyan already had victory written on her face. After all, although Su Hong's cultivation was not bad, since she had already been poisoned by the heavenly love flower, then it's just a matter of being taken by your own hand. And although Su Hong was deadlocked by Luoyan, his face, however, remained unperturbed. It began to gather the last of the aura in his body and slowly rose out. Stupid. Still gathering aura. What? Going to cast your fireball spell again? Luoyan snorted. Having been poisoned by the celestial love flower, it's fine if you don't exert your spiritual power. The more you do, the spiritual energy will be devoured the faster. Are you so impatient to die at your sister's hands? Oh, you're the one who deserves to die. Su Hong was still full of calmness even though she was in an extremely unfavorable situation, and as the sound of his last sentence fell, a sword light suddenly erupted behind Luoyan. Imperial sword art. A blood shadow sword. with remnants of shadows, blasted viciously directly towards Luoyan. The speed was so fast that Luoyan couldn't even react in time, though at the last instant, barely throwing out a small charm for defense. However, it was still completely unable to carry the terrifying impact of the Imperial sword art. Put! A muffled sound. Luoyan's body was directly pierced through by the blood shadow sword. Above the belly, a bloody hole appeared directly. This, Luoyan's entire body was trembling. Disbelief was written in his eyes. The palm of his hand loosened, and Su Hong also fell straight to the ground. Luoyan's eyes were full of unwillingness as she glared at Su Hong, her voice unwilling and terrified. Is this the royal sword art? You, a cultivator from a small country, actually know the art of sword defense? This can't be. It can't be. With Luoyan's reaction, it was obvious that he knew about the imperial sword art, and compared to fireball, swordsmanship in her conception of the, obviously something remarkable. Su Hong struggled to get up from the ground and looked at her coldly. Nothing is impossible. Your royal cultivators of the Golden Kingdom only come out once in 100 years, and what goes on out there? Naturally, you guys don't know. You're just complete frogs at the bottom of the well. No. Luoyan's body stumbled and turned around, trying to run out. Obviously the woman's desire to survive was extremely strong, but how could Su Hong let her go? Using his last ounce of spiritual energy, he once again maneuvered the blood shadow sword and flew over. Pust! A muffled sound directly cut off Luoyan's head. In an instant, blood sprayed out, and Luoyan's gorgeous features, and sexy, seductive body, all at once, they completely separated, splitting into two hideous, bloody body parts that fell to the ground. Su Hong looked at Luoyan's corpse and leaned against the wall, gasping for air under her breath. He also wanted to keep Luoyan alive. It was also good to be able to obtain more information from Luoyan's mouth and know the bottom line of the so-called royal family cultivators of the Golden Kingdom. But this Luoyan's tactics are too sinister. Again with the poisonous insects. Su Hong himself should not be able to take care of the trick, where there is that spare capacity to catch the living. It was already extremely good to be able to do his best to use the last of his spiritual energy and kill him. Su Hong had thought to look over the other's body, see if you can find anything good. However, the toxin of the heavenly love flower was obviously much stronger than he had imagined. Su Hong's eyes went black and she directly fell to the ground. Chapter 164 Reinforcements arrive. I don't know how long. Su Hong just woke up. Su Hong only felt her head go numb. Rubbing her head, Su Hong looked up and saw Luoyan's body, still not far in front of her. The eyes were looking at themselves. The toxin of this heavenly love flower is indeed powerful. It actually managed to draw out every bit of spiritual energy in my body. A few moments of fear surfaced in Su Hong's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just learned the royal sword technique as a killer weapon before that, he managed to kill back in the end. Otherwise he'd really have to explain himself here. It's true that the Golden Kingdom's royal cultivators aren't that easy to deal with such a wide variety of means. Even when I broke through the 3rd level of chi practicing, I was this close. But this has killed a cultivator of the Golden Kingdom. It will surely be a great weakening to the strength of the coming Jin army. Wait until Elder Song comes to support us again. Holding the city should not be a problem. Su Hong struggled to get up from the ground after recovering some of the spiritual energy in her body. His eyes landed on Luoyan's corpse and his heart fluttered. Then walk over and start scavenging the bodies. After all, the other party was a cultivator who had been practicing for a long time, and he was bound to have a lot of good things on him, like the 2 bloodthirsty bugs from earlier, and the magical little pocket that held the bugs. This included some of the spirit talismans Luoyan used, and even the poison from the heavenly love flower. To Su Hong, it was all good stuff, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. After Su Hong searched Luoyan's body, inside and out, and didn't find much, a cloth bag was found in addition to the one that held the bugs earlier. The cloth bag wasn't big either, only the size of a palm. But Su Hong tried to open the mouth of this bag, and with all her strength, but I could never open it. Could this be the legendary storage bag? Su Hong rubbed her chin. If so, it's kinda a pain in the ass. After all, for this thing Su Hong had only heard of it, but other people's storage bags that. He was basically clueless as to how to open it to remove the contents. It seems we can only wait for Elder Song to come over. In addition to this storage bag, the bag that contained that weird bloodthirsty bug, Su Hong tried to. Rather, you can open it, but Su Hong hasn't fully recovered yet. If she opens this bag at will, it would still be too dangerous for the bugs inside to rush out and attack themselves. That was why Su Hong had to wait until she had recovered more or less before examining these 2 bloodthirsty insects. After searching for half a day, this was all that was found. Other than that, Su Hong found nothing. But the more this happened, The more Su Hong was sure that the thing he couldn't open was the storage bag. It should contain the woman's entire fortune. After doing everything like this, Su Hong looked at the woman's corpse. Without saying a word, he flung out a ball of spirit fire, instantly incinerating it. Looking at the rolling flames, Su Hong's gaze flickered. Bang bang. At this time, there was a sharp knock at the door. Come in. Bang. Soon the door was opened, only to see Su Ruoyu quickly rushing in, her face full of anxiety. Su Hong, are you okay? Su Hong. Su Ruoyu was very alarmed, because she had just rushed back from the imperial capital when she saw Su Hong outside the city lord's mansion where she was, with the bodies of two first-rate experts lying on the ground. She instantly felt that the situation was not good, so she rushed in. Su Hong looked toward Su Ruoyu and said with a breathless voice, Ruoyu, I'm fine. Seeing Su Hong standing there, Su Ruoyu's heart was relieved. 3 or 2 steps forward and Lian asked, Su Hong, are you okay? I just came back from the imperial capital and saw the guards of the city lord's mansion being killed. It's really okay. Su Hong pointed at the body being burned on the ground and slowly said, it was a gene cultivator who broke in during the night, but it's been taken care of by me now. A practitioner from the Golden Kingdom? Su Ruoyu's gaze trembled. Su Ruoyu was not surprised that there were cultivators in the Golden Kingdom, but what she didn't expect was that the gene cultivators would actually move so fast. She had only gone back to the imperial capital to ask for reinforcements, but there were actually already cultivators coming to assassinate Su Hong. Then how is your injury status? The cultivators sent by the Golden Kingdom must not be easy to deal with. Injured, not hurt, just more depleted. Su Hong shook her head. By the way, since you're here, have the reinforcements that Song Lao brought arrived? Right, just arrived. Su Ruoyu said. Elder Song is in the council hall right now. Do you want to go there now? Or do you want to take another break? Su Ruoyu could tell that Su Hong's entire body looked a bit tired. It was even the first time she had seen Su Hong look this deflated. No need to rest. Just go straight over there. Su Hong fished out a few pills to replenish her spiritual energy from her bosom and took them, slightly recovering some of her spiritual energy before. Only then did he follow Su Ruoyu and go to the council hall. The council hall was right next to the city lord's mansion, 3 or 2 steps away. When he arrived, he did see that Elder Song and a few generals sent by the court were all there. Seeing Su Hong enter, the generals other than Elder Song immediately rose and arched their hands at Su Hong. Lord Su. Elder Song also nodded to Su Hong. Su Hong, you're here. Gentlemen, Elder Song. Su Hong also arched his hands one by one, and after a slight greeting, he sat down beside Elder Song. After sitting down, Su Hong spoke. I am very grateful to all of you for venturing from the imperial capital to come and support me this time, especially Elder Song. The fact that you're here really gives me a shot in the heart. Song Sharon sniffed, with a few moments of helplessness on his face, and did not have the good sense to say, your kid has brought down Guangcheng. Can I not come? If I don't come, this Guangcheng will only be snatched back by the Jin Kingdom again in minutes. It's still Elder Song who is sensible. Su Hong smiled awkwardly. He actually went into great detail in his letter. Having said that the Golden Kingdom will send out cultivators, it must require Elder Song to come out. In this situation, Elder Song would actually have no room to refuse. Alright, there's no need for much politeness. Tell me, what exactly is the situation now? On the Jin side, how many troops will be deployed? Elder Song waved his hand and asked directly. When the other generals heard this, they also looked at Su Hong. Su Hong did not hesitate and directly said, from the current scouting, the Golden Kingdom has gathered 200,000 elite troops and is about to arrive in Guangcheng. They also sent out at least 2 cultivators from the Golden Kingdom's Taizu Mountain to surround us. What? 2 cultivators? Hearing Su Hong's words, the faces of those present all changed slightly. You know that for the people present, except for Elder Song, the cultivators those were terrifying existences that were rarer than even an earth immortal. Every single one of them was a supremely powerful and mighty person. It was simply an existence that they needed to look up to. But one such cultivator on a normal day is already quite terrifying. And it turns out that the Golden Kingdom has 2 of them in one go? More than anything else, the crowd present was overwhelmed with pressure. Even Elder Song frowned slightly. But in the next second, Su Hong continued. But there's good news. The other side's 2 cultivators. One of them lurked in last night to make his move, and has now been decapitated by me. Chapter 165 Luo Yin. Luo Maniac. Su Hong said these few words, carelessly. It was as if they were talking about a very rare and trivial matter. But people all around heard that. First, they were stunned. But when they reacted, one by one, they all stared wide-eyed and the expression on his face was dumbfounded. What? You said, Lord Su, that you beheaded one of the cultivators of the Golden Kingdom? Everyone present couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Even Song Lao's expression appeared to change slightly. He looked Su Hong up and down and nodded. No wonder the old man saw that your feet were weak and your body's aura was disorganized. I thought that you had overindulged in lust and I didn't realize it was just after a life and death struggle. What the hell? Overindulgence? Su Hong's head was filled with black lines when she heard this. It was Song Lao, who dared to joke about Su Hong. But those generals next to him were embarrassed. If you don't laugh at old man Song's jokes, you'll offend him, but if you do, wouldn't that offend Su Hong? One by one, they had to pretend that they hadn't heard, and let this one go. Elder Song nodded again and said, if that's the case, that's really good news. The other side has a dead cultivator. It's a couple of points more of a win for us. But that cultivator you killed, who was it? What was the cultivation level? Elder Song seemed to be curious and asked. Su Hong didn't hide it and directly said, the cultivator I beheaded yesterday was a female cultivator with a cultivation level similar to mine, using mainly a special kind of poison, and a very difficult little bug that's very tricky to deal with. I can kill her. It was actually kind of a close call. Luo Yen. After listening to Su Hong's description, Elder Song spoke directly and called out this woman's name. Elder Song had a few moments of surprise on his face. I didn't realize that it was her that you actually killed. This woman. In the group of people from Taizu Mountain. It's kind of hard to deal with. However, this time the Golden Kingdom has sent out even her. So there is one practitioner left that, maybe even better than her. Most likely, it's that scumbag Luo maniac. Elder Song is Elder Song after all. Just by hearing this bit of information described by Su Hong, a lot of things had already been surmised. Luo Yen. Luo maniac? Su Hong recited the two names before looking at Elder Song. This remaining Luo maniac. Is it hard to deal with? That's natural. Elder Song nodded. This old boy. A killing god that came out of the Golden Kingdom's royal family a few decades ago. On the battlefield men blocked the killing of people. Buddha blocked the killing of Buddha. For the Golden Kingdom to open up the territory. Has made a great contribution. Then when I got older, I was tested for talent in cultivating immortality. And that's when I was placed on MT. Tai Zu. Stepping into the path of cultivation. I have heard that his cultivation is progressing rapidly. Barely slower than that of the old man. Coupled with the heritage of Mount Taizu, this person's current cultivation level can be described as profound. Trying to deal with him is by no means easy. When Elder Song said this, the expression on his face was still rather grave. It was the first time Su Hong had ever watched this old man reveal such an expression. He flinched inwardly. He could get a glimpse of Song Sharun's strength. If even he says so, that meant that this Luo maniac was, indeed, difficult to deal with. But Su Hong still had other cards. Before his cultivation was solidified, he collided with Luo Yen and ended up narrowly winning. This kind of battle was actually good for his realm. It was tantamount to speeding up the process of stabilizing his realm. The benefit of stabilizing a realm is that it allows the mastered spells to reach the level of that realm as soon as possible. After Su Hong had completely recovered this time, he had mastered the fireball art, the imperial sword art, and these. The power should go up a notch. Su Hong looked at Elder Song. Elder Song, besides the two cultivators on the other side, the soldiers sent by the Golden Kingdom should not be underestimated. How many soldiers have you brought from the imperial capital? This time? Song Lao Dao. 100,000. 100,000? Almost able to, taking advantage of the easily defensible terrain of Guangcheng, the frontal battlefield. It should be enough to deal with it. Su Hong rubbed her chin. Song Lao Dao. Actually, that's not something you need to worry about. In wars where cultivators are involved, it's never the ordinary soldiers down below that decide victory in a war. Rather, it's the result of a battle between us cultivators. As long as we can kill that Luo maniac, we will definitely win this battle. I understand. Although what Elder Song said was realistic, Su Hong had to nod in agreement. It was also true that if Su Hong and the others lost to Luo maniac, then even if an ordinary soldier improving the battlefield fights and wins, Luo crazy a wave of the hand, still able to easily exterminate a large number of soldiers, Guangcheng ended up in the hands of the Golden Kingdom. Similarly, as long as Su Hong's side could defeat Luo maniac or even kill him, even if the garrison of Guangcheng is defeated by the Jin army, this Guangcheng should be defended. The same can still be held. But even so, the plan for the deployment of the garrison's forces must be strictly enforced. It is also good to keep our generals alive as long as possible. Su Hong opened her mouth. Understood. The many generals nodded. Okay, all of you go down and get ready. Elder Song and I have important things to talk about. After Su Hong gave some orders, he let the generals go and deploy their troops, obviously deliberately sidetracking them. After those generals left, Elder Song looked at Su Hong. Say, what is it that you have to tell my old man that you have to tell me? When you've specialized in sidetracking people? Su Hong saw that everyone had left, and only then did she take out Luo Yan's storage bag from her pocket. Elder Song, this is something that was scavenged from that Luo Yan. I think it's a storage bag. Elder Song turned his head to look and nodded. Yes, this is indeed a storage bag, but I can't open this thing, and in here, there should be quite a few valuable things. Su Hong is also very frank. I don't know if Elder Song has a way to open it. If he can open it, what's inside will go to Elder Song. Oh, Elder Song was a bit surprised. Obviously he was not expecting Su Hong to be so generous. It was definitely unrealistic for him to say that he wasn't greedy for the storage bag of a Jingua cultivator like Luo Yan. After all, Song Lao himself, strictly speaking, is also considered a casual cultivator, with no sect or discipline. Cultivation resources are also in short supply, but this storage bag was, after all, what Su Hong had arrived with. It's definitely not appropriate for him to ask for it directly, but Su Hong can come forward and get a piece of his pie. Instead, it made Song Lao feel a little more favorable towards Su Hong. A few more smiles were evident on Elder Song's face before he nodded and said, "You, boy, are on the up and up. This storage bag, I can indeed open, and when the time comes to open it, the contents of I don't want more than one, old me, just one." Although Su Hong was very uptight, Song Lao was, after all, an elder. It was also not good to take too much advantage of a junior like Su Hong. Many thanks to Elder Song. Su Hong smiled and immediately handed the storage bag to Elder Song. Elder Song took the storage bag, and without knowing what technique he used, he recited under his breath and a turquoise light flashed across that Su Hongman's unopenable storage bag. In the next second, the primordial, which originally could not be opened on its own, revealing a small opening. Chapter 166. The storage bag was opened almost instantly by Elder Song. Su Hong's expression had a few moments of surprise. Elder Song slowly said, "This kind of storage bag is actually not difficult to open. As long as the original owner is dead, the divine imprint on it will weaken and it's only necessary to use special means to easily erase this layer of divine sense imprints." So it is. Su Hong nodded. He also expected that opening this kind of dead man's storage bag shouldn't be difficult. But the difficulty was that the special means that Elder Song had mentioned, he didn't know how to do it. Then we can only ask Elder Song to make a move and give him a piece of the pie as a tuition payment. After the storage bag was opened, Elder Song was frank and checked inside it a little bit. Quickly, with a few moments of surprise, he took out an object from his storage bag. It was a thumb-sized, dark copper-colored, metal-like object. Elder Song looked to Su Hong. "Okay, this thing, it's mine. What is it?" Su Hong couldn't help but ask. Elder Song smiled. "In the end, it's still the old undead gang from Taizu Mountain that have deep pockets. This is meteoric copper. It's a special kind of weapon refining material, and the magic weapon made from this material can better sense with my spiritual power. It will be easier to drive and more powerful." "So it is." Su Hong nodded. "Then this thing, which I won't be able to use for a while, will go to Elder Song." Su Hong currently didn't know how to refine weapons, and her own blood shadow sword was enough for the time being. It wasn't yet time to need to refine other magic weapons. Besides, opening the storage bag and choosing one for Elder Song had been agreed upon in advance. "Well, I won't go back on my word. I said I'd pick just one item, and the rest of the stuff, it's all yours." Elder Song handed the storage bag to Su Hong before smiling. "This time it's a bargain for you, kid. There's a lot of good stuff in here." However, Su Hong did not take the storage bag and said, "Elder Song, you can choose another one, but in exchange, I need Elder Song to teach me the method of forcibly opening another person's storage bag." Elder Song froze slightly when he heard this, and then smiled. "Kid is quite resourceful. It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish." "Yes, you can." After Song Lao hesitated in his storage bag for a while longer, he took out a small talisman from it. "It's a yellow rank advanced spirit talisman, not weak in killing power. It's it." "Yes." Su Hong nodded. Elder Song immediately threw Su Hong a jade slip and then said, "This has a record of the divine removal technique, which is specifically designed to erase other people's divine sense from a storage bag. It can be used on a storage bag, or a spirit animal bag, or even a magic treasure, magic weapon, or anything else that retains someone else's divine sense." Su Hong took the storage bag and placed it on his forehead to check it out. Sure enough, this technique was not complicated. As long as one was at the first or second level of chi refining, one would only be able to learn it. "Well, the rest of the stuff is yours," Elder Song said. "Digest it well, and you should still be able to get a little stronger in a short time. If you can raise your strength some more in these few days, When the Jin army arrives in a few days, we'll have a little more certainty. 2. Yes. Su Hong nodded. When Elder Song finished speaking, he stood up from his chair and turned to leave. Su Hong, on the other hand, put her storage bag away and went to the city lord's mansion as well. After coming to the cultivation room, Su Hong then checked up a little bit on those things contained in the storage bag. Open it. Elder Song was really right. There was still a lot of good stuff in there. A small jade bottle containing the poisonous powder of the heavenly love flower. 3 spirit talismans. All intermediate yellow rank spells. All instantaneous types. Not bad in terms of power, but the kind that can only be used once and then voided. There were also 5 spirit elixirs with similar potency to the spirit transformation elixir. The last, a small needle, only the length of a small thumb and as thick as a silver needle. But when Su Hong picked it up, he was able to apparently discover that this thing seemed to be made from the same kind of material that Elder Song had taken away earlier. It could be clearly felt that the pin was sensing the spiritual energy naturally and easily. It hardly even consumed any spiritual energy to drive it. Su Hong's eyes flickered. This little needle, used together with the sword art, must have a miraculous effect. If the poisonous powder of the heavenly love flower is smeared on, caught off guard, it's enough to instantly finish off a cultivator. This small needle, to put it mildly, should be the most powerful thing in this storage bag, but why didn't that Luo Yan use it when she fought with herself? It was thought that it should be because she hadn't mastered the royal sword technique, and there was no way to properly utilize this small needle. She can't come up here with this little pin in her hand and poke herself, can she? That would be too weird and impossible to get. But in the hands of Su Hong, he knows the art of sword fighting. Then you can bring out the power of this little needle. In addition to these things, Su Hong also found a small pile of stone fragments at the bottom of the storage bag. These were of various sizes and shapes, like the rocks that you find everywhere on the side of the road. But the stones are crystal clear, somewhat emerald and amber-like, and Su Hong could feel the abundant aura from these small stones. It was as if these stones were pure collections of aura. Could this be the legendary spirit stone? Su Hong took out a piece out and held it in her hand. It was immediately felt that a very pure aura was coming from within. This aura could be quite a bit purer than the usual cultivation, which was refined from the air. If it was used in cultivation, it could definitely get twice the result with half the effort. But other than that, this spirit stone should also be used as a currency between cultivators. It's the money that the practitioners use. Su Hong counted. There was about 7 or 8 pieces in there. There were also a dozen or so broken out pieces that were half the size of a whole block. This should be considered half a block. Su Hong has put them all away, and they will be very useful in the future. Other than these things, Luo Yan couldn't find anything else in her storage bag. For Su Hong, the harvest is not small. If he hadn't slaughtered Luo Yan and killed people, Su Hong would have wanted to get these cultivation items. I don't know how long it will take. It's still faster to make money by killing and robbing. A Luo Yan. There are so many good things in his storage bag. I don't know that Luo maniac's wealth. And how lucrative. Su Hong licked her lips and couldn't help but eyeball it. When the time came to go out with Elder Song, even if it was split in half, Su Hong estimated that he would be able to make a big profit again. Su Hong couldn't help but shake her head and smile when she thought of this. This battle hasn't even been fought yet, and you're starting to think about the spoils of war yourself. It's better to take advantage of these few days of work to improve your strength as soon as possible. That way when the war is once fought, they have a better chance of winning. Su Hong locked the door of the cultivation room, and after collecting the previous things, he took out another object from his arms. Fixing my eyes. This thing is not a don't. It was the same bag that contained the 2 bloodthirsty worms. Chapter 167 Luo Tian's Fear. Su Hong looked at the bag, and to be honest, in his heart, the 2 bloodthirsty worms in the bag, still have ideas. Those 2 bloodthirsty bugs are fast and lethal. If they can be turned into their own, and again, you can improve your battle power. However, Su Hong had not recovered her aura now after all. There was no certainty that the 2 bloodthirsty insects could be subdued now, so he took out 2 spirit pills and took half a spirit stone. Sitting down cross-legged in the cultivation room, he began to utilize spirit pills, spirit stones, and exhale the circumference of the sky. Wanting to speed up as quickly as possible, he recovered his spiritual power, or he could prepare to take in these 2 bloodthirsty insects. Su Hong cultivated to recover her spiritual power. Jin's side of the army, 200,000 soldiers and horses, marching in the direction of Guangcheng. It was only about 15 miles left. Luo Tian and Luo Maniac, the 2 of them sat in a tent. Luo Tian counted the days and couldn't help but ask Luo Maniac, "Ancestor, it's been several days since Ancestor's milk went forward. Why hasn't she returned yet? It can't be. Is something wrong?" Luo Maniac sniffed and slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Luo Tiandao. What are you panicking about? Xiao Yan, she's a third-level chi refiner. Her strength is top-notch even in my Taizu mountain. What can happen to a small square on this trip? I'm only afraid that by now, she's already decapitated that Su Hong. It's also possible to start conquering Guanqing's defense army, so it's convenient to collect our army as soon as it arrives. And it's more than normal to delay a bit for that. Luo Tian was a bit worried, but Luo Maniac was obviously much more composed. In his opinion, this what's her name Zhogua, and that 25-year-old cultivator, were all little caramels. It wasn't even worthy of being dealt with on its own. But the reason why he came out, for one thing, was because Luo Tian was holding the order of the royal family. 2 practitioners were invited to come down the mountain, and he came to make up a number of people. Secondly, he had gone out to the mountains to collect a few medicines, so that he could go back and refine a potion, so as to break through to the next realm. So at first, he didn't take the Great Zhou soldiers and horses in the square. Seriously, it really couldn't be better. Grandchildren surely do believe in the divine powers of their ancestors' milk. Luo Tian had a smile on his face and responded to Luo Maniac. Yet he was still a bit distracted in his mind, because compared to Luo Maniac, Luo Yen, he had to understand Su Hong better. This son is by no means that easy to deal with. 3 times himself, he had sent assassins to do away with him, but they hadn't succeeded. This time, Luo Yen went to assassinate him single-handedly, and it took so long again. There is something really wrong. But Luo Tian still hoped in his heart that Luo Yen would get it. After all, Su Hong is just a kid who doesn't know where he came from, and doesn't know what kind of luck he stepped on. It is only then that you can embark on the path of the practitioner. In contrast, Luo Yen was an ancestor who had been sent up to Mount Taizu and started practicing at a very early age. And it's all been practiced for decades. No matter what, it's impossible to lose to that Su Hong kid, right? As long as Su Hong died, no one would be able to stop themselves from eating Big Joe anymore. When that happens, the next throne will surely be his own. Yet it was at this time, Luo Maniac, who had been sitting there, suddenly shuddered. In the next second, he hastily opened his eyes and hastily fished something out of his arms. The object was a small blackened sign, and when Luo Maniac took it out of his arms, the sign was really trembling violently, and then on the sign, a crack had begun to appear. What? Third sister? This can't be. Luo Maniac's face changed drastically in an instant, his eyes glaring at the small sign in death, his voice trembling. No, this can't be possible. Third sister isn't going over there to kill a little loose cultivator. How can you be in danger of your life? Luo Tian also felt that something was wrong when he heard what Luo Maniac said, asked in a rush. Ancestor, what are you talking about? What is this? Luo Maniac said with a very ugly expression. This is my third sister's fate card. All cultivators have one. It represents my third sister's destiny. If there is a crack in the fate plate, it means that the owner of the fate plate, it is in great danger at the moment, even in danger of death at any moment. What? When Luo Tian heard this, his entire body was dumbfounded as well. Obviously didn't expect that to happen either. His own grandmother, who went ahead to assassinate Su Hong, didn't get it, not to mention that he actually had to lose his life? Luo Tian really couldn't believe in this matter, and Luo Maniac shook his head. No, it shouldn't be. It has to be a coincidence. Against a small casual cultivator, it's simply impossible for my third sister to miss. It must just be an accident. However, just as Luo Maniac said these words, a click was heard. The Luo Yan's fate card in his hand was already full of cracks, and this instant, it exploded directly in his hand. Countless pieces of debris immediately splashed, and one of them even flew directly toward Luo Maniac's face. With a snort, it even directly cut a piece of Luo Maniac's face, and blood slowly flowed down. What? Luo Maniac's face changed completely. His eyes were as wide as brass bells, and he stared dead at the crumbs of the fortune tag in his hand, and in his eyes, it was full of disbelief. Dead. Dead? The shattering of a life brand signifies complete death. This huge blow caused Luo Maniac's heart to feel as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. The whole man was no longer calm, and his hunched body, all of it, began to tremble violently. Luo Tian was also dumbfounded. This fate card shattered completely. Doesn't that mean Luo Yen is dead? It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Luo Tian's mind. He had never expected that. Luo Yen went to the square this time, and not only did she not kill Su Hong, her own people died there. So, one's intuition was right. Something's really wrong. Luo Tian looked at the unsightly Luo Yen with a somewhat tense expression and asked tentatively, First, ancestor, could this possibly be a mistake with the fate cards? Could this arcane stuff have been less accurate in the first place? No way. Luo Maniac's voice was already very gloomy, and in this instant, it was even more gloomy several times over. Very angry said, "There's no way the fate card could be wrong, because it has a part of my third sister's soul on it. Only when I die and my soul is dissipated will the fate plate shatter." As soon as Luo Tian heard this, the last trace of expectation dissipated. So, Luo Yan is really dead? But he couldn't figure it out. How could Su Hong, a small casual cultivator, have so much energy? Even Luo Yan went to assassinate him and failed. And even killed? Luo Tian looked at Luo Maniac and couldn't help but ask, "So Ancestor, now, what to do? Ancestor Milk is dead, and now you alone, Ancestor, are, us." Luo Tian was obviously afraid that Luo Maniac was no match for Su Hong either. Then it's all over. But Luo Maniac directly snorted coldly, his voice gloomy to the extreme. "Kid, I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you that the third sister's death at the hands of that brat was due to her weak strength. Cultivation is insufficient. There is no excuse for dying at the hands of others. The old man and the third sister are different. I won't turn over in the gutter. Have your army speed up its march, and wait until we reach the square. I will personally remove that Su Hong's head to honor my third sister's spirit in heaven." Chapter 168, Conquering Bloodthirsty Insects. Unawareness. 2 days passed in a flash. Su Hong opened her eyes, her breath, completely restored to its peak. In the past 2 days, he had utilized the pills, spirit stones in Luo Yan's storage bag, making up for all of his injuries, as well as the loss from being hit by the heavenly love flower. Even the foundation that wasn't very stable due to the fact that he had just made a breakthrough was completely and utterly stabilized. After all, compared to closed-door purification, the speed of trying to stabilize one's foundation, and stabilizing it in the middle of a fight, definitely the fastest and most effective. Su Hong could feel it. The breath within himself was much stronger than before. If he meets Luo Yan once more, he was certain that between 3 rounds, it was enough to kill his opponent. State restored. So, Su Hong from his arms, touched the bag that contained the bloodthirsty insects. After taking a breath, he used the method taught by Elder Song to erase the divine sense on the bag, and then, slowly opened the bag. Buzz off! The moment the bag was opened, a very terrifyingly sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly burst out from it. The voice seemed to come from hell, and it made one's scalp very numb just to hear it. Almost the next second, those 2 horrors, rubbing right out of the bag. The moment it came out, almost without any surprise, it charged directly towards Su Hong. The sharp mouthparts of the 2 ugly black bugs gave off a very oozy, sinister sheen. Straight to Su Hong's neck. Su Hong's gaze flickered, and his mouth pinched directly. Fireball! Wow! In an instant, 2 flames of considerable size spewed directly out of the 2 bloodthirsty insects were instantly enveloped. These 2 fireballs, in terms of both speed and intensity, all of them were quite a bit stronger out than what Su Hong had cast before. Zip! The 2 bugs looked at these 2 balls of terrifying spirit fire. Their bodies suddenly stopped in mid-air, wanting to avoid them. But it had also been impossible to avoid. Brush! In an instant, the 2 black bugs were completely engulfed by the fireball all at once. From it could be heard an unmistakable, heart-stopping scream. Zip! Su Hong stood to the side, her expression indifferent as she looked at the bloodthirsty insect that was being continuously burned by the 2 balls of spirit fire. He certainly couldn't have intended to just burn the 2 bugs. He also planned to tame these 2 bugs as a future battle force, so he kept the intensity of his fireball spell under control, and as soon as he sensed that the 2 bugs might be burned, then it will be deliberately weakened by 1 point. It was important to burn both bugs painfully, but also not to burn them outright, and these 2 bloodthirsty insects were obviously spiritual. Plus, once Luo Yan died, the spiritual sense confined to the 2 bloodthirsty insects would be small and scattered. The 2 bloodthirsty worms were waiting to become unowned. Su Hong's strong suppression soon burned the 2 bloodthirsty worms beyond their ability to withstand it. The voice coming out of the flames was getting weaker and weaker, and Su Hong passed out the divine sense that interacted with the. It also instantly sensed the pleas for mercy and wailing emanating from the divine thoughts of the 2 bloodthirsty insects. Though the 2 bloodthirsty worms transmitted such a meaning, but Su Hong didn't stop. Instead, they continued to manipulate the flames as far as the 2 spirit worms could take them. It continues to constantly bear down. Out of the flames came the increasingly shrill and piercing screams of the 2 spirit worms, and even gradually one could smell an unmistakable stench of burning, emanating from the flames. Su Hong knew nothing about this kind of bug, not knowing the habits or whether it was cunning or not. Naturally, it is impossible to ask for forgiveness once and then call it quits. Su Hong continued to burn for about a quarter of an hour. The 2 spirit insects seemed to be completely unable to hold back. directly fell from the flames and landed morosely beside Su-hong's footplate. His body was burnt black and he could only barely struggle to move. It seemed like it was only a breath away. It was only at this point that Su-hong was slightly satisfied. Only then did he move a little closer to the two spirit insects with a strong sense of caution. Su-hong was on spiritual alert the entire time, just out of caution, and didn't think that the two spirit worms, what offense is there at this point? But what he did not expect at all was that after he crouched in front of the two spirit worms, one of the larger bloodthirsty worms, when Su-hong was less than 3 feet away from it, suddenly burst into action. Two slender spikes spread out from his mouth, instantly transforming into a black lightning bolt that, straight to Su-hong's neck and stabbed hard. The speed at which the spirit bug had risen up was far beyond Su-hong's expectations. Even he was a little caught off guard. Completely unexpected. The two bugs, both burnt and blackened with smoke. It's amazing that it retains such aggression. Su-hong snorted coldly and waved his hand. The flames falling once again. Brush! The endless flames engulfed the spirit insect that had attacked him. Instantly, in the flames, the mournful screams of spirit worms were heard, sharp and numbing. Su-hong just looked on indifferently, not caring, at all, about the wails coming from the spirit worms in the flames, and a plea for mercy. He counted on seeing it. This bloodthirsty insect is hard to tame and is born with a rebel bone, especially like these two, which were once tamed, and once their original owners died, they wanted to take them in again. It's all basically impossible. Like the smaller one, which seems to be still considered a larva, there might be some hope. And the one in front of him, the one that was going to fight to the death to attack himself even like this, was basically not to be considered to be taken in, directly burned. Brush up! The flames continued to rise, and the bug's cries grew fainter and fainter. Eventually a little powder of burnt wreckage could be seen, falling from the flames, and that one larva down there, although it was also dying, it could feel that his own kind was being killed in that spirit fire. Frightened, it began to tremble all over, and it was even more afraid to move at all. Hoo-hoo! In an instant, the larger adult insect was burned directly to ashes, and the air that, a very unpleasant and pungent odor spread. I don't know if it's poisonous or not, so just to be on the safe side, Su-hong held his breath and waved his hand and, a strong wind blew through, dispersing the smell and the remains of the dead bug. Straight away, after killing one bloodthirsty bug, Su-hong's gaze, then, fell on the second one, as if sensing Su-hong's gaze looking at him, and realizing that the person in front of him could decide his fate. That second bloodthirsty bug immediately let out a wail and, even the spiky fangs in his mouth were collected. I see. The poisonous fangs in this insect's mouth turned out to be stowable. Su-hong nodded, and with a wave of his hand, his divine thoughts covered the remaining partial small larva. In an instant, the divine sense left an imprint on this insect. Su-hong instantly had a feeling. Now, if he wanted to, in a moment, he could take this bug's life. And this bloodthirsty insect, only at this moment was it considered to have been completely subdued by Su-hong. To Su-hong, there was no longer the previous sense of hostility, but rather a few more points of closeness. It seemed to want to get closer to Su-hong, but it was only unable to move because it had been seriously injured by the spirit fire. Su-hong revealed a few smiles, and with a wave of her hand, she put the bugs into that spirit beast pouch, and injected some spiritual energy towards it. It won't take long for the bug to slowly recover on its own. Chapter 169, A Long-Standing Enmity. The next day, early in the morning, the city lord's mansion council hall. An urgent report came from the vanguard of Zhou's soldiers and horses. Elder Song, Lord Su, all the generals. A sentry post 10 miles away has detected that the Jin soldiers have approached. Now intend to force your way through the line of sentries our troops have placed 10 miles away. Hearing this news, Su-hong and the others, including Su-hong, were not surprised. Elder Song nodded. Expectedly, even the enemy's movements were a little slower than expected. Elder Song actually thought it was a bit strange. At marching speed, they had support from Zhou, and even had a heavy rain, and the roads were muddy. All arrived 2 days ago, and this Guangqing is, after all, within the territory of the Golden Kingdom. As a result, Jin's army, actually slowed down by 2 days? After pondering for a moment, Su-hong looked at the sentry and asked, what is the size of the Jin army? How is the military appearance? The sentry replied quickly. The preliminary estimate is that the strength of this group of troops sent out by the Golden Kingdom is around 200,000, and with strong soldiers and horses, the fighting strength should not be weaker than my great Zhou King's army. It seems to be that the Golden Kingdom is getting real, and is determined to take back the square this time. A general frowned. 200,000 men, and my defending army is full. At most, 150,000. But we're on the defending side. so it's barely an even match. But in this battle, it is not the fight between ordinary soldiers that will primarily determine the outcome of the. Rather, it's up to the two of you, whether or not you can take down the enemy commander. The general looked towards Su Hong and Song Lao. The other generals looked over as well. They all understood that this great battle, in which cultivators were involved, they were nothing more than brightly colored combatants, pawns. What determined the direction of this battle was still a deadly fight between cultivators. Whichever side wins will win. I wonder, lords, what percentage of certainty do you have? One of the generals asked directly. Su Hong thought for a moment, then spoke. We haven't seen the strength of the other practitioner yet. These are unknowns, but I can assure you that the two of us will do everything we can to win against each other. Not winning. Elder Song shook his head, his eyes suddenly erupting with a refined light filled with sharpness. Is must kill. The word kill exits the entire council chamber. All of them instantly sensed the stern and murderous intent in Elder Song's words. Everyone's breath caught slightly at this. Elder Song slowly said, this person, Luo Maniac, has many means and is extremely difficult to deal with. So Su Hong, once the two of us make a move, just go all out and don't give the opponent the slightest chance to react. If we fail to kill him at once, but leave him alive, and when he recovers, there will be no end of trouble. This Song Lao looked like he had dealt with Luo Maniac and understood very well how difficult this person was to deal with. It's either kill once or suffer later. It was still rare for Su Hong to hear Elder Song make such a comment about a person. It seemed that this Luo Maniac was indeed a very tricky person. He nodded instantly. Don't worry, Elder Song, I will definitely spare no effort to assist Elder Song and kill this person at that time. That's good. Elder Song looked at the crowd again. Killing the other cultivator is the task of Old Man and Su Hong. As for you, just follow the guidelines from the beginning. Make a plan and fight normally. Elder Song stood up with an indifferent face and gave the order. If only it had been a few decades ago when he didn't know anything, and perhaps tactics, for the large wars below, in which hundreds of thousands of soldiers are engaged, to think about ways to overcome the enemy. But now, there's no need. Since becoming a cultivator and experiencing the power of the cultivator firsthand, he then knew that the outcome of the fight among mortals would not be able to sway the end of the war. Only the result of the cultivators killing each other will be the end of this war. Yes, several of the generals stood up and nodded stolidly. They understand this, but they still have to fight this battle to the best of their ability. After all, the soldiers under your hands are human beings and lives. They don't have the luxury of ignoring life. Better tactics not only mean winning the front battlefield, but often also that on their own side, more people could die for less. All go set up. Su Hong also gave orders while looking at Elder Song. Elder Song, you and I will discuss tactics? Cooperate? Su Hong seems to think that although the opponent is strong, and most likely only one person, they have a good chance of winning, but just to be on the safe side, he and Elder Song, if they could discuss some tie-ins or something, that's a much bigger win. No, Elder Song got up and headed out. Let's kill directly into the opposing formation and take Luo Maniac's dog's life. What? Watching Elder Song finish saying this, the person was outside the door. Su Hong all froze for a moment before reacting. Then he chased them out and looked at Elder Song with a surprised face. Elder Song, you're not wrong? The two of me? Killing directly into the Gene formation? Yes. Elder Song nodded indifferently. Is this too risky? Su Hong still didn't understand. Why was the ever-steady Elder Song, in the face of a great enemy, actually able to make such a choice? I've been told that Luo Maniac is very tricky. Then we have to design it properly, and with the right time and place and people on our side. Wouldn't it be safer to strike again? Straight into the local formation? What's the difference between that and getting killed? Su Hong said. Elder Song, I don't think it's a good idea. The other side has a large number of troops. After all, it's 200,000. Although mundane powerhouses are already ants to us, the figure of 200,000 is still a bit stressful. Putting that aside, in case Luo Maniac has other helpers we don't know about, with just the two of us, we really don't have much of a chance of winning. So Song Laochi suggests that you should think twice. The old man understands what you're saying, Elder Song slowly said, but in the next second, his body suddenly trembled slightly. The pale skin of his face also trembled slightly, and his eyes suddenly revealed a color of excitement and fierceness that Su Hong had never seen before. But, in the face of the nearness of a former enemy who killed his wife and son, you tell the old man that how can the old man restrain himself? Today, I must let this old dog, Luo Maniac, die by my hands, to honor the souls of my wife and son in heaven. Elder Song's excited voice came out. Su Hong was also stunned in place for a long time before reacting. I didn't realize that Elder Song and that Luo maniac actually had such an old grudge. Elder Song didn't wait for Su Hong to answer and continued. Back then, I was just an ordinary general of the Zhou Kingdom helping Emperor Taizu, fighting in the four directions, conquered a lot of lost lands around the area and helped Emperor Taizu establish Great Zhou's position in the southern region. I had thought that the Great Zhou would be governed under the joint rule of Emperor Taizu and me. It will go to a thriving world. But the Jin Kingdom next door, it seems, feels that the rise of my Great Zhou threatens their position. So they sent Luo Maniac out to strike against me and Emperor Taizu. Fortunately, thanks to the blessing of the then State Master, Supreme Master Tian Yuan, both Emperor Taizu and I are fine. But that Luo Maniac, after being forced away by Supreme Master Tian Yuan, left a killer behind to kill my wife and children. All of them. Chapter 170, Elder Song's Blood Money. In the council chamber, there was silence. Su Hong looked in front of him, this very angry old man, silent and speechless. Song Lao's gaze is hideous, drinking ice for decades, but it is difficult to cool hot blood. His own wife and children were killed in front of him, by his enemies. This monstrous revenge is not shared. Elder Song looked at Su Hong, his voice trembling. Su Hong, old me has been waiting for this day for an unknown number of years. Old me once swore that I must kill my enemy and avenge my wife and son. But Luo Maniac's own cultivation is not shallow. Plus there's Mount Taizu behind him. I originally wanted to build up my strength in the shadows in the name of retirement, and then when the time was ripe, I would topple Mount Taizu in one fell swoop. Old me has been searching for other people who can cultivate over the years. It's just that it's impossible to train a few usable combatants at all. And you are, sort of, the old man who, over the years, by mistake, has the first cultivator of notable strength to be raised. I know that you have come from a mysterious background, and that you have, in your body, secrets of your own, but I only implore you, today, to help me. If we can succeed in killing Luo Maniac and fulfill my wish for many years, I can give half of my fortune to him. It is presented to you. You can think about taking it or not. Of course, if you don't accept it, I won't force you. After all, the dangers of this trip. I know in my heart that you have scruples, and it's to be expected. Elder Song looked at Su Hong with a burning gaze. He could tell that after not seeing her for some time, Su Hong's cultivation had, once again, skyrocketed. If Su Hong is willing to help, he had a greater certainty of killing Luo Maniac. Su Hong was shocked in her heart when she heard this. Half your fortune? This Song Lao has put his blood on the line for revenge. Su Hong instantly nodded her head. Elder Song, what you said. To be honest, Mr. Su is considered to be the one you led through the door. If it wasn't for you, Mr. Su wouldn't even have this cultivation. Furthermore, this Luo Maniac, even if he's not your enemy, Elder Song, he's still a mortal enemy of my Great Zhou. If there is a chance, I will also go all out to kill him. Yes. Hearing Su Hong's words, Mr. Song was greatly relieved. Immediately, he took out an object and handed it to Su Hong. Take this. It will definitely be useful in the middle of a deadly battle with Luo Maniac. Su Hong took a look. It was a very delicate spirit talisman. This spirit talisman was not yet the same as those low-grade spirit talismans in Luo Yan's storage bag. It could be clearly felt that an even more powerful aura of spiritual energy existed above. Elder Song said, Su Hong, this trip is dangerous after all. This talisman, it can block the full force of a cultivator below the foundation stage. At that time, if you are in danger, it can save your life. Oh, Su Hong was stunned to hear this, then immediately accepted it and nodded. Understood. Thank you, Elder Song. Okay, come with me. Song Lao directly led Su Hong, chose two fast horses, from the side road of the city gate, out of the city gate, straight in the direction from which the Jin troops came. The reason why Su Hong agreed to go out with Song Lao this time and directly kill the Golden Kingdom formation to strike, apart from being impressed by the conditions offered by Elder Song, he also had his own considerations. The Battle of the Keep, which appeared to be a contest between the armies of the two sides, was essentially, it's still a contest between practitioners on both sides. Instead of arriving on the battlefield, the double-haired armies collided before killing with Luo Maniac. Why don't we just kill the opponent's formation and take a shot at Luo Maniac, while there's still a fight going on? Hit it with an attack. If we can kill Luo Maniac, the Jin army will be leaderless and naturally routed. If it fails, Su Hong and Song Lao are acting covertly because they're out of the army. Or you can pull back in time and make plans. When you think about it, it's not really a loss. And the two of them can also take this opportunity to go forward to the Jin formation to find out the news. Get enough information so that when the battle starts, you have a better chance of winning. These are for sanity reasons. Not to mention that Elder Song was kind to Su Hong, having saved her life and given her a cultivation technique. sort of Su Hong's introductory teacher. In the sense of reason, Su Hong should be with Song Lao wrist once. Not to mention, Elder Song also offered a sky-high offer of half of his fortune. Song's years of cultivation are much longer than Su Hong's. Half of his fortune. It was bound to be exceedingly generous, and there was no way Su Hong could refuse. In this way, the two rode fast horses, without using their feet in order to conserve their psychic powers. And, quickly after all, the Golden Army. About an hour or two later, we could see the sand rolling in the distance ahead of us. A sizable army is on the march. It was the army sent by the Golden Kingdom. Su Hong and Song Lao stopped and looked around for a while. Su Hong pointed to a dense forest not far away and said, "Elder Song, that dense forest should be the place they must pass through. We can ambush them there and wait for their troops to get close before we strike at Luo-maniac." Yes, Elder Song looked at the dense forest. The range is big enough that it's clearly no better than planes killing straight through. Then he nodded his head and agreed to Su Hong's plan. The two abandoned their fast horses, and, between body leaps, entered the dense forest, and, by means of the thick woods, concealing himself, he looked from afar at the 200,000 soldiers and horses, coming closer and closer. Jin army formation. The soldiers were heavily armed, all wearing very complete armor, and their weapons were made of basalt iron. The military appearance was so serious and neat. It must be said that, leaving aside the strength of the army, just looking at this outfit of the Golden Army, it's just a lot stronger than Zhou's army, which is almost armed to the teeth. And in the middle of the formation, in a huge stepping carriage, Luo-maniac and Luo Tian sat within it. Luo Tian frowned and couldn't help but curse. If I had known that heavy troops marched so slowly, I should have abandoned the provisions in the first place. It wouldn't have dragged on so long that it took 3 whole days to get to Guangcheng. Luo Tian had taken his group of elite soldiers and completely armed them to the teeth in order to play it safe. What with the rations, siege wagons, and giant crossbow chariots, it was all fully equipped. But that slows down the march quite a bit. What was supposed to be a day or two of horseback riding took 3 hard days. Next to him, Luo-maniac cupped a strange cane-like object in his hand and said faintly, "Stop complaining. It makes no difference if you march slower or faster. Zhou has occupied Guangcheng, so it will definitely not be willing to leave easily." And listening to the news that came through, that old thing, Song Shuren, even brought his troops to support him personally. That would give them 2 cultivators, and it's bound to be even more impossible for them to evacuate Guangcheng. Luo-maniac calmly analyzed. When he said Song Shuren's name, his tone of voice could clearly be felt to fluctuate for a moment. But it's not obvious. Luo Tian, who was beside him, listened but couldn't help but worry. That ancestor, Song Shuren, is here, plus 1 Su Hong. They are 2 cultivators. I don't know when you. No harm done. Luo-maniac knew what Luo Tian was worried about. It was nothing more than being alone but having to deal with 2 cultivators. Will it fall short? Luo-maniac sneered. Don't worry. A few decades ago, that Song Shuren was in front of Laofu. He's just a small mole cricket. After decades, I heard that he's made some progress, but he's in the barren land of Zhou, with no resources, and how much can it be enhanced? If he dares to appear in front of the old man, within 3 strokes of the old man's, he shall be sent down to be reunited with his wife and children. Chapter 171, Fire Attack. Luo-maniac's tone was arrogant, worthy of his name. Obviously, he didn't put Song Shuren in his eyes at all. A few decades ago, this person wasn't even a cultivator. He was a complete mole. Later on, although I don't know what kind of luck he got, this guy also became a practitioner. But Luo-maniac had seen Song Shuren and knew that this person was not gifted. At best he could barely cultivate. Such a waste, in his eyes, could not possibly form any threat at all. Compared to Song Shuren, Luo-maniac was instead more concerned about the one called Su Hong. To be able to kill his own sister Luo Yen, this person obviously had some means beyond his expectations. But Su Hong's age is there, early 20s of age. Even if the speed of cultivation, that is, sitting on a rocket, hold up 2 or 3 layers of refining qi, the gap in realm was there. And again, he could not pose a threat to himself. The cultivators of this continent cultivated at a very slow pace. Often, during the period of qi refining, for each level of elevation, at least a few years, or even a dozen years, are needed. And the higher up you go, the more years it takes. Often cultivators at the first or second level of qi refining could still be in their 30s or 40s, and by the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining, or even the 4th or 5th level, almost without exception, they were all old monsters who had been cultivating for decades. And having lived enough years has made them old enough to be evil, and their means of. Naturally, it was not something that those young cultivators who had refined qi for 1 or 2 times could imagine. Cultivation was slow to improve, and those endless years of cultivation. They would then try to find ways to improve their cultivation strength. And the older they got, the more means they had. Just like the Luoyin that Su Hong had faced before, with the heavenly love flower poison that Su Hong had never even seen before, and the bloodthirsty bug. If Su Hong hadn't had the spells drawn by the system, and had it been any other cultivator of the same realm, he would definitely die at the hands of Luoyin that day. This is what makes these old demons so difficult to deal with. And Luo Maniac, who had been cultivating for even longer years than Luoyin, in his opinion, a 25-year-old cultivator, with even more amazing talent and means of strength, wouldn't be strong enough. The reason why his own sister had died at its hands was most likely because he had lost to a rash enemy, a loser Song Shuren, a brat. Luo Maniac didn't have too much pressure when he fought 1 against 2. This was why, even when he heard that Song Shuren had come for support, he remained so calm. Seeing Luo Maniac so confident, Luo Tian's heart settled down a bit. He had heard of this old ancestor's reputation, an unapologetic murderer with countless deaths at his hands. There have even been practitioners killed by him. This time he stepped in and it should be a sure thing. Report! A pioneer soldier came from outside the tent and reported quickly. Your Highness, the second prince. There is an oversized dense forest headed for. There may be an ambush inside. Do we go through? Or around? Oh, upon hearing this, Luo Tian stepped out of the tent and looked out. That dense forest was, indeed, large and densely wooded. Wan Zhouguai had sent ambush troops to ambush him inside. It was enough for him to drink a pot of water. He said instantly, take a detour. This forest is indeed spooky. It's not advisable to take risks. Yes. The vanguard soldiers were just about to run away when Luo Maniac's voice came from inside the tent. Slow down. No need to go around. Just go straight through. Elder ancestor? Luo Tian froze and turned back to look at the step carriage with a somewhat puzzled expression. Before Luo Tian could ask, Luo Maniac's voice came again. Even if they ambushed us in the woods, you guys just focus on advancing. As long as they dare to come, I'll be responsible for wiping them out. Luo Maniac's tone was very arrogant. Obviously just didn't take Zhou's soldiers and horses seriously. And Luo Maniac, as a cultivator, was also a member of the royal family of the Golden Kingdom. The words were spoken, and the generals below dared not question them. The vanguard looked at Luo Tian, who waved his hand. Then do as old ancestor says. Yes. The vanguard was instantly thrown off, and orders were given to go straight through the woods. Luo Xia got out of the step carriage and didn't go up again. Instead, he switched to a warhorse and traveled on the side of the step chariot. Although Luo Maniac wasn't worried, Luo Tian was still more scrupulous. In case there was an ambush in the forest, their soldiers and horses, for sure, would suffer considerable losses. One could only hope that, as Luo Maniac had said, he would step in and fix it. Soon, the Jin soldiers and horses accelerated their march and headed straight for that dense forest. Although the 200,000 soldiers and horses were vast, they were soon swallowed up by the green fields after entering the forest. Rustling sounds came out of the woods, and the ground left behind a large number of footprints of Jin soldiers. Although Luo Maniac said so, Luo Tian still gave orders for the soldiers and horses to keep an eye on the surroundings at all times. But after entering the forest for about half an hour, he was already almost halfway through the dense forest. Nothing happened to them. The imagined ambush did not appear. None of the sudden outbreaks of attacks either. Everything was quiet. A little too quiet. A little unusual. Luo Tian's sight swept around. He was almost certain now. It's true that there are no ambushes in this forest. It seems he was overthinking it. At the same time, in his heart, he couldn't help but sneer at that Su Hong. What kind of talent is that? It's nothing more than that. They were on the road, after all, and such an excellent ambush point was not even the slightest bit set up. It seems the man is not as good as he brags. It was entirely because his own men were too stupid before that he lost to this person. There. Since there's no ambush, full speed ahead, through this forest, prepare to launch an attack on the square. Yes, once Luo Tian's order was given, the marching speed was instantly faster. Another quarter of an hour or so passed. The entire Jin troop, about to leave this dense forest. The anomaly, at this moment, occurred abruptly. Rumble. In a flash, a very terrifying flame that, suddenly somewhere in the woods it began to blaze. Immediately, through the forest, this fire grew larger and larger, instantly igniting the main dense forest, and an extremely terrifying circle of fire was formed, encircling towards the Golden Kingdom's army. Ambush! Ambush! The sentry in the army exclaimed at once. 200,000 soldiers and horses were suddenly thrown into a panic at this moment. Luo Tian's face suddenly changed in shock, and he immediately shouted, "Don't panic! Don't panic! We have 200,000 men. This fire? Not enough to worry about. How could Luo Tian not have expected that Su Hong hadn't laid an ambush? Instead, a fire attack was used. But this forest is all ablaze. It's also not enough to burn all 200,000 troops to death here. On the contrary, they could easily kill their way out as long as they opened a path out. A few of the pioneers, however, went forward to extinguish the fire, armed with long sticks rolled up in flags. But soon there were bursts of screams, and one by one, the corpses, burned by the flames, were directly burned into black charcoal. Apparently, the fire simply could not be put out. Just as Luo Tian's heart was startled, in the step carriage at his side, Luo Maniac stood up for the first time and, coming outside the tent, looking at the burning flames, his voice came out grimly. Don't waste your efforts. You certainly can't put out this fire. This fire is no ordinary flame. Rather, it's a spirit fire made by a cultivator. Chapter 172 Luo Maniac pulling the strings? Luo Maniac's words came out, and Luo Tian's face was visibly flustered. What? Spirit fire? He didn't realize that this was actually the means of a cultivator. Yes, Luo Maniac stepped out of the stepping carriage, and in an instant, his body's Taoist robes were windless. Anyone who wants a little life, back off. After the voice fell, the surrounding generals panicked. They were pushed behind Luo Maniac, and although Luo Maniac didn't move, his body seemed to be surrounded by a special kind of energy shield. As a result, those spirit flames that roamed the mountains had no way to get even the slightest bit closer. This also made the generals, who were frightened by the spirit fire and panicked by it also got a moment's respite. Alright, come out. Old me knows you're hiding here. Luo Maniac had his hands behind his back and his tone was arrogant. Hide here? Luo Tian's face changed. Did it really mean what he thought it did? There is indeed an ambush in this forest? Even looking at this tactic, the ambushers definitely wouldn't be ordinary worldly mortals, but like cultivators. Soon after Luo Maniac's voice came out, there was a rustling sound from the forest, and two figures that, suddenly it fell from the air. An old man and a young man were none other than Su Hong and Song Shuren. Luo Maniac raised his head slightly and locked eyes with the two. No one said anything, but the air was already filled with saber rattling. Those generals all felt that the person arriving was unusual and had already taken several steps back early. Song Shuren looked at Luo Maniac in front of him, and in his eyes, uncontrollable anger was revealed as well as excitement. The voice came out. Luo Maniac, long time no see. I didn't think you old thing was actually still alive. Luo Maniac sneered. Song Shuren, if you're not dead, how could I be? I didn't expect that after decades had passed, even a waste like you could become a cultivator. It seems that cultivators are really worthless. Luo Maniac's voice was arrogant, completely ignoring Song Shuren and Su Hong. Su Hong's gaze flickered as she looked toward Luo Maniac. It seems that this person is that Luo Maniac. It was just as Elder Song had said. The breath was strong and the cultivation was not bad. But this guy seems to have practiced some kind of cultivation concealment technique. This caused Su Hong to be unable to tell the other party's cultivation for the time being. But Su Hong reckoned that it must be stronger than Luo Yen. If it's not the 4th level of qi refining, then it's the 5th level of qi refining. Song Shuren's face was filled with anger in the face of Luo Maniac's provocation. Luo Maniac, it's not what it used to be. I'm not the same Song Shuren you slaughtered decades ago. Old me today. It is necessary to break you into pieces. Avenge the killing of my wife and son back then. It seems that over the years, you punks' guts have risen quite a bit. Luo Maniac heard these words from Song Shuren, but he didn't take them seriously in the slightest and sneered. If you can do it, go ahead and make your move. I don't mind sending you down to be reunited with your wife and child. Humph, you're still really confident. 1 against 2. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Song Shuren coldly said. Only then did Luo Maniac's line of sight fall on Su Hong on one side, looked up and down twice, and faintly said, I know, you're that Su Hong. At this age, cultivating to this level of cultivation is really not easy. In this way, I will give you a chance to submit to my Dajin. I can give you a chance to live and will help you continue to raise your cultivation. Elder ancestor? The moment Luo Maniac's words came out, Luo Tian beside him panicked. What the hell? He invited the old man himself to kill Su Hong, and then Luo Maniac comes up and wants to recruit the other side? Shut up. Instead, Luo Maniac chided, and Luo Tian immediately didn't dare to squeak, his face hard to see. Only then did Luo Maniac turn his head to look at Su Hong. Well, think about it. Your talent is too wasted in a small place like Zhou. Even if you stay for the rest of your life, you won't even get any longer, but it will be different if you join me. MT, Tai Zhu. The ancestors have produced a foundation establishment cultivator. As a cultivator, All you want to do in your entire life is to ask for the foundation establishment. If you come to my Taizu mountain, you'll have such an opportunity. What? Hearing Luo Maniac's words, not only were the Golden Kingdom Luo Tian and the others dumbfounded, even Song Sharon couldn't help but frown. This Luo Maniac is actually pulling Su Hong's strings? Although one had to admit that the conditions offered by this Luo Maniac were indeed very tempting. That's the foundation establishment realm. As long as one was a cultivator of the Qi refining realm, there was no cultivation realm that one would not dream of achieving. Song Sharon even looked at Su Hong, a few moments of worry surfacing in his gaze, in case Su Hong is really persuaded. And at this time, Su Hong revealed a gaze like looking at an idiot, looking at Luo Maniac with a few snickers. Old thing, are you not joking with me? You're not even a foundation establishment yourself. How dare you promise me to become one? Do you think I'm going to believe such nonsense from you? What did you say? Su Hong's tone instantly made Luo Maniac feel angry, and his eyes instantly turned grim. Su Hong had a sneer on her face. Do you really think I, Mr. Su, am an idiot, to be fooled by your one empty word? If building a foundation was really that easy to accomplish, you wouldn't be a handful of years old. All of them are still stuck in the Qi refining realm. You wanted nothing more than to get me in first with a lie, and then after splitting me and Elder Song up. But I'm sorry, I'm not falling for it. Old thing, there are only two paths before you now. Surrender or die. You choose. Su Hong's tone, it was arrogant, with a haughty face, condescendingly looking at Luo Maniac. Su Hong's words came out. People all around were stunned. This kid is really mad as hell. How dare you talk to Luo Maniac like that? Luo Tian froze for a moment, then laughed coldly. Good boy, you didn't take the path given to you to live. You had to seek death by yourself. That being the case, there is absolutely no compromise. Old ancestor Luo Maniac will kill this guy who doesn't know how to die. Luo Maniac's face was completely gloomy. His thoughts were really right by Su Hong. At the beginning, he had no intention of recruiting Su Hong. After all, the other person is the one who killed his own sister. But the reason for this is just to coax Su Hong. Tell him not to join forces with Song Sharon to strike at himself, so that it would be easier for him to divide and conquer. Song Sharon also sneered. Good point, Luo Maniac. This little trick of yours. You'd better go lie to children. In front of us. Just don't show it off. Fine. Luo Maniac laughed in anger and said several good words in a row. Since you guys are giving your faces away, then old me today. I'll send you all to hell together. The burial staff. In a flash, Luo Maniac suddenly activated the bizarre staff that he held in his hand. In an instant, the bizarre staff erupted with a dark purple ferocious aura of terrifying destructive power that, it just enveloped the duo of Su Hong and Song Sharon in an instant. Not good. Song Sharon's face changed drastically and he immediately yelled at Su Hong. Quick! This is Luo Maniac's magic treasure. At full power. It's powerful enough to break a small city. Do something to block it. Chapter 173, The Battle of the Laws. Actually, there was no need for Song Sharon to remind him. Su Hong could also feel the extraordinary power of this magic treasure. And it was still so close. If it was all blasted on the body, I'm afraid that it would be crippled if not dead. Understood. Blood Shadow Sword. Su Hong waved his big hand, and the Blood Shadow Sword was offered up, and immediately, his whole body was infused with spiritual energy, and he crossed it in front of his body. A strong shield of sword chi was formed, shielding Su Hong behind her. On Song Sharon's side, he likewise activated a small green-colored shield and blocked it in front of him. Counteract the power of this bizarre magic treasure as much as possible. Rumble. The purple luster that erupted from that magic treasure poured out its strength to destroy everything around it. The spiritual fires burning on all sides were extinguished in a moment, and the endless flowers and trees that it was also blasted into pieces in an instant. In just an instant, the originally large dense forest was so hard razed to a flat land. This, behind them, those generals of Dajin were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. One by one, they were blown by the strong wind, and all of them lay down on the ground. All of them were scared and bloodless. Although he knew how powerful cultivators were, this kind of power was too terrifying. No wonder it's all said. Even the most powerful earth immortals were like ants in front of a cultivator. They kind of get it now. Rumble. The power of this staff is truly amazing. Not only is it destructive, but it's also very wide-ranging. After leveling the entire forest, smoke and dust rolled up into the sky. Luo Tian was so pleased with himself that he walked up and laughed. Worthy of an old ancestor. Those two goods. I'm afraid there's not even a hair left. Luo Maniac's expression, however, remained ice cold and didn't speak, but his sight was gazing straight ahead, amidst a cloud of smoke. In an instant, a blood-red flying sword suddenly flew out. Brush! The flying sword was so fast that you could barely see the remnants. and with a whistling momentum that it blasted straight at Luo Tian. What? Luo Tian was instantly scared and bloodless, but that flying sword was too fast, and he was just barely a second-rate expert, so he was simply bound to die. Boom! Next to him, Luo Maniac struck out with a sudden kick, directly sending Luo Tian flying, and holding that weird staff in his own hand, he once again stirred up strong spiritual energy and it directly blocked the roaring flying sword in midair. The flying sword that had just shot up like streams of light, it was like hitting an invisible wall, unable to move an inch further, so it was instantly taken back by an unseen force. Amidst the thick smoke, Su Hong and Song Sharon slowly walked out. The two were a little dusty though, and their faces were a bit of a mess, but apparently not too badly injured. Su Hong frowned. He had just found the perfect moment with great difficulty and wanted to take advantage of it to finish Luo Tian. I didn't expect it to still be blocked by Luo Maniac. In his opinion, Luo Genius was the instigator of the oppressive aggression that Zhou was now facing from Jin. Killing a Luo madness, Mei Zhou perilous, cannot get too many links, but if Luo Tian is killed, at the very least, it will slow down the pace of Jin's conquest for a while. Unfortunately it still failed. Not dead? Luo Tian rolled on the ground several times before someone helped him up. Seeing the intact Su Hong and Song Sharon, his face was hideous. He couldn't imagine why he had just been under that terrible attack. How can this Su Hong not be dead? Not even an injury. Not only Luo Tian, even Luo Maniac was a bit surprised. Song Sharon had no injuries, which was expected of him, but Su Hong was only at the third level of chi cultivation, and she was not even injured? It took him by surprise. Luo Maniac slowly opened his mouth. It seems that your kid has some tricks up his sleeve, actually being able to get in front of my burial staff and save a little life. No wonder my little sister died at your hands. Little sister? Su Hong froze for a moment and quickly responded. He was talking about Luo Yen. Su Hong faintly said, just so you know, soon, I will send you to be reunited with your little sister. Something that doesn't know how to die. Luo Maniac's gaze chilled, and without saying a word, holding that burial god staff, he directly swept towards Su Hong. The speed was so fast that it wasn't much worse than Su Hong's likeness. Look out! Behind him, Song Sharon hurriedly exclaimed, reminding Su Hong. But Luo Maniac suddenly opened his spirit beast pouch in this instant, and in the next second, a dark green bizarre poisonous insect with a sharp and ear-piercing cry swept directly towards Song Sharon. It's a poison spider? Song Sharon's face changed drastically. He recognized this poisonous insect. Not only was it extremely fast, the body also contains intense poison. If it is contaminated, even chi practitioner cultivators can be poisoned to death in minutes. Not daring to slow down in the slightest, he immediately drew out a magic sword and slashed down fiercely towards the poisonous insect. But that poison spider's speed was also extremely fast, very easily avoiding Song Sharon's sword. Without saying a word, he opened his teeth and claws and once again bit towards Song Sharon. Song Sharon's face was ugly. Immediately using his magic sword, he tangled with that poison spider. Although he wouldn't be killed by the poison spider, he couldn't get rid of it for a while, and it was very difficult to deal with. Without Song Sharon to help you, kid, you will die. Luo Maniac skimmed Song Sharon's side and sneered. That poison spider is his refined native spirit insect? Although the killing power is average, but possesses a strong poison and is fast, it's perfect for holding the enemy at bay. Su Hong's cultivation level in front of him was clearly lower than Song Sharon's. Then we'll use the poison spider to keep Song Sharon in check first, and after he kills Su Hong on his side as soon as possible, then we'll tackle Song Sharon. On the other hand, Su Hong's side, his expression was unperturbed as he watched Luo Maniac kill. With a big wave of his hand, the imperial sword art was driven. The blood-colored flying sword dripped and spun around, shooting directly towards Luo Maniac. Sculpture. Luo Maniac had a disdainful look on his face, and a spiritual light emanated from the burial god staff in his hand, which instantly blasted at that blood shadow sword. The blood shadow sword was instantly smashed away almost instantly. In the next second, Luo Maniac choked in his hand. A spiritual force was struck into the burial staff, and facing Su Hong's head. Re-hypnotized. Boom! The burial god staff emitted a shocking spiritual light that went straight for Su Hong. Su Hong's face changed slightly. Knowing that the destructive power of this weird staff was extremely strong, she didn't dare to slack off. Immediately, he fished out two small charms from his pocket. Earthen Lance Technique. Yoki Jutsu. Brush up. These two spirit talismans, which were obtained from Luo Yan's storage bag, were instantly activated. At such a close distance, Su Hong was too late to cast spells and imperial sword techniques. These two spirit talismans were a relief. Boom boom. The two spells and the spiritual light blasted out by Luo Maniac's magic treasure instantly blasted together, sending out a shocking explosion. But that burial god staff of Luo Maniac's was clearly not a mortal product. Almost instantly, he shattered Su Hong's two spirit talismans, and in the next second, with an astonishing momentum, once again, it blasted towards Su Hong. Su Hong didn't expect the two spirit talismans to dampen Luo Maniac's magic treasure attack, but the effort of just slightly stalling it for a moment was just enough for Su Hong to cast a spell. Su Hong pinched his hand and directly blasted out a fireball spell fiercely. Brush! The fireball spell smashed against the aura of the burial staff, and in an instant the two cancelled each other out. And the aftermath of the counterblast, shocking Su Hong and Luo Maniac back at the same time. Chapter 174, Terrifying Cultivation. Feeling the vague paralyzing sensation coming from his arm, Luo Maniac's gaze flickered. Good boy. A bit of skill. Doesn't look like a waste that can be killed quickly. Luo Maniac realized that Su Hong's spells were more powerful than he had imagined. By relying on spells alone, he was able to stop the power of his treasures. Luo Maniac was seeing it for the first time. Su Hong took a deep breath, and with a flip of his hand, the storage bag a small black insect flung out. Bloodthirsty bugs. Go! The small black insect that Su Hong released at this moment was, without a doubt, the very one that was snatched from Luo Yan's hands. Only now it had been wiped out of Luo Yan's divine sense and had become Su Hong's spirit insect. The bloodthirsty insects opened their teeth and claws, heading straight for Luo Maniac. Luo Maniac recognized the little worm at a glance and his face changed again. Bloodthirsty bugs? Good boy. My little sister was really killed by you. The bloodthirsty insect arrived in front of Luo Maniac in a matter of moments. Luo Maniac snorted coldly and swiped his staff. A strong tremor emanated from the purple aura surging, but the little black bug was nimble enough to dodge it by a fraction of a second. After that, it continued to bite at Luo Maniac's neck. Good boy. Actually managed to reclaim the bloodthirsty insect as his master. But this is my little sister's relic, so you'd better give it back to me. Luo Maniac waved his hand, and a spiritual light emanated from within his palm, swallowing it towards the little bug. The little black bug was suddenly confused in the air for a moment before it suddenly stopped moving. It looked as if it was some sort of spell that could attack the genjutsu. The soul of the small black insect was shocked and was about to lose its power of action all of a sudden. Humph! Luo Maniac sneered and reached out to retrieve the little bug. Seek death. Su Hong let out a bellowing cry and appeared directly on Luo Maniac's side. The blood shadow sword in his hand directly exploded. Boom! The sword chi blasted out all at once, and that Luo Maniac didn't dare to slow down. He could only give up on collecting the bloodthirsty insects, and his body immediately bounced backward. The person retreated a few dozen feet before slowly standing still. When he looked up again and saw Su Hong putting the little bug back, Luo Maniac's face turned ugly. What a tough kid. Su Hong looked at Song Shuren. Song Shuren was entangled by Luo Maniac's poison spider, although it was not a life-threatening situation to talk about, but there's no getting away from it. Su Hong flung his hand, and the fireball technique blazed up, and with a flick of his fingers, it flew towards that poison spider. Seth, that poison spider had reacted quickly enough and was just about to dodge out of the way, but Song Shuren threw out a spiritual light from his palm and blasted it directly onto the poison spider. The underworld spider's speed slowed down, and in the next second, Su Hong's fireball spell had arrived, directly burning the underworld spider. Fizzle! In the midst of the flames, the screams of the underworld spider being scorched came out, and the screams sounded very mournful. It's like the cries of hell, and it's numbing to hear. Luo Maniac's face was instantly unsightly. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, a gale blew through, directly dispersing the spirit fire. At the same time, he summoned his sinister spider back, but even so, the poison spider's body had already been burnt mostly by the spirit fire. It looks miserable. Luo Maniac hurriedly put away the poison spider and used spiritual energy to heal its injuries. This was a very treasured spirit insect of heaven and earth. In case you play dead because of that, it's a total loss. And after Song Shuren got rid of the poison spider, he slowly walked to Su Hong's side and coldly said, Luo Maniac, your poisonous insects are restrained by Su Hong's spirit flame. 1 against 2. You don't stand a chance. Bind your hands. Humph. That's not true. Luo Maniac snorted coldly, but his expression was not the least bit tense. Even if what Song Shuren said was fine, Luo Maniac was slightly overwhelmed with 1 against 2. Just now, just because there was a poison spider that could hold Song Shuren back, but now the poison spider was burned by Su Hong's spirit flame, and in this way, Luo Maniac had lost an important battle force. If the fight continued, Luo Maniac could only become more and more disadvantaged. Luo Maniac, however, was not the least bit flustered and looked at the Su-hong duo with contempt. No matter how old I am, I won't fall into the hands of you two losers. Today, since you and the others are looking for death, then I don't mind having 2 more dead souls of cultivators on my hands. After Luo Maniac finished speaking, the aura on his body suddenly began to erupt. In this instant, Luo Maniac wasn't suppressing his cultivation. It started to explode and skyrocket straight away. Previously, Su-hong had been unable to see through Luo Maniac's cultivation, but at this moment, Luo Maniac's cultivation began to climb with the naked eye, practicing chi at the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels. It climbed straight up to the 8th floor before finally stopping. That instant of terrifying cultivation, the strong pressure that brought, it made Su-hong's breathing start to stop. That frontal its pressure. Su-hong only felt that every breath he took, could feel the nasal passages ache. The 8th level of chi practicing? He's actually at the 8th level of chi practicing? Sensing Luo Maniac's cultivation level, Su-hong's face, at this moment, finally changed drastically. He had thought that Luo Maniac might be at the 5th level of chi cultivation, the 6th level of chi cultivation this way. At most, it would not exceed the 6th level of chi practicing. After all, Luo Yan was only at the 4th level of chi practicing. Can't find over it's too much. But who knows? This Luo Maniac is actually at the 8th level of chi practicing? It wasn't just Su-hong who was turning blue. The expression of Song Sharan by his side also turned ugly for a split second. His cultivation level was the 6th level of chi practicing. Originally, he thought that he couldn't securely win against Luo Maniac one-on-one, but with Su-hong assisting him, he had a good chance. But how could he not expect that Luo Maniac's cultivation progress over the years was even more terrifying than he had imagined? One must know that when Luo Maniac killed his wife and son, they were only at the 3rd level of chi practicing. It's just under 40 years. He's already at the 8th level of chi cultivation? It's only a difference of 5 layers though. But one must know that the speed of ascension of a cultivator's realm is never very slow. Often a year takes a decade or even decades. So in 40 to 50 years, Song Sharan thought that Luo Maniac would be good if he advanced 2 or 3 layers at most. How do you know that? For 40 or 50 years, this guy jumped 5 floors in a row. Surprisingly, he jumped from the 3rd level of chi practicing to the 8th level of chi practicing directly. That's when the gap gets a little wide. And the strength gap between each level of the realm of a cultivator was also extremely great. A cultivation of the 8th level of chi practicing was enough to win over 3 or less of the 7th level of chi practicing. And now, Song Sharan a chi practicing 6th layer, plus Su-hong a chi practicing 3rd layer. The two of them together. How could they not be a match for Luo Maniac who was exerting his full power? The faces of the two were visibly grave. After glancing at each other, Song Sharan barely hesitated and let out a low roar. Run! Don't fight hard. Retreat first. Su-hong was a bit frozen. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The response was somewhat untimely, but Song Sharan had already grabbed him by the collar and seemed to be leading him to evacuate. But at this moment, Luo Maniac's cruel laughter had slowly come out. Trying to run? You've all killed in front of old me, and you only want to run now. Don't you think it's too late? After Luo Maniac's voice fell, the staff in his hand erupted with a spiritual light that was several times stronger than before. Almost instantly, it enveloped the duo of Su-hong and Song Sharan. Chapter 175, Flying with a Sword. Rumble. At that instant, that terrifying aura was definitely something Su-hong had only seen in his life. He had never thought that the power of spiritual energy vibrating out could be as strong as this. For a split second, Su-hong could only think of using the blood shadow sword to resist. But the blood shadow sword that he had contained for many days and fed the blood of many powerful people, just crossed in front of him, trying to block this attack from Luo Maniac. There was a click. The sword, in an instant, shattered directly. Countless fragments of swords and knives splattered in all directions, and the remaining power of that stream of light that, almost unreservedly, it blasted at Su-hong's body. His body, almost like a kicked ball, was directly bounced out. Meanwhile, Song Sharan by his side was equally not counting well. His little green shield, which seemed to be some kind of nice defensive magic treasure. However, under Luo Maniac's horrifying cultivation, it surprisingly didn't last long, and the next second after Su-hong's blood shadow sword shattered, it similarly shattered. Song Sharan's pale figure was also directly smashed fiercely away. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth and he fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the Su-hong Song Sharan duo, they were directly and seriously injured by their own move. A few moments of cruelty surfaced on Luo Maniac's expression as he snorted coldly. 2 mole crickets. The old man was only showing weakness at first, but I didn't expect you guys to really take the bait. Do you really think that if I dare to come here single-handedly, I don't have anything to fall back on? Now, old me is going to make you pay the price in blood for your arrogant ignorance. Saying that, the staff in Luo Maniac's hand once again erupted with terrifying might. The eye was about to blast down again. Go! Song Sharon barely struggled to get up, pushed Su Hong violently. In his opinion, as long as Su Hong is still alive, there is still hope, and that Su Hong was forced by him. If Su Hong died here because of this, Song Sharon's heart was bound to feel bad. And on Su Hong's side, although the mold looked more tragic, but in reality, he had the life-preserving spirit talisman that Song Sharon had given him in the beginning. This was what cancelled out most of the power of Luo Maniac's attack just now, so the injuries on Su Hong's body weren't serious. At most, there was a loss of spiritual energy. Su Hong knew it in her heart. The difference in cultivation right now is just too great, and the two of them today, no matter what, all of them could never be Luo Maniac's opponents, and the only way left was to retreat. But now, Dajin's soldiers and horses had surrounded them, and Luo Maniac is close at hand. Do they really have a chance to escape? Su Hong herself has a way of doing that, but Song Sharon, it looks like he's been seriously injured. Take him. Both of them can't run away. Ha ha. Seeing Su Hong and Song Sharon all fall to the ground with serious injuries, Luo Tian could finally dare to pop out at this time. In his opinion again, the two people in front of him were already in the bag. Luo Tian stepped out of the crowd with a winner's stance, staring at Su Hong and snickering. Su Hong, do you actually still think you can win against my great golden ancestor? From the first moment you went against me, Dakin, there was only one end for you. That is death. Luo Tian's face was full of complacency as he looked towards Luo Maniac. Old ancestor, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Do it, kill them. I don't need you to teach me. Luo Maniac frowned and chided, and Luo Tian was a bit embarrassed. But he stood to the side, looking at Su Hong with a sneer. This guy who had badgered himself 3 times was now going to die. He couldn't tell you how happy he was. The biggest stumbling block to his taking over Great Zhou was gone. Wouldn't it be just around the corner for him to take the next throne? The smile on Luo Tian's face could barely be suppressed. Luo Maniac's gaze flickered. He's got a big murderous streak. Whether Song Sharon died or not didn't matter to him. It's just a piece of trash that can be exterminated at any time. But this Su Hong gave him too much of a sense of threat. In his early 20s, he was already at the 3rd level of Qi practicing, and he was actually able to fight with him, who had suppressed his cultivation level. In an even fight? Such people are horrible. If we let him continue to grow, I'm afraid that in the next 10 or 20 years, this person will have the ability to threaten him. Instead of leaving him alive and causing endless trouble later, it would be better to completely kill this person here. Kid, what I just said to you is your last chance. It's a shame you missed your last chance to live. Ha! Su Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a look of contempt. Old dog, do you really think you can kill me if you want to? Great try if you can do it. You're still talking tough at the end of your life. You don't know what you're doing. Luo Maniac sniffed and completely lost his patience with Su Hong. The staff in his hand erupted with unprecedented spiritual light, and directed it at Su Hong, fiercely blasting down. Rubbish. Go down there and repent. Rumble. In this instant, the aura suddenly erupted away. Just when everyone thought Su Hong and Song Sharon to completely die under this stream of light, Su Hong's eyes flashed as she slapped her palm hard on Song Sharon's chest, slapped Song Sharon out of the way. At the same time, a sword light, which flew out of the arms, scurried directly into Su Hong's feet. Su Hong's entire body stirred with spiritual energy as he bellowed under his breath. Imperial Sword Art. Brush. In this instant, Su Hong's entire body was stepping on top of that flying sword, and her body directly swept up high, toward the forest beyond. It flew straight out, while the terrifying sword light blasted out by Luo Maniac only brushed past behind Su Hong. It didn't hurt it in the slightest, but only sent out a terrifying explosion that blew out a deep pit in the same place. And as they watched Su Hong directly transform into a silhouette and fly out, all the people present were dumbfounded. Luo Tian, in particular, was frozen. Fly? Fly? How can Luo Tian not expect that Su Hong can fly? He hurriedly looked towards Luo Maniac, and his entire body was incomparably exuberant as he said, Old ancestor, what to do? Quickly chase after him. Definitely can't let this kid get away. I know. Luo Maniac's face was also completely unsightly as he stared at Su Hong, who was gradually transforming into a small black dot in the sky dome. Gnash your teeth hard. Damn it. I didn't expect that this kid's sword royal art actually cultivated to such an extent. The 3rd level of Qi practicing is just the 3rd level of Qi practicing, and it's actually possible to fly with a sword? Luo Maniac didn't hesitate. If he stayed his hand at this time, he might really let Su Hong escape. With a wave of his hand, a sinister spirit talisman appeared in his hand, which he then ruthlessly crushed. Boom! In an instant, the eerie spirit talisman directly exploded. Spinning into a terrifying ghostly hand, he ruthlessly chased after Su Hong in the direction he had fled. Luo Maniac coldly said, even if he can fly with a sword, but with this kid's cultivation, he'll never be able to escape the 1,000-mile ghost hand's pursuit. This spell, as long as it marks its target, unless it kills the target or is itself shaken apart, otherwise it would never have disappeared. This kid, he won't be able to escape far before he dies for sure. Really? Luo Tian, however, was very skeptical. After all, there was some weird chi in this kid Su Hong. Every time I tried to finish him off, I couldn't. It's as if something is sheltering. Luo Maniac sneered. Even if we can't kill them, it won't matter. At the very least, they'll be seriously injured and won't be able to recover for a few months. He didn't have a chance to run out of the Golden Kingdom either. You arrange for your men to search for its whereabouts in the surrounding area while the rest of them go forward with me to recapture Guangcheng. Chapter 176 Dilemmas. Su Hong stepped on his flying sword and headed straight for the sky. His face was unsightly. Looking back, the people of the Golden Kingdom, who could be seen in the middle of the forest below, had already started searching for Song Lao in the dense forest. Although Su Hong was able to fly with his sword, but with his current cultivation level, he could only barely fly by himself alone. And it wouldn't be a long time to fly, and there was no way for him to bring Elder Song with him, so it had been for the best to slap Song Lao away at that time. I hope Song Lao can find a way to escape on his own. But look at this now. Luo Maniac has already sent his men to start searching the forest. It won't take long. I'm afraid Elder Song will still fall into the hands of Luo Maniac. Su Hong clenched her fists. How could she not expect that things would turn out like this? Luo Maniac's cultivation was too strong, and he and Elder Song could only retreat at the moment. But the question is, even if it retreats, so what? They can run. But the soldiers and horses of Guangcheng, they can't run away. When the time comes, Luo Maniac will take 200,000 soldiers and go to the city to slaughter the Great Zhou soldiers left behind in Guangcheng. It's impossible to block in any way. Now we can only think of a way to return to Guangcheng as soon as possible, take our troops and horses this far as possible, and abandon the city to evacuate. Su Hong gritted her teeth. After making up his mind, his body was agitated with spiritual energy and he drove his flying sword, heading straight in the direction of Guangcheng. But in just the next second, something incomparably eerie behind him instantly enveloped him. What? Su Hong's face suddenly changed and she hurriedly turned back. Damn it! This old dog, Luo Maniac, is really a shadowy soul. Su Hong cursed and immediately pinched her mouth as a fireball spell struck out. The spirit fire transformed by that fireball spell smashed into that ghost's claws, yet it only stopped the ghostly claw for a moment. In the next second, the ghostly claw still carried an incomparably strong momentum, ruthlessly smashing into Su Hong's body. Put! Su Hong sprayed a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. The flying sword under his feet could no longer be stabilized. The entire person was directly at a high altitude, plummeting downward. The location of Su Hong's descent was a rugged mountainous area. Below is an extremely deep valley. Su Hong fell hard like that. When he was in mid-air, he had already been seriously injured by the ghost claws and completely lost his consciousness. And I don't know how long it was. Su Hong's consciousness only gradually woke up. Slowly opening his eyes, he realized that he was lying in the middle of a wet, muddy puddle of. There were weeds all around, very raw and sharp, stabbing him in the back. And there wasn't a place on his body that didn't hurt, especially his chest. A huge blackened wound appeared after being hit by that ghostly claw. There was also a very eerie aura on it that was constantly corroding Su Hong's body. It hurt so much he could barely stand up straight. Damn it! Su Hong's face was as pale as paper. Not expecting this at all. That old dog, Luo Maniac. I can't believe I was able to unleash such a deadly spell from so far away. Missed the mark. Su Hong only felt very weak in her current state. Half a life, so to speak. Moreover, it was almost impossible to gather half a bit of spiritual energy all over his body. And he didn't even have the ability to stand up. But Su Hong knew that she couldn't stay here for too long. He also had to return to Guangcheng with news and evacuate with the Great Zhou soldiers and horses. Otherwise, if Luo Maniac leads an attack on the city, Su Ruoyu in Guangcheng, and 150,000 troops, then it's all over. Su Hong struggled for half a day before she barely managed to climb up. But he had no idea where he was now. Looking up, there were rocky walls on all sides, and a heavy miasma surrounding them. It obscured most of the view and visibility was less than 3 feet. Su Hong was seriously injured again. In this situation, there was no way to return to Guangcheng quickly. But Su Hong was undeterred and took out a few recovery pills from her storage bag and consumed them first, though the wound in his chest from the ghostly claw was still eating away at his flesh. However, The spiritual power provided by the spirit elixir was always better than nothing. Su-hong took out another spirit stone and held it in her hand. And after a few moments, the body can finally get some action. He began to feel his way out, based on his intuition. As I recall, when I flew out on my sword, I was heading toward the southeast. Guangqing was to the west of me at the time, and if I fell off midway, I should have gone northwest to find my way to Guangqing. Su-hong surmised that it was so surmised. But the problem is, he's trapped under this dark, poisonous valley. Even the sense of direction is lost. This resulted in him not being able to determine, at all, where the northwest was. Su-hong slapped his spirit beast pouch. Soon the bloodthirsty bug flew out. Seeing Su-hong seriously injured, a moment of hesitation appeared in the eyes of that bloodthirsty worm. But soon, it was gone again. Su-hong frowned slightly and sent a thought to the bloodthirsty insect. Fly as high as you can and find your way out of here. Zip! A piercing cry came out of the bloodthirsty worm's mouth, indicating that it understood. Soon with the sound of wings vibrating, it slowly flew away. Su-hong waited in place for about a quarter of an hour before the bloodthirsty insects flew back. After screaming shrilly for a while longer, Su-hong understood what it meant. Oh, found the way? Take me now. Su-hong was delighted in her heart. Now he could suddenly feel the importance of spirit beasts. If it weren't for a bloodthirsty bug that put him in a state of serious injury to find his way out on his own, that's difficult to imagine. But with a spirit animal, it was obviously much more convenient. Su-hong let the bloodthirsty bug lead the way in front, himself all the way in the back. Su-hong was very alert the entire time. After all, the environment in this neighborhood was very weird and miasma-ridden, and Su-hong could feel that the aura in this neighborhood was still very abundant, completely different from the outside world. In such an environment, it would be entirely possible that some creatures or demonic beasts with aura existed. But fortunately, after 10 minutes or so of walking, there was no danger. The bloodthirsty insect in front of him led the way, and it took Su-hong a while to. It was only gradually getting out of this muddy area. After stepping out of the muddy area, a dense jungle, overgrown with weeds, lay ahead of the light was very gray, and Su-hong's vision, too, was hard to see. He called off the bloodthirsty bug, finding a branch in the surrounding area first, and then using spirit fire to set the branch on fire. Only then there was some light. Su-hong could more or less see a little, which continued to march forward. The further into the forest they went, the more Su-hong felt a very strong aura of spiritual energy getting closer and closer. However, Su-hong could sense that this spiritual energy aura was not the kind of aura of a living creature. The possibility of it being a demonic beast or a human was ruled out, and more like dead things in general. Su-hong's gaze flickered. Could it be that, with such a rich aura in front of them, is it possible that one could, by mistake, entering a mysterious land, harboring heavenly treasures? Su-hong thought so in her heart, but he was still very wary. All to wait for the bloodthirsty bug to go ahead and check it out a little bit. Only then will you move forward and continue to march. Chapter 177 Entering the Ruins by Mistake. Whether it was a heavenly treasure or not, Su-hong didn't care. The most important thing for him to do now was to hurry up and get out of here. Follow the bloodthirsty bugs and make your way forward. Soon walked to an area with an open view. From here the weeds began to diminish a lot, and on the ground, a small, not so small, pit was left. On the ground, it was faintly visible that some traces of spirit symbols had been left behind. It seemed like someone had set up some kind of spirit formation here a long time ago. Su-hong sensed that even after quite a few years, on this spirit formation, there was still a not so small fluctuation of spiritual energy remaining, and hitting the eye. The scale of this spirit formation was quite terrifying. It was at least about 20 feet square in size. The spiritual chi that can be gathered by a spiritual formation of this scale should be quite terrifying. Who the hell set this up here? It looks some years old. Su-hong checked it out a little. It was determined that it had been a spirit formation from many years ago and had been damaged, with weeds growing all around it. That's before moving on. In 3 or 2 steps, Su-hong walked to the center of the spirit formation. There was a slanted stone tablet here, with some words Su-hong didn't recognize written on it in a crooked manner, and on the stone tablet, it also seemed to have been damaged by something, leaving a very deep crack. Su-hong wasn't quite sure what this spirit formation was actually for. With his insight, he didn't know as much about the cultivation path as Song Shuren, so naturally he couldn't recognize it. Zip! At this time, the bloodthirsty insect suddenly screamed at Su-hong. The voice was very urgent and seemed to be in a hurry. Su-hong froze for a moment, her expression a bit stunned. This bloodthirsty insect, actually communicating itself with its consciousness and instilling spiritual energy into the stone tablet? This, on a normal day, Su Hong would definitely not listen to a bloodthirsty worm. But this bloodthirsty bug, after all, was a spirit bug, and had spirituality. Add to this the fact that he is now in deep trouble, and his own safety is threatened. And, beyond that, there doesn't seem to be much that can be done. Let's beat a dead horse. There was very little aura left in Su Hong's body, so it can only be drawn out a little bit. With so little spiritual energy, he couldn't even cast a full fireball spell. However, Su Hong did his best to coalesce out and walk to the crooked monolith, infused the aura into the stone tablet. The aura followed Su Hong's finger and entered the stone tablet. It was as if a stone had sunk into the sea without the slightest response. Su Hong thought to herself, surely there was no way that he himself would listen to a bug. But in just a moment, that stone tablet, after Su Hong had poured all of his aura into it, instantly, the spirit light blossomed, and azure streams of light suddenly began to manifest on the stone tablet. Su Hong was startled. He was just about to retreat, but he realized that his palm, however, was sucked by the stone tablet, and he could not draw it out at all. At the same time, the entire spirit formation behind Su Hong it all started to glow a little bit with an intense luster. On that ground, the lines hidden under a piece of wheat all began to connect. In the end, the entire grand formation was reactivated. Countless lights rose, and strong spiritual energy vibrated out from the stone monument, and in an instant, surrounded Su Hong completely. What kind of spirit formation is this? Su Hong looked at the scene in front of her with incomparable horror, her head stopping thinking at this moment, and the next second, the stone tablet of that spiritual formation, after lighting up a circle, countless lines the bizarre text suddenly began to light up in a big way. Afterward, an old aura filled with an ancient aura suddenly descended on the entire square. Tester, test passed. Spiritual root grade, grade 1, listed as a core disciple talent, will be rewarded with the sex core disciple talent. Rumble. After this ancient voice fell, another light blazed forth. In the next second, Su Hong instantly felt that the infinite spiritual power it suddenly erupted from within the stone tablet. It was almost as if it was enlightened, and it was very ferociously forced into Su Hong's body. What? Su Hong's entire body was still in dismay. Suddenly, such a large amount of spiritual energy, all at once, rushed into Su Hong's body. This caused his body, which was originally lacking in aura, to start becoming active all of a sudden. The meridians in the body, the Dan Tian, all of them were hungrily absorbing and transforming this incomparably huge spiritual energy. At the same time, the injuries sustained within his body began to start recovering at a terrifying speed. Even the wound on Su Hong's chest that was injured by the ghost claws began to heal rapidly. That eerie spiritual energy that had originally been lingering on Su Hong's chest, like poisonous gas, it was also quickly dispelled, and Su Hong's entire aura began to climb up at a terrifying speed. While feeling the changes in her body, Su Hong finally reacted to the scene in front of her. I see. The great formation in front of us should be the remains of some ancient immortal cultivation clan, and this spirit formation should be used to test the talent of its sect disciples. And I just passed the test and gained the gift of being some kind of core disciple. So it rewards this aura infusion? Su Hong's analysis was not far off. The place where he had unintentionally crashed was indeed the remains of a certain cultivation sect in the ancient past. It was only because countless years had passed that it was gradually buried under this valley. The reason why, for so many years, it has gone unnoticed is, naturally, because the immortal cultivation sect, it also has its own defense spell formation. Ordinary people, they don't stand a chance of passing through this mireland full of miasma. Find this place. As for Su Hong herself, she also had the bloodthirsty insect to lead the way, so she was able to pass through without any danger. In fact, Su Hong's bloodthirsty bug, which was just taken in not long ago, is not only aggressive, but it is something that can help the master beyond the battlefield, while also being very sensitive to spiritual energy. That's why it was possible to find this only way out and bring Su Hong here. The scale of this ancient cultivation sect was naturally not comparable to those sects in the secular world today, so even the rewards for core disciples were quite terrifying. Terrifying spiritual energy, forcing its way into Su Hong's body, and it was the kind that didn't do any harm to Su Hong, nor did it have any after effects. It was pure spiritual energy that was inputted into Su Hong's body. As long as Su Hong runs his gongfu, refines it a little, and digests all of it after, it would all become Su Hong's spiritual energy. Su Hong's gaze shone brightly. He could feel that his breath, his body, was recovering with the naked eye, and because he inhaled too much aura, there was no place to store the meridians in his body. After starting to forcefully refine it bit by bit, it entered Su Hong's dantian. In this way, Su Hong's cultivation level of the third level of qi cultivation, which had just broken through not more than a few days ago, was at that moment. It's starting to climb again. With an extremely terrifying speed, he began to advance towards that fourth level of chi practicing. Boom! Barely a quarter of an hour's work. A rumbling sound suddenly emanated from Su Hong's body. Just for a moment, the cultivation within Su Hong's body, actually because of this spiritual energy infusion, directly broke through to the fourth level of chi practicing with ease. Chapter 178. Whoever wants to surrender, ask my sword first. Boom boom. The cultivation within Su Hong's body continued to rise at an extremely terrifying speed. After breaking through the fourth level of chi refining, there was hardly any half-stagnation. In an instant, with a roaring momentum, he began to advance towards the fifth level of chi refining again. Su Hong was very surprised in her heart. He didn't expect that the aura given by this stone tablet would be so terrifying. After he broke through a layer, I can't believe there's almost 90% left. This caused Su Hong to be overjoyed. It seems that these auras, if he refines them all, at the lowest minimum, they should all be able to break through to the sixth level of chi practicing. Su Hong's eyes flashed ferociously. Sixth level of chi practice, plus the several powerful spells Su Hong had drawn. At that time, one would have the capital to wrench with Luo-maniac. Luo-maniac, you better move fast. You attacked Guancheng, but if you are a little slower, when I come out of the gate, it will be your time to die then. A grim voice spread throughout this miasma valley. It turned into a cold and chilling wind that whistled in all directions. The other side, Luo-maniac was as Su Hong had guessed. After taking care of Su Hong and Song Shiren, he directly led a large force and started attacking Guancheng. And that Song Shiren, although he was slapped away by Su Hong in the beginning, but then it was still found by Luo-maniac searching the mountains and forests. Now it had become Luo-maniac's prisoner, locked out of his meridians and locked in a prison van, cloaked and disheveled, looking miserable. Luo-maniac looked at Song Shiren inside the prison car on one side and laughed coldly. Song Shiren, I won't kill you immediately. I want you to watch with your own eyes how your great Zhou soldiers and horses are slaughtered by me. You, Zhou, how you have become a prisoner of my Dajin. I'm going to show you that trash will always be trash. You can't change anything. Luo-maniac's words were tantamount to killing people. Song Shiren's face was pale and his expression was unsightly. He was now completely desperate inside. There is nothing but regret. He regretted that, had he known that Luo-maniac's cultivation was this strong, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge him at his door, and dragged Su Hong along. If he hadn't brought Su Hong over, and it was just him alone who was captured, then there would still be a chance to maneuver. Now that he's been captured, he doesn't know if Su Hong is alive or dead. Great Zhou is almost equal to the end. Having lost the shelter of the only two practitioners, Great Zhou, before the Great Golden, it's the exposed lamb to the slaughter. Jingguo can eat whenever he wants. I am ashamed of the late emperor, ashamed of the people of Great Zhou. Song Shiren old tears. This moment, the grief is not greater than the death of the heart. Ha ha, old thing, don't cry yet. The crying is still to come. Luo Tian sneered from the side. Pass on my order to move forward at full speed to Guancheng and prepare for the attack. Yes, Luo Tian's order was given, and the marching speed of the Golden Kingdom's soldiers and horses increased once again. Fire towards the city of Canton. Half a day, the 200,000 strong army of the Golden Kingdom, already at the city, surrounded Guancheng. In the city, Su Ruoyu, as well as a group of generals, all had unsightly faces. How is this going to work? A general looked pale. Elder Song and Lord Su now. One captured, the other alive or dead. What can we do to resist the soldiers of the Golden Kingdom? Even if our generals fighting to the death can hold off the opposing soldiers, they still have a cultivator that we can't stop it anyway. The other generals were also alarmed in their hearts. They were all originally in Guancheng, waiting for news of Su Hong and Song Shiren's triumphant return. Unexpectedly, in the end, the duo of Su Hong and Song Shiren was such a miserable defeat, and they didn't even have a chance to retreat. Why don't we just surrender? A general clenched his teeth and couldn't help but be the first to open this mouth. We have an army of 150,000 men, and to fight hard is to die out if we surrender. There may be a silver lining. After this man finished speaking, all the other generals were silent. No one objected, and no one pointed fingers, because it's all clear now. There are practitioners on the other side. This battle, as long as it starts, will surely end with their side being completely annihilated. No one wants to die, so neither is willing to fight a battle they are bound to lose. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but fall on Su Ruoyu, because at this moment, Su Hong and Song Shiren aren't here. Su Ruoyu is the one with the most power here. It's the closest red man to the emperor. Lord Su, surrender. This way, we can still save some lives. Yes, The lives of 150,000 generals cannot be buried in vain like this. Lord Su, if we keep the Green Hills, we're not afraid of having no firewood to burn. We can't just send ourselves to our deaths. Open the city and surrender. It really isn't that a few generals are softies. Truly, when this battle starts, it's total annihilation. Who has the courage to fight a battle that they know is certain death? Su Ruoyu's expression was ironic, her fists clenched, her gaze sweeping a fistful of generals, her voice icy cold. No, I do not agree to surrender. This battle hasn't been fought yet, so how do we know until we try? We are all subjects of Great Zhou. What would it become if we surrendered before the battle was even fought? Wouldn't that be treason? The more Su Ruoyu spoke, the more angry she became, and as she drew out her own sword, she heavily slapped it on the table and coldly said, I put my words here. Whoever surrenders will first ask me about this sword. When Su Ruoyu said this, she had a murderous look on her face and coldly stared at everyone present. The crowd was frozen, and all of them dared not speak at once. After all, Su Ruoyu's strength was clear to all. It was supposed to be His Majesty's personal guard, which is hard for ordinary people to reach. He was later instructed by Su Hong. It's almost close to an earth immortal now. The crowd didn't dare to disobey Su Ruoyu's words. For the moment it's just as well to tough it out and fight the battle. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Su Ruoyu coldly said, in that case, I'll take it that none of you want to surrender. Then I'll go and get ready. This defense battle is crucial. The city is here. The people are here. The city is gone. Go on. Good. The many generals had no choice but to nod with a bitter smile. They all got up and left the council chamber and all went to get ready. And as soon as the crowd left, Su Ruoyu's face remained incomparably grave. How could she not have expected that Su Hong and Song Shuren, this walk, was actually such an outcome? The Jin army is approaching the city. Su Hong's life and death are unknown, and Song Shuren is captured. This huge pressure was thrown on her alone. Su Ruoyu took a deep breath. In any case, she couldn't believe that Su Hong would die like this. This is a man who can work miracles. All she had to do was lead her troops to hold the city. She believed that Su Hong must not be dead. He would definitely rush back and save Guangqing. Su Hong, I don't believe you're a man who will die like this. You and I still have an agreement. You still have a deal with His Majesty, too, so you can't die, and I won't allow you to. Su Ruoyu stood up and picked up her sword. Fortunately, as a close friend of Long Ruoshi, she was not a generalized person. I'd been well read in the military since I was young, and as long as the other practitioner doesn't make a move, utilizing the geographical advantage of Guangqing as well as the 150,000 soldiers and horses to maneuver around the enemy army, she could still do it. Chapter 179, Frozen Moat. Beyond the wide city, a large plain surrounded by a circle of moats. The 200,000 elite soldiers of the Golden State, gathered outside the moat, took the 4 main exit routes from Guangcheng. They're all surrounded. Not to mention people. I'm afraid a fly couldn't fly out. The geography of Guangcheng is very advantageous, with its backdrop of mountains and hills, plus the moat, which was also turbulent and menacing. If we are to attack the city, we must first cross the river, but the distance between the moat and the walls of the city, and not enough for 200,000 troops to gain a foothold. Jin could only cross the river one batch at a time to attack the city, but this undoubtedly spreads out the troops, and the Zhou soldiers defending the city will be able to defend it with all their strength. Divide and conquer the soldiers and horses of the Golden Kingdom. So how to cross the river and solve this problem is a difficult problem in front of the Jin soldiers and horses. Luo Tian found Luo Maniac and respectfully asked for a solution. Luo Maniac walked out of the tent, also frowning slightly, standing for a long time, looking at the turbulent moat, silent for a while, he slowly spoke. The way. The old man could use an ice spell to freeze the moat on one side, and then have the generals that step on the ice and move forward. What? Old ancestor can freeze the moat? Hearing Luo Maniac's words, Luo Tian was dumbfounded, while knowing that the practitioner bullpen. But it's not that impressive, is it? Such a turbulent and raging moat can actually freeze alive? Luo Tian couldn't help but envy in his heart. If Luo Maniac could really do something so heaven-defying, Luo Tian's heart was also vaguely rising. If it's possible, he's all set to become a practitioner. Then please do it, old ancestor. Luo Tian hurriedly arched his hand and begged. There's no rush. Luo Maniac shook his head. The amount of spiritual energy needed to freeze one side of the moat is still terrifying, and even if it's the old man that, we also have to prepare. So it takes 3 days. Within 3 days, the old man will gather his spiritual power, and when the preparation is complete, freeze the moat and cross the river in one fell swoop. 3 days. Luo Tian sniffed and frowned slightly. Isn't this time a little too long? I'm afraid that there will be changes on the way. And I don't know if that Su-hong kid is dead. In case he comes back. Before Luo Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo Maniac. If that brat Su-hong isn't dead, as long as he dares to come back, then I'll kill him once more. Luo Maniac was full of disdain. It's only been 3 days. He's having trouble healing his wounds, let alone raising his cultivation. It's just a waste at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. It's just a mole cricket when it comes back. It can't make any waves. That's good. Hearing Luo Maniac say this, Luo Tian was then relieved. Immediately, he nodded. Then please ask the old ancestor to prepare for 3 days. And after 3 days, freeze the moat and capture Guangcheng. Luo Tian and Luo Maniac conferred before walking out of the tent. Looking at the large and lofty square in front of him, he laughed coldly. Just let you live 3 more days. 3 days later, I'm going to slaughter all of your Zhou soldiers. All of them? Not one of them will be left behind. Ha ha, Luo Tian laughed rampantly. As frightening as the laughter of an evil spirit, echoing under the night sky. And this side of Broad City, Su Ruoyu was sending soldiers to defend around the city every day. There's a moat at the moment. Those Jin troops can't get through yet. But Su Ruoyu had thought that the Jin army would use some conventional methods. Fill up the moat with sandbags and force your way across. If that's the case, it's a lot of construction work. The moat of this Broad City wants to be filled in all the way. It will take at least half a month. Then Su Ruoyu would still be able to maneuver around them for half a month. But the thing is, right now the Golden Army looks very weird. The army was entrenched beyond the moat. Since they don't attack across the river, they don't fill up the moat either. Just block there and do nothing. Except for a few scouts that would be sent out and caught by Su Ruoyu's people. Su Ruoyu really couldn't guess what the Jin army was trying to do. Su Ruoyu stood on top of the city tower with a grave expression on her face. She had a hunch that, with the Golden Army like this, it definitely wasn't true that they weren't doing anything at all. Must be plotting something more serious. But Su Ruoyu was immortal after all, and no matter how she tried to guess, she definitely couldn't guess Luo Maniac's intentions. What he wanted, Su Ruoyu could only order the soldiers to stand by, watching day and night. Not a single mosquito can be allowed to fly into Hiroshima City. At the same time, Su Ruoyu also attempted to utilize carrier pigeons to send messages outwards. See if you can send a message back to the imperial capital to bring in reinforcements. Although there was a cultivator on the other side, if we could get some more reinforcements, and with the inside and outside forces, it will also relieve the siege of Guangcheng. After all, although the cultivator was powerful, he was only one person, facing 400, 000 to 500, 000 soldiers. Although they can't help the cultivators want to kill. It's also hard to kill over. But the flying pigeon approach was soon broken. The Jin army was entrenched outside of Guangcheng, although it did not make any movements. However, it has been keeping a close watch on everything going on in Hiroshima. A carrier pigeon flew out and was immediately shot down by arrows in minutes. There was no chance at all for Su Ruoyu to send a message back to Great Zhou. This made Su Ruoyu feel doubly powerless. In that case, the only hope in her heart, then, was Su Hong alone, standing on top of the city wall, looking out over the vast plains surrounding the outskirts of Guangcheng. Her eyes mourned. The mouth could not help but meditate. Su Hong, where the hell are you? Come back soon. Great Zhou needs you. His Majesty needs you. I need you too. Beneath the mysterious valley, Su Hong steeply opened her eyes. He suddenly sensed a trace of divine thoughts. It seemed like someone in the middle of a vast space was tracing his existence. Soon he guessed. This may be Su Ruoyu. Expecting him to go back. Cultivation to a certain level can initially communicate with heaven and earth. So within a certain range, when someone reads about himself, the practitioner is also vaguely aware of it. Su Hong's gaze flickered and she murmured softly under her breath. Soon. Wakey wakey. The aura given by this unknown mysterious ancient sect, which I'm almost about to digest completely. It's all that's left to solidify at the end. 3 days at most. I will definitely come out. At that time, it will be the time when that old dog, Luo Maniac, has perished in the Golden Army. Su Hong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Check Su Hong's breath carefully. This moment can be surprised to realize that in just a day or two, his cultivation level skyrocketed again. It was no longer the 4th level of chi practicing, or even the 5th level of chi practicing. Instead, it's the 6th level of chi practicing. The aura given by this mysterious ancient sect was not only extremely large in quantity, the aura was also very pure. So devouring and absorbing it was the same as directly absorbing the aura from a spirit stone. There is not the slightest obstacle. This was why Su Hong's cultivation was able to break through so quickly, and there were no side effects or going off the deep end. And at this moment, Su Hong's body cultivation was still progressing towards the 7th level of Qi practicing. When he achieves the 7th level of Qi cultivation, at that time, Luo Maniac would no longer be his opponent. Then Su Ruoyu and the others in Guangcheng, as well as the 150,000 strong army, were also bound to be saved. Chapter 180, the Dajin siege begins. 3 days passed quickly. Within these 3 days, the people within the square were on tenterhooks. Although the soldiers of the Golden Kingdom outside never made a move, but looking at the soldiers approaching the city, and in the enemy formation, there was a powerful cultivator. It's not a good idea to put it on anyone's mind. It's like having a knife hanging above your head, knowing that sooner or later it's going to fall off. I just don't know when it's going to fall. It's just this torturous torture. And within these 3 days, Su Ruoyu had thought of everything. Move secretly, or send a message out to Great Zhou for help. But they were all stopped by the Golden Army. Now the square can be said to be completely reduced to a lonely city, and is a piece of meat in the mouth of the Jin army. It's up to the Golden Army to decide when they want to eat the meat. On this day, the Zhou soldiers in the square suddenly observed, in the formation of the Golden Army, in the tent of the commander-in-chief, a short, pale little old man walked out slowly. He had his hands behind his back. His expression was grim, and his body was permeated with an icy, bone-chilling aura. One simply cannot meet their eyes. Is that Luo Maniac? Looking at this scene, Su Ruoyu frowned slightly. For 3 whole days, the other side made no move. Now it is not at all clear what exactly it's trying to do. And Luo Maniac stood outside the tent, looking at the raging moat. His eyes flashed grimly as he sneered. In 3 days, more aura has coalesced than I thought. Today, I will freeze the river. Capture this Guangcheng once and for all. Behind him, Luo Tian was thrilled. He waited 3 whole days, and was at first a little skeptical that could this old ancestor really do something so horrible? But now, seeing that Luo Maniac was really ready to strike, he was naturally ecstatic. Luo Tian hurriedly arched his hand and stepped back. Please, old ancestor, all stand farther away. Don't get caught up in this. You can't blame me if you die. Luo Maniac warned. The army of Dajin immediately began to retreat. All of them looked at Luo Maniac with awe. After Luo Maniac waited for his troops to retreat to a place where they wouldn't be affected by the waves, it was only then that he fished out a small talisman from his pocket, after which he began to infuse a large amount of spiritual energy. After that small talisman was infused with powerful spiritual energy, it immediately began to surge with a very powerful luster. The aura around them also began to surge, and their breath began to become different. On the citadel of Guangcheng, Su Ruoyu's expression was incomparably grave when she saw this scene. This guy, what the hell is he trying to do? Su Ruoyu looked at Luo Maniac's appearance and instinctively felt that this guy would not be aimless. The way he looked, he was probably going to perform some kind of trickery. Su Ruoyu immediately summoned her subordinates and immediately commanded. Command down. The whole army is on alert. The Jin army may be about to make a move. Yes. The ministry immediately passed the message on. All the generals were put on battle readiness and stood by. And at this moment, Luo Maniac's side of the spiritual energy was infused to the extreme. A hand then crushed that azure small talisman viciously. Luo Maniac then let out a low gulp. Cryomancy. Wow. The moment Luo Maniac crushed the small talisman, in that spirit talisman, an extremely terrifying freezing power erupted. Then that freezing power, instantly and viciously rippled out, turning into a cloud of ice fog that, in one fell swoop, the entire moat in front of Luo Maniac was covered. Click, click, click. In an instant, the originally turbulent river actually began to solidify a little. It then hardened and began to freeze. What? How did this happen? Seeing this scene in front of her, Su Ruoyu's face completely changed. Su Ruoyu was incredulous, including the other generals of Qi, who were standing on the city tower, also looked dumbfounded. It was simply unexpected that this Luo madness actually had this kind of tactic. You can actually freeze a moat alive? The cadre of generals around him all looked desperate. It's over. The moat is frozen over. All their large troops can cross the river. Guangcheng is finished. For a while, the aura of despair began to spread. All of the generals of Great Zhou were incredibly alarmed and scared in their hearts. But at this time, Su Ruoyu let out a low roar and turned around to loudly scold. It's not over yet. We haven't lost this battle yet. It's a death either way. Do you want to die standing up or kneeling down? Take up arms and resist. There's still a chance of survival. But if you give up, there's only death. After Su Ruoyu's reprimand, the faces of those generals gradually changed. It was only slowly that composure was regained in his eyes. Lord Su is right. We'll die anyway, so we might as well fight them. The Golden Kingdom won't let us go. Even if we surrender, we'll still die. So we might as well give it a shot. Pass the word down. The entire army is on alert. Prepare for battle. Boom! The soldiers and horses of the Great Zhou are in a final life and death crisis. Instead, it erupted into an unprecedented level of fighting and cohesion. All the generals knew that advancing now was also death, and retreating was also death. It would be better to die on the way forward. Pull up the catapults and prepare to project. Yes, a catapult was also pushed up, and the archers were all ready. On Luo Maniac's side, he spent a great deal of effort to freeze the river and gave a direct order to cross it. Dajin's soldiers and horses immediately began to cross the river. That moat was frozen in place and completely knotted. It was a little slippery, but it was definitely enough to get 200,000 troops through. Kill! Accompanied by angry shouts, the army directly began to cross the river, and above the castle tower of Guangcheng, Su Ruoyu didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. Catapults! Archers! All attack! Yes! Seeing that Dajin's army started to cross the river, Dezhou's soldiers and horses immediately started to counterattack. Rumble! The stone throwers began to throw stones in large quantities. The archers also began to shoot wildly. Blistering blows fell on the heads of the Dajin soldiers and horses. It is reasonable to say that with this terrible attack, even if the Dajin soldiers and horses were able to cross the river, it must have been a heavy loss as well. But after a small group of Dajin soldiers and horses died, Luo Maniac's gaze changed, and he took out the burial staff that, between the spiritual drive, directly over the head of the 200,000 strong army of Dajin crossing the river. It was covered with something like a shield that was visible to the naked eye. Those falling rocks, those arrows, about to fall on the heads of the Dakin army, it was immediately blocked by the shield, resulting in a large army of Dakin, except for some that died at first, basically got through the moat without injury. Soon, the siege began. The attack of the 200,000 strong army was extremely terrifying. Together with Dajin's batch of elite soldiers, originally per capita they were all second-rate experts with strong strength. This next attack was simply difficult to defend against. The battlefield was in chaos. People are dying everywhere. There's blood everywhere. Flames and blood stained the entire battlefield. When Su Ruoyu saw this scene, her expression was thoroughly ugly. If this momentum continues, I'm afraid it won't take long for this Guangcheng to be overrun. Brush! Su Ruoyu drew her own sword. This sword, or the one Su Hong gave her back then. At this moment, she felt that she had to join the battlefield. Chapter 181, Killing an Earth Immortal in First Class. All the generals rushed to the front. This battle was just too much. If Su Ruoyu continued to watch, he was only afraid that the soldiers and horses on the Great Zhou side would all die. Su Ruoyu's gaze flickered. Raising his sword, he killed directly. Su Ruoyu was originally a first-class expert Jedi. Plus, after following Su Hong, he had experienced many very difficult battles. Her strength, too, had been steadily increasing, and the Excalibur that Su Hong gave her, once he entered the battlefield, he was almost immediately transformed into a god of killing. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Madly killing the experts in the Jin army. Second-rate experts were simply one sword at a time. Even a first-rate expert of the same level as her wouldn't be able to parry two of her swords. Killed in a matter of moments. Su Ruoyu's joining the army of the Great Zhou, which was itself in a state of decline, got a moment's respite. That woman is not simple. In the Great Golden Formation, an Earth Immortal expert, seeing Su Ruoyu's unbridled hacking and slashing, killing intent rose in his eyes. He walked over to Luo Tian and arched his hand. Your Highness, I request an order to kill that woman. Oh, Luo Tian glanced towards Su Ruoyu, his gaze flickering. What a beautiful woman. TSK. No, we can't kill her. We have to take her alive. Got it. That Earth Immortal expert froze at his words and then nodded, immediately understanding Luo Tian's meaning. Without saying a word, he directly killed out of the formation and rushed towards Su Ruoyu. On Su Ruoyu's side, there were two more swords, instantly killing a second-rate expert and a first-rate expert. Just as he was about to continue his pursuit, a giant axe suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! Su Ruoyu's face changed and she hastily backed away. But the aura of that giant axe was very strong. It still shook Su Ruoyu back dozens of feet away. Su Ruoyu raised her head, her face ugly as she looked at the man using the giant axe in front of her with a cold gaze. An Earth Immortal expert? Although Su Ruoyu guessed that there were definitely Earth Immortal experts in the Great Golden Formation, but I didn't expect it to be a guy whose name was unknown, not even an OC. It seemed to be just a squire in general. Her face hardened, and she instantly felt the overall strength of the Golden Kingdom, which was indeed powerful. That Earth Immortal expert's gaze was cold and his expression was bland. Woman, my second prince has his eye on you. Put down your sword and you can still stay alive. If you insist on resisting, she'll blame me for being merciless under the axe. Bah! Su Ruoyu sneered with a disdainful expression. If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all this nonsense? Tell your bull ****** second prince to go himself. Seek death. The earthy mortal expert's face turned cold when he saw Su Ruoyu's insistence on resisting. Without saying a word, he drew out the giant axe on the ground and killed Su Ruoyu. Su Ruoyu took a deep breath. She was taking on an earthy mortal expert for the first time. Logically speaking, she, a first-rate expert, was definitely not an opponent. However, during this period of time, her cultivation had increased quite a bit, plus the divine sword given by Su Hong. The gap between the two sides has been shortened as much as possible. Boom! Without hesitation, Su Ruoyu swept out his sword. The divine sword and the giant axe collided together fiercely. In a matter of moments, the terrifying sword light had directly shaken back that giant axe by a few inches. In the next second, the terrifying sword chi actually shook back that earthy mortal expert alive. What? That earthy mortal expert's face changed slightly. He was a little incredulous. The woman in front of her was nothing more than a first-class expert. Can you actually shock yourself back? Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, it was already very terrifying. Looks like you've got a couple of tricks up your sleeve. Looks like I'm going to have to get serious. That earthy mortal expert's gaze became serious. Looks like it's going to take some work to capture this woman alive. Brush! The earthy mortal expert swung his giant axe and charged at Su Ruoyu once again. As for Su Ruoyu herself, she was also shocked by the sword she had just made. She didn't expect it in any way. He was actually able to defeat an earthy mortal expert? Could it be that this earthy mortal expert is nothing more than that? Su Ruoyu reacted. It wasn't that the earthy mortal experts were too weak. Rather, she had become too strong in the meantime. It was only because of Su Hong's shelter that she had never had the chance to fight others. It made her completely unaware of her own strength, which had reached such a point. Now, Su Ruoyu's confidence grew in her heart. With his divine sword in hand, he charged up at once. The deer is not yet known. Boom! Su Ruoyu once again fought with that earthy mortal expert. A surprising scene happened. Su Ruoyu, a first-class expert, was actually able to press that earthy mortal expert to fight, without a moment's effort. That earthy mortal expert unexpectedly fell into a complete disadvantage. In multiple locations on his body, there were sword marks and sword wounds. It looked very miserable looking. The blood soon all stained his entire body red. This can't be. At this moment, that earthy mortal expert only realized that something was wrong. He realized that he was actually no match for this Su Ruoyu when he used his full strength. Damn, that's never going to happen. The earthy mortal experts gradually became disheartened. He even felt that if he dragged on any longer, he might even be beheaded on the spot by Su Ruoyu. No, this woman is too weird. We have to go back and ask for reinforcements. The earthy mortal experts were unwilling to engage in a battle. An axe shook Su Ruoyu away, and he turned around and used his light energy to try to escape out. Su Ruoyu's face changed. Where to run? Su Ruoyu let out a low gulp. The sword light on her hand erupted with unprecedented sword chi, and in an instant, turning into a sword hong, it directly and ruthlessly blasted at that earthy mortal expert. What? That earthy mortal expert's face changed drastically in an instant. He was just about to turn back and try to fend it off, but it was too late. Boom! That sword light directly pierced through his entire body. Blood sprayed out in a flash. The expression of the earthy mortal expert completely froze at this instant, his body trembling in the air. Then boom to the bottom. Blood suddenly spread, and that earthy mortal expert completely lost his breath, never able to stand up again. Dead? Su Ruoyu's face was also a bit surprised. How could she not expect that she would be able to kill an earthy mortal expert so easily? It was something that she had never even thought about before, but it's actually normal. The sword technique that Su Ruoyu practiced was originally improved by Su Hong, plus getting the divine sword given by Su Hong. Su Ruoyu's current strength was still that of a first-rate expert though in terms of cultivation, but weaker earthy mortal experts were no longer her match. Her current strength was almost comparable to Zhang Tianming's, and seeing that Su Ruoyu had actually killed an earthy mortal expert, the Great Zhou army, which had originally been beaten back, was instantly demoralized. A few generals seized the opportunity to even shout, "Brethren, don't admit defeat. We still have a chance. With Lord Su here, we can hold out until the moment support arrives." Chapter 182 Breakthrough. That's right, we must defend Guangcheng, and resolutely not allow Great Zhou to capture Guangcheng, or else we're all going to die here. We're all going to die here. Upon hearing these generals' call, the soldiers were instantly hot and, all of them are also lit up with a burning desire to fight. This was the homeland of the Great Zhou, their hometown, the rivers and mountains built down by their ancestors. If this river and mountain are destroyed, all of them will be buried with them. So at this moment, all the soldiers also went out of their way and madly charged. Kill! Kill! The Great Zhou soldiers were similarly defiant. Once the city was taken, then their lives were lost. So, at this time, no matter what the cost, they had to hold the city. Kill! 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 As the two sides engaged in battle, each and every soldier defied life and death, brazenly defying death. Moreover, because of the presence of Su Ruoyu and Luo Maniac, the two earthy mortal masters, it made the war that it becomes very easy. A tea break later, below the city walls, the soldiers of Great Zhou were already being suppressed by the army of Great Jin and could not raise their heads. They simply didn't know what other power there was that could resist the other side. Ha ha, all of Dakin's people get out of my way and don't come any closer. I'll kill anyone who comes near. A group of Daijin soldiers and generals, seeing this scene, all laughed excitedly. Kill, kill for me. Kill all these Great Zhou sons of Es. Kill them all and we can return to the capital. The women of the Great Week, and the money, and the wine, and the gold, and the silver, and the jewels. A big man laughed loudly, his eyes flashing with greed. Kill, kill. The soldiers of Great Zhou were all scared silly and did not dare to resist at all. But the generals of the Great Zhou were not willing to. One after another, they swung their weapons towards Daijin's generals to slash and kill. For a while, the two sides fought together. One by one, the generals of the Great Zhou were suppressed, unable to raise their heads, and were simply unbeatable. When the generals of Great Zhou saw the scene between Su Ruoyu and Luo Maniac, they all revealed a look of indignation. But it doesn't help at all. General! A general cried out eagerly. We must make a hasty retreat. Su Ruoyu frowned. How can you leave at this time? Dezhou's morale has hit rock bottom. If we stay any longer, they must all be routed. We can't let them die in vain. But this time Daijin has come with 3,000 elites. And these men are the elite of 100 battles. We simply can't stop it. Su Ruoyu was silent. She'd thought about that, too, and about retreating. But not anymore. General, what should we do? The general asked through gritted teeth. Su Ruoyu looked down at the city wall, the densely packed Daijin soldiers and horses. For a while, I didn't know what to do. Do you remember what I told you? Su Ruoyu took a deep breath, looked at the crowd, and after a long moment of silence, slowly said, Great Zhou cannot be occupied by Great Jin. We must defend our homeland. Defend the homeland. Swear to defend the city. Hearing Su Ruoyu's words, all the generals' blood boiled. Kill, kill. Su Ruoyu's words just fell. The Daijin soldiers and horses outside the city suddenly rushed in hundreds of Daijin generals, who raised their lances and, aiming in Su Ruoyu's direction, he coldly grunted and bellowed. Su Ruoyu, suffer death. Wastes of the Great Zhou, won't you surrender yet? If you don't surrender, we will slaughter you, every last one of you. Hearing these words, Su Ruoyu's eyes narrowed slightly as a touch of anger surfaced on her face. Coldly, you think that with these people, you want to kill me? You are simply delusional. Only after Su Ruoyu's words fell, a huge aura was abruptly released from her body. It was like a flood of water, rushing straight up into the sky, startling the sky with smoke and dust. Earthy mortals! Su Ruoyu let out a bellow. At once, all the soldiers on top of the city wall felt the majesty of the aura. Earthy mortals? Su Ruoyu actually made a breakthrough? This, not bad for a general. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. The aura of an earthy mortal? This was an existence at the peak of the earthy mortal realm. In the history of the Great Zhou, it was all a phoenix. But now, Su Ruoyu had actually broken through to an earthy mortal. What a terrible thing this is. The soldiers of Great Zhou were shocked by Su Ruoyu's power. Su Ruoyu, suffer death. Those few Great Zhou generals were even angrier in their hearts after seeing Su Ruoyu's breakthrough. The higher Su Ruoyu's strength was, the less beneficial it would be to them. So, it has to be decimated. Otherwise, once Su Ruoyu grows up in the future, that's a dangerous thing for them to do. Su Ruoyu, I admit that you are stronger. But don't forget that in my Great Zhou, there are 20,000 Earth Immortal Realm experts. This was Great Zhou's greatest trump card power. Do you think that you can defeat our 20,000 Earth Immortal Realm experts? You might as well tie your hands. The general sneered, and the few Daijin generals beside him burst into a sardonic laughter. I'd like to see how you can withstand our attacks. Today, even if we fight to the death, we will kill all the soldiers of Great Zhou. They were all ready to make sacrifices. But Su Ruoyu would not. Su Ruoyu is the commander-in-chief of Great Zhou, and the commander-in-chief of the generals. Never allow your soldiers to die or be injured horribly. Kill, Su Ruoyu chortled coldly. An intense baleful aura erupted, instantly enveloping the area. It made the faces of the soldiers of Great Zhou instantly pale, and a heart hung in their throats. Although they were strong, they could only die when faced with the powerhouses of the Earth Immortals. Just then, rumble! There was a violent thunder-like rumble from the sky and the earth trembled. Immediately afterward, a huge purple bolt of electricity blasted at the entrance of the city. Boom boom! The entire city gate was directly reduced to pieces. Not good! Run away! Run! Seeing this scene, the generals of Dajin were stunned and hurriedly shouted. Shoo! Su Ruoyu's eyes were icy cold, and the corners of her mouth were outlined in a sneer. Can you run away? Boom! Su Ruoyu took a step out and directly caught up with those Dajin generals and smashed out with a punch. Bang bang! Before those generals of Dajin had time to react, they were smashed into meat paste. Blood flowed horizontally, staining the entire ground. The earth is trembling. Kill! Kill them all! Don't spare any of them! Su Ruoyu's face was covered with a murderous aura. At her command, the 1,000 or so Dajin soldiers behind her also roared and, swinging his long sword, he charged out. The soldiers of the Great Zhou were also frantic, and for a while, swords and blood were flying. Su Ruoyu swung his fists and blasted at the Dajin general in front of him, while commanding the soldiers beside him. Killed it! Whoosh! Su Ruoyu made a violent turn and slapped her palm behind her. Bang! Chapter 183, Crushing. Her body instantly shot backwards and crashed on top of a large tree. Put! Su Ruoyu opened her mouth and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, her eyes carrying a strong sense of disbelief. How is this? How is this possible? Not only had she broken through, she was also an Earth Immortal, and her strength had reached a terrifying level. How did you break through so fast? It was something she hadn't expected, but now was not the time to think about that. She needed to take care of the generals immediately. Kill! The soldiers of the Great Zhou were energized with ferocity and killed extremely painfully, and the generals of Dakin were beaten back and defeated. However, they were, after all, among the elite of Great Zhou. Each of the generals were the best of the younger generation of Great Zhou, and each of them had cultivated the 7 slaughters of the Heavenly Devil. Although he was beaten back by Su Ruoyu, he was still supporting himself through gritted teeth. Not down! Kill for me! Kill them all! Leave no one behind! A Daijin's general roared angrily and took the lead in carrying his sword to kill Su Ruoyu, stabbing at him with a sword. Su Ruoyu's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly waved her spear to meet her. Clang! Bang! Su Ruoyu and the general's weapons clashed together, sparks flying everywhere. A surprisingly strong wind erupted, causing the surrounding trees to be destroyed. So strong, Su Ruoyu felt the pain coming from above her arm, and her face was also gloomy. An unspeakable bitterness welled up in his heart. How is this? How is this possible? Su Ruoyu's face was filled with disbelief. How could she not have thought that he himself would actually be forced to retreat back and forth by such an ordinary Earth Immortal Realm 3rd level general? Also, he almost got hurt himself. You know, back when she had just reached the 2nd level of Earth Immortal strength, he could only fight against people at the peak of the 5th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. But now, he has far surpassed the strongest person at the 6th level of the Earth Immortal Realm, and this rate of growth and strength, simply astounding. None of that is the point, though. Her mind had only one thought in mind, and that was to kill. Kill! Swish! Su Ruoyu swung the silver dragon lance in his hand and attacked towards the opposite Dajin general. Ding ding! The two sides engaged in battle, constantly colliding together. When the generals of Dajin saw that Su Ruoyu's strength was so strong, they all retreated in fear. Don't dare to come forward. None of them were stupid. They knew that Su Ruoyu's strength far exceeded theirs, and if they continued to entangle themselves, certain death. Therefore, they have chosen to flee. Where to go? Seeing those Dajin's generals trying to escape, Su Ruoyu's heart became even angrier, and her anger rose. Straight after it, a strong person at the 8th level of the Earth Immortal Realm wanted to capture those cultivators at the 1st level of the Earth Immortal Realm. Isn't that like playing around? So, in that instant, all those generals of Dajin were terrified and fled in panic for their lives. Didn't care about Su Ruoyu at all. Didn't even dare to stop her steps, just for fear of being caught up by Su Ruoyu. The result? It must have been a tragic death at the hands of Su Ruoyu. That's the difference in strength. Su Ruoyu chased after them, and they were completely unable to resist. In less than half a pillar of incense, nearly 1,000 generals had already died. The remaining generals were also beaten by Su Ruoyu. Boom! Su Ruoyu's lance swept and ruthlessly smashed down on the bodies of those Dajin generals, blasted a Dakin general to pieces. Damn! Damn! Dajin's generals growled in exasperation. We can't just sit back and wait. Withdraw! We withdraw! The generals of Dajin clenched their teeth and performed their body techniques to vanish into the distance. Seeing this, Su Ruoyu didn't chase after him and just stood in place. A cruel bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he looked at those generals of Dajin who had fled. I'd like to see how long you can hide. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, and a shrewd look flashed under her eyes. She waited here and watched as one by one the generals of Dakin escaped. After the burning of an incense stick, the generals of Dajin were down to the last 100 or so. At this time, several generals of Dajin were looking at Su Ruoyu with a face full of indignation. There was a monstrous amount of resentment in all of their hearts. Who the hell are you? Why did you break through the 9th level of the Heaven Realm? The generals of Dajin gritted their teeth and stared at Su Ruoyu and asked. Su Ruoyu snorted coldly and said, "This is nothing for you to worry about." She didn't have to tell these guys the truth, that she was a traveler, and don't even know it. The Daijin general's face was horribly gloomy. So what if you're at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm? We came to the Tianwu continent this time. It was meant to eliminate your heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, and if this mission fails, it will be a total loss. If you are sensible, you should obediently bind your hands, otherwise, it is the end of your heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. After saying that, a Daijin general took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Then, a strange black mist suddenly appeared on their faces and it gives off a strong aura of death. You guys, what are you guys? Summoning ghosts? Su Ruoyu's brows furrowed slightly as a flash of gravity flashed in the depths of her eyes. She knew that once the Ghostbusters were summoned, the heavenly Phoenix Kingdom would then really be in a situation of no return. Ha ha, a Daijin general laughed arrogantly. Since you know about the ghost race, I'll save you the trouble. Not bad. We are the ones who summoned the Ghost Clan. However, as long as we are strong enough, we are not afraid of the summoned Ghost Clan. Su Ruoyu's expression became grave. She knew she had to get rid of this group of Dakin's generals as soon as possible in order to do so. I know. Su Ruoyu's eyes narrowed into slits, and the corners of her mouth sketched out a cold arc. She took a step closer to the group of Dakin's generals. The generals of the Great Zhou also looked grave to the extreme. There was horror, fear, panic, nervousness flowing from their eyes. All kinds of negative emotions. To name a few. Die! Su Ruoyu let out a furious cry, and the silver dragon spear in his hand directly shook toward the generals of Great Zhou. They killed. Few dash. Su Ruoyu's lance drew a graceful arc, transforming into a silver light in the air. It instantly penetrated the throat of a Great Zhou general, killing him on the ground. Su Ruoyu killed like a man, not even blinking her eyes, as if it was all deserved. If she doesn't kill her enemies, they kill her. Help! A mournful cry went on, resounding throughout the valley. Moreover, the generals of Dajin knew that Su Ruoyu's identity. Each one of them was like a lost dog, desperately fleeing. Su Ruoyu stood indifferently, coldly looking at these Dajin generals fleeing. Chapter 184, Crushing. Rumble. A thunderbolt descended from the sky, heading straight for the Dajin generals, blasting them all over the place. Blood flew across the room. The Daijin generals were desperate to escape, but in front of Su Ruoyu, they looked too weak. Boo! The general of Dakin was struck by a bolt of lightning, and fell to the ground, scorched and blackened, with black smoke rising from his body. Coma. Su Ruoyu snorted coldly, her eyes icy cold as she took a step out and it then appeared in front of a general of Great Zhou. When the general of Great Zhou saw Su Ruoyu appearing at his side, he was scared to death. The body shuddered. Don't kill me. I'll say everything. The Great Zhou general immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Late. Su Ruoyu's gaze coldly swept a glance at the Great Zhou generals. There was an incomparably harsh killing aura within his eyes. Next moment, a sharp blade pierced right through the neck of the Great Zhou general. Bright red blood spurted out. The body of the Great Zhou general slowly fell softly to the ground, his vitality fading, completely falling. Su Ruoyu's figure flashed and appeared in front of another Great Zhou general. No, don't kill me. When the Great Zhou generals saw this, they immediately fell to their knees and kowtowed for mercy. Su Ruoyu's hand loosened, and the Great Zhou general instantly sat on the ground, his face pale, shivering with fear. What are you? Su Ruoyu looked down on that Great Zhou general from above. She doesn't know what world this is. I don't know how these Great Zhou generals found their way here. I'm Lu Yong, the Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou Empire's military and horses. We have been ordered to come and exterminate the rebels of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. Please spare me, Princess. Lu Yong quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Although he was the Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou Empire's military and horses, but in front of a strong person like Su Ruoyu, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. You're the Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou Empire's military and horses? Hearing that this Great Zhou general even claimed to be from the Great Zhou Empire, Su Ruoyu froze. Frowning, he inquired with some suspicion. Aha! Junior is the Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou's army. I am a member of the royal family of Great Zhou. Lu Yong hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. In his mind's eye, a picture of the royal family of Great Zhou, the atlas of the... So he recognized the picture. And, as he had drawn it himself, he could not be mistaken. When Su Ruoyu saw Lu Yong's eyes, her heart burst with curiosity. Asked, "Why are you attacking the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom?" Well, Lu Yong stammered and didn't know what to say. He also didn't know why he was attacking the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. All he knows is that by order of their majesties, the emperors of Great Zhou, no woman from the Tianfeng Kingdom is allowed to leave alive. If you dare to deceive this palace, you know the end. Su Ruoyu chortled coldly, her tone revealing a strong sense of threat. Lu Yong was scared white and kept shaking his head. Zhao's didn't. Zhao's really didn't deceive your highness. Zhao said the truth in every sentence. The corner of Su Ruoyu's mouth flared up with a faint hint of mockery as she said, "The people of the Great Zhou imperial family are truly cunning to the extreme." After saying that, Su Ruoyu turned around and left the place. Lu Yong was relieved when he saw Su Ruoyu leaving the place, wiping a handful of sweat from his forehead. His heart was still pounding. He had just seen with his own eyes that Su Ruoyu was killing people like crazy, and had killed a Great Zhou general in a single move. It's like killing a god. Who? Lu Yong patted his wildly beating chest, secretly glad that he had escaped. But, he didn't want to go back to Great Zhou's tent, much less the imperial city, so he chose a remote place to hide. In the camp of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, all the generals were all gathered together. What do you think of the woman? A tall, thin man looked over at the group of soldiers beside him. The soldiers, both old and young, were mostly about 20 years of age, while the oldest, it's also only in his 30s. She's so vicious, simply evil. One of the soldiers spoke up. I once had the honor of following my imperial brother in the battlefield. I've seen her methods with my own eyes. That Great Zhou general called Lu Yong was beheaded by him just because he spoke out of turn. The crowd was silent. None of them spoke. They were all thinking of ways to escape. Do you want to run away? Just then, a familiar and low voice entered the ears of the crowd. The crowd looked up to where the voice had come from and, only to see Su Ruoyu standing there with a grim face. Escape or not? That depends on whether you have the strength, Su Ruoyu said coldly. At those words, everyone's hearts were shocked. They all understood that what Su Ruoyu said was not wrong. If they wanted to escape, that must have been a terrible price to pay. Miss Su, have mercy and spare us. A middle-aged man, full of smiles, said. Su Ruoyu sneered and said, if you guys don't hand over the antidote, this girl doesn't mind using force to force a confession. After saying that, Su Ruoyu punched the middle-aged man in the abdomen, knocked him straight to the ground. When Su Ruoyu saw that these people were not cooperating, she could only resort to violence. The rest of the soldiers were scared to death at the sight. Duh! We're all from Great Zhou. Why do we have to drive everyone to extinction? We didn't come to attack the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom on purpose either. Someone said with a trembling voice. Su Ruoyu snorted and said, oh, people of the Great Zhou? The people of the Great Zhou are all despicable, insidious and malicious people. How dare you say you're from Great Zhou? Do you think this girl will believe you? If you are people of Great Zhou, then this girl is an enemy of Great Zhou. Do you think you are qualified to stay under this girl and live? Su Ruoyu's words silenced the soldiers. Yes, Su Ruoyu was not only a person of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, but also an enemy of Great Zhou. If they continue to stay in the Great Zhou dynasty, wouldn't they become enemies of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom? This is something they definitely don't want to see. Miss Su, that middle-aged man wanted to dissuade Su Ruoyu. Su Ruoyu, however, directly inserted a silver needle into the middle-aged man's back. Put. The silver needle pierced into the middle-aged man's body, causing the middle-aged man to stifle a mouthful of blood. Miss Su, what's this for? The middle-aged man looked at Su Ruoyu in disbelief, a feeling of fear rising in his heart. The feeling was depressing and overwhelming, as if he was about to die. It made every inch of his body start to ache. What do you think? Said Su Ruoyu with a cold smile. You are enemies sent by Great Zhou to kill me, so you must die. Chapter 185. No. The middle-aged man hastily rejected Su Ruoyu's speculation and said, we really aren't enemies of Great Zhou. We were just instructed by someone to. That's why the girl was offended. Saying that, the middle-aged man vomited another mouthful of blood, and his entire body was already dying. I don't care who sent you. Since you're here to attack the Great Zhou Kingdom, then there are only two ways. One is to die, and the other is to submit to this girl's command. Su Ruoyu indifferently looked at the middle-aged man and said, If you choose to submit to me, then keep your lives. If you don't choose to submit, this girl doesn't mind making an example of you." Hearing this, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air and the bottom of his eyes flashed with a strong color of panic. They're all first-rate elites, handpicked by the Great Joe Imperial clan, but in the face of this seemingly weak woman in front of them, they were powerless to resist, and unable to even struggle. They were subdued by her. It's clear she's a master of her craft. I submit. I submit. A green and strong man stood out, cupping his fists and saluting Su Ruoyu in a respectful and humble manner. Su Ruoyu nodded with satisfaction and said, "You can go now." The green and strong man was ecstatic to hear this, and hurriedly thanked him for leaving the tent. Su Ruoyu's gaze fell on the rest of the soldiers and said, "Do you still want to leave?" The soldiers looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Su Ruoyu glanced at the soldiers behind her and said in a cold voice, "If you want to live, bring out the antidote. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you." This time, Su Ruoyu didn't say anything harsh. After all, she now knew that they were not from Great Joe, and even if she said more harsh words, it doesn't do anything for them either. All she needed now was an army. "Girl, you." Someone wanted to ask Su Ruoyu what she meant, but before he could get his words out, Su Ruoyu's gaze became much more stern as she snorted coldly. "I don't want to repeat it a third time." The soldier looked at Su Ruoyu's cold expression. Frightened, he hurriedly handed Su Ruoyu both the pills and the antidote in his hand. Here you go." The soldiers offered both the antidote and the elixir. Su Ruoyu was slightly relieved to see that the crowd had all compromised. Immediately, he received the pills and antidote in his hand into his sleeve robe. "In that case, this girl can spare your lives. But this girl wants you to never be allowed to step foot in the Great Joe Kingdom," Su Ruoyu said. The soldiers all looked at each other in dismay. They didn't realize that the young girl in front of them was not only pretty, but the character was also so kind that he didn't kill them all. "This matter, if you dare to say anything about it, this girl doesn't mind letting you become eunuchs," Su Ruoyu added. The pupils of the soldiers shrunk, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble gently. How could they forget that Su Ruoyu was not only a person from the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, but also a pill refiner? Alchemy was at its peak, and trying to kill them was as easy as crushing an ant. Yes, some people hurriedly agreed, but, in their hearts, they were thinking that if the Great Joe's army pursued the matter, what are they going to do? Su Ruoyu didn't pay any attention to the inner activities of the soldiers, but directly turned around and left. "You guys, hold them in the chamber for me and take good care of them," Su Ruoyu commanded. "Yes, Lord," the crowd responded in unison. These soldiers are the elite of Great Joe, and Su Ruoyu was going to arrest them and imprison them in the middle of the secret room. Apparently, they wanted to use them to deter the Great Joe's army. After Su Ruoyu left, those soldiers sent the middle-aged man to a closed room, shut the door behind him and left. That middle-aged man was sitting on the bed, panting heavily, his face as white as a sheet of paper. The panic was written all over one eye. "What's going on here? What the hell is going on here?" cried the middle-aged man in horror. None of these soldiers were from the Great Joe army. Where the hell did they find them? Why were they so afraid of Su Ruoyu? This question, which plagued the middle-aged man, made him think through his head. Great Joe Palace. Lingyu woke up from her stupor and realized that all around was quiet and there was no half-assed movement. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Father? Father? Where are you? Father?" Emperor Lingyu's heart is scared and he was worried that something had happened to Di Jinyun and hurriedly shouted. However, Di Jinyun didn't make a sound at all, and Di Lingyu's brows furrowed tightly. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Father, where are you? My son begs you to come out. My son knows he's wrong and I won't dare to do it again. Father, Father." Tears flowed from Di Lingyu's eyes. Di Lingyue was waiting in the dungeon for Di Jinyun's return, but after waiting for a long time there was no sign of anything. Di Lingyu's heart suddenly suspended, heart thumping, like it was going to burst out of his chest. "Father, you mustn't have an accident." Di Lingyu knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. "Oh, Father, what are we going to do? Our armies have all been evacuated and if we get caught by the Great Zhou dynasty again, we'll be finished. Father." Di Lingyu cried her heart out. "Miss, don't be sad, His Majesty will be fine." Xiaolan comforted Su Ruoyu, but, in her own heart, she was very sad. At this time, a guard walked in, fell to his knees, and bowed his head to apologize. "Your servant should be damned. Your servant failed to protect His Majesty, and His Majesty's whereabouts are now unknown." "I'll be damned." The guards kept kowtowing as they spoke. "Roll." Su Ruoyu's eyes flashed with a look of disgust as she coldly spat out a word. That guard froze, a little surprised in his heart. not knowing where he had angered Su Ruoyu. The slave girl excuses herself. Seeing this, that guard didn't dare to say any more and turned around to leave in a hurry. Miss, don't be angry. Xiaolan persuaded. Su Ruoyu ignored Xiaolan. Her mood was very heavy. In her heart, she was also a little worried about Di Jinyun's safety. As much as she hates to admit it, the truth is, there was no one in this world who could understand her better than Di Jinyun. And therefore, when she was on the battlefield, it was only then that Di Jinyun had proposed that the Great Zhou Kingdom be handed over to her jurisdiction, which had given her the opportunity. I'm fine. Su Ruoyu barely squeezed out a smile and comforted. Don't worry. The more Su Ruoyu said this, the more Lan felt that she had failed to protect Di Jinyun. The mind was kicking itself. Lan, go back to the house and rest first. Su Ruoyu said. Xiaolan looked at Su Ruoyu's pale face and said with heartache, Miss, the slave girl wants to stay by your side, so that the slave girl will feel more at ease. Chapter 186 The Ending. Su Ruoyu shook her head and insisted. It's okay, I'm really okay. Go back and rest so you can get your strength up and, waiting for the army of the Great Zhou Kingdom to come and rescue them. Rant's eyes twinkled for a moment, hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, okay. When she had finished speaking, Lan went back to her own compound, and lay down on her bed, and as soon as she closed her eyes, then he fell into sleep and did not wake up until the sun was up. When Ran woke up, she immediately got dressed and got up, washed up, and then went to the kitchen. Have the underlings make some food for Su Ruoyu. During this period of time, Su Ruoyu, in order to prevent assassination, it was all customary to leave Ran in charge of cooking and eating for her. Su Ruoyu had just had her morning meal, when suddenly came the voice of the guards reporting, Miss Su, there is someone at the door for you. Su Ruoyu's eyebrows slightly raised, and with a bad premonition in her heart, she asked, what man? It's the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. As soon as Su Ruoyu heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth sketched out an arc of mockery. She hadn't expected the Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty to come here. You let him in, Su Ruoyu said flatly. The guards led the way and walked out of the room. It wasn't long before the guards walked in with the Grand Prince. Greetings, Miss Su. Miss Su, I heard that you were injured and have come to check on your injuries. The Grand Prince's face is warm and moist like jade, and he speaks in a gentle tone, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Unfortunately, Su Ruoyu didn't like this disguise. Thanks a lot, Su Ruoyu replied politely. I wonder if Miss Su has been better today? The Grand Prince inquired. Su Ruoyu gave a light him and said, did the Grand Imperial Prince come today for something? A look of embarrassment appeared on the Grand Prince's face as he said, it's like this. I would like to ask for your advice. Do you have any way to find the whereabouts of the king of the Great Zhou Dynasty? Hearing this, Su Ruoyu suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that the Grand Prince had come to her to help Great Zhou, but there wasn't much she could do about it. After all, this place was in the territory of the Northern Cold Kingdom, not in the Great Zhou Dynasty. I'm sorry, this is unforgivable. Su Ruoyu nonchalantly refused. The Grand Prince did not expect that Su Ruoyu would reject himself, and could not hang on to his face. He was not willing to dwell on it any longer. So he said, arching his hand and saluting, then I'll disturb you, Ms. Su, I'll see you later. No send. Su Ruoyu returned two words expressionlessly. After waiting for the Grand Prince to leave, Su Ruoyu's gaze looked over to the table next to the window, realizing that it was the poisonous powder she had prepared for herself earlier. She walked up and poured it into a cup of tea. After the poison was poured into the teacup by Su Ruoyu, she walked to the window with the tea. The Grand Prince had just stepped out into the courtyard and was about to leave when, suddenly, a black figure intercepted the Grand Imperial Prince. Great Prince, why are you here? Su Ruoyu's tone had a few hints of mockery in it. Looking at the black-robed masked man who suddenly appeared, the Grand Prince was startled. This black-robed man's kung fu was profound and unfathomable, and his face wasn't veiled. And, just one look and you can guess who he is. Su Ruoyu, I didn't expect you to be quite bold, even daring to lie to me. The Grand Prince's voice was grim to the core. Su Ruoyu smiled faintly, said, I'm just demonstrating an interesting thing to the Grand Imperial Prince. The Grand Imperial Prince, don't be in a hurry, you'll know it later. The Grand Imperial Prince's fists clenched, and a murderous aura flashed under his eyes as he said, Su Ruoyu, in that case, we don't have to be polite. As the words fell, the Grand Prince's palm condensed a powerful internal force and struck out in an instant. Seeing this, Su Ruoyu hurriedly dodged. Bang! The two collided with each other, emitting a violent collision sound, and the entire courtyard trembled. Su Ruoyu, today I'm going to act on behalf of the heavens and get rid of you. A demoness. The Grand Imperial Prince gritted his teeth and glared at Su Ruoyu. The corner of Su Ruoyu's mouth lifted into a shallow smile, and with a cold snort, she said, "Just by you?" After Su Ruoyu finished speaking, she exerted her full power and attacked the Grand Imperial Prince. Bang bang! The two of them went back and forth. All the furnishings in this courtyard were destroyed, and a smell of dust emanated from everywhere. At first, the Grand Prince had the advantage, but gradually, Su Ruoyu began to launch an offensive. In the heart of the Grand Prince, panic began to set in. He never expected that Su Ruoyu would be so powerful, and he was no match for Su Ruoyu. Ah! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of the Grand Prince, and the internal energy in his body. It was also absorbed by Su Ruoyu. But, within a single move, the Grand Prince was defeated by Su Ruoyu and fell to the ground. Su Ruoyu approached the Grand Prince step by step and said in a cold voice, "You may go now, Grand Prince." The Great Prince's heart was filled with resentment and humiliation. He was the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Surprisingly, he lost at the hands of Su Ruoyu. "Su Ruoyu, you wait, I won't just let it go." After the Grand Imperial Prince finished, stood up and turned away, Su Ruoyu's gaze looked at the departing back of the Grand Prince, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a light smile. In his eyes, a cold color flashed. She had thought that the plan would work this time, but she didn't realize that it would be sabotaged in the end. How dare this man be so arrogant? After the Grand Prince left, Xiao Tao hurriedly ran into Su Ruoyu's room. Anxiously, she said, "Miss Su, it's not good. News has come from the palace that the emperor is critically ill. Please go to the palace immediately." "Miss Su, what?" Su Ruoyu's face suddenly changed when she heard Little Peach's words. She had intended to sidetrack the Grand Prince, but she hadn't expected that the news that the emperor is critically ill has come from the palace. This is simply adding insult to injury and catching people off guard. Su Ruoyu's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about countermeasures. "Little Peach, I know. You take care of the little princess first. Wait for me to make a trip to the palace." "I'm sorry," Su Ruoyu instructed. Su Ruoyu's heart had a very good idea, and that was to take advantage of the emperor's serious illness to let him drive the Grand Prince out of the capital. In this way, not only would it be able to protect the Great Zhou dynasty, but it would also be able to solve a scourge for the people. "Yes, slave girl understands," Little Peach immediately responded. Su Ruoyu quickly changed into a set of men's clothes before leaving the room. When she went out, she called up the guards who were guarding the gate of the mansion and said, "Go to the palace." Immediately, when the guard heard this, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He thought Su Ruoyu was quarreling with the Grand Imperial Prince. "Deliberate excuses. My subordinate obeys the order," said the guard respectfully. Then he immediately led the guards to leave the Prime Minister's residence. When Su Ruoyu arrived at the palace, she went to the Imperial Garden and searched for the Grand Prince in the Imperial Garden. Chapter 187 The Ending. There are many concubines in the Imperial Garden. Moreover, the move of the two of them, the Grand Prince and Su Ruoyu, entering the Imperial Garden together drew the attention of the crowd. When the Grand Prince saw Su Ruoyu's arrival, he couldn't help but frown, and his face was very embarrassed, because he knew that he was not going to get any luck today. "Su Ruoyu, how dare you appear in front of me?" The emperor's gaze is gloomy and rage. Su Ruoyu bent down slightly and knelt down. "My daughter greets His Majesty." When the Grand Imperial Prince saw Su Ruoyu's appearance, his heart said that it was not good. The emperor already knew that this matter had something to do with him, so he definitely couldn't get away with it. "Daring madman! Men, take down the Grand Prince!" the emperor roared angrily. Hearing the emperor's shout, the surrounding guards, one after another, drew their swords and stabbed Su Ruoyu. Seeing this, Su Ruoyu quickly executed Lingbo Weibu, quickly dodging past the guards' swords, and he kicked one of the guards in the chest, sending him to the ground. Su Ruoyu's foot stomped hard, kicking the guard to the center of the hall. Bang! The guard hit the ground hard with a muffled thud. The concubines in the great hall, seeing the appearance of the guards, screamed in fear, each holding their heads. Su Ruoyu didn't think that she, a woman, in the Imperial Garden. It's amazing that it causes fear in so many people. It seems that the royal deterrent is, indeed, more powerful. The atmosphere in the Great Hall seemed a little weird. At this time, 3 or 4 black-robed men dressed in black and wearing cloaks walked in from outside the Great Hall. The black-robed man at the head of the group lifted his cloak, revealing his true colors. "Your Majesty, my subordinate is here to arrest the rebel Su Ruoyu by order of the Emperor." "I'm sorry," the man in black said coldly. His Majesty's eyes were filled with anger, and he snorted coldly, said, "What a bold rebel! Even my own nephew dared to poison. Today, I will let you die without a burial place." When the man in black heard the emperor's words, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile and said, "Your Majesty, this was Miss Su's idea, and it had nothing to do with the Grand Prince. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Ruoyu, don't forget that you're the one who operated all these things. Now, do you still want to shirk your responsibility?" The emperor roared angrily. He had thought that Su Ruoyu was an intelligent girl, but he didn't expect that. It's amazing how deep her heart is. My daughter doesn't understand what your Majesty is talking about, and I hope that your Majesty is clear about it, Su Ruoyu said coldly. She knew that right now, even if she denied it anymore, it wouldn't help. Good, Su Ruoyu, since you are so stubborn, then I will fulfill you. The emperor is furious and stormy. Su Ruoyu's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "Your Majesty, doing so is a crime of deceiving the king. My son, being His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, is my own grandson, and something has happened to my grandson. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Su Ruoyu, don't think you're acting recklessly because of the Crown Prince's favor. I will not spare you." The emperor's eyes glazed over as he angrily scolded, "Your Majesty, you are indeed very wise. It's just a pity that my daughter never intended to deceive your Majesty. My daughter only wants to help the Grand Imperial Prince and seize the throne," Su Ruoyu calmly replied. When the emperor heard Su Ruoyu's words, his anger intensified and he said, "Unbridled." Su Ruoyu let out a cold laugh and said, "Wanton? My daughter has never felt that my daughter is wanton. If my daughter had really been wanton, she would have killed the Grand Prince long ago. So why go through all the trouble of trying to get rid of him? I just want your Majesty to know that everything I did was to protect the Grand Imperial Prince." When the emperor heard Su Ruoyu's words, the expression on his face changed a lot, as if he was pondering something. "Men, take Su Ruoyu down." The emperor turned to the eunuchs around him and shouted angrily. The eunuchs heard the order and immediately ran toward Su Ruoyu. Although Su Ruoyu's martial arts were high, her cultivation was insufficient after all. Her lightness was just a little better than an ordinary person. In this situation, Su Ruoyu had no way to resist the siege of so many people. "Great Prince, please help my daughter." Su Ruoyu begged for help. When the Grand Prince heard Su Ruoyu's words, he was a bit upset in his heart, but his life was in the hands of the emperor, and he simply couldn't disobey him. "Stop it, all of you," the Grand Prince angrily rebuked. However, as soon as the Grand Prince finished his words, a group of guards surrounded him and make it hard for him to escape. "Men, take down all these rebels," the emperor ordered. The Grand Prince's face was ironic, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at the emperor. The emperor laughed coldly, looked at him, and said, "What? Are you trying to kill me? Great Prince, I'm telling you, today, you don't want to take half a step out of this palace alive." "Father, the Grand Prince wanted to argue. The emperor didn't even give the Grand Prince a chance to open his mouth and continued, "Grand Prince, if you don't obediently cooperate with Su Ruoyu, I will send you to the Ministry of Justice's prison to be disposed of." The prison of the Ministry of Justice is the place that the Grand Prince is most afraid of. If he really gets there, he's definitely going to suffer. The bottom of the eyes of the Grand Prince looking at Su Ruoyu was filled with a gloomy color, and after biting his teeth, in the end, he chose to be on the same boat as Su Ruoyu and work together against the emperor. "Well, father, in this matter, my son is willing to cooperate, but I hope father can spare me. After all, I was forced to do so. If I don't agree to Su Ruoyu's request, I can't guarantee that Su Ruoyu will not lay a hand on my son," the eldest prince pleaded. "Great Prince, are you questioning me when you say that?" the emperor shouted angrily. The one he loved the most was the eldest prince, but he was setting up his son behind his back. "Father has misunderstood. My son has absolutely no such intention. I just hope that father will give my son a chance to change his ways." The Grand Prince lowered his head and said. When the emperor heard the Grand Prince's explanation, he let out a cold laugh and said, "Humph, what you have done this time. I won't let it go like this. I want to see how long you'll be able to defend yourself. Pass the word. Imprison the Grand Prince in the dungeon, and no one will be allowed to leave the dungeon without my decree." "Obey the decree." A group of eunuchs agreed in unison. The corner of Su Ruoyu's lips hooked up in a cold arc, and in her heart she thought, the great Imperial Prince. Great Prince, you really are stupid. You are pushing yourself into the fire. Wait. The Grand Prince suddenly called out to the group of eunuchs and said, "Do you know that this Crown Prince is the Crown Prince? If father did this, wouldn't he be slapping this Crown Prince's face? If father knows about this Crown Prince's position as Crown Prince will not be preserved." The group of eunuchs all had a difficult expression when they heard the Grand Imperial Prince's words. The emperor's face, more and more gloomy. He did not expect that the Grand Prince had dared to threaten him with the Crown Prince position.